Chapter 359. Hunger, Pain, Regret, and the Search. This epic shield is called the Shield of the King. Current price, 3,000 gold coins. Moreover, the seller has designated a specific buyer. Please check if your purchase button is lit up. If it lights up, you are eligible to buy. Otherwise, you're not. After hearing the auctioneer's words, everyone immediately looked down at their bidding device. Almost everyone found their device was dark. It wasn't lit up. At this moment, only Ling saw his button glowing. That was why he had been puzzled earlier. Could it be that the seller knows me? How did he know I wanted the shield? And even confidently assume I would attend today's auction? Ling didn't bid immediately. Instead, he began to ponder carefully. Judging by all the signs, this mysterious seller is extremely powerful, and the price of this shield is 500 gold lower than the previous highest bid. It's as if he's extending goodwill. Ling racked his brain, recalling all his acquaintances, but none seemed capable of such remarkable means. Oh well, I do need this shield after all. I'll just consider it a favor owed to someone. Ling wasn't a stubborn man. No matter how you see it, he was getting the better deal here. So, after some thought, he pressed the bidding button. Congratulations to bidder 372 for the successful bid. At this moment, everyone wore discontented expressions. They felt this was rigged. Even a fool could see. This shield was clearly meant for bidder 372. But thinking it over, this mysterious seller had already been generous enough. Many had benefited from him. So they let it slide. After all, there were more treasures to come. Surely not everything would go to bidder 372. As expected, the next auction items returned to normal proceedings. There were no bidding restrictions. Only then did the crowd's mood stabilize. More than 10 minutes later, all of Qianma's items were sold out. The buyers who managed to snatch the items were overjoyed, while those who failed were filled with deep regret. Ling was filled with emotion after obtaining the Shield of Kings. If there's ever a chance to meet the mysterious seller, she should at least express her gratitude. Qianma smiled when he saw Ling win the bid for his epic shield, just as he really came. Now comes the hunger phase. Then Qianma turned to Luz Han and said, I still have 2 more items. Help me release one tomorrow and the other the day after. Keep the prices and rules the same as today. Also, spread the word in advance. Just say that in the next 2 days, there will still be epic gear available at sky-high discounts. But don't mention the quantity this time. Just give a normal announcement. In reality, Qianma didn't auction off all the equipment yesterday. He intentionally held back 2 items. This was to whet everyone's appetite further, making them think more bargains were coming. But when they wait and realize there's only 1 per day, and it only lasts 2 days, they'll feel incredibly frustrated, especially those in urgent need of gear, but unable to afford high prices. They'll be pulling their hair out. And that's exactly the effect Qianma wanted. The next step is to guide the crowd toward Eternal City. Because every piece of equipment bears the Eternal City logo. Soon enough, word of this will spread and go viral. Anyone with a bit of brain will think to check the Adventurer's Hall. With that, the location of Eternal City will become public knowledge. Those in need will definitely try their luck, and Qianma's goal will be fully achieved. However, all this is something Rushi knows nothing about. Nor could she have guessed. Understood. I'll take care of this for sure. Although Ru Qian didn't know Qianma's true purpose, still, she had a strong premonition. Qianma must have an astonishing plan. At this auction, even though Qianma restricted the bids, she still amassed an incredible fortune. She alone made over 80,000 gold just from the auction. Then, from various consigned sales, she earned another 20,000 gold. She didn't keep the money. Instead, she had Ru Qian exchange it for basic materials. Ru Qian had impressive connections. In just a few days, she gathered all the materials on Qianma's list. Qianma spent over 80,000 gold to exchange for 8,000 units of wood and stone, 5,000 units of food, 3,000 units of leather, 3,000 units of herbs, and 2,000 units of metal. Since metal could regenerate 500 units daily, Qianma prioritized wood and stone, because soon her base would level up and welcome a batch of fresh recruits. By then, the current dormitory conditions would be insufficient. Qianma's expectations for her base were top-notch in both software and hardware. Only then could she retain people. So she needed massive amounts of building materials to transport these mountains of supplies. Qianma even spent extra gold to buy a hyperspace storage ring. This ring's capacity was 10 times that of her previous storage items. Since she lacked manpower at the moment, she had to act. Once the guild developed, things would become easier. After making all the preparations, Qianma returned to Eternal City. Meanwhile, over the next 2 days, Ru Qian carried out Qianma's instructions to the letter, as Qianma had predicted. When people first received the news, everyone was thrilled. They thought they'd struck it rich again. Excited beyond measure, they assumed more opportunities were coming. Meanwhile, those who missed the first auction later heard about it too. So, the number of participants for the second day's auction skyrocketed instantly. Lu Qian's auction house had a total of 1,000 private rooms, and and that day, they were all full. Those who arrived late could only leave in silence, unable to participate in the auction. The enthusiasm of the crowd completely exceeded Lu Qian's expectations. As the head of the auction house, she was naturally overjoyed inside. At the same time, in her heart, she admired Cheng Qianma with deep respect. The way he manipulates people's minds was downright terrifying. But the good times didn't last long. After waiting for 2 hours, everyone suddenly realized there was only one valuable item. Now everyone knew. It was a race of speed. So, the chance of getting that treasure was 1 in 1,000. This made people feel extremely tormented, especially the awakened ones who missed the first auction. They were now slapping themselves in the face, regretting not coming earlier. When the third day arrived, the auction was still fully packed. After all, human nature makes everyone believe they are the chosen one. That good fortune is bound to fall on them. But very quickly, they found out there was still only one good item. This drove everyone mad. At that moment, a rumor finally began circulating in the rooms that every piece of high-quality epic gear was engraved with the Eternal City logo. In an instant, everyone was frantically searching for the location of Eternal City. After half a day, someone finally found traces of Eternal City at the Adventurers Guild. But when people saw the level of the Eternal Pinnacle Guild, they all revealed stunned expressions. Chapter 360, Generosity, upgrading to level 2 base. Damn. This Eternal Peak Guild is only level 1. Could we be seeing it wrong? No way. It's written clearly right here. The Eternal Peak Guild base is called Eternal City, located in the Dark Forest. A level 1 guild can forge so many epic grade weapons at once. That's impressive. Enough talk. I'm heading to the Dark Forest tomorrow. Maybe I'll get lucky. Count me in. It's not that far anyway. Once someone discovered Eternal City's location, the news spread like wildfire. In an instant, it reached all of Lingwei City. Today at the Adventurers Hall, it was packed with people. Every so often, an awakened one would come by to check the information. At first, everyone looked doubtful, but soon they made up their minds. They were going to the Dark Forest to see for themselves. At that moment, Cheng Qianma had already ridden his silver steed back to Eternal City. When he arrived at the guild warehouse, he called over a few core members. All my recent gains are right here. If you need anything, feel free to take it anytime. As Cheng Qianma spoke, he placed massive amounts of supplies into the guild warehouse. After recent consumption, the guild stockpile was running low, but with this new batch, it was suddenly piled high once again. Currently, the guild stock included 9,000 units of wood, 9,000 units of stone, 5,200 units of food, 3,100 units of leather, 3,200 units of herbs, and 3,100 units of metal. Now, Cheng Qianma assigned permissions to Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei, 2 senior craftsmen, if they or their subordinates needed to use materials from the guild warehouse. If they needed to use materials from the guild warehouse, free to use at will. Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei have both now joined Eternal Pinnacle, so naturally, their relationship has become more cordial. There's no longer the awkwardness there once was. After all, their positions have changed. Now, everything is done for the benefit of the guild. The two of them stood looking at the guild warehouse inventory, both overwhelmed with emotion. I've never seen a level 1 guild this wealthy before. With our current inventory levels, we're already on par with some tier 3 guilds. Since Qin Yongchang came from the Life Professions Association, he's naturally visited quite a few guilds, and he was deeply impressed by Cheng Qianma's ability and efficiency. Du Tianlei, on the other hand, looked just as shocked. As he stared at the stockpiles, his eyes practically sparkled. If all of this gets enhanced by Source of Life, then every item will be worth a fortune. By the way, a new batch of Source of Life should be ready by tomorrow. For now, you two split it evenly. At the moment, I still need to use high-grade gear and weapons to attract traffic, so I'll give old Du a bit more. Old Qin, don't take it personally. Once the world tree levels up, the output will definitely increase. At that point, I'll reconsider the distribution. Currently, Du Tianlei is solely in charge of forging, while Qin Yongchang manages the remaining sub-professions. Technically speaking, Qin Yongchang should have a greater need for the Source of Life. After all, he oversees a broader range of industries. However, Cheng Qianma's current reputation mainly comes from his epic-grade forging products, so there's a bit of bias in resource distribution. Qin Yongchang isn't the petty type either. He knows that Cheng Qianma's current allocation is already quite fair. He also understands that in terms of item value alone, among all sub-professions, forging yields the most valuable results. That's indisputable. So he had no objections to Cheng Qianma's allocation. And Du Tianlei had even less reason to object, seeing how much Cheng Qianma valued the forging industry. He felt nothing but gratitude. The brief meeting ended quickly. Both of them called in groups. The craftsmen, seeing all the materials in the warehouse, looked at them like starving men seeing beautiful women. Although they didn't get paid for guild work, they could earn contribution points. At the same time, they could use the guild's materials to level up their secondary professions. Guild contributions might not be useful for now, but as Eternal City grew, they would become more and more valuable. By now, everyone fully understood Cheng Qianma's capabilities. so they all worked with enthusiasm. After all, working under such a generous leader was a blessing. You have to know, many petty guild leaders normally wouldn't let members touch guild warehouse items at will. If you wanted something, you'd have to exchange contribution points for it. But in Chung Qianma's guild, common materials were supplied without limit. Just submit a request to leadership. No contribution points required at all. Chung Qianma's generosity instantly won everyone. Alright, it's time to upgrade Eternal City to level 2. Chung Qianma looked at the fully stocked warehouse, then opened the guild interface. All upgrade requirements are met. Proceed with the upgrade. Originally, Eternal Peak Guild didn't have enough members to qualify for an upgrade, but with Qin Yongchang and others joining, they instantly exceeded the requirement of 30 members. Therefore, since Chung Qianma had gathered enough materials, he could upgrade right away. Upgrade. Without hesitation, Chung Qianma pressed the upgrade button. Suddenly, a bright light shone from above the command post. Then, a warm energy enveloped the entire base. A few minutes later, Eternal City's Congratulations, Guild Leader. Eternal City has successfully upgraded to level 2. Base construction features are now unlocked. Seeing the successful upgrade notification, Chung Qianma smiled and opened the guild interface. Guild name, Eternal Peak. Guild level, 2. Headquarters name, Eternal City. Guild leader, Chung Qianma. Guild members, 450 to 500 people. Influence radius, 800 meters. Special building, World Tree. Seedling, can be viewed. Standard buildings, basic blacksmith shop, basic herbal room, basic leather workshop, basic kitchen, group dormitory, guild warehouse, guild task board. Upgrade requirements, 5,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 4,000 units of food, 3,000 units of metal, 4,000 units of leather, 2,000 units of herbs, 200,000 gold coins. Guild members, 70 people. Not bad at all. Now that the base is level 2, our influence has grown significantly. Next, let me see what new buildings can be constructed. With anticipation in his heart, Chung Qianma opened the construction interface. Very quickly, he saw a wide array of new buildings, from daily living to work needs. There were new structures under nearly every category. It's about time to improve everyone's living conditions. As Chung Qianma was studying the new on the outskirts of the dark forest, a number of figures appeared. Moreover, as time passed, more and more people were entering the dark forest. Episode 361. Full upgrade. Double standards. Let's check out the residential buildings first. After all, cramming so many people into dormitories isn't ideal. That's not a solution. After opening the construction page, Chung Qianma first selected the residential category. A lot of building options appeared quickly. After filtering through them, he purchased several types. Residential house. Requires 100 units of wood and 100 units of stone. Includes 6 private rooms, each with an independent washroom. Lounge. Requires 300 units of wood and 200 units of stone. Can accommodate up to 10 people to rest, and speeds up fatigue recovery. Cafeteria. Requires 300 units of wood and 300 units of stone. Can accommodate up to 50. Boosts the duration of food buff effects by 10%. Chung Qianma calculated the numbers and built 17 residential houses in one go. This way, over 100 members could rest at the same time, so no one would have to sleep in the streets. In addition to that, he built 5 lounges and 2 cafeterias, all built to accommodate around 100 people. With the new residential houses, he decisively demolished the old communal dormitory, free up space. Currently, the few work facilities at the base were operating at full capacity daily, so buildings that accelerated fatigue recovery were extremely useful. This, in turn, indirectly improved work efficiency. As for the cafeterias, they also played an important role. As the saying goes, people need food to function. Missing even one meal is dreadful. Daily meals, whether for awakened ones or ordinary people, were extremely important. At the same time, under Chung Qianma's command, there were several mid to high-level chefs. The food they prepared also carried certain buff effects. With a small canteen available, everyone's quality of life improved. No longer did they have to squat on the ground like workers to eat. At the same time, it also helped to further enhance the duration of the buff effects. This also directly improved work efficiency. Although these new buildings cost Chung Qianma quite a bit of resources, he didn't feel bad at all. Chung Qianma was never a ruthless boss. If he wanted his people to work wholeheartedly, he had to provide them with a decent living environment. That had always been Chung Qianma's guiding principle. Next, he turned to look at the work-related buildings. Compared to lifestyle buildings, there were fewer options available for production structures. After some careful consideration, Chung Qianma selected a few. Engineering hut. Requires 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone. Those who've studied engineering can use it to produce engineering items. Quarry. Requires 500 units of stone. Automatically produces 100 units of stone per day. Guild members can manually work in it to improve production efficiency. Lumber mill. Requires 500 units of wood. Automatically produces 100 units of wood per day. Guild members can manually work in it to improve logging efficiency. Stone wall. Requires 1 unit of stone per meter. Durability, 500 points. Watchtower. requires 300 units of wood and 300 units of stone. Guild members' assistance is required. Alert range, 1,000 meters. Guild shop, requires 400 units of wood, 100 units of stone. Can sell goods to guild members or outsiders. In Chung Qianma's view, there are currently so to enhance the fortress's defense, the engineering hut is obviously the best choice. Because among the engineering products, there are plenty of bombs and traps. These are not only powerful in PvP battles, but also formidable in field and siege warfare. So, he immediately purchased the engineering hut. As for the quarry and lumber mill, they can automatically produce 2 types of building materials. Naturally, they are indispensable, because as the fortress upgrades, the demand for building materials will increase. So these 2 buildings should definitely be built as early as possible. When there are more people later, they can assist with the work. Efficiency will quickly improve. Next are the stone wall and watchtower, which are essential for every fortress. A fortress without walls feels completely insecure. However, the current territory of Eternal City is quite large. If they want to enclose the whole area, there won't be enough stone. So Chung Qianma decided to focus on the center first, enclosing an area within. Once enough stone is accumulated, they'll rebuild it properly. As for the watchtower, it can detect enemy movements in advance, helping with defensive preparations. Finally, the guild shop is currently the most important building. Chung Qianma plans to set 2 pricing schemes, one for external sales, which will be his main way of making money going forward, and the other, specifically for internal members, which will be much cheaper. Once outsiders make comparisons, this dual pricing system, it would definitely spark outsiders' interest in joining the guild. At the same time, it would boost guild members' sense of pride. This kind of double standard was truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Once all the buildings were completed, Chung Qianma's guild attraction strategy was officially done. After this whole process, his newly acquired building materials were completely used up again. Now there were only 1,700 units of wood left, and even less stone, just 100 units. It was clear that a large workforce was still necessary. If he relied solely on gold to exchange for materials, the efficiency would be far too low. Now it was up to the guild store to prove its worth. Although both building materials were in critical shortage, Chung Qianma wasn't worried at all, because soon, a large influx of funds would arrive. Chung Qianma's style has always been all or nothing. If he was going to do something, he'd go all out, no holding back. Since he decided to shock the outsiders mentally, he didn't mind sacrificing half the profit. It was all being given back to guild members anyway. Take from the people, use for the people. He didn't lose much. Of course, having a guild leader with that kind of boldness was an extremely rare thing. Most would be trying to squeeze out every last coin. Once the base buildings were upgraded, all the guild members looked around in awe. They kept thinking about the design of last year's base, and imagining, if Chung Qianma kept going at this pace. All the guild members looked around excitedly. They were extremely satisfied with the brand new base facilities. When Chung Qianma placed the newly crafted equipment and items from the past few days into the guild store, he immediately caught everyone's attention. The guild leader placed the epic chest plate, Wind Chime armor, into the guild store. Member price, 3,000 gold coins. Can also be purchased with contribution points. Non-member price, 6,000 gold coins. The guild leader placed an epic grade greater healing potion into the guild store. Member price, 250 gold coins. Contribution points can also be used as a discount. Non-member price, 500 gold coins. The guild leader placed the epic grade weapon, the lustrous halberd, into the guild shop. Member price, 3,500 gold coins. Contribution points can also be used as a discount. Non-member price, 7,000 gold coins. At this moment, all members of Eternal Pinnacle saw a string of messages in the guild channel. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. At the same time, they also felt what kind of privilege it was to be a part. Chung Qianma's generosity completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Even Gu Qian, who usually did nothing, after seeing these messages, couldn't help but quietly exclaim, impressive. He felt that Chung Qianma's vision and magnanimity were truly remarkable. Being able to join Eternal Pinnacle Guild was undoubtedly an incredible fortune. Gu Qian believed that once this information spread, it would immediately spark a frenzy. Shortly after Chung Qianma set everything up, before long, a group of awakened arrived, cautiously at the outskirts of Eternal City. When they saw the row of 3-meter-high stone walls in front of them, they all revealed looks of shock. Chapter 362. The first batch of awakened arrives. Whoa! This is a stone wall. Could it be that the Eternal Pinnacle Guild has already reached level 2? They must have leveled up already. Otherwise, there's no way they'd have stone walls. Damn. This leveling speed is insane. I wonder who their guild leader really is. Kidding me? Someone who can bring out so many epic grade items at once. No way they're just some ordinary person. Exactly. They must be extraordinary. Seems like today's turnout is limited. The first group of awakened ones to reach Eternal City consisted of 12 people. Their average level was somewhere between level 38 and 43. As soon as they appeared at the outskirts of the base, they were spotted by Chung Qianma, because at that moment, he was standing atop the watchtower, scanning the entire dark forest. The first wave of outsiders has finally arrived. Cheng Qianma smiled slightly. Then he returned to the ground and summoned Du Shui. Although Du Shui was only an intermediate forger, his insight and experience were quite impressive. So Cheng Qianma decided to entrust him with an important task. You have instructions for me, guild leader? Ever since Du Shui joined Eternal Pinnacle, his life had been going well. Now he could not only practice forging without restraint, but also had the support of Source of Life. His leveling progress was very fast. It wouldn't take long for him to be promoted to senior forger. Cheng Qianma nodded with a smile and said, put aside your current tasks for now. I've got a mission for you. Understood. After hearing the task Cheng Qianma assigned, Du Shui couldn't help but grin. He thought that although Cheng Qianma's recruitment method was simple and direct, it was undeniably very effective. Don't worry, guild leader. I've got this covered. Du Shui patted his chest proudly, showing his full confidence. Then he ran off into the distance. Not long after, the first group of awakened ones finally arrived at the gates of Eternal City, and Du Shui had been waiting there for quite a while. He now stood atop the city gate, looking down at the newcomers from above. The leader of this group of awakened was named Zhang Xiang. He was a level 43 berserker. Since he was the strongest among them, he acted as their representative and stepped forward to negotiate with Du Shui. As Zhang Xiang walked, he raised his head and carefully examined Du Shui. Before long, he realized this person wasn't an awakened at all. This surprised him. What exactly was Eternal Pinnacle up to, having a non-awakened guarding the gate? Actually, Zhang Xiang's misunderstanding was understandable, since most guilds would assign specialists to guard their gates. The gatekeepers were always powerful awakened, but Eternal Pinnacle, on the other hand, having a non-awakened guarding the gate, was truly odd beyond words. However, Zhang Xiang couldn't have imagined that Cheng Qianma hadn't given gatekeeping any thought. The combat professions under his command, including himself, barely totaled 6 people. All members of the needed to focus on training. There was no spare manpower for gatekeeping. Surely, he couldn't ask Gu Qian to do it. If he made such a request, Gu Qian would definitely curse him out. He'd say, I'm a dignified tier 3 top-tier powerhouse, and you want me to guard the gate? What kind of joke is that? Naturally, Cheng Qianma didn't want to bother with that mess, though Zhang Xiang was startled. He still cupped his hands politely and said to Du Shui, I am Zhang Xiang. Today, I've brought some friends to visit. I'd like to ask you, brother, to open the gate for us. Please do us this favor. After all, it was still unclear whether Eternal City really had high-quality epic equipment, so Zhang Xiang could only probe. However, at this moment, Du Shui smiled. Suppose you all came here for our epic equipment, right? No need to beat around the bush. Just say it straight. Please wait a moment, everyone. After hearing Du Shui's words, Zhang Xiang and the others all showed excited expressions. If Du Shui dared to speak like that, then there really must be stock left. That's great. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain after all. Haha. I came fully loaded with gold this time. Our guild must buy as much as possible. Exactly. Even if we can't use it ourselves, we can still resell it later. Many of them had already started calculating their profits. They thought their luck today was excellent. Arriving at Eternal City before anyone else, gaining a first-mover advantage, and not being turned away at the gate. However, their joy didn't last very long. A few minutes later, a strange sound came from the northeast. Right beside them, a guild shop suddenly appeared out of nowhere. This miraculous scene was due to Cheng Qianma moving the guild structure on the fly. Currently, the stone walls only enclosed part of Eternal City's territory, so Zhang Xiang and had actually already stepped into Eternal Pinnacle's domain, within the bounds of the base. As the guild leader, Cheng Qianma could freely relocate buildings, just like in a base management simulation game. Du Shui stepped out alone. Then the city gates closed behind him. At the same time, Gu Qian quietly appeared atop the city wall. Now that Du Shui was heading out alone, he had to face more than a dozen awakened ones. If any conflict broke out, his life could be in danger. Therefore, Cheng Qianma ordered Gu Qian to protect Du Shui in secret. If anyone dared cause trouble, they were to be dealt with swiftly and decisively. Gu Qian was a tier 3 destroyer, standing atop the wall. All the awakened ones below were within his firing range. With his power, if he went all out, he could wipe out this group of weaklings in an instant. Zhang Xiang watched as Du Shui drew closer and closer, and noticed his calm expression, as if he wasn't worried at all about them making a sudden move. This left Zhang Xiang both shocked and puzzled. Please, this way, Du Shui said naturally, fully aware that Gu Qian was positioned atop the city wall, so he wasn't the least bit flustered. He made a welcoming gesture to everyone, and then stepped into the guild shop. Zhang Xiang and his group exchanged looks, then followed him inside. Soon, they saw the list of goods in the guild shop. At first, everyone looked pleasantly surprised, as the stock was indeed plentiful, but their faces quickly darkened. Damn, these items are indeed top quality, but the prices are ridiculous. The prices you had at the auction house were way lower than this. Why the sudden increase? Are you price gouging? What a bunch of profiteers. We came all this way just for this. You're really being unfair. Exactly. Had we known the prices were like this, we wouldn't have bothered coming. When they saw the price tags on every item, they immediately grew. They even felt they had been tricked. lured to Eternal City just to get ripped off. Looking at their angry faces, Du Shui sneered inwardly. We, Eternal City, are not a charity. Why would we sell such high-quality epic gear at low prices? Are you the fools, or are we? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. In fact, this scene perfectly illustrated human greed and selfishness. Once they'd gotten a taste of the benefits, they thought they deserved to continue enjoying them at the same rate. If anyone raised prices, they'd label it profiteering. Sorry, but perhaps you've misunderstood something. You're not at the Lingua City auction house now. You're on my Eternal City's turf. Du Shui wore a look of mockery on his face, completely showing no respect to the crowd. As soon as he spoke, everyone was shocked. Episode 363, in V Union. The situation reverses. Du Shui's powerful comeback instantly dropped the atmosphere to freezing point. Zhang Xiang and the others, upon hearing it, immediately turned grim. They thought Du Shui, being just a non-awakened, actually dared speak in such a threatening tone. A clear act of provocation. You punk. You can't even lift a chicken, and you did. So what if this is your territory? Believe it or not, I'll kill you right here. As the leader, Zhang Xiang naturally had to take a stance. He originally assumed that after hearing his threat, Du Shui would immediately back down. However, Du Shui showed utter disdain and let out a cold snort. You're welcome to try. The moment those words dropped, everyone thought they'd misheard. Du Shui dared to say that straight to the face of a level 43 powerhouse, not only showing no fear, he even talked back. Where did that confidence come from? Du Shui's attitude was completely outside Zhang Xiang's expectations. At this point, he felt publicly humiliated. After all, he had an entire group watching from behind. So he grabbed Du Shui by the collar and snarled viciously. Think I don't dare kill you? I'll give you one last chance to live. Reduce the price of this batch of goods to match the rates at the auction house. Otherwise, in the next second, your head will roll. Zhang Xiang's grip was strong. Du Shui was struggling to breathe at this point, but still, he showed no fear. In fact, he even smiled. Then I'll give you one last. I'll count to 3. You'd better lower your head. Otherwise, the next second, your head will roll. Du Shui fired back with nearly the exact same words. This immediately made Zhang Xiang's blood boil. In all his life, he had never seen such an arrogant awakened. So, he decided to kill him to make a statement. Before setting out, Zhang Xiang had thoroughly investigated Eternal Pinnacle. Although they had upgraded to a level 2 guild, they were extremely short on manpower. On his side, he had over a dozen fighters, all of whom were fairly high level. So even if things escalated, he wasn't too worried. Besides, they were still outside the city walls. If they wanted to run, it'd be easy. What? Was the other side going to summon reinforcements from the sky? So Zhang Xiang was full of confidence. However, just as he was about to draw his weapon, a blinding red light flashed before his eyes. In the next second, his expression drastically changed, because at that moment, a red beam of light was already locked onto his forehead. Bang! A thunderous gunshot rang out from the city wall. Before Zhang Xiang could react, he collapsed instantly. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. They had no idea what had just happened. Zhang Xiang, a level 43 powerhouse, no less, had been taken down in one shot. Just how terrifying was this mysterious attacker? No one dared to imagine. Looking at Zhang Xiang lying in a pool of blood, everyone trembled uncontrollably. None of them had expected that a mere level 2 guild would have such a monstrous expert. Even if they had 1,000 times the courage, they wouldn't dare say a word now. So, are you all ready to talk properly now? Du Shui said, looking at everyone with a faint smile. Du Shui looked at everyone with a faint smile. At this moment, he felt incredibly exhilarated. As a non-awakened, his forging level wasn't particularly high either. So normally, awakened ones rarely gave him a second glance. But now, looking at this group of level 30 to 40 awakens, staring at him in fear, the feeling was simply indescribable. Of course, Du Shui knew all of this was thanks to Cheng Qianma, which made him even more eager to perform well and complete the mission perfectly, to repay the guild leader's trust in him. After a long silence, a middle-aged man in his 30s finally spoke up nervously. Everyone, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Eternal City has no obligation whatsoever to sell us such fine goods at low prices. Search your conscience and ask yourselves, was our earlier attitude really justified? Everyone fell into silence after hearing that. They all understood the logic, of course, but the sweet taste of earlier deals was too enticing, and they had indulged in the dream, unwilling to wake up. They had thought Eternal City was weak, so they tried to push their luck. Who knew? They'd hit a steel wall instead. Now all they felt was deep regret. But just then, the second wave of visitors arrived. This group was even bigger than the first, total of 32 people. They had heard gunfire from afar, so their expressions were clearly uneasy. Not long after, when they spotted Zhang Xiang on the ground, they all gasped in shock. Isn't that Zhang Xiang? He's dead. Zhang Xiang had been quite influential in this area, which was why he led the first wave. So it didn't take long for someone to recognize him. The second group of awakens looked around at the others, surprised at what they saw. Although they hadn't been present earlier, it wasn't hard to piece together what had happened here. They figured out what had just happened. Obviously, Zhang Xiang had offended someone he shouldn't have. and got instantly killed. When the second group checked the shop inventory, many of them were also dissatisfied, but they didn't dare show it. Among this group, there was a level 41 frost mage named Xiao Taizhan. He was always quick-witted. After some thought, he seemed to grasp the true intentions of Eternal. May I apply to join your guild? As the first to take the plunge, Xiao Taizhan naturally received special attention from Du Shui. Of course you can apply, but our guild leader has made it clear. To join our guild, you must be at least level 40, pass an entry test, and pay a 300 gold coin examination fee. If you agree to these terms, I'll register you right away. Not everyone present had been to the Adventurers Hall beforehand. So when they heard Du Shui's membership requirements, they all showed expressions of disbelief. To be honest, even though Eternal Pinnacle had just become a level 2 guild, these entry requirements were still outrageous. But Cheng Qianma had his reasons for setting them this way. Xiao Tieshan's mind was racing. After weighing his options, he readily pulled out 300 gold coins. No problem, I'll pay the fee. Du Shui, who had been waiting for a while, immediately smiled upon seeing someone finally willing to pay. Excellent. Please wait over there. Someone will be with you shortly. Seeing Xiao Taizhan pay so readily, everyone fell deep into thought. Soon enough, some people began to pick up on key details from his actions. Since Eternal City had so much epic gear in stock, there must be high-level craftsmen in the guild. And their guild's reserves were definitely impressive as well. At the same time, the guild's reserves were definitely substantial. If they could join Eternal Pinnacle, they'd get to enjoy half-price discounts permanently. As more people came to that realization, more and more gathered around Du Shui. Gradually, the number of awakened ones arriving at Eternal City continued to climb. After hearing the terrifying events from earlier, a kind of unspoken consensus began to form on site. Those who wanted to join the guild applied directly. Those who couldn't accept it or were already in a guild quietly left on their own. Not a single person said anything unnecessary. At that moment, Cheng Qianma stood beside Gu Qian and smiled. An envy union is always the best solution. Don't you think so? Gu Qian looked down at the bustling scene below and nodded. At the same time, his opinion of Cheng Qianma rose once again. What this guy had in his head was truly terrifying. Episode 364. The People Question. Huang Tian takes action. As night fell, the number of awakened ones who came to Eternal City surpassed 300. A staggering 168 of them applied to join. Among those who didn't apply, more than half were already in guilds and couldn't apply. If they weren't afraid that betraying their current guilds might get them killed, many of them would have applied too. The benefits Eternal City offered were just too enticing. Simply impossible to resist, even though everyone knew. A level 2 guild could only accept 100 members, meaning 70% of applicants would be eliminated. They were still willing to pay 300 gold, just for a chance to be evaluated, because if they made it, the returns would far outweigh the 300 gold investment. To ensure the city had enough force to suppress incoming applicants, Cheng Qianma divided the 168 into 6 groups. That way, each group had exactly 28 people, although everyone in the trials was over level 40. With Cheng Qianma and Gu Qian, 2 monsters, holding the line. 28 level, 40 awakens couldn't stir up any real trouble, so Cheng Qianma opened the gates and let them in. And Xiao Taizhan, being the first to register. Naturally, Xiao Taizhan was placed in the first assessment group. As he stepped into Eternal City, his expression became particularly animated, and the looks of surprise on the others' faces were no less intense than his. The city's internal layout was well thought out, with every kind of functional building fully in place, and their reactions were just as spectacular. Seeing all the major production buildings brightly lit in the distance, it was clear that Eternal City had a large number of life-type workers at work. Such a scene was absolutely unimaginable for everyone before. Normally speaking, low-level guilds have very little appeal to life-type workers, even less than combat professions, because they have no money, no facilities, no materials. It's practically a place with nothing at all. If combat professions join, at least they can hunt monsters. But for life-type workers, joining a low-level guild is like being imprisoned, facing a bare-bones base. They can't do anything. They can only waste their time, so no one would willingly live in such a place. But the current state of development in Eternal City was nothing like a newly promoted level 2 guild. The number of life-type workers under them was even greater than some level 3 or 4 guilds, especially when they saw several high-level artisans here. Everyone was instantly stunned. The guild master's connections are unbelievable. At such a low guild level, he managed to recruit so many artisans. Even several high-level masters were among them. Xiao Taizhan followed Du Shui forward, while carefully observing his surroundings. If he had any doubts or hesitation before, they had now completely disappeared. Now he only wanted to join this extremely promising guild. A few minutes later, Du Shui led the first batch of candidates to an open area. There were exactly 4 examiners here. They were the full members of the Eternal Pinnacle squad. Their professions were all different, and each had their own strengths. No matter how short-handed Cheng Qianma was, he would never recruit useless people. His recruitment standard had always been quality over quantity. So Huang Tian and the others naturally became the best examiners. Even though none of the four were above level 40, they could easily defeat any candidate here in a one-on-one match, with a 100% win rate. Unfortunately, these candidates didn't know the strength of the Eternal Pinnacle Squad. When they saw the highest level examiner was only level 38, and the lowest was just level 36, they all showed looks of dissatisfaction. A level 41 Awakener even openly questioned, "Mr. Du, since we paid the registration fee, we obviously came with sincerity. Your guild said there would be an assessment, and we accepted that. The requirement was set at level 40 and above, and none of us had an issue with it. But now you're sending people under level 40 to assess us. Don't you think that's a bit much?" As soon as he said this, almost everyone nodded slightly, agreeing. Having low-level individuals as assessors was hard for many to accept. Although Qiao Taizhan said nothing, he fully shared the same thoughts. He now really wanted to see how Du Shui would respond. But after hearing the challenge, Du Shui didn't even bother to reply. He simply looked at him as if looking at an idiot. That awakener's name was Sun Tian. Du Shui's reaction made him feel humiliated. Just as he was about to push further, Huang Tian couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, if you're so unconvinced, why don't we spar?" After days of continuous hunting, Huang Tian was about to hit level 38. Since leaving the arena last time, he hadn't fought another awakener in a while. Now itching for a fight, he stepped forward immediately. Sun Tian glanced at Huang Tian's level and sneered with disdain. "You're not even high level, yet talk so big. Fine then, if you want a match, I'll play along." Sun Tian spoke with complete ease, not taking Huang Tian seriously at all. Then under Du Shui's command, the crowd slowly stepped back to clear space. Huang Tian and Sun Tian both stepped onto the field. Very quickly, they both launched their attacks. Sun Tian's class was Storm Eye, second advancement. Storm Eye, an advanced judo class, had powerful close combat skills. What's more, his level was 4 higher than Huang Tian's, so he wasn't nervous at all. He unleashed Spiral Comet Drop. Sun Tian wanted to finish the fight quickly, so he opened with an extremely powerful skill. Huang Tian's Starfall had a very strong hitbox. It could grab the enemy and carry them into the air, and then slam them down from above. Sun Tian was quite well known in the Lingua City circle, so when people saw him open with a killer move, everyone's faces lit up with delight. After all, he was standing up for everyone. Naturally, they hoped he would win. But just as Sun Tian caught hold of Huang Tian suddenly unleashed Wave Splitter Slash. At that moment, not only did Sun Tian fail to deal damage, he even got hit by the Wave Splitter Slash. No one present was a fool. They all understood just how brilliant Huang Tian's move was. It was simply stunning. Huang Tian had used the brief invincibility of Wave Splitter Slash to evade the grab from Spiral Comet Drop, and because of the pulling effect of Wave Splitter Slash, Sun Tian's body was forcibly dragged into the air. Immediately, Huang Tian began his breathtaking performance. Launcher, Dive Attack, Aerial Combo, Mountain Crush. A series of smooth combos flowed seamlessly from his hands. Poor Sun Tian was helplessly beaten from start to finish. A few minutes later, his health was down to just 1%, and at that moment, Huang Tian suddenly stopped his attack. No one could believe Huang Tian's strength had completely shattered their expectations. Sun Tian lay on the ground, barely breathing. His horror was beyond words. How could he be this strong? And it seemed like he had been holding back on purpose. Sun Tian struggled to shift his gaze toward Huang Tian, only to find him watching with a faint smile. Clearly, his earlier guess had been correct. A wave of humiliation instantly flooded his heart. Huang Tian had intentionally left him with 1% HP. It was even worse than killing him. Stung by the intense humiliation, Sun Tian ultimately chose to end his own life. As he died, the entire place fell into dead silence. And in the distance, Cheng Qianmao witnessed the scene with a devilish smile on his face. "Don't rush. This is only the beginning of the nightmare. Let's hope you can hold out." Chapter 365. Stepping in personally. A fierce offensive. Sun Tian's strength was quite impressive, yet he was completely overwhelmed. Oh my god. Are all the people in this guild monsters? If it were just him able to fight above his level, that'd be one thing. But if all 3 others are this strong too, that's insane. We're screwed. Most of us probably won't even pass the assessment. Our registration fees just went down the drain. As Huang Tian crushed Sun Tian, every awakener present wore a look of painful realization. They couldn't comprehend how Huang Tian could possess such skill. After all, Sun Tian was not only skilled, but 4 levels above Huang Tian. Yet the fight turned out to be completely one-sided. It was utterly unexpected. It had been a long time since Huang Tian felt admired like this. With a smile, he said, "That's all. I didn't even go all out, and you're already down." But just then, a man in silver armor slowly stepped forward. He was none other than Qiuling, Cheng Qianmao's former enemy. Qiuling had also received word from Eternal City earlier to investigate those who tried to get on his good side. He decisively followed along. While Huang Tian was fighting Sun Tian, he had been watching closely. Now, both Huang Tian and Eternal City had left a strong impression on him. The mysterious president of Eternal Apex, the elusive Dragonblade wielder. No one had seen him yet. But all signs pointed to Eternal City having an incredibly powerful background. Feeling a sudden impulse, Xiaoling itched to fight. Let me test your skills myself. With that, Xiaoling stepped forward. The surrounding awakeners showed confused expressions. Since Xiaoling wasn't from around Manhwa City, he had only arrived a few days ago, so no one really knew him. But when they saw his level had reached 42, they all showed hopeful expressions. Although everyone was eager to pass the test, being toyed with by low-level examiners was still very humiliating. Even after witnessing Huang Tian's strength, Xiaoling was still willing to step up. Naturally, everyone supported him. The awkward atmosphere earlier, with Xiaoling's appearance, livened up once more. Everyone began cheering for him. However, Xiaoling simply smiled without saying anything. In truth, he didn't step up to fight for everyone's sake. He simply wanted to spar with a master. Huang Tian looked Xiaoling up and down. His expression grew serious, because from Xiaoling, he could feel a unique calm and composure. Such an aura could only belong to a true master, so he nodded, ready to fight. But just as he was about to start, a figure suddenly appeared before him. Huang Tian focused his gaze, and saw it was actually Cheng Qianmo. Old Emo, why are you here? Weren't we supposed to enjoy ourselves for a bit? Huang Tian and Cheng Qianmo were close. He never called him Guildmaster, so everyone only heard him call him Old Emo, and didn't know Cheng Qianmo's true identity. At the same time, when they saw Cheng Qianmo's level was actually lower than Huang Tian's, their expressions grew even stranger. So this guild doesn't have a single high-level member? Everyone's punching above their weight. Cheng Qianmo glanced at Xiaoling, then smiled and said, I'll be your opponent. The reason he chose to step in was not because he wanted to confirm it personally, whether Xiaoling in this life was still as strong as he was back then. The Eternal Apex team still lacked a strong tank and a healer with abundant mana, and Xiaoling just happened to be a tank class, perfect for filling the gap. However, to maintain the team's average strength, Cheng Qianmo naturally held very high standards. That's why he decided to take action himself. At that moment, Xiaoling looked at Cheng Qianmo as well, a strange expression on his face. Judging from the tone Huang Tian had just used, this guy called Old Emo was likely even stronger than him. This was getting more and more interesting. Xiaoling nodded slightly, signaling he accepted Cheng Qianmo's challenge. He came to spar, after all. The stronger the opponent, the better. The two then moved to opposite sides, assuming fighting stances. Stay focused. My attacks are relentless. As soon as Cheng Qianmo's word, he turned into a streak of light and dashed straight toward Xiaoling. Because of his speed, which was simply beyond belief, every spectator showed a look of shock. Xiaoling's eyes widened in response. Only by watching Cheng Qianmo's moves head-on could one grasp just how fast he was. The next second, his king's shield suddenly burst into a dazzling glow. It was the signature defensive skill of Radiance. Holy Light Shield. Holy Light Shield condenses the power of light into the shield, allowing it to block any attack. If the block succeeds, it reduces the damage taken by 80%. It was incredibly powerful. Cheng Qianmo, however, wasn't planning to use any flashy tricks this time. He attacked head-on, purely and directly. The reason he did this was to test Xiaoling on his judgment of defensive timing. Twin Blade Pierce, Suspended Blade, Spiral Pierce, Silent Breath. Cheng Qianmo wielded his flowing light Thousand Blade in dagger form, unleashing a series of combos to maximize his attack speed. All the skills he was using now were from the assassin class, faced with the initial attacks. Although Xiaoling was shocked by Cheng Qianmo's speed being so fast, he could still defend perfectly. But gradually, Cheng Qianmo's movements grew faster. He suddenly realized his eyes were struggling to keep up. This man's attack speed is ridiculous. Damn it. I can barely follow his movements. Xiaoling's reaction speed was already very fast, but even so, he was gradually overwhelmed. Cheng Qianmo kept attacking while smiling. To be honest, at most, he could only give Xiaoling 70 points, far from excellent. Although Xiaoling's earlier performance already surpassed most tanks, it still fell short of Cheng Qianmo's standards. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Xiaoling seized the gap in Cheng Qianmo's attack, abandoning defense, and slammed his king's shield hard onto the ground. Shield impact. A powerful shockwave spread out from the shield's center. The surrounding trees were instantly blown askew. Radiant Shield Strike. Break. He had used an aggressive change-up by abandoning defense to unleash the Dawnbringer's offensive skill, Radiant Shield Strike. The surrounding awakeners, upon seeing this scene, all spoke out at once. Because the skill Holy Shield Strike, though it has some offensive power, also comes with a small area knockdown effect, but for most Radiants, this skill is considered pretty useless. In their eyes, as a tank, you don't need to attack at all. Leave the damage dealing to the pros. However, Xiaoling's stat distribution and gear setup were unlike any other tank. Not only did he often use this skill, but he had leveled it up quite a bit too. As Cheng Qianmo saw the shockwave rushing toward him, a smile finally appeared on his face. Now that's more like it. The offensive tank I remember was never that weak. Author's note. I've seen your feedback in the comments. No need to worry. A new secret realm opens today. Chapter 366. Pressure. Taming the Ultra Tank. Xiaoling's reaction just now made Cheng Qianma's evaluation to seize an opening in his attack and respond with a swift counter. That's the essence of an offensive tank. But such a variation alone wasn't enough to harm him. Cheng Qianma's figure suddenly turned into a phantom, and in an instant, appeared 5 meters to the left. He had used an assassin's movement skill. Sidestep. This movement allowed him to perfectly evade Xiaoling's shockwave. Xiaoling narrowed his eyes. Cheng Qianma's reflexes had shocked him. Was this guy even human? Dodging with a reaction time of mere milliseconds, Xiaoling felt he had timed that move perfectly, which was why he had countered without hesitation. But to his surprise, it ended up being completely ineffective. Even so, he wasn't discouraged. Instead, he continued to chase. Holy Light combo slash. He swung his massive hammer continuously. Light burst out instantly. The Dawnbringer could infuse Holy Light power into their weapon, thereby increasing their attack speed. Normally speaking, very few tanks would add this skill, but Xiaoling was different from the rest. Since the hammer's swing, after enhancement, had an extremely wide arc, Cheng Qianma immediately transformed his flowing light thousand-blade umbrella into shield form. Clang, clang, clang. The fierce collisions between the hammer and shield rang out in rapid succession, yet the radiant chain slash not only failed to harm Cheng Qianma, but after the attack ended, Xiaoling, due to the rebound force, was knocked back 5 or 6 meters. Everyone who saw this astonishing scene was left completely stunned, because Cheng Qianma had just executed perfect blocks in succession, completely neutralizing Xiaoling's offensive, since Xiaoling himself was a heavy tank, and his armor weighed a lot. So, even with Cheng Qianma's perfect blocks, he couldn't send him flying. At most, he could only force him to retreat. However, at this moment, Xiaoling felt his insides churning. His shock surpassed everyone else present. This man's grasp of defensive timing actually exceeded my own. As a tank profession, Xiaoling's ability to time his defenses was definitely his trademark skill. However, the man in front of him, a free agent 6 levels lower, had completely outshined him. How could Xiaoling not be shocked by this? Could he be the guild master of Eternal Pinnacle? At this moment, a bold guess emerged in Xiaoling's mind, whether it was Huang Tian's earlier attitude or Cheng Qianma's string of astonishing techniques. All of it pointed to one thing. He was the master of this eternal city. This man had first stepped in to help me. Now he's testing me personally too. Just what is he planning? The more Xiaoling fought, the more shaken and curious he became. Cheng Qianma saw the confusion on Xiaoling's face and smiled lightly. Use your trump card. If you can push me back 6 meters, I'll consider you qualified. Everyone was baffled after hearing that. They had no idea what Cheng Qianma meant. But in Xiaoling's heart, a storm was raging. How does he know I still have a hidden move? Though he couldn't figure it out, Xiaoling still decided to go all out. Not for anyone else, but to prove himself. Watch closely. Holy Light Phantom Ring. In an instant, Xiaoling merged his hammer in his left hand, with the shield in his right. A massive golden phantom suddenly appeared. That phantom was in the shape of a spear. Then the golden spear shot toward Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma smiled faintly and didn't dodge. He chose to take it head on. Let's see what kind of power your strike holds. As he spoke, he raised the umbrella in shield form, the Flowlight Thousand-Blade umbrella, before his chest. Asterisk bang. A thunderous boom echoed. The blinding light momentarily blinded everyone on the scene. The sheer force of that strike, judging from the impact alone, was terrifying. Everyone's opinion of Xiaoling soared instantly. A tank with such capabilities was truly one in a million. Moments later, everyone's vision finally recovered, and they saw Cheng Qianma had actually been pushed back several meters. Not bad. Congratulations, you've passed. Come with me. Through a series of guided provocations, Cheng Qianma finally got Xiaoling to reveal his full power. That strike just now had pushed him back a full 7 meters. Xiaoling's strength had far exceeded his expectations, and so he finally extended the olive branch. However, Xiaoling didn't look excited at all. Instead, his expression seemed a bit dejected. His all-out killer move, after hitting Cheng Qianma, not only failed to deal massive damage, it only pushed him back a few meters. This was something unimaginable before. In Xiaoling's eyes, Cheng Qianma's strength had reached an unfathomable level. He was supposed to be a top player in his profession, but today he was utterly crushed. Before coming to the Dark Forest, Xiaoling still carried some pride and arrogance, but now, it had completely vanished. After hearing Cheng Qianma's words, Xiaoling numbly nodded, and then followed along. Before leaving, Cheng Qianma glanced at Huang Tian and the others, signaling them to continue the assessment. Over 10 minutes later, Cheng Qianma led Xiaoling to a secluded place. I know you have a lot of questions. Feel free to ask anything you want. Cheng Qianma stared meaningfully at Xiaoling, with a faint smile on his face. Xiaoling listened, his expression complicated, and asked, the mysterious seller at the auction house before, was that you? Cheng Qianma nodded slightly, openly admitting his identity. After receiving confirmation, Xiaoling let out a sigh. Sigh? My skills are inferior. I concede defeat. Seeing Qiuling's dejected look, Cheng Qianma chuckled. Such a minor setback has left you in this sorry state. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to be like Huang Tian and the others, and have the power to fight above your level? Hearing this, the dull light in Qiuling's eyes suddenly sparkled once more. You mean to say, they all became this strong because of your training? Seeing Qiuling's growing interest, Cheng Qianma nodded again. He thought to himself, the big fish has finally taken the bait. Qiuling was no fool. On the contrary, he's very smart. Just being able to guess Cheng Qianma's identity in advance already made him better than anyone else here. Cheng Qianma had completely won him over. With sheer strength, I'm willing to join Eternal Apex. Having made up his mind, Qiuling responded firmly. Cheng Qianma patted his shoulder and extended his right hand. Welcome to Eternal Apex. From now on, you're our main tank. When Qiuling heard the words, main tank, a smile finally appeared on his face. It meant Cheng Qianma held him in very high regard, and that following him promised great potential. The two firmly shook hands. And with that, Eternal Apex welcomed another great warrior into its core team. After recruiting a powerful tank, Cheng Qianma pulled out an old sealed letter from his pocket. It's time to go to that place. Chapter 367. Lineup changes. Razor Highlands. 5 days had passed since the last assessment. Now, Cheng Qianma led the Eternal Apex squad into a thorny jungle. This was the very place where he and Huang Tian first teamed up. Today's mission, clear Razor Highlands with the team and complete the hidden quest. Eternal City was currently guarded by Gu Qian, so there was nothing to worry about. At this moment, Huang Tian looked around at the familiar surroundings and couldn't help but feel emotional. Time really flies. I can't believe we're back here again. The last time they came to Razor Marsh, he was just around level 28, and Cheng Qianma was only level 20. But now, not only had their strength grown tremendously, they'd also gained 3 new teammates. This transformation was nothing short of drastic. The team Cheng Qianma brought today was different from before. Qiuling, as the main tank, joined the core team's operation for the first time. Meanwhile, Li Minghe was not in the squad. He had been sent by Cheng Qianma to upgrade his assassin rank. Cheng Qianma did this for 2 main reasons. First, today's dungeon was Razor Highlands. In this dungeon, having a tank made a big difference. At the same time, he wanted Qiuling to get involved early to improve his coordination with the team. After all, the tank role is extremely important for a mature team. Second, Li Minghe's assassin rank had been a bit low. Now that his level had improved, he naturally needed to get a higher level identity token. Only this way could he maintain proper concealment. The stealth effect of an assassin identity is extremely critical for an assassin. Therefore, for these reasons, Cheng Qianma adjusted the team composition. Razor Highlands was a complex thorn maze. Its geographical location was in the northwest of Razor Marsh. It was inhabited by many elite boar men. Compared to Razor Marsh, the boar men of Razor Highlands were not only much stronger, but also far more intelligent. According to the secret report from Razor Marsh, the boar men of Razor Highlands had been seduced by the Scourge. The two sides had joined forces, forming a filthy alliance. Now Razor Highlands was completely controlled by the Lich King of Frost, Imona, and the elite boar men had become his lackeys. Razor Highlands might only be a level 40 regional dungeon, but as a fixed level dungeon, it was very different from flexible dungeons before. It could be said bluntly that from this dungeon onward, the fixed open-world dungeons entered a whole new stage. Both the HP and attack power of monsters in the dungeon had taken a qualitative leap compared to before. This was also why Cheng Qianma had delayed for so long. That's why I brought everyone here for this challenge. From now on, solo clearing secret realms will be rare. Almost everything will require teams. In fact, once you reach high-level dungeons, team size requirements go up too. No longer limited to 5 people. This mission won't be easy, so everyone must stay alert and cautious. Let's aim to set a new record for Razor Highlands. Although Cheng Qianma was confident in breaking the dungeon record, he still poured some cold water on them to create the right amount of pressure. Wei Xing lazily replied, "With me here, setting a record will be a piece of cake." Huang Tian mocked him in return. "You? Go look in a puddle or something. See what kind of clown you really are." These two clowns hadn't even started fighting, and were already bickering. It was Qiuling's first time joining a group mission today, and he stared at the two of them with a face full of dark lines. Huang Tian's behavior right now was nothing like the composed expert he seemed before. Seeing Qiuling's expression, Lin Ruoshi chuckled and said, "You'll get used to it eventually. They're both total narcissists." Qiuling was learning a lot today. He nodded thoughtfully. Then Cheng Qianma led the group into the tunnel of Razor Highlands. Soon, a wide open space appeared before them. There were many players looking for teams here, and the area was bustling with shouting voices. When Cheng Qianma's team appeared, everyone took notice of this odd-looking squad. After seeing the Eternal Apex squad's level, whispers started spreading around. Their average level isn't even 40. And they dare to take on Razor Highlands. Are they insane? I've seen so many Death Wish teams these past few days, and here comes another one. Plenty of people got destroyed in there already. They'll find out soon just how terrifying Razor Highlands really is. Usually, teams that want to clear Razor Highlands need an average level of at least 42. To be safe, 44 or higher is better. With Eternal Apex's current average level, in everyone's eyes, it was practically impossible for them to clear Razor Highlands. However, Chung Qianma and the others were long used to being underestimated, so no one said a word, and they stepped straight into the dungeon portal. But this cold attitude made the surrounding awakeners. They were all waiting to watch the show. Soon, a flash of white light appeared, and the 5-person team entered Razor Highlands. Razor Highlands was generally a ring-shaped structure. As soon as Chung Qianmo and the others entered, after passing through a winding corridor, they saw 2 forks in the road. The right path required a long detour to reach the final boss's location. No matter which way they went, they would end up at the top of Razor Highlands. Chung Qianmo, to give Qiuling more time to get used to the team, planned to clear all the bosses along the way. So she decided to tackle the easier side first, and attack from the left. Qiuling, start the pull from the left. I'll focus mainly on control. Huang Tian, Ruashi, Lao Wei, the 3 of you go all out on damage. As an excellent leader, Chung Qianma, based on the team's composition, made precise tactical arrangements. Now with Qiuling, she finally didn't have to do everything herself anymore. Before, she always had to, both tank and deal damage at the same time. Now things were much easier. To be honest, even though Qiuling had the highest level now, she was still a little nervous. After all, it was her first time teaming up with everyone. She was afraid she might drag them down. Chung Qianma seemed to notice Qiuling's worries. She patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't stress yourself, just follow the normal rhythm. Trust yourself." Qiuling nodded and charged forward down the left path. However, at that moment, Chung Qianma suddenly realized she had forgotten something. But honest Qiuling had already charged ahead. Hurry up and follow her, or Qiuling might die. It was everyone's first time running Razor Highlands, so they had no idea how dangerous this place really is. They were still thinking with their old logic, thinking they could just group pull and AoE everything down. They hadn't yet realized how serious the situation was. But before long, when they followed Qiuling forward, everyone's faces filled with shock. Qiuling had only pulled 8 withered boarmen, and his health was already dropping at an alarming rate. This terrifying scene caught everyone completely off guard. What the hell? The mobs here are absurdly strong, Qiuling shouted. Chapter 368. A harsh lesson. Is this guy cheating? What Chung Qianma had forgotten to mention earlier was to tell everyone, starting from Razor Highlands onward, the difficulty of all open-world fixed-level dungeons would spike drastically. Qiuling didn't know this, so he approached the dungeon like any other he'd run before. From his perspective, as a tank that tough, pulling 7 or 8 mobs should have been no big deal. However, when he saw his HP dropping like a rock, he finally panicked. Hold the aggro. I'll take control. Chung Qianma suddenly dashed forward, shouting while drawing his Flowlight Thousand Blade umbrella. Mountain Crushing Rooster. Faced with a mob of scattered enemies, a movement-based crowd control skill was the best option. So Chung Qianma used Mountain Crushing Rooster. Though its damage wasn't high, it let him quickly close the gap and knock down all enemies within 5 meters. Eternal Apex still didn't have a healer, so the only way to recover HP was to eat after the fight. There was no healing during combat. As a result, Qiuling was now in an extremely dangerous state. He could fall at any moment. No doubt about it. This was definitely Eternal Apex's weak point. Fortunately, with one less healer, they could have an extra damage dealer. With good tactical planning, it wasn't too big of a problem. Chung Qianma leapt and slammed down on the ground. All the withered boarmen around Qiuling collapsed. At that moment, Huang Tian, Lin Ruashi, and Wei Sheng all launched their attacks. Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi were melee classes, so they charged straight in, blades and swords flashing endlessly for a while. Meanwhile, Wei Sheng at the back was chanting an area attack spell. Not long after, a dark cloud formed above Qiuling and the others, and a torrent of black rain poured down, corrosive as it fell. Whoa! The 8 fallen withered boarmen all began losing HP, and were afflicted with a corrosion debuff. Only then did Qiuling finally breathe a sigh of relief. She had just thought she was about to die. That would have been so embarrassing. Thankfully, Chung Qianma reacted fast, and saved her life, as all kinds of skills rained down on the withered boarmen. The team finally noticed a problem. Damn, these elite mobs might only be level 40, but their HP is insanely thick. Huang Tian complained while fighting. These withered boarmen were ridiculously tough, extremely hard to kill. 2 minutes later, they finally wiped out all the mobs. Everyone still felt a lingering fear. That was my fault just now. I forgot to explain the important points. Now you should understand how Razor Highlands is different from previous dungeons. Hearing this, Huang Tian rolled his eyes at Chung Qianma and said, "Old Mo, this isn't like you. Such critical information, and you forgot. Have you gotten a bit rusty from not running dungeons for a while?" Surprisingly, Chung Qianma didn't retort. She admitted her oversight. But then Qiuling stepped forward to take responsibility. "Sorry. I was just too nervous. That's why I rushed ahead too quickly. I'll adjust my mindset going forward." I won't drag everyone down again. Huang Tian, who was ready to taunt him more, was caught off guard by Qiu Ling's sincere apology, and ended up feeling a little awkward. It's okay. Totally understandable. After all, not everyone is as reliable as this old master here. The shameless Wei Sheng patted Qiu Ling's shoulder at that moment, putting on the airs of a wise elder. But the next second, his butt was met with a heavy slap from Cheng Qianma. Cut the crap. Qiu Ling's level is higher than yours. Wei Sheng rubbed his backside and yelped in pain. That little joke helped lighten the previously tense mood. In the following battles, the team gradually found their rhythm again. Qiu Ling, using his judgment and instincts, quickly calculated the max number of mobs he could safely pull. The others followed behind, attacking relentlessly. Though two new enemy types appeared along the way, one that could summon porcupines, and one that could cast a death goo shield to raise they still couldn't stop Cheng Qianma's group from progressing. To be able to, in such a short time, analyze the enemy's damage output and determine his own aggro threshold, Qiu Ling was definitely born to be a tank. Cheng Qianma observed him throughout the path and noticed how fast he was improving, causing a satisfied smile to appear on his face. Over 10 minutes later, they finally reached a cavern. To the right side of it, 3 elite packs of withered reavers were waiting. Each group had 5 enemies, with an average HP of 15,000. That health alone was enough to show just how much the difficulty had increased. Starting from Razor Highlands onward, the difficulty of fixed outdoor dungeons has increased dramatically. 15,000 HP. That's already close to the level of bosses around level 30-something. And there were as many as 15 of them here. That was pretty terrifying. At the same time, right across from these withered raiders, there was a huge bronze gong. Its purpose unknown. Huang Tian looked at the gong and asked curiously, "What is this thing for?" It was everyone's first time in Razor Highlands, so no one knew the story behind the gong. In fact, in the past, many curious players couldn't resist hitting the gong and ended up wiping their whole party. Later, we'll clear the 3 packs of mobs. Whatever you do, don't hit the gong by accident. Cheng Qianma didn't explain the gong's function. She just gave a warning. No one here was an idiot. Since Cheng Qianma said so, randomly striking the gong must be dangerous. Qiu Ling, the mobs here are packed together. The number already exceeds your damage tolerance. If you try to tank them alone, you'll most likely get one shot. So I'll handle the tanking later. You and the others, just follow my commands, and go all out on damage when I say so. Qiu Ling nodded in response. With 3 elite packs and 15 enemies, having her tank alone would definitely be suicide. But she didn't know how Cheng Qianma planned to handle it, since even she couldn't tank them alone. After all, Qiu Ling had only fought Cheng Qianma once, and didn't know all her incredible tricks, so her worried expression at the moment was understandable. Lin Ruoshi seemed to notice Qiu Ling's concern, and proudly said, "Don't worry. She's amazing." In Lin Ruoshi's eyes, Cheng Qianma was an all-powerful goddess. Even in the toughest situations, she could handle all of them with ease. Hearing that, Qiu Ling finally relaxed a little. Very soon, Cheng Qianma switched her Flowlight Thousand-Blade umbrella into spear form. Then she charged forward. Multi-thrust. Cheng Qianma used multi-thrust on the nearest withered boarman. In an instant, the other 14 mobs closed in, but in the next second, all of them were knocked to the ground, because Cheng Qianma's rapid attacks with multi-thrust successfully triggered her sweeping passive. At level 6, the sweeping passive has a 35% chance to knock down all enemies within a 6-meter radius. Perfectly timed for this situation. Qiu Ling looked at the scene before him, a bit puzzled. Knockdown offers brief control, sure, just a second per mob. But what would Cheng Qianma do next? Against their impending storm of attacks? Taking advantage of their downtime, Cheng Qianma kept pressing the assault. With nearly a 40% attack speed boost, she landed a Dam Breaker slash in just 1 second. Dam Breaker is a sweeping strike that damages all enemies within 5 meters. With 15 withered reavers around her, Cheng Qianma instantly maxed out her 12-slot Dark Rune counter with just 1 hit. That's right. 12 runes in 1 strike. That 12 rune limit was a unique perk. No other spellblade could achieve it. Seeing this, Qiu Ling's eyes lit up. He might not have known much about battle mage skills, but he did know that runes were hard to build, and yet Cheng Qianma did it in just 1 second. It was absolutely unbelievable. Was she hacking? Third 69 card, Ultra Lifesteal. It was absolutely unbelievable. Was she hacking or something? The third 69 card, Ultra Lifesteal, a walking strategy guide. There was a reason Cheng Qianma used Dam Breaker. It wasn't random. On one hand, it allowed her to quickly build group aggro. On the other, it prepared her for an explosive follow-up. Start attacking. Just as the mobs were about to get up, Cheng Qianma shouted. Everyone had been waiting. And now they all charged in. Old Mo, you got this or not? Don't let me OT, okay? OT short for overtunt, means a non-tank player generates more aggro than the tank, and ends up getting hit instead. Huang Tian mocked while attacking. After all, Cheng Qianma wasn't a pro tank, and was more or less being forced into the role right now. So Huang Tian's concern about aggro was completely justified. You think you can OT? I'll reward you with a gold bar, kid. Cut the crap. Just keep attacking. While Chung Qianma continued managing aggro, she fired back without missing a beat. Hearing there was a reward, Huang Tian immediately got fired up. His attack speed ramped up again. Xiao Ling was also attacking, but had a puzzled expression. After careful observation, he noticed that even though Chung Qianma's HP was swinging wildly like a roller coaster, she was somehow regenerating health at regular intervals. This left him stunned. Soon after, the others noticed it too. No way. Oldemo, do you have lifesteal? Seeing how fast Xiao Mo's HP recovered, he immediately caught on. When the others heard the word lifesteal, their expressions shifted. Lifesteal was one of the most powerful effects on the entire Apocalypse continent. Extremely rare. Only a few special classes had access to skills with it. After closely watching Chung Qianma's attack skills, they finally understood. It turned out that while Chung Qianma was pulling and attacking mobs, the tip of her battle spear would flash red periodically. A swarm of tiny bat-shaped shadows would then attach themselves to the enemies, causing Chung Qianma's HP to suddenly recover by a huge chunk. It was the blood sigil dance of a blood mage. After all, blood mages also use battle spears. So Lin Ruashi, herself a battle mage who used a red spear, was the first to notice what was going on. Chung Qianma nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, it's blood sigil dance. As long as the lifesteal effect is triggered, I can restore 15% of my..." Everyone, upon hearing that, gasped in shock. They all know just how ridiculously powerful Chung Qianma's attacks are. If we calculate it based on 15% lifesteal, this number is a bit outrageous. Until now, Xiao Lin finally understood why Chung Qianma dared to take on 15 withered raiders alone. With her lifesteal abilities, she could indeed ensure her own survival. Of course, all of this still relies on having overwhelming attack power, even if an actual blood mage came to tank. Most likely, the blood absorbed wouldn't cover the health lost. They wouldn't be able to play the tank role at all. Chung Qianma held aggro very steadily. Despite everyone attacking for a while, there were no signs of pulling threat. This left Huang Tian a bit frustrated. He cursed that Chung Qianma was inhuman. A few minutes later, when the mob's HP dropped to about 20, Chung Qianma suddenly unleashed enchanted suppression. In an instant, 12 dark attribute runes exploded simultaneously, dealing massive small-scale AoE damage to the 15 withered raiders in front of her. Boom! With a loud bang, this group of mobs was instantly wiped out. Everyone, recover your status quickly. We're about to face the first boss. After speaking, Chung Qianma sat down on the spot. She took out some recovery food. Although the others hadn't lost much HP, their mana was nearly depleted, so they also started restoring their mana. I've got 8 bottles of epic-grade antidote. Each of you take 2 bottles. If you get hit with a debuff later, drink it immediately. Once everyone had recovered, Chung Qianma distributed the epic antidotes. She had taken these in advance from the guild warehouse before they set off. After establishing the guild, getting supplies like these had become extremely convenient. Nowadays, in Eternal City, supplies were piled up like mountains. They were an invisible, yet significant support for all guild members. Everyone accepted the epic antidotes and nodded. They kept Chung Qianma's instructions in mind. Old Wei, you're the only ranged attacker. Later, you'll be the one to pull the boss. Xiao Lin, protect Old Wei. When boss number 1 appears, a second wave of mobs will also spawn. These mobs will target the Gong Striker, so you need to be fast. Otherwise, Old Wei might get one shot. Huang Tian, Ruashi, focus on clearing the mobs. I'll take over the boss from Xiaoling for now. Once you've cleared the mobs, we'll switch. After some thought, Chung Qianma gave out the battle orders for the boss fight. From this, it's clear. Having a dedicated tank in this dungeon is crucial. The mobs appear suddenly from the ground, while boss number 1 emerges from the other end of the cave. The distance between the two is nearly 100 meters. Without a tank, even Chung Qianma would struggle to handle the situation alone. That's why he called Xiaoling over. Can't someone else strike the gong? I don't want to die here. Why not let Xiaoling do it? When Weisheng heard that the mobs would immediately target the Gong Striker, he felt a chill down his spine. As the only magic user in the team, his defense was the weakest. If he got mobbed by high-level enemies, he wouldn't last even 3 seconds. There's a special mechanic here. If a tank starts the encounter, the mob's aggro will become randomized. That would make the battlefield even more chaotic. You won't get hit. You've always had bad luck, after all. Weisheng was stunned when he heard that. There's a mechanic that weird? And how do you even know about it? Although he was confused, Weisheng didn't ask. Chung Qianma just had too many secrets. If he tried to explain everything, they'd be talking for a full day and night. With this human strategy expert around, failure was nearly impossible, so he just stopped thinking altogether. In reality, many teams, when facing this situation, when facing the first boss in Razor Heights, everyone would usually wipe because of this gong. When to strike it, and who strikes it, all of it matters. Chung Qianma's strategy was clearly the best solution for now. Let's begin. Chung Qianma silently walked to the far end of the group. Weisheng took a deep breath and said to Xiao Lin, brother, I'm counting on you with my life. Be quick with your reactions later. Xiaolin nodded seriously, showing he would stay fully focused. I'm going all in. Dong. Wei Sheng struck the gong hard. A loud echo rang out instantly. At that moment, the entire cave began to shake violently. Dust from the ceiling kept falling to the ground. At the same time, from the passage at the other end of the cave, came a piercing noise, as if a massive creature was rapidly approaching. The next second, cracks appeared around the gong. 6 wooden nest weavers crawled out from the fissures. Wei Sheng looked at these 6 strange creatures, each about 2 meters tall, and shaped like ants, and felt chills. These things have 25,000 HP? That's just insane. Not long after, an even larger ant-like creature emerged from the passage. When the group saw its details, they all showed shocked expressions. First boss, King of the Wooden Nest, Tatakash has finally appeared. Chapter 370. Flawless Coordination. Terrifying Damage Output. Tutkash, King of the Wooden Hollow. Level 43 Elite Weaver. HP, 150,000. Everyone stared at Tutkash's gigantic fight in astonishment. It's no exaggeration to say, this boss's size was the largest they had ever seen among all bosses so far, and its sheer presence was overwhelming. It was on a completely different level from any boss before. 150,000 HP, that's way too much to deal with. Huang Tian was the first to comment. The others nodded in agreement. Focus on clearing the mobs. Don't get distracted, Cheng Qianma said while tanking Tutkash, giving orders as he fought. Tutkash certainly gave off a heavy sense of pressure, but no one could afford to hesitate here. 6 wooden weavers emerged from the ground and immediately charged at Wei Sheng. Fortunately, Xiaoling reacted in time and unleashed Divine Light Impact. Divine Light Impact, a skill where the user strikes the ground with their weapon, creating shockwaves of divine light. When it hits successfully, the user gains the Angelic Light status and forcibly taunts the target, drawing their aggro to themselves. Angelic Light increases defense by 40% for 15 seconds. Divine Light Impact has a built-in force taunt effect, so when the 6 wooden weavers were hit, they immediately turned and attacked Xiaoling instead. He then began applying debuffs to the cave weavers one by one. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Lin Ruashi saw an opening and attacked from the left and right flanks. For a moment, the wooden nest weaver's limbs were flying everywhere. Blood was gushing out, but just then, more cracks appeared on the ground, this time as many as 8. Xiaolin kept it going. The second wave is here. The others unleashed their ultimates and quickly took them down. Even though Cheng Qianmo was locking horns with Tatakash head-on, she still kept an eye on Xiaolin's side. The hardest part of this boss fight was right now. As long as they could clear these 2 waves of mobs, victory would be halfway secured. Though Xiaolin was now tankering 6 half-health wooden nest weavers and struggling a bit, he knew well that if he didn't block the second wave of mobs, Wei Sheng would be instantly killed. So he gritted his teeth and activated the Dawnbringer's ultimate skill, Radiant Flash Technique. In an instant, a brilliant light flared. His warhammer and shield merged into one, transforming into a golden spear. This move, previously, had little effect on Cheng Qianmo, but that didn't mean it would be ineffective against these wooden nest weavers. On the contrary, wooden nest weavers were undead creatures, and holy light skills deal 100% extra damage to them. The golden spear pierced through the second wave of mobs, instantly drawing all the aggro. But at the same time, Xiaolin fell into a desperate situation to prevent his teammates from dying. As the tank, he could only sacrifice himself for the team. As soon as the second wave of mobs reached Xiaoling, it wouldn't be long before he died. Just when things looked dire, Huang Tian shouted out, "Daiwa, I'm coming to save you." Fierce Dragon Void Slash. His figure began to blur and fade as a massive dragon head appeared behind him. Immediately after, he dashed past Xiaoling at lightning speed, rushing straight toward the second wave of mobs. He repeated this twice, and on the third pass, all the mobs were launched into the air. At the same time, their HP began dropping rapidly. Fierce Dragon Void Slash, a semi-ultimate move of the Sword Soul class. It has a long cooldown, but delivers terrifying damage, and on the final hit, applies an AoE launch effect. It's incredibly useful. Huang Tian didn't use it earlier, because the launch effect was perfect for saving Xiaoling's life. But Lin Ruashi wasn't going to fall behind. She had already gathered 7 non-elemental sigils. Golden Dragon Flame Moon. Activate. Golden Dragon Flame Moon. The second-tier ultimate of the Enclave Mage class summons a Golden Dragon to gather all enemies in front at the tip of the Flame Moon blade. The dragon sigils surrounding the blade then explode, dealing massive damage to nearby enemies. If the caster's strength is high, the Flame Moon blade and dragon sigils deal physical damage. If intelligence is higher, then the Flame Moon blade becomes magical damage. It can even knock back bosses and ungrabbable enemies. Lin Ruashi's Divine Light Spear suddenly extended exponentially, transforming into the Flame Moon blade. A golden dragon burst forth from its tip. At the same time, the non-elemental sigils behind her, it also turned into golden dragon runes. Dragon runes don't change the rune's attribute, but they quadruple the explosion damage. That's why Huanglong Flame Moon's attack power is insanely high. This Golden Dragon's Radiant Battle Spear was crafted by Chung Qianma when she was testing the Source of Life. Since it suited battle mages, she gifted it to Lin Ruashi. Lin Ruashi, seeing its super cool appearance and incredible attribute boosts, naturally loved it dearly. Before using Huanglong Flame Moon, she was positioned at the far right of all the mobs, so this Golden Dragon could pierce through all the airborne mobs. As soon as the Golden Dragon touched the first Grave Weaver, a red streak of light suddenly appeared on Lin Ruashi. It was the spear's special effect, Power Boost. Her strength attribute was temporarily increased by as much as 30 points, and it would last for 15 seconds. This further enhanced Huanglong Flame Moon's damage. The Golden Dragon gathered all the airborne mobs, like stringing together candied hawthorn skewers, pushing them all together. Then, a dazzling light swept across the battlefield. 7 dragon runes exploded at once. A series of stunning numbers popped up. Minus 5,735 normal attack. Minus 11,470 normal critical hit. Minus 5,741 normal attack. Minus 5,739 normal attack. If it weren't for Lin Ruashi's currently low level and the nearly 15% suppression penalty, this damage would have been even more terrifying. With this move Huanglong Flame Moon, plus Huang Tian's earlier Fierce Dragon Slash, they instantly wiped out 8 Grave Weavers. The remaining 4 mobs' HP was also below 10%. Meanwhile, the remaining struggling Grave Weavers all had a full row of abnormal debuffs on them. Naturally, this was Wei Sheng's handiwork. Soon, they were tortured to death by the abnormal damage. Qiuling watched the scene before her, waves of shock crashing in her heart. It was her first time witnessing the others' flawless teamwork and terrifying firepower. First, Huang Tian grasped the critical moment and saved her from danger, instantly controlling all the mobs. Then Lin Ruashi found the perfect angle and unleashed her full power, dealing massive damage with a single yellow dragon flame moon. Meanwhile, Wei Sheng wasn't idle either. He kept applying abnormal status effects to further expand their advantage. Such seamless teamwork could only be described as brilliant. Although her level was high, Qiuling realized her teamwork still needed work. Looks like I need to work harder from now on. Qiuling had always been competitive, so after witnessing everyone's superb cooperation, her fighting spirit was reignited. As an offensive-type tank, she didn't want to be just a meat shield. She wanted to prove her strength too. In truth, she underestimated her own importance. If not for her earlier ultimate, Wei Sheng might have been killed instantly, and the rest of the team play wouldn't have happened. And if she weren't an offensive-type tank, she wouldn't have been able to hold aggro over Huang Tian and the others. These subtle factors she simply hadn't realized yet. Right after all the Tomb Weavers were slain, the Tomb King Tutkash suddenly let out an earth-shaking roar. Immediately after, her upper body erupted with countless holes, and green slime spewed out violently, hitting everyone in an instant. When the team saw the debuffs on their bodies, their expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 371. You guys handle the escort. I'll take it on solo. Virulent Poison deals 300 points of nature damage every 2 seconds, lasts for 20 seconds, and stacks infinitely. Wei Sheng looked at the green goo on himself and cursed, "What the hell? Damn it. This debuff damage is way stronger than any of my skills. 300 damage per tick, and it stacks. What kind of broken thing is this?" As a debuff specialist, Wei Sheng relied on abnormal status effects to make a living, but her own skills looked like child's play compared to this Virulent Poison. Even just a single stack of Virulent Poison, if it ticks fully over 20 seconds, that's 3,000 damage. Right now, except for Qiu Lin as the tank, with over 9,000 HP, everyone else barely had around 5,000 HP. So, the damage from Virulent Poison was just terrifying. Hurry up and drink the epic grade antidote old Mo gave us. Only now did Huang Tian realize just how precious this bottle of potion was. Without it, the upcoming battle would be unimaginably tough. After everyone drank the epic grade antidote, they immediately charged at the King of the Grave, Tutkash. Hold on for 3 more seconds. My Radiant Shock is almost off cooldown. But just as Qiu Lin was getting ready to pick up the boss, the King of the Grave, Tutkash, suddenly spewed out countless threads. This was the King of the Grave, Tutkash's second malicious skill. These threads target everyone except the current aggro holder, rooting them in place for 6 seconds. Currently, the tank was still Chung Qianma, so everyone except him was hit by the effect. Qiuling and the others, though only less than 5 meters from Chung Qianma, were completely immobilized. Now only Wei Sheng could continue attacking the boss from range. The other 3 could only stand and watch. Just as everyone was getting ready to patiently wait out the immobilization effect, Tutkash, the Tomb King, suddenly twitched her neck. Then, everyone was afflicted with yet another debuff. Tutkash's curse reduces the attack speed of all enemies within 50 meters by 20% and increases cast time by 15%. Lasts for 15 minutes. Damn. This cursed skill lasts for 15 whole minutes. Huang Tian looked at the debuff on his body and cried out loud. But just then, A white light suddenly radiated from Chung Qianma's body. A wave of refreshing energy swept over him. Then the death and Tutkash's curse vanished completely from him. It was the passive effect of purification power activating. Don't worry, he said. I'll pull the boss over, while handling Tutkash's attacks. Chung Qianma carefully backed away. Very quickly, he arrived beside Xiaoling. I'll count down from 3. You get ready to take aggro. Xiaoling didn't know what Chung Qianma was planning, but she nodded anyway. 3 seconds later, Chung Qianma activated ghost form, instantly severing all his aggro. Immediately after, Xiaoling unleashed Holy Light Impact, and successfully took Tutkash's aggro. Chung Qianma had been tanking Tutkash for at least 3 minutes. If it weren't for his lifesteal passive, he probably would have been done for by now. Now that Xiaoling had taken over aggro, he could finally catch his breath. This boss only has 3 skills in total. You've all seen them just now. Its combat timeline seems to repeat every 2 minutes. Based on Xiaolin's current HP, we've got at most 3 minutes left. Everyone go all out. Chung Qianma quickly assessed the situation and made a prompt decision. After hearing this, everyone stopped holding back and threw all their skills at Tutkash. For a moment, blades and lights flashed wildly as time ticked by second. After enduring they drank the epic antidote once more. At exactly 2 minutes and 48 seconds, Tutkash finally fell with a loud crash. Xiaolin's HP had dropped to below 10%. Chung Qianma's calculation had been spot on. After successfully taking down Tutkash, everyone was drenched in sweat, still shaken. Especially Xiaolin, who now looked utterly exhausted and completely worn out. Is this what the new domain feels like? It's terrifying. As the tank, he definitely bore the most pressure. He had to manage his skills wisely to stay alive, while to keep his teammates from pulling threat. Multitasking like that naturally wore him out. Old Mo. If the first boss is like this, won't the next ones be even worse? Huang Tian panted as he sat on the ground, asking the question from his soul. After hearing him, everyone turned their eyes to Chung Qianma. It did make sense, especially the final boss, Amonr the Ice King. He's terrifying. However, is this enough to scare you? Chung Qianma's signature reality check was performed flawlessly. All along, he had been putting pressure on the team to push them to their limits, and he continued to do so now. In truth, he had been holding back this entire time, never going all out. If everyone knew the truth, they'd probably tear him apart. Bullshit. How could an old man like me be scared? That amonal, or whatever, not even worth mentioning. Exactly, with a genius sword soul like me here, who cares about amonal? Clearly, provoking Huang Tian and Wei Sheng was always the most effective strategy. With their prideful personalities, they were the easiest to ignite into action. Maybe that's the upside of being a little thick-headed. After her time training in the arena, Lin Ruashi had also grown much tougher. She bit her lip and said, I'm not afraid at all. I'll do my best again later. Chung Qianma gently patted Lin Ruashi's head and smiled. She had shown the most growth during this time. As long as she kept that unyielding spirit, Lin Ruashi was sure to reach the peak of the battle mage path someday. However, only Xiaoling remained silent at that moment. She was clearly under a lot of pressure. Chung Qianma noticed her worry at a glance, so he patted her shoulder and said, You did great just now. Without you, we wouldn't have made it this far. Right now, you're just feeling off emotionally. You're overthinking it. No need to panic. Even if the sky falls, I'll hold it up for you. Just go all out. Looking into Chung Qianma's sincere gaze, Xiaoling's fighting spirit was reignited. She had been overly worried and hesitant. Now that Chung Qianma had reminded her, her energy and drive came back. After everyone got back into shape, they continued moving forward. Although there were still quite a few mobs along the way, everyone's coordination had improved significantly. They barely ran into any trouble. After a turn and an uphill path, they came across a suspension bridge, and to the left of the bridge stood a small prison. This was the reason. This area was called the prison zone. Chung Qianma led the group to the front of the prison. Various creatures of different races were imprisoned here. Trolls, ogres, goblins, and more. At the very end of the prison, a human stood out conspicuously. Hero, please save me. A man in a red mage robe pleaded desperately upon seeing Chung Qianma. Lin Ruashi, kind-hearted as always, saw the man covered in wounds, and spoke up. Let's save him. Chung Qianma glanced at the group, then pointed back at the path they came from. This is an escort quest. You four will handle it later. As for the second boss, I'll solo it. Hearing this, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Chapter 372. Double Ultimate. Instant Kill. Old Mo, have you lost your mind? Wasn't Tutkash just now terrifying enough, and you still dare to solo? Huang Tian, having seen how brutal Razor Heights was, completely doubted Chung Qianma's words. The first boss had 150,000 HP. Won't the second one have even more? But Chung Qianma simply smiled, motioning him not to worry. Splitting up will save us time. The second boss is a bit special. I can handle it alone. When you do the escort mission, just be careful not to overextend. Although everyone was puzzled, seeing how confident Chung Qianma was, so she didn't say anything more. After Chioling opened the prison door, the red-robed man walked out excitedly. He then bowed to everyone, expressing his gratitude. This NPC was a magic-type class, and could deal a decent amount of damage. Later, you'll all return to the entrance via the same path. There'll be more mobs spawning along the way. He'll assist you in dealing damage, so don't worry too much. Chioling, you don't need to focus on his HP too much. Just make sure he doesn't die. After hearing Chung Qianma's instructions, everyone nodded in agreement. Then the two groups went their separate ways. Next, Chung Qianma crossed the hanging bridge on the right. He hadn't gone far when he saw a small hill made of skulls. Around the skull hill were hordes of bone skeletons. Although they were all elite flying mobs, there were at least 100 of them in total. That made it quite a hassle to deal with. The bone skeletons were currently dancing in place, a rather darkly humorous sight. Chung Qianma chuckled and turned his gaze to the top of Skull Hill. This was where boss number 2, Model, resided. Although Model was a level 44 boss, his class was a pure mage, and he only had 120,000 HP. That's why Chung Qianma dared to solo him. As a sub-leader, he had plenty of interrupt skills, and also had the passive ability, Purification Power. He was practically a mage's nemesis. What's more, he could finally fight without holding back. Time to go all out. So, Model wasn't much of a threat to him. First, clear out the bone skeletons below, then go after Model. In his previous life, the mobs here were usually cleared by AoE archers or spellcasters. But now, Chung Qianma had no shortage of AoE skills either, so clearing them wasn't slow at all. He switched the flowing light thousand blade scatter into a staff form, and started sprinting around Skull Mountain. Though there were many white bone skeletons, they were all melee types, and their movement was slow. As a result, even without using swift boots, Chung Qianma could easily outrun them. After 1 minute, Chung Qianma had completed a full circuit, pulling all the white bone skeletons into combat. Right after that, he dashed straight toward the suspension bridge. As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, he cast an ice wall. Since the bridge was narrow, the ice wall could fully block the white bone skeletons. After he reached the other side of the bridge, he began chanting Void Sphere. Just as the ice wall shattered, the Void Sphere appeared right on time. Instantly, a black energy orb shot toward the white bone skeletons. However, he didn't stop attacking. He immediately fired a barrage of magic missiles at the lead skeleton. Thanks to the passive of Void Sphere, now at level 6, the trigger chance was as high as 35%. So in no time at all, 3 black energy orbs appeared in quick succession. No matter how many white bone skeletons there was now only one path, leading to Chung Qianma. Moreover, that path was filled with void spheres. Their HP started plummeting at lightning speed. A flood of damage numbers kept popping up. Crack. Seeing that the skeleton's HP had fallen below half, Chung Qianma switched the flowing light thousand blade scatter to machine gun mode. Then he snapped his fingers. In an instant, an emerald green missile appeared out of thin air and slammed into the skeleton horde. He unleashed the Berserker's quantum explosion. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, over 100 bone skeletons were instantly reduced to dust. That mob pull and terrain trap combo was textbook execution. After clearing all the mobs, Chung Qianma slowly walked to the base of Skull Hill. He stared coldly at Model. Next, he said, let me show you the terror of a soulbinder. As soon as he finished speaking, Chung Qianma charged up to the top of Skull Hill. At that moment, Model roared, I'll kill you. For the scourge of the undead. No sooner had he shouted his battle cry than he launched his signature spell, Scorching Flame. Scorching Flame had immense offensive power, and it inflicted a burn debuff on the target. If Chung Qianma got hit by it, he'd take 700 fire damage every 3 seconds, for a total of 12 seconds. Magic-type bosses may have low defense and HP, but their magic damage far exceeds that of melee bosses. However, less than a second after Model began casting, Chung Qianma suddenly smirked. Shadow Chain Kicks. He opened with the Striker's Tier 2 ultimate, completely outrageous. Shadow Chain Kicks allowed Chung Qianma to unleash 3 rapid kicks on his target at blinding speed, sending them flying into the air. Then in midair, he could follow up with a final heavy strike, dealing massive damage. As a melee class, Strikers had some of the highest burst potential of any profession. Model never expected Chung Qianma to open with an ultimate, so after getting hit by 3 flying kicks, he was launched into the air. Those 3 hits dealt absolutely explosive damage. Minus 7,809 crushing attack. Minus 11,713 critical strike. Minus 17,906. If it were anyone else, they couldn't possibly deal crits that high. But Chung Qianma currently had a 30% bonus to critical damage, so the damage was absolutely staggering. However, this wasn't even the scariest part. After delivering the final heavy kick midair, another astonishing number popped up. Minus 21,938 crushing attack. With this, Chung Qianma had used just 1 ultimate to shave off 59,420 HP from Model. That was nearly half of his total HP. Absolutely insane. Immediately after, as Model was plummeting, Chung Qianma unleashed another ultimate from his second class, Martyr's Skybreaker of the Judoka. Martyr's Skybreaker lets you grab an enemy midair, drag them along as you descend, and unleash a shockwave upon landing, dealing multiple hits. After impact, a massive rock explosion follows, dealing devastating damage. Ultimate into ultimate. Such an outrageous combo could only be pulled off by Chung Qianma, the maniac of Blue Star. Moreover, the juggle effect of the Shadow Step chain kick combined perfectly with the air grab of Martyr's Skybreaker, forming a flawless combo. After all, he was the only sub-leader who possessed second-class skills from all professions. So, this double ultimate combo was something only he could unleash in the entire world. Model was now terrified to the core. He hadn't even cast a single spell, yet had already taken 2 ultimates. Chung Qianma's ferocity exceeded all his imagination. Boom! Chung Qianma slammed Model down from midair, crashing him hard into Skull Mountain. Then, following the momentum, he slid more than 10 meters. The shockwave from Martyr's Skybreaker instantly shattered Skull Mountain. For a moment, bones flew everywhere. As Model hit the ground, a massive boulder suddenly jutted up from the ground and exploded immediately. Model, whose HP was already down to half, was instantly killed after taking the full hit of Martyr's Skybreaker. Instant death. This shows just how terrifying the double ultimate combo really is. Not long after, Chung Qianma crawled out from a pile of shattered bones. He brushed off his clothes and remarked, "Unlimited ultimates feel amazing." Chapter 373. Letting Loose. Heavy foot. Do you think old Mo might get taken out? Huang Tian asked while killing mobs. At this moment, the party had already been escorting the red-robed NPC for over 20 minutes. They were close to reaching the secret realm entrance. Along the way, they encountered 4 ambushes, but fortunately, the number of monsters in each wave wasn't large. Plus, the red-robed NPC acted as a semi-damage dealer, so they didn't run into any serious trouble. He's an old pervert, so quit worrying, Weisheng said casually after casting a round of skills. But when Lin Ruoshi heard the word pervert, she couldn't help recalling some unpleasant memories. Her face immediately turned red, and that moment instantly ignited everyone's gossip instincts. With a knowing tone, Weisheng asked, "Ruoshi, why are you suddenly blushing? Could it be because of a certain pervert?" Weisheng's battle style might be laid back, but when it came to reading people, she was top tier. Just from Lin Ruoshi's blush, she could pretty much. Lin Ruoshi never expected that even such a tiny expression could be caught by Weisheng, making her instantly nervous. And no, it's not like that. Don't say nonsense. But Weisheng, being who she was, a renowned trickster, saw Lin Ruoshi's nervous look and knew she was spot on. To be honest, she had a question she'd been wanting to ask for a long time, but because Chung Qianma had always been around, she never got the chance. Now that they had split into 2 groups, it was the perfect opportunity. "Ruoshi," she asked, "are you secretly in love with old Mo?" As soon as Weisheng asked this, everyone turned their eyes to Lin Ruoshi. Lin Ruoshi's cheeks flushed instantly. Even her attack motions became clumsy. No one here was a fool, even without her answer. They had already read the truth from her reaction. Old Mo is a bit dense, probably a total love novice. "Ruoshi, you better make the first move." Huang Tian, self-proclaimed love expert, even chimed in on the topic. "That's not true. You guys better not spread nonsense later. Come on, focus. There are still 2 mobs left." Lin Ruoshi was afraid they might tell Chung Qianma about her embarrassment, so she quickly changed the subject, and even imposed a gag order. Huang Tian and Weisheng exchanged glances, then burst into laughter. Qiolin, keeping an eye on the mobs, while watching the teasing unfold, felt a surge of envy. I wish I had met them earlier. Before meeting Chung Qianma, although Qiolin was strong, she never met like-minded companions, so she had always fought alone. But after joining Eternal Pinnacle, she felt her life had transformed. Not only had she gained tremendous benefits, but life had also become more fun and far more exciting. Weisheng seemed to sense Qiulin's feelings and spoke up. "Little Qiu, don't hold back so much from now on. Honestly, I had it way worse than you before. I was tricked into this by that demon Chung Qianma." In order to help Qiuling quickly integrate into the team, Weisheng decisively shared her own tragic experience. Qiuling was momentarily stunned after hearing it, then suddenly laughed. "So something that ridiculous actually happened. You falling into the guild master's hands. You totally deserved it." Seeing Qiuling finally laugh, everyone smiled with relief. It was the first time they saw Qiuling without a stiff face. It showed he was gradually opening up. Once the last 2 mobs fell, Huang Tian and the rest had officially completed the escort mission. The red-robed NPC gave a respectful salute and left Razor Highlands. Then the group quickly retraced their steps, hoping to catch up with Chung Qianma as soon as possible. Although everyone said they weren't worried earlier, they still felt uneasy inside. After all, the memory of the first boss battle was still fresh. Who could say for sure what happened? Over 10 minutes later, the group jogged all the way and finally arrived back at the suspension bridge. But what they saw was Skull Mountain, completely collapsed. Countless skeletal remains lay scattered nearby. The sight sent chills down everyone's spine. "Oh my god, Old Mo really is a beast. He actually soloed the second boss." Huang Tian crossed the bridge and picked up a shard of skull, sighing in awe. The rest of the group had equally amazed expressions. Cheng Qianma was just way too insane. Let's hurry and catch up. Don't fall behind. Lin Ruoxi urged, eager to reunite with Cheng Qianma. She quickly pushed everyone to keep moving. The party followed the path along the right side of Skull Mountain. Along the way, they saw corpses of high-level boar men. The further they went, the more shocked they became. More than 10 minutes later, they finally saw Cheng Qianma's figure. At that moment, Cheng Qianma was calmly sitting and recovering. His body was spotless, not a single drop of blood. He looked completely at ease. You guys are a bit slow. At this rate, I'll be at the third boss gate soon. Before, to help everyone improve, he had deliberately been holding back. After all, if he had revealed that he possessed all second-class skills of every profession, it would have been simply too shocking. To avoid crushing their morale, he had decisively chosen to hide his strength. But after defeating Model, now alone, he had completely unleashed himself. Though he couldn't pull too many mobs at once, clearing them group by group was still efficient. With his unlimited ultimates, the mobs here stood no chance at all. That's why the team was greeted by such a terrifying scene along the way. Old Mo, were you holding back before on purpose? Something feels off to me. Huang Tian, who had fought alongside Cheng Qianma the most, immediately sensed something was wrong. But Cheng Qianma just smiled, without answering. Ahead was a long, circular corridor. Not only were there many mobs along the way, but also a boss patrolling back and forth. Everyone, stay sharp. Everyone nodded at his words. Because they had already seen the monsters up ahead along the corridor. There were not only thornstone gargoyles, but also many roaming frozen souls. What's more, at intervals, the bodies of the frozen souls would disappear, making them incredibly eerie. As you can see, these frozen souls can turn invisible, and they're immune to physical attacks. We'll have to rely on you for this, Wei Sheng. Seeing that everyone had noticed the frozen souls, Cheng Qianma added. Wei Sheng immediately felt the heavy responsibility land on his shoulders. He patted his chest and said, don't worry, I'll take care of all the frozen souls. Then, the team followed Cheng Qianma onto the spiral passageway. But just as they started fighting the first group of mobs, heavy footsteps sounded from up ahead, accompanied by an ear-splitting scraping noise. And the sound was getting louder and louder. Chapter 374. The Messenger of Zhengwu. Total defeat in the first clash. Something's off. It feels like something is coming toward us. As the tank, Xiaoling, was naturally positioned at the front. At the moment, he had his back to the group, but could clearly hear heavy footsteps approaching. Soon after, a grotesque, rotting giant named Zhengwu appeared at the corner. Zhengwu was a stitched monster made from countless dismembered corpses. He had the build of an overweight human. But growing from the back of his neck was an extra arm wielding a cleaver. In addition, he held a metal hook in his left hand and a sickle in his right. As he walked, the hook scraped against the ground, making a harsh screeching sound, though Zhengwu moved slowly. His strength was monstrous. His belly, not fully stitched up, was constantly leaking green liquid. The fluid not only stank horribly, but was also extremely corrosive. Any surface it touched decayed almost instantly. Xiaoling carefully kited the monster backward. This Glutton Zhengwu was the third boss. Glutton, level 44 stitched elite boss. HP, 200,000. Xiaoling was shocked upon hearing this, and immediately pulled the boss backward. Fortunately, he reacted in time, and led the boss back to the previous passage, before Zhengwu could spot them. A few minutes later, the group cleared the first wave of mobs. Zhengwu, walking slowly, just passed through where they had been. This boss didn't have many abilities, but his attack power was insane, and as you all saw, his health is a whopping 200,000. To be safe, Cheng Qianma did not blindly rush into the boss fight. Instead, he chose to hold a pre-battle meeting. After all, the third boss in Razor Heights was considered a tough one. Xiao Lin said a bit awkwardly, probably around 60% or so, since he had already witnessed Cheng Qianma's incredible blocking skills earlier. He felt a bit embarrassed now. Cheng Qianma calculated for a moment, then nodded. 60% is good enough. Just try not to make any mistakes. The more serious Cheng Qianma looked, the more Xiao Lin felt the third boss was going to be tricky. So he had already made up his mind to give it his very best. The berserker patrolled along the spiral staircase and was currently heading downward. It wouldn't be long before it turned around. To not waste time, let's keep clearing the mobs up ahead. But stay alert at all times. The moment you hear the sound of a hook dragging on the ground, be ready to engage. After hearing Cheng Qianma's instructions, Xiao Lin once again charged up the spiral staircase, rushing toward the second batch of monsters. This wave had 3 thorn ghouls and 2 frozen souls. To reduce the pressure on Wei Sheng, Cheng Qianma decisively switched the flowing light thousand blade scatter to staff form to help deal damage to the frozen souls. Meanwhile, Huang Tian and Lin Ruoxi joined Xiao Lin, killed the 3 thorn ghouls nearby. Thanks to everyone's good teamwork, this wave of monsters was quickly eliminated. Even when the frozen soul suddenly vanished for a moment, Cheng Qianma had anticipated it in advance and blasted it out with an AoE attack. It turned out to be a close call, but safe. Time passed by. When everyone reached the 5th group of monsters, heavy footsteps could finally be heard from behind again. Everyone turned, ready to fight. Leave these 3 monsters to me. Now, only the last 3 monsters remained in the 5th group. To give Qiu Ling enough time to react, so she wouldn't get flustered, Cheng Qianma decisively chose to cover the rear. At the same time, she wanted to use this moment to build up her blood marks in advance, so she could prepare for the... Not long after, the glutton finally spotted Qiu Ling and charged straight at her. Since the glutton weighed over 300 gene, the ground trembled loudly with every step. Divine light impact. Qiu Ling already knew the glutton's attack power was high, but she still charged forward fearlessly. But in the next moment, the glutton's huge scythe in its right hand swung toward her. Because of its incredible speed, and since Qiu Ling had just used taunt, she couldn't react in time, and was struck by the scythe. In an instant, her full health bar dropped by 10% immediately. Such a terrifying attack gave her goosebumps instantly. Damn it. Even its basic attack is this insane. Only then did she understand why Cheng Qianma earlier had asked about her block success rate. Because if the block rate was low, she might just get hacked to death by the glutton. When Qiu Ling's health suddenly dropped by 10%, everyone else saw it too. To quickly take down the glutton, everyone launched a fierce assault. Huang Tian and Ling Ruoxi charged in from the left and right. Meanwhile, Weisheng chanted a spell from the back. But just as Ling Ruoxi was about to approach the glutton, a butcher's knife behind its neck suddenly swung down. This strike completely caught Ling Ruoxi off guard, causing her HP to instantly drop by 20%. Seeing this scene, Huang Tian was shocked. Damn. So the knife on its neck isn't just for show? This? But before she could finish her thoughts, the glutton's left-hand hook suddenly flew toward Weisheng in the distance. Weisheng had just finished casting Shadow Blade and had no time to dodge. With a scream, her body was pulled toward the glutton along with the Shadow Blade. It's fair to say that the first clash between the team and the glutton was a complete defeat, besides the skills it just used. The glutton also had a passive ability, green corrosive fluid constantly oozing from its belly. Qiu Ling, while holding aggro, make sure to move in a fixed path. Also try to minimize your movement width. Otherwise, the whole arena will be covered in corrosive fluid, leaving everyone with nowhere to stand. After hearing this, Qiu Ling felt her scalp tingle. The glutton's strength was far beyond what she had imagined. Not only did she have to tank the boss's frenzied attacks, she also had to carefully plan her movement. Such a difficult boss battle was undoubtedly the ultimate test for a tank. That's exactly why Cheng Qianma had repeatedly emphasized it beforehand. I can't let everyone down. There's no doubt the glutton is powerful, but it also lit a fire in Qiu Ling's spirit. When the next scythe attack came swinging down, a crisp sound rang out. Clang. Qiu Ling had successfully blocked it using the Holy Light Shield. Because the Holy Light Shield comes with 80% damage reduction, this time, she only lost about 2% of her HP. Her health bar was barely affected. Seeing this scene, everyone's morale soared. They all ramped up their firepower. Since the glutton's hook attack and cleaver swings were both unique skills, now they were both on cooldown. This created a great window for everyone to deal damage. The pressure was focused solely on Qiu Ling. 1 minute later, Cheng Qianma successfully killed the monsters at hand and joined the battle. With her joining in, everyone's burden eased significantly. Seizing the gap before the glutton's next skill rotation, the Eternal Pinnacle team went all out. Very soon, the glutton's health started dropping at a visible speed, but when her HP fell to 60%, the glutton's whole body turned red, and her size doubled. Blood. I want delicious blood. The glutton licked her lips, her gaze filled with murderous intent. Chapter 375. Everyone stop. Hold your attacks. Attention everyone. The glutton has entered berserk mode. From now on, her attack power will increase by 50%. Qiu Ling, you must block with all your might. Seeing the glutton's body turn red, Cheng Qianma immediately issued a warning. The glutton has a passive trait. When her HP drops below 60%, she enters berserk mode permanently. This is when she shows her true power. Hearing this, Qiu Ling dared not slack off. She focused all her attention on the glutton's hands. Only this way could she seize every fleeting chance to defend. Old way. From now on, stop using all direct attack spells, and apply every debuff you can. Stack them all on the glutton, and make sure to keep them active at all times. Don't let them drop. Everyone looked a bit confused upon hearing this. Isn't now the right time for direct DPS? After all, direct attack spells are far more straightforward and brutal than debuffs, and much faster too. Didn't Cheng Qianma just tell Weisheng to change her attack strategy? Isn't that counterproductive? Although Weisheng didn't understand, she trusted Cheng Qianma, so she said nothing, and simply nodded in agreement. Next, after casting one last Shadow Blade, she switched entirely to damage over time spells. Corruption, Curse of Agony, Shadow Flame, Lord of Decay. Even the rarely used dot spells were brought back into action by Weisheng. Soon after, the glutton's body began to glow in multicolored hues. That was the sign of multiple debuffs stacking up. While continuing to deal damage, Cheng Qianma shouted at Ling Ruoxi beside him. Switch your glyphs to dark glyphs. Old ways curses scale with shadow-type dots. That'll help amplify the damage even more. Ling Ruashi nodded, and after using a glyph overdrive, she detonated all existing glyphs, and immediately activated her dark element glyph state. Then began the process of slowly stacking dark glyphs. Huang Tian, there's nothing special I need from you. Just hit it with everything you've got. Go ahead and use your ultimate. No point saving it. Until now, Huang Tian had rarely used his ultimate, because he never really needed to. Most enemies didn't even last long enough for him to consider using it. But after receiving Cheng Qianma's command, a grin spread across his lips. He then smiled and said, "You didn't have to tell me. I was just about to use it anyway." As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Tian sheathed his one-handed sword, and assumed a draw-sword stance. Then, he took a deep breath and focused. His whole body began to gather an intense energy surge. 2 seconds later, he suddenly drew his sword, and slashed at the glutton at an astonishing speed. Countless sword auras crisscrossed all at once. It was an incredible sight. Phantom Sword Dance. Breakthrough, damn it. Phantom Sword Dance. Sword Soul's second job ultimate skill, launching a fierce barrage of strikes at the enemy from place. Depending on attributes and weapon type, the final strike unleashes tremendous damage with spiritual sword energy. Generally speaking, the heavier the weapon Sword Soul wields, the fewer the number of attacks, and the lower the attributes. The lower the attack frequency as well. For most Sword Souls who haven't reached third job, the average number of slashes is around 6 to 8. Few people exceed this number. Since Huang Tian was wielding a one-handed sword, a rather balanced weapon, he basically suffered no hit count penalty, and with his top-tier gear boosting his stats, his attributes far surpassed normal levels. As a result, his Phantom Sword Dance unleashed an astonishing momentum. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. 3 seconds later, when he struck the 12th slash, the Phantom Sword Dance finally stopped. At the same time, with each attack on the glutton's body, huge damage numbers burst out. By the end of the skill combo, the total damage had exceeded 50,000. Seeing this terrifying damage output, everyone felt a surge of excitement. Even Cheng Qianma showed a look of approval. "I'm pretty awesome, aren't I? I just want to ask you guys, isn't this Phantom Sword Dance badass?" Seeing everyone's joyful expressions, Huang Tian immediately started bragging. But just at that moment, the glutton's second skill cooldown ended. The butcher knife on its neck suddenly slashed at Huang Tian, who had grown overconfident. Huang Tian's HP. "Damn it, that's dirty. A sneak attack, huh?" Enduring the sharp pain, Huang Tian shouted. However, the glutton's assault didn't stop there. This time, its hook flew toward Weisheng once again. With her small frame and limited mobility, it was nearly impossible for her to dodge. But at that critical moment, Cheng Qianma suddenly threw himself between the hook and Weisheng. At the same time, he put his hands together and cast a chi technique, Nianqi Barrier. Clang! With a crisp sound, the hook was deflected harmlessly. The Nianqi Barrier, after successfully blocking the attack, shattered instantly. Weisheng gave Cheng Qianma a grateful look and resumed casting damage over time spells. Although they got through this wave of attacks safely, as time went on, even though Qiuling had done her best to block the glutton's attacks, his powerful normal attacks were becoming too much to handle. At this point, her HP had dropped below 30%, a dangerously low level. However, that still wasn't the biggest problem. Now everyone faced a new challenge. They were running out of room to maneuver. After all, they were currently in a spiral corridor. The path was narrow and space was limited, and whether above or below them, there were still mobs lingering. The only space where Qiuling could kite the boss was the cleared patch they had just fought on. But no matter how hard she tried to reposition, time was not on their side. Now, it was nearly impossible to find a spot not tainted by the glutton's corrosive green bile. The glutton still had about 20% of its HP left. Even if they tried to burst it down, they probably didn't have enough time. In 2 more seconds, I'll have nowhere left to stand. After successfully blocking another attack from the glutton, Qiuling shouted in a panic. She had already led the glutton around several times, and now she had completely run out of room to maneuver. Just then, Cheng Qianma suddenly stepped back and shouted, "Everyone, stop attacking. That includes you, Qiuling." Everyone was shocked upon hearing that, completely confused by Cheng Qianma's command. The situation was already critical. Even if there was nowhere left to retreat, they should have kept attacking the glutton, even if it meant tanking the damage. After all, its HP wasn't that high anymore. If everyone stopped attacking now, wouldn't that just mean waiting for death? No questions. Do as I say. Seeing everyone's hesitant looks, Cheng Qianma emphasized again in a firm tone. Since he put it like that, out of trust in him, everyone chose to stop attacking. However, the moment they stopped, Qiuling was in trouble, because when Cheng Qianma had called for a halt, it had just been right after the glutton finished its normal attack. Now, with a 2-second hesitation, they missed the perfect window, and Qiuling was struck by the glutton's next attack. With a miserable scream, Qiuling's HP plummeted instantly, dropping below 20%. Seeing Qiuling get hit, everyone's hearts sank. If Qiuling fell, it would mean total annihilation. But just then, Cheng Qianma suddenly made a move. What happened next was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 376. The Perfect Plan. The Glutton Suffocating to Death. Divine Light Impact. Chung Qianma shouted loudly, and unleashed Divine Light Impact, as well. A ripple of divine light rapidly flew toward the glutton. After the divine light impact hit its mark, a pair of angelic wings appeared on Chung Qianma's back, greatly boosting his defense. Cowardly human, I'm going to eat you. Because the glutton was affected by Chung Qianma's forced taunt, it immediately switched targets. Chung Qianma had already retreated to the entrance of the spiral staircase they had just entered. There, he switched his weapon, the flowing light 1,000 blades, into spear form. Glyph fusion. In an instant, the 12 orbs behind him fused together into 6 larger orbs, each of them half black and half blue. Visually stunning. These glowing orbs circled around Chung Qianma's body. Glyph fusion allows the user to forcibly combine existing glyphs. Every 2 glyphs combined into one. The new glyphs gain unique effects based on their elemental mix, and they orbit the caster for up to 30 seconds. Earlier, while clearing the 3 smaller monsters, Chung Qianma had already accumulated 6 ice glyphs and 6 shadow glyphs. So the 6 fused glyphs now carried both the slow effect of ice and the damage of shadow. Next, Chung Qianma calmly stood still, waiting for the glutton to approach. A few seconds later, just as the glutton's strike was about to land, Chung Qianma activated the speed boost from his traveling boots. Then, something astonishing happened. Even though his speed was maxed out, he didn't immediately sprint. Instead, he power walked, keeping just far enough to stay outside the glutton's melee range. So he ran in front while the glutton chased him behind. Because the distance was perfectly calibrated, the glutton couldn't land a single hit no matter how hard it tried. Even worse, every second it got bombarded by the glyphs orbiting around Chung Qianma. Everyone watching this scene had their jaws on the floor. Don't just stand there gaping. Get behind him and start dealing damage. It was as if Chung Qianma had predicted their stunned reaction, shouting as he ran ahead. Truthfully, everyone was completely shocked by his moves. He had pushed class mechanics to their creative limit. Like, how the hell is that even possible? So that's why he had me change my attack strategy earlier. It was all for this very moment. Wei Sheng had been standing at the very back all along, so he saw everything the clearest. Now he finally understood Chung Qianma's true battle plan. It turned out that the entire boss fight had been under his control from the start, when he stayed behind to clear the mobs, to build up blood marks in advance, then switching to abnormal magic attacks, and instructing everyone on how to attack and maneuver. Finally, using taunt and his high speed to force the glutton to change targets and lead everyone out of the battlefield full of poison puddles. The entire plan was flawless. That taunt not only freed everyone from the cage, but also saved the critically injured Xiaoling, truly killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The deadlock they were trapped in was instantly broken. Now, Chung Qianma was leading the glutton toward the dungeon exit. The mobs there had already been cleared out, so it was absolutely safe. At the same time, he wasn't sprinting at full speed, but deliberately controlling his pace to drag out the time as much as possible. Meanwhile, with his precise control of attack range, he could even use his swirling blood marks to attack the glutton. The entire strategy was brilliantly conceived, interlocking step by step. It was simply unbelievable. Come on, everyone. Don't waste the chance old Mo created for us. Wei Sheng shouted loudly, and was the first to charge forward. The others also snapped out of their daze, and followed Wei Sheng's lead. Only 30% HP left. That's not much. As Chung Qianma ran, he revealed an evil grin. Then he switched his glimmering 1,000 blade into one-handed sword mode, and unleashed Wave Slash. Now, Chung Qianma's movement speed far surpassed the glutton's. So even if using Wave Slash brought him closer to the glutton, he had no fear of getting trapped. At the same time, he could use the invincibility frames of Wave Slash to easily dodge the glutton's physical attacks, to squeeze out more damage. Chung Qianma was giving it his all. Just like that, he kept running while managing his cooldowns, using Rift Slash to strike at the same time, the floating glyphs around him continued to chip away at the glutton's HP. Moreover, on the glutton's body were layers of Wei Sheng's debuffs. So, his health was dropping every single second, and behind him, a whole group of people were unleashing attacks non-stop. Even Xiaoling had joined in on the offense by now. Such an unorthodox strategy, if it ever got out, would definitely cause a huge stir. Compared to the narrow spiral stairway earlier, this current corridor was much wider, and thanks to Chung Qianma's careful control, he and the glutton moved strictly along the left side. This left the right side of the corridor open for others to attack. He accounted for almost every usable factor in the environment. Chung Qianma had considered it all. The entire battle plan. Flawless. 4 minutes later, when Chung Qianma finally kited the glutton to the end of the corridor, the glutton's HP was finally whittled down by countless small skills. In its final moments, the glutton's face still showed overwhelming frustration. It could never have imagined that it would die in such an undignified way. Boom. With a loud crash, the glutton's enormous body finally collapsed to the ground. and with its death, the ground that had been coated in green bile was restored to normal. After the battle, everyone collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. That fight had drained everything from them. Whether it was the glutton's overwhelming strength or the putrid, disgusting battlefield, everything had pushed them to their mental limits. That fight, I gave it everything I had, like my life depended on it. I'm completely wiped out. Huang Tian lay on the ground, his chest rising and falling rapidly, letting out a sigh of emotion. Wei Sheng was also drenched in sweat. After all, he had chased the glutton for half a street. With his small frame, that was already his limit. So bloodmark fusion can be used like this too. Even though Lin Ruashi was exhausted, her eyes still sparkled with excitement. The technique Cheng Qianma just used had definitely given her great inspiration. As for Qiu Ling, he was undoubtedly the unluckiest one. Not only was his health nearly depleted, but both his body and mind had been pushed to their limits. Cheng Qianma walked over to Qiu Ling with a smile and patted him on the shoulder, encouraging him. You did really well just now. Congratulations. You're now a qualified tank. With Cheng Qianma's harsh standards, becoming a qualified tank in his eyes was no easy feat. In the last battle, Qiu Ling, except for that moment of hesitation, after hearing Cheng Qianma's command, which led to a mistake, other than that, he was practically perfect, without any flaws. If it had been any other tank today, they likely would have collapsed under the pressure. Everyone, take a 5-minute break. What we're facing next will be even scarier than the glutton. Hearing this, everyone's faces filled with despair. Damn it. This dungeon really isn't meant for humans. Chapter 377. Amoner, the Ice King. Poor unlucky Huang Tian. After defeating the glutton, the mobs on the spiral staircase were as easy as cutting vegetables. The Eternal Pinnacle team swept through effortlessly, without encountering any obstacles. Over 20 minutes later, everyone finally reached the top of the spiral staircase. This was the end of Razor Heights, and also where the final boss, the Frost King Amoner, resided. Before them stood a massive bonfire, burning with cold blue flames. It was a fire formed from the power of death, and right beside the flames stood Amoner, as if absorbing its energy. Frost King Amoner, level 44 Undead Scourge boss, 180,000 HP. What a strange-looking little guy. But for a caster boss, he's got a surprising amount of health. Upon seeing Amoner, Huang Tian was the first to comment. Compared to earlier bosses like Tutkash and the Glutton, Amoner was much smaller in size. Judging by appearance alone, you wouldn't feel like he was the final boss of Razor Heights. As a member of the Undead Scourge, Amoner not only had tremendous power, but also possessed mind-controlling abilities. After setting his sights on the boar men in the Thornwood, he lured them with the promise of power beyond death, successfully turning them into his loyal minions. He then used Razor Heights as a base, continuously raising an undead army. The ghouls and ghosts they encountered on the way were all creations of Amoner. In addition, if adventurers fell here, Amoner would stitch their corpses into abominations. That's how twisted monsters like the Glutton were created. The secret letter held by Cheng Qianma and Huang Tian detailed Amoner's plans to secretly raise the undead in Razor Heights. Now, as long as they defeat Amoner, they will complete this hidden quest, and the rest of the party members will also receive the quest rewards. Before we begin the fight, let me go over a few key points. As usual, Cheng Qianma would explain the battle mechanics ahead of time. Everyone perked up their ears. After going through this dungeon challenge, they had all come to understand. Good tactics can turn the tide of battle. Don't be fooled by Amoner having less HP than the Glutton. He's a magic-type boss. Having 180,000 HP is already terrifying. Overall, Amoner is an ice element boss, so he'll mainly use ice magic. At the same time, as a lieutenant of the Undead Scourge, he can also summon undead, so this fight definitely won't be easy. As they listened, everyone's expressions gradually turned serious. A common weakness of magic bosses is that their defense is usually lower than melee bosses. But Amoner can summon undead creatures, which effectively helps share the incoming damage. Moreover, ice magic spells almost always come with slow or freeze effects, which will seriously disrupt the rhythm of melee fighters. Keep in mind, in the Eternal Pinnacle team, besides Cheng Qianma, the all-rounder, only Wei Sheng is a ranged DPS, so Amoner's advantage is even further amplified. From our previous battle with Tutkash, we know how painful it is when melee awakened fighters get frozen. While frozen, they're almost completely disabled. That means losing a ton of DPS. Do you see that faint white mist surrounding Amoner? That's his innate ice armor. Ice armor boosts his defense and inflicts a 30% slow on anyone who attacks him. This slow affects both attack speed and movement speed. It's really nasty. Also, once the battle begins, at regular intervals, we'll face ice gorillas, along with blizzard combo attacks. This will cause serious trouble for melee classes. Luckily, I brought some free action potions. They'll help you remove the freeze effects. Cheng Qianma finished speaking. Everyone was given 3 free action potions. These can instantly remove immobilization or slow effects. They're incredibly useful. Nowadays in the auction house, even a single free action potion starts at over 100 coins. If it weren't for Chung Qianma having his own production line now, capable of steadily supplying various potions, they wouldn't be treating such precious high-grade potions like drinking water. When the mobs spawn later, I'll go pull them. Qiulin, keep aggro on the boss the whole time, and try your best to avoid the blizzard spell. That way, aggro won't shift easily. Qiulin nodded. Along this journey, she had grown deeply grateful to Chung Qianma, whether it was technical guidance or helping share the pressure in combat. He had helped her tremendously. Now she finally understood just how valuable a powerful solo player could be in a dungeon run. Chung Qianma was like a brick. He could fill in wherever needed. A truly terrifying presence. Everyone, stay focused. Pull in 3 seconds. Qiulin, you do the countdown. To cultivate good habits, Chung Qianma always insisted the tank start the fight. No one else could attack until Qiulin initiated the boss. That was the only way to avoid aggro chaos and unnecessary casualties at the start. 3, 2, 1. As Qiulin finished the countdown, the final battle of Razor Heights began. Qiulin opened with a holy light shock on a Monarch, firmly securing aggro. At the same time, her body was suddenly covered in frost. It was a sign of the ice armor debuff. Clearly, Qiulin's attacks had slowed down slightly. You will not leave here alive. You will not leave here alive. As soon as a Monarch entered the battle, he let out a loud shout. Immediately after, the others also charged forward. At this moment, except for Wei Sheng, everyone else was affected by the ice armor debuff. This had a huge impact on the team. Everyone's attack speed was reduced by 30%, which effectively cut down the team's DPS. This greatly improved Amonar's survivability. Not long after, Amonar suddenly let out a shriek. Come forth, my loyal servants. As soon as he finished speaking, 8 frost wraiths appeared around them. The next second, these frost wraiths all cast ice stars simultaneously. At the same time, Amonar took the opportunity to retreat, moving out of everyone's attack range. Boom, boom, boom. 8 sounds rang out in succession. Everyone was frozen in place. Since the frost wraiths spawned randomly, their aggro was also chaotic. They attacked whoever was nearest. Huang Tian, always the unlucky one, now had 4 frost wraiths around him. He had to face half the mobs by himself. There's no denying it. His luck was terrible. Damn it. Good-looking people really do get punished by the heavens. Half the mobs are coming for me. What kind of special treatment is this? Huang Tian has always had a big heart, so instead of panicking, he started joking around. But in the next second, he wasn't laughing. A Monarch fired an ice lance that was flying straight toward him. What the hell? Is my luck really that bad? Seriously targeting me? Chapter 378. Wei Sheng takes action. Hellfire descends. Before Huang Tian could finish complaining, an ice lance smacked him in the face. Already slowed by 30%, Huang Tian, who was already slowed by 30%. Now this is just adding insult to injury. His HP dropped by 15% in an instant. This boss is disgusting. When you can hit him, you're slowed. When you can't hit him, he turns into a walking torch. So frustrating. Old Mo. This was Huang Tian's first time facing something like this, and it was making him feel utterly helpless. Since the blizzard hasn't started yet, he didn't want to waste his free action potion. Save the good stuff for critical moments. Can't afford to waste it. There are only 3 bottles, after all, so he just stood his ground. Dealing with the 4 frost wraiths around him, he had no way to respond to a Monar's attacks. Where's your Dragon Rooster dash now? You eat it or what? Chung Qianma had just triggered the passive from Purifying Force, so he was already back to normal. While charging toward the nearby frost wraiths, trying to reduce incoming damage for the team, he fired off a jab at Huang Tian. Huang Tian froze for a second after hearing it, then smacked himself on the head. Crap. How could I forget that? Dragon Rooster dash. The consecutive freezes just now came so suddenly that Huang Tian had completely forgotten about the forced displacement effect of the Dragon Rooster dash. In the world of Apocalypse, if you're frozen or immobilized, you can break free using forced displacement skills. So after activating the Dragon Rooster dash, he not only shattered the ice underfoot, but also charged straight at a Monarch. A perfect 2-for-1. Meanwhile, Qiuling and Ling Ruoxi were still in trouble. Because of their classes, they didn't have any forced movement abilities. They could only wait for the freeze to end. Qiuling still had 2 seconds left on her freeze. Huang Tian, take control of the boss for now. Wei Sheng, you're ranged and unaffected. Go all in on a Monarch. I'll handle all the mobs. While gathering all the nearby frost wraiths, Chung Qianma issued further commands to Huang Tian and Wei Sheng. Meanwhile, Qiuling and Ling Ruoxi were losing their minds in frustration. For a moment just now, they almost wanted to drink the free action potions. Don't be reckless, you two. We only have 3 potions. You need patience to fight this boss. Chung Qianma killed a frost wraith with a single strike, while also reminding the 2 who were frozen. Lin Ruoxi and Xiao Ling exchanged a glance, and quickly calmed themselves down. 2 seconds later, the freeze effect ended. The two of them charged toward Amon like the wind. Now they had to seize every second to deal damage. Otherwise, the next freezing wave would come soon. Lin Ruashi wanted to take this chance, to quickly accumulate 7 blood marks. That way, even if she could at least use blood mark shot or unleash her ultimate. Among her skills, only these two have decent range. The others were mediocre at best. As for Qiuling, he aimed to build up more aggro on the boss, so that when he got frozen later, Huang Tian could still safely attack the boss with his dragon strike. 2 minutes later, Amon's HP had been pushed down to about 75%, while the 8 frost wraiths he summoned earlier had only just been killed. And at this moment, his second wave of attacks began. Come forth, my loyal new human. Feel the power of the frost. After Amon roared twice, another 8 frost wraiths appeared. And suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. After a few rumbles, the 8 frost wraiths instantly cast ice stars, freezing everyone for the second time. Meanwhile, a blizzard began to fall from the sky. The blizzard is here. Quick, drink your potions. Since the purification effect, once frozen at LV6, lasts for 15 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown. That leaves a 1 minute 15-second downtime. So, Cheng Qianma currently has the least need for free action potions. He only had 2 seconds left before his purification skill would trigger again, so he didn't plan to drink the potion, and instead reminded the others. The others felt the chilling wind of the spirit realm, and immediately drank their potions. For the next 15 seconds, they would be immune to freeze and immobilization effects. After escaping the blizzard's range, everyone was ready to go all out. That freeze nearly killed me. Time to go all in. Phantom Sword Dance. Huang Tian was the closest to Amon, so he was the first to strike. In an instant, countless sword lights burst forth in front of him. The second to attack was Ling Ruashi. He already had 7 blood glyphs stacked behind him, but he didn't plan to use his ultimate skill. It would be more efficient to save it for when he gets frozen again. So instead, he used a chain of smaller skills. At the same time, Qiuling showed her strength. As an offensive-type tank, she unleashed all her damage abilities on Amon. Since the boss was a ranged spellcaster, it barely had any physical damage, so the tank's toughness didn't need to be as high as usual. Hellfire Descent, Wei Xing shouted from the backline, unleashing her second-tier Warlock ultimate for the first time. Hellfire Descent. This Warlock ultimate channels Shadow Power to summon 2 Hellfires from the void. They last for 60 seconds. Wherever Hellfire descends, it deals flame damage to all enemies within 10 meters, and stuns them for 3 seconds. Hellfire's damage and HP scale with the Warlock stats. Boom, boom. 2 blazing red Hellfire meteors crashed down from the sky. They landed precisely beside Cheng Qianma. At the moment, Cheng Qianma was still dealing with 8 newly summoned frost wraiths, so Wei Xing summoned Hellfire to help him out. As soon as the meteors hit the ground, the surrounding temperature spiked. All 8 frost wraiths were instantly stunned. Old Mo, you go hit the boss. Leave this part to the Hellfire. After Wei Xing shouted loudly, he began commanding the Hellfire to attack. Cheng Qianma saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his face. This old fellow, he really knows the perfect timing to unleash his attacks. After hiding for so many days, he finally revealed his ultimate move. Right after, Cheng Qianma dashed toward Amon. 2 Hellfires easily handled 8 frost wraiths. It was a breeze. You see, Hellfire not only has tough skin and flesh, but also packs quite the punch. On top of that, they come with fire attribute damage. When used against frost wraiths, it's incredibly effective. Sure enough, the 2 Hellfires charged into the frost wraiths' ranks, like eagles swooping down on chicks, slaughtering them with ease. With every punch they threw, they inflicted devastating damage on the frost wraiths. Moreover, since the Hellfires are engulfed in flames, wherever they moved, the ground turned into molten lava. The lava terrain inflicted burning damage to all enemies, and dealt double damage to frost-type monsters. Very quickly, all 8 frost wraiths were slain under the fiery fists of Hellfire. After clearing the minions, with Cheng Qianma and the Hellfires joining in, Amon's health began to drop at a visible rate. However, when Amon's health dropped below half, it let out a deep chant. In the next second, an unexpected event occurred. Chapter 379. Frost Impact. Farewell, my brothers. The scourge of the undead shall descend. I will bring judgment upon you. After Amon uttered those grave words, its body suddenly exuded an icy chill. Behind it, the blue bonfire kept channeling shadow energy into its form. Then, using its body as the center, it began to spray icy gas in all directions. In an instant, the ground started to freeze. The surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. Everyone, drink your free action potions. Follow me. Cheng Qianma didn't explain anything. He just shouted out. Then he suddenly dashed backward. Everyone had already sensed the terrifying aura, and quickly drank their free action potions. Then followed Cheng Qianma's lead. 6 seconds later, they had all retreated to the steps below the spiral staircase. This location was about 2 meters lower than Amon's platform. The next second, a massive ice blast swept across their heads. Everything on the platform instantly turned into ice sculptures, including both hellfires. Oh my god. Was that Amonar's ultimate? That was terrifying. If we'd reacted just a second slower, or didn't have free action potions, we probably would have all been frozen solid. Huang Tian felt like he'd brushed right past death, and sighed with lingering fear. Everyone else looked just as shaken. Especially Wei Sheng. His heart was still pounding like crazy. He'd just seen his nearly full HP hellfire get instantly destroyed by that ice blast. The shock made his scalp tingle. After all, his summoned hellfire had a whopping 6,000 HP, and very high defense. If that ultimate had hit any of them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Getting hit by ice blast isn't just a freeze. With your current HP left, it would likely be instant death. Luckily, from now on, he only casts that ultimate every 20 seconds, and everyone still has one free action potion left. So next time, don't panic. Just pull back when you see him casting it. And you can even squeeze in a little extra damage. But by the third time, everyone needs to reposition in advance. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible to reach our current safe zone. The reason Cheng Qianma didn't reveal this skill earlier was to avoid discouraging the team. Anyone, after knowing about such a terrifying AoE skill, would likely get nervous. But now that they've experienced it firsthand, their mindset will be much calmer moving forward. The frost impact is over. Everyone attack. Xiaoling, speed up and taunt. Every time a monarch casts frost impact, its aggro resets completely. Following Cheng Qianma's instructions, everyone immediately returned to the platform. Xiaoling instantly unleashed divine light impact to firmly hold a monarch's aggro. Everyone, keep up the damage. Try to finish him off before the third ultimate attack. That way, we won't need to reposition. Cheng Qianma shouted while going all out on damage. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi, who had been waiting, unleashed her Huanglong Flame Moon at that moment. In an instant, a golden dragon charged toward a monarch, dealing massive damage. The others refused to fall behind, going all out with full power. It wasn't long before a monarch summoned another wave of frost wraiths, but there were still 2 hellfires on the field, so they could be ignored entirely. This also gave Cheng Qianma more time to deal damage. 20 seconds passed quickly. A monarch's health was now below 30%. The next moment, the second frost impact began to cast. Freezing effects started appearing once again. Huang Tian, stay here and keep attacking. Don't be afraid. Everyone else, retreat after 3 seconds. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, everyone was stunned, especially Huang Tian, who immediately cursed out loud. Oldemo. Screw you, man. Why do you all get to run, while I have to stay here and die? Damn it, I want to live too. You can't do this to me. However, Cheng Qianma didn't even look at him, after attacking for 3 seconds, leading everyone to retreat together. Even though Huang Tian was cursing, he didn't move at all. That's just the kind of person he is. No matter the situation, he's always loyal. Cheng Qianma is still the captain after all. As a team member, he should obey the captain's orders unconditionally, even if it means facing death. Moreover, along the way, Cheng Qianma had helped him far too much. At this moment, even if it meant sacrificing himself, it didn't seem like a big deal. Brothers, farewell. I'll miss you all. Damn stupid boss. I'll fight you to the end. Since Huang Tian had already decided to stay, there was nothing to fear anymore. A determined look appeared on his face. He was truly ready to sacrifice himself, with his own life. He aimed to chip away more of Amonar's health, so that everyone else could kill the boss. Before the third ultimate attack, at this moment, he stood alone, using every skill he had, holding nothing back. Since Amonar was in the middle of casting his ultimate, he wasn't defending at all. So Huang Tian was free to unleash his fury upon him. There was nothing Amonar could do. At this moment, Huang Tian looked like a god of war incarnate. A few seconds later, just as everyone made it back to the safe zone, frost impact erupted from Amonar. But Huang Tian's sword didn't stop. In fact, it swung even faster. This time, he was going all in. However, just at that critical moment, Huang Tian suddenly felt something wrap around his waist. Huang Tian let out a painful scream. Then, a tremendous force yanked him away with great force. Just like that, Huang Tian charged ahead, followed by ice shock. They both flew outward. Bang! After a loud explosion, ice shock once again swept across the entire platform. But miraculously, Huang Tian, at the last second before impact, managed to return to safety. It turns out Cheng Qianma never intended for him to trade his life for damage. He had calculated the timing perfectly, and at the final moment, used the grappling hook function of the flowing light blade umbrella to pull Huang Tian back to the safe zone. When it comes to fixed point damage output, Huang Tian is definitely the strongest, besides Cheng Qianma himself. So, it was only natural that Cheng Qianma chose to keep him in. This way, they could maximize their DPS. It was only because time was so tight that he didn't have time to explain it to Huang Tian, which led to that tragic misunderstanding just now. Sheesh, Oldemo, why didn't you say so earlier? I knew it. You'd never leave me behind like that. Love you, man. That was thrilling as hell. Huang Tian had just walked out of Hell's door and back, and was now so excited that he couldn't even control what he was saying. Love your damn head. I'm not into guys. You're barking up the wrong tree. Cheng Qianma kicked Huang Tian to shut him up. Everyone who saw that scene burst out laughing. The entire battle had been so intense and stressful, but thanks to Huang Tian's antics, the mood finally lightened a bit. Everyone felt much more at ease. Huang Tian's recent burst damage was impressive. Yamaner's HP had dropped to below 13%. They aimed to finish him off in the next 20 seconds. Charge! Cheng Qianma glanced at Yamaner's and issued the final attack order. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone charged forward. A few minutes later, a monitor collapsed with a loud crash, and a line of text appeared before everyone's eyes. Huang Tian was especially excited, shouting out loud in delight. This is Chapter 380. Incredible rewards for the entire team. Congratulations to Cheng Qianma for completing the hidden quest, destroying the undead Scourge stronghold. Reward, 400,000 experience points. Free attribute points, 10. Congratulations on clearing the extreme difficulty dungeon, Razor Heights. Completion time, 4 hours, 36 minutes, and 20 seconds. New record for the dungeon. Current personal rating, SS. Team rating, SS. Reward, 300,000 experience points. Choose one from the following rewards. Equipment box, X1. Skill box, X1. Material box, X1. Congratulations. You've obtained the ultimate baptism buff, Magic Blessing. Increases magic resistance by 20%. Increases HP by 5%. As Cheng Qianma looked at the flood of messages, 2 golden lights flashed over his body. Earlier, his experience was about 30% of the current level. Now, with 700,000 experience points gained at once, he instantly leveled up twice. Glancing at the others, he saw that they were all glowing with golden light too. Lin Ruoxi, like him, also leveled up twice, reaching level 39. As for Huang Tian, Wei Sheng, and Qiu Lin, they reached levels 39, 40, and 44, respectively. Even Huang Tian and Wei Sheng were now very close to reaching the next level. Judging by the excitement on everyone's faces, this time's rewards were indeed extremely generous. This grueling dungeon journey was well worth all the effort. Both the experience and the other rewards were phenomenal. Choose one reward from equipment, skill, or materials, given my current needs. Also, the ultimate blessing of magic benediction was a pretty decent boost as well, because Cheng Qianma's soul reclaimer can't actively learn school-type skills. Among the 3 types of rewards, obtaining a skill is the hardest, so he opened the skill box without hesitation. Soon, a screen appeared in front of him, like a slot machine. There was a scroll bar on the screen, listing a ton of skill names. Judging by the setup, it looked truly random. Forget it. I'll just close my eyes and pick one. Cheng Qianma couldn't be bothered to read the names on the bar. He couldn't read them anyway, so he simply picked blindly. A few seconds later, he pressed the confirm button. Congratulations. You've obtained an SSS grade skill. I shock. Yamaner's signature ultimate. Cast time, 6 seconds. Casts an icy blast from the caster's position, covering a 50-meter radius around them. Damage scales with spirit stat. All targets hit are frozen for 3 seconds. Damn, Tianny. Cheng Qianma stared at the newly acquired skill, his face showing a strange expression. On one hand, Ice Shock is Yamaner's trump card. On that scroll bar just now, even if there weren't 100 options, there were at least dozens. Yet picking randomly, he actually landed the ultimate move, and it's a super strong AoE skill, with crowd control on top of that. If cast at the right time and place, it'll definitely be a terrifying skill. On the other hand, Ice Shock clearly isn't a skill for awakened classes. Others probably wouldn't be able to learn it easily. The fact that it's SSS grade already shows how rare it is. Looks like I need to farm more secret realms. If I get upgrades like this every time, we're all going to soar. Cheng Qianma chuckled, then opened up his character panel. He had just leveled up twice, plus earned rewards from a hidden quest, giving him a total of 22 free attribute points. Name, Cheng Qianma. Race, human. Class, second class soul reanimator. Level 39. 254,988, 3,954,877. Strength, 110. Equipment bonus, plus 114. Agility, 117. Equipment bonus, plus 88. Spirit, 106. Equipment bonus, plus 51. Constitution, 57 foot. Equipment bonus, plus 73. Health points, 6,804. Mana points, 5,180. Armor value, 690. Same level physical damage reduction, 29.3%. Attack bonus, 38.1%. Critical rate, 33.6%. Critical damage bonus, 32%. Magic resistance, 20%. Awakening talent, SSS. Conversion, LV6. Combat power evaluation, 13,025. Unallocated points, 0. Personal gold, 9,500 gold. Guild coins, 320,000 gold. Blue star credits, 24 million foot. Blessing buff. Basic amplification, magic benediction, titles, Elder of the Life Profession Association, Street Killer of the Dark Brotherhood, Council Member of the Blacksmith Guild, Leader of Eternal Pinnacle. After some consideration, Chung Qianma decisively allocated all 22 of his free attribute points into Constitution. This raised his total HP, after the plus 5% boost from Magic Benediction, to a whopping 6,804 points. Constitution used to be his weakest stat, but now it's catching up fast, even slightly surpassing awakened ones of the same level. The reason for this point allocation came down to two considerations. First, he was still sticking with his bucket-style 14-point balance build. He couldn't afford to let Constitution drag him down, since he mastered all class skills. Balance development was the way to go. Second, after receiving Magic Benediction, he instantly activated it. After all, plus 20% magic resistance is a rare and valuable stat, and it also gives plus 5% to max HP. So investing in Constitution was the most cost-effective option. The upgrades from the Razor Highland Secret Realm instantly boosted Chung Qianma's total combat power by 30,000. Absolutely insane. From this, it's clear how insanely valuable that 20% magic resistance really is. Right now, Chung Qianma has basically become a nightmare for all magic-type awakened players. He comes with a 90-second passive purification skill, plus 20% magic resistance, and increasingly tanky HP, turning him into a blood fortress. Any magic class who sees him will have a headache. Holy crap, this ultimate baptism buff is awesome. With this thing, I'll be able to destroy Weisheng with my eyes closed. As Chung Qianma was deep in thought, Huang Tian's laughter broke the brief silence. He was wearing an annoyingly smug expression. He even ran over to Weisheng and started taunting him. Previously, Weisheng's level had always been higher than his, and it still was. But now that he had magic resistance, the outcome was no longer certain. So he felt like this time, victory was in the bag. But then Weisheng raised an eyebrow and scoffed. What? Not convinced. Let's spar when we get back. This time, my boost is just as good as yours. I'll show you then. Why the flowers are blooming so brightly. Weisheng might lose in a physical fight, but when it came to trash talking, he never lost. Since Huang Tian dared to taunt him, of course, he had to strike back. Sparring? Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. We'll fight as soon as we get back. These two have always been like children, completely oblivious to what maturity means. The others had also received great benefits, so they were in high spirits too. They all burst into laughter. The Eternal Peak squad had truly struck gold today. Not only did everyone level up, they also gained incredible rewards. Alright, we should probably head back. This whole trip took more than 10 days. I wonder if anyone in Lingyu City has lost their patience? As Chung Qianma finished speaking, a sly smile crept across his face. Chapter 381. Everyone's shocked. The childish father-son match. Damn. What just happened? The Razor Highland record has actually been broken. Wait a second. These 5 names and levels. Why do they look so familiar? Crap. Aren't they the low-level team that went in earlier? How the hell did they pull this off? This is an SSS tier team rating. Right after the Eternal Pinnacle squad successfully shattered the Razor Highland record, the result on the external monument was immediately updated. Many people had watched Eternal Pinnacle squad enter the Razor Highland earlier, some even hoping to laugh at them. But now, after just a few hours, they realized the real clowns were themselves. Finishing in just over 4.5 hours, they left the second-place team far behind, and that SSS rating almost felt like a slap in the face to everyone watching. Eternal Pinnacle squad used raw power to silence all the doubters who had looked down on them. Soon after, Chung Qianma and the others exited the secret realm, and at first glance, they saw the monument, surrounded by a crowd of people. These people were clearly stunned by our terrifying record. Humph. A bunch of frogs in a well. I remember those scornful looks they gave us earlier very clearly. Now look at their expressions. It feels damn good. Huang Tian has always been straightforward. He says whatever's on his mind. And this time was no exception. He made no effort to hide it, nor did he lower his voice. So a lot of people heard him clearly. Only then did the crowd realize the Eternal Pinnacle squad had returned. Look, it's them. They broke the record. That's insane. They beat the second-place time by over 3 hours. That's terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that they achieved an SSS rating. The highest rating on this monument was only SS. That's insane. Is Eternal Peak Guild really that famous? Their members are incredibly strong. As soon as someone recognized Chung Qianma and the others, the crowd's admiration grew louder and louder. The world really is this harsh. Before you achieve anything, even your breathing is wrong. But once you succeed, even if you take a dump, people will say it smells sweet. However, since Razor Heights is so far from Lingyu City, most people had never even heard of Eternal Peak. After all, a mere second-tier guild wasn't worth mentioning on the vast Tianxi continent. Chung Qianma glanced at the crowd, showing no expression at all. These noisy people were destined to live in a different world. From the members of Eternal Peak squad, their paths would never cross in the future. So there was no need at all to waste time with them here. Let's go. We should head back to base. It'll take quite a while to return. After Chung Qianma spoke, He casually took the lead and walked toward the exit. Along the way, many people approached, trying to cozy up to him, but he coldly turned them all away. Originally, Huang Tian and Wei Xing still wanted to show off a bit and enjoy the admiration of the crowd. But seeing that Qing Qianma had already gone ahead, they hurried to catch up. Half an hour later, the Eternal Peak squad mounted their fast horses and set out on their return journey. So what are your thoughts about today's dungeon run? Speak freely. Qing Qianma asked everyone as he rode on horseback, turning back to them. This was something he cared about deep. It could help the team identify gaps and weaknesses and quickly spot problems before the battle. We lacked a sense of respect and awe. We were overconfident. After the fight started, we lacked confidence. We weren't calm enough. Everyone was surprised. Qiu Ling, who usually says the least, was actually the first to speak up and reflect, and what he said really hit the mark. After hearing it, everyone fell silent. In fact, before arriving at Razor Highland, they had already gotten used to crushing every secret realm with ease. Naturally, they had grown very confident in their strength, so they didn't take Razor Highland seriously. But harsh reality taught them a painful lesson. The strength of the later bosses in the realm kept exceeding everyone's expectations, and the team's confidence gradually began to waver. If it weren't for Qing Qianma's patient guidance, they might have all fallen there. To become truly powerful, there will always be obstacles along the way. Qing Qianma wants everyone to keep learning from experience, overcome these hurdles, and only then can they reach the peak of the weather continent. Qiu Ling was absolutely right, so I hope that after this challenge, no matter whether you face easy opponents or difficult ones, you always stay calm and give it your all. There's a saying, the greatest respect you can show an enemy is to utterly destroy them, and that only then will you continue to improve and never crash and burn. After hearing Qing Qianma's words, everyone's eyes gradually cleared. They finally understood the good intentions behind Qing Qianma's words, especially Huang Tian, who was the most reckless member of the Eternal Peak squad. Right now, in his mind, Qing Qianma's words kept echoing. Gradually, it started to click. Old Mo, you're absolutely right. Looks like we still need to work harder. We can't let a bit of success make us complacent. As soon as Huang Tian said this, everyone thought their ears were playing tricks on them. Were those really words from him? You're the one who's always bragging. Have a little self-awareness. Mocking Huang Tian was Wei Xing's favorite pastime, so he didn't hesitate to strike. And after hearing that, Huang Tian immediately cracked. His hard-earned serious mood vanished instantly. Screw you, man. You just love going against me, huh? How much stronger are you than me? Weren't we going to spar? When we get back, let's go for it. Wei Xing smirked disdainfully and fired back without backing down. If I don't beat you, I'm your son. Let's make it a father-son match. Solo. The loser calls the winner dad for a whole month. Dare you? Huang Tian has never backed down from a challenge. Without even thinking, he immediately agreed. I'm not afraid of you. Good son. Get ready to call me daddy. At this moment, Qiu Lin and Lin Ruashi were both dumbfounded. Weren't they just discussing something serious? Who knew these two would derail everything in an instant? Qing Qianma was left speechless, a line forming on his forehead. He didn't expect these two goofballs to suddenly mature and become serious. But even so, he didn't expect them to act like kids, challenging each other to a father-son duel. That's just way too childish. Forget it. Let them do whatever they want. A leopard can't change its spots. If they manage to digest even half of what I said earlier, I'd already be thankful. And so, Huang Tian and Wei Xing bickered the whole way, starting a verbal sparring match. The rest of the group, annoyed, began picking up their pace. It was just too noisy. Wait up. Why are you all running so fast? By the time Huang Tian realized what was going on, Qing Qianma and the others were already hundreds of meters ahead. At that moment, Wei Xing spoke up again. Stop yapping already. Let's race instead. First one back to the inn wins. Bet. 2,000 gold. Dare to take it? Hearing the wager, Huang Tian perked up instantly. Daddy accepts. Later, loser. As soon as he said it, he shot off in a burst of speed. Wei Xing didn't expect Huang Tian to cheat, and quickly chased after him. Cheater. You're not even worthy to be my son. Yet no one noticed. Just behind them, not far away, a strange fluctuation quietly vanished. Chapter 382. The 3-year pact is finally on track. In the blink of an eye, 5 more days had passed. The trip to Razor Highland for Qing Qianma and his team, round trip included, had taken a full 10 days. Before they left, there were 167 people taking part in the guild entrance exam, excluding Qiu Lin. After being tested by Huang Tian and the others, only 51 people passed in the end. The overall pass rate barely exceeded 30%. Currently, Eternal Peak Guild is level 2, with a maximum membership limit of 100. So for now, there were still 3 slots left. In fact, Qing Qianma could have lowered the entry standards a bit to fill all the slots, but he didn't do that. Moreover, these 51 people were not the final confirmed members. They had merely passed the preliminary round and had not yet officially become members of Eternal Peak. However, Qing Qianma did not disclose this information in advance, because he had other plans. Today, after returning to Eternal City, he immediately gathered this group of people. At this moment, Chung Qianma stood before the crowd, looking around. At the same time, everyone else was studying him closely. Previously, Chung Qianma had only acted as an examiner and fought Xiao Lin in front of everyone, and before leaving, he hadn't formally met with the crowd, so no one knew his true identity at all. It wasn't until just now, when he briefly introduced himself, that many faces suddenly showed expressions of disbelief. Oh my god, he's actually the guild master. No wonder he could toy with Xiao Lin. Now it all makes sense. Joining a guild like this might just be a great opportunity. He must have been busy with other matters before, which is why he hadn't officially accepted us. But today, we finally get to meet him properly. Only now did everyone realize with surprise that the young man, who had easily defeated Xiao Lin before, he was the mysterious leader behind Eternal Pinnacle. But because of Chung Qianma's incredible performance earlier, everyone had been completely stunned. Now, no one dared to speak out of turn. Everyone acknowledged his position as the guild leader. That was exactly why Chung Qianma had chosen to step in personally earlier, not only to test Xiao Ling's true ability, but also to shut down any doubts or gossip. Chung Qianma glanced at the group. He was very satisfied with their current attitude. Congratulations. You've all passed the preliminary selection. Everyone thought Chung Qianma was about to officially accept them into the guild, but instead, he hit them with a preliminary round. This left everyone both surprised and slightly annoyed. Many thought Eternal Pinnacle's recruitment process was a bit too excessive. Even high-level guilds don't make things this complicated. Other level 4 or 5 guilds wouldn't go this far. Hearing the murmurs, Chung Qianma chuckled. This kind of reaction he had already expected, so he continued from where he left off. Don't worry, everyone. After passing the test 10 days ago, you all already meet the requirements to join Eternal Pinnacle Guild. The reason I called it a preliminary test is because there's still one final step. But this next step isn't another trial. It's simply reviewing an agreement. With a wave of Chung Qianma's hand, using the guild hall's authority, a parchment document appeared in front of each person. Everyone's attention immediately shifted to the contents on the parchment. As they read, Chung Qianma explained, the agreement is simple. If you want to formally join my guild, you must sign a 3-year agreement. During this period, leaving the guild is not allowed, nor is sharing any internal information. Anyone who violates the agreement will be severely punished. After the 3 years are up, you may leave at will. After reading the agreement, everyone had mixed reactions. Some felt it was fine. After all, similar agreements exist in many guilds. However, some people didn't look too pleased. They felt Chung Qianma was making a fuss over nothing. Why would a mere second-tier guild need such secrecy? Wasn't he taking himself too seriously? Chung Qianma asked everyone to sign this agreement, mainly to protect the information about the world tree from leaking. Keep in mind, contracts in the Tianqi continent are enforced by the power of the rules. Once signed, they absolutely cannot be violated. Otherwise, the signer will face the penalties in the contract. After all, the power of the world tree was just too astonishing, and Eternal Peak was still relatively weak. Chung Qianma didn't want to attract the envy of other guilds too early. In fact, a 3-year term wasn't too excessive. Many major guilds even required members to sign 10-year service contracts. That's also why, although many wanted to join Eternal Peak, only around 300 people actually came in the end. With a contract in place, you couldn't quit even if you wanted to. Chung Qianma watched the dozens of people discussing below. He didn't say a word, instead giving them plenty of time to think it over. If anyone couldn't accept it, they were free to leave. He would never force anyone to stay. Although these people had been staying at the base lately, they had not gained official status. They couldn't see any of the territory's information, nor could they know the exact status or levels of the guild members, so they had no clue about Eternal Peak's true strength. Chung Qianma did this intentionally, and even gave them 10 days to observe. This was to give them ample time to think, because he didn't want this advantage to become the main reason for choosing Eternal Peak. Only those who could share hardships were the ones he wanted. Those opportunists only thinking of benefits, but unwilling to suffer any loss. No matter how high their level, Chung Qianma wouldn't keep them. Over 10 minutes later, the discussions gradually quieted down. Everyone had made their own decision. Seeing the timing was right, Chung Qianma spoke up. I believe everyone has made their choice. If you cannot accept this agreement, you're free to leave. After a brief stir among the crowd, 5 people ultimately chose to. The rest decisively signed their names on the agreement. And with that, Chung Qianma's recruitment plan had come to a complete and highly successful end. Eternal Pinnacle now had 92 members, just 8 short of the current member limit. For a guild that had just reached level 2, that kind of efficiency was downright terrifying. Once the 5 who refused left, a smile appeared on Chung Qianma's face. He waved his hand and officially approved everyone's guild membership. As soon as they became full members of Eternal Pinnacle, they saw the existence of a special structure, World Tree. The entire group was instantly filled with excitement, and someone even shouted out in awe. Meanwhile, the 5 who had just left the city gates turned back in confusion. Upon hearing the cheers behind them, they didn't understand. After they left, what had just happened? They also didn't realize what they had just missed. Immediately after, Cheng Qianma called over Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang. Now that these people were officially part of Eternal Pinnacle, there was no longer any reason to keep secrets. Welcome to Eternal Pinnacle Guild. You should all know. Joining us today will be the smartest decision of your lives. These two here are a high-tier herbalist and a high-tier blacksmith. They are also currently officers of Eternal Pinnacle Guild. From now on, any crafting or side profession needs, you can go directly to them. At the same time, as long as you have enough contribution points or gold, you can purchase any future epic grade gear at exclusive member prices. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. None of them had expected that such a small guild would be hiding not one, but two high-tier professionals. Now they finally understood what Cheng Qianma meant earlier. Joining Eternal Pinnacle was indeed the right choice. At that moment, Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei watched the lively scene below. They were equally full of emotion. How could they not feel that choosing to join Eternal Peak was the most important decision of their lives? Cheng Qianma looked at everyone and smiled with a nod. All the hard work during this time had paid off. Now Eternal Peak was finally on the right track. They had the manpower. They had the resources. It was time to take off. Chapter 383. Rapid Development and Constant Growth. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The situation in the Lingyu City region had undergone a complete transformation. Now, Eternal City's reputation had grown from unknown to quite famous. Every day, many people came to Eternal City to buy equipment. The traffic here was growing larger and larger. With sufficient manpower now, Cheng Qianma issued a series of guild tasks, targeting both combat and non-combat professions. For combat professions, they could earn contribution points by donating building materials, hunting nearby beasts, assisting in production, and exploring surrounding areas. As for life professions, they could earn contribution points based on their production efficiency. Then, they could use those contribution points to apply with Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei to use the source of life to rapidly level up their secondary professions. This task system basically covered everyone's interests. It also greatly increased their motivation to work. Now, Eternal Peak had nearly 100 members. So during this period, the guild warehouse's basic resources not only didn't decrease, but even under heavy daily consumption, were steadily increasing. At the same time, during this period, the source of life was steadily producing. Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei, every day, they were busier than ever. Together with their subordinates, they used the life sources to mass-produce a large number of epic-grade items and other goods. At first, guild members had little contribution or gold, so most of the items were sold externally. But gradually, as everyone completed more and more guild quests, their personal wealth also increased. As a result, these valuable items slowly shifted from external sales to internal ones, though this did, to some extent, reduce the guild's income and even caused some dissatisfaction. Eternal Pinnacle's members grew stronger at a speed that was clearly visible to the naked eye, and because of this, it also indirectly increased the rarity of high-quality epic items. More and more outsiders came to Eternal City to shop, their numbers never waning. In fact, they began arriving earlier and earlier, afraid that if they came late, the good stuff would already be gone. After all, these items couldn't be bought anywhere else in town, and their average prices were even slightly cheaper, no matter how you looked at it. It was a guaranteed profit, of course. All of this was deliberately arranged by Cheng Qianma. He intentionally set the non-member prices at 10 to 20% lower than the regular market prices in the city to keep attracting outsiders and increase Eternal City's popularity. However, he didn't completely abandon the city market either. After all, he had once promised Lu Qian that they would strengthen their cooperation in the future. Therefore, engineering tools, mid and low-tier potions, and other such supplies, he would regularly to deliver them to the city auction house for consignment. This way, not only did he make money, but he also maintained his good partnership with Lu Qian, a true win-win situation. During this time, Lu Qian finally experienced the terrifying productivity of Eternal Peak. Every few days, special personnel would deliver massive quantities of goods. At the same time, they would provide a shopping list, while helping Cheng Qianma sell the goods. He also helped collect various resources. As a result, Eternal City's development became faster and faster, and Lu Qian's performance was also skyrocketing. Both sides entered a positive cycle, but when some celebrate, others will inevitably worry. Now in Lingyu City, several factions were gradually feeling the pinch in their businesses. This included shops under the Life Profession Association and blacksmith shops under the Blacksmith Association. Their daily traffic and turnover had dropped by at least 40% compared to before. That figure was truly alarming, almost like being cut in half. Meanwhile, another group was also quite unhappy. That was the guilds in the Dark Forest outskirts. Their bases also had guild shops. Although their trade volumes couldn't compare to the main shops in Lingyu City, at least they were profitable before. For many guilds, guild shops were one of their main early sources of income. But now, with the rise of Eternal City, almost no one shopped at their places anymore. It was like their lifeline was cut off. It seriously slowed their development. In the eyes of ordinary people, those outposts lacked high-level, quality products, and didn't have daily necessities in bulk, so there was no reason to go there. Now, among the Awakeners in Lingyu City, a clear consensus was forming. If you need daily supplies or mid to low-tier materials, go to the auction house or city shops. But if you want high-quality, high-level equipment or items, then Eternal City is the place to go. Thus far, Chung Qianma gradually completed his commercial sweep of the Lingyu City region, and this trend was still gaining momentum. Eventually, it would even become a complete monopoly. This was his ultimate goal in developing production industries. In Tianqi continent, as long as you have money and resources, everything becomes easier. Of course, Chung Qianma wasn't idling during this time. After all, the Xia Kingdom Academy tournament was just over a month away. He had to seize every moment to improve his own strength, while also drafting training plans for guild members. Focusing only on industrial development without combat power would be a fatal mistake. So from the first day he returned, the guild organized 3 to 4 dungeon clearing teams daily, specifically to level up guild members. These teams were either led by Huang Tian and others, each leading a team, or by Chung Qianma himself. Gradually, guild members developed a habit. The first thing they did upon waking was head to the plaza. There, they could freely choose their team leader and sign up for a dungeon clearing team. If they arrived late, they might miss their chance. Huang Tian and Wei Shun were also honing the strength and leadership of core members. At the same time, their combat experience was rapidly increasing. Now, although Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi hadn't leveled up yet, they were not far from reaching level 40. As for Huang Tian and Wei Shun, thanks to the experience they gained at Razor Heights, they had both gained over a full level. Now, they had reached level 40 and level 41, respectively. As for Qiolin, he had the highest level of them all. He had leveled up last time as well, and was now just short of reaching level 45. The newly joined members, whether in level or equipment, had all improved significantly. Now, it could be said without exaggeration, that although Eternal Peak's guild level hadn't yet reached Tier 3, but their average strength had already reached, or even surpassed that of a typical Tier 3 guild. Chung Qianma looked at the rapidly growing base, a faint smile on his face. However, just then, a guild member on watch at the lookout tower suddenly blew the whistle. That was the signal for intruders. Chung Qianma's eyes narrowed, a cruel smile creeping onto his face. Looks like someone finally couldn't hold back. Chapter 384, Tier 3 Guild Attack. Battle Preparations. Everyone, less than a kilometer ahead, is the base of Eternal Peak. Get ready. We'll make them pay for this later. At this moment, a force of over 100 people had arrived at the outskirts of Eternal City. Most of these people were members of a guild called the Bloodfiend Guild. The one speaking just now was none other than Bloodfiend Guild's vice president, Wang Xinga. The Bloodfiend Guild was a Tier 3 guild, with its base located in Wind Moon Valley next to the Dark Forest. With Eternal City's commercial rise, they were the ones most affected. Today, the Bloodfiend Guild had gone all out, dispatching over 90 combat members to confront Eternal Peak. Besides that, there were over a dozen outsiders in this group. They were the owners of major shops in Lingyu City. Although their losses were much smaller than the Bloodfiend Guild's, the overall impact was still significant. So under Bloodfiend Guild's instigation, they had followed along as well. According to Bloodfiend Guild's plan, if Eternal Peak Guild refused to compensate their losses and shut down their guild shop, they would declare a guild war. As long as they captured or destroyed Eternal Peak, all previous problems would be solved. Guild wars were very common in Tianqi continent. Whenever two guilds developed irreconcilable hatred, they would use guild war to settle the score. The losing side would either cede land and pay reparations, or be forced to sign all kinds of unfair treaties, or they'd be destroyed or annexed. Tianqi continent has always been a world where the strong prey on the weak. Every problem can be solved with fists. Clearly, Eternal Pinnacle's sudden rise had disrupted the interests of many, and those people, wanting to protect their own interests, naturally needed to take countermeasures. In Guildmaster Xie Shihui's eyes, Eternal Pinnacle was just a newly rising force, far from comparable to his own guild. So today, full of confidence, he sent nearly all his combat personnel into action, leaving only himself and a few behind to watch over things. After all, Windmoon Valley wasn't far from the Dark Forest. As long as they struck fast, there'd be no issue. At that moment, after receiving an alert, Chung Qianma climbed up the watchtower. He could clearly see signs of disturbance deep in the forest. Leave them there, he muttered. Xie Shihui had no idea how foolish it was to choose early morning for the attack. They thought they could ambush Eternal Pinnacle's members, while most of them were out doing morning quests, forcing the guild into submission with overwhelming force. But little did they know, Eternal Pinnacle's daily schedule was totally different from other guilds. That hour was exactly when most members were still gathered for team assembly. Usually only those who didn't get assigned to a squad would head out to do quests afterward. So now, what Xie Shihui was facing was the entirety of Eternal Pinnacle. Brothers, we're under attack. Today's dungeon quests are temporarily suspended. Everyone, Assume your designated positions per usual. If we succeed in eliminating the enemy, everyone will be rewarded with contribution points. Chung Qianma clapped his hands and swiftly issued his commands. Hearing this, the members immediately lit up with excitement. Their fighting spirit soared. This was because Chung Qianma had long established a proper reward system. During guild wars or field battles, anyone who killed an enemy would earn generous contribution points, and the contribution points gained from combat were far greater than from quests. Now, with Eternal City's rising prosperity, the skills and output of life professionals had also rapidly improved, so the guild shop had been accumulating more and more precious items. Everyone had been struggling to earn contribution points quickly, but today, someone had delivered themselves to their door. How could they not be pleased? How could they not be excited? Under the influence of Eternal Peak's core members, the mindset of these guild members had undergone significant changes. None of them feared hardship. They were full of confidence. Their spirits were high and full of energy. This was the result of the series of training measures Chung Qianma had introduced. If anyone still regarded Eternal Peak as a Tier 2 guild now, they would surely pay a terrible price. The conference was the first to taste the bitter fruit. Elder Qin, Elder Du, you should also send people to the city wall. The equipment we prepared earlier, it's time to put it to use. Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei, after spending so much time together, had long set aside their past prejudices. They exchanged a glance and smiled. If it weren't for Chung Qianma's brilliant ideas, they would have never thought that even as non-awakened, they could one day contribute to the fight. Soon, Eternal City completed its defensive deployment. All ranged awakened and life profession workers were stationed on the city wall. The remaining melee awakened, guarded behind the city gates. A great battle was about to erupt. At this moment, Chung Qianma slowly walked over to Gu Qian. With a half-smile, he said, "You don't need to fight today. It's time to let them train themselves." Gu Qian was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Chung Qianma would stop him from joining the battle. Are you really that confident? The enemy could very well be a level 3 guild or higher. Chung Qianma smiled and shook his head, then said, "You're underestimating our guild's strength. Just wait and see. I'll show you what it means to be a living hell." Gu Qian was deeply shocked upon hearing this. As the highest level member of Eternal Pinnacle, he enjoyed a privileged position. Normally, he didn't need to do tasks, nor did he have to work. He only had to patrol casually to ensure the base's safety. At his level, it had become very slow to continue advancing. Right now, Eternal Pinnacle's strength was still weak and could barely assist him. So he continued to wait patiently for Eternal Pinnacle's power to keep growing until the day it could support him. Based on his understanding of Chung Qianma, he knew this day wouldn't come too late, so he was willing to wait. But because of that, he spent his days doing nothing and didn't pay much attention to the changes in the guild. That's why he was a bit surprised by Chung Qianma's confidence. "Fine, then I'll wait and enjoy the show." When Gu Qian said that, there seemed to be a hint of sulkiness in his tone, but Chung Qianma wasn't upset. He knew Gu Qian's personality well. This guy was good at everything, except he was a bit self-centered. Soon, he would change his mind. Chung Qianma had full. Not long after, the Blood Fiend Guild's group finally arrived outside Eternal City. Now rapidly developed, had expanded its stone walls from a radius of 350 meters to the very outer perimeter. So, when Wang Xinga saw the towering city walls before him, he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Looks like during this time, Eternal Peak made quite a bit of money. The scale of the walls was in no way inferior to those of our Blood Fiend Guild. Wang Xinga's current mood was a mix of shock and a hint of envy. His eyes were filled. If Eternal Peak were a Tier 3 guild, then having walls like these wouldn't be surprising. But they were only Tier 2. That made it a little terrifying. Humph. Soon, I'll make you cough up all the wealth you've consumed during this time. Wang Xinga glanced at the distant walls. He said viciously. And right at that moment, from the direction of the wall, came the sound of mocking laughter. Chapter 385. Automatic Dance. The combat power of non-awakened ones. Friends from afar have come. How delightful. Friends from the Blood Fiend Guild. What brings you here today? At this moment, Chung Qianma stood atop the city wall, looking down from above. His tone was full of mockery. Meanwhile, the others were hiding below the wall, not showing themselves. Wang Xinga looked up, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Normally, he was the one looking at others so arrogantly, but today, the roles were reversed. Who are you? To even speak with me? Tell your guild master to come out. Wang Xinga, as the vice president of the Blood Fiend Guild, was himself level 45. Seeing that Chung Qianma was only level 39, he naturally assumed he couldn't possibly be the guild master of Eternal Pinnacle, which is why he said those words just now. At this moment, the people behind Wang Xinga also thought Eternal Pinnacle was far too arrogant. Since you all came to cause trouble, just speak plainly. My time is valuable. Even though Chung Qianma was sure the Blood Fiend Guild had ill intentions, he didn't immediately tear off the facade. He also wanted to know whether Eternal Pinnacle, after all this time developing, had gained acceptance among its neighbors. Wang Xinga was no fool. From Chung Qianma's previous words, he sensed something was off. Could he actually be the guild master of Eternal Pinnacle? Looking at Chung Qianma's handsome and youthful face, Wang Xinga was very surprised, and at the same time, felt a twinge of jealousy. Just thinking about the young man in front of him, already becoming a guild leader, made Wang Xinga feel very irritated. He was already 46 years old this year. After all these years in the game, he had only managed to become a vice president of a tier 3 guild. Compared to Cheng Qianma's achievements, his were simply insignificant. Perhaps it was this sense of imbalance that made Wang Xinga's face gradually twist with resentment. Then I'll get straight to the point. Your recent actions at Eternal Peak have seriously disrupted the economic order of the Lingwei City region. Not only our Bloodfiend Guild, but also all the major shops in the main city have been affected to varying degrees. Aren't you all way out of line? We're here today with 2 demands. First, you must hand over all your profits from the past half month as compensation for us and the major businesses. Second, from today onward, shut down your guild shop. Selling all types of items is prohibited. When Wang Xinga said all this, describing him as arrogant would be putting it mildly. In his eyes, he had over 100 elites on his side. Wiping out a mere tier 2 guild would be a piece of cake. At the same time, he had firmly tied the representatives of major city shops onto his ship. This, invisibly, added even more weight to his demands. At that moment, the people behind him all looked excited after hearing his demands. Once they got their hands on those profits, everyone would get a nice slice of the pie. It was a massive opportunity. But just then, Cheng Qianma suddenly smiled. Are you finished? He asked calmly. Wang Xinga was caught off guard by the sudden question. They were caught completely off guard. The next second, everyone below the city wall looked panicked. Cheng Qianma waved his hand and calmly said, open fire. As soon as the words fell, countless heads suddenly popped up from the wall. Then, a flurry of colorful magic rushed out from the city wall. Even more surprising, dozens of flying awakened also joined the attack. Wang Xinga and the others never expected Eternal Pinnacle, when faced with their overwhelming forces, not only showed no fear, but even dared to launch an attack. Completely unprepared for this, the Bloodfiend Guild was caught off guard. For a while, screams of agony echoed everywhere. At the same time, a few of the Bloodfiend Guild shop representatives showed expressions of fear. That's Du Tianlei from the Blacksmith Association of Skywind City, and Qin Yongchang from the Life Professions Association of Thunder City. Almost at the same time, the representatives of the blacksmith shop and the herbal shop from Lingwei City spoke out simultaneously. Although Lingwei City was a mid-level main city, these two were merely shop representatives, so their status within their respective associations wasn't high. But seeing Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei now, they were visibly shaken. After all, Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei were senior artisans and well-known in the industry, so they were recognized at a glance. What's even more absurd, they were now leading a group of assistants, shooting crossbows down from the city wall. Since when could non-awakened also join the battle? Such an unbelievable sight left the two representatives completely blank. At this moment, Wang Xinga stood right beside them. He heard their words clearly. His expression changed instantly. At the same time, he couldn't understand what kind of game Eternal Pinnacle was playing. In fact, all of this was planned in advance by Cheng Qianma. Back when Du Tianlei hadn't even arrived in Lingwei City yet, Cheng Qianma had already asked him to forge a large number of crossbow bolts. These items were later all packed into the large chests that accompanied their convoy. Then, once Eternal City was running smoothly, Cheng Qianma ordered senior engineers to mass-produce a number of automatic crossbows. And those automatic crossbows were personally designed by Cheng Qianma based on his past life experience. Although Du Tianlei and the other non-awakened had almost no combat power at such close range, attacking from high ground, combined with the precision bonus of the auto crossbows, they could still serve as a line of defense. This was the first time on the entire Apocalypse continent that anyone had dared take such bold action. In Cheng Qianma's eyes, treating life-skilled professionals as completely powerless individuals was simply a waste. As the size of the city expanded, more and more life-skilled professionals would inevitably join Eternal City in the later stages. This would naturally reduce the number of combat professions, and in turn weaken the guild's overall combat strength. In fact, across the entire Apocalypse continent, almost all guilds had come to accept this situation. So, they would usually limit the number of life-skilled and combat professions according to a fixed ratio. But Cheng Qianmo refused to do so, and that's exactly why such a shocking scene just occurred. Today, he was going to give them a proper lesson, to show them what it truly means to make the most of every resource. Cheng Qianmo raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then waved his hand broadly, and opened the gates of Eternal City. In an instant, a horde of melee awakened fighters surged out. The already chaotic Blood Fiend society was thrown into even greater disarray. Before this happened, they would have never imagined that Eternal City would dare to act so boldly. Everyone, don't panic. Our levels are higher. We're not afraid of a direct fight, worthy of being the vice president. Wang Xinga quickly calmed down and made the right call. On paper, at least, even though Eternal Pinnacle struck first, it wasn't a big problem. After all, their raw power was superior. The members of the Bloodfiend Guild, hearing Wang Xinga's rallying cry, gradually steadied themselves. They grabbed their weapons and charged forward. For a moment, the two guilds clashed head-on. Just then, Cheng Qianma came over to Gu Qian and smiled at him. I might need to trouble you once again today. Gu Qian looked puzzled when he heard this. Then Cheng Qianma whispered a few words in his ear. Gu Qian's expression gradually turned strange. Then he nodded meaningfully and disappeared from the city wall. Chapter 386. Crushing Momentum. Defeat comes like a landslide. It had been over 20 minutes since the battle between Eternal Pinnacle and the Blood Fiend Guild began. Wang Xingge originally thought his side would quickly seize the upper hand, but now his face was grim, under the cover of ranged firepower. Eternal Pinnacle's battle line had not retreated an inch. They had even pushed forward over 10 meters. This situation proved one thing. The Blood Fiend Guild was being suppressed. How could this be possible? Our average level is around 43, while they're just a level 2 guild. How are their members so strong? Watching his battle line steadily fall back, Wang Xingge finally started to panic. The reasons for this situation came down to two main factors. First, during this period, Cheng Qianma had been organizing guild expeditions to secret realms daily, and each time, the teams were led by the core members of Eternal Pinnacle's elite squad, with the strength that people like Huang Tian and the others had. They could completely crush others of the same class. Some of them could even fight enemies 7 or 8 levels above themselves, having them serve as team leaders. Naturally, moreover, under Cheng Qianma's instructions, when they led teams into dungeons, it wasn't just about grinding and skill training. They had to teach tactics in detail, just like how he taught them before. With such targeted training, the members of the guild naturally improved rapidly. Second, during this period, guild members completed a lot of missions and earned a huge number of contribution points, so the number of high-tier gear they exchanged for also increased significantly. Now, among all combat personnel in the guild, there were roughly over 50 people. Each of them had at least one epic grade item. Some of the stronger ones even had 2 or 3 epic items. With this equipment boost, their combat power had naturally risen greatly. Although the Blood Fiend Society did have a higher average level, these two factors combined had already closed the gap in power, perhaps even surpassed it. After half a month of hard work, Cheng Qianma was finally seeing results today. Looks like it's time for me to get moving too. Cheng Qianma glanced at the battlefield below the city, then leapt down in one motion. The reason he chose to enter the fight himself was mainly to end the battle quickly. Only then could he avoid unnecessary casualties. Now that Eternal Pinnacle finally had some manpower, he couldn't afford to lose any of it. So Cheng Qianma gripped his flowing light 1000-blade fan and charged straight toward Wang Xingge. In his view, to take down the bandits, you had to capture their leader first. As long as Wang Xingge was defeated, the Blood Fiend Society, left leaderless, would immediately lose morale and collapse like a scattered flock. At that moment, Wang Xingge saw Cheng Qianma charging straight at him. He couldn't help but reflect. Of course he knew that if he could kill Cheng Qianma, the tide of battle would immediately turn. Perfect timing. You actually dared to walk right in. Then I'll send you straight to hell. Wang Xingge, a level 45 warlord, excelled at close combat, so now he was feeling excited. He bent his knees slightly, leaned his body forward, and on his right fist, a blazing burst of energy erupted. This was the signature skill of warlords. Crushing Fist. Any target hit by Crushing Fist would suffer massive physical damage and be stunned for 1 second. Taste my fist. Crushing Fist. Seeing the stance of the Crushing Fist, Cheng Qianma not only didn't slow down, he even accelerated again. The radiant 1000 blades in his hand had already shifted into dagger form. Just as the Crushing Fist was about to strike his face, Cheng Qianma's figure suddenly vanished. The next second, he had already appeared behind Wang Xingge. It must be said, such reflexes were absolutely stunning. Only a monster like Cheng Qianma could pull this off so effortlessly. Chase. Shadow Step. So fast. Before Wang Xingge could react, he felt a heavy blow to his back. Cheng Qianma had just unleashed the assassin's ultimate pursuit skill, flashing behind Wang Xingge. An instant before the Crushing Fist could hit. Prepare to Cheng Qianma smiled faintly, then launched his attack. First, he landed a strike, Soul Reaper, sending Wang Xingge into midair. Then in midair, he followed up with Heart Piercer. The dagger plunged into Wang Xingge's back. A clean stab in bloodied out. In that moment, blood splattered across the ground, but it wasn't over yet. After Wang Xingge hit the ground, Cheng Qianma unleashed a soul shock, stunning him for 3 seconds. Then, he switched his flowing light 1000-blade fan into single sword mode. Ghost Sword Style, Departure, Rising Slash, Aerial Combo Slash, Wave Cracking Slash, a full combo of sword techniques, executed with flawless mastery. In a soul-stunned state, Wang Xingge saw nothing but darkness before his eyes, and even lost all sense of awareness. By the time he regained consciousness, his HP was already below 10%. It's over. Draw Slash. A massive sword light burst from Cheng Qianma's blade in a sweeping arc. Wang Xingge had just stood up when he was instantly killed by the draw. At this point, Cheng Qianma's combat power could already match a quasi-tier 3 powerhouse. Level 45 Wang Xingge was no match at all. As Wang Xinga collapsed in a pool of blood, the nearby Blood Fiend Society members fell into chaos. Someone shouted that the Vice Guild leader was dead, and the Blood Fiend Society's morale instantly shattered. They crumbled like a leave none alive. Kill them all. Cheng Qianma swept his flowing light thousand-blade fan through the air, then issued the command to annihilate them. The members of Eternal Pinnacle, seeing their guild leader's divine might, were all fired up, and morale soared, with their morale rising, and the enemies plummeting. The Blood Fiend Society's battle lines crumbled instantly. Many of them, seeing how bad things were, turned and fled. Run! As one person shouted the command, more and more Blood Fiend Society members began turning tail and fleeing. In an instant, their forces crumbled like a landslide. As for Eternal Pinnacle, upon receiving Cheng Qianma's command, they immediately began the pursuit. At this moment, only a few shop representatives from Lingua City stood frozen in place. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. Right now, they had no idea how they would explain this when they returned. They had followed the Blood Fiend Guild here today, hoping to gain some easy profit, but instead, they ended up losing everything. Not only did they gain nothing, they also offended the top figures in their own associations. What's worse, given Eternal Pinnacle's current power, there was no way they would let this slide today. This thought made their hearts sink. Since the life profession workers relied on automation and could only defend the city, they did not join the main pursuit force. Not long after, Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang walked outside the city. The terrified shop representatives immediately dropped to their knees. Greetings, masters. Though the shop representatives still didn't understand why two senior masters had joined a mere level 2 guild. If they wanted to survive now, they could only beg for mercy. Do you realize your crimes? After all, compared to the Blacksmith Association, the Life Professions Association currently held more influence. So Qin Yongchang was the first to speak. We were momentarily blinded and fell for Wang Xinga's deceit. That's why we committed such a grave mistake. Please, Elder Qin, have mercy. For the sake of our shared association, help us plead for leniency. Everyone seemed to treat Qin Yongchang as their final lifeline, begging desperately. In truth, Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei were also in a tough spot, though they had joined Eternal Pinnacle. But they were still the top brass of their respective guilds. Now they were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They didn't have it easy either. Just then, Cheng Qianma slowly walked over. Of course he knew the current situation was a bit awkward. Help me deliver a message when you return. Tell them Cheng Qianma will personally pay a visit tomorrow. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned. Chapter 387. Storm in the city, walking on pins and needles. Holy crap, this is huge news. The Blood Fiend Society actually surrendered? Damn. Eternal Pinnacle is terrifying. They're only a tier 2 guild, but they wiped out the tier 3 Blood Fiend Society. I heard that today all the big shops in the city are on edge. Apparently the guild leader of Eternal Pinnacle said he's coming to demand an explanation. Damn it. Why didn't I join the trial back then? Joining a guild like that, what a thrill it must be. Early this morning, rumors of the Blood Fiend Society's defeat spread through Lingua City. When people heard the news, they couldn't believe it. Just the day before, the Blood Fiend Society was at its peak, and in just one day, it was gone, just like that. Yesterday, under Cheng Qianma's orders, Gu Qian infiltrated the Blood Fiend Society solo. He went in alone, killed more than 10 people, and ultimately struck down the guild leader in battle. The Blood Fiend guild leader. He was still dreaming about riches and power, but in the blink of an eye, his home base was stolen from under him. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the main force of the Blood Fiend Society was routed by Eternal Pinnacle's members, fleeing in panic. The Eternal Pinnacle members fought harder with every battle. For contribution points, they were completely bloodthirsty. After nearly 2 hours of relentless pursuit, the main force of the Blood Fiend Guild was completely wiped out. But it wasn't over yet. After that, Cheng Qianma ordered a group to surround the nearby graveyard, preventing them from returning to their base. As for himself, he went to the Blood Fiend Guild base to rendezvous with Gu Qian. The newly resurrected guild master of the Blood Fiend Guild finally realized that the front line had collapsed, so he ultimately chose to surrender, ceding territory and paying reparations. To save himself, he humiliatingly signed the vassal agreement. From then on, the Blood Fiend Guild became a subordinate guild of Eternal Pinnacle, pledging allegiance to Cheng Qianma. Normally, a guild defeated in war has only 2 outcomes. Either they're utterly destroyed, forcing the guild to disband, or they sign an agreement and submit to the victors. The vassal agreement is the most commonly used. Once signed, the guild loses all autonomy. The guild master must obey the orders of the ruling guild. The ruling guild's master also gains full authority over the vassal guild, and if they choose to intervene, their authority overrides even that of the vassal guild master. Moreover, the vassal agreement has no expiration, so the Blood Fiend Guild had completely become a subordinate of Eternal Pinnacle. The reason the Blood Fiend Guild master chose to compromise was because he didn't want all his years of hard work to go to waste. In his eyes, serving under Cheng Qianma was at least better than seeing his guild forcibly disbanded. This battle was a huge victory for Cheng Qianma. Not only did he empty out the Blood Fiend Guild's treasury, He also turned them into a massive resource production base. The reason he didn't destroy the Blood Fiend Guild and seize Fengyue Valley was simply because he lacked manpower. Eternal City itself had not yet fully developed. He didn't have the energy to manage an already hollowed-out shell of a guild. Besides, he also chose not to merge the Blood Fiend Guild directly, because he had no interest in those useless members. Compared to fresh new recruits, the members of the Blood Fiend Guild obviously lacked loyalty. Cheng Qianma would rather not have them than plant a ticking time bomb inside his own guild. So from now on, the Blood Fiend Guild would just serve as obedient tools. According to Cheng Qianma's orders, the Blood Fiend Society had a hand keeping only 20% for their own development. This would further accelerate Eternal City's growth. Once the time was right, if there was ever a need to develop Wind Moon Valley, he could instantly convert the vassalage agreement into a merger agreement. As long as he stayed strong, no one would dare object. Today, as agreed yesterday, after finishing guild business, Cheng Qianma brought Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang to Lingua City. As soon as he appeared at the city gates, the surrounding crowd instinctively cleared a path. They all stepped aside to make way. Everyone who looked at Cheng Qianma had a trace of fear in their eyes. Cheng Qianma had carved out a name for himself with sheer strength. At this moment, both Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang were in high spirits. Watching Eternal Pinnacle grow stronger each day, they felt genuinely happy. At the same time, as Eternal Pinnacle's reputation grew, they also felt a sense of pride. Is everything in place? Cheng Qianma asked casually as he rode his silver steed. Qin Yongchang nodded after hearing the question, then pointed toward a building not far away. The message has been passed on. They should all be waiting in the Life Professions Association up ahead. I also notified the venue in advance. As a high-ranking figure in the Life Professions Association, Qin Yongchang naturally took on the role of liaison. After the store representatives relayed Cheng Qianma's words yesterday, the major shop owners immediately held a joint meeting. In the end, they decided the Life Professions Association of Lingua City would be the meeting place with Cheng Qianma today. What was even more surprising was that the president of the Blacksmith Association of Lingua City also showed up at the Life Profession. That in itself could be considered a miracle. And of course, the one who made it all happen was Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma held important roles in both major associations, and was also close with Jiang Wenliang. This entire conflict was completely caused by the big shops in Lingua City themselves. So, even if the Blacksmith Association was reluctant, they had no choice but to show up. You people are seriously foolish. Why would you provoke a monster like Cheng Qianma? He's already become one of our association's elders at such a young age. People like him can't be taken lightly. Besides, it's only been a few days since they formed their guild, and they've already reached level 2. Could someone like that be ordinary? And you didn't even bother to think. Their guild has so many epic level items. There must be high-ranking professionals behind them, and yet you still dared to provoke him. Do you have a death wish? Right now, in the council hall of Lingua City's Life Professions Association, over a dozen people Saturday. Each of them looked utterly miserable. The one who had just roared was Deng Yuan, president of the Lingua City Life Professions Association. Yesterday, upon hearing the news, Deng Yuan's face twisted in shock. He immediately launched an investigation into Cheng Qianma's background, and what he found shocked him. Cheng Qianma, at such a young age, had already become an elder of a branch association, and he had close ties to the Blacksmith Association of Skywind City. Such a status made Deng Yuan's heart tremble. What's even scarier was Cheng Qianma's combat talent. It even surpassed his secondary profession talent. That was beyond outrageous. So, even if his status and position matched that of Gao Jin from Thunder City, he wouldn't dare act recklessly. Today, by summoning all the shop owners in the city, he had already shown his sincerity. At this moment, Wu Feida, president of the Lingua City Blacksmith Association, was even more distraught. Compared to the Blacksmith Association, the Life Professions Association was much larger in scale, and now, with Jiang Wenliang becoming the president of the Blacksmith, he was essentially the head of all blacksmith associations on the Apocalypse continent. With his relationship with Cheng Qianma, Wu Feida knew he was in serious trouble today. Just as everyone was anxiously waiting, someone finally brought news. Cheng Qianma has arrived. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire hall instantly fell silent. Chapter 388. Border Mercenary. Economic Sanctions. Everyone present. Why are you still standing? The moment Cheng Qianma and the others entered the conference hall, everyone instinctively stood up. Are you kidding? The great demon himself showed up with 2 senior masters. Who would dare remain seated? Deng Yuan carefully observed Cheng Qianma, and seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, he gestured for everyone to sit. He also consciously gave up the seat of honor. Cheng Qianma didn't stand on ceremony. He casually walked over and took the seat. Meanwhile, Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei sat on either side of him. I'm sure the 2 beside me need no introduction, right? Facing a room full of senior officials he was meeting for the first time, Cheng Qianma showed no fear. In fact, he even carried a hint of dominance. Everyone nodded in agreement. Those 2 were famous enough. There was no need for introductions. Then let's not waste any time. Let's hear what solution you've come up with. Cheng Qianma tapped the table. signaling for them to speak. But the conference room fell into a brief silence. No one dared be the first to speak. After a long pause, Deng Yuan had no choice but to break the silence. I've looked into the matter thoroughly. It's true those shops acted in bad faith. Elder Chung is one of our association's high-ranking members after all. For the sake of our shared council status, I ask for your leniency. They're all willing to offer compensation individually. Trying to ease the tension, Deng Yuan didn't address Chung Qianmo as guild leader, but as elder instead, hoping he would show some courtesy. What he just proposed was the result of yesterday's group consensus. However, Chung Qianmo was not satisfied. He shook his head and said plainly, not enough. Deng Yuan hadn't expected Chung Qianmo's appetite to be so large, and his expression shifted slightly. But considering his status, Deng Yuan did not argue directly. Instead, he cautiously asked, so, Elder Chung, what do you mean? Chung Qianmo glanced around at everyone, then smiled faintly. I don't need any compensation. I just need people from you. For each secondary profession, I need at least 5 to 8 workers, and they must be at least intermediate level. As for the time frame, as soon as he finished, everyone was shocked. They had speculated on many possible demands from Chung Qianmo, but none had expected that he would ask for people. For a moment, Deng Yuan couldn't guess Chung Qianmo's intentions, so he continued to ask, Elder Chung, do you mean you want these people to join Eternal Pinnacle? Logically speaking, that's what anyone would think. However, Chung Qianmo shook his head. His guild was already nearing its member limit. Even if they leveled up to grade 3 soon, with the extra slots, he didn't plan to expand the life profession staff any further. The reason he made this request was to have them serve as external workers. That is, without joining Eternal Pinnacle, they would still work for him. They don't need to join. They just need to help with the work. Of course, I will pay them accordingly. When he said this, everyone present was stunned. Only Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchong exchanged glances and smiled. In fact, this plan was something they had discussed with Chung Qianmo. To maximize Eternal Pinnacle's combat strength while maintaining daily production, they could only resort to external employees. However, this approach was rarely used on the Apocalypse continent. Now, with the Blood Fiend Guild as a massive material production base, Eternal Pinnacle's production capacity was starting to lag behind, so this was the only option left. After thinking it through, Deng Yuan felt the plan was actually workable. A 1-year period wasn't especially long. Having these people work at Eternal Pinnacle could also be considered learning advanced techniques, so he subconsciously glanced around at everyone. Most of them were thinking the same thing. Alright, we accept this proposal. Wu Feida, what about your blacksmith association? Deng Yuan never got along with Wu Feida, so he still tried to trip him up a little here. But Wu Feida didn't even hesitate. He agreed on the spot. He even looked slightly excited. This response completely caught Deng Yuan off guard. Elder Chung, forget 5 or 8 people. I can provide 20 if you want. In reality, Chung Qianmo's influence in the Blacksmith Association was even greater than in the Life Professions Association. After all, Jiang Wenliang had publicly stated at his inauguration as president that the reason he reached Grandmaster level was all thanks to Chung Qianmo's help. Now, across the entire Apocalypse continent, every Blacksmith Association, if it weren't for his role as council chair, Wu Feida would have rushed over to help personally. Du Tianlei glanced at Wu Feida and silently muttered, "Old fox." Of course, he knew exactly what Wu Feida was thinking, but he didn't expose him. Chung Qianmo was a little surprised and waved his hand. 12 blacksmiths will do. No need for so many. He ultimately only accepted 12, which was just the right number. Keen-minded Deng Yuan seemed to sense something from Wu Feida's expression, but he couldn't quite figure it out at the time. In truth, Deng Yuan was still thinking too simply. Although Chung Qianmo said he'd use these people for only a year, with his methods, by the end of that year, none of them would want to go back. Chung Qianmo was very confident in that. If he had directly asked for people right away, with Deng Yuan's temperament, he likely would have. But after this roundabout approach, he still fell into Chung Qianmo's trap. Besides that, I have one more request. From now on, all of you must align your positions with mine. If I go to war with other guilds in the future, you must completely cut ties with them. You cannot sell them anything. No one expected Chung Qianmo to have another demand. When they heard this, everyone was visibly shocked. This demand was far more excessive than the last. What Chung Qianmo meant was basically to form a small business alliance, with himself as the leader. Once this organization took shape, it would wield terrifying power, because they could impose economic sanctions on all the guilds throughout Linghua City, without supplies for daily needs and equipment. The consequences would be dire. Deng Yuan's expression turned complex. He hadn't expected Chung Qianmo's ambition to be so great. If it were up to him alone, he would have flatly refused. Because agreeing meant that all of Linghua City's secondary professions would effectively become Chung Qianmo's subordinates. But he had a bad feeling. If they refused, Chung Qianmo surely had a backup plan. So he probed further. What if we refuse? What will Elder Chung do then? Deng Yuan didn't reject outright, but asked instead. Chung Qianmo smiled and spoke with unquestionable authority. Then from that moment, we'll be enemies. I can't guarantee the shops of Linghua City will still make any profit. Such a blatant threat, coming from his mouth, as if it were a trivial matter. This made everyone's expression turn grim. But just then, Wu Feida spoke up again. Whether the Life Professions Association agrees or not, the Blacksmith Association agrees. Everyone's face changed when they heard that. Chapter 389. Further expansion. Reinforcing defenses. Deng Yuan had no idea what Cheng Qianma now meant to the Blacksmith Association, so he couldn't at all understand Wu Feida's actions. Wasn't this basically a surrender? Admitting inferiority to Cheng Qianma? Where had the once proud Blacksmith Association gone? Deng Yuan originally wanted to reject Cheng Qianma's second request, but now that Wu Feida had defected, he was left in a very awkward position. Elder Cheng's second request is a bit excessive. Our Life Professions Association in Linghua City has several hundred members at least. To expect us all to adopt your stance is just impossible. After a moment of thought, perhaps to protect his pride, Deng Yuan still refused. But Cheng Qianma wasn't angry. He simply said calmly, "Refusing is fine. I'll just poach your people myself later. Don't blame me for not warning you." Cheng Qianma had already expected that Deng Yuan wouldn't give in so easily, so he applied pressure right away. If those words came from anyone else, Deng Yuan would have scoffed. But since they came from Cheng Qianma, they carried serious weight. If things really turned sour between them, they would become enemies. And Deng Yuan didn't want to be Cheng Qianma's enemy, so his tone unconsciously softened a bit. Even if you want us to follow your lead, Deng Yuan didn't want to become enemies with Cheng Qianma, so his tone had unconsciously softened a little at this point. Even if you want us to follow your lead completely, you have to show a little sincerity, don't you? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone knew Deng Yuan had softened. Now he just wanted to negotiate for some benefits. Cheng Qianma smiled, thinking there was a chance. Then, speaking slowly and deliberately, "Oh, I almost forgot to mention. Of course, I wouldn't ask for your help for free. As long as this agreement is reached, every month, I will provide you with 20% of the high-grade items at cost price for you to resell. At the same time, I guarantee, Eternal City will never sell these items again. And in the near future, I will conquer all the guilds in the Linghua City region. When that happens, our business scope will expand to a much wider area. There's plenty of money for us all to make." Cheng Qianma spoke passionately about his grand plan, and as everyone listened, they seemed to turn to stone. Because this plan was simply too terrifying. Only now did they fully realize the extent of Cheng Qianma's ambition. It turned out his sights were never limited to Linghua City. He was looking much farther ahead. Such an astonishing vision. None of them had even dared to imagine. But now that Cheng Qianma had stated it so directly, how could they not feel their blood boil? Businessmen, after all, are driven by profit. As long as there's enough profit, everything is negotiable. If this could really be achieved, Linghua City would gradually become the commercial center of the Apocalypse continent. At that time, the status and influence of everyone present would rise along with it. Deal. Deng Yuan, upon hearing Cheng Qianma's grand plan, immediately agreed. He, too, wanted to witness history in the making, and so, with both hard and soft tactics, Cheng Qianma successfully secured all of Linghua City's commercial resources. Moreover, both the Life Professions Association and the Blacksmith Association, they had also established an unprecedented partnership, which laid a solid foundation for his future conquest of all the guilds in this region. It also paved the way for the eventual merger of the two associations. As long as Linghua City prospered, more and more people would come to recognize the benefits of a merger. At the same time, they would also recognize Cheng Qianma's astonishing capabilities. After the meeting, Deng Yuan wanted to host a welcome banquet for Cheng Qianma as a gesture of hospitality, but Cheng Qianma declined. He only left Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang behind to select personnel from outside the official roster, while he himself returned to Eternal City. When Cheng Qianma arrived back at Eternal City, the sun was about to set. Lights had already been lit across the city, and bursts of cheerful laughter echoed through the streets. The guild was now truly stabilized. All my running around was worth it. Cheng Qianma smiled and opened the guild interface. A message popped up instantly. All conditions for upgrade have been met. Would you like to upgrade? Cheng Qianma had previously looted a vast amount of resources from the Blood Fiend Society, more than enough for the upgrade. So Cheng Qianma decisively selected upgrade. In an instant, Eternal City's command seal emitted a dazzling light again, illuminating the entire stronghold. Immediately after, a loud rumble echoed. The territory of Eternal City expanded accordingly. Many people, hearing the noise, thought it was an enemy attack, and rushed outside. Only when they saw Cheng Qianma standing there, did they feel completely at ease. Congratulations. The guild has reached Tier 3. Territory information has been updated. After the guild was upgraded, Cheng Qianma immediately opened the construction tab to see if any new buildings had appeared. Very soon, an excited expression appeared on his face. Not bad. After the guild was upgraded to Grade 3, the production buildings could finally be upgraded too. Now, on the construction page, intermediate blacksmith shops had appeared, herbal rooms, leather workshops, and engineering huts. Although the upgrade cost for each building was quite steep, he didn't hesitate to upgrade them all. because once these buildings reached intermediate level, their daily production efficiency increased by 30%. This brought a qualitative leap in Eternal City's productivity. Very soon, all the production buildings in the base were fully upgraded, both in size and appearance. They were vastly improved over the basic ones. Immediately after, Chung Qianma suddenly discovered that a new tab for defensive buildings had appeared on the construction page. This delighted him greatly. Finally, defensive structures. This was an extremely crucial component. After just one night. After filtering, Chung Qianma selected 2 types of defensive structures based on current needs. The Thunderbolt catapult requires 300 units of wood and 400 units of stone. It can deal 5 meters of arrow damage to the target, has a range of 600 meters, but a slow attack speed. The rapid-fire ballista requires 200 units of wood and 300 units of stone. It can deal piercing damage to the target, has a range of 300 meters, and a fast attack speed. Currently, there are still plenty of building resources left, so Chung Qianma directly bought 20 rapid-fire ballistae and 10 Thunderbolt catapults. This defensive firepower is equivalent to the ranged output of 60 or 70 people. If it weren't for Bloodfiend Guild's blind arrogance, choosing to launch a full-scale assault, leaving their home base defenseless, even with Gu Qian's strength, it would have been difficult to succeed in a decapitation strike. After all, from level 3 guilds onwards, there are defensive buildings available. It was only because Chung Qianma was bold and meticulous, decisively choosing to raid their base, that he was able to so easily seize the Bloodfiend Guild's territory. After updating the base structures, Chung Qianma opened the guild panel. Guild name, Eternal Pinnacle. Guild level, level 3. Base name, Eternal City. Guild leader, Chung Qianma. Guild members, 92,150. Territory range, radius of 1,000 meters. Special building, World Tree Sapling, viewable. Common buildings, Ultimate Blacksmith Shop, Ultimate Herb House, Ultimate Leatherworking Shop, Ultimate Engineering Workshop, Basic Kitchen, Residences, Guild Warehouse, Guild Task Board. Upgrade requirements, 10,000 units of wood, 10,000 units of stone, 8,000 units of food, 6,000 units of metal, 7,000 units of physique, 5,000 units. Guild membership exceeds 120 people. After reading the requirements to upgrade the guild to level 4, Chung Qianma let out a bitter smile. Looks like the money still isn't enough. Even though he had previously plundered a large amount of resources, after this round of expansion, it was still completely insufficient. The development speed of Eternal Pinnacle is simply too fast. Even after swallowing a level 3 guild, it still couldn't support his rapid expansion. That's why Chung Qianma was eager to control the entire Lingua City region. Only by making the entire region his resource pool could he sustain the rapid development of Eternal Pinnacle. However, just as Chung Qianma was sighing, a loud roar echoed from the skies above the distant forest. After hearing it, Chung Qianma's eyes narrowed. Then he showed a surprised expression. Chapter 390. High-level dragon race attacks the base. That's a dragon's roar. Although Chung Qianma couldn't see the situation in the distance, he was very familiar with this sound. The Dragon Clan is an extremely powerful race on the Apocalypse continent. Even the lowest-ranked young dragons are stronger than the adult forms of many other races. In his previous life, many rare flying mounts were basically all monopolized by the Dragon Clan, so he had a deep impression of their roar. But right now he didn't know why a dragon's roar would appear in the dark forest. To be safe, Chung Qianma immediately issued a guild alert. Guild notification. All guild members currently at the base, drop everything you're doing immediately. Everyone enter level 1 battle readiness. After using the guild leader privileges to issue the warning, Chung Qianma climbed up the watchtower alone. From there, he had a wider field of vision. Meanwhile, other guild members who weren't out on missions immediately grabbed their weapons and gathered near the city wall. Old Mo, what's going on? This was the first time Huang Tian had ever seen Chung Qianma issue a guild alert, so he rushed over in a panic. Before long, members of the Eternal Peak Squad also arrived one after another. They all looked nervously at Chung Qianma. At that moment, Chung Qianma stood atop the watchtower, staring warily in the direction where the dragon's roar had come from. There might be a Dragon Clan attack coming to our base. After hearing this, everyone's expression changed, given their currently low levels. Even though they'd never seen a dragon before, the Dragon Clan's reputation on the Apocalypse continent was known to every household. If the Dragon Clan really launched an attack, the danger would far surpass that of the Bloodfiend Society. Even Gu Qian ran over with a grim expression. If it's a young dragon, I can still handle it. But if it's a juvenile, or even an adult dragon, then we're probably in serious trouble today. No one here was stupid. Everyone picked up on the key message in Gu Qian's words. The reason he said that was because he had already seen dragons before. Given his current third job advancement strength, it was reasonable that he had come into contact with them. From the serious look on his face, dragons at juvenile stage or above must be terrifyingly powerful. Even he wasn't confident in winning against one. This is terrifying. For a moment, the atmosphere inside Eternal City became tense. Everyone felt anxious. However, at that moment, strange sounds came from the sky in the distance once again, and this time, they were even louder than before. There were even several roars in a row. Oh my god! From the sound of it, it sounds like there's a whole group of dragons. We're doomed. Our guild has just entered a phase of rapid development, and we run into something this unlucky. What a disaster. Isn't it said that dragons only appear on high-level maps? Our Lingua City region is clearly just a mid-level map. Why would dragons appear here? That dragon roared just now. Everyone heard it loud and clear. At this moment, chills ran down everyone's spine. Very soon, Chung Qianma finally spotted the dragons. There were actually 7 of them. When Chung Qianma saw the number of dragons in the distance, his expression turned extremely grim. Not long after, the 7 green dragons finally appeared before everyone. Although they were just juveniles, their strength was still frightening. 7 emerald wormlings at once. That's quite the spectacle. Chung Qianma stared at the 7 emerald wormlings, feeling an intense headache. As for the dragons, they are classified by rank as lower, middle, high, and supreme level. The lower-ranked dragons are the weakest, while the supreme-ranked dragons are the strongest. Even within the same dragon species, there are further stages: juvenile, young, adult, middle-aged, and elder. Once they reach the adult stage, then, as they age, they gradually weaken. But even the weakest lower-tier juvenile dragons are nearly as strong as 4th century awakened humans. As for those that appeared above Eternal City today, they were the renowned high-tier emerald dragons. So even though these 7 emerald dragons were juveniles, their power already approached the level of quasi-3rd job humans. If it had been an adult emerald dragon instead, its strength would be at least at quasi-4th job level. Fortunately, they're only juveniles. If I make a move, I can handle at most 4 of them. As for the remaining 3, you'll have to figure out a solution yourselves. Gu Qian looked up at the sky, then gave his assessment. Clearly, he was already prepared for battle. After hearing his words, the other guild members started to panic a bit. Right now, Eternal Peak Guild had around 50 combat professions. Forcing them to face 3 juvenile emerald dragons at quasi-3rd job level would not be easy. Don't rush into action yet. Let's observe first. After carefully analyzing the movement path of the emerald dragons, Chung Qianma looked puzzled. Gu Qian grew a bit anxious upon hearing that. At such a critical moment, gaining the initiative was extremely important. Besides, his class specialized in high-powered long-range attacks. If he could strike first, it would give them a huge advantage. If they waited until the emerald dragons entered the city, or even got close, Gu Qian would have to worry about surrounding structures and other factors. If we wait for them to enter the city before launching an attack, it'll be much harder to fight. Right now, while they're still outside the city, we can let all the ranged awakeners launch a full volley first. Based on his experience, Gu Qian offered his suggestion. However, Chung Qianma still shook his head. He believed taking the initiative to attack now might not be the best option. The reason he made this decision was because he had just noticed something unusual. The 7 emerald dragons' gazes seemed to be locked onto the same spot. If they were truly attacking, their targets wouldn't be so uniform and synchronized. What exactly are they looking at? As Chung Qianma pondered, he followed the dragon's line of sight and shifted his perspective. Not long after, he finally discovered the issue. Could it be that they were drawn by the source of life? At that thought, Chung Qianma's heart began to race uncontrollably. An astonishing idea suddenly popped into his mind. Without hesitation, he leapt, sliding down from the 10-meter-high watchtower. Then he sprinted toward the guild warehouse. Everyone was confused. Why was Chung Qianma in such a rush? They all looked puzzled. Chung Qianma quickly retrieved the remaining source of life from the guild warehouse. Then he ran alone up onto the city wall. What followed was a shocking sight. The 7 emerald dragons in the sky let out deafening roars. The sound was absolutely thunderous. At the same time, they flapped their 3-meter-wide wings, sending trees and plants below flying in all directions. People inside the city, feeling the wind rush toward them, couldn't help but feel startled and uneasy. Even though they were just juvenile emerald dragons, just a few collective wing beats were enough to unleash such terrifying force. It was utterly unbelievable. Only now did everyone finally realize just how small and insignificant humanity was before such high-tier creatures as dragons. The strength they were born with already surpassed at least 60% of all humans. 249. 00:07:38. The gap in strength between the two sides was as vast as clouds and mist. In an instant, a wave of fear swept through all of Eternal City. Chapter 391. Reaching an agreement. Emerald Dragon. Chung Qianma stood amidst the raging wind, his expression completely calm. On the contrary, he stepped forward against the wind, even taking a few steps ahead. Then he raised the glass bottle containing the source of life high into the air. At that very moment, the 7 emerald dragons simultaneously stopped their roars and wing beats, their eyes all focused on Chung Qianma's right hand. Clearly, Chung Qianma's guess was correct. These emerald dragons had indeed followed the scent of the source of life. That's why they came to Eternal City. As for where they came from, that remained a mystery. You want this? Chung Qianma opened the cap of the bottle, holding the source of life, letting the scent grow even stronger. In an instant, the eyes of all 7 emerald dragons began to burn with desire, and they nodded in unison. The source of life held immense allure for them. Seeing their response, Chung Qianma smiled. Come on, come down and have a taste. As he spoke, he withdrew the bottle of Source of Life. The 7 emerald dragons seemed to understand what Chung Qianma meant. They all flew toward the city wall. Very soon, they gathered in front of Chung Qianma, lining up side by side. Since each emerald dragon was over 4 meters long, it looked a bit crowded at the moment. Chung Qianma chuckled, dipped his index finger into the bottle, and took out a bit of the. Then, he reached out toward the nearest emerald dragon. The dragon caught the scent of the Source of Life, and immediately stuck out its tongue, licking Chung Qianma's right hand wildly. Very quickly, he showed a look of intoxication, as if he was thoroughly enjoying it. This scene made the other 6 emerald wormlings nearby all reveal looks of longing. No rush. I've got plenty more. You've already had some. Let your little buddy have a turn. Chung Qianma patted the head of the emerald wormling in front of him, signaling it to move aside. Right after that, an astonishing scene unfolded. The emerald wormling actually flapped its wings and backed up several meters, giving up its spot in front of him. Holy crap. The intelligence of these emerald wormlings is way too high. They actually understood the guild leader's meaning. No wonder they're the legendary dragon race. So powerful. Our guild leader is seriously fearless too. Not only did he dare to feed the emerald wormlings by hand, he even dared to pat their heads. Damn it. That emerald wormling's tongue, just now, was bigger than the guild leader's head. I was really afraid it would swallow him whole in one bite. Guild leader, you're awesome. Guild leader, you're amazing. After witnessing that astonishing scene, everyone was in total awe of Chung Qianma's bravery. If it were them, they would never dare to feed the emerald wormlings right in front of their faces, because it was just too dangerous. If anything went wrong, Chung Qianma would probably be torn to pieces in an instant. And so, the emerald wormlings lined up one after another, flying in front of Chung Qianma to be fed. After feeding them the Source of Life, Chung Qianma would always pat their heads to show friendliness. Before long, the Source of Life in the bottle was nearly depleted. Although all 7 emerald wormlings got a taste of the Source of Life, they still showed longing expressions. Do you guys want to keep eating this stuff in the future? Chung Qianma looked at the emerald dragon's expressions, and finally revealed an evil grin. After hearing Chung Qianma's words, the 7 emerald dragons all nodded in agreement. Then stay here with us. Every 3 days, I can give you a bit of it. After hearing Chung Qianma's words, everyone showed looks of disbelief. The guild leader actually dared to keep these emerald dragons here. Was he insane? That's unbelievably bold. What if these emerald dragons turn on them? Wouldn't that spell total destruction? Chung Qianma was never one to follow the rules. He also enjoyed taking risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Gu Qian from attacking earlier, choosing instead to approach the dragons alone. Once he realized the emerald dragons were drawn by the Source of Life, he made up his mind to use it as bait and lure them to stay. As high-tier dragons, emerald dragons had top-class combat power and flight speed. They were absolutely top-tier beings. If he truly managed to keep them, it would be an incredible boon for Eternal Peak. With them, even the vast Apocalypse continent would become easy to traverse. Normally, obtaining a flying mount was only possible after reaching 3rd job advancement. If Chung Qianma managed to tame this group of emerald dragons, he would gain incredible rewards. After all, the high-level secret realms and ancient altars on the Apocalypse continent were scattered all over. Even if Chung Qianma knew their locations, getting there would still take a lot of time. That, in turn, slowed down his development progress. But no matter who you were, before reaching 3rd job advancement, you had to deal with this problem. No exceptions. So he wanted to use this opportunity to break the chains of time itself. 2. 7 emerald wormlings seemed hesitant after hearing Chung Qianma's suggestion. They were clearly unsure. Among themselves, they let out several dragon cries, as if they were discussing. Chung Qianma wasn't in a rush. He just smiled at them calmly. If this worked out, it would be a huge success. But even if it didn't, he would at least gain favor with the wormlings. That alone would be worthwhile. It was a win either way. After a long while, the leader of the 7 wormlings suddenly flew over to Chung Qianma. Then it extended its right elbow. Its intention was clearly to accept Chung Qianma's proposal. Chung Qianma was overjoyed. He reached out his right hand as well. And so, a man and a wormling had reached an agreement. At that moment, before Chung Qianma's eyes, a message suddenly appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully made a pact with the 7 emerald wormlings. They are willing to stay in Eternal City. However, you must provide at least 4 units of life source every 3 days. If this requirement is not met, they will leave on their own. Do you accept? Seeing the message in front of him, Chung Qianma showed a helpless expression. These wormlings really had a huge appetite. 4 units of life source every 3 days? That means I'll only have 1 unit left to craft items. Whatever. I'll trick them for now. I'll figure something out later. After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Of course Chung Qianma wouldn't give it up. As for the life source problem, he would think of a solution gradually. At worst, we'll just cut production. Anyway, the guild warehouse is already piled up, with plenty of epic equipment and items. There's already quite a lot. Temporarily slowing down production won't be a big problem. But with the addition of these emerald wormlings, Eternal Pinnacle's strength will take a huge leap forward. Deal. Welcome to Eternal Pinnacle. However, right after Qing Qianma extended his welcome, a new message popped up before his eyes. Next, he was first overjoyed, but then turned rather helpless. Chapter 392. Emerald Dragon Fong. A mad test for the guild leader. Eternal City has temporarily reached an agreement with the Emerald Dragon clan. At the guild base, a special building will appear. Emerald Dragon Fong. Without violating the agreement with the Emerald Wormlings, an Emerald Dragon egg will hatch every week. If the agreement is broken, the Emerald Dragon Fong will be destroyed, and no future agreements can be made with the Emerald Wormlings. Within 3 days, a young Emerald Dragon will attack the city. If the defense fails, the Emerald Wormlings will revolt. Prepare for battle. When Cheng Qianmo read the first few lines, it's no exaggeration to say, he was absolutely thrilled. As long as every 3 days, he paid 4 units of life resources, he could get an Emerald Wormling every week. This was definitely a bargain. It could even be called a massive win. If this continued, Eternal Pinnacle Guild would have a flying mount for everyone. It would no longer be just a dream. By then, launching attacks on more distant guilds will become exceptionally easy. Across the vast sky continent, time matters more than anything. But when he saw the last piece of information, all his previous joy instantly vanished. A young Emerald Dragon possesses strength equivalent to at least level 65 of a human awakened, and given the natural toughness of dragon bodies, its actual combat power is even higher. Even Gu Qian might not be able to defeat it. Facing such a formidable foe, it's hard to say how much chance Eternal City has. As expected, risk always comes with reward. Perhaps it's because I privately tempted the Emerald Wormlings that triggered their protection measures. That's why, within their clan, Cheng Qianma finished reading the message and shook his head with a bitter smile. In fact, his guess was already nearly spot on. The reason the young Emerald Dragon is attacking the city is to see whether Eternal City has the strength to protect their hatchlings. If Cheng Qianma cannot show comparable power, the young Emerald Dragon will take all 7 wormlings away. It might even destroy Eternal City. Forget it. If soldiers come, we fight them. If water comes, we block it with earth. This is a tremendous opportunity. There's no way I'm giving up. Faced with the allure of high-ranking dragons, no matter how great the risk, Cheng Qianma is determined to give it a try. If a person has no dreams, how are they any different from a salted fish? Yet, at that moment, at the northwest corner of Eternal City, a small mountain range suddenly appeared out of thin air. The size of this mountain range took up a full quarter of the entire base area. It was truly astonishing. Then, in the guild's information panel, under the special buildings section, the name Emerald Dragon Fong appeared. All the guild members who saw this scene, everyone was overwhelmed with joy. Oh my god! The guild leader actually managed to recruit all 7 emerald wormlings. That's incredible. Our guild has gained another special structure. It's said to hatch 1 emerald dragon egg every week. Does that mean we'll all be able to ride dragons into battle someday? That's insane. I really want to ride a dragon. Let's all work hard. Knowing how generous and fair our leader is, as long as we contribute significantly, there's definitely a chance to get one of the emerald wormlings. Exactly. Our guild leader isn't stingy at all. It might actually be possible. Eternal Peak is about to soar. The members of Eternal Peak were already thrilled when they saw Cheng Qianma successfully tame the 7 worm. But then, when they discovered the emerald dragon fangs, they went completely wild. Who wouldn't want a flying mount? Now that Eternal City can mass produce them, it means everyone has a chance to get one. Which means everyone has a shot. At this moment, everyone felt that joining Eternal Peak was the best decision of their lives. At the same time, they were filled with admiration for guild leader Cheng Qianma. They firmly believed that as long as they contributed significantly, they too would get a dragon mount. This belief, of course, stemmed from Cheng Qianma's consistent and fair leadership, as expected. After patting the wormling's head and letting them roam freely, Cheng Qianma turned to everyone and said, "I'm sure everyone saw what just happened. These dragon friends of ours, starting today, have officially joined Eternal Peak. And now, with the Emerald Dragon Fangs, at the same time, with the Emerald Dragon Fangs in hand, our guild will produce a new Emerald Wormling every week. I, Cheng Qianma, am not a stingy man. As long as any of you make outstanding contributions, I will naturally reward you with an Emerald Wormling." As soon as he said this, the whole place erupted in cheers. With just these words, Cheng Qianma instantly won over countless hearts. Everyone now became his loyal supporters. Anyone who dared oppose Cheng Qianma would surely be attacked by the crowd. However, Cheng Qianma was not finished yet. True to his style, after offering a taste of sweetness, he naturally had to pour some cold water. Even though everyone was excited, our guild will soon face a huge crisis. When Cheng Qianma mentioned the words huge crisis, the crowd instantly fell silent. With the guild master's incredible strength, a crisis coming from him must be terrifying. By now, everyone had developed a strong sense of belonging to Eternal Pinnacle, so they all perked up their ears. Even though we've gained a batch of emerald wormlings, we still have to face a life or death trial. At any time within the next 3 days, a young emerald dragon might attack the city. If we can't withstand its assault, everything will be for nothing. Even our home could be destroyed. When he said this, the scene fell into dead silence. Even the juvenile emerald dragons, earlier, were already terrifying enough. So how powerful would a young dragon be? No one even dared to imagine it. But not long after, someone suddenly shouted, I, Xiao Taizhan, will live and die with the guild. Xiao Taizhan was the first one who had volunteered to take the guild entry test, and today, he was once again the first to declare his loyalty. This caught Cheng Qianma's attention. Whether or not this person was sincere, at least he was clever enough. He was worth keeping an eye on in the future. Following Xiao Tieshan's shout, more and more people were stirred into bloodthirsty fighting spirit. If Eternal Pinnacle were destroyed, it would be hard for them to find another guild so humane and powerful. So, at this moment, no one was afraid, nor did anyone back down. They all decided to face the coming danger with the guild. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qianma nodded slightly. He was very pleased with everyone's unity and determination. At the same time, he felt a bit more fondness for Xiao Taizhan. Very good. Next, I hope everyone prepares for battle. Be ready to fight at any moment. We will show this young emerald dragon that Eternal Pinnacle is not to be trifled with. Cheng Qianma seized the momentum, continuing to rally everyone's morale. Soon, cheers burst out with passion and intensity. By this point, the entire Eternal Pinnacle Guild had gradually formed a united whole, and this marked the beginning of their conquest of the Apocalypse continent. Chapter 393, All or Nothing, Preparing for War. With the addition of 7 emerald wormlings, Eternal City was now in the full spotlight. Time passed quickly, and 2 days had gone by. Every day, as they looked up at the dragons circling overhead, they couldn't help but feel immense pride. This was a glory that even level 67 guilds might not possess. Meanwhile, the Eternal Peak Guild now had many members with high morale, all highly motivated. Everyone was training hard every day, while staying alert to any movements nearby. They were going all out in preparation for the upcoming Dragon Tide. Cheng Qianma hadn't been idle either these past 2 days. First, he publicly announced a 3-day suspension of operations to focus on full-scale preparation. Then, he ordered the blacksmithing division to cooperate closely with the engineering department. Their goal was to mass-produce auto bells. In the face of such a powerful enemy, even the energy of non-awakened members was not to be wasted. He aimed to use saturation attacks to maximize their defensive power. In the end, he even used up all remaining construction resources. Without hesitation, he upgraded the Thunderbolt catapults to a total of 30 to 40 units. All of this was done to maximize the defensive strength of their base. Looking at the now greatly fortified Eternal City, Cheng Qianma nodded in satisfaction. At that moment, Gu Qian was beside him, but he didn't look pleased. You really are a troublemaker, he muttered. Damn it. Our guild has only been around a few days, and you've already attracted juvenile dragons. Are you trying to kill me? Though Gu Qian grumbled, he wasn't actually angry. At this point, he was the pillar of Eternal Peak Guild, so when it came to he naturally couldn't back down. Though disaster was looming, he was still very satisfied with the guild's development. In fact, it had already far exceeded his expectations. If Cheng Qianma had told him half a month ago that the guild would reach this level, he absolutely couldn't believe it. The guild was developing so rapidly now, and they had even gained a second special building. Naturally, he was genuinely delighted. After all, the stronger the guild, the more it would benefit him. Come on, stop complaining. Let me assign you an emerald wormling, alright? By then, you and your 7 dragons battling in the sky. How cool would that be? Gu Qian was now Cheng Qianma's ace player. Having an emerald wormling as a top-tier flying mount would greatly enhance his strength. Besides, Gu Qian was a tier 3 destroyer, already possessing formidable ranged firepower. If he gained the ability to fly too, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Hearing this, Gu Qian's previously gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a face full of excitement. Then you'd better keep your word. I'll go pick out a tall and handsome one right now. Hee. 7 dragon shooting has always been my dream. This time, I'm definitely going to blast that young emerald dragon apart. With that, Gu Qian dashed off in a flash. Watching him leave, Cheng Qianma shook his head with a bitter smile. He knew that with Gu Qian's current strength, even with 7 dragons, defeating a young emerald dragon was not very likely. Gu Qian had only put on a happy face just now, because he didn't want Cheng Qianma to worry. You can't you be a bit more honest? Then, Cheng Qianma called over Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei. How's the progress on the crossbow bolts? It had always been Du Tianlei managing the crossbow production, so he answered immediately. Almost 5,000. Right now, we're producing them at a rate of 100 per person. There are about 40 lifestyle workers in Eternal City at the moment, so with 5,000 crossbow bolts, that averages out to at least 100 rounds per person. The progress is not bad. We'll have to face the battle at the latest by tomorrow. See if we can rush out a few more. Also, I plan to assign some tank-type professions to guard you during the battle, so you don't have to worry about safety. Just focus on unloading ammo. For melee professions, Flying creatures are the most frustrating enemies. If the juvenile emerald dragons refuse to land, melee fighters will mostly just be standing there, helpless, rather than letting them stand idle. It's better to have the tanks protect these non-awakened fighters. The fact that Chung Qianma came up with this plan was truly revolutionary. No one could have imagined that on the Apocalypse continent, there would be a day when awakened fighters would shield non-awakened ones. But now that day had come. Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchong, after hearing this, both smiled with joy. To be honest, even though they contributed decent firepower during the Blood Sand Guild fight, they were firing from elevated positions. The enemy couldn't reach them. But now they would be facing extremely powerful flying dragons. If they had to just stand on the walls and shoot again, they'd definitely feel nervous inside. Fortunately, Chung Qianma had thought it all through. With tanks protecting them, they could now unleash their full firepower. Don't worry, they said. With so many bolts in our hands, we're going to shoot to our heart's content. If Qin Yongchong had an awakened talent, he would never have accepted being just an herbalist without combat power. Now that Chung Qianma had given him a golden opportunity, he would of course seize it wholeheartedly. Who doesn't have a hero's dream deep inside? Later, have someone take all the explosives from the guild warehouse and stack them along the city walls in advance. They can be alternated with the auto turrets during battle. Don't worry about wasting them. As long as we can take down that emerald dragon, it'll be worth every coin. Although the engineering explosives in the warehouse could sell for a hefty sum. Chung Qianma spared no expense to defeat this mighty foe, so he spoke up directly. Let all flying awakeners use them freely. This made the two beside him overjoyed. With Chung Qianma's approval, they could now go all out. After the emergency meeting ended, night had already fallen. Chung Qianma walked alone to the watchtower. He looked around, feeling a rare moment of peace. This battle would decide whether Eternal Pinnacle could soar to new heights, even if it costs everything. I will take down this emerald dragon. Chung Qianma gazed into the distance, a look of fierce determination on his face. But just then, a deafening roar came from the southeast of Eternal City. In the next moment, all Eternal Pinnacle members instantly took their defensive positions. Now, all ranged awakeners and lifestyle workers lined up along the city walls, ready to attack at any time. Around them were stockpiles of explosives and arrows. Tank-type classes were spread out among them to protect as many people as possible. As for the other melee awakeners, they were preparing inside the city, ready to charge if the emerald dragon landed. If it dared to come down, they would rush it immediately. Before long, Gu Qianqi appeared above Eternal City riding an emerald wormling. Though he looked impressive, there wasn't a trace of pride on his face. On the contrary, it was filled with heaviness. Gu Qianqi's eyes were locked on the southeast direction, where his opponent was about to appear. Not long after, standing atop the watchtower, Chung Qianma finally spotted a hint of green in the dark night. Finally, it's here. Chapter 394. The Dragon Attacks. Lightning Strike. Suddenly, in the endless night, a thunderous dragon roar echoed. Soon, a dragon over 7 meters long appeared above Eternal City. It was the young emerald dragon that had come to attack the city. Everyone felt their scalps tingle at the sight of its massive wings. Even though it was pitch dark all around, with the city lights, they could still see the enormous size of the emerald dragon. At the same time, an overwhelming pressure radiated from its body. This was a level of terror none of them had ever experienced before. The emerald dragon swept its gaze across the area below. Then, to everyone's shock, it spoke human language. You tricked my wormlings with lies and schemes. Current form, Emerald Dragon, Juvenile, HP, 500,000. Everyone was first stunned by its terrifying stats, then even more shocked that it could speak like a human. In truth, for high-tier dragons, learning human language wasn't difficult at all. As long as they reached the juvenile stage, any high-tier dragon could easily master human speech. So this is what it means to surpass level 65 human stats. It's absurdly strong. Chung Qianma muttered to himself upon seeing the dragon's HP. After all, dragons were known for their powerful physical bodies. That naturally boosted the quality of their health pool. An emerald dragon with 500,000 HP was undeniably a powerhouse. Still, since it was already here, there was no reason to back down without a fight. To say we tricked them is going a bit too far. They came here of their own free will. At this moment, Chung Qianma showed no fear toward the emerald dragon. He responded in a calm. The emerald dragon glanced at Chung Qianma, its face revealing a look of surprise. Clearly, this young human was the leader of this group, but still, judging by his age and level, he clearly wasn't the strongest among them. At that moment, in the sky, someone was riding one of the emerald wormlings. That was the true strongest of the group. What a joke. We are high-tier dragons. Why would we ever join a territory as weak as yours? These poor children must have been deceived by your pretty lies. As a high-tier dragon, the emerald dragon naturally had its pride, and as it spoke those words, its face was filled with disdain. At the same time, it fully believed in its own judgment, extremely confident, or you could say, overconfident. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do. Then let's see what everyone's got on the battlefield. Open fire. After all, Eternal Pinnacle was now facing an enemy with strength nearly equal to a level 65 human awakener, and with the Emerald Dragon's powerful physique, its overall combat strength far exceeded that of humans at the same level. So instead of wasting words, Cheng Qianma decisively took the initiative. As soon as he spoke, Gu Qian immediately launched the attack. Right away, he unleashed his Tier 3 ultimate move, Satellite Ray. Satellite Ray. The satellite in the sky would fire 5 powerful beams at the enemy, and they would auto-track the target, lasting for 6 seconds. Facing such a powerful enemy, Gu Qian didn't dare to hold back. Since they were striking first, he naturally had to use his trump card. Starting with his ultimate move would also help reduce his cooldown time sooner. There was no way today's battle could be won in a flash, so he held nothing back. In the pitch-black night sky, a massive satellite suddenly appeared. The satellite's shape was somewhat like a spacecraft, and it glowed brightly. As soon as it appeared, it seemed to light up the entire sky. In the next moment, the 5 cannons on the satellite instantly gathered immense energy. At the same time, the surrounding temperature soared. 5 white beams of light shot rapidly toward the Emerald Dragon. Because the Emerald Dragon hadn't expected such tiny humans would dare to strike first, it had no time to dodge at all. He could only use his massive wings to shield himself in front. 5 beams collided with the Emerald Dragon's flesh. A deafening explosion erupted instantly. Because the beam attack was high in frequency, but low in individual damage, a rapid stream of damage numbers appeared across the Emerald Dragon's body. The numbers flashed by at an incredible speed. Minus 1858 normal attack, minus 3716 normal critical, minus 1860 normal attack, minus 1861 normal attack. Even though the single instance damage was low, the laser beam hit every second for a total duration of 6 seconds, with 5 layers of simultaneous strikes. With this calculation, a single satellite beam strike chipped away nearly 70,000 HP from the Emerald Dragon. That was already 14% of the Emerald Dragon's total health. However, Eternal Peak's assault hadn't ended yet. Countless spells now flew from the city walls, along with arrows and engineering explosives. The first round of mounted shots dealt nearly 30,000 more damage. If not for the huge power gap between Eternal Peak's members and the Emerald Dragon, the damage would have been even more terrifying. Despicable humans. Is ambushing all you know? After the first wave ended, the Emerald Dragon spread its wings wide and roared with overwhelming fury. Clearly, it saw the humans' initiative to attack first as an insult to its pride. Immediately after, it opened its mouth, gathering a massive amount of elemental energy. Cheng Qianma took a sudden leap forward, jumping down from the watchtower onto the city wall. At the same time, he transformed his glowing 1,000-blade umbrella into a shield form. Qiuling. Qiuling. Organize all tank classes and form a defensive line. Cheng Qianma shouted loudly. As the strongest tank, Qiuling naturally took on the crucial role of battlefield commander. With a wave of his hand, he roared, "Everyone, deploy your strongest defense. Protect your teammates." In an instant, lights and air currents flared up across the city walls. In just 2 seconds, all tank classes had positioned themselves in front of their teammates. At the same time, they raised their strongest defenses. Not long after, the Emerald Dragon finally finished condensing its energy. It suddenly unleashed a breath of dragon flame at the city wall. In an instant, a surge of greenish-blue flames, packed with violent energy, swept across the battlefield. Boom, boom. The greenish-blue flames swept from left to right, slamming into the various protective shields, with deafening crashes. Almost at the same time, any tank hit by the greenish-blue flames let out agonized screams. Their defensive measures were instantly shattered. Fortunately, this attack didn't reach the rear line. Only the tanks themselves suffered considerable damage. Second attack. Seize the opportunity. Cheng Qianma saw this. The attack of the Crimson Emerald Dragon just ended. It immediately issued the command for a second strike. Now is the Crimson Emerald Dragon's vulnerable period. We must seize this opportunity. At this moment, he switched the flowing light 1,000 blades in his hand to a staff form and shouted, "Lightning Strike." He unleashed the Archmage's strongest second awakening ultimate skill. At that moment, everyone on the city wall showed astonished expressions. Since when could freelance classes use the Archmage's ultimate? However, Cheng Qianma had no time to explain. He continued chanting his spell. Soon, a bolt of lightning streaked across the dark night sky, turning night into day in an instant. Chapter 395. Fury, Trapped in Desperation. When Cheng Qianma cast the Archmage's lightning strike, the sky was instantly illuminated. The next second, thunder rumbled. A thick golden lightning bolt appeared in the sky. Then, at a speed too fast for the naked eye, it flew rapidly toward the Crimson Emerald Dragon. Even the surrounding space seemed to distort slightly. The Crimson Emerald Dragon, though a bit surprised, still instinctively opened its huge, tough jaws, preparing to take the lightning strike head-on. In its view, with its defense power, however, just as it was about to flap its wings, Cheng Qianma made another move. Soul Impact. At this critical moment, Cheng Qianma activated the special effect of the tidal curse Reup, stunning the Crimson Emerald Dragon for 3 seconds. And it was these 3 seconds that left the Crimson Emerald Dragon completely defenseless, forcing it to take the lightning strike head-on. Moreover, unable to control its wings, the Crimson Emerald Dragon lost its ability to fly. It seemed to transform into a meteor from the heavens, crashing heavily from the sky. Lightning Strike. Elementalist's second awakening ultimate skill. He can summon a bolt of lightning from the sky. It deals massive damage upon hitting the target. The damage scales with the spirit attribute. It also instantly applies 2 stacks of electrified. Lasts for 20 seconds. Boom. A thunderous tremor came first. The Emerald Dragon crashed into the ground, creating a giant pit. Then in the next second, a crackling electric sound followed. Heavenly Lightning Strike landed right on target. At that moment, a golden number floated up from the Emerald Dragon's head. Minus 58,700 overwhelming damage, with 2 stacks of electrified effect. At that moment, everyone, including Gu Qian, showed expressions of disbelief. After witnessing such terrifying damage, a level 39 solo player, facing a nearly level 65 Emerald Dragon, not only wasn't stat suppressed, he even dealt overwhelming damage. That's truly beyond comprehension. In reality, Cheng Qianma's Soul Recaller effect becomes even more advantageous in the late game. His insane 1.5x attribute boost is enough to absolutely dominate anyone. On top of that, he's gained multiple permanent free stat bonuses, which further widened his stat advantage. So, even if the Emerald Dragon's defense is insane, Cheng Qianma can still land single hits that deal nearly 60,000 damage per second. This result is already at 85% of Gu Qian's ultimate skill output. Keep in mind, Gu Qian is 26 levels above Cheng Qianma. If Cheng Qianma reaches 3rd advancement now, he doesn't even need to match Gu Qian's level to beat him like a school kid. Damn. This guy is seriously broken. Looks like I'll need to be more respectful to him from now on. Once he levels up a bit more, I won't even dare to raise my voice around him. After seeing this insane damage, Gu Qian was stunned for several seconds. It wasn't until now that he realized just how terrifying Cheng Qianma was, to the point where he began reflecting on his previous actions. However, Cheng Qianma had no idea what everyone was thinking, nor did he have time to explain why he could unleash the Archmage's ultimate skill. Right now, he had already left the Emerald Dragon stunned and electrified, so he had to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 2 stacks of electrification meant that all attacks on the Emerald Dragon now would deal 30% more damage. All melee units charge out of the city and attack. All ranged units go all out. Everyone, use your ultimates. Right after Cheng Qianma's, he also waved his hand. In an instant, all of Eternal City's ranged weapons fired simultaneously. The reason he hadn't let the Thunderbolt Catapult and Rapid Fire Ballista join the first round of attacks was to keep their presence low. Otherwise, the Emerald Dragon's first area attack wouldn't have targeted the tank-protected walls, but would have wiped out these defensive weapons instead. Boom. 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 Everyone knew this was a golden opportunity, so no one held back. For a moment, attacks crisscrossed everywhere. Explosions rang out non-stop. First, Gu Qian rained down suppressive fire from the sky. Heavy firepower of all kinds, spewed down as if it cost nothing. Then, Huang Tian charged out of Eternal City at the first moment. Other melee classes followed closely behind. At the same time, ranged classes on the city walls also unleashed all their ultimates, all targeting the Emerald Dragon. And countless cannonballs and bolts also soared from the ground, crossing over the city walls, and heading straight for the Emerald Dragon. This wave was a full-scale assault, from heaven and earth, near and far. It was absolutely terrifying, because the Emerald Dragon is currently in a soul shock state. He has lost all awareness and perception. As a result, he can only take hits passively, completely helpless. In just 2 seconds, his HP dropped below 250,000. As the Emerald Dragon regained his senses, he immediately felt immense pain throughout his body. Once his vision returned, he saw that he was covered in wounds, and still bleeding heavily. Looking around him, he was surrounded by awakened humans. That enraged him to the core. What kind of strange attack was that just now? I'll kill you all. The Emerald Dragon swung his wings forcefully, sending all nearby guild members within 4 meters, flying back 7 to 8 meters. Their HP also dropped significantly. However, his attack didn't stop there. In the next second, he swung his massive and powerful tail with one sweeping blow. In an instant, over a dozen people were sent flying into the air. That 2-hit melee combo dealt a heavy blow to Eternal Pinnacle's melee units. Their losses were devastating. There was no way around it. Melee classes, when facing a boss with overwhelming size and strength, are simply no match for ranged units. They can only trade HP for damage. Mere humans dare to go against the Emerald Dragon clan. All of you die. The Emerald Dragon was now completely enraged. Even his eyes turned blood red. As he roared in fury, the edges of his wings instantly sprouted countless sharp spikes. In the next moment, he gave a powerful swing, firing those spikes toward the direction of the city wall. All tanks, initiate second layer defense. Xiao Ling reacted instantly, immediately organizing his troops to protect the ranged units. However, these spikes passed through all kinds of defensive skills effortlessly, without any obstruction at all. In an instant, agonizing screams erupted from the city walls. These spikes actually had piercing effects. Even Cheng Qianma was extremely shocked. He never expected the Emerald Dragon to have such a terrifying killer move. Eternal Pinnacle's second wave of attacks had indeed achieved astounding results. But due to the Emerald Dragon's fierce counterattack, they also paid a heavy price. Now, over 30% of their fighters were seriously injured, and another 10% had already lost their combat ability. Power exceeding human level 65 was still too much for Eternal Pinnacle right now. A bunch of ants. Let me destroy your home. The Emerald Dragon suddenly spread its wings and soared into the sky. Its speed was so fast, it left everyone speechless. Just a few seconds later, it appeared right beside Gu Qian. You think you alone are worthy to be our rider? Get lost. The Emerald Dragon extended its front claw and fiercely swiped at Gu Qian. With that swipe, it sent both man and mount flying downward together. Gu Qian was just a ranged damage dealer. How could he withstand the Emerald Dragon's power? His vision turned black. Temporarily losing sight, the Emerald Dragon snorted disdainfully and began gathering energy flames once more. Now, Eternal City had completely fallen into desperation. A wave of despair gradually spread out. However, just as Gu Qian and his mount were falling, Cheng Qianma suddenly launched a grappling hook. Immediately after, his body soared high into the air. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked and horrified. Old Mo, are you out of your mind? Even though Huang Tian was in immense pain, he still cried out in alarm. Chapter 396. Swimming into the lamp cavern. No one could have known. Although everyone thought Cheng Qianma's move was a suicidal act, he didn't think so himself. Earlier, he had latched the hook onto a falling emerald hatchling, then used it to shoot himself upward, and in the very next moment, he re-aimed the grappling hook, targeting the Emerald Dragon's neck a second time. Didn't you love spewing stuff? Daddy will join you. Cheng Qianma shouted boldly, then yanked the rope tight. Soon after, he leapt onto the Emerald Dragon's back. Since the Emerald Dragon was still channeling its breath, it couldn't react at all. Cheng Qianma had banked on that, which is why he dared to take such a risky move. Come on, let's fly together. As Cheng Qianma wrapped the grappling rope around the Emerald Dragon's neck, he revealed a cruel smile. Once the Emerald Dragon finished channeling and had its claws free, it would definitely try to throw him off. To protect Eternal City, he was truly going all in this time. After binding himself tightly to the Emerald Dragon, he began chanting a soundless incantation. Even though the Emerald Dragon couldn't understand, its breath attack was about to finish. 2 seconds later came another wave of scorching dragon breath, sweeping across the ground below. All the members of Eternal Pinnacle were terrified at the moment. But when they saw their guild master rushing fearlessly into the sky alone, their fear instantly vanished. What replaced it was a surge of hot-blooded passion. We can't disgrace Eternal Pinnacle. Brothers, let's go all out. At this moment, the first to let out a roar was Qiao Taizhan. When the others heard him, their blood instantly boiled with excitement. Those with more health even abandoned their defenses to go all out on offense, while those with less health did their utmost to dodge, hoping to survive so they could attack once more. At this moment, the morale across Eternal Pinnacle reached an all-time high. Boom! After the emerald green dragon breath swept across an area, a section of Eternal City's wall instantly collapsed. Many ranged units immediately fell off, and many others, struck by the dragon breath, were left critically injured. However, everyone remained fearless. Countless spells and cannonballs once again soared into the sky. They endured immense pain and kept fighting back with all their might. Boom, boom, boom. The Emerald Dragon lost another 90,000 HP. Its total health was now less than 32%. Looks like I really underestimated you all. You seem to be much stronger than other humans. But the final outcome will not change. The Emerald Dragon, though in great pain now, had to admit Eternal Pinnacle's strength. But in its view, this current battle was already the human's limit. Now, Eternal Pinnacle's casualties had exceeded 80%. It was almost impossible for them to organize a proper counterattack. Although its own health wasn't much left, it was still enough to destroy this city. Is that so? Cheng Qianma looked at the tragic scene below, his expression extremely grim. The reason he had come up here was not to exchange greetings with the Emerald Dragon at close range. The Emerald Dragon sneered upon hearing Cheng Qianma's words. A little trash hiding on my back. In the Emerald Dragon's view, Cheng Qianma was currently hiding behind its back, and it indeed couldn't effectively attack him. But there was basically nothing it could do about him. Sooner or later, with a few dives and flips, Cheng Qianma wouldn't be able to attack at all. If he could just avoid being thrown to death, that would already be a blessing. Not necessarily. Cheng Qianma suddenly smiled. The next second, his chanting finally ended. In an instant, a chill swept over the Emerald Dragon's entire body. Huh? What are you doing? Since the Emerald Dragon couldn't see Chung Qianma's movements just now, it now panicked a little. This icy chill was clearly extraordinary. Frost impact. Chung Qianma shouted loudly. In an instant, centered on himself, he unleashed an intense wave of freezing energy outward. The Emerald Dragon instantly felt searing pain in its back, and its whole body gradually went numb. At that moment, a terrifying damage number popped up. -67,982 crushing attack, with additional freezing effect. It turned out the spell Chung Qianma had been chanting was actually the ultimate skill learned from the Frost King Amon Nel. Frost impact. The base damage of this ultimate surpassed all second awakening ultimates of awakeners. A single strike dealt 67,982 damage. This was already close to Gu Qian's level, but this wasn't the end. Since Frost impact came with a 3-second freezing effect, the Emerald Dragon's entire body froze solid, once again losing its ability to fly. And just before it, the Emerald Dragon had been flying at high speed, with its head pointed straight toward Eternal City, so it now crashed heavily into the city. Boom. Due to inertia, the Emerald Dragon slid a long distance after crashing down, smashing all the surrounding trees and rocks to pieces. Chung Qianma, too, from the massive impact, was thrown off the dragon's back. He also crashed heavily to the ground. Such a tremendous impact not only broke several of his ribs, but also knocked his HP down by 70%. Compared to him, the Emerald Dragon was clearly in even more pain. Right now its HP had already dropped below 100,000, and it was still frozen. At this moment, blood was flowing down Chung Qianma's forehead. Then he struggled to climb back up, and the others who still had some fight left also seized the opportunity to rush over. Humans, I admit you are indeed strong. You've even surpassed many who are higher level than you. But in just 2 seconds, it will all be over. Although the Emerald Dragon was gravely wounded, it still remained calm. Right now, those attacking it were very few in number, and none of them were worth worrying about. As soon as the freezing effect ended, it could easily finish off these ants. However, Chung Qianma smiled as he approached the Emerald Dragon. Then he pulled something net-like out of his pocket. When the Emerald Dragon saw what it was, it sneered in disdain. A hunting net? Do you think you can trap me with that? Ridiculous. What Chung Qianma had just taken out was the spider silk hunting net he had obtained earlier. Although the spider silk hunting net could boost capture chance by 80%, this special effect was basically only effective against creatures of the same level. Right now, whether in level or strength, the Emerald Dragon far exceeded Chung Qianma, so it was natural for it to scoff at him. Chung Qianma, however, remained unfazed, and still walked up to the Emerald Dragon. At that moment, the freezing effect instantly ended. The Emerald Dragon, with a mocking look, was just about to rise and counterattack to end today's battle. But just then, Chung Qianma suddenly shot out another net from his sleeve. Poison net capture. In an instant, a massive poison net enveloped the Emerald Dragon, interrupting its attack immediately. At the same time, Chung Qianma placed the spider silk trap net right onto the Emerald Dragon's head. It's useless. Human, stop dreaming. The Emerald Dragon knew the venomous net wouldn't hold him for long, so he mocked Chung Qianma with a scornful tone. In his eyes, this was just a desperate final struggle before death. Is that so? Then let's test it and find out. At that moment, a cold smile appeared on Chung Qianma's face as well. Then he snapped his fingers. In the next second, a dazzling light erupted from the center of Eternal City. In an instant, a terrifying energy wave swept across the entire city. Sensing this horrifying aura, the Emerald Dragon finally What is this power? Chapter 397. The Terrifying Tree of Life. The Emerald Dragon was stunned. The terrifying aura originated from the World Tree at the very heart of Eternal City. Chung Qianma had endured through the entire battle, only now unleashing his ultimate weapon. The World Tree can produce the source of life, but its greatest power now was its ability to defend the territory, to deal a fatal blow to the Emerald Dragon. Chung Qianma had endured until this moment, to finally release the seal on the World Tree. Its branches began growing wildly. Soon, countless thick vines had completely encircled the Emerald Dragon. At the same time, the ends of these branches sprouted countless barbed thorns, and those thorns, shockingly, easily pierced the Emerald Dragon's seemingly impenetrable scales. The dragon now felt like his body was being bitten by tens of thousands of ants. Unbearably painful, but even scarier was, he suddenly realized that his life force was steadily draining away. How is this possible? What kind of tree is this? It's actually absorbing my life force. The once arrogant Emerald Dragon had now lost all sense of pride. Fear finally appeared on its face. No matter how hard it struggled now, it couldn't break free from the World Tree's restraints. As time passed little by little, the Emerald Dragon felt its strength weakening more and more. Even attacks from behind that originally posed no threat now seemed to become increasingly deadly. The reason for this situation all stemmed from the Temple of the World Tree. The thorns sprouting from the world tree not only cut through iron like mud, but also drained the life force of any creature. At the same time, they inflicted a terrifying debuff, life corrosion. Life corrosion placed its target in a severely weakened state, causing them to take 300% increased damage. A 300% vulnerability bonus was beyond terrifying. Only the term death knell could truly describe it. No, I don't want to die. Human, let's talk this over. Although the Emerald Dragon was extremely powerful, it didn't mean it wasn't afraid of death. On the contrary, they greatly feared death. Because the dragon race had very low fertility rates compared to other species, and their growth cycle was far longer than most creatures. It took an extremely long time for a wild hatchling to reach its prime, so this made them cherish life even more. Submit or die? Chung Qianma stepped on the Emerald Dragon's head, a mocking expression on his face. Today, Eternal Pinnacle had suffered heavy losses. He naturally couldn't let this fat prey escape. If the Emerald Dragon refused to submit and become his mount, then let the world tree drain it dry as fertilizer. Only this way could he make up for today's tremendous loss. As the Emerald Dragon felt its life force slipping away rapidly, it gritted its teeth and finally made a decision. I submit. Please, master, spare my life. Soon as the spider silk hunting net on its head burst into dazzling light. Then its size began to expand without limit. From only half a person's size at first, it gradually enveloped the entire Emerald Dragon. A few minutes later, the spider silk hunting net merged into the Emerald Dragon's body, and a line of text appeared before Chung Qianma's eyes. Congratulations on successfully completing the dragon. You have successfully activated the Emerald Dragon Fawn. Congratulations on successfully taming the juvenile Emerald Dragon. Please choose a name. Upon seeing this message, Chung Qianma finally smiled with joy. This Emerald Dragon appears to be female. Her whole body is covered in emerald green, with a slight hint of blue. I'll name you Qingdai. Name successfully registered. Since Qingdai voluntarily accepted the contract, the bond is now permanent. Emerald Dragon Qingdai, SS grade pet, supreme quality. When used as a flying mount, movement speed increases by 500% when used in combat. She can assist her master in battle. Creatures tamed using the trap net are pets, not just simple mounts. This is clear from the displayed info, which is completely different from the previous Silver Jew. The first major difference. Silver Jew was a purely land-based mount, with only quality stats. Quality stats only affect movement speed. They're not useful in any other way. But Qingdai has both quality and grade stats, though both are supreme in quality. The rank difference between Emerald Dragon and Silver Jew is vast. Qingdai's base movement speed bonus is a staggering 500%, an advantage unimaginable for land mounts. That's why, on the Apocalypse continent, a tamed flying mount is worth at least 10 times more than a land one. As for grade, it represents the pet's overall potential. At her peak, the Emerald Dragon's power can rival a 4th advancement warrior, so an SS grade rating is no surprise. The second difference also relates to combat capability. Pets can fight alongside their masters even when not being ridden. This is a huge advantage over basic mounts, especially for high-tier dragons like Qingdai. Even if you don't ride her, she's still a top-tier battle partner. So a monster you tame yourself will always be far stronger than one you simply purchase. Now that he had successfully tamed Qingdai, she was leagued stronger than any mount money could buy. After successfully taming Qingdai, his status immediately changed from hostile to ally. Huang Tian and the others, who had just been attacking fiercely, suddenly froze. It turned out that the skills they had cast on Qingdai now had no effect at all. Only now did they realize Qingdai's status had changed. Damn, old Mo, you're amazing. You actually managed to tame this juvenile Emerald Dragon. Damn it, why didn't you use this move earlier? Our brothers have suffered heavy losses today. Huang Tian didn't know the full story, so he voiced his question. At that moment, Wei Xing began his performance. Are you an idiot? The stronger the creature, the harder it is to tame. For a creature like the Emerald Dragon, do you think it's possible to succeed without first severely injuring it? Sometimes I really wonder if your brain got caught in a door. Because he had lost a solo father-son match to Huang Tian before, the extremely frustrated Wei Xing finally found a chance to vent. But Huang Tian wasn't easy to bully either. He decisively exercised his fatherly authority. How are you speaking to your father, son? You'd better speak louder. Looks like I went too easy on you last time. Seeing Huang Tian put on such an arrogant act, everyone knew he was teasing Wei Xing on purpose, so they all burst into laughter. Wei Xing, momentarily flustered, stopped talking. There was nothing he could do. Since he had been caught off guard by Huang Tian's sneak attack, he could only accept his loss and call him dad for a month. But he planned to challenge Huang Tian to another father-son match next month, vowing to reclaim the title of father. As everyone was chatting, Qingdai suddenly opened his eyes. He looked around and quickly spotted Chung Qianma. Then, to everyone's shock, he licked Chung Qianma's face with his tongue. Everyone was dumbfounded at the sight. Chapter 398. Dragon Girl Transformation. Discovering Talents. Thank you, Master, for giving me a name. From now on, I shall be called Qingdai. At this moment, The Emerald Dragon seemed like a completely different being. Everyone was bewildered seeing him like this. Was this really the same fierce Emerald Dragon from before? Even his tone of speech had become sweet and gentle. Chung Qianma glanced at Qing Dai. He suddenly revealed a puzzled expression. Could it be that after forming a new contract, Qing Dai lost her previous memories? The more he thought about it, the more that seemed like the only explanation. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why her behavior had changed so drastically. I remember you high dragons seem to have the ability to shapeshift. Have you reached that level yet? Since Chung Qianma would be entering cities in the future, he didn't want to expose Qing Dai too soon. If Qing Dai could take human form, then no matter where he went, he could move freely and without issue. Total freedom. Master, I can do that. I'll show you now. As soon as Qing Dai finished speaking, she closed her eyes. Then something miraculous happened. Her towering dragon form shrank down in just a few seconds, turning into the figure of a human girl. And, in terms of both looks and figure, she was absolutely stunning. Even compared to Lin Ruashi, she was nearly equal. Everyone who saw Qing Dai's humanoid form was completely stunned. However, aside from the exquisite face and the smoking hot figure, the rest was a bit awkward. Because parts of Qing Dai's body were still covered in dragon scales, they hadn't fully receded yet. For example, those soft, snowy peaks in front were half covered by dragon scales. Of course, it was a good thing that Qing Dai hadn't completely reverted to full human form yet. Otherwise she would have exposed herself right there. Can't you put those dragon scales away too? Chung Qianma asked curiously. Qing Dai looked down at herself, then glanced at the other women nearby. It seemed like she realized something too. Master, this is my current limit. If I want to look like other girls, I probably need to reach adulthood. Hearing this, Chung Qianma nodded. For a beast to take human form was already an incredible feat. Only higher-level creatures could do it, like the rock mouse they encountered before. Even after a lifetime of cultivation, it couldn't transform. Although Qing Dai still had many dragon scales on her body, as long as she wore clothes, it wouldn't be noticeable without a close look. Ruashi, take Qing Dai to change clothes. She looks a bit indecent like this. To avoid any awkwardness, Chung Qianma decisively called Lin Ruashi over. Lin Ruashi looked Qing Dai up and down, then she smiled. Qing Dai was also observing Lin Ruashi at that moment. She suddenly exclaimed, "Little sister, you're so beautiful." This unexpected compliment made Lin Ruashi smile even more happily. Sister Qing Dai, stop teasing me. Come with me. Chung Qianma never expected the two women before him would become sisters so quickly. Watching them arm in arm, leaving the crowd, Chung Qianma helplessly shook his head. Perhaps this is how beautiful women communicate, something he could never understand. Not long after, Gu Qian limped over. She looked a bit battered. She had taken a full hit from Qing Dai earlier. It wasn't something you could recover from so easily. Kid, you're really something. You even dared to speak dragon tongue. I've never admired anyone in my life. But damn, I admire you. Looks like that claw strike I took wasn't in vain. Although Gu Qian wasn't there earlier, when she got closer and took a look, she basically figured out what had happened. It had to be said, that Chung Qianma kid, whether it's strength or luck, he's top tier in both. Who would have thought that a not even level 40 awakener could get a level 65 plus adolescent emerald dragon to willingly become his mount? Even if you told someone, no one would believe it. You're alright, right? That must have been rough just now. Chung Qianma placed a hand on Gu Qian's shoulder and asked with concern if Gu Qian hadn't charged in reckless. Today's battle wouldn't have ended like this. So Chung Qianma was genuinely grateful to him. It's nothing serious, just some surface wounds. A few days of rest, and I'll be fine. Gu Qian didn't want to seem weak in front of Chung Qianma, and even patted his own chest. But the moment he did, he immediately regretted it. Ugh. Damn it, that really hurts. Gu Qian coughed a few times, even spitting out a bit of blood. Chung Qianma chuckled slightly, and said, "Don't act tough. Go back and get some proper rest. I'll make some healing potions with old Qin later, to help you recover." Gu Qian realized that if he kept pretending, it might actually get him killed, so he nodded, and headed back to his quarters. Chung Qianma looked around, and noticed that Eternal Pinnacle's guild members were all in pretty bad shape. Especially the melee classes. They were hurt far worse than the ranged ones. Looks like he needed to hurry, and brew up a batch of good potions. Otherwise, once word of this spread, there might be others who couldn't sit still. Just then, he suddenly spotted Xiao Taizhan, and a faint, knowing smile crept across his face. Xiao Taizhan, this man, had stepped up time and again, playing an excellent leading role. So, Chung Qianma had a pretty good impression of him. Then he walked over to Xiao Taizhan. Although Xiao Taizhan was also badly injured, he was still helping other wounded members. This made Chung Qianma's evaluation of him rise even higher. "If I'm not mistaken, your name is Xiao Taizhan, right?" Chung Qianma said with a smile. Xiao Taizhan was supporting an injured member. He instinctively turned his head. When he saw it was the guild leader speaking to him, his face immediately lit up with excitement. "Yes, my name is Xiao Taizhan. Guild leader, do you have orders for me?" The reason Xiao Taizhan had been so enthusiastic lately was not out of suspicion at all. He had simply been inspired by Chung Qianma's actions. Before joining He had checked out other guilds, but none compared to Eternal Pinnacle. Whether in the guild leader's charisma, or the guild's well-rounded and advanced system, Eternal Pinnacle was ahead of all other guilds. That's why he felt such a strong sense of belonging. Xiao Taizhan might not be extremely talented, but he had a keen eye for people, so when he chose to join Eternal Pinnacle, he staked his entire future on it. Everything he had done finally paid off today. Because out of everyone, Cheng Qianmo remembered him alone. You've done quite well recently. From now on, you'll be in charge of the guild's daily affairs. Keep it up, work hard. Xiao Taizhan immediately became ecstatic upon hearing this. While managing daily affairs didn't hold much power, as long as he did it well, he could become the guild leader's trusted aide, and that was more important than anything. Guild leader, rest assured, even if it costs me my life, I, Xiao Taizhan, will complete the mission. Cheng Qianma saw the sincerity in Xiao Tieshan's eyes. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder, then headed toward the herbal workshop. He had a new task to take on next. It was time to challenge advanced herbalism. Chapter 399. Refining recipes. Advancing to advanced herbalism. A day had passed since the battle with the Emerald Dragon. Although Eternal City was still full of the wounded, it had largely returned to normal operation. Whether it was cleaning up the battlefield outside the city, or repairing the collapsed, everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Cheng Qianma was in the intermediate herbal room, speaking with Qin Yongchang. Old Qin, I've refined these recipes. What do you think? Late last night, Cheng Qianma had asked Qin Yongchang for a batch of high-level herbal formulas. Now that he needed to speed up the healing process for guild members, advanced healing potions were a must, but he was still only an intermediate herbalist, and knew few advanced formulas. That's why he sought help from Qin Yongchang. After some research and discussion, he selected 3 advanced potion formulas, and spent the whole night refining and improving them. Now, he finally handed the new versions to Qin Yongchang. Even though Qin Yongchang had long admired Cheng Qianma, he still couldn't believe that Cheng could refine 3 advanced herbal formulas in a single night. He took the recipe scrolls with mixed feelings. Even his hands trembled a little. You really refined all of this in one night, even without testing the effects of the new recipes. Just from the level of detail, he could tell how complex they were. Cheng Qianma not only listed all the ingredients, but also specified the exact temperature, and how many grams of each herb to use. To someone like Qin Yongchang, who had studied herbalism his whole life, this was astonishing. If Cheng Qianma had created these formulas inside the herbal lab, Qin might have felt a little better. But Cheng didn't even visit the lab yesterday. He wrote all the formulas from scratch in his own room. This is nothing but empty talk. Such natural talent. I truly admire him. Qin Yongchang let out his admiration. Because the more he read, the more shocked he became. The more he felt that the new formula was superior to the old one. With his years of experience in alchemy, Qin Yongchang judged that Cheng Qianma's improvements were likely correct. Alright, stop overthinking it. We need to hurry and start refining the medicine. Seeing Qin Yongchang deep in thought, Cheng Qianma quickly pulled him back to reality. But Qin Yongchang looked confused upon hearing this. This is an advanced herbal formula. How are you going to refine it? What's with that look? I improved the formula, and I can't participate in refining it. Cheng Qianma found it rather amusing. But Qin Yongchang realized Cheng Qianma misunderstood. So he quickly explained. No, you've misunderstood. That's not what I meant at all. What I meant was, shouldn't you max out your herbalism proficiency first? Qin Yongchang knew that Cheng Qianma hadn't yet maxed out his intermediate herbalism skill. So he raised the question. I haven't maxed it yet, but I can finish it in at most 2 days. You start first. I'll be right back. After saying this, Cheng Qianma called Qin Dai over, and then rode her straight toward Linghua City. Seeing Cheng Qianma disappear in a flash, Qin Yongchang was dumbfounded. 2 days to max out intermediate herbalism? Is he a monster? Or have I just fallen behind? Now that he had a flying mount, what used to take several hours to reach Linghua City was now cut down to less than an hour. Feeling the cold wind against his face, Cheng Qianma felt refreshed. Now, I've truly upgraded. This really saves a ton of travel time. Very soon, he arrived at the herbal store in Linghua City. Just as he stepped through the door, a middle-aged man came jogging over eagerly. Cheng Qianma's status in Linghua City was now quite exceptional. So the moment he entered the city, someone went to inform the store. The owner of the herbal shop was named He Yin. Although he was a master of advanced herbalism, even he didn't dare act casually in front of Cheng Qianma. Master Cheng's visit brings honor to my humble store. Is there anything I can help you with? He Yin's extremely humble attitude made those waiting in line show stunned expressions. Everyone was shocked by Cheng Qianma's terrifying status. To make a renowned herbalist act so respectfully, give me your best formulation room. I'm going to train skills, and bring me the advanced herbalism skill book while you're at it. When the crowd heard Cheng Qianma was aiming to become an advanced herbalist, they were stunned. Given Cheng Qianma's age, reaching this level was truly a rare feat. However, He Yin remained calm, not even slightly surprised, which confused everyone even more. Could it be that this news was nothing special in his eyes? What kind of world was this? Understood. I'll prepare the premium alchemy room for you. Would you like me to provide ingredients as well? Since Lingua City was a mid-tier main city, it had access to even more advanced alchemy rooms. Premium alchemy rooms provided 100% increased experience gains, but they also cost much more. Normally, renting one for a day required at least 1,000 gold coins, so very few people could afford it. Cheng Qianma waved his hand, signaling that he didn't need extra materials. Right now, within the entire Lingua City region, no one likely had more materials than he did. So there was no need at all. How much to rent it for 2 days? Cheng Qianma was slightly surprised that Lingua City even had premium alchemy rooms, but he still asked about the cost. The premium alchemy room costs 1,000 gold coins per day, but you are our honored guest. Hien, will cover it myself. Take it as a token of my respect. Are you kidding? There's no way Hien would dare charge Cheng Qianma. Now, Cheng Qianma could be considered Hien's direct superior. What subordinate would dare take money from their boss? However, Cheng Qianma declined Hien's goodwill. He took out 2,500 gold coins and handed them to Hien. In his conduct, accounts are accounts. He would never take advantage of petty gains. Seeing Cheng Qianma's firm attitude, Hien didn't insist any further. Then he led Cheng Qianma deeper into the herbal store. As the two of them left, the surrounding crowd burst into a commotion. They were extremely curious about Cheng Qianma's identity. Everyone knew Hien's usual temperament. He was rarely seen with a pleasant expression. Yet now, not only was he so humble, he even offered to waive the fees. It was like the sun had risen from the west. Soon, Cheng Qianma stepped into the premium alchemy room. After saying that if he needed anything, he could call for him at any time, Hien carefully closed the door. Cheng Qianma looked around and found that this premium alchemy room, whether in terms of environment or equipment, was indeed a level above the advanced room in Thunder City. Next, he opened the alchemy interface. Immediately, a series of rare intermediate formulas appeared. Among them were even 4 epic-grade formulas. Let's begin. Cheng Qianma smiled. Cheng Qianma smiled. Chapter 400 Change of Attitude. It's better to give gifts early. President Deng, yesterday Cheng Qianma rented a premium alchemy room from me. He said he wanted to aim for advanced herbalism. It's been a full day since Cheng Qianma entered the premium alchemy room. Although Hien warmly received him, he still felt uneasy. So, today he specially went to the Life Profession Association in Lingua City. He wanted to hear Deng Yuan's opinion. At this moment, he and Deng Yuan were talking in a room. After hearing everything, Deng Yuan asked meaningfully, how many days did he rent it for? Although Hien didn't understand Deng Yuan's meaning, he still answered honestly, only 2 days. I even tried to waive the fee for him, but he didn't accept it. After hearing this, Deng Yuan fell into deep thought. This young man was already an advanced blacksmith before, and now he's aiming for advanced herbalism too. If he really succeeds, he might set another astonishing record. A dual specialist reaching advanced levels in both herbalism and blacksmithing. This is absolutely incredible. And what's even scarier is that he's already level 39. That's truly an unprecedented miracle. I heard some rumors before. They say Cheng Qianma is working to merge the Blacksmith Association at his current pace. This plan might actually work. Sensing Cheng Qianma's potential, Deng Yuan gave a bitter smile, while Hien, after hearing this, was utterly shocked. Although he knew Cheng Qianma was highly talented, he never imagined that he harbored such great ambitions. I always felt that Wu Feida's attitude toward him was quite special. I'm afraid his current status in the Blacksmith Association might even surpass our association. Hien wasn't a fool. He easily recalled the scene from the negotiation that day. Without Wu Feida's unconditional support, President Deng wouldn't have compromised so easily. Deng Yuan nodded upon hearing this. Then he asked, what do you think about our association merging with the Blacksmith Association? Is it feasible? Although Hien was Deng Yuan's subordinate, he was also his trusted aide. At this point, right now, he seemed to sense a great opportunity right in front of him, so he took the initiative to ask. After careful consideration, Hien answered very cautiously, if Cheng Qianma can really raise his herbalism to an advanced level within 2 days, then his reputation will quickly spread throughout the entire Life Profession Association. By that time, some of his astounding deeds will also be exposed. I can't say for sure how many people will believe what he says, but by then, will definitely be immeasurable. So no matter what, we must maintain a good relationship with him. We might even need to go further. Based on his experience, Hien gave his assessment. But after hearing that, Deng Yuan suddenly asked a seemingly unrelated question. Tell me, do you think he'll ever have the chance to become the president of the Life Profession Association? After hearing the question, Hien immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected Chairman Deng to value Cheng Qianma this much, to even dare ask such a question. To be frank, the position of president of the Life Profession Association is the ultimate dream of all life-type professionals in Xia Nation. Whoever sits on that throne commands respect, even from peak 4th transition powerhouses. They must show enough respect. Otherwise, with a single wave of the hand, even the strongest elites of Xi'an Nation would find themselves unable to engage in any trade. The consequences of that are extremely serious. Given the potential he's shown so far, it's not entirely impossible. He Yin reflected for a moment on the accomplishments Cheng Qianma has achieved so far. He gave a serious answer, saying that Cheng Qianma is the most promising of the younger generation in Xi'an Nation is not an exaggeration at all. If that's the case, it seems we need to invest even more. Deng Yuan's thoughts were the same as He Yan's, so he showed a sly and charming smile. He Yan nodded in agreement after hearing this. He felt that before Cheng Qianma fully rises to power, building a good relationship with him was definitely a deal with guaranteed returns. Here's what we'll do. If he really becomes an advanced herbalist today, then double the number of professionals we've already sent from each field. These personnel won't require Eternal Apex to pay a cent. Our Lingua Life Profession Association will cover everything and send along another batch of materials. At their current rate of development, they'll probably put it all to use very soon. He Yan never expected that Deng Yuan's idea of increasing investment would go that far. Sending extra materials was understandable, but doubling the number of professionals to help for free, that was a huge commitment. President Deng, this. He Yan was about to advise caution, but Deng Yuan just smiled and waved his hand, signaling him to stop. I've already thought about this thoroughly. You don't need to persuade me. A gifted genius like him will soon reshape the power structure of our nation. If we don't invest now, are we just going to hand him over to the Blacksmith Association? Deng Yuan made such a bold decision today, mainly because he was provoked by Wu Feida's unusual behavior earlier. If Cheng Qianma in the future was provoked by Wu Feida's unusual behavior, if Cheng Qianma in the future, if he can continue to demonstrate such terrifying growth speed, then the Blacksmith Association will inevitably merge with the Life Profession Association. That much is certain. By then, if the Blacksmith Association takes the initiative to get closer and earns his favor because of it, that would be a huge loss. For the Life Profession Association, even if there's a merger, there will still be internal competition. This is something Deng Yuan understands very well. Just like the current Life Profession Association is not completely united, the various sub-professions within also engage in internal strife. Lingua City currently has a uniquely favorable advantage that no other branch of the Life Profession Association can match, and that is, they are closest in proximity to Eternal Apex's headquarters. If they can strengthen their relationship with Cheng Qianma, then in the future, Lingua City will definitely become the most transcendent city within Xi'an Nation of the Apocalypse continent. And at that time, as its branch president, his identity and status would also rise with the tide. Once he understood this clearly, it prompted Deng Yuan to undergo a drastic shift in his attitude toward Cheng Qianma in just a few days. From initial opposition to reluctant compromise, and now to proactive goodwill and loyalty. This entire series of reversals was all because Cheng Qianma demonstrated terrifying strength. Seeing Deng Yuan's firm stance, He Yan said no more. However, just then, he suddenly received a report from his subordinate. And once he read it, his expression immediately became lively. Deng Yuan also noticed his reaction. He quickly asked with anticipation, did news come in? Did he succeed? Right now He Yan's mood was a little bit sour. Because Cheng Qianma really succeeded, he actually managed to, in just 2 days, raise his herbalism to an advanced level. He did it. Upon hearing this, Deng Yuan's face lit up with a bright smile. In that case, let's start taking action. It's better to give gifts early. Chapter 401. Products from the pinnacle are always premium. After successfully advancing to advanced herbalist yesterday, Cheng Qianma had planned to return to Eternal City immediately. But unexpectedly, Deng Yuan personally went to the herb shop and persuaded him to stay the night. He said he had a grand gift to present. Since Cheng Qianma had already turned him down once before, this time he felt too embarrassed to refuse again, so he stayed for the night. Last night, at the best hotel in Lingua City, Deng Yuan held a grand banquet, inviting many high-level figures. Everyone offered their congratulations to Cheng Qianma for advancing successfully to advanced herbalist. Deng Yuan offered his heartfelt blessings, along with many generous gifts. During the banquet, Deng Yuan presented his gift, which greatly surprised Cheng Qianma. No reward without merit. Cheng Qianma initially wanted to decline, but under Deng Yuan's strong insistence, he eventually accepted it. After all, getting 70 or 80 mid to high-level workers for free, such an offer was simply too. That night, this quickly brought Deng Yuan and Cheng Qianma much closer. At the same time, because of Deng Yuan's change in attitude, all previous small frictions disappeared without a trace. After the banquet ended, Deng Yuan spent a large sum of money to reserve the presidential suite at Lingua City's best club for Cheng Qianma to rest well. After waking up today, Cheng Qianma immediately felt refreshed and energized, though his back was a little sore. Later, he led a large group of professionals back to Eternal City. Now, He was slowly entering the city with a group of people. Such a massive lineup immediately attracted the attention of countless guild members. Oh my god. The guild leader disappeared for 2 days and came back with so many life professionals. Others go into the city to buy supplies. Our guild leader goes into the city to bring back people. Now that we have so many professionals helping out, our eternal Apex's productivity is definitely going to reach a whole new level. No more talking. I need to hurry and improve myself and earn more contribution points. Soon, our guild shop is going to be overflowing. If we can only look at stuff, but can't afford to buy anything, that'll be miserable. Exactly. I need to get back to work too. Chung Qianma had no idea that bringing back a group of people would silently motivate his guild members to work even harder. They were all afraid of missing out on future benefits. Today, Qin Yongchang was still focused on refining a new formula, so he wasn't present. But Du Tianlei, as one of the leaders, naturally came to the scene. When he saw the massive group, he was overjoyed. Chung Qianma leaned over to whisper in his ear. Chung Qianma whispered in his ear, briefly explained the situation. Du Tianlei grinned from ear to ear. These newly arrived life professionals not only don't count toward the guild's member limit, but also don't require wages. That's an incredible deal. At the same time, this time Chung Qianmo returned, bringing along a good amount of materials. They happened to come in handy right now. After completing the handover, Chung Qianma went alone to the intermediate herb shop. He cautiously walked into the inner alchemy room and saw Qin Yongchang looking utterly exhausted. When he saw Qin Yongchang finish a critical step, he slowly spoke. Old Qin, I'm back. How's the progress? Qin Yongchang had been fully focused on the cauldron before, so he hadn't noticed Chung Qianma's arrival. At this moment, he was startled by the question. Goodness, can't you make some noise when you walk? I'm getting old. I can't handle these kinds of scares. Qin Yongchang grumbled jokingly at first, then seriously reported his current progress. With this epic level new formula, I've already developed it to near completion. There's just a tiny bit left. Now that you're back, you can help me take a look to see if there are any other issues. Chung Qianma nodded after listening. To be honest, for Qin Yongchang too, in just 2 days, develop his newly modified formula to such a degree had already exceeded his expectations. After washing his hands, he joined the development process. The formula he had improved was already very different from the original one, so it could completely be considered a newly created formula. Therefore, before mass production, multiple tests were necessary. After all, this was something for human consumption, if there were any side effects. 3 hours later, with the combined efforts of Chung Qianma and Qin Yongchang, a brand new potion was finally developed. Then, in front of both of them, a system message appeared. Although what they saw was slightly different, after reading the first, Qin Yongchang's face lit up with joy. Qin Yongchang had already maxed out his advanced herbalist experience. The reason for his excitement was twofold. First, today he finally fulfilled his years-long dream by successfully creating a new potion formula. Second, he could feel that the seal that had been blocking his advancement to Grandmaster Herbalist had begun to loosen. If he could develop a few more new formulas, he might just reach the peak of the herbalism field. Congratulations! You've successfully created a new epic grade potion formula. You may now name it. Gained 100,000 herbalism EXP. Current EXP 100000/500000. Seeing the notification before him, Chung Qianma smiled. Old Qin, you did most of the work on this potion, so you should be the one to name it. Chung Qianma met Old Qin's fiery gaze and didn't try to take credit. He voluntarily gave up the naming rights. Looking at the message before him, Old Qin suddenly felt dry mouth. For an advanced herbalist, being able to develop and name a new potion was the highest honor, but he knew deep down that although he did most of the work, the key breakthrough came from Chung Qianma's improvement plan. So he waved his hand and said, without your refinements, I wouldn't have achieved this. No way. It's more appropriate for you to name it. Qin Yongchang was extremely excited, but he forcibly suppressed his desire. Chung Qianma smiled. Of course, he could tell how much Qin Yongchang wanted to name the new formula. After all, this was an opportunity every herbalist dreamed of. No need to decline. There will be plenty of similar chances in the future. Consider this a reward for your recent hard work. Qin Yongchang looked into Chung Qianma's eyes and saw that he was serious, so he no longer declined. Thank you for the honor, President. I'll gladly accept it. This new formula, let's call it the Pinnacle Recovery Potion. After some thought, Qin Yongchang came up with this name. The word pinnacle was a clever double entendre. It represented both the potion's powerful effect and that it came from eternal pinnacle. By naming it this way, he wasn't seeking personal credit. He firmly tied the new potion to eternal pinnacle. Naturally, this was a sign of his gratitude. It also symbolized his strong sense of belonging. Pinnacle Recovery Potion. Very good. From now on, the new potions we develop can all use this brand. Products from the Pinnacle are always premium. Chung Qianma was very pleased with Qin Yongchang's naming. In the future, potions from Eternal Pinnacle would surely spread throughout the entire Tianqi continent. After the naming was complete, the formula's description immediately changed. In the lower right corner, a line of small text appeared, named by Qin Yongchang. Seeing this, Qin Yongchang's face filled with pride. Then more text appeared in front of the two. Soon, their smiles grew even brighter. Chapter 402. Warming up, recruiting, mission complete. Congratulations on successfully crafting the Pinnacle Recovery Potion. Current quality, epic. Gained 20,000 herbalism experience points. Current experience, 1,200,005,000. Epic Pinnacle Recovery Potion. After consuming it, recovers physical injuries 500% faster, for a duration of 12 hours. After seeing the two new messages, Chung Qianma finally smiled. The effect of the Epic Tier Peak Recovery Potion was undeniably overpowered. Just think. The original epic grade formula Qin Yongchang provided only boosted recovery by 100% at most, and only lasted 3 hours. But now this peak recovery potion not only boosted recovery 5-fold, but also extended the effect to half a day. Such a monstrous effect would allow all Eternal Apex members to recover rapidly from injuries. It would have a profound impact on all future battles. It's no exaggeration to say, this potion alone would greatly improve Eternal Apex Guild's ability to sustain prolonged combat. It would also further raise Eternal City's reputation. After all, you can't buy peak tier potions anywhere else. President, this thing's effect is honestly kind of broken. We're not planning to supply it freely, are we? Although Qin Yongchang was proud of his creation, he was also worried about it leaking out. If such a terrifying recovery potion fell into enemy hands, it would be like shooting yourself in the foot. Chung Qianma had his own thoughts about Qin Yongchang's concern. Such an incredible potion should obviously go to their own guild members first. There was no way it would be sold without restriction. However, Eternal City still needed it to further boost its reputation. So Chung Qianma decided to release only a small batch for now, just enough to stir up interest and desire. Of course we'll limit it. Let's start by releasing a promotional video by trading through the auction house. This way, not only could it increase our guild's appeal, but it would also avoid unnecessary trouble. Chung Qianma shared his idea. Qin Yongchang nodded in agreement after hearing it. He knew the guild was developing at an incredible speed. So this limited external sale would not only establish the Pinnacle brand potion, but also attract more outstanding talents. He fully agreed with Chung Qianma's approach. In fact, with the large amount of materials Chung Qianma had brought back this time, along with the recent accumulation and the tribute from Blood Sand Ash, Eternal Pinnacle's potion division could soon reach level 4. Right now, what troubled Chung Qianma most wasn't materials, but the number of members. When they leveled the guild to level 3, they hadn't had time to recruit more members. Let's fill the 150 member cap first. Otherwise, staring at a full warehouse of upgrade materials would just be frustrating. Chung Qianma had been very busy lately. Right after they upgraded to level 3, the Qin Dynasty faction attacked. That battle left Eternal Pinnacle heavily damaged. Naturally, it wasn't the right time to openly recruit. If outsiders found out that Eternal Pinnacle was full of wounded members, who knows what trouble might arise. Later, in order to speed up the recovery of the wounded, they rushed to level up herbalism to craft new potions. So during that period, there was no chance, nor was it suitable, for recruitment. Now that they had finally developed the Pinnacle Recovery Potion, they could finally spare the effort to expand again, to reach level 4 guild status. Besides fulfilling material requirements, they also needed to surpass 120 members. So even though Chung Qianma had gathered almost all the materials needed, he couldn't just rush through and upgrade twice in a row. Probably in the entire Xiagua, only Eternal Pinnacle would run into such an absurd dilemma. It was all because Chung Qianma's development was too fast. Others couldn't even see his tail lights. In the next few days, Chung Qianma and Qin Yongchang were both very busy. First, the two of them needed to make the most of their time to continue developing the remaining 2 new formulas. One of those formulas was a special improvement by Chung Qianma, prepared specifically for Ling Xiao. Now that the Xia Nation's university entrance trials were near, he urgently needed to help Ling Xiao remove hidden injuries, so time was extremely tight. At the same time, Qin Yongchang also had to allocate manpower to mass-produce the peak so guild members could recover their vitality. After all, with camps full of the wounded, it would seriously hinder Eternal Apex's development. This was something Chung Qianma did not want to see. During this period, Chung Qianma also privately contacted Lu Qian, asking her to start advertising and warming up the market for the peak recovery potion. Only this way could they maximize the hype and attention. It was quite similar to when they launched the epic tier equipment. Lu Qian's previous collaboration with Chung Qianma caused her performance to skyrocket. She earned a massive profit. Naturally, she was more than happy to accept Chung Qianma's new task. But once she learned about the terrifying effect of the peak recovery potion, her expression became incredibly animated. With her status and experience, she had seen many things, but never had she heard of any recovery potion that could compare to the miraculous effects of the peak recovery potion. Lu Qian was no fool. Even though she didn't ask about the item's origin, she could easily deduce from the potion's name that this terrifying new potion was a proprietary creation of Eternal Apex. This realization completely shattered her understanding of the world. Ever since she met Cheng Qianma, he had time and again challenged her understanding of the Apocalypse continent. Many things she once thought impossible had been easily accomplished by Cheng Qianma. The stronger Cheng Qianma performed, the more Lu Qian wanted to cling tightly to this big shot. So in order to maintain a good and deep relationship with Cheng Qianma, she went all out for this promo campaign, using every connection she could possibly leverage. She basically used them all. She even paid from her own pocket to run advertisements around nearby regions, hoping to attract more people. Meanwhile, members of Eternal Apex were receiving batches of peak recovery potion distributed by the guild, and everyone was overjoyed. Many of them had already started to recover their health. Later, Cheng Qianma posted a guild announcement in the guild channel. The gist was, the guild was about to begin its next recruitment wave. This time, the requirement was raised to level 42 and above, and the assessment fee increased to 500 gold. If current members had friends or family who met the criteria, they were welcome to try. Compared to recruiting externally, Cheng Qianma preferred internal referrals. After all, those people were already familiar with Eternal Apex and had developed a strong sense of belonging, so the ones they referred were naturally the best fit for the guild standards and easier to manage as well. Of course, there was one major condition, and that was no one was allowed to leak any confidential guild information. Everyone had signed an agreement about this, so Cheng Qianma wasn't worried that bringing in groups of friends and family would lead to clique formation. He had been a guild leader for many years and had plenty of ways to deal with problems like that easily. A few more days passed, and Eternal Apex's Intermediate Herb Lab. Good news kept coming one after another. The remaining 2 epic grade potions were successfully developed as well. Now they could finally report completion. Looking at the attributes of the new potions, Cheng Qianma smiled. Episode 403. Peak Regeneration Potion. Second Grandmaster. Congratulations. You've successfully developed a new epic grade potion formula. You may now name it. Gained 100,000 Herbalism EXP. Current EXP 2,000/5,000. Congratulations. You've successfully developed a new epic grade potion formula. You may now name it. Gained 100,000 Herbalism EXP. Current EXP 3,200/5,000. To save time, the 2 remaining potions were mostly developed independently by Cheng Qianma and Qin Yongchang. During the crafting process, they only helped each other when necessary. But since the improvement plans came from Cheng Qianma, he still received the experience rewards for both new formula developments. Perhaps it was just coincidence today, but both of them finished their potion crafting at nearly the same time, which led Cheng Qianma to see 2 system messages pop up one after another. Later on, they each gave names to the potions they had crafted. Qin Yongchang named his Peak Super Energy Compound, and Cheng Qianma's potion was called Peak Regeneration Potion. Congratulations on successfully crafting Peak Regeneration Potion. Congratulations on successfully crafting Peak Regeneration Potion. Current quality, Epic. Gained 40,000 Herbalism experience points. Current experience points, 360,005,000. Epic Regeneration Potion. After consumption, it can repair bodily functions, with a high chance of eliminating hidden ailments. Cheng Qianma looked at the attributes of the potion he crafted, finally letting out a sigh of relief. In reality, this type of potion that repairs bodily functions did not exist in his previous life. This potion formula was developed with Qin Yongchang after thorough discussions and temporarily modified. Epic Regeneration Potion. Although it seems similar to the effects of the Epic Recovery Potion, they are actually quite different. The actual difference is significant. Epic Recovery Potion mainly targets non-lethal injuries. It works by increasing the body's metabolic rate, thus achieving an accelerated recovery effect, whereas the Epic Regeneration Potion targets irreversible damage, aiming to reactivate cellular activity, regenerating certain organs, thus achieving, clearly, the effects of the far surpass the standards of all external potions. This is also due to the emergence of the Tianqi continent, bringing about a significant advantage. Awakeners can not only bring their own abilities to the outside world, but also the powerful potions crafted within the Tianqi continent, used for external treatment. This is why countries on Blue Star, various nations, fiercely compete for the resources of the Tianqi continent. The main reason, because the magical abilities here have surpassed the technological level of the outside world, as long as one can obtain actual quality items, slightly higher than the Epic Recovery Potion in quality. Therefore, Cheng Qianma, on her first attempt at crafting, gained herbalism experience that was slightly higher. Now, she only spent about a week to raise her advanced herbalism experience to 70% progress. Absolutely an incredible feat. This shows how difficult it is to create a new potion formula. Just as Chung Qianmo was examining the new potion, a voice came from nearby. Qin Yongchang, his voice filled with ecstatic joy. 12 years. A full 12 years. I've finally touched the threshold of a grandmaster herbalist. It wasn't easy. After 12 years, Qin Yongchang finally grasped the essence of a grandmaster. So the more he spoke, the more excited he became, until he even started crying. Chung Qianmo, with a smile, walked to Qin Yongchang's side, patted his shoulder to comfort him. Such a grown man, and you're still crying. Eternal Summit can't afford to lose face like this. Chung Qianmo teased in a joking tone, comforting Qin Yongchang. Honestly, for Qin Yongchang to have come this far with her was somewhat dramatic. At the beginning, when he was dragged by Gao Jin to Thunder City, to the Life Profession Association, Qin Yongchang was the first to oppose her. Who would have thought fate would play such tricks? Now he's become her right-hand man. It really made her marvel. Sometimes fate is just so intriguing. Sorry, President. I lost control. My emotions got the better of me just now. I'm sorry. Qin Yongchang wiped his tears while apologizing. Given his age and status, crying was definitely embarrassing. I'll give you a day off. Go claim your grandmaster qualification. There's still a lot to do next. We'll be busy. At most half a month from now, I'll have to temporarily leave the Tianqi continent, so we need to hurry up and develop. When Qin Yongchang heard Chung Qianmo say she'd temporarily leave, his expression changed immediately. Chung Qianmo now is the backbone of Eternal Summit and its spiritual leader. Although Eternal Summit is developing rapidly, without her presence, everyone would still feel uneasy. What is the president going to do? We've finally gotten on the right track. It's the perfect time for rapid development. Eternal Summit can't do without you. Qin Yongchang now understands the threshold of master-level herbalism. His gratitude toward Chung Qianmo is simply beyond words. At the same time, his loyalty to Chung Qianmo has reached its peak, so he's now very worried. If Chung Qianmo isn't around, will something go wrong? Don't worry. I won't be gone for too long. Soon it'll be our Xia country's university competition. As a member of Divine Realm University, I naturally have to participate. Chung Qianmo spoke as if it were a perfectly normal matter. But Qin Yongchang's expression turned peculiar. Until now, Qin Yongchang suddenly recalled the seemingly omnipotent president is actually still a young genius who just graduated from university. It's just that because of his series of astonishing actions before, people subconsciously forgot his age. If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten. You just graduated this year. President, you're a heaven-sent genius, the future pillar of our country. I'm getting old. The future belongs to you young people. Qin Yongchang said these words, not to flatter, but from the heart. With his current understanding of Chung Qianmo, in the entire Xia country, you absolutely can't find a single peer stronger than Chung Qianmo. Even expanding the age range by a decade, Chung Qianmo basically has no rivals. His talent is absolutely the greatest in Xia country's history. Qin Yongchang firmly believes this. Chung Qianmo smiled and didn't say much. At that moment, Qin Yongchang suddenly thought of something and continued to ask, since you're participating in the Xia country university competition, will Huang Tian and the others join too? It wasn't until Chung Qianmo mentioned the university competition that Qin Yongchang suddenly realized the core members of Eternal Summit are all quite young. At the same time, their strength, though not on par with a prodigy like Chung Qianmo, is absolutely the strongest among their peers. Doesn't that mean they'll all go too? Chung Qianmo nodded with a smile. Which schools are Weisheng and Qiuling from? Though he didn't ask, he figured. Given their age, they'd naturally be participating too. As for Lin Ruoxi, Huang Tian, and Li Mingho, that goes without saying. Don't worry. Though we're all going, the guild still has Gu Qian. Plus, I'll leave Qing Dai here. So there's nothing to fear. Hearing this, Qin Yongchang finally relaxed. The fearsome power of Qing Dai and Gu Qian he had witnessed firsthand, with those two holding the fort. Even if a tier 4 guild attacked, it wouldn't be a big problem. I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. Next, we're going to do something big. Chung Qianmo patted Qin Yongchang's shoulder, then walked out of the ultimate herbal pharmacy, with a smile on his face. Chapter 404, World in Focus, Base Upgrade. Time flew by, and another week passed. During this week, 3 major events happened in Lin Yueqing. It can be said without exaggeration that Lin Yueqing today has become the most prominent city among all the ultimate main cities. Its popularity has reached unprecedented heights. More and more awakeners are rushing toward Lin Yueqing. The 3 events that caused this sunwang all originated from the same place, the Eternal Summit Guild. The first event, 3 days ago, Rushi's promotional efforts achieved astonishing results. That day, a large number of buyers to purchase the epic recovery potion flooded into the Lin Yueqing auction house. Rushi, having learned from past experiences, closed all private booths in advance and changed the auction venue to the auction house's conference center, which is entirely composed of seating expanding the original capacity of 1,000 people to 5,000 people instantly. Thus, the number of attendees that day broke the record for all intermediate auction houses in the Tianqi continent, far surpassing the second-place record. At the same time, the epic recovery potion, under the competitive bidding of 5,000 buyers, fetched an astonishing price. Some even offered high bids voluntarily, not because they truly needed it, but to curry favor with the person behind it. The herbalism master who developed the new potion. Rushi's performance that day propelled her auction house instantly to the top among all intermediate auction houses. This made her ecstatic, and it's highly likely she'll be promoted to manage a senior auction house. The second event is actually closely related to the first one, because after the auction ended, everyone was frantically inquiring about the location of Eternal City and Qin Yongchang's personal information. At that moment, people were shocked to discover Qin Yongchang had successfully advanced to Grandmaster Herbalist and received an invitation from the Life Profession Association's headquarters. But because of the debt of gratitude he owed Cheng Qianma, he rejected it without hesitation. Even though the headquarters expressed some dissatisfaction, he didn't change his decision. This event made everyone extremely curious about both Qin Yongchang himself and the Eternal Summit Guild. As people dug deeper, they learned that Eternal Summit was actually a newly established guild. Such a not only had a Grandmaster Herbalist, but had also reached level 3, which was simply unbelievable. The third event was when Cheng Qianma saw that Eternal Summit's short-term reputation had reached its peak, so she proactively announced a public recruitment. This news was like a nuclear bomb, instantly detonating the entire Linghui City district. Although she had previously increased the guild's membership to about 130 people through internal referrals, leaving less than 20 spots until the cap. But with Deng Yuan's deployment of a large number of life profession workers, Eternal City now had an explosive surge in productivity. So during this period, it amassed astonishing wealth. The guild's funds now exceed 700,000 gold coins, with various resources piled up like mountains. Today is the day of the public recruitment, and she also plans to upgrade the guild to level 4 to free up more membership slots. President, report. A large number of outsiders have already arrived. They're approaching our... At this moment, a guild member on duty at the lookout tower reported respectfully to Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma nodded slightly, indicating he understood. Before returning to the outside world, proper preparations must be made. Now, let's upgrade. Then he opened the guild interface. A line of familiar text popped up. Congratulations, the upgrade conditions have been met. Would you like to upgrade the guild? Cheng Qianma chose to upgrade without hesitation. Instantly, the boundaries of Eternal City expanded once again. After a tremor like an earthquake, Eternal Summit finally reached Tier 4 scale. Next, Cheng Qianma opened the building page. After all, a large number of new members will join soon, so the base's buildings need a wave of upgrades and expansion. First, he upgraded the residences to mid-tier residences. This not only turned the original 6-person rooms into 10-person rooms, but also improved comfort. Although the mid-tier residences take up more space per unit, the overall footprint was reduced due to the increased capacity. So, to meet the needs of a 200-person population, he directly built 20 mid-tier residences in one go. At the same time, he upgraded the lounge into an entertainment hall. This increased the capacity from 10 to 50 people instantly. To meet the needs of the full population, he then built 4 entertainment halls. Then the small cafeteria was upgraded to a mid-size cafeteria. The mid-size cafeteria can accommodate 100 people dining at once and increases the duration of food buff effects by 20%. He built 2 of them to max out capacity. Cheng Qianma was never a stingy person. When upgrading facilities, he went all. Besides upgrading existing buildings, he also purchased 2 new buildings. A primary training hall, requiring 1,500 units of wood, 1,500 units of stone. It can simulate various terrains and dangers, allowing awakened individuals below level 50 to gain experience from it, without the risk of death. The herbal garden requires 1,000 units of herbs, 800 units of wood, 800 units of stone. It can artificially cultivate various herbs, growing herbs of different grades, requiring corresponding profession levels. Although these 2 new buildings are quite expensive, the former provides guild members with a training ground without leaving the base, and it's extremely safe, with no risk of death. As for the latter, with Qin Yongchang becoming a master herbalist, in the future, the number of people seeking his potions will surely increase. By then, the demand for herbs will definitely surge, so having a stable source of herbs is extremely important. You can't rely on luck for everything. Thus, he bought both new buildings without hesitation. Finally, he expanded the stone walls again, filling them to the maximum base scale. After completing all the expansion work, Cheng Qianma checked the current guild information. Guild name, Eternal Summit. Guild level, Tier 4. Base name, Eternal City. President, Cheng Qianma. Guild population, 131/200. Influence range, 1,500 meter radius. Special building, Jade Dragon Cliff. World Tree Sapling. Viewable. Regular buildings. Ultimate Forge. Ultimate Herbal Pharmacy. Ultimate Tannery. Ultimate Engineering Workshop. Primary Training Hall. Mid-tier residences. Guild Warehouse. Guild Task Board. Upgrade requirements. Wood, 15,000 units. Stone, 15,000 units. Ore, 10,000 units. Metal, 8,000 units. Leather, 9,000 units. Herbs, 7,000 units. Gold coins, 600,000. Guild population, over 180 members. After reaching Tier 4 scale, not only did the guild's population cap increase to 200 members, but the radius of its influence range also surged by 500 meters in one go. This was more than any previous expansion. At that moment, Chung Qianma suddenly remembered something, so he opened the detailed page of the World Tree. When he saw the information, he showed a surprised expression. Chapter 405, Frenzied Feeding. World Tree Upgrade. World Tree. Current level. Sapling. Special Ability 1. Every 3 days, it can produce 5 units of Essence of Life. Special Ability 2. It protects the base's territory, attacking all invading enemies. Essence of Life. Can enhance the quality of all basic materials by 1 tier. Upgrade time. 181 days. Feeding materials can accelerate growth. When Chung Qianma saw the upgrade time had been reduced to 181 days, he immediately showed an excited expression. In fact, since the World Tree began growing, only about a month had passed. Yet the upgrade time had been cut by nearly half. Clearly, some other factor was at play. Could it be that when it absorbed Qing Dai's vitality before, it sped up the World Tree's growth rate? Also, it says feeding materials can accelerate growth. I need to test this. Thinking of this, Chung Qianma took several items from the guild warehouse. Then he prepared to feed them to the World Tree at once. The first item he took out was a rare ore. The information didn't specify what it could absorb. Soon, an astonishing scene unfolded. The World Tree suddenly extended a branch and wrapped around the rare ore. The next second, the rare ore was broken down into countless specks of starlight. Chung Qianma watched these specks being absorbed by the World Tree, his expression vibrant with fascination. Immediately after, he took out several other types of items to see if the result would be the same. The remaining items included herbs, wood, stone, and more. He even tossed in a piece of equipment. Although these items had completely different properties, the World Tree accepted them all. It broke them all down, decomposing them completely. Seeing this, Chung Qianma hurriedly checked what was happening. The current growth time of the World Tree, 180 days. It's really speeding up. Chung Qianma felt like he had found a treasure. His heartbeat also started to race. Next, he generously took out an epic-level piece of equipment. Alright, let's see how much this epic equipment can accelerate it. The World Tree didn't hold back. It instantly broke down the epic equipment. Its branches now looked like tentacles, extremely flexible. 2 minutes later, Chung Qianma checked the attributes again. 175 days. Just as expected. In Chung Qianma's eyes, a golden light burst forth. This experiment proved that his earlier theory was correct. Turns out, the World Tree not only can absorb any item, but its growth acceleration also depends on the item's quality. The more ordinary the item absorbed, the weaker the acceleration effect. First, he threw in a bunch of common materials, which only sped up by a day. But when he tossed in an epic item, it immediately sped up by 5 days. The nourishment they provided was completely on different levels. If that's the case, then this is easy. Right now, if there's anything I have in abundance, it's high-level goods. As Chung Qianma spoke, he excitedly took out items from the guild warehouse. Nowadays, the life profession players in Eternal City have even outnumbered the combat professions. Not only do they have over 40 guild members, but also over 100 auxiliary members. This has made Eternal City's productivity reach an all-time high. Now the guild warehouse is piled high with all kinds of high-grade items. It's practically overflowing. But at the same time, Chung Qianma also has a problem that needs immediate attention. That is the production of the source of life. After all, there are now 7 emerald wormlings captured by AOAO. Every 3 days, they consume 4 units of the source of life, which means there's almost nothing left for Eternal City. Therefore, he decided to try upgrading the World Tree today. 1 hour later, thanks to Chung Qianma's continuous feeding, the growth progress of the World Tree finally reached maximum. Although it cost him quite a lot of inventory, he didn't regret it one bit. Come on, let me see your power after evolution. Just as Chung Qianma finished speaking, the World Tree began to emit a green glow all over its body. At the same time, countless branches started trembling in unison at a certain frequency. Soon after, the main trunk of the World Tree began growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 minutes, it grew from over 10 meters tall to more than 20 meters. It literally doubled in height. And what's even more surprising, the branches on the trunk grew longer as well. Now, the tree's canopy covers 1/3 of the entire pillar grounds. Even under the blazing sun, The central area is now completely shaded. It feels so refreshing. This sudden massive change immediately drew everyone's attention. Everyone looked up at the world tree with joyful expressions. The world tree grew again. It's so beautiful. It must be the president who did something incredible again. That's what caused the world tree to grow all of a sudden. Damn. The world tree was already terrifying before. Now it's even stronger. With this tree, the foundation of our eternal pinnacle will be unbreakable. The guild members present here have all witnessed firsthand just how terrifying the world tree is. So when they saw it growing again, they were overjoyed. In everyone's eyes, as long as the world tree stands, unless a fourth advancement powerhouse attacks, there's basically nothing to worry about. That's the world tree, and the place it holds in everyone's hearts. Calling it the guardian deity of Eternal City would be no exaggeration at all. After the world tree evolved, Chung Qianma immediately opened the attribute panel. World tree. Current level. Growth stage. Special ability 1. Secretes 15 units of life source every 2 days. Special ability 2. Will guard the territory of its foundation and attack all invading enemies. At the same time, its branches and leaves can block ranged attacks. Life source. Can increase the quality of all basic materials by 1 level. Upgrade time. 2 years. Feeding materials can accelerate growth. Seeing these new abilities, Chung Qianma was overjoyed. Not only had the secretion speed of life source greatly increased, from 5 units every 3 days to 15 units every 2 days. That's nearly a 350% boost in production efficiency. Now Chung Qianma no longer had to worry about being drained dry by those 7 emerald hatchlings. He could also allow even more life profession players to use life source for rapid leveling. Besides that, what surprised him even more was that the world tree now had long-range defensive capabilities. According to the description of special ability 2, as long as it's within the tree's shade, it should be able to block ranged attacks. That's an incredibly powerful ability. It's just that he wasn't sure about the world tree's defensive strength. Chung Qianma muttered to himself. She then called over Gu Qian. She wanted to use her to test the world tree's range defense capability. Right now, Chung Qianma happened to be standing under the tree's shade, while Gu Qian stood outside the shaded area. Just stand there and fire the Gatling gun at me, Chung Qianma said with a smile. Gu Qian, however, widened her eyes. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 406. Extreme Defense and its Terrifying Special Effect. From Gu Qian's point of view, no matter how powerful Chung Qianma was, standing still at such close range and letting herself get shot was just way too reckless. Even though she was the one using the Gatling gun and probably couldn't kill her, she was sure she could at least take half her life. Yet Chung Qianma simply waved her hand with a smile, signaling her to go ahead and shoot. That instantly triggered Gu Qian's stubborn streak. Alright then, tough girl, you're the one asking for it. Don't expect me to hold back. Let me say this up front. If anything breaks or gets hurt, I won't be paying a single coin for it. Chung Qianma nodded, completely unfazed. Of course, she wasn't trying to get herself killed. Even if the world tree's defense wasn't enough to fully block Gu Qian's ranged attack, she could always parry it at the right moment. There wouldn't be any real danger to her, even though Gu Qian was high level. Trying to seriously injure her using a basic skill like Gatling gun was absolutely impossible. Chung Qianma was completely confident. I'll count to 3. Be ready. Gu Qian loosened up her body a bit. Then she pulled out the Gatling gun. Although Chung Qianmo remained motionless, her right hand gripped the Flowlight 1000-blade fan tightly. If anything fell off, she would defend immediately. 3, 2, 1, fire. Gu Qian aimed the Gatling gun straight at Chung Qianma. Gu Qian aimed the Gatling gun directly at Chung Qianma. Then a series of bullets were fired. Immediately, flames burst out continuously from her gun barrel. The sudden gunfire instantly startled everyone around. They all thought it was an enemy attack, and quickly grabbed their weapons, charging toward the center of the foundation. But when they arrived, the scene before them would stay with them for life. Over a dozen bullets were originally flying straight at Chung Qianma, but as soon as they entered the world tree's range, countless branches rapidly extended. At the same time, the leaves on each branch instantly became incredibly tough, intercepting all the bullets completely. Rat-a-tat-tat. The continuous sound of bullets crashing rang out one after another, though the leaves were torn to shreds. Not a single bullet managed to hit Chung Qianma. The bullets were either blocked directly, or had their trajectory altered by colliding with the leaves, losing speed sharply, turning into completely harmless attacks. Gu Qian had been full of confidence, but seeing this, he shouted in disbelief. This is the world tree helping defend. Damn it. This is insane. Gu Qian's heart was like stormy waves crashing. He simply couldn't imagine that at such close range, not a single shot landed. Keep in mind, he's a level 65 awakened. Even using the basic range skill, Gatling gun, at this distance, the impact should have been devastating, let alone Chung Qianma, who's just level 39. Even someone over level 40 would struggle to escape unharmed. However, the world tree had resolved it all perfectly. That's why he let out such an exclamation. Actually, Cheng Qianma was just as shocked. The World Tree's range defense was far beyond his expectations. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tightly gripped the radiant thousand-blade umbrella, ready to defend at any moment. No wonder it's ranked number 1 among special buildings in his previous life. This special effect is absolutely outrageous. Cheng Qianma stepped forward and touched the shredded leaves, muttering to himself in amazement. But to his surprise, he discovered, when she touched the leaves with her hand, they were incredibly soft. They felt no different from ordinary leaves. Weren't they just hard as iron? This left Cheng Qianma completely shocked. Gu Qian also noticed something strange. She quickly rushed over to check as well. I don't get it. These are just normal leaves, right? Then how the hell did they block my bullets? The more Gu Qian looked, the more unconvinced she became, and the more uneasy she felt. The mystery of the World Tree had gone beyond her understanding. At that moment, Cheng Qianma suddenly remembered a special technical term, non-Newtonian fluid. Could it be you're another one of those soft when poked gently, hard when hit hard types? A strange expression appeared on Cheng Qianma's face. Non-Newtonian fluid. Simply put, it's a kind of liquid that, under normal conditions, is very soft and flows just like any regular liquid. But when subjected to a strong impact or strike, it instantly becomes nearly unbreakable. In his past life, someone tested it using a row of boxes filled with non-Newtonian fluid. Even the legendary Barrett sniper rifle could only penetrate 8 or 9 layers of those boxes. Its defensive power was absolutely astonishing. So non-Newtonian fluid is widely used in many fields. Now, the World Tree's leaves may not be liquid, but clearly, they have properties very similar to non-Newtonian fluids. When touched under normal conditions, they're no different from regular leaves. But when struck with powerful ranged attacks, they instantly transform into ultra-durable armor, blocking all forms of assault. In fact, its defensive effect may be even more terrifying than non-Newtonian fluids. In other words, it gets stronger against stronger attacks, and weaker against weak ones. Absolutely no problem. So what do you think? The brand new World Tree. How strong is its defense? Cheng Qianma looked at Gu Qian with a hint of mockery, watching him closely, after confirming several times that the leaves were extremely soft. With this, if we encounter a heavy fire attack in the future, everyone can just take shelter under the World Tree and counterattack at ease. At this moment, even Gu Qian had to admit, with the World Tree in Eternal City, it would become the strongest fortress on the Tianqi continent, and the guild members in the distance, when they saw this, first gasped in amazement, then immediately burst into cheers. As the World Tree continues to grow, there might not be a safer place than Eternal City in the entire world. How could that not drive everyone wild with excitement? However, just as everyone was elated, on the outskirts of Eternal City, the loud commotion inside the city had been heard. What's going on? Is Eternal City really throwing a party in broad daylight? What amazing benefits they must have. The visiting outsiders all showed puzzled expressions. Soon after, Du Shui and Xiao Taizhan appeared atop the city walls. At present, one of them handles external communications, while the other manages internal affairs. Both are trusted aides of Cheng Qianma. Their main task today was to receive these visitors and organize the recruitment of new members. Du Shui was the first to step down from the wall, asking the first group of guests to remain calm. To ensure the safety of the city, they were still implementing a staggered entry strategy. Unlike before, Eternal City was now at its peak. No one dared to question it anymore. Everyone obediently waited in place, taking the chance to admire the grandeur of Eternal City. Soon enough, surprise appeared on everyone's faces. Chapter 407. Raise the bar again. Before setting out, most people had already gathered information about Eternal Pinnacle. At that time, Eternal Pinnacle was clearly just a level 3 guild. How did it suddenly reach level 4? No one here is blind. It's easy to tell the guild's level, just by looking at the scale of Eternal City's base. So everyone was completely shocked. It's only been about a month since Eternal Pinnacle was founded, and they already advanced from level 1 to level 4. That kind of speed. You might as well call it rocket launch speed. Damn it. That guild's development is absolutely insane. Half a month ago, I visited once. Back then, they were only level 2. Now, in less than 15 days, they're already level 4. How are other guilds supposed to compete? At this rate, anyone who wants to join Eternal Pinnacle is probably going to flood this place. Everyone coming to it. Some wanted to buy rare items. Others wanted to join the guild. But regardless of the reason, they were all stunned by how fast Eternal Pinnacle was growing, especially among them. There were many awakened ones who had rushed over from other major cities. Previously, they didn't know much about Eternal Pinnacle. They just thought the members were tough. But after hearing all the chatter today, they realized the guild was actually founded very recently. This revelation further amplified Eternal Pinnacle's reputation. After today, more and more people will come to understand just how terrifying Eternal Pinnacle truly is. As time passed, more and more people began to gather in Eternal City. Thanks to Xiao Taizhan and Du Shui's orderly arrangements, more and more people gathered in Eternal City. Under the orderly arrangements of Xiao Taizhan and Du Shui, groups of 100 were admitted at a time, entering the city in order. Now, Eternal Pinnacle's strength had grown by leaps and bounds. So the number of people they could control at once had increased significantly. Daring to let in 100 people at a time was a clear display of strength. Everyone originally thought that 40 or 50 at a time would be plenty, but to their surprise, it was so many more, which made quite a few people secretly ashamed. When the first group entered the inner city, they were immediately stunned by the massive scale of the buildings. Whether for daily life, defensive structures, or training facilities, everything was fully equipped, and all built to the highest standards. Before long, both those inside the city and those outside heard a dragon's roar. Everyone was instantly dumbfounded. They thought a dragon tribe was attacking, so they all drew their weapons. Some even panicked and bolted immediately. However, not long after, they saw several emerald green dragons circling above Eternal City. What shocked them even more was that these dragons didn't attack, but instead slowly descended inside the city. It was only at that moment that the first group of people suddenly noticed in the northwest corner there was actually a small mountain range, which turned out to be the habitat of these emerald dragons. Seeing this scene, everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. Speechless for a long moment, Du Shui, as if having anticipated this reaction, spoke confidently. There's no need to panic, everyone. These are our domesticated emerald hatchlings of Eternal City. They are very friendly and won't harm you. Just carry on with your own business. Now that Eternal Pinnacle has successfully reached level 4, it is more than capable of defending itself. With the upgrade of the World Tree, its defense power has become even more astonishing. Therefore, Cheng Qianma decided to stop hiding its strength. He no longer held anything back. Under his instruction, Du Shui generously showed off the power of Eternal City, and as Du Shui spoke about it, he felt immensely proud inside. After all, this was his home, though his tone had seemed calm when he spoke. The shock it caused among the first wave of visitors was absolutely enormous. It's not unheard of for humans to raise dragonkin, but that's something only the top guilds in Xia country can do, and Eternal Pinnacle is only a level 4 guild. That they could pull it off is pure fantasy. Among the first visitors to enter the city, most originally came to shop, but after seeing the many began to change their minds. Joining Eternal Pinnacle suddenly seemed like a great idea. Now not only inside the city, but even outside the gates, Xiao Taizhan was introducing people to Eternal Pinnacle's strength. More and more people started to consider joining. News that Eternal Pinnacle was raising dragons quickly spread across Linghua City. When people heard about it, they went crazy, rushing madly toward the dark forest. Gradually, many who saw the guild shop's inventory were stunned, because not only were there mountains of high-grade items, but in addition to the peak recovery potion, 2 new epic-grade potions had been added. It was a totally unexpected surprise. Although Cheng Qianma strictly limited the number of these 3 potions available for public sale, no more than 5 bottles per day, it was still enough to drive people crazy. Some even decided to camp outside the city overnight, just to be first in line the next morning. Of course, the steep dual pricing also stirred up a lot of jealousy and envy for Eternal Pinnacle members. Not only was the member price much cheaper than the non-member price, but those 3 new epic-grade potions. But all 3 of the new epic-grade, there were no purchase limits either. This made many people green with envy. At the same time, they became even more eager to join Eternal Pinnacle. Cheng Qianma stood atop the watchtower, looking at the surprised and envious expressions below. A smile appeared on his face. The bait was set. Now it was time to haul in the net. Seeing all preparations were complete, Cheng Qianma announced another increase in application requirements. Eternal Pinnacle was now recruiting 65 people. Applicants needed to be at least level 45, and the entry fee was raised to 800 gold coins. For a level 4 guild, these demands were absolutely the highest standards ever. Although many were frustrated, no one dared to complain. Eternal Pinnacle was at its peak right now, and this was their home turf. Who would dare say no? This massive recruitment event lasted for several days. Because Cheng Qianma's requirements were extremely strict, it took a while to fill the spots. It wasn't until 2 days before the national competition that it finally ended. By then, Eternal Pinnacle's guild roster had reached an unprecedented 196 members. Among the latest recruits, the lowest level was 45, with the highest reaching level 50. On top of that, considering the growth of existing members, Eternal Pinnacle's average level had already surpassed level 46. This was an astonishing figure, surpassing all other level 4 guilds. Even if a level 5 guild attacked now, with their defenses, Cheng Qianma was confident they could repel them. Once I'm done with the Summer Kingdom tournament, I'll sweep through the Linghua City region. Besides, this trip is also an opportunity to recruit more promising talents. Cheng Qianma had stayed in Tianqi continent for a long time this time, but he hadn't planned to approach the Divine Realm University guilds, because it wasn't the right time yet. For now, he had to take it step by step, steadily growing Eternal Pinnacle. Only when his own strength was enough would he have the confidence to negotiate with that legendary vice principal. Now that all the preliminary work for the guild is complete, and with only 2 days left before the Xia Country High School competition, it's time to head back. It's time to return. Cheng Qianma smiled. Chapter 408. A long-planned conspiracy from an old acquaintance. Report. Chung Qianma just left the Apocalypse continent via teleportation portal, and all core members of Eternal Pinnacle have left as well. At this moment, a young man in black-rimmed glasses was reporting respectfully, and the place he was reporting from turned out to be a private residence in Lingua City. Inside the residence sat at least 6 or 7 people, and none of them were low-level. If Chung Qianma were present, he would be extremely shocked, because among them were not only old acquaintances he'd met before, but also familiar names he had never met in person. Leading the group was Zhou Siwei, the director of academics at Yunba High School. His grudge against Chung Qianma needs no explanation. During the press conference held by Xinyu University, an irreconcilable conflict had already formed. Another familiar face, though Chung Qianma hadn't met him, was someone he had clashed with indirectly. That was Nie Yongsheng, owner of the Phylon Arena. This year, Phylon Arena was originally a top contender to break into the top 10 ultimate arenas on Apocalypse Continent. But after being ruthlessly milked for profits by Chung Qianma, its ranking plummeted. It dropped all the way to 15th place, which made Nie Yongsheng furious. Even though the incident back then was mostly dropped after Gu Qian resigned in guilt, most arena owners had let it go. But Nie Yongsheng's personality was the vengeful type. He just couldn't swallow the insult, so he had been secretly investigating Chung Qianma's whereabouts. Even though Chung Qianma operated under the alias Assassin 567, the name Eternal Pinnacle was etched deeply into Nie Yongsheng's memory. In less than a month, Eternal Pinnacle had already made a name for itself as a guild. At first, Nie Yongsheng didn't believe the guild was related to the original Eternal Pinnacle squad, but as his investigation deepened, he discovered that members like Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Wei Shun were all part of the guild. There was no way this was just a coincidence, so Nie Yongsheng was convinced. This rising guild was originally founded by the Eternal Pinnacle team, but after all, he was just an arena owner. With only 10 guards under his command, he didn't have many people, so he had been worrying about how to gather enough power for revenge. Then, someone approached him and offered to provide manpower. They shared a common enemy, so they hit it off immediately. That person was Zhou Siwei from Yunba High School. Ever since he suffered a crushing defeat by Divine Realm University, he was severely punished upon returning to school, harboring resentment. In the days that followed, he had been using every means to track Chung Qianma's whereabouts, until Chung Qianma and his team appeared in the Razor Heights region. They were finally spotted by his people. If Razor Heights wasn't so close to Thunder City, Chung Qianma wouldn't have been exposed so soon. Zhou Siwei felt as if heaven itself was helping him, so he immediately dispatched 2 assassins to secretly tail Chung Qianma and his team. Gradually, they figured out their base location. Later, through further investigations in Lingua City, he was shocked to discover that Chung Qianma had secretly established a guild, and it was developing rapidly. This left Zhou Siwei both astonished and fearful. Chung Qianma was already formidable as he was. If he truly built up Eternal Pinnacle, even Yunba High School would struggle to deal with him in the future. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he reported the matter to Yunba High School's principal, Wu Shuichen. Although Wu Shuichen first scolded Zhou Siwei harshly for acting without permission, in the end, he still accepted his proposal and prepared to seize the chance to ambush Chung Qianma's guild. After all, openly hunting down a peerless talent from the lower nation would never be justifiable, and Yunba High School's last failure wasn't justified either, so they could only resort to underhanded tactics. After receiving Wu Shuichen's covert approval, Zhou Siwei began contacting Yunba High School students privately and guilds within Tianqi continent. Before long, he had rallied a force of over 50 people. At the same time, during this period, his informants also discovered that there seemed to be another force in Lingua City, secretly investigating Chung Qianma's movements. Zhou Siwei, quick-witted as always, immediately figured out why. Turns out he wasn't the only one holding a grudge against Chung Qianma. The enemy of my enemy is my ally. With this mindset, he took the initiative to contact Nie Yongsheng. Both were third transition powerhouses, so establishing communication was easy. When Zhou explained his intentions, Nie Yongsheng was surprised, and then shared his own history with Chung Qianma. After hearing that, Zhou Siwei was overjoyed. He hadn't expected Chung Qianma to have provoked yet another third transition powerhouse. This was a golden opportunity, so the two quickly reached an agreement to destroy Eternal City at a crucial moment. After careful consideration, Zhou pinpointed the best time during the upcoming Xia Country High School tournament, because he knew that all core members of Eternal Pinnacle were very young. Most of them were likely top students in Xia's elite schools, which meant they would surely participate in the tournament. If they all left Eternal City together, that would be the perfect time to strike. Yunba High School, determined to redeem itself, placed great importance on this year's competition. They even summoned many outstanding alumni just to defeat Chung Qianma and Xinyu University. This way, Chung Qianma would be blocked by Yunba High School in the outside world and ambushed within Apocalypse Continent by Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongsheng, both third transition powerhouses. He was bound to pay a terrible price. Now that their informants confirmed Chung Qianma had left Apocalypse Continent, it was time to launch the attack. Brother Nie, my men are already on the way. They'll all be in place by the day after tomorrow at the latest. How's the situation on your end? Zhou Siwei was in quite a good mood, so he asked Nie Yongsheng with a cheerful smile. Nie, seeing was equally excited. Besides 10 Phylon arena guards, I've spent a fortune to hire 20 mercenaries. Rest assured, Brother Zhou, each one of them is over level 45 on average. They won't drag you down. My guards will arrive tomorrow, and the mercenaries will all be here by the day after tomorrow at the latest. Nie Yongsheng went all out for revenge. This time, he spared no expense, hiring 20 awakened above level 45 in one go. It cost him nearly 20,000 gold coins, which almost emptied his coffers. But in his mind, as long as they could destroy Eternal City, the rewards would far exceed his investment. After all, Eternal City was famous far and wide now. Alright. Then we'll launch the attack the day after tomorrow. That day happens to be the Summer Kingdom's national tournament. Even if Cheng Qianma finds out the guild is, he definitely won't make it back in time to help. This time, we'll strike from both sides, and make sure he loses everything. Zhou Siwei smiled, and raised his glass to Nie Yongsheng. Nie Yongsheng, just as excited, also raised his wine. After the two clinked glasses, they both burst into laughter. However, at this moment, Cheng Qianma had just returned to the outside world, unaware that a great conspiracy had been brewing for a long time. Chapter 409. Return, back to the peak. On the eve of the Summer Kingdom's national tournament, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi finally returned to Divine Realm University. As soon as they walked in, they instantly caused a huge sensation, and news quickly reached Ling Zhao's ears. Everyone was stunned. No one knew when Cheng Qianma had actually hooked up with the principal's granddaughter. At the same time, both of their levels had shockingly reached level 39. Such leveling speed was truly unprecedented. Keep in mind, they had only recently graduated. At this moment, the two walked side by side, strolling through the campus of Divine Realm University. The students nearby were all chattering nonstop. Director Cheng is amazing. He actually managed to win over our goddess. I disagree with that. Everyone seems to have forgotten how Goddess Ruoxi acted during the press conference. She was clearly the one chasing him. Yeah, I think so too. Same here, but they really are a perfect match. A talented man and a beautiful woman. Like they were made for each other. And their leveling speed is crazy too. It hasn't even been that long, and they've already skyrocketed. This year's high school tournament. It looks like our school is limited in comparison. At this moment, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi were heading toward the principal's office. Naturally, they could hear all the gossip around them. Cheng Qianma, the ever-straightforward Iron Man, remained calm as ever. She never really cared what others thought or said about her, but Lin Ruoxi was completely different. Her flawless face had already turned red, and even the tips of her ears were burning. Words like perfect couple, handsome guy, and pretty girl, pursuing love, filled her with both joy and embarrassment. She subconsciously glanced at Cheng Qianma out of the corner of her eye, and seeing that she hadn't noticed her expression, finally breathed a sigh of relief. If Cheng Qianma had noticed her thoughts, Lin Ruoxi truly wouldn't know how to explain it. Not long after, Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi had reached halfway up the mountain path of Xinyu University. At the same time, two black sedans were speeding toward the university from two different directions in the capital. Their destination, Xinyu University. The passengers in those vehicles were none other than high-level representatives from Lantian Academy and Morin University. After receiving word that Cheng Qianma had returned, Ling Xiao immediately contacted his two allies, so they rushed over right away. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qianma knocked on the principal's office door. Soon, a warm voice came from inside. Come in. As soon as the door opened, Lin Ruoxi rushed in ahead of everyone. Then she threw herself into Ling Zhao's arms. Her eyes instantly turned red, and with a sob in her voice, she said, Grandpa, it's all my fault. I didn't come back to see you today. Have you been feeling well lately? Have you been taking your medicine on time? The last time Lin Ruoxi went home was back when she had just reached her second advancement. It had indeed been a long time since then. This time, her stay in Tianqi continent had been longer than ever before. With her kind heart, she felt immensely guilty and started to cry. Ling Xiao gently stroked his granddaughter's hair with a smile and said dotingly, Grandpa may be old, but I'm not that fragile. Lately, without a certain broken record nagging me, life has been much more peaceful. Ling Xiao joked playfully, teasing his beloved granddaughter. Obviously, he wanted to ease his granddaughter's guilt this way. Sure enough, after hearing this, Lin Ruoxi immediately stood up and huffed. Grandpa thinks I'm noisy and annoying, doesn't he? And here I was, so worried about you. Seeing Lin Ruoxi's pouting face, Cheng Qianma and Ling Xiao both burst into laughter. Have a seat, Xiao Cheng. Just make yourself at home, whether intentionally or not. Ling Xiao had started calling Cheng Qianma by the more familiar Xiao Cheng. Cheng Qianma might have been clueless, but Ling Xiao had his subtle meanings, and Lin Ruoxi, being sharp as ever, immediately understood her grandfather's intention, so she instantly acted playfully. Grandpa. Ling Xiao then smiled and said, Cheng Qianma is so young. Calling him Xiao Cheng feels just right, don't you think? What do you say, Xiao Cheng? Chung Qianma smiled and nodded. They were all so familiar by now. She didn't mind whatever Ling Xiao called her. However, Lin Ruoxi misunderstood the situation. She thought Chung Qianma had caught on to her grandfather's intentions, and her face turned even redder. Ling Xiao, seeing this, continued to tease his precious granddaughter. But when he noticed Lin Ruoxi's level, his eyes immediately lit up. Ruoxi, you're level 39 now? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Lin Ruoxi, relieved the topic had shifted, quickly nodded. Yes. Not only have I reached level 39, but Chung Qianma is almost level 40 now. She sounded incredibly proud when mentioning Chung Qianma. Ling Xiao had been focused on his granddaughter, but her words made him turn his gaze toward Chung Qianma. Chung Qianma gave a calm nod and smile. Her demeanor was completely relaxed. That made Ling Xiao's expression light up. Good. Good. Very good. Finally, Xinyu University is about to rise. Ling Xiao shouted good 3 times in a row, clearly overwhelmed with excitement. The leveling speed of Chung Qi had far exceeded his expectations. He had originally hoped that if they could reach level 35 before the tournament, it would already be an outstanding achievement. But now they had gone far beyond that. Although Xinyu University was developing quickly now, Ling Xiao was well aware that there was still a significant gap between them and the top-ranked schools. But with Chung Qianma and Lin Ruoxi, both about to reach level 40, Xinyu University was bound to make waves in the regular bracket of the tournament, because he knew these two weren't just high level. They both had the ability to fight above their level, especially Chung Qianma will definitely make an impact, because she knew both of them had the ability to fight opponents far above their level, especially Chung Qianma. She was now close to reaching level 40. With her terrifying strength, she could absolutely take on a quasi-third transition powerhouse. Ling Xiao was certain of this. Principal Ling, this is a potion I specifically made for you. Drinking it will greatly improve your chronic condition. Just as Ling Xiao was feeling overjoyed, Chung Qianma suddenly took out a blue potion from her pocket. What? Ling Xiao gasped the moment she heard Chung Qianma's. Even her voice trembled. Really? That's amazing. Lin Ruoxi, though aware that Chung Qianma had developed some new potions with Qin Yongchang, didn't know the exact effects. Now that she heard it was made specifically for her grandfather, she was both surprised and delighted. Knowing Chung Qianma, she wouldn't make such a claim lightly. Lin Ruoxi quickly grabbed the potion from Chung Qianma's hand and handed it to Ling Xiao. Grandpa, this is wonderful. Your illness can be cured. Ling Xiao looked completely stunned. She didn't expect Chung Qianma to have such capabilities. What level are you in herbalism now? Ling Xiao asked urgently, wanting to confirm her hunch. Advanced herbalist. Chung Qianmo replied with a smile. Ling Xiao grew emotional at the confirmation. A once-in-a-generation genius. Chung Qianma's answer confirmed what she had already believed. She praised him without reservation. Then she drank the peak regeneration potion in one go. A few minutes later, a surge of warmth coursed through Ling Xiao's entire body. In the next second, a powerful aura swept across the entire Xinyu University. At that moment, the official vehicles from Lantian Academy and Molan University had just arrived at the gates of Xinyu University. The past all turned pale upon sensing the terrifying surge of energy had just arrived at the gates of Xinyu University. After sensing a terrifying wave of energy, everyone in the vehicles turned pale. On this day, Ling Xiao returned to peak form after 10 years. Chapter 410. Changes within the three-school alliance. The times have changed. Old Zhong, did you just feel that? Pei Guang had just stepped out of the car when he sensed an incredibly powerful presence and instinctively asked, getting out of the car with him, were Zhong Hongshan from Molan University and Chang Yuesheng. Tomorrow was the day of the Xia Country High School tournament, so naturally, senior representatives from all top 20 schools in the nation had gathered in the capital. Due to the advanced age of its president, Molan University's leadership had shifted. Zhong Hongshan, currently the second in command, naturally took on the responsibility of attending. He and Pei Guang were old acquaintances, and he too had sensed the overwhelming aura, so he nodded in response. Senior Pei, your senses weren't wrong. There was indeed a fourth transition aura just now, coming from deep within Xinyu. Zhong Hongshan, being both younger and slightly less powerful, was considered half a junior, so his tone remained respectful. Both factions had rushed over after hearing Chung Qianma had returned to campus, but neither expected to witness such a miraculous event. Could it be that little monster, Chung Qianma, has already reached the fourth transition? Pei Guang joked. Of course, no one really believed something that outrageous. Still, Chung Qianma's talent was undeniably exceptional. Reaching the fourth transition was only a matter of time. But it definitely wasn't him this time. I'm guessing maybe Elder Ling invited an old friend back. Zhong Hongshan knew very well how terrifying Ling Xiao's connections were, even after suffering internal injuries for many years. Even though he had been suffering from internal ailments for many years, but many of his old comrades still kept in touch with him. That's why he answered this way. Pei Guang nodded after hearing this. He fully agreed with Zhong Hongshan's view. Let's go. We'll find out once we're inside. It probably isn't anything bad. With that, the two each led their teams, heading toward the president's office at Divine Realm University. The current three-school alliance was working together very well. Not only had the advanced teacher training program shown remarkable results, but the exchange student program was also going smoothly. Now, within the three schools, they no longer operated separately. More and more students were going to study at the other schools. This not only allowed them to receive more targeted education, but also let them choose more suitable secret realm challenges. After all, each of the three schools had unique secret realms. Originally, their resources weren't shared, so even if a student's profession didn't suit the school's secret realms, they had no choice but to tough it out. But things were completely different now. The three schools could fully utilize their secret realms, providing the best training grounds for their students, especially since Divine Realm University currently had the most secret realms. As students' strengths continued to grow, these secret realms were becoming increasingly effective. Such mutual made all three parties very satisfied. So now, even when the leaders of Demon Spirit University and Blue Sky Academy appeared on the campus of Divine Realm University, it no longer caused much surprise. After all, in recent months, scenes like this had become quite common. This was the huge change brought by the three-school alliance. The kids here are full of energy and spirit. Compared to a few years ago, it's like they've been... After all, Demon Spirit University is far away in Tianhai City. It had been ages since Zhong Hongshan last visited Divine Realm University, so when he saw the students at Divine Realm University, he couldn't help but praise them. Pei Guang, on the other hand, remained calm. After all, his Blue Sky Academy was on par with Divine Realm University. His Lantian Academy had always stood shoulder to shoulder with Xinyu University. He and Ling Xiao are also old comrades in arms. Naturally, he's more familiar with the development of Divine Domain University. It's indeed different now. But apart from them, haven't our two schools also changed a lot? Haven't there been big changes? When Pei Guang mentioned this, he had an unabashed smile on his face. Zhong Hongshan, upon hearing that, also broke into a smile. Standing beside them, Chang Lushing also felt deeply moved at this moment. Thinking back, he was the first to clash with Cheng Qianma. At that time, he almost dragged the vice principal into it. And now, Mullen University has become Cheng Qianma's partner. It feels just like a dream. More than 20 minutes later, they finally arrived at the president's office of Divine Domain University, halfway up the mountain. At this moment, Cheng Qianma, Ling Xiao, and Ling Ruoxi were still chatting happily about their recent lives. Not long after, the president's assistant led the group to the office. When Ling Xiao saw Pei Guang and Zhong Hongshan, a smile appeared on his face. With their increasingly close cooperation, the three of them now have a very good relationship. Everyone, find your own seat. No need to stand on ceremony here, Ling Xiao said casually. Pei Guang, Zhong Hongshan, and the others all nodded with smiles, and then sat down on the sofa. But before long, their expressions suddenly turned a bit odd, especially Pei Guang. When he looked at Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruoxi now, it was as if he were looking at monsters. Goodness. I was talking about that brat Huang Tian. How did he reach level 40 in such a short time? Turns out you two are even more monstrous. Huang Tian, as a student of Lantian Academy, is now the hottest talent there. Turns out you two are even more monstrous. Huang Tian, as a student of Lantian Academy, is now the hottest talent there. Although he joined the Eternal Pinnacle Guild, he still needs to represent his alma mater in the competition. So, he immediately returned to Blue Sky Academy yesterday. At first, Pei Guang couldn't believe it when he saw his level, but then he remembered that he had already joined under Cheng Qianma's banner, and suddenly it didn't seem so surprising. Pei Guang had originally been very satisfied with Huang Tian's growth rate, but today seeing Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruoxi's level up speed, not only was it not slower than Huang Tian's, it had even surpassed it. That was why he had shown such a surprised expression just now. Let alone you guys. Even I was startled just now. I feel like times have changed. Their leveling speed now is way faster than ours back then. Not just a little faster either. When Ling Xiao said this, his face was full of pride. In his eyes, these two peerless geniuses, one was his precious granddaughter, and the other his future grandson-in-law. Naturally, he was overjoyed. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, everyone also nodded with emotion. With Cheng Qianma's arrival, leveling up really seems a lot easier now. Not long after, Pei Guang suddenly asked seriously, when we got off the vehicle just now, we all felt a powerful presence. Elderling, did you invite an old friend over? Someone we might not know? Just as Pei Guang finished speaking, Zhong Hongshan and the others also looked hopeful. Although the current three academies alliance is doing well, if a fourth-turn powerhouse joined, it would certainly be a tremendous blessing. But at that moment, Ling Ruoxi suddenly chuckled. She was happier than anyone else, because the peerless powerhouse Pei Guang referred to was none other than her own grandfather. Right after drinking Cheng Qianma's potion, Ling Xiao really eliminated his hidden ailment. Sure enough, it cleared away his old affliction. For so many years, his strength had been reduced due to his injuries. Now it was finally returning. That's why Pei Guang and Zhong Hongshan felt such an overwhelming aura of power. Ling Xiao smiled without speaking right away. Instead, he released the suppressed energy of his fourth transition again. Pei Guang and Zhong Hongshan's expressions changed dramatically, but soon, joy lit up their faces. Elderling, you've regained your peak strength. Even surpassed it. Pei Guang stood up excitedly. Chapter 411, Counterattack and Conquest. Tournament rules. Years ago, Ling Xiao had fought a fierce battle with a beast, and he was left with an incurable affliction. As he grew older, his cultivation steadily declined year by year. As a result, before he met Qing Qianma, he was left with only the rank of a fourth transition, but none of the matching strength. Though over the years, he had been searching tirelessly for a cure, and never gave up his training. When Qing Qianma first saw Ling Xiao, he was practicing martial arts. That was proof of his determination, but the results were disappointing. No matter what he tried, he couldn't find a potion to restore himself to peak form. In the end, he completely gave up. He only wished to spend his remaining time accompanying Ling Ruoxi as she grew up. But all of that changed with the arrival of Qing Qianma. Qing Qianma specially developed an epic-grade peak regeneration potion, which became the first in the Blue Star world, capable of restoring bodily functions, curing hidden ailments. After Ling Xiao took it, the first potion capable of restoring bodily functions and curing hidden ailments. After Ling Xiao took it, not only did it eliminate the illness that had plagued him for years, but also due to the delayed burst of strength, all the experience he had accumulated over the years erupted all at once. Before he was injured, he had been a fourth-turn martial saint, at level 73. And after this eruption, he actually rose 2 levels instantly, reaching level 75, so it could truly be called a blessing in disguise. And it was precisely because of this, that Pei Guang and the others hadn't even considered that the terrifying aura came from Ling Xiao. Elderling, what level are you at now? I feel like you've gotten even stronger. Ever since Zhong Hongshan met Qing Qianma, he has only raised his level to around level 66. Although he is now a temporary fossil person at Morin University, in terms of status and strength, he is still far behind Pei Guang and Ling Xiao. So when he spoke just now, his tone was extremely humble, a blessing in disguise. Years of accumulation helped me reach level 75. Although Ling Xiao's tone was calm, the excitement on his face was impossible to hide. Never in his life did he expect that at his age, he could not only cure his hidden illness, but even make further progress. So his gratitude toward Qing Qianma now was beyond what words could express. After hearing that, Pei Guang was utterly shocked. Sev, level 75, good heavens. Just what kind of divine opportunity did you stumble upon? Although Pei Guang didn't have any health issues, his current strength was only at level 74, and that was after years of effort, the result of his years of diligent cultivation. From this, it's clear just how terrifying Ling Xiao was back then. If it weren't for that accident back then, a healthy Ling Xiao might have already reached level 75. There'd be no need to wait until today. But regardless, Ling Xiao is still... What if I told you? This great fortune came from our classmate, Qing Qianma. Would you believe it? Ling Xiao said playfully. Yet he was speaking the truth. What? It was him. Pei Guang and Zhong Hongshan both showed expressions of disbelief. At this moment, they looked as if they'd just heard the most unbelievable thing in their lives. Then, the two of them instinctively turned their gaze to Qing Qianma, wanting to see his reaction. However, Qing Qianma was calmly drinking tea, without the slightest change in expression. Such a reaction made the two fall into deep thought, because they believed it. Such an unbelievable thing. If it happened to anyone else in the Blue Star world, they would never believe it. But if it happened to Qing Qianma, it was entirely possible. That's the level of Qing Qianma's status in everyone's eyes now, because the miracles he's created are far too many. So many that even if you don't want to believe, you'll have to believe. After that, Ling Xiao briefly described Qing Qianma's contributions, taking the opportunity to boost his reputation. And the more Pei Guang and Zhong Hongshan listened, the more shocked they became, especially when they learned that Qing Qianma, in his spare time, after raising his knowledge of herbalism to the advanced level and creating 3 new formulas, everyone was shocked. The immense impact made both of their expressions incredibly colorful. Once again, Qing Qianma shattered everyone's expectations with his terrifying growth rate. After some brief small talk, Ling Xiao finally brought the topic back on track. After all, everyone was gathered here today, mainly to discuss tomorrow's Xia Nation High School tournament. Tomorrow is the match day. You probably aren't familiar with the rules yet. Let me give you a quick explanation. In our Xia Nation, given Ling Xiao's understanding of Qing Qianma, he definitely wouldn't know the exact rules of the Xia Nation, so he took the initiative to explain. The Xia Nation High School tournament is divided into a standard division for under 3rd turns and an advanced division for under 4th turns. Contestants in both divisions must be either current teachers or alumni of the school. People like Qing Qianma and Ling Ruoxi. After graduation, they didn't choose to stay and teach, but instead ventured out to explore the Apocalypse continent. That qualifies them as alumni. Therefore, they're eligible to compete in the standard division. Each division is further divided into Secret Realm Challenge and elimination matches, as the name suggests. In the Secret Realm, each school can form a team to enter the Secret Realm. Final rankings are based on the evaluation of their performance. This event mainly tests the school's team building capability. After all, no matter how strong you are solo, as levels increase, it becomes hard to solo dungeons in the Tianqi continent. Therefore, Xia Nation places great emphasis on teamwork. As for the elimination rounds, each school can nominate 3 players in principle. However, to give a bit of help to the lower-ranked schools, the Xia Nation Organizing Committee allows the 4 schools that ranked last in the previous tournament to send 1 extra player. This way, they can reach a scale of 64 participants for the elimination round. Such a rule seems to give those 4 schools a boost, but in reality, it doesn't make much difference. The gap in strength between schools won't be closed just because of 1 extra player. After all, elimination rounds are fought 1 battle at a time. If you lack skill, adding another person won't dramatically change your ranking. At most, it means there's 1 more slot to earn personal points. Unless that person achieves astonishing results, there's almost no benefit. For the bottom-ranked schools, such a scenario is basically impossible. Divine Domain University ranked 20th in the last tournament, placing them firmly at the bottom. Therefore, they can field a 4-player lineup. The overall ranking of Xian Nation's universities is calculated by school, combining points from both the Secret Realm Challenge and the elimination rounds. The top place in the Secret Realm Challenge earns 20 points. The second place gets 19 points, and so on. The last place earns 1 point. As for the elimination rounds, there will be a total of 5 rounds to determine the champion. And by the end of the elimination, a champion will emerge. Each contestant who advances 1 round will receive 3 points, and the final champion gets an additional 5 points. This means the 2 contestants who reach the finals can earn at least 15 points. Then the final winner can get 20 points. Last year's champions, Yunba Academy's 3 members, took first place, top 8, and top 4 respectively. So, the total score from the elimination round reached as high as 41 points. For the top 5 schools, usually a total score of 30 and above is already excellent. This shows that the results of the Secret Realm Challenge are still extremely important. After hearing the competition rules, Chung Qianma smiled. This competition format, isn't it tailor-made for me and Divine Realm University? Chapter 412, Team Strategy. Because the final overall score of the tournament adds up both the standard and advanced divisions for comparison, and also because the standard division has lower level contestants, its score weight is also proportionally lower. Therefore, Chung Qianma didn't plan to put Divine Realm University directly onto the championship throne. Although he's confident, he is not arrogant. In the advanced division of the tournament, the main forces of any school are usually the current faculty and high-level members of the school's guild. As for the high-level combat strength of Divine Realm University, Chung Qianma only knows the teacher's strength. He's not familiar with the school guild situation. Although these teachers are under his guidance, compared to last year, they've made significant progress, but achieving great results is still extremely difficult. After all, their gap with the top schools was simply too big. Chung Qianma couldn't influence the advanced division, but in the standard division, he was like a storm caller, an unstoppable force. Therefore, he had full confidence in leading Divine Realm University to take first place in the standard division. The first step toward starts with dominating the standard division. Chung Qianma smiled slightly, having made up his mind. When Ling Xiao saw Chung Qianma show a thoughtful expression, he continued speaking. This tournament is a major test for our 3-school alliance. If we can achieve better results than previous years, it will definitely expand our influence. So everyone must give it their all. After hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Currently, the 3-school alliance has made notable progress in strength, but shaking Yunba Academy's foundations is still far off. Therefore, they desperately needed this opportunity to prove the importance of reform and further expand the influence of the 3-school alliance to attract more promising students and even bring in some potential strong allies. Originally, Divine Realm University was the weakest in the alliance, but now, with Chung Qianma and Ling Ruoshi, improving their results has become the easiest. Morin University may have once ranked in the top 10, but they only placed 8th last year. However, their chances of moving up this year are fairly decent. Ironically, the one facing the most difficulty now is Blue Sky Academy, the strongest among them. They've been aiming for 4th place, maybe 3rd, for several years now, but they've fallen short every year. So this year, the pressure on them is the greatest yet. After all, the stronger a school is, the harder it is to go even further. Don't worry, Elderling. This year, Huang Tian's strength has grown tremendously. I believe our Blue Sky Academy will make a breakthrough. Student Chung, what do you think? After Pei Guang spoke, he actually turned his gaze to Chung Qianma. Chung Qianma simply gave a slight smile and confirmed his view. In Pei Guang's opinion, Huang Tian had been learning directly from Chung Qianma. If even he affirmed the idea, then there must be no problem. So, After getting confirmation from Chung Qianma, Pei Guang was instantly delighted. Actually, I might have a piece of bad news to share with everyone. Chung Qianma suddenly thought of something and slowly began to speak. After hearing that, everyone looked surprised. Chung Qianma was never one to speak carelessly, so if he said it was bad news, it definitely wasn't something trivial. Actually, among my core team members, there's a top-tier assassin who's a student from Yunbo Academy, but he has a very introverted personality and was always overlooked in the past. This time, I'm not sure whether Yunbo Academy will send him to compete, but if he does compete, he'll definitely be a very troublesome opponent. As Chung Qianma spoke, he recalled the appearance of Li Mingho in his mind. He wondered how his training with the Dark Brotherhood had been going lately. Let's hope he gets the chance to appear. From the standpoint of the three-school alliance, Chung Qianma naturally didn't want Li Mingho to compete on behalf of Yunbo Academy. Although his strength wasn't as high as his own, he could easily defeat his peers at the same age. If he appeared in the tournament, he would definitely be a tough opponent for the alliance. But considering their friendship and comradeship, he still hoped Li Mingho could gain more experience. He was never a petty person, so he wouldn't keep Li Mingho from competing over something like this. If things are as you say, I can almost conclude that this genius assassin won't be taking the field. Yunbo Academy has no shortage of talent, but with only 3 spots available, the traditionally cautious Wu Shuiqin will play it safe and definitely won't send a rising star. Since Lantian Academy is the closest rival to Yunbo Academy, Pei Guang knew Wu Shuiqin's character very well, so he made this assessment. After hearing that, Chung Qianma shook his head helplessly. He was just casually bringing it up, just as a reminder. In fact, his view was similar to Pei Guang's, perhaps even more extreme. Mingho, you must not foolishly expose the name of your guild. In his heart, Chung Qianma silently prayed for Li Mingho. Next, everyone discussed strategies for tomorrow's matches in great depth. To maximize the benefits for the three-school alliance, if students from the allied schools faced each other in the elimination rounds, there might be some tacit agreements, although such actions bordered on cheating. This kind of situation had occurred many times in Xia Nation's history. In Chung Qianma's previous life, such behavior was commonplace. People often like to call this team strategy. Now that the 3 schools were allied, all interests naturally had to come second to the team. For example, in a certain round, if students from 2 allied schools meet, and it's clear one side can't win, then there's no need to waste the opponent's energy. They can just let their ally advance directly. Only by reducing unnecessary internal clashes can the 3 academies achieve better overall results. In a flash, 2 hours had passed. After the discussion ended, Chung Qianma suddenly changed the subject. Actually, my return this time also comes with a small request. I hope you all will approve it. Upon hearing this, everyone revealed curious expressions. Chung Qianma rarely made requests, so this surprised everyone. Go ahead. If it's something we can grant, the 3 of us old men will help you make it happen. Ling Xiao liked Chung Qianma more the more he looked at him, so he agreed without the slightest hesitation. The other 2 elders also nodded in agreement. Given Chung Qianma's importance now, making some requests was completely reasonable. I hope to be able to select a few promising talents from this year's graduating class of the 3 academies. Of course, I won't force anyone to join my guild. Everything will be voluntary. Chung Qianma had briefly mentioned this before, but Pei Guang and Zhong Hanshan weren't present, so they had only heard about it from Wang Keifu and Chang Leshing. Now that Chung Qianma was bringing it up again, they all fell into deep thought. Ling Xiao now already regarded Chung Qianma as his future grandson-in-law, and Divine Realm University had risen because of him. He and the president of Divine Realm Guild. Also, the university's vice principal, Fan Hanyu, had not been in contact for a long time, so there was basically no issue. Now, only the attitudes of the other 2 remained. After a while, Zhong Hanshan looked at Pei Guang, gesturing for him to decide. Pei Guang thought for a moment, then smiled and said, since it's voluntary, I naturally have no reason to object. I naturally have no reason to stop it either. If you have the ability, go recruit people yourself. In Pei Guang's view, Chung Qianma's guild had just started. What attractive terms could he possibly offer? But Lantian Guild and Moling Guild were different stories. Lantian Guild was an established powerhouse in Tianqi continent, with great benefits and treatment in all aspects. So giving Chung Qianma a favor here wasn't an issue. After all, he wouldn't be able to lure away many people anyway. Chung Qianma smiled and nodded after hearing that. He had already seen through the thoughts of the 2 opposing him. Since you said it yourselves, don't blame me for being ruthless later. A slight smirk crept across Chung Qianma's lips. Chapter 413, Nationally Watched Drawing Ceremony. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. Today marked the grand opening of Xia Nation's university tournament. All of the top 20 schools had gathered in the capital. The main venue today, located in the center of the capital, the Xia Nation Cockfighting Arena. The Xia Nation Cockfighting Arena is the largest arena in the country. It covers an area larger than 10 football fields. Many major national competitions are held here. Today, besides the participants, even the top leaders of the Management Association came to watch. At 9 o'clock in the morning, bus after bus arrived at the Xia Nation Cockfighting Arena. Each school's area had already been assigned in advance by the National Education Bureau. An hour later, all the university's participants were present. According to tradition, the Secret Realm Challenge would be held first today. At this moment, the contestants from all the schools were already waiting in the lounge. Meanwhile, the school leaders and other dignitaries had gathered in a massive viewing room spanning over 4,000 square meters. With half an hour until the competition began, many of the executives were chatting in the viewing room. Besides that, major media outlets from across the nation had sent professional teams to broadcast the event live. Today was truly Xi'an Nation's annual grand event. At least 800 million people were expected to watch the competition on TV. The viewing room was already divided into 3 camps. On the left side was the faction led by Yunba Academy. Quite a few people had already gathered around them. These were mostly representatives from lower-ranked schools. As the current leader among Xi'an Nation's academies, many wanted to build connections with Yunba Academy. On the right side was the alliance formed by Divine Realm, Blue Sky, and Morin, 3 academies united. Today was different from previous years. Some had actively come to join their side too, but they were mostly weaker schools ranked outside the top 10. Since they couldn't squeeze into Yunba's circle, they settled for second best, seeking connections here instead. In the center was a neutral faction, occupied by the Xi'an Nation Management Association. They held a lofty status, overlooking the entire venue. At that moment, a teacher from Yunba Academy was whispering something into Wu Shuichen's ear. Not long after, Wu Shuichen smiled. Well done. Tell Zhou Siwei and the others to be cleaner with their hands. Don't leave any evidence. Wu Shuichen issued the order with a pleasant smile. The teacher nodded respectfully in response, then quietly left. Humph. I've prepared a nice little gift for you at the Standard Division Arena today, and added a surprise. Hope you don't faint from the shock. Wu Shuichen glanced toward Lin Xiao in the distance, a mocking expression playing across his face. Lin Xiao, of course, had no idea that Wu Shuichen was scheming behind his back. He and Pei Yingguang were currently engaging with representatives from weaker schools. Today was undeniably a significant day for the 3-school alliance. If they could deliver strong enough results, the structure of Xi'an Nation's academies would be dramatically reshaped. If Cheng Qianma had been watching from the sidelines, he would have been surprised, because several familiar faces had shown up among the because over at the Management Association's side, quite a few old acquaintances had arrived. For example, Chairman Dong Ao of Jiangqing City and Commissioner Wu Zhonglei of Tianhai City. According to tradition, every year at the Xi'an Nation University Tournament, senior officials from all branches nationwide are allowed to attend. Dong Ao and Wu Zhonglei came today, not for anyone else, to see the long-unseen Cheng Qianma. What was even more surprising was that the Management Association also sent a heavyweight today. It was none other than Commissioner Gu Zizhen from the headquarters. Gu Zizhen held a very high position in the association's headquarters, second only to a few elders. He was also a top-level 4th transition powerhouse. He served as the chief referee for today's tournament, with authority over all matters. Such a high-level chief referee was unprecedented in the history of Xi'an Nation. Little Zhai, that young man Elder Qin values so much, should be competing today, right? Gu Zizhen, being slightly younger than Qin Feiyu, also respectfully called him Elder Qin. At the same time, he had learned about Cheng Qianma from Elder Qin. So today, he was full of curiosity. He wanted to see whether the young man favored by Elder Qin was truly worthy of the praise. The little Zhai he had just mentioned was naturally Zhai Yuanhao, who had strongly supported Divine Domain University at the press conference. As a trusted aide of Qin Feiyu, Zhai Yuanhao was also familiar with Cheng Qianma. Commissioner Gu, based on the information I currently have, Cheng Qianma has already reached level 39. Principal Lin will most likely send him into battle. With the vast resources of the association headquarters, they had already gathered plenty of information on Cheng Qianma. Based on his experience, Zhai Yuanhao gave his assessment. Gu Zizhen smiled after hearing that, and stroked his goatee. Very good. I hope he can give me some surprises today. Perhaps, he might even qualify for that special program. Upon hearing this, Zhai Yuanhao's expression shifted slightly. He never expected Commissioner Gu Zizhen. He actually had such a thought. The plan Gu Zizhen just mentioned was one of Xi'an Nation Buiyun's top secrets. Although he didn't fully understand it, Zhai Yuanhao still chose to remain silent. After all, decisions from the top level of Xi'an Nation were not something he could be involved in yet. Half an hour passed quickly. After a brief opening speech from the director of Xi'an Nation's Education Bureau, this year's Xi'an Nation High School Tournament officially began. Although the tournament is divided into standard and advanced divisions, the competitions in both areas are held simultaneously. Given the size of Xi'an Nation's battle arena, it can easily accommodate matches from both divisions at the same time. Soon, each academy's secret realm squads began exiting their waiting rooms and heading toward the secret realm entrances. Meanwhile, names started rapidly rolling across the big screen in the spectator room. All of these were names of secret realm. Because the standard division's secret realm challenge has a level cap of below 3rd turn, the secret realm maps for today's assessment would span from extremely difficult intermediate realms to king level difficulty in advanced realms. In other words, The level range for today's Secret Realms would be between level 30 and level 50. Since the results of the Secret Realm Challenge are based primarily on completion speed and secondarily on performance rating, there's no rule stating that the hardest realm must be selected. If a relatively easy secret realm is drawn, then the tournament becomes a speed race, a test of which school clears it fastest. If a more difficult secret realm is drawn, then it becomes a true challenge, a test of who can clear it successfully. According to data from past years, the difficulty of the secret realms tends to be fairly balanced, with both easy and hard maps, taking advantage of the time while contestants enter the arena. Today's head referee, Gu Zizhen, would perform the map draw. Alright then, let's see how lucky I am today. Gu Zizhen calmly pressed the screen at random, and the text on the big screen instantly came to a halt. When everyone saw today's assessment map, they all showed strange expressions. After glancing at the screen, Gu Zizhen also muttered to himself, "This map. Is it that my luck is too good, or too bad?" Chapter 414. Masla, Advanced King Level Difficulty. It seems today's challengers are really unlucky. Exactly. Commissioner Gu actually drew the toughest Masla map. I estimate at least half the teams today won't be able to clear it. With this calculation, it's very likely that Yunba Academy will dominate again. To ensure that the nationwide audience could watch the tournament smoothly, streaming rooms were opened on major platforms for live broadcasts. Now, in all the streaming rooms, viewers were discussing similar topics, because Masla is not only an advanced dungeon, but also the toughest in the king level difficulty category. It's safe to say, today's participants are really out of luck. Teams that drew this map had less than a 50% chance of clearing it. The higher the difficulty of the map, the greater the advantage for top schools, because if the map were easier, weaker schools could still rely on familiarity or good teamwork to compete on completion time. Though the chances weren't high, there would still be a slim hope for an upset victory. But for difficult maps, weaker teams, when facing bosses that test DPS limits, would almost certainly fail. It has nothing to do with skill, only whether their strength is sufficient. So now, most viewers in the streaming rooms were very optimistic about the top-ranked schools, especially Yunbo Academy, and others at the top of the rankings. Meanwhile, the high-level officials of each academy in the spectator room were showing different expressions. Teachers from powerful schools naturally looked delighted, but teachers from weaker, lower-ranked schools were already feeling hopeless. What rotten luck. We actually drew the worst possible map. Zhong Hongshan looked at the secret realm name and immediately felt deflated. Beside him, Pei Guang and Ling Xiao also had grim expressions. Now, they could only place their trust in Cheng Qianma and Huang Tian. After hearing that, Pei Guang nodded helplessly. In reality, Blue Sky Academy's situation was relatively better. In the team they sent for today's challenge, aside from Huang Tian being level 40, the other 4 members were all level 48. Morin Academy was slightly weaker, but their average level still exceeded 46. One member even reached level 49. It was said that this level 49 alumnus was only convinced to join after Zhong Hongshan's persistent persuasion. After all, they were approaching the 3rd turn threshold and needed a lot of time to prepare. The fact that they showed up at all was already a huge favor. All of this, naturally, was for the sake of today's tournament. Now the most unfortunate one was clearly Divine Realm University. The school had been declining severely. So, aside from Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruashi, they only managed to gather 2 alumni at level 45 and 1 at level 46. As for the schools ranked below the top 15, they were even worse off than Divine Realm University. Their average level was mostly below 45. As the saying goes, even a dying camel is bigger than a horse. Divine Realm University still had some old prestige left to draw from. The other schools weren't nearly as fortunate. In contrast to Divine Realm's tense atmosphere, Yunba Academy's side was full of confidence. Morale was soaring. As the undisputed number 1 in Xia Nation now, Wu Shuichin placed great importance on this year's competition, both to settle an old score and to suppress the 3-school alliance. Wu Shuichin had fielded an extremely luxurious lineup today. Except for the team captain, the 5-member team was entirely made up of level 49 players. Wu Shuichin even went further than Zhong Hongshan, having an already level 50 alumnus suppress their level and deliberately avoid the 3rd transition. All just for today. With Yunba Academy's resources and influence, this wasn't too difficult to pull off. Wu Shuichin glanced at Ling Xiao with a mocking expression. Soon, teams from all the universities began arriving at a spacious venue. This was the entrance to the Masla dungeon. But not long after Divine Domain's team entered, Cheng Qianma's expression turned odd, and Lin Ruashi even cried out in surprise. Wei Sheng, Xiaoling, we're over here. Since Lin Ruashi blurted it out so suddenly, Cheng Qianma had no time to stop her. Instantly, everyone in the venue turned their eyes toward them. The reason Cheng Qianma's expression was odd was because he saw Xiaoling wearing the uniform of Yunlin University. Yunlin University was currently ranked 2nd in Xi'an Nation, just behind Yunbo Academy, and Wei Xing was even more shocking. She turned out to be from Yunlin University as well, because Cheng Qianma had completely forgotten to ask about their schools before, and they also never mentioned it themselves. Both he and Lin Ruashi only found out just now. Xiaoling, being more composed, simply raised her hand in greeting, showing no strong reaction. But Wei Xing's expression was far more colorful than Cheng Qianma's. Well. This old freak turned out to be from a bottom-ranked school. Damn it. How did Divine Domain University produce such a monster? Since Wei Xing graduated, she rarely returned to the outside world. As a result, she had no idea about the close relationship between Yunlin University and Cheng Qianma. She was feeling a bit awkward now. After all, being stared at by so many people made her feel uneasy, so she quickly turned her gaze away, afraid that someone would notice that she knew someone on the other side. But in the next second, her plan completely failed, and at the same time, her blood pressure shot up. Because her dad had spotted her. Wei Sheng, look over here, Daddy's here. With just that one sentence, Huang Tian instantly turned everyone's attention. Wei Xing's face instantly turned green with rage. She was so angry she wanted to fight him on the spot. Who the hell are you? I don't know you. Stop shouting nonsense, damn it. Wei Sheng, flustered, felt her moment of composure collapse instantly, so she hurried to deny it. Huang Tian had just blurted it out without thinking. He didn't use his brain at all. The moment the words left his mouth, he already started to regret it. After all, it really was embarrassing. So he quickly shut his mouth. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say, before the competition even began, the entire crowd's attention had already been drawn to the Eternal Pinnacle team. But no one knew the nature of their relationship yet, so people just looked on in confusion. Cheng Qianma glanced at Yunba Academy's team out of the corner of his eye. He then shook his head helplessly. Sigh. As expected, no sign of Mingho. She was still as overlooked as ever. Although Li Mingho's strength wasn't weak now, he had yet to prove himself at Yunba Academy. At the same time, Wu Shuiqin was absolutely determined to win today, so there was no chance for Li Mingho to be sent out. At the same time, the Yunba Academy team was also watching Cheng Qianma closely. Before setting out today, Wu Shuiqin had given strict orders. They must win first place in the Secret Realm Challenge and completely crush Cheng Qianma in the elimination rounds. But they couldn't quite understand why someone only level 39 was taken so seriously by the principal. Forget it. They would soon regret it. Of course, Cheng Qianma had no idea what the Yunba Academy players were thinking at that moment. He simply shook his head, then followed the main group into the Secret Realm portal. Very quickly, all the teams had entered the Secret Realm. At that moment, the large screen in the viewing room also displayed the profiles of the 20 teams. When everyone saw Divine Domain University's lineup, they all revealed looks of disbelief. In the live broadcast rooms, the audience exploded with chatter, not because of anything else, but because this team actually had 2 level 39 players. Chapter 415, Distrust and Caution, Fighting for First Place. Masla is a grand temple, the residence of Princess Celis, elemental princess of Emperor Sinai. Legend says the demigod nature spirit, Senna, had a son named Zeta. He and Princess Celis fell in love and united. Their descendants later became the centaurs, but this hybrid race did not inherit the power of nature, instead gaining the violent power of earth elements. For some unspeakable reason, these centaur descendants ended up killing their own father, Zeta. Princess Celis, overwhelmed with grief, could not bring herself to harm her children, so she took her husband's spirit and secluded herself in the depths of Masla. The forces of nature and earth began to overflow, causing all kinds of creatures and plants to undergo massive mutations. In the end, this place turned into a lawless zone with no supervision. Although the Masara map is vast and has complex terrain, the overall path is relatively linear. You can basically go straight from start to finish. Overall, Masara is divided into 2 main parts. The first half takes place in a huge underground cave, filled with mutated natural creatures. The second half is a vast underground reservoir. In addition, there are 2 natural waterfalls located there. At the end of Masara stands Boslace, the Earth Elemental Princess. She waits on a platform in the deepest part of the reservoir. As the hardest level, 50 Secret Realm, it contains not only all kinds of disgusting creatures, but also a large number of poisonous water zones. Therefore, ordinary teams move through it much slower compared to other secret realms. The presence of unknown underwater creatures also greatly increases the danger level. Once Divine Realm University's challenge team entered Masara, the surrounding environment changed immediately. Today, aside from Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruashi, there were 3 other alumni from Divine Realm University: level 45 Awakener, level 45 Magician Guan Shui, and level 46 Saintess Lu Xiaoyu. From the very beginning, Ling Xiao had decided to let Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruashi compete, so he went through great effort to bring in these 3 alumni. Their roles were perfectly balanced: tank, range DPS, and support/healer. They were the perfect complement to Cheng Qianma and Ling Ruashi. For Divine Realm University, whose strength paled in comparison to Yunba Academy, being able to form this team was already a great achievement. All 3, Su Hanhai, Guan Shui, and Lu Xiaoyu, were online graduates, so they were mostly familiar with Ling Ruashi, since she was the principal's granddaughter. As for Cheng Qianma, they only knew of him through word of mouth after returning to campus. To be honest, having left school for many years, they found it hard to fully believe what Qing Qianma had accomplished, and with time running short, Ling Xiao didn't explain much to them either. Besides, their activities in Tianqi continent were far from Lingyu city. So, they had no idea about Qing Qianma's current identity and status in Tianqi continent. After all, Lingyu city wasn't the main city closest to Thunder City. Unless there was a special reason, very few people would go that far for activities, whether it was the school reforms, the rise of the teacher training program, or now, competing in Xia Nation's university tournament, at not even level 40. Any of these things, taken individually, Su Hanhai and the others might have been able to understand. But now, with everything revolving around this young man before them, it all sounded a bit far-fetched. They preferred to believe that Qing Qianma was someone Ling Xiao had deliberately promoted to boost the morale of Divine Domain University. Such a figure is called a banner-type genius, whose abilities might not be as exaggerated as publicized, but who served as a hero to inspire confidence and enthusiasm among the students. Such tactics were common in many weaker schools. Qing Qianma's role was like the senior brother in a cultivation novel, receiving endless attention and entrusted with great hopes by the sect leader to set a good example for the other disciples. So these three remained fairly neutral toward Qing Qianma, still in an observation phase. Unlike the other students in Divine Domain University, who idolized him fervently, these three had long passed the age of chasing idols. Now, they only respected true strength. If it weren't for Ling Xiao issuing strict orders before departure to make Qing Qianma the team captain for today, these three might have seized control. In fact, in their eyes, Qing Qianma was just a talented junior at best. No matter how talented they are, they're still juniors, seniors. It's been a long time. Ling Ruoxi was relatively close to Su Hanhai and the other two, but she wasn't sure what they were thinking now. So she took the initiative to greet them. Among everyone, Lu Xiaoyu had the highest level, and as the only woman among them, she was the closest to Ling Ruoxi. She was the first to speak. Hello, little sister Ruoxi. You've been working really hard lately. Your level's increasing fast. The other two also nodded slightly at this moment. If there's one obvious highlight about Qing Qianma right now, it's her fast leveling speed. After all, reaching level 39 at her age is pretty terrifying. Even Lu Xiaoyu and the others couldn't help but admire it. That said, Lin Ruoxi has also reached level 39 now, and she's also very young. This somewhat downplays Qing Qianma's natural talent. Let me introduce you. This is Qing Qianma beside me. She's really amazing. Lin Ruoxi introduced Qing Qianma from her own perspective, so she didn't find anything wrong with it. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others nodded meaningfully. What they were thinking, though, remained unknown. Hello, my name is Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu is 29 years old this year. She was once a well-known genius at Shunyu University, but now, compared to Lin Ruoxi, she feels a bit older. Seeing Lu Xiaoyu take the initiative, Su Hanhai and Guan Shuai also briefly introduced themselves. Hello. Qing Qianma had been observing their subtle expressions from the start. She's not some naive rookie. She knew well that, with her current level, if she wanted to lead the team today, she'd have to quickly build credibility. She had already read 2 words from their expressions just now: distrust and caution. Captain Cheng, today's match is... What instructions do you have for us? After introductions, Guan Shuai was the first to speak. Her tone wasn't sarcastic, but it definitely wasn't friendly either. You could say this was her way of testing Qing Qianma. It was essentially an exam to see if Qing Qianma was fit to be captain. Of course, Qing Qianma understood her meaning. She wasn't angry. Instead, she spoke calmly. Our team's average level ranks among the lowest out of the 20 teams. So if we want to take first place today, we have to race against time. We also can't stick to the standard procedures. We need to use unexpected tactics. When Lu Xiaoyu and the others heard the first part, they looked calm. Qing Qianma was right. Shunyu University's team definitely ranks outside the top 15. But when they heard take first place, their expressions changed. Our mission is to aim for first place. Why didn't Principal Lin tell us that before? Chapter 416. Solo players pulling aggro. An aggressive strategy. After hearing Qing Qianma's objective, Lu Xiaoyu and the others had quite the reaction. They were shocked and amused at the same time. With today's team setup, just making it into the top 10 would already be a blessing. But Qing Qianma said he wanted to take first place. What kind of international joke is that? Do you think Yunba Academy, Yinlin University, and other veteran top schools are just decorations? Though no one openly questioned it. Deep down, their opinion of Qing Qianma dropped a few notches. In their eyes, it was just youthful arrogance, a sign he didn't know the limits of the world. Only Lin Ruoxi at that moment nodded seriously and expressed full agreement. To her, Qing Qianma was like a god. Qing Qianma couldn't be bothered to explain further. If you want to build authority, you can only prove it with strength. So he began laying out the tactics. On the road to Old Enuoxane, the path could be divided into 3 zones. The first zone had lots of thorn lashers. They weren't strong attackers, but they would split into smaller mobs. The second zone was a contaminated area, full of sludge crawlers. They had high attack power, and came with a radiation aura. The last zone had evil larvae. They had low HP, but came in overwhelming numbers. So we'll divide the 3 zones and clear them out in waves. While Chung Qianma was explaining the tactics, his expression was calm, as if he were discussing something ordinary. But in the hearts of Lu Xiaoyu and the others, there was already a storm brewing. Had he studied Masara on purpose before? Chung Qianma's level of expertise was way beyond their expectations. Everything he just said perfectly summed up all the key points. It was the first time they truly witnessed his capabilities, even though what he said was accurate. But it might just be a case of a blind cat catching a dead mouse. She might have just guessed the right topic in advance. At this moment, Su Hanhai thought, that Chung Qianma just got lucky. It happened to be the dungeon she had studied beforehand that Gu Zizhen ended up choosing. After all, cramming for the right questions is very common across major universities. Alright, no problem. Let's go with your plan. Although Lu Xiaoyu felt a bit conflicted, he still agreed to Chung Qianma's strategy. Right after that, Chung Qianma suddenly turned to Su Hanhai and asked, the spiked lashers in the first area. There are about 8 groups of spiked lashers here. Each group has 4 of them. Can you pull them all at once? This sudden question left Su Hanhai completely dumbfounded. Though he was the only tank in the team, and his level wasn't low, pulling 32 spiked lashers at once was obviously going to be extremely tough. Are you kidding me? The spiked lashers, when their HP drops below 20%, they split into 2, so we're not talking about 32 mobs. It's actually 64. How am I supposed to handle that? The more Su Hanhai spoke, the angrier he got. He felt like Chung Qianma was deliberately making things hard for him. Forget about a level 45 tank. Even someone a couple of levels higher might not be able to meet Chung Qianma's demand. Guan Shuai and Lu Xiaoyu's expressions didn't look good either. Their opinions were clearly the same as Su Hanhai's. Alright, fine. I'll pull them myself. Once I have the mobs under control, you just need to take over the aggro. Chung Qianma didn't argue further. Since Su Hanhai couldn't do it, she could only take matters into her own hands. After all, not every tank, all of them could reach Xiaoling's level. A temporary secret realm team formed by the school naturally can't compare to personally selected core members. But the more calm he acted, the more embarrassed Su Hanhai felt. Fine then. Go ahead and pull. As long as you can do what you said, then even if I have to risk my life in the end, I'll tank all the mobs for you. When Su Hanhai said this, it was clearly out of defiance. He simply didn't believe Chung Qianma could pull off something so absurd. Lu Xiaoyu looked at Chung Qianma and noticed his expression was very serious. Not like he was deliberately making things hard for Su Hanhai. Did he really do it? Lu Xiaoyu's expression was complicated and doubtful, just as he was spacing out. Chung Qianma suddenly turned around. Lu Xiaoyu snapped back to his senses and instinctively raised his hand to cast a truth shield on Chung Qianma. His truth shield could block 1,000 damage for Chung Qianma. It was quite effective. Chung Qianma gave a slight nod in thanks, and then rushed out. Everyone stay safe. Keep a proper distance and follow. This get-to-it style of action caught Lu Xiaoyu and the others off guard. Only Lin Ruoshi followed right away. It was obvious. His coordination with Chung Qianma far exceeded the others. Let's catch up quickly. Su Hanhai, if you see anything going wrong, take over the mobs immediately. We're all students from the same school. There's no need to act on impulse. Lu Xiaoyu, being the highest level, naturally became the leader of the trio. He was also the most rational one. So he decisively reminded Su Hanhai, seeing both Lu Xiaoyu and Guan Shuai move out. No matter how unwilling Su Hanhai was, he had no choice but to follow. Meanwhile, both the leaders of various schools watching the match and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream noticed the movements of Shunyu University's team. Am I seeing this right? Shunyu University clearly has a tank, but they're letting a solo player pull the mobs. Sure, Chung Qianma is indeed strong, but his level is still way too low. This approach is far too reckless. Humph. Looks like Shunyu University has just given up having a solo player pull mobs. Even if they end up with terrible results, they can just use that as an excuse. Now that you mention it, that does make some sense. After all, Shunyu University used to be very powerful. It's understandable if they're just trying to hold on to a shred of dignity. Times have changed. Their alliance of 3 schools now looks like a dying patient's final struggle. Everyone had already seen Shunyu University's roster earlier and knew they had sent 2. Level 39 awakened to the match. That alone was shocking enough. Now seeing them have a solo player pull the mobs left everyone even more disappointed. So at this moment, the commentary in the live stream was overwhelmingly pessimistic about Shunyu University. Even though Chung Qianma already had some degree of fame, his level was still way too low. So low that even compared to his own team members, he came up short, let alone comparing him to the stronger schools. Everyone thought that if given enough time to grow, he would definitely achieve great things in the future, but definitely not now. Wu Shuoqin was also occasionally glancing at Shunyu University's perspective on the big screen. When he saw Chung Qianma acting so recklessly, he showed a look of disdain. Trying to end this quickly? Let's see if you have what it takes. For now, although Yumba University had not adopted the same aggressive strategy as Shunyu University, has not adopted the same aggressive tactics as Shunyu University, but even with steady advancement, the speed was still fast, so Wu Shuoqin wasn't worried. Meanwhile, at Divine Domain University, Ling Xiao, Pei Guang, and Zhong Hongshan all wore helpless expressions. They were already long used to Cheng Qianma's boldness. Even though no one had high hopes for Divine Domain University, these three were full of confidence, because Cheng Qianma was truly strong. A few minutes later, everyone witnessed the shock. On the main stage, Gu Zizhen's eyes even flashed with surprise. Now this is getting interesting. Chapter 417. Let strength do the talking. Of course, Cheng Qianma didn't know. So many eyes from the outside world were watching him. He was currently dashing forward, weaving swiftly between the thorn lashers. Thorn lashers used to be a very ordinary green plant, a morning glory. But after long exposure to excessive natural energy, they gradually mutated into living creatures. Their roots lifted from the ground, transforming into 6 limbs. As for the flower itself, it mutated into a head full of jagged teeth. These thorn lashers were typically around level 45. Don't be fooled by their HP of only 20,000. It doesn't seem like a lot. But just like Su Hanhai said earlier, when a thorn lasher's HP drops below 20%, it splits into 2 smaller thorn lashers, and each of those still has 5,000 HP. In other words, to completely kill one thorn lasher, you'd have to deal around 30,000 damage. So, Cheng Qianma, trying to pull 32 thorn lashers at once, seemed utterly reckless to the others. Unfortunately, they didn't truly understand Cheng Qianma's strength, or Lin Ruoshi's growth. Unfortunately, the others didn't truly understand Cheng Qianma's real strength, nor did they understand Lin Ruoshi's growth. If you treat the two of them as just ordinary level 39 players, that would be a huge mistake. At this moment, Cheng Qianma had already reached the boundary of the first area. What lay ahead of him was a radiation zone. Time to get to work. He dispersed the flowing light blades in his hand and instantly switched to a staff form. Then he activated a skill. Ice Barrier. His body was instantly covered in layers of frost, and he quickly turned into an ice sculpture. Ice Barrier is usually a life-saving skill for mages, but now, he was using it to gather mobs. This unexpected move immediately caused a wave of astonishment. At this moment, the advantage of a solo player with many skills was on full display. Only someone like him would dare to use a life-saving skill to pull mobs. Ice Barrier grants 10 seconds of invincibility. Though he couldn't move or take any actions, it was enough time for the large group of spiked lashers behind him to catch up. 8 seconds later, 32 spiked lashers had completely surrounded Cheng Qianma, now frozen like a statue. They kept attacking, waiting for the moment the ice barrier would fade, so they could instantly finish him off. Just then, Lin Ruoshi, Lu Xiaoyu, and the others caught up. When they saw the scene before them, they felt their scalps go numb. Su Hanhai prepared to take over the mobs. Lu Xiaoyu didn't want to lose a teammate just 10 minutes into the battle, so he immediately ordered Su Hanhai to move in. Su Hanhai looked at the mass of green mobs before him, cursing Cheng Qianma in his heart 1,000 times over, leaving this mess for him to clean up. Wasn't that just messing with him? Though he was extremely reluctant, he still charged forward. The next second, the ice barrier faded, and the 32 spiked lashers. He immediately launched an attack. Bang! 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 In almost an instant, 7 or 8 hits landed on Cheng Qianma. Fortunately, he was protected by Lu Xiaoyu's truth shield, so he wasn't instantly killed. However, this wave of attacks completely wiped out the 1,000-point barrier. At that moment, Su Hanhai was rushing over, still about 3 or 4 meters away. If Cheng didn't get out right away, he'd be torn apart by the horde of thorn lashers. At that critical moment, Cheng Qianma moved. Frost Burst, Position Swap, 2 spell skills from different classes were cast by him in quick succession. Frost Burst is an AoE control skill from Ice Elementalists. It creates a magic circle under the caster's feet, then releases a barrage of ice pillars to attack enemies, causing a 2-second freeze effect. Position Swap is a top-tier mage movement skill. It lets the caster switch places with a target. Cheng Qianma had once used this skill in Mon Origin, swapping places with a leper technician to instantly kill a boss. But this time, his target wasn't an enemy. It was the approaching. Don't ask anything. Activate your defensive skill, quick, Cheng Qianma shouted at Su Hanhai, then cast Position Swap on him. In the next second, their positions switched instantly. But Cheng Qianma and Su Hanhai had no synergy, so Su had no idea what just happened. What the hell? Who does things like this? You trying to get me killed? Su Hanhai looked around at the surrounding monsters, and his hair stood on end. However, fortunately, Cheng Qianma timed it perfectly. The Frost Burst activation just finished, buying Su Hanhai 2 precious seconds. What are you standing there for? You want to die? Start defending now. Although Lu Xiaoyu was completely shocked by Cheng Qianma's earlier combo, he quickly made a decision. With lightning-fast reflexes, he cast a healing spell on Su Hanhai. Then he followed up with Detox Healing. So-called Detox Healing is a must-have technique for all support and healing classes. Healers must anticipate whether the tank is about to take a large amount of damage. If so, To stabilize the tank's HP, they have to precast healing spells in advance. Otherwise, a late heal might cause the tank to die instantly. Lu Xiaoyu was a very professional healer, so his reaction went without saying. At this moment, Su Hanhai also snapped out of it, and immediately raised his shield. The next second, 32 thorn lashers began attacking. Although Su Hanhai's health dropped rapidly, under the effect of healing, and Lu Xiaoyu's precast detox healing, his health was pulled back up. At that moment, Cheng Qianma, Lin Ruoxi, and Guan Shuai also began attacking. In an instant, sword lights and magic explosions filled the battlefield. It was a spectacular scene. This was the first time the Divine Domain team worked together in full cooperation, and the results were astonishing. 5 minutes under their storm of attacks, all the thorn lashers were wiped out. Even though they could split into multiple mobs, it didn't change the outcome. Because Cheng Qianma had grouped them up so perfectly, even melee fighters like Lin Ruoxi could deal tons of damage. What made thorn lashers so troublesome was that after they split, they shrank in size, which made it easy to throw the battlefield into chaos. And with Cheng Qianma's perfect mob control, he completely eliminated the danger at its root. Although Su Hanhai didn't get along with Cheng Qianma, that didn't mean he was weak. Anyone handpicked by Ling Xiao couldn't possibly be a rookie. Soon, he understood Cheng Qianma's good intentions, and began seriously pulling aggro as well. To be honest, mob control is a fundamental skill every tank must master. The more scattered the mobs, the harder the tank has to work. They need to move around constantly to protect their teammates from getting hit. But the more tightly grouped the mobs are, the easier it is for the tank. As long as aggro is maintained, you can basically stand still. So in reality, Cheng Qianma had already helped Su Hanhai with part of the job, and he did it perfectly. That also took a huge load off his shoulders. This aggressive strategy instantly pushed the Divine Domain team, originally ranked in the bottom 5, to the very top of the leaderboard. Even Yunba Academy, the strongest contender, still had 2 waves of mobs left. After all the mobs were cleared, the 3 beside all looked at Cheng Qianma differently. It was only at this moment that they understood why Ling Xiao insisted on making Cheng Qianma the leader. Turns out the rumors were true. He was terrifyingly strong. Meanwhile, both the viewing chamber and the livestream chat exploded at once. Chapter 418, Terrifying Skill and Seamless Team Coordination. That guy's moves just now were so smooth. Damn it. Why didn't I think of a combo that insane? Even if you did, could you even pull it off? He's just a solo player too. Looks like today's dungeon challenge is going to be quite the show. Cheng Qianma's daring performance immediately drew everyone's praise. Those viewers who had looked down on him before were now starting to change their minds. The 3 top leaders of Shunyu University were also showing pleased expressions, given how well they knew Cheng Qianma. This performance was perfectly natural, but Wu Shuichen's expression wasn't so pleasant. The good part is only just beginning. Go ahead and enjoy it for now. Zhou Siwei and the others should already be on their way, right? I wonder what expression you'll have when you find out your home base has been taken. Thinking of this, Wu Shuichen's face showed a hint of cruelty. At this moment, aside from the 2 opposing factions, locked in direct confrontation on either side, the atmosphere on the central main stage was also quite subtle. Xiao Zhai, did Elder Qin ever mention anything about Cheng Qianma to you? Gu Zizhen's curiosity about Cheng Qianma was now thoroughly piqued. He wanted to get some information out of Zhai Yuanhao, but to his surprise, Zhai Yuanhao shook his head expressionlessly. Even if he did know, there's no way he would reveal it so easily. Seeing that Zhai Yuanhao wasn't falling for it, Gu Zizhen didn't get upset. After all, it was just a casual question. He then shifted his gaze back to the big screen. Cheng Qianma and the others had now arrived at the radiation zone. In front of them were 30 Unicrawlers. Unicrawlers, level 45 slime elites, with 15,000 HP each. Attributes of the Wuni Creeper may seem quite unremarkable. One could even say, compared to all monsters of the same level, it's noticeably weaker. However, if you just charge in like that, you'll likely die a miserable death. Because these Wuni Creepers have considerably high attack power, an ordinary tank might not last long at all. On top of that, it comes with a radiation aura, which affects all enemies within a 5-meter radius, applying a debuff. Once hit by this debuff, your attributes drop by 30%. Extremely annoying. You should know, aura skills have no time limit. As long as you're within the trigger range, the debuff will persist. Therefore, the Wuni Creeper is not only a tank's nemesis, but also a nightmare for all melee fighters. A 30% reduction in all attributes is no joke. Let me tank it. Your durability isn't enough. Cheng Qianma's words, though they sound a bit odd, are true. With Su Hanhai's current strength, it's not enough to withstand 30 Wuni Creepers at once. But due to the nature of his class, no matter how others hear it, it feels strange. Su Hanhai can't hold up, but at least he's a tank. If he can't handle it, could you, a freelancer, possibly hold up? Weeks. Who, as always, believes in Cheng Qianma. The same question popped up in the minds of the other three, but at least Cheng Qianma had already proven himself by now, so no one said it out loud. How confident are you? I'll heal you with everything I've got later, Lu Xiaoyu asked tentatively. Right now she was trusting Cheng Qianma more and more. 100%. Don't worry, everyone. Just go all out with your damage output. When everyone heard this, they were all startled. Originally, they thought if Cheng Qianma was 50 or 60% confident, that would already be incredible. Who would have thought? He would simply say 100%. Even though Su Hanhai already knew Cheng Qianma was strong, he still didn't believe what he said. But to avoid getting embarrassed later, he could only silently grumble to himself. 100%. You're right. If you can really tank it, I'll listen to whatever you say from now on. Of course, Su Hanhai's inner thoughts weren't known to anyone. He was waiting to see how Cheng Qianma would handle these green slimes with terrifying attack power. No need for a Verity Shield this time. Just give me a speed blessing. Cheng Qianma told Lu Xiaoyu what he needed, then stepped forward. Lu Xiaoyu didn't even ask why. She simply cast a speed blessing on him. Speed blessing can increase the target's movement speed by 40% and last for 12 seconds. After gaining the speed boost, Cheng Qianma's movements immediately quickened. After receiving the speed boost, Cheng Qianma's movements immediately accelerated. Cheng Qianma moved at an astonishing speed, circling the radiation zone once. Soon, all 30 Wuni creepers entered combat mode. Cheng Qianma first targeted the nearest one, using Blazing Slash. Instantly, several beams of light flashed continuously. The reason for doing this was mainly because the Wuni creeper's movement speed is not fast. Cheng Qianma needed them to gather as much as possible in front of him. At the same time, he could utilize Blazing Slash's invincibility window to dodge attacks from several nearby Wuni creepers. The moment Blazing Slash ended, Cheng Qianma used the universal skill backstep, instantly appearing 3 meters away. Just like that, by circling and positioning, combined with Blazing Slash to buy time, he gradually gathered the 30 scattered Wuni creepers into a tight group. Throughout the entire process, he wasn't hit even once. Su Hanhai, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. This aggro-pulling technique could be called miraculous. Cheng Qianma's planning of movement and use of invincibility skills were simply unbelievable. You should now understand why he said that earlier, right? While Su Hanhai was lost in thought, Lu Xiaoyu unexpectedly spoke up, and in those words just now, it was clear he had already sided with Cheng Qianma. The meaning of those words was obvious. It was to make Su Hanhai lower his proud head and honestly accept Cheng Qianma's leadership. Su Hanhai was now filled with complex emotions. After pondering for a while, he nodded with difficulty. Cheng Qianma's wall was clearly on a whole different level compared to his own. His pride was instantly shattered. After fully letting go, Su Hanhai actually felt more at ease. His mindset finally underwent a complete transformation. At that moment, Cheng Qianma's performance won over the hearts of the 3 Divine Realm University alumni. Don't bother buffing me. Everyone go all out. Melee fighters, attack from the edges. Avoid getting too many debuffs. With Cheng Qianma's command, everyone sprang into action. Even Lu Xiaoyu obediently followed his orders and stopped using healing skills. She switched to attacking instead. A few minutes later, the group of Oni crawlers all dissolved into green sludge. The Divine Realm University team successfully cleared the second area. Everyone felt something they'd never felt before. That dealing damage could be so easy and fun. Cheng Qianma's movement and threat control were unbelievably solid. Everyone didn't need to worry about a thing. Just go full DPS. The one who felt this most deeply was naturally Guan Shuai. As the team's only ranged DPS, this was the first time this year he could just go full auto-attack mode. Damn. This is what a dungeon run should feel like. I'm a freaking turret. Never felt this awesome before. However, Guan Shuai didn't realize that as soon as he said that, Su Hanhai's face turned green. Wasn't that basically calling him bad at his job? No filter at all. Might as well donate that mouth to someone else. Su Hanhai didn't dare to trash talk Cheng Qianma, but could he not dare to trash talk Guan Shuai? This little episode instantly broke the originally dull atmosphere. Cheng Qianma looked at everyone and sighed. Now it finally feels a bit like a team. Just now I felt like I was back to being both a father and a mother. Chapter 419. Nukasayan. Disgusting skills. To quickly establish his own authority and unite the team, Cheng Qianma put in quite a bit of effort. But fortunately, the final result was good. Just 2 waves of small monsters allowed him to achieve his goal. Now Lu Xiaoyu and the other 2 no longer questioned his leadership and could wholeheartedly carry out As the team's cohesion gradually emerged, the Divine Realm University team's progress speed began to accelerate. The third wave of evil larvae didn't pose much difficulty, just a larger number. Under everyone's aggressive damage output, they passed through it very easily. However, because they spent a bit too much time in the radiation zone, the first place position was once again taken back by Yumba College. A few minutes later, Cheng Qianma and the others finally arrived in front of Masila No. 1's boss. Nukasayan, Level 46 Radiation Water Elemental Elite. Health points, 150,000. Radiation Water Elemental could be considered an old friend of Chung Qianma. The first water surge staff he obtained was from a Radiation Water Elemental. However, Nukasayan, in terms of strength and health points, was far stronger than the previous one. Their power levels are completely on different tiers. Noxane has a total of 3 abilities. The first ability is called Bowsy Poison Cloud. This skill is somewhat similar to the radiation aura just now. It affects the area around Noxane. Bowsy Parasite Effect. Once the Bowsy parasitizes and awakened, it drains 1% of their HP every second, feeding it back to Noxane for 10 seconds. This means the more melee attackers there are, the tougher this boss becomes. If more targets get infected by Bowsy Parasite, Noxane's health regeneration increases accordingly. The second skill is called Acid Poison Arrow Barrage. As the name suggests, Noxane fires 5 poisoned arrows at once. This skill is instant cast and unavoidable. Just getting hit once applies 1 stack of the Acid Poison debuff. The Acid Poison debuff deals 600 nature damage to the target every 3 seconds for a duration of 12 seconds. Because of this skill, it puts a lot of pressure on the party's healer. The healer not only needs to manage the tank's damage, but also keep teammates alive. This really tests their skill. The last skill is called Noxane Spawn. It's the most troublesome ability, because every 30 seconds, Noxane splits into 6 smaller Noxanes. If you don't clear out these adds within 15 seconds, for every extra second, the reformed Noxane will regenerate 1% of its HP after it merges back together. Whether or not Acid Poison Arrow Barrage is on cooldown, it will be cast immediately. This once again increases the strain on the healer. Keep in mind, the Acid Poison debuff stacks, so even though Noxane's HP isn't that high, the actual fight feels much tougher. Teams with insufficient DPS might get dragged into a prolonged battle. They might even be worn down to death. If there's any slip-up during this buff-heavy fight, the whole team might get wiped due to lack of DPS. Ruashi. During the normal phase, you don't need to get close to attack. Just use Heaven Strike and other long-range skills. Attack the boss from the farthest possible distance. Even if you waste a bit of DPS, it's fine. But once we enter the split phase, go full power. Focus on taking down Little Noxine immediately. Then Lu Xiaoyu. Make sure you keep the team healed. Don't try to conserve resources. Ignore my HP. Focus on the others. Although Lu Xiaoyu didn't know where Chung Qianma's confidence in not needing heals came from, she still nodded seriously. Based on the previous battles, Chung Qianma's judgment had been very accurate, so Lu Xiaoyu chose to trust her unconditionally. At the same time, Lin Ruashi also took Chung Qianma's words to heart. She was ready to follow the instructions strictly. Very soon, Su Hanhai charged forward, officially kicking off the first boss battle. Eliminate the intruders. Taste the wrath of my terrifying natural power. As Noxine entered combat, he let out a furious roar. The next moment, Su Hanhai's body was afflicted by a layer of spore parasite. After that, Lin Ruashi followed Chung Qianma's instructions and attacked from 5 meters away from Noxine, using Heaven Strike and other long-range skills. The activation range of spore parasite is 3 meters, so this way, only Su Hanhai would get hit by the parasite. This helped reduce Noxine's self-healing ability. As the vice leader, Chung Qianma could fight both near and far. Naturally, she stood next to Guan Shuai, taking on a ranged DPS role. A few seconds later, from Noxine's waist, suddenly shot out a wave of green arrows. This was toxic arrow rain. In an instant, everyone in the Divine Realm University team turned green. It was a sign they'd been hit with the toxic debuff. Lu Xiaoyu stayed highly focused while healing Su Hanhai. She also found time to cast Restoration on everyone. Restoration is a type of hot healing spell. It doesn't heal all at once, but like the debuff, activates every few seconds. Hot, short for heal over time, refers to a continuous healing effect. Most hot spells are instant cast. Because of that, Lu Xiaoyu had the bandwidth to heal others too. By the 30-second mark, Noxine's HP had dropped to 74%. That was a pretty efficient damage rate, especially considering Lin Ruashi was still holding back. If she went all out, the efficiency would be even better. The reason the Divine Realm University team could maintain such strong DPS, despite being short a person, was, of course, because of Chung Qianma. Her current strength was enough to count as 2 people. Next to her, Guan Shuai was feeling it the most, because Chung Qianma, having switched to ranged DPS temporarily, was somehow dealing way more damage than him. Damn. This must be what a freak looks like. No wonder she's pulled off so many miracles. If she were the same level as the rest of us, how could we even compete? As a magician, Guan Shuai had always felt confident in his damage output. But now, Chung Qianma had completely crushed that confidence. The next second, Noxine used her most disgusting skill. Noxine's color. My offspring, come forth. Noxine's body suddenly turned ethereal. Then it split into 6 little Noxines, each only 1/3 the original size. Ruashi, go all out. Lu Xiaoyu, Remember to pre-cast healing on Suhanhai just as the mobs die. Chung Qianma called out loudly. Lin Ruashi, who had been holding back, finally got her chance to go all in. The Holy Radiance Lance in her hand surged with force. In the past 30 seconds, she had already gathered 7 radiant marks. Now she detonated them instantly. In an instant, the health of all 6 little Noxines dropped by 1/3. It was terrifying. Guan Shuai and Chung Qianma were not to be outdone, unleashing their own AoE attacks. 9 seconds later, all the mobs were down. Immediately after that, Noxine's body reappeared out of thin air. Then she shouted, "Toxic Arrow Rain." The sudden attack instantly brought Su Hanhai's HP down to below 40%. And Chung Qianma, who hadn't received a single heal since the start of the fight, now had only 1,653 HP left. It was extremely dangerous. The next second, she made her move. Chapter 420. HP vanished out of nowhere, unleashing her edge. If it weren't for Chung Qianma having the power of purification, with a passive that cleanses debuffs, she probably would have died already, since she wasn't receiving any healing at all. Now, looking at her HP, it's already dropped to around 25%. Time to start recovering HP. She dispersed the radiant blade in her hand, and instantly switched to battle spear mode. Right after that, she moved to Lin Ruashi's side, fighting alongside her. However, compared to Lin Ruashi, who could only use a few long-range spells, as a battle mage, Chung Qianma had way more options. She could also use the skills of Duelist and Conqueror, both classes that also use the battle spear. Moreover, their attack range is even greater. Whirlwind Spear, Dragon Piercing Spear, Destruction Slash, Cold-Blooded Thrust. In terms of attack range, the Battle Mage has the shortest range among the 3 classes, so Chung Qianma's skills were endless. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu in the rear revealed a golden dragon. His HP was rapidly regenerating. How was that possible? Lu Xiaoyu had been wondering about this earlier, because following Chung Qianma's instructions, he didn't heal her at all. But even in such extreme conditions, Chung Qianma's HP loss was lower than anyone else's, and not just a little lower. This was very strange. Except for tank Su Hanhai, everyone else's main source of damage should have been from the debuff. So everyone's HP loss should have been about the same, but Chung Qianma alone was losing HP much more slowly, which immediately caught Lu Xiaoyu's attention. Now seeing Chung Qianma regenerating HP without even using a potion, without even using a health potion, the fact that she could regenerate HP on her own shocked Lu Xiaoyu completely. Such a method was far beyond his understanding. At this level, no one even considers lifesteal attributes, because you can't get them at all. In reality, Chung Qianma's healing effect all came from the Blood Rune Dance. After triggering this ability, tiny red bats would appear at the tip of her weapon. If not observed up close, they were nearly impossible to notice. Lu Xiaoyu, focused on keeping the team alive, kept his attention fully locked in, and naturally missed that detail, which explained his surprise. Chung Qianma, of course, didn't know what Lu Xiaoyu was thinking. She continued healing and dealing damage as usual. Soon, the second 30-second phase arrived. By now Noxine's HP had dropped below 50%. He once again used Noxine's death, but just as the 6 little Noxines emerged, Chung Qianma gave Lin Ruashi a glance. Having fought alongside him many times, Lin Ruashi understood him perfectly. They didn't need words. She instantly got the message. At the exact same moment, the two of them used the same skill, Radiant Mark Overload. In an instant, a total of 19 radiant orbs transformed into a violent energy storm. It exploded among the mobs, with Chung Qianma's terrifying damage bonus. This batch of little Noxines didn't even survive a single second. They were wiped out the moment they spawned. The next second, Noxine reappeared, with clear fear on his face, because his HP had instantly dropped to 20%. At this moment, whether it was the team from Divine Domain University or the audience outside, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Where did that vanished 30% HP come from? What on earth happened? Chung Qianma looked at Noxian and smiled. Such a spectacle was, of course, intentional on his part. After Noxian splits, if the team's output lasts over 15 seconds, he will start regenerating 1% HP per second. This detail is known to anyone who's fought Masla. Basically, everyone knows it. However, at this stage, there is also a hidden mechanic that few are aware of, because it's so hard to trigger, only by doing exactly what Chung Qianma just did, instantly wiping out all 6 mini Noxians the moment they spawn. Can this special mechanic be activated? No matter how you look at it, those 6 Noxians are still part of Noxian's clones. So, as long as you pull it off, each mini Noxian will deduct 5% HP from the main body. That adds up. To explain the vanished 30% HP, right now, the scrolling speed in the major live streams was so fast it became unreadable. Most of the viewers were ordinary people or low-level awakeners. Naturally, they couldn't understand the secret behind it. So, Everyone was extremely excited. Some were skeptical, some were astonished, and some were full of praise. Everyone was beyond curious about what had just happened. But compared to the live chat, the situation in the spectator room was something else entirely, was slightly different. After all, everyone present was a top elite from lower nation. Their strength and vision were far beyond that of the live stream audience. Although most of the people here had never triggered this mechanic, there were still 2 or 3 who knew its secret. Leading them was Wu Shuichin. Could it be just luck again? Did he accidentally trigger the hidden mechanic? Wu Shuichin was both surprised and a bit troubled. Originally, Yumba High School was firmly in first place. With their current pace, they had already pushed Noxian's HP down to about 35%, but with Chung Qianma's clever move, they were instantly overtaken. The dungeon is still long. You can't always find shortcuts like this. More grueling battles are waiting for you ahead. Wu Shuichin stared at the big screen, muttering to himself. In his eyes, Chung Qianma was indeed strong, but that alone wasn't enough to close the massive gap between Divine Domain University and Yumba High School. Not to mention, not every boss had such an exploitable mechanic. A temporary lead was nothing to brag about, so he wasn't particularly panicked. As for Wu Shuichin, exploiting loopholes like this for a temporary lead wasn't really a big deal, so he wasn't particularly flustered. Compared to Wu Shuichin, in sharp contrast, the atmosphere at Divine Domain University was relaxed and cheerful. They all knew Chung Qianma loved to stir things up, so they weren't surprised at all. Meanwhile, Gu Zizhen on the main stage had a thoughtful look. Things were getting more interesting. No wonder Elder Qin valued him so highly. He truly had some skills. Although Gu Zizhen praised Chung Qianma a bit, he wasn't overly emotional about it. After all, he had accidentally pulled off a similar move back in the day, so he didn't find it too outrageous. As time passed second by second, all 20 teams were locked in a grueling battle with Noxian. However, weaker teams had only just entered the boss fight, while the higher-ranked teams were nearing the end of the battle. 2 minutes later, Divine Domain University became the biggest dark horse, defeating Noxian first. Not long after, Yumba High School also secured their kill. Following them was Yunlin University, where Qiu Ling belonged. If not for Divine Domain University's upset, this ranking would have matched the school's overall standings perfectly. But things took an unexpected turn. With Huang Tian's addition, Nantian Academy grabbed 4th place. They even surpassed Hino Academy, ranked 3rd overall. Even more surprising, Morin University came right after. This shocked everyone. Morin University was originally ranked 8th in Lower Nation. Their progress was now clearly impressive. Zhong Hongshan was overjoyed. Even he hadn't expected Morin University to break into the top 5. Although this wasn't the final result, it was already Morin University's best opening ever. Almost everyone found this very odd. At the same time, their view of the 3-school alliance began to shift. Because all 3 schools of the alliance were in the top 5, Divine Domain University was even ranked first. Chapter 4:21. The hero emerges, the hidden tycoon. Today's opening results are interesting. Are the 3-school alliance trying to seize the lead, to build momentum, or are other schools holding back? This result is indeed impressive. But Masa's face stretched long. This is just the beginning. Being ahead by 1 boss doesn't mean much. It's just an opening tactic. It's easy to collapse later on. Isn't it possible that the 3-school alliance has actually gotten stronger? You guys are being too arbitrary. Now the livestream viewers are gradually splitting into 2 camps. Although most are cautiously optimistic about the 3-school alliance's improvement, there is also a minority who believe they've truly made solid progress. But regardless, for Ling Xiao and the others, this is good news. Because their influence is beginning to expand, now Chung Qianma and his team have successfully cleared Boss 1 and are clearing mobs along the path on their way to Boss 2. There are 3 types of mobs in this section: Decayed Stompers, Rotfire Demons, and Shadow Satyrs. This section is different from before. There are no clear zones. All 3 types of mobs are mixed together, especially the Shadow Satyrs. They're stealthy patrol units the whole way, hard to guard against. The Decayed Stompers up front have a really annoying skill, Group Stomp. So ranged attackers, stay back a bit, especially Lu Xiaoyu. Don't get stunned. Then there are the Rotfire Demons, which have low HP, but they prioritize attacking our healers, and they ignore taunts. So, Guan Shui, you need to single them out immediately. As for the stealthy Shadow Satyrs, leave them to me. Chung Qianma issued the battle commands, based on the traits of the next mob phase. At this point, he has gradually become the team leader, so no one raised any doubts. Because along this path, there were stealth assassin-type mobs. Therefore, Chung Qianma couldn't just rush through in one sweep. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyu following behind could easily be ambushed. After assigning the roles, Su Hanhai charged ahead at full speed. His main task was to hold the aggro of the Decayed Tramplers. As for the Rotfire Demons and Shadow Satyrs, he didn't need to worry about them. The Decayed Tramplers were treants over 2 meters tall. They had mutated over time under the influence of natural forces. Su Hanhai had just used 2 skills when he was suddenly trampled by a group attack and got stunned for 2 seconds. Fortunately, he held aggro steadily. The decayed tramplers didn't switch targets, allowing Lin Ruashi to safely deal damage from the side. Meanwhile, Guan Shui was locked in an intense fight with the Rot Fire Demon, with Lu Xiaoyu's precise healing. He didn't need to worry about his HP. Only Cheng Qianma actively used stealth movement, scanning around Lu Xiaoyu for threats. A few seconds later, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation. Found you. Cheng Qianma took 3 quick steps forward to the right, and spotted a Shadow Satyr also in stealth. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. The Shadow Satyr, caught off guard, had no chance to fight back. It was utterly beaten to the ground. Cheng Qianma's skill in catching stealth enemies came from extensive experience, battling against stealth classes. Everyone focused on their roles, steadily pushing forward. Although Divine Domain University's team was stable, with almost no risks, their overall progress, because their levels were too low. So low that compared to the top 2 schools, there was a significant gap. Thus, Yunba High School and Yunming University right now, Yunba High School and Yunming University, they used their level advantage to charge straight through. After all, the mobs here are only around level 45 on average, while their team is at least level 48 and above. They're simply on different tiers. Therefore, they don't need to proceed cautiously like Divine Domain University. Step by step, Wu Xueqing saw Yunba High School regain the first place position, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Humph. This is just the beginning of your downfall. The monster levels will only get higher from here on, and your lower level disadvantage will only become more pronounced. Wu Xueqing's rich experience allowed him to predict the general trend ahead. 15 minutes later, Yunba High School and Yunming University both began the raid against boss number 2. Meanwhile, on Cheng Qianma's side, they had just arrived in front of boss number 2, Velatak. Velatak, a level 47 Sac clan elite chieftain. He has 180,000 HP. Velatak is the leader of the Sac tribe. He not only masters assassin techniques, but also uses hunter-style ranged attacks. Overall, Velatak has 3 main skills. The first is multi-blade shot. This skill causes Velatak to fire 6 arrows straight ahead. Range, 30 meters, and the damage is not low. If you think, the tank just needs to hold Velatak's aggro and face away from the team, so that only he takes the multi-blade shot, you'd be completely wrong, because Velatak's second skill can be used in combination with the first. The second skill is called Shadow Assault. This skill allows Velatak to periodically teleport next to a random non-tank target and unleash a deadly strike. And with a high probability, right after that attack, he'll immediately follow up with a multi-blade shot. Moreover, the attack mechanic of multi-blade has a certain peculiarity. If Velatak is close enough to the Awakener, he can even focus all the multi-blades onto a single target, dealing direct heavy damage. Therefore, it's nearly impossible to stay behind Velatak all the time. Who knows when he'll suddenly teleport right next to you? As for his final skill, Velatak periodically throws out a smoke bomb, increasing his evasion rate by 50%. It lasts for 5 seconds. So, Velatak is a boss that poses a major threat to non-tank roles. If Noxian is a group attack boss, then Velatak is a boss specialized in single-target kills. In the previous timeline, many fragile classes were often ambushed by him with a Shadow Assault, combined with multi-blade shots, getting killed in one combo. Boss number 2, Velatak, is a serious test of the tank's reflexes. At the same time, it requires everyone to have strong self-survival skills. If Lu Xiaoyu can't heal you in time later, make sure you take your potions quickly. I've got 8 supreme health potions here, 2 for each of you. As Cheng Qianma spoke, he took the potions out of his pocket. Lin Ruashi calmly accepted the potion, but the other 3 were visibly excited, especially Su Hanhai, who immediately shouted, "What? Epic grade big red potions. Supreme ones, no less. That's way too extravagant." Hidden Tycoon Cheng Qianma, showing off a little, instantly won over the trio. Chapter 4:22. Luxurious enjoyment. Unbelievably lucky. Supreme health potions, also known as the Big Red Potion. A regular quality super health potion. It can instantly restore 3,000 HP to the user, so it's loved by many classes. Especially tanks, who take the most damage. They're practically obsessed with it. But because the effect of the super health potion is just that good, and the demand is enormous, as a result, there's always a shortage. And prices are constantly inflated, restoring 3,000 HP instantly. Whether it's in a dungeon or during a field PK, it's an absolute lifesaver. No matter who you are, you'd want one just in case. Nowadays in the auction house, if you want to buy a super health potion, you have to pay at least 40% over market price. The overall cost has reached nearly 500 gold per bottle. That's insanely expensive. So most awakeners below tier 3 can't treat it as a regular healing item. They only use it as a last resort. Most of the time, they still rely on lower tier potions, which are way cheaper and more cost-effective. Tank classes have always been the biggest consumers of red potions, which is why they're usually poorer. The reason Su Hanhai had such an exaggerated expression just now is nothing else. He's just too broke. Now, not only did Cheng Qianma Take out 8 bottles of super health potion at once. He even generously handed them out to everyone, and the ones he had were of epic grade quality. The price for those is at least double the regular kind. That one move alone was like giving away 8,000 gold for free. Absolutely outrageous. You should know, an epic grade supreme health potion can instantly restore 4,000 HP to the user. Don't think just because it only boosts healing by about 33% and the price doubles, that it's not worth it. Many times, that extra 1,000 HP can not only save your life, but even turn the tide of battle. Take Velatak in front of us now, with his Shadow Assault, combined with multi-blade shots. That 2-hit kill combo makes the quality of your potion potentially life-saving. That potion could decide life or death. You're not going to charge us for these, right? These are way too expensive. Even though Suhan Hai was holding 2 bottles of supreme health potion in his hands, he still couldn't help but ask the burning question. Guan Shuai and Lu Xiaoyu also turned their eyes toward Cheng Qianma, hoping for her answer. Just then, Lin Ruashi let out a mischievous laugh. She knew Cheng Qianma very well, so she answered for her. Don't worry, just use them. She's loaded. So rich that you can't even imagine. Lin Ruashi seemed to really enjoy showing off Cheng Qianma's wealth to others, so her tone was full of pride. In fact, she wasn't wrong at all. As the guild leader of Eternal Pinnacle, Cheng Qianma had over 100 mid to high level life profession crafters under her. Plus, with the bonus from the source of life, calling her a big tycoon was no exaggeration. Suhan Hai and the others numbly nodded their heads, even though they couldn't imagine just how wealthy Cheng Qianma really was. But based on what they know about Lin Ruashi, what she just said was likely not an exaggeration. As long as you survive, 2 potions are nothing to fuss over. Not worth mentioning. Cheng Qianma smiled and glanced at everyone. For potions like super health potions, with Eternal Peak's current production capacity, dozens can be made every day with ease. It's no problem at all. If all the alchemists go all out, they could even make over 100 a day. Cheng Qianma, who laid out his industry plans early, none of us can really grasp just how vast her capabilities are. There are still 2 invisible satyrs in front of Velatak. Focus all your damage on the boss. I'll take care of them. With Cheng Qianma giving the final command, the second boss fight officially began. As Suhan Hai charged at Velatak, Cheng Qianma also revealed the 2 invisible satyrs. At the start of the battle, things were relatively stable. Velatak's first move was Smoke Bomb. Although the increased evasion rate would affect Suhan Hai and Lin Ruashi to some extent, it had no effect on Guan Shuai's ranged magic attacks. He immediately unleashed the magician's ultimate, Lightning Bunny. Lightning Bunny, the second-tier ultimate of arcane scholars. It summons a terrifying mechanical rabbit to deal high-voltage, light-element lightning strikes, and applies an electrified status. There's a chance of failure, a success, or a critical success, each resulting in different effects. Lightning Bunny. After Guan Shuai shouted the command, a rabbit-shaped machine crackling with electricity rushed toward Velatak at a speed almost too fast for the eye to follow. In an instant, 3 large glowing words appeared above Velatak's head. Critical success. Guan Shuai was overjoyed. Because a critical success Lightning Bunny, not only does it increase damage by 30%, but it also adds an extra layer of electrified status. 2 stacks of electrified means everyone's damage output will increase by 30% for a short time. Hehe. Looks like our luck's pretty good. As the Electro Bunny vanished, Velatak's HP was successfully pushed down to 68%. Guan Shuai was absolutely thrilled, but the next second, his joyful expression immediately turned to panic. Taste the power of my hunting arts, Velatak shouted, and then vanished into thin air. In the next moment, he reappeared right behind Guan Shuai. With a sharp sound, Velatak's dagger instantly plunged into Guan Shuai's back. Guan Shuai's HP was instantly reduced to below 22%. 1 strike from death. Truly terrifying. Drink your potion now, Suhan Hai shouted as he rushed toward Guan Shuai, yelling urgently. Although Guan Shuai was shocked by the sudden attack, he still immediately drank a supreme health potion, just as he refilled his HP. Velatak's multi-blade attack was unleashed. Guan Shuai had no time to react, because Velatak was positioned very close to him. The multi-blade attack landed 4 hits on him. The HP he had just replenished was instantly reduced to a sliver. Less than 1,000 HP remained. Luckily, Suhan Hai finally arrived and pulled Velatak away. Guan Shuai looked at his HP bar, his heart filled with lingering fear. Even though he's level 45 as a ranged magic class, he didn't invest much in constitution, so his total HP is only 6,121, even lower than Cheng Qianma's. If it weren't for that epic grade super health potion, he would have been wiped out just now. That extra 1,000 HP really saved his life. Guan Shuai's luck is awful. Heal him quickly. While attacking his own target, Cheng Qianma gave the command. Honestly, he was startled just now too. If Guan Shuai had died, today's dungeon challenge would have likely been over. So he told Lu Xiaoyu to quickly heal him. You have to realize, Guan Shuai's epic super health potion is still on cooldown. If his luck is bad again, and he gets hit with another combo, not even a god could save him. However, Chung Qianma and the others didn't know that their brush with death had already caused a stir. Why? Because it was ridiculously extravagant. So extravagant it looked like cheating. Chapter 4:23. Back to first place. Are you trying to die? Oh my god. Did you see what Chung Qianma just handed out? Yeah, I saw it. Looked like 8 super health potions. That was way too generous. Just giving out something so expensive. Divine Domain University really went all in today. In all the major live streams, viewers with sharp eyes noticed that Chung Qianma had just handed out potions to his team. So now a lot of people are marveling at his wealth in the chat. Some even started stirring the pot. Some said Divine Domain University's behavior was dishonorable, but no one really took that opinion seriously. Everyone can use potions. So why is it dishonorable? Just because someone uses. However, the top experts in the spectator area had a slightly different perspective than the audience. Their insight and experience were on a whole different level. With just one glance, they saw that the supreme health potion Chung Qianma handed out was anything but ordinary. Based on the HP Guan Shui had just recovered, the potion Chung Qianma gave out was at least of gold ration quality. Zhong Hongshan made a rough judgment based on his own experience, but Paying Guang shook his head. I'm afraid it's not just gold ration grade. The HP Guan Shui regained in a flash was probably close to 4,000 points. I suspect this is an epic grade supreme health potion. Since Paying Guang was slightly stronger than Zhong Hongshan, he was also more observant and accurate. The two of them then turned their eyes to Ling Xiao, wanting to hear his opinion. Old Pei is probably right. Chung Qianma is now an advanced herbalist. He should be capable of crafting epic grade potions. Ling Xiao hadn't revealed this earlier, so both Paying Guang and Zhong Hongshan looked visibly surprised. That settles it then. This kid really does have a lot of secrets. Paying Guang smiled as he spoke. Zhong Hongshan also nodded slightly. Chung Qianma had never let them down. At that moment, Gu Zizhen was watching with great interest. His curiosity toward Chung Qianma was steadily growing. So rich. He's actually drinking epic-grade red potions like plain water. But I wonder, was that money his? Or Divine Domain University's? As Gu Zizhen pondered, he glanced to his right. That was where the three-school alliance was seated. He saw that the 3 high-ranking members there looked completely relaxed. A thoughtful look crossed his face. Gu Zizhen still didn't fully understand the extent of Chung Qianma's strength. He didn't know the full context either, so he couldn't make a decision yet. Logically speaking, he should lean toward the second possibility, but he had an inexplicable feeling that made him believe the first one was more likely. Then he turned his attention back to the big screen, wanting to see Chung Qianma's next move. With epic-grade super health potions, the next phase of Divine Domain University's battle became much easier, as long as luck wasn't too bad, and Guan Shui didn't get targeted 3 times in a row. They could basically ignore Vel'Atak's double-kill combo, because before everyone used up their 2 red potions, Vel'Atak would be dead. Time ticked by second. After Chung Qianma finished off 2 elite mobs, he also joined the boss fight. With his arrival, the team's damage output instantly increased. Their luck held up too. Vel'Atak targeted Lu Xiaoyu once, Lin Ruoxi once, and when he finally locked onto Chung Qianma, he got taken down just after teleporting in. 2 minutes later, Divine Domain University became the first team to defeat Vel'Atak, successfully taking the lead. In this boss fight, epic-grade health potions played a decisive role. Only at this moment did Wu Xueqing finally admit he had miscalculated. He had completely underestimated Chung Qianma's abilities, and even more so, Divine Domain University's financial power. Lin Xiao really is ruthless. But now the question is, just how many bottles of epic-grade super health potions did you prepare? Wu Xueqing instinctively that Lin Xiao had planned all of this in advance, since no other team besides Divine Domain University had such insane healing capabilities. They had to be especially cautious during this boss fight. Even though their levels were higher than Divine Domains, it mostly translated into more attack. After all, aside from tanks, no one would waste that many stat points on Constitution. So even those high-level awakeners didn't have much more HP than Chung Qianma's team. This forced them to spend more effort defending against Vel'Atak's deadly 2-hit combo. As a result, their damage output was indirectly reduced, giving Divine Domain University a chance to turn the tables. Over 10 minutes later, all teams had successfully defeated Vel'Atak. The second and third positions remained unchanged, still firmly held by Yunba High School and Yunlin University. However, Yunlin University managed to close the gap with Yunba High School by 20 seconds. This was all thanks to Qiu Ling's excellent performance. Meanwhile, Lantian Academy and Moling University both dropped 1 rank, clearly underprepared. Even Red Star High School, at the very bottom, had suffered casualties. After losing 2 of their core members, they barely managed to clear the second boss. But that also meant their challenge for today's dungeon ended there. Only 2 bosses in, and one of the top 20 schools in the country had already been eliminated. This proved Masla's difficulty was no joke. After Chung Qianma's team was the first to defeat Vel'Atak, they continued to push forward. The distance between the second and third bosses was still quite long, and there were mobs scattered all along the way. After spending 7 or 8 minutes clearing a tunnel, the scenery before them finally changed. What was once a dark, damp cave barely 4 meters high suddenly opened up to a bright, spacious area. The surrounding walls were covered in glowing silver stones. Since we have the lowest level, if we follow the normal route, we'll waste too much time. To widen our lead, I suggest we take a shortcut. Cheng Qianma didn't decide right away, but first analyzed the current situation. He's right. The average level of Divine Domain University has always been a hard limit. The more monsters we fight, the more time we waste. Right now, Divine Domain University is always overtaken by others while clearing mobs. Then during boss fights, they rely on Cheng Qianma's brilliant strategies to catch up. Fighting step by step like this is exhausting. As battle time increases, everyone's attack efficiency and stamina decline. Boss fights are far more intense and stressful than mob battles, and there's virtually no margin for error. When others make a mistake, at least they have a chance to recover. But for Divine Domain University, one mistake basically means losing their shot at the title. Although Cheng Qianma can't see all the team's scores right now, he knows that for the first two bosses, Divine Domain's kill times were definitely the fastest, so he decided to reduce the number of mobs they fight in order to maintain their lead. Everyone else nodded in agreement after hearing this. They thought Cheng Qianma made a good point. Then Cheng Qianma explained the path he planned to take next. But shortly after, everyone showed a shocked expression. Especially Su Hanhai. He shouted in disbelief. You want to go that way? Are you trying to die? Chapter 424. The Poisonous Lake. What a terrifying young man. Cheng Qianma's current location. To the left is a massive lake. In the water there is entirely dark green, clearly poisonous. To the right is a wall-hugging passageway. This passage forms a U-shape, completely encircling the poisonous lake, and at the bend of the U-shape, there's a downhill slope, which means the terrain has height differences. If you cross the poisonous lake directly, you'll reach the edge, where a roaring waterfall awaits, at its highest point. The drop is nearly 12 meters. To reach boss number 3's location, the normal route is to take the right-hand path, follow the U-shape halfway around, and reach the base of the waterfall. However, along the way, there are tons of mobs. Clearing them would take at least 30 minutes. And Divine Domain University's team is relatively low level, so it might take even longer. The new route Cheng Qianma proposed is to abandon the normal right side path. We'll cross the lake directly and jump down from the top of the waterfall. This way, we can save a huge amount of time. But this route is almost never chosen because this lake is full of toxins. If you stay in it for more than 3 seconds, you'll be inflicted with a corrosion debuff. This debuff is extremely potent. Every 3 seconds, it deals 500 points of nature damage to the target, and it lasts for 15 seconds. Currently, the group is about 100 meters away from the toxic waterfall. If a normal person tries to swim across, it would take at least 2 minutes. Facing such a terrifying debuff, no one would survive the swim to the waterfall. That's why Su Hanhai just now raised doubts. It wasn't that he distrusted Cheng Qianma. It was simply because this plan seemed impossible. Cheng Qianma smiled. He had expected everyone to react like this. Then he extended his right hand and pointed into the distance. See that big rock beside the waterfall? That's the key to our plan. Everyone followed Cheng Qianma's direction and turned to look. They saw the giant rock, but they still didn't understand what Cheng Qianma meant. That rock could be used as a foothold, but to get there, you'd still have to cross the toxic lake. What's the point of that? Seeing that they still didn't get it, Cheng Qianma continued with a smile. The wise always have their tricks. I'll go first. Then you just follow my plan. Exactly as I say. Lu Xiaoyu, give me every hot you've got. And throw on the prayer shield as well. Though Lu Xiaoyu didn't understand, she still complied. Very quickly, Cheng Qianma had 3 different Hou-Ti-type healing spells on her. At the same time, a golden protective shield appeared around her body. I'll go first. Cheng Qianma shouted loudly. Then she activated the dash effect of her travel rune. And with that, she dove straight into the water. Very quickly, a corrosion debuff was applied to her. But in the next second, that corrosion debuff mysteriously disappeared. The reason she could do this was because her passive ability, Purification Force, had activated. The reason Cheng Qianma dared to cross the poisonous lake was because for 10 seconds after Purification Force activates, she is completely immune to all status-related damage. And the lake's corrosion debuff obviously counts as status damage. With the speed boost from dash, Cheng Qianma initially swam incredibly fast, but that only lasted for about 5 seconds. After that, she was back to her normal pace. Everyone on the shore was amazed by her initial burst of speed, and shocked that she wasn't affected by the corrosion debuff. It seemed like Cheng Qianma's plan might actually succeed, but the good start didn't last long. Once the 10-second immunity ended, the corrosion debuff hit Cheng Qianma again. Her true flame shield only lasted 6 seconds, before disappearing after reaching its absorption limit. Soon, Cheng Qianma's HP started to drop. Now the 3 hot healing spells were just seconds from expiring. So Cheng Qianma pushed herself to keep swimming forward. 4 seconds later, all healing effects disappeared. Cheng Qianma's HP started dropping rapidly. By that time, She had only swum about 60 meters. Of course, that was already an incredible speed. Not everyone has travel boots, and over 100 bonus agility. If you threw in a typical level 40-something awakener, they probably wouldn't even make it 2/3 of her distance. Lin Ruashi, watching from the shore, saw that Cheng Qianma's HP had dropped below 50% and felt extremely anxious. She instinctively clenched her fists, silently praying in her heart, "Hang in there. I believe in you." The other three were just as tense. Because if Cheng Qianma didn't have something up her sleeve, she'd probably be finished by the corrosion debuff soon. Cheng Qianma's bold move once again sparked a frenzy of discussion. The livestream viewers were losing their minds. Some were mocking, some just spectating, and others quietly rooting for her. Many of them tuned in every year to watch the Summer Nation's major school tournament. Even in recent years, Masla's dungeon has appeared, but no one has ever seen a contestant dare to choose the route across the toxic lake. Cheng Qianma's unexpected choice instantly set the whole discussion ablaze. At the same time, everyone remembered that she was a student of Divine Domain University. When Cheng Qianma's HP dropped to about 20%, she finally swam to within 30 meters of the giant rock. Then she switched her Radiant Blade umbrella to claw form. "Go!" she shouted loudly in the water, then hurled the claw fiercely toward the rock. Clang! The claw embedded itself firmly into the rock's surface. Retract! In the next second, the rope of the claw rapidly retracted, and Cheng Qianma's body shot out of the toxic water. Very soon, she stood firmly atop the giant rock. On the opposite shore, Lu Xiaoyu and the others were left dumbfounded. Cheng Qianma's technique was simply inhuman. To pull off something, she needed ultra-high agility from the Voyager boots, passive purification power, and an extendable claw. None of these could be missing. So it's no exaggeration to say that no one else on Blue Star could replicate Cheng Qianma's maneuver. Right now, not only were the livestream viewers shocked, even all the top experts in the viewing room were stunned. Even Gu Zizhen showed surprise for the first time. His eyes were locked onto the screen, and he muttered, "Truly a once-in-a-century talent. But next, how will you handle it? Besides, even if your whole team reaches the rock, how will you get down from there?" To receive such praise as once-in-a-century talent from Gu Zizhen, Cheng Qianma was the first in the nation. But moving forward, there were still problems to solve, so Gu Zizhen watched on with great interest. Beside him, Zhai Yuanhao also wore a complicated expression. In fact, he knew very well how much Elder Qin valued Cheng Qianma. But for that very reason, as Qin Feiyu's trusted aide, he felt particularly indignant. After all, he himself had immense potential. Even compared to the rest of the nation, he would still rank among the best. But whenever Elder Qin mentioned Cheng Qianma, the admiration in his eyes was completely undisguised. Now, finally, Zhai Yuanhao began to understand why Elder Qin regarded Cheng Qianma so highly. At this moment, Zhai Yuanhao also sighed in admiration. What a terrifying young man. Chapter 4:25. Good, no fear. I'll carry you all. After Cheng Qianma steadily landed on the boulder, he looked over to the people across the lake. Before you set off, Suhanhai, take everyone to clear the first group of mobs nearby. Listen up, leave one alive. Don't kill them all. This sudden instruction left everyone looking confused. Aren't we trying to cross the lake? Why bother wasting time on mobs? And we have to leave one alive. Although no one understood, out of trust in Cheng Qianma, they still followed orders. At that moment, there happened to be 4 mobs on their right. It didn't take long to kill 3 of them. Then Cheng Qianma gave the next round of instructions. Next, you'll come over one by one in the following order: Lin Ruashi, Guan Shuai, Lu Hanhai, and Lu Xiaoyu. Lu Xiaoyu. Before each person sets off, cast all hot healing spells on them. Also cast True Flame Shield and Haste Blessing. Everyone, swim toward me with all your might. I'll handle the rest. After giving the instructions, the 4 people across the lake nodded. At first, none of them believed such a ridiculous plan could work. But after seeing Cheng Qianma pull it off so easily, their mindset changed. If everyone could swim across the poisonous lake, the time saved would give them a massive advantage. The only thing they didn't understand now was why they had to leave one mob alive. Wouldn't that just waste healing? Since Lu Xiaoyu had to buff everyone, and also focus on healing Su Hanhai, she could only go last. Cheng Qianma's order of crossing made perfect sense. As Cheng Qianma's most trusted companion, Lin Ruashi was the first to move out. With all kinds of buffs stacked on her, she jumped into the water and rushed forward. At the same time, Cheng Qianma also dove into the water. Her purification power passive had finished its cooldown, giving her another precious 10 seconds. Now the 2 of them swam toward each other, and the distance quickly closed to 30 meters. That distance was just within the claw's grabbing range. Cheng Qianma launched her claw fiercely at Lin Ruashi, then gave a strong flick of her right hand, using herself as the pivot point, to swing Lin Ruashi toward the giant rock behind her. Soon enough, Lin Ruashi landed safely on the rock. At that moment, Cheng Qianma used the rope retraction again, to pull herself toward the rock. In this way, Lin Ruashi successfully completed the crossing. Next, Cheng Qianma just had to patiently wait for her purification power passive to cool down, then repeat the same steps. A minute and a half later, Guan Shuai also made it onto the rock. Next, Chung Qianma shouted at Lu Xiaoyu, top off Su Hanhai's HP. Before we go, when she comes over, she'll have to survive a full minute and a half without healing. Lu Xiaoyu nodded, and quickly topped off Su Hanhai's HP. Then Su Hanhai, along with a small monster, also jumped into the toxic lake. Another 3 minutes passed. Using the same tactic twice more, Chung Qianma finally pulled Su Hanhai and Lu Xiaoyu, along with the small monster, onto the rock. Now, 5 people plus 1 small monster were all crowded onto the same rock. No matter how you looked at it, it was a comical sight. At this moment, whether it was the live stream viewers or the experts outside, none of them could understand Chung Qianma's strategy. Why bring a monster along and have Su Hanhai tank it the whole time? What exactly is his intention? Everyone's curiosity was at its peak because of Chung Qianma's strange actions. Even Gu Zixin was now showing a puzzled expression. Someone as experienced as him couldn't understand Chung Qianma's plan either. The entire Divine Domain team had no idea what the audience outside was thinking. Right now, they felt like they were dreaming. Damn. That insane plan actually worked. Guan Shui was extremely emotional at this point, and the others were nodding in agreement. Chung Qianma's boldness and craziness had completely exceeded everyone's expectations, but their joy didn't last long. Because of Lu Xiaoyu's next question, everyone suddenly frowned. We've arrived at the edge of the waterfall now, but just by estimating visually, I'd say this drop is at least 12 meters. And the water surface below is really small. Most of the water has already flowed away. We can't just jump blindly, right? Although Lu Xiaoyu had been excited earlier, she hadn't let it go to her head. Her experience kicked in, and she immediately spotted the problem. In fact, her analysis was spot on. This poisonous waterfall, though it lands in water, only has a very small pool underneath, and no one knows how deep it is. If the spot directly below is very shallow, and they jump down recklessly, they could literally fall to their deaths. It's a 12-meter drop, after all. This isn't something to mess around with. Chung Qianma smiled, then leaned his head out over the waterfall, taking a look down below. To be honest, she couldn't quite remember exactly how deep the water below was, but that didn't stop her from moving forward. She had deliberately asked Su Hanhai to bring along a monster, all for this very moment. We don't need to gamble on whether the water below is deep enough. Just watch me. Then, Chung Qianma wrapped her arm around Lin Ruashi's waist and leaped off the rock. This sudden move caught Lin Ruashi completely off guard. On one hand, Chung Qianma's action was simply too unexpected. She had no time to mentally prepare. On the other hand, being suddenly embraced by the person she liked brought an indescribable rush of emotions that surged through her entire body. Right now, Lin Ruashi wasn't thinking about danger at all. In her current flustered state, her face was already flushed red. At the same time, she instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around Chung Qianma. Ever since the old well incident, the two of them hadn't had any particularly intimate contact. Now, with the two of them pressed so closely together, the atmosphere turned unbearably intimate. Even Chung Qianma could feel the softness against her chest. However, Chung Qianma wasn't thinking about that at all. The reason she chose to carry Lin Ruashi first was purely because her build was better, and she was lighter. Bringing her down first would yield the best results and boost the confidence of the others. As the two of them plummeted down, everyone watching from the outside was stunned, putting aside whether the water below can even cushion a fall from that height. Chung Qianma just jumped forward, carrying Lin Ruashi in his arms. By doing this, he made their trajectory even more exaggerated. They were now landing beyond the water's edge, so everyone thought he was basically taking Lin Ruashi to die with him. But in midair, Chung Qianma gently asked Lin Ruashi, scared? Lin Ruashi had already buried her face in Chung Qianma's chest. Right now, she was feeling his distinctly masculine aura and was already a bit entranced. No, I'm not scared, Lin Ruashi instinctively replied softly. After hearing that, Chung Qianma smiled slightly. Good. Then I'll take you flying. The scene that followed shocked everyone for 100 years. Chapter 426. The subtle use of Shadow Tracker. Speechless in awe. Holy crap. What kind of insane weapon is that? It can actually fly? No wonder he dared to jump off with a girl in his arms. That's way too cool. The weapon in Chung Qianma's hands was most likely a custom-made one. Because of his excellent build and the high quality of his gear, it's no wonder he could have such terrifying special effects. Damn it. Good looking. Powerful. And now filthy rich. He's giving no chance to the rest of us guys. Everyone following the progress of Divine Domain University just witnessed a shocking scene. They saw Chung Qianma carrying Lin Ruashi, leaping from a 12-meter high waterfall. Not only were they unharmed, they even landed safely. Because Chung Qianma had activated the suspension function of his Radiant Blade umbrella midair, he was able to land gracefully while carrying Lin Ruashi. And it all happened right in front of tens of thousands of people. At this moment, Gu Zixin finally showed a slight smile. This little guy, Kuya, even managed to get his hands on a high-quality custom-made enro. I wonder which master blacksmith crafted this special weapon for him. Clearly, he has some serious connections. Due to the unique nature of custom-made ingwu, they were never mass-produced. Even an ordinary third-turn expert would struggle to get a decent weapon. After all, every ingwu blueprint has to be individually designed. They're highly exclusive. This means crafting a single ingwu consumes a master blacksmith's considerable energy and still might not succeed. So for most people, getting their hands on a custom ingwu means finding a top-tier master and paying a hefty price, whether it's design or actual crafting. The difficulty is extremely high. If it fails, all the time and materials would go completely to waste. For Cheng Qianma to pull out a custom ingwu at level 39 is absolutely astonishing. Even Gu Zixin couldn't help but be surprised. Meanwhile, Wu Shuiqin's heart was in turmoil. Cheng Qianma had far more hidden cards than he had expected. Damn it! Where did he get a custom ingwu? Although Wu Shuiqin had looked into Cheng Qianma before, he never took him seriously, and certainly never saw his true potential. So he had no idea about this custom ingwu. It wasn't until now that he realized he had underestimated him once again. Meanwhile, the three members of Divine Domain University wore looks of pride. They felt like proud But while everyone was shocked, there was still one unresolved issue for the Divine Domain team. Although Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi had landed safely, what about the others? It was clear that the floating effect just now could only provide basic hovering and slow fall, not actual flight. Now that Cheng Qianma was at the bottom of the waterfall, how would he bring the other three down? With this question in mind, everyone turned their eyes to the big screen. At this moment, the three still above the waterfall were stunned, but they also had no idea what Cheng Qianma was going to do next. Cheng Qianma looked up toward the top of the waterfall, and then shouted, "Su Hanhai, adjust your position. Make that mob stick its head out." Even though Su Hanhai didn't understand why, he instinctively shifted his position a bit. And just as the mob appeared at the edge of the waterfall, Cheng Qianma appeared above the waterfall in the next second. How did you do that?" Su Hanhai was completely unprepared, so he was caught off guard. As for Lu Xiaoyu, the scene before her left her utterly speechless with shock. She finally understood Cheng Qianma's entire plan. So the mob they left alive earlier was specifically for him to target. Just now under the waterfall, Cheng Qianma used the assassin's ultimate, Shadow Step. He had used this skill several times before. Since Shadow Step allows instant teleportation to a target within 30 meters, Cheng Qianma used that feature to perform the incredible teleportation. Even though the move itself wasn't technically difficult, planning the entire sequence in advance required terrifying levels of experience and foresight. If any part of the process had gone wrong, Divine Domain team would have been stuck on the spot. Just imagine, the team split into two halves, unable to regroup. What would they do then? Who would have thought? Cheng Qianma dragged a mob along earlier, just for this very moment. Even Gu Zixin didn't see it coming, let alone everyone else. Over the next few minutes, Cheng Qianma successfully brought the other three safely to the base of the waterfall. Even Lu Xiaoyu found her breathing quickening as Cheng Qianma carried her. Despite being a few years younger than her, Cheng Qianma's maturity beyond his years, combined with his astonishing strength, was simply irresistible to women. Anyone embraced by him like that would surely feel their... Fortunately, Lu Xiaoyu managed to suppress her reaction and quickly returned to normal. No one noticed her momentary slip. With that, Divine Domain University's team spent close to 10 minutes, successfully taking the shortcut. This saved them at least 20 minutes. After skipping a long section of the route, they cleared just 3 waves of mobs before arriving at the third boss, Cursed Cerberus. Cursed Cerberus, a level 45 Centaur elite leader, boasting 140,000 HP. True to his name, Cerberus had been cursed by Princess Celace of the Earth Elementals. As a result, he wasn't particularly strong. In fact, even weaker than the first boss, Noxian. Why had he been cursed? Because he was the child of Celace and Zeta. And under the corruption of Earth power, he had slain his own father. Princess Celace couldn't bring herself to kill her own son, so she cast a special curse upon him to suppress the raging Earth power within. It was because of this curse that Cerberus grew weaker and weaker, unable to leave the perilous Masra, forever trapped with his parents. Wasn't this just another form of imprisonment? The story of Celize's family was destined to be a tragedy. Now that we're here, we can finally relax a bit. Cerberus isn't too strong, and there aren't really any wipe mechanics. I'll quickly go over his skills, then you guys can start. He only has 3 skills in total. Cerberus is considered the weakest boss in Masra. Because the Earth power was suppressed, he's now left with mostly combustion abilities. His first skill is called Rage. It's a classic self-igniting single-target attack. Although it deals high damage, it can be interrupted, so it doesn't pose much of a threat. The second skill is Root Snare. He randomly targets 2 Awakeners, wrapping them in roots, immobilizing them for 5 seconds. Given Divine Domain's setup, Lin Ruoxi is their only melee DPS. Cheng Qianma is a hybrid who can fight both near and far, so the impact is minimal. The final skill is called Twisted Tranquility. It summons a thundercloud that strikes all targets within a 15-meter radius. with lightning damage, reducing movement speed by 70% and attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds. This skill is quite nasty. If you get hit even once, it's nearly impossible to escape its range. But before casting, the thundercloud takes 3 seconds to charge. As long as you move early, just don't stand there like an idiot. After explaining the skills, Cheng Qianma signaled Su Hanhai to move in. This boss, as long as you don't stupidly tank Twisted Tranquility head-on, should be easy to beat. Chapter 4:27. Twisted Tranquility chases all. Cerberus, a mixed blood centaur, has an upper body identical to a human's, but his lower body has 2 pairs of horse legs. He stands about 3 meters tall, but appears extremely thin. Not only does he lack muscle, he also has a number of dark markings. These are the curses, personally placed by his mother, Ceres. Cerberus currently stands on a small platform. This platform is surrounded by poisonous lake water. As for where that toxic water came from, naturally, it flowed straight down from the previous waterfall. The entire platform had a diameter of about 20 meters. If there's any challenge with this boss, it's probably the limited space for movement once Twisted Tranquility appears. After all, Twisted Tranquility's attack range covers 15 meters. On top of that, everyone wanting to attack him has to pass through a pool of poisonous water, which means starting the fight with a layer of debuff. Once Su Hanhai secured the boss's aggro, the other 4 players took on their roles. Attackers focused on attacking. Healers kept the team healthy. Lu Xiaoyu quickly restored everyone's health at the start. Stay alert. Su Hanhai, always keep an eye on where Twisted Tranquility is cast. When the thundercloud appears, move the boss to a safe spot immediately. As for his rage attack, I'll handle the interrupts. Everyone else, while dealing damage, don't forget to stay mobile while attacking. Cheng Qianmo reminded the team. Even though Cerberus was weak, they couldn't afford to be careless. After all, the terrain here was rather tricky. A small misstep could lead to touching the surrounding poison while attacking. Cheng Qianma kept a close watch on Cerberus's movements. With his skill and reflexes, he could easily prevent Cerberus from casting any rage attacks. Just a few seconds later, Cerberus placed both hands on his chest, a clear sign he was about to unleash rage. But before he could even begin, Cheng Qianma interrupted it with a swift punch. Cerberus, feeling humiliated, immediately let out a furious roar. Come forth, gift of nature. Suddenly, beneath Lin Ruashi and Lu Xiaoyu's feet, huge thorny brambles emerged. Massive thorny vines instantly emerged beneath their feet, leaving them unable to move. As a healer, Lu Xiaoyu doesn't need to move much anyway. As long as Twisted Tranquility doesn't appear now, she can basically ignore the immobilization. Lin Ruashi is currently next to Cerberus, so even if immobilized, she can still continue attacking. However, the next second, Cerberus suddenly raised both hands above his head and let out a strange sound. In an instant, a thunderclap rang out above the group. A dark thundercloud gradually formed overhead. Cheng Qianma glanced at the thundercloud's position and immediately shouted, 6 o'clock on the right, move back, retreat now. Su Hanhai also caught sight of the thundercloud in his peripheral vision, so he reacted very quickly, immediately leading the boss to a safe spot while retreating. The thundercloud's location happened to be behind Lu Xiaoyu, so she wasn't in immediate danger. She just needed to back up quickly later. But Lin Ruashi's position right now was extremely awkward. Not only was she within the thundercloud's range, she was also immobilized by Root Snare, and on top of that, she didn't have any forced movement skills to break free from the immobilization. It was extremely dangerous. In fact, when fighting Cerberus, the most troublesome situation was exactly what Lin Ruashi was facing now. Being hit by Twisted Tranquility while immobilized could very likely lead to instant death. Realizing the danger, Cheng Qianma shouted loudly, Su Hanhai, activate your defensive ultimate now. Don't hesitate. Lu Xiaoyu, stop healing. Use your healing ultimate on Lin Ruashi. Even though the situation was urgent, everything was still within Cheng Qianma's control. That's why he didn't want to reveal his trump card too early. There were countless eyes outside, watching his every move. Revealing his full strength too soon would put him at a disadvantage in the elimination rounds. But to save Lin Ruashi, he decisively made the call. He had Su Hanhai and Lu Xiaoyu both activate their ultimates, one to tank Cerberus head-on, the other to heal Lin Ruashi with full power. Without hesitation, Lu Xiaoyu activated her divine ultimate, Holy Healing. Holy Healing targets one friendly ally, granting them holy power to restore 10% of their HP every second for up to 8 seconds. Since Twisted Tranquility lasts for 10 seconds, and Holy Healing is only 2 seconds shorter, even if Lin Ruashi took the full damage from Twisted Tranquility, she wouldn't die. Boom boom. As the thunderclouds formed, lightning rained down from the sky. When the first bolt struck Lin Ruashi, her HP dropped by about 15%, but Lu Xiaoyu's Holy Healing quickly restored it. In this balance of damage and healing, each attack on Lin Ruashi only cost her about 5% HP, nothing to worry about. Seeing the Twisted Tranquility debuff already applied to herself, Lin Ruashi noticed her movement speed had dropped to 30%, and her attack speed had halved. She simply gave up on repositioning and focused entirely on dealing damage. While Cerberus was casting his ultimate, she had already built up full rage beforehand, and Cerberus was well within her ultimate's range. Plus, ultimate attacks weren't effective, so without hesitation, she unleashed her ultimate. Yellow dragons battle him. She swung her radiant spear forcefully towards Cerberus. A clear dragon's roar echoed across the land as a massive golden dragon shot forth from the spear's tip. A massive golden dragon burst forth from the tip of the spear. A dazzling burst of light immediately. Boom, boom, boom. 7 dragon sigils hit Cerberus directly with a golden dragon, causing a deafening explosion. At the same time, Cheng Qianma and Guan Shui were bravely attacking near Cerberus. Only Su Hanhai was having a rough time, fighting alone without any healing support, tanking the boss by himself. As long as they could manage Twisted Tranquility, then for those 10 seconds, Cerberus would be a helpless punching bag. Everyone went all out, and soon they brought Cerberus down to below 50% HP, which was unbelievable. Once they survived the first Twisted Tranquility, everything else became easier. As long as they killed Cerberus before his next ultimate, they'd be fine. 2 minutes later, Cerberus began raising his hands to cast Twisted Tranquility again, but his HP was already nearly gone. Chweeze. He didn't even finish the word, and collapsed into a pool of blood. After defeating Cerberus, Cheng Qianma's group had completed more than half of their journey through Masla. Next, they would enter the second half, while Cheng Qianma's team advanced. Other squads were still struggling to clear the mobs around the poison lake. They couldn't even imagine that this obscure team from Divine Domain University had already left everyone far behind. Chapter 428. Sayus Guard Formation Error Causes Disaster. It had been over half an hour since Divine Domain's team killed Cerberus. Since then, 6 other universities had also managed to defeat him. The rankings had shifted slightly as a result. Yunba High and Yunlin University firmly held 2nd and 3rd place. Blue Sky Academy had fought its way. Morin University fell behind slightly, still wavering between 5th and 6th, battling bitterly with Hongtu University. With Cerberus defeated, the Masla dungeon was now more than halfway complete. Divine Domain University had taken the lead position. They had also widened the gap with 2nd place Yunba University by at least 20 minutes. This surprised everyone. More and more people were now watching with anticipation, wondering if Shunyi University could hold on to their lead until the end. Cheng Qianma and the others, of course, were unaware of the rankings. They were still pressing forward diligently. Once we get through the spiral corridor ahead, see the 4th boss, Gizlok the Artisan. Cheng Qianma spoke as she pointed to the nearby cave entrance. That entrance was precisely the spiral corridor she mentioned. Inside, it was a winding uphill path, with no guardrails on either side. Very dangerous. There were 3 types of monsters here: underground wyverns, primal behemoths, and the rice guardians. The underground wyverns resembled stegosauruses from the dinosaur era, their backs covered in massive bone plates. They had an especially nasty skill called Sonic Blast. Sonic Blast silences everyone within 10 meters, making them a nightmare for casters. As for the primal behemoths, they were giants formed from countless rocks and sand, standing over 5 meters tall. Their immense weight made the ground shake with every step. Lastly, the Rice Guardians were frenzied earth elementals who protected Princess the Rice. They didn't stay in one place, but patrolled constantly. If you were too slow clearing the path, you'd risk running into them head-on. There were no shortcuts on this route. We have to move quickly. If we encounter the Rice Patrol Squad, we might get wiped. Cheng Qianma understood the threat of the Rice Guardians and warned everyone in advance. Guan Shui and Lu Xiaoyu, make sure to attack and heal from maximum range. If you get hit by Sonic Blast, you'll be silenced for a full 10 seconds. That could be disastrous. Also, Ruashi, watch your attack rhythm. Don't go overboard and pull aggro, even though melee classes aren't too afraid of silence. If Lin Ruashi deals too much damage, and her threat surpasses Su Hanhai's, Su Hanhai, being silenced, might not be able to use his taunt skill in time to pull the enemy back. That's why Cheng Qianma emphasized this point. After hearing his reminder, everyone nodded in agreement. Then Su Hanhai took the lead and stepped onto the ring-shaped corridor. For the first 3 waves of monsters, they didn't encounter much trouble. Cheng Qianma's strategy was very effective. However, when they started attacking the first primal behemoth, a heavy thudding sound came from the distance. It was the distinct footsteps of rampaging earth elementals. Not good. The Sayus guards are coming. They're here. Everyone, hurry and burst them down. Do as much damage as you can. When they arrive, Su Hanhai, use your ultimate to intercept. Cheng Qianma had already spotted them with his peripheral vision. 4 brown earth elementals were charging toward them. The primal behemoth, being a stone giant, had thick skin and high HP, a whopping 80,000. That was an impressive amount. Even by Sayus standards, while its attack power was average, its defense was astonishing. It had 50% innate physical resistance, and could use War Stomp to stun multiple enemies. It was tough to deal with. Under everyone's full assault, the primal behemoth's HP was finally reduced to about 60%, but at that moment, The 4 Sais guards had already spotted them. Protect Princess Sais. Eliminate all intruders. The 4 earth elementals roared and charged at full speed. Su Hanhai's expression turned grim. He activated the Tier 2 Awakener Ultimate. Light Form. Light Form. Light Form increases your health by 50% and converts all normal attacks into sword energy damage. It can deal 40% damage to enemies near the target for 20 seconds. Light Form not only increases the health limit of the Awakener, but also greatly boosts its damage output. Converting single attacks into sword energy damage means it will build aggro much faster. It's perfect for pulling multiple enemies. Su Hanhai was now glowing gold. Even his muscles seemed to swell. As soon as the Rice Guardians approached, he unleashed a Holy Light Cross Slash. Brilliant light burst forth. Holy Light Cross Slash not only deals significant damage, but also boosts nearby allies' damage by 20%. Quite impressive. But its cooldown is pretty long, lasting a full 5 minutes. Now surrounded by enemies. To take them out quickly, Su Hanhai didn't hold back. Instantly, Cheng Qianmao and the others' weapons shone with a dazzling golden glow. This was the sign that Holy Light Cross Slash had taken effect. Take down the primal behemoth first, or it'll be trouble if we get stunned later. Lu Xiaoyu, keep an eye on Su Hanhai's health. His ultimate lasts only 20 seconds. Before his light form fades, start precasting your heals. Following Cheng Qianma's further instructions, everyone sprang into action. Cheng Qianma switched her weapon, the flowing light blade, into a staff form, and unleashed a chain lightning at the primal behemoth. Chain lightning is a favorite skill of explosive casters. It fires an electric current forward, dealing 4 hits of electric damage, with a high chance to chain to all targets within 5 meters. While the damage isn't high, thanks to its electric element, so each time damage is dealt, there's a chance to trigger the shocked status. After 4 consecutive attacks, plus the conduction effect, there's a high probability that all the mobs directly in front will become shocked at once. ZZZT, ZZZT. Crackling electric sounds rang out non-stop. Cheng Qianma had good luck. After the current spread, the primal behemoth and 3 of the Sais guards were all afflicted with shocked status. This gave the rest of the team a huge DPS boost. 2 minutes later, the primal behemoth finally shattered into pieces. At the same time, the HP of the 4 Sais guards was also significantly reduced. Just when everyone thought they were about to pass this difficult stage smoothly, 3 of the Sais guards suddenly stomped the ground in unison. Su Hanhai didn't dodge in time. He was knocked down instantly. He immediately lost aggro control. Meanwhile, one of the Sais guards summoned a small tornado of sand and stones. Everyone quickly scattered and retreated. The tornado had an AoE knock-up effect. If you're hit and fall, you'll die from the drop. Since the ring corridor was an upward spiral, Divine Domain University's team was now at least 30 meters above the ground, and there were no walls around to block anything, just floating stairs. That's why Cheng Qianma was so urgent in his warning. But Guan Shui happened to be standing right near the edge of the corridor. His reaction was half a beat too slow. The tornado instantly flung him off the corridor. His body was sent flying. This unexpected positioning mistake put Divine Domain's team into a critical situation. Chapter 429. Everyone regrets it. Enemy attack incoming. Seeing Guan Shui about to fall off, Cheng Qianma reacted swiftly and used the mage's phase swap on him. In an instant, Guan Shui returned to the corridor, while Cheng Qianma ended up midair. As he began to fall, he quickly fired his flowing light blade's grappling hook toward the side beam. With a snap, the hook lashed firmly onto the beam. Cheng Qianma pulled hard, swinging himself back onto the corridor, thanks to his quick reflexes and the grappling hook. Anyone else would have fallen right away. After using phase swap, there were no railings at all. Everyone stay centered. After getting up, Su Hanhai immediately used AoE taunt. Upon hearing Cheng Qianma's command, everyone sprang into action. Su Hanhai nearly blacked out. When he saw Guan Shui go flying, he hadn't expected the Rice Guard to use Earthquake to knock him down. And from 3 different directions no less. In Tianqi continent, if a tank is knocked down or thrown, aggro resets instantly. That's why the Rice Guard lost control so suddenly. Luckily, Cheng Qianma reacted in time and managed to turn the tide. Damn it, AoE taunt. Su Hanhai, feeling a bit embarrassed, cast his mass taunt while uttering a few curses to vent his frustration. Soon, all 4 the Rice Guards were back under his control. Damn, that scared the hell out of me. Thank you, Captain, for saving me. Guan Shui is still shaken. If Cheng Qianma hadn't risked his life to save him just now, he would have ended up as a pile of mush, and he would have lost 4 levels at once. Just thinking about it terrifies him. As a ranged DPS, you must always watch your positioning. I don't want there to be a next time. This time, Cheng Qianma didn't joke around with him. He spoke with utmost seriousness. For a team, if a single mistake leads to a team wipe, it's a very serious problem. Therefore, Cheng Qianma didn't spare Guan Shui's feelings and bluntly pointed it out. Guan Shui also understood. The amazing results Xinyu University achieved today didn't come easy. If a single mistake from him ruined such a hard-earned opportunity, he would hate himself for life. So instead of arguing back, he loudly apologized. Everyone, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll stay fully focused and never drag the team down again. After hearing Guanshui's apology, everyone smiled. To err is human. Making mistakes is fine, as long as you learn from them. You just can't fall in the same spot over and over again. Later, even though the Sarai's guards used Stoneburst Molten Edge twice more in a row, it was ineffective. Everyone remained highly focused and made no further mistakes. Soon after, the Sarai's guard was completely wiped out. After that, Chung Qianma and his group cleared out 4 more waves of mobs and finally reached the 4th boss. In front of them wasn't a towering and mighty beast, but a short goblin wielding a sword and shield. Gizlok the Craftsman, level 48 Goblin Engineer, 190,000 HP. Gizlok is a renowned engineer among the. He's passionate about researching all sorts of strange engineering contraptions. A long time ago, to conduct his research, he came here alone to gather Masla's rare ores. But after entering, he was quickly corrupted by the forces of nature. This drove him into madness. Does anyone have fire resistance potions? Chung Qianma's sudden question left everyone confused. After a moment, only Lu Xiaoyu raised her hand. I have an ultimate fire resistance potion, but just 1 bottle. Will that help? Lu Xiaoyu asked nervously, unsure what to do. Chung Qianma shook his head helplessly. He was feeling a bit speechless. Principal Lin really only focused on recruiting people, without considering anything else. These 3, while moderately strong, were absolutely dirt poor. Clearly, today is such a crucial day for the Xia Nations tournament, yet they came totally unprepared. Normally, anyone with some experience would carry a couple of resistance potions. You never know when you'll need them. But these 3 basically had nothing. In fact, Lu Xiaoyu and the others hadn't even considered they'd be competing for rankings. After all, in past years, Shinyu University always lost early. Over time, everyone stopped having high expectations. With no expectations, why bother preparing seriously and waste their own money? If someone had told Lu Xiaoyu and the others that they might win the dungeon challenge today, they wouldn't have believed it at all. So they never prepared in advance. They only came today out of respect for Ling Shi. But with Chung Qianma's arrival, everything changed. The 3 of them weren't fools either. Naturally, they realized that with their current progress, they still had a shot at competing for the nomination. That's why Lu Xiaoyu took the initiative to ask just now, though he was feeling a bit anxious. Only those who still have hope react this way in a crisis. Truth be told, they all regretted a bit not being properly prepared. Asterisk sigh, asterisk. You guys really didn't prepare anything? I'm honestly speechless. Forget it. I'll just hand them out. Right after Chung Qianma said this, Lu Xiaoyu and the others immediately felt embarrassed. They were all older than Chung Qianma. So being lectured like this was a bit humiliating. But soon after, Chung Qianma handed each of them 2 bottles of high-grade fire resistance potions. However, these weren't epic quality. They were only of excellent grade. But they were good enough. After all, fire resistance potions aren't needed as often as super healing potions. So Eternal Peak didn't bother making them at epic quality. Everyone seemed used to Chung Qianma's generous habits. So they weren't too surprised anymore. After receiving the fire resistance potions, they all turned their eyes to Chung Qianma. Everyone knew he was about to explain the next phase. Unconsciously, everyone had started to rely on Chung Qianma because the tactics he came up with were not only highly effective, but often surprising and thrilling. Running a dungeon with Chung Qianma made them truly understand what it meant to suffer yet feel joy. Lu Xiaoyu even thought about clinging to him after today's match was over. A top-tier healer always hopes to meet a strong leader, because that would take a huge burden off their shoulders. If a mediocre and tactically clueless person leads, the ones who suffer the most will always be the healers. In this profession, it's incredibly easy to shift the blame. Whenever a tank or DPS dies unexpectedly, the team usually blames the healer first. They'll question why the healer didn't keep them alive. No one considers the actual reasons. Human nature is to shift responsibility. Engineer Gizlok has quite a lot of skills, including an ultimate move that could wipe the team. As Chung Qianma was thoroughly explaining the strategy, Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongxing's ambush squad finally arrived at Eternal City. Chung Qianma had no idea that his home base was being infiltrated at this very moment. A storm was about to descend. Chapter 430. Early Preparations, the Army at the Gates. Brother Zhou, that row of walls up ahead should be Cheng Qianma's eternal city. At this moment, Nie Yongsheng and Zhou Siwei are leading a large army, finally arriving at the outskirts of Eternal City. By now, it's been nearly 3 hours since they set out. The reason it took so long was mainly because, in order to fully breach Eternal City, they spent a fortune at the engineering store to purchase a large number of portable siege devices. Portable siege devices can only be crafted by senior engineers and are weapons of mass destruction. Unlike traditional large-scale machinery, they can be deployed automatically upon arrival, saving a lot of space. It's no exaggeration to say, these are the pinnacle of engineering brilliance. But for that very reason, portable siege devices are incredibly expensive. Zhou Siwei had borrowed 5 units in advance from the Yunba Guild, then partnered with Nie Yongsheng to purchase another 5. But even with just these 10, they spent over 200,000 gold coins, each costing a staggering 40,000 gold coins on average. Absolutely outrageous. Oomph. This year we have plenty of manpower. Our equipment is flawless. I'd like to see what Eternal City can do to resist us. After all, in today's siege battle, Zhou Siwei contributed the most, so he naturally took the lead. Although Nie Yongsheng is a third-tier powerhouse, both in terms of his personal strength and the size of his force, he couldn't compare to Zhou Siwei. Today he only brought a team of 30, 10 of whom were guards from the Phylon Arena. The remaining 20 were mercenaries he hired. Meanwhile, on Zhou Siwei's side, he had summoned 55 members from the Yunba Guild, with an average level of around 45, some even as high as level 48. With such a powerful lineup, plus the 2 third-tier powerhouses holding the front, even a level, for guild, can be easily wiped out. Just as the engineering troops approached Eternal City, the Scarlet Queen inside the city noticed them. The Scarlet Queen, who was on duty at the watchtower today, immediately went to find Gu Qian. Now that all the core members of Cheng Qianma's squad are absent, Gu Qian is the highest-ranking Hua clan member in Eternal City. At the same time, before Cheng Qianma left, he announced this arrangement, so the Scarlet Queen immediately reported to him. A few minutes later, the Scarlet Queen arrived at an open field. At that moment, Gu Qian was leisurely sunbathing, reporting to the acting guild leader. Something terrible has happened. The Scarlet Queen ran over in a hurry, only to find Gu Qian acting as if nothing happened, which made her more anxious. After listening, Gu Qian casually popped a grape into his mouth. Then he asked what had happened and why she was so panicked. The Scarlet Queen leaned forward slightly and respectfully reported, I just discovered a large number of troops outside the city, and all of them were wearing bamboo hats and cloaks, making it impossible to see their faces. What's even stranger is, none of them belong. Zhou Siwei isn't stupid. Today's attack is a covert one, so of course he wouldn't let his men openly wear the Yunba Guild tag. Otherwise, even if they succeed in taking Eternal City, they would be accused publicly. After all, Cheng Qianma is currently a national sensation in Xia Kingdom. Even though Apocalypse Continent is a survival of the fittest world, where anyone can attack a city, it's currently a special occasion for Xia Kingdom universities. Under such circumstances, the move is quite disgraceful. So he had all the Yunba Guild members temporarily quit the guild. After defeating Eternal Pinnacle, they would rejoin. By then, no matter how Cheng Qianma stirs up public opinion, they can simply deny everything. There's plenty of room to maneuver. As long as we don't get caught, everything will be fine. Gu Qian didn't think much of it at first, but after hearing the rest, his eyes suddenly lit up. He quickly appeared on top of the watchtower. They're clearly up to no good. That brat actually guessed it right again. What kind of mind does he have to always anticipate the enemy's moves? Actually, Cheng Qianma wasn't entirely sure that trouble would come after he left. But preparing for the worst has always been his way. So before he left, he warned Gu Qian and made the necessary arrangements. Upon confirming the enemy attack, Gu Qian activated the guild broadcast. As the vice guild leader, he naturally had the authority. Guild broadcast. Everyone in the city, drop what you're doing immediately. Return to your defensive positions. A large number of unknown enemies are approaching. Because of Cheng Qianma's specific instructions, while he was away, everyone was told to stay inside as much as possible. So, now the Yongheng Dianfeng Guild, except for a handful of members who had gone outside, almost all of them were training in the city's training hall. The reason he was so eager to build this thing before was precisely for emergencies like this. After all, if they didn't leave the city, they couldn't do quests and couldn't train effectively, which would severely slow down the guild's development. But with the training hall, as long as they're below level 50, they can train safely inside the city. They just won't be able to earn any contribution points. But fortunately, Cheng Qianma, he had already anticipated this issue. To prevent any resistance from the members, he specifically set a rule. During his absence, all members could earn contribution points based on their daily training hours in the training hall. This way, everyone's concerns were fully appeased. Such meticulous planning was definitely beyond what Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongsheng could imagine. The members of Eternal Pinnacle immediately appeared at their defense posts after seeing the guild broadcast. They had already experienced a similar situation once. Now their reaction was much faster. At the same time, they finally understood why the guild leader had told everyone not to go out these past few days. It turned out he had long foreseen that someone would take advantage of the situation. At this moment, everyone was filled with admiration for Chung Qianma. A short while later, Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang also brought their subordinates to the city wall. Even the auxiliary staff, sent by the Linghua City Life Professions Association, were enlisted as temporary combatants. Now Eternal City's productivity was through the roof. All kinds of automothers and explosives had already piled up like mountains. Today was the perfect time to put them to use. These auxiliary personnel were all life professionals with no combat ability. They had never seen such a battle scene before. But when they saw the life professionals of Eternal Pinnacle squatting calmly in the corner of the wall, they were utterly shocked. Later, someone patiently explained to them the function of the automothers and the fact that unlimited explosives could be used. Over 100 auxiliary staff members were stunned. There was actually such a strategy? Inside every life professional, there lies a heart yearning for battle. And now, the opportunity was right in front of them. Now, the opportunity is right in front of them. Of course, they couldn't miss out, so they quickly followed suit and also took up positions behind the city wall with their auto rifles. However, Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongsheng had no idea about any of this. They had already reached the city walls. Zhou Siwei glanced at his subordinates behind him, a slight smirk on his lips. It's time to give you all a surprise. But little did he know, Chung Qianma had prepared an even bigger surprise for him. Chapter 431. Third-tier powerhouses strike. A life or death crisis. Hear my command. Deploy the siege devices immediately. Once we seize Eternal City, there will be great rewards for all. Zhou Siwei gave the order in high spirits. He didn't even bother to warn the people inside the city. In his eyes, today's battle was already a sure victory. Those useless troops inside weren't even worth talking to. Soon enough, the 10 portable siege devices were lined up in a row, and all expanded automatically. Extremely convenient. A strange force instantly enlarged their size several times over. Zhou Siwei looked at the 4-meter-tall siege machines and nodded slightly. These things are indeed useful. They're just damn expensive. I heard that Eternal City is filthy rich these days. Don't disappoint me now. For today's battle, both Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongsheng, as well as the Yunba Guild, had paid a heavy price. So, they were all hoping to seize the stockpile of Eternal City, to recover their losses, and even make a huge profit. Nie Yongsheng felt the same way. As he issued the attack order to his subordinates, a few seconds later, 10 massive cannonballs soared into the sky. Boom, boom, boom. These cannonballs traced a beautiful parabolic arc. They heavily crashed toward the city. But not long after, Zhou Siwei suddenly felt something was off. Although explosions echoed from within the city, why were there no screams of agony? Could it be that all 10 cannonballs didn't hit a single person? However, at that moment, among the members of Eternal Pinnacle, ranged classes and all non-combat personnel were hiding behind the city walls. Other melee units stood under the shade of the World Tree. Since Zhou Siwei wanted to start by intimidating Eternal City, he ordered the siege machines to bombard the inner city directly. This way, the defenseless non-combat personnel in the city and various buildings would suffer significant damage. At the same time, his allied forces would see a massive morale boost. But he never could have imagined that after those cannonballs entered the inner city, they were all intercepted by the leaves of the World Tree. So he only heard the sound of explosions, but no screams of pain. The enemy was completely unscathed. At that moment, all melee classes of Eternal Pinnacle were filled with excitement, their morale soaring. Only by witnessing the World Tree's terrifying interception up close could one understand how powerful it was. Those cannonballs, just now, upon touching the World Tree's leaves, exploded entirely, but caused no damage whatsoever. Yet at that very moment, Gu Qian waved his hand, and countless heads suddenly appeared atop the city walls. Originally, he had thought the enemy would first attack the walls, so he stationed numerous tanks nearby for protection. Who would have thought they'd choose to strike the inner city directly instead? This almost made him burst out laughing. Gu Qian had once suffered at the hands of the World Tree. He knew very well how terrifying that thing was. Seeing the portable siege devices in the middle of reloading, Gu Qian decisively chose to counterattack. In an instant, countless spells were launched from the city walls. Among them were also countless bolts and bombs. At that moment, it felt like the sky was covered. Even the daylight dimmed a little. But Eternal City's counterattack didn't stop there. Soon after, massive boulders flew from the inner city, along with oversized bolts, all fired from catapults and rapid-fire crossbows. Tank classes prioritized protecting the siege devices. All ranged classes counterattack. Seeing the scene before him, Zhou Siwei was shocked. He never expected Eternal City's defensive firepower to be so overwhelming. There was no time to think why the initial volley hadn't caused any casualties. After all, siege devices took 20 seconds to reload. This was their most vulnerable moment. He even personally stepped up, shielding one of the portable siege devices. Since Eternal City not only struck preemptively, but also attacked from higher ground, they naturally held the advantage. In the first round of exchanges, Yunba Guild suffered a crushing defeat. Cries of pain echoed. Many were hit by various attacks. Some were blown away by bombs, others took bolts to the arms, and some were directly struck by magic. It was a horrific scene. Everyone, don't panic. Our levels are relatively high. As long as we withstand the first wave, their defensive weapons will also need to reload. All healers, start healing quickly. Though Zhou Siwei was shocked, he still gave precise commands. In his mind, the siege devices needed to reload. Don't the enemy's defensive weapons need to be used? He knew that just now, in his attempt to show off, he had clearly been too reckless. If he had used siege machines to bombard the walls first, it would naturally have been the best choice. But even so, as long as he stabilized the situation and waited for the second wave of siege machine volleys, he could turn the tide. His subordinates, after all, mostly came from the Cloud Tyrant Guild, so their combat skills were still very high. After a brief moment of panic, with the group healing from support classes, everyone's emotions gradually stabilized. Sure enough, not long after, Eternal City's firepower dropped significantly because the trebuchets and rapid-fire crossbow carts had simultaneously entered their cooldown period. The ranged magic classes on the walls also needed to continue chanting, cast their next spells. Now, only the non-combat personnel wielding automatic crossbows and ranged physical classes could attack without restrictions. Even so, although I don't know where you got so many crossbow bolts, however, judging by the scale of the attack just now, your guild must have sent most of its combat forces to the walls, right? Just wait and see what real firepower suppression looks like. Based on his judgment, Zhou Siwei assumed that the crossbow bolts shot from the walls just now came from combat classes temporarily unable to attack. In his mind, he never even considered that those could be non-combat personnel. Combat classes, grab your ladders and charge. Those with wall climbing skills, rush forward. At this moment, Nie Yongxing's battle spirit was soaring. He ordered all combat classes to storm the city walls directly. At the same time, he also summoned his flying mount. It was a 3-meter-long cloud lark, looking incredibly mighty. After all, his subordinates hadn't reached the 3rd tier yet, so they could only climb the walls manually. While he rode the cloud lark and soared into the sky, Nie Yongxiang was a 3rd-tier berserker, with a groundbreaking level of 63 as a powerful melee class. Naturally, he had to get up on the wall to unleash his terrifying power. Zhou Siwei, on the other hand, was a 3rd-tier elementalist, elemental sage, level 65, so he was more suited for ranged attacks and overall command. Seeing Nie Yongxiang had already launched his assault, Zhou Siwei smiled and began chanting his spell. For seconds later, he shouted loudly, with a mocking expression on his face, "Didn't you enjoy firing earlier? Now it's our turn." Feast of Blades. In an instant, a massive hexagram magic circle appeared in the sky above the city wall, and an explosive force surged. At the same time, the 10 siege devices finished reloading, their barrels aimed straight at the wall. Everyone on the wall was horrified. Most of them were outsiders. They had never seen anything like this. As much fun as they had firing earlier, they were just as terrified now. Some even cracked under pressure and cried out, "I don't want to die." That scream of despair spoke to many people's hearts. Zhou Siwei naturally heard the screams from the wall. He sneered. "Now you're scared? Too bad it's too late. Perish." At this moment, Eternal City was facing the greatest crisis since its founding. Chapter 432. His dealings with Qianimo are none of my business, Gu Qian. Now, the feast of elite soldiers is about to unfold. Nie Yongxiang and a large number of melee units are about to scale the walls. 10 portable siege machines are ready to fire. Under these 3 looming threats, Eternal City hangs by a thread. But at that very moment, a man wielding a cannon rode a greenish-blue dragon and suddenly soared out of the city. "Gu Qian, what are you doing here? You actually have a dragon mount." Nie Yongxiang and Gu Qian were both masters of the ultimate arena, so naturally, they knew each other, but as rivals, their relationship was far from good. On normal days, they only crossed paths during high-level meetings at the arena. The last time Eternal Pinnacle exploited the arena's resources, most people pinned the blame on Gu Qian. Who would have thought that after resigning in disgrace, he'd show up here? Nie Yongxing's mind was reeling. Gu Qian's appearance completely caught him off guard, putting aside why he had a dragon mount. The fact that he stepped down as arena master and was now mingling with Qianimo was headline-worthy news. You gave up being an arena master, a perfectly good position, to serve under someone not even level 40. What's your game? The master of the ultimate arena, though not as prestigious as the leaders of the Dark Brotherhood or the Non-Combat Association, still outranked 99% of the people on Apocalypse Continent. Gu Qian had worked hard to climb to that position. Nie Yongxing knew how much effort it took. So Gu Qian's decision to join Eternal Pinnacle was utterly incomprehensible to him. Yet Gu Qian couldn't be bothered to respond. He first swung his dragon's tail fiercely at Nie Yongxing's lark. Though the lark was no small creature, it was far outmatched by the dragon's strength. Even though Gu Qian rode a juvenile emerald dragon, the lark stood no chance against it. So with one sweep, Nie Yongsheng and his bird were sent crashing to the ground. Boom! A loud explosion followed. Although Zhou Siwei was also shocked now, he didn't panic. Because Feast of Blades had already been unleashed. Even if you have third-tier powerhouses, so what? This Feast of Blades alone will deal you a heavy blow. Zhou Siwei's expression turned fierce, but what happened next was astonishing. A mighty dragon's roar shook the heavens. The next second, a 7-meter-long dragon appeared atop the city wall, right beneath the magic circle of Feast of Blades. This emerald green dragon was naturally Cheng Qianma's pet, Qing Dai. It instantly spread its wings, shielding everyone beneath it. The people below suddenly felt the sky go dark, because Qing Dai had completely covered them. Boom! 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 The 6 giant ice pillars summoned by Feast of Blades fell one after another from the magic circle, but with Qing Dai shielding everyone, they all crashed onto its back. With the tough hide of an emerald dragon, such a Feast of Blades couldn't deal it much damage. And the dragon's back was the sturdiest part of its body, so its defense was astonishing. Qing Dai just let out a cold snort, feeling a slight pain on its back, but it was nothing serious. Right after that, it spewed a blast of flames toward the sky on the right, accurately taking down all 10 incoming shells. Perfect precision. At that moment, it was like a living anti-aircraft cannon. Meanwhile, Gu Qian, who had knocked Nie Yongsheng down, wasn't idle. He aimed his giant cannon at the portable siege devices below. Earth Pulse Shaker. Earth Pulse Shaker was the signature skill of third-tier destroyers. Destroyers could designate any spot within 200 meters to deploy an earthquake device. The device would center itself and unleash massive shockwaves within a 50-meter radius. After the shockwave ended, it would pull all targets back to the center. It's no exaggeration to say, this skill combines crowd control and damage output, making it utterly terrifying. Gu Qian threw the seismic device into the midst of the portable siege machines. Its 50-meter range perfectly covered 5 of them. In an instant, the earth trembled violently. A fierce shockwave swept outward in all directions. The ground split open with several massive cracks, and the 5 portable siege machines sank into them. Though each portable siege machine had a whopping 60,000 health points, not a point less, destroying multiple at once was a tall order, even for Gu Qian. After all, their high cost spoke for itself. If they weren't durable, no one would buy them. But the ever-sharp Gu Qian used a different approach, instantly disabling all 5 siege machines. Though the seismic wave chipped away a chunk of their health, they could still attack normally. But now, trapped in the fissures, they completely lost their aim. Even if they fired, it would be wild shots, with no guarantee the shells would reach Eternal City. Worse, they might even hit their own allied units. To redeploy them, they'd need to spend considerable time recalling them all, then reposition and set up again. This back and forth would waste precious time. And Gu Qian wouldn't give Zhou Siwei's side a chance to regroup. He was a third-tier destroyer, the undisputed king of ranged damage. Pulling this off was no challenge for him, so it's safe to say these 5 portable siege machines were out of the game early. As for the surrounding awakened, they were tossed about by the shockwave, their eyes wide with shock. At this moment, Nie Yongsheng, back in the sky, kept a safe distance from Gu Qian. He asked, voice charged with emotion, Gu Qian, are you really set on being our enemy? I can let go of what you did to the Blue Flight Arena. If you're willing to walk away, we can even share some of the spoils. Once we take Eternal City, Nie Yongsheng knew, if Gu Qian insisted on holding his ground here, the battle ahead would be incredibly tough, so he opted for a divide-and-conquer strategy. In his mind, Cheng Qianma dared to leave so confidently, mostly because Gu Qian was willing to defend the city for him. If they could drive a wedge between them and lure him with benefits, then all their problems would be solved. Although Zhou Siwei didn't know Gu Qian personally, he saw that Gu Qian was also level 65, same as himself, and his face turned grim. Though he had a flying mount, Gu Qian was riding a dragon. If they really fought, even at the same level, he would likely lose. Having a dragon mount in battle gave a tremendous advantage, and Gu Qian had just proven that. So Zhou Siwei followed Nie Yongsheng's lead and continued, you're a third-tier powerhouse too. Why stay under Cheng Qianma's command? If you're willing, I can recommend you to join our Yunba Guild. I could even offer you generous compensation. Becoming part of the upper ranks is not impossible. Yunba Guild is backed by Yunba Academy, and is naturally one of the top powers in the Apocalypse continent. If it were an ordinary third-tier powerhouse, hearing what Nie Yongsheng and Zhou Siwei offered, they would surely be tempted. But Gu Qian was no ordinary man. He was the kind of freak willing to speak as an equal, with Cheng Qianma dozens of levels lower. Now that he had witnessed Cheng Qianma's terrifying potential, there was no way he would betray him. In his eyes, places like the Ultimate Arena and Yunba Guild were nothing compared to Eternal Apex. Gu Qian showed an amused expression, then laughed out loud. Whatever trouble Cheng Qianma caused, what's it got to do with me, Gu Qian? Who says targeting your Phylon Arena was my idea? Hearing this, the two men's faces changed drastically. Chapter 433, Full Counterattack. Frogs in a Well. Nie Yongsheng and Zhou Siwei heard Gu Qian's words, and found it hard to believe. What did Gu Qian mean by that? The incident with Qian Mo stirring up Blue Flight Arena before, he acted on his own. To be honest, Gu Qian was somewhat passing the buck here. Qian Mo's antics at Blue Flight Arena caused such a huge commotion. He's at least 50% responsible. But now Qian Mo is at the height of his influence. Letting him take the fall for this brings quite a few benefits. Once word spreads, his prestige will rise significantly. After all, this world endlessly worships the strong, and Qian Mo, still so young, will surely be idolized by countless youths. In the future, Eternal Pinnacle's allure will only grow stronger. So Gu Qian simply washed his hands of the matter entirely. Is that true? Nie Yongxing asked, somewhat incredulous. Gu Qian nodded, his face showing impatience. Would I freaking lie to you? Are we fighting or not? What a drag. Seeing Gu Qian so blatantly disrespect him, Nie Yongxing was thoroughly enraged. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If it's war you want, then war it is. The words had barely landed when he charged forward. Since persuasion had failed, they'd keep fighting. Fight until Eternal Pinnacle yielded. Zhou Siwei didn't waste words either, decisively raising his staff. But at that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the city walls again. Qing Dai took the initiative to strike. As Qian Mo's pet, it was duty-bound to protect the stronghold's safety, and it wasn't alone. Soon, 6 more juvenile emerald dragons flew out from the city. Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongxing, witnessing this, felt their scalps tingle with dread. So Eternal Pinnacle had more than one dragon? Too bad, regret now came a little too late. Under Qing Dai's command, 6 emerald drakes, 5 of them flew toward the remaining portable siege devices, while the last one kept spewing flames in the air. With its incredible defense and mobility, the enemies on the ground were helpless against it. All they could do was let it wreak havoc overhead. As a result, Yumba Guild completely lost their siege capability. The ranged units on the walls were now completely safe. Soon after, Eternal Apex's second wave of attacks struck once more. In a siege defense, having the high ground is a huge advantage. After all, there were no cover positions at the base of the walls, while the ranged fighters of Eternal Apex not only had the walls for cover, but also tank classes guarding them. The combat environments were worlds apart. Night and day. Now Gu Qian was engaged in fierce combat with Nie Yongxing. With his superior level and flying mount, he quickly gained the upper hand. In aerial combat, there's no way a berserker could defeat a gunner class. What's more, a cloud lark couldn't even match an emerald drake in flight. As a result, Nie Yongxing was pushed back again and again. His confidence to keep fighting earlier came from their siege weapons and their overall higher team levels. But in the current battle, the first advantage was completely nullified, rendered useless right from the start. So now he could only hope that their melee forces approaching the wall. Today's siege attackers, apart from the 2 third-tier powerhouses, totaled 85. Among them, 39 were melee fighters, and every one of them was over level 45. They finally scaled the walls. But the devastating assault Nie Yongxing had imagined never came. 2 of them were even kicked off the walls. Seeing this, Nie Yongxing felt a chill in his heart. Our elite melee units have already scaled the walls. How could we be losing ground? In disbelief, Nie Yongxing turned his gaze to the ramparts. The next sight made his vision go dark. While Cloud Tyrant was busy climbing the walls, Eternal Pinnacle's melee forces had quietly taken their positions atop the ramparts. Since the enemy's melee units had begun their assault, Eternal Pinnacle's non-combat personnel naturally withdrew from the front lines. They were fine shooting at sitting ducks below, but facing others in close-quarters combat, that'd be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, looking for trouble. So all of Eternal Pinnacle's non-combat personnel, under the command of Du Tianlei and Qin Yongchang, fired a second volley before retreating. This freed up space for the battle-hungry melee awakened. Now, Eternal Pinnacle, with ever-rising recruitment standards and rigorous training, had an average member level close to 47 among all Tier 4 guilds. This was absolutely the highest. Nie Yongxing even spotted a level 49 war god, wreaking havoc on the walls. Utterly terrifying. Their guild is only Tier 4. Where did all these people come from? And their levels are absurdly high. There's something off about their numbers. Of course, Nie Yongxing couldn't have known that those shooting from the walls earlier weren't Eternal Pinnacle's melee units, but over 100 peripheral members. Oh, by that count, Eternal Pinnacle's numbers had long exceeded the guild's cap. There are countless things in this world you can't comprehend. You frog in a well. Hearing Nie Yongxing's words, Gu Qian mocked with a sneer. As Eternal Pinnacle revealed more of its trump cards, the battlefield's tide shifted instantly. Now, with Cloud Tyrant lacking siege capabilities, they could only rely on melee units to storm the walls, then open the city gates. As for the other ranged units, they had to fight without any cover against the forces on the walls. What's more, the Emerald Drake in the sky was attacking like mad. Before long, the tide of battle began to turn in favor of Eternal Apex. Zhou Siwei and Nie Yongxing had thought that with their third-tier strength, victory was certain. But they didn't expect Eternal Apex to have Gu Qian, and even worse, a juvenile Emerald Drake even scarier than them. Their advantage vanished in an instant and turned into a disadvantage. Now Nie Yongsheng was completely suppressed by Gu Qian, his HP hanging by a thread, and Zhou Siwei was even worse. As a glass cannon elemental sage, he was no match for Qing Dai. Retreat. Zhou Siwei was already on the brink of death. He couldn't care about losing face, and decisively ordered a retreat. If they didn't retreat now, their nearly 100-man siege team would all perish here. In fact, after seeing the Emerald Drake, everyone had wanted to run. Now that the boss gave the order, they bolted immediately, without the slightest hesitation. The most miserable ones now were definitely the melee fighters who forced their way onto the wall. From their position, how could they possibly escape? At once, chaos broke out among Yunba's forces. Among these melee fighters, many were mercenaries. They felt utterly betrayed and erupted in furious curses. Damn you! Just running away like that? What about us? Are you even human? We charged fearlessly into battle, and you just abandoned us? We regret it. We never should have gotten involved in this mess. Is Eternal City really this insane? Nie Yongsheng had initially planned to flee, but his lark couldn't outfly the juvenile Emerald Dragon. Gu Qian relentlessly fired from behind, showing no mercy. Gu Qian, we were colleagues once, after all. You wouldn't be that heartless, would you? Nie Yongsheng was now filled with regret. To survive, he shamelessly played the sentiment card. Gu Qian sneered coldly at his words. Sorry. I quit the arena ages ago. Who the hell is your colleague? Who do you think you are? No sooner had he spoken, than Gu Qian's heavy cannon fired a laser beam. Nie Yongsheng, seeing himself about to be hit, let out a roar of defiance. No. I regret this. As Nie Yongsheng plummeted from the sky, Qing Dai lunged at Zhou Siwei. Chapter 434. Terrifying chain reaction widens the advantage. Cheng Qianmao was unaware that his Eternal City had just endured a major battle. He was currently leading Lin Ruoxi and others, fighting a grueling battle against Craftsman Jizalok. After 5 minutes of combat, Craftsman Jizalok's health had been reduced to below 50%. This progress was undeniably unmatched. No team had yet cleared the minions in the Phantom Corridor. As long as Divine Realm University didn't wipe, their time advantage was substantial. 3 seconds left. Everyone switch formations and prepare to move at any moment. No sooner had Cheng Qianmao spoken than everyone began to reposition. Craftsman Jizalok, as a boss of the goblin race, wielded a variety of high-tech weapons. He had 3 different types of bombs: dark bombs, catapult explosives, and sensor mines. The first, dark bombs. Upon hitting their target, it can inflict a blindness effect. So-called blindness means a black mist clouds your vision, and you can't see anything. This effect lasts for a total of 5 seconds. The second type, ricochet explosives, allows Gizlok to instantly fire 5 ricochet shells. As long as targets are within 8 meters of each other, they will keep bouncing endlessly. Each bounce deals 800 damage. What's even deadlier is that this skill is a lock-on, which means it never misses. And the last type, proximity mines, randomly scatters 8 to 12 mines at once. If triggered, they instantly deal 1,500 damage, with a blast radius of 5 meters. These 3 types of bombs, individually, might not seem all that powerful, but they can all combo with Gizlok the Artisan's final skill. The fourth skill is called Goblin Flamethrower. It allows Gizlok the Artisan to spray ultra-high temperature flames in a frontal fan-shaped area and randomly rotate clockwise or counterclockwise. The flames reach up to 60 meters with extremely fast rotation speed and deal 2,000 damage per second, lasting for a total of 10 seconds. This damage is insane. Even with high-grade fire resistance potions, you can only survive a few seconds longer. At best, you get a few seconds to react. If you still don't react in time, you'll still die. Generally speaking, to dodge the Goblin Flamethrower, you have to run in the same direction as its rotation, whether it's clockwise or counterclockwise. As long as everyone runs with it and stay a step or 2 ahead, you'll avoid getting hit. The problem is, when Gizlok the Artisan uses the flamethrower, he always drops a set of proximity mines, which severely limits your movement. What's even worse, he'll also randomly use one of the first 2 bomb types, randomly unleashes one. If hit by a dark bomb, your vision could be severely impaired, leading to positioning mistakes. This could get you instantly killed by the flamethrower. As for catapult explosives, they further restrict everyone's movement, because only by staying over 8 meters apart can you negate the catapult effect. Anyone who studied math would know, if you treat the flamethrower's nozzle as the center of a circle within the same angle, targets closer to it need to move a shorter distance when circling around. But targets farther away have to cover a much longer distance. This subtly increases the dodging difficulty for distant targets. It's a bit like a circular racetrack. In a sports field, the inner lane is the shortest, while the outer lane is the longest. When all these skills combine, Craftsman Jizalok becomes an utterly terrifying boss. Its skills aren't just high damage, they're steeped in randomness. Whether it's the 3 types of bombs, or the flamethrower's rotation, everything is completely random, with no predictable pattern. That's why this boss fight has an extremely low margin for error. A single mistake by anyone even with healers topping off health, is nearly impossible to recover from. What's more, whether healers even have time to heal you is questionable. It's precisely this unique mechanic that causes teams of different skill levels to have wildly different outcomes when facing Craftsman Gizalok. Because Craftsman Gizalok has very low base attack power, relying almost entirely on its skills. So as long as a team is skilled enough to handle these chain skills, they can clear it with relative ease. For teams lacking skill, they might, within the first few seconds, make a mistake, causing a chain reaction, and wipe the whole team. Simply put, this boss is easy if you know how to fight it. If you don't, you might never beat it in your life. After Chung Qianma finished his explanation, Gizlok the artisan's goblin flamethrower arrived right on cue. At the same time, he threw out a darkness bomb. The formation of the Xinyu University team was in a straight line. At the very front was the tank, Su Hanhai. Behind him stood Chung Qianma, followed by Guan Shuai, Lin Ruashi, and Lu Xiaoyu. Each of them spaced exactly 8.5 meters apart, not a fraction off. Logically speaking, since Chung Qianma had the fastest movement speed, he should have been at the rear. But instead, he stood in the most advantageous position. Of course, Chung Qianma wasn't slacking off. He deliberately aimed to take every darkness bomb, since the darkness bombs would not target Gizlok's current main target, but would instead hit any other awakened in his field of view. That meant Su Hanhai, as the tank, didn't have to worry about being hit, and since everyone else stood in a line. So, as long as Chung Qianma stood right behind him and stepped up to meet it, he could ensure that he took every darkness bomb. So far, Gizlok the artisan had unleashed 5 rounds of attacks. In the first 5, darkness bombs had appeared 3 times. This was Chung Qianma's 4th time being hit by one. The livestream chat exploded with shock. If the first 3 times could be explained by luck or instinct, but now it was the 4th time. As they say, things don't happen more than 3 times. It couldn't be that simple anymore. How could he still move so precisely in complete darkness? Could it be he could see? That's why everyone was so shocked. This was because, prior to this, Chung Qianma had already pulled off 3 perfect dodges of the goblin flamethrower in the dark, and now, this was his 4th. Initially, the livestream audience thought it was just luck or insane combat intuition, but after so many times, this couldn't be explained by mere luck or intuition anymore. It was as if Chung Qianma had a third eye. Of course, he didn't have any third eye, just a great pair of glasses. At that moment, Chung Qianma was wearing night vision goggles, allowing him to detect the flamethrower's direction through thermal imaging in the dark. This was why he deliberately intercepted all the dark bombs. The darkness effect didn't hinder him, and it let him create the best positioning environment for his team. Once the team saw Chung Qianma hit by a dark bomb, they immediately moved diagonally along the flamethrower's path. Earlier, they'd been unsure whether Craftsman Gizalok would use dark bombs or catapult explosives in this round, so they had to preposition in a line. Just in case, now that the skill had been used, they could return to their damage-dealing positions, as long as they avoided the goblin flamethrower. The next 10 seconds were an absolutely safe damage window. This was another reason why the outcome of this boss fight varied so drastically between teams. In the eyes of skilled players, each of Craftsman Gizalok's flamethrower blasts was a free 10-second damage window, but for those less skilled, every blast carried the risk of a team wipe. The gap between the two was nothing short of astronomical. It's no exaggeration to say that with Chung Qianma's presence, this boss's difficulty dropped by at least 2 tiers. When Craftsman Gizlok was only halfway through his 9th spray, Xinyu University successfully secured the kill. The whole process took less than 9 minutes. Truly terrifying. Meanwhile, the other teams were still stuck in the swamp of mobs, unable to break free. Chapter 435, Underwater Battle. A pair of dark green eyes. There are still 2 bosses left. As long as Xinyu University maintains their lead, they can secure the endorsement. I never would have dreamed that they'd be the ones leading right now, and by such a large margin too. If they really take first place, Cloud Overlord High will be utterly humiliated. Another 6 teams were just eliminated by Craftsman Gizlok. Xinyu University really has a shot. Not necessarily. The second-to-last boss, Grip, is the king of the waters. There might still be a twist. It's been over 20 minutes now since Xinyu University took down Craftsman Gizlok. Chung Qianma and his team have already cleared all the mobs and arrived at a massive underground reservoir. Meanwhile, other teams have finally entered the boss fight against Craftsman Gizlok. The teams that ranked higher managed to get through as well, but they're still trailing Xinyu University by about 20 minutes. As for the weaker schools, just like the crowd mentioned earlier, another 6 schools got eliminated. Now, only 12 teams remain in the running. That crocodile called Grip should be lurking somewhere in this reservoir, right? Lin Ruashi pointed at the water ahead. She had previously studied the bosses of mass, so she raised the question. The Grip she mentioned is a giant crocodile over 6 meters long, at level 39, with a staggering 220,000 HP. Grip's abilities, compared to other bosses in Masla, are the fewest. It only has 2 skills in total. The first skill is called Piercing, a very rare passive ability. Whenever hit by its basic attacks, there's a 25% chance to stack a wound debuff. At the same time, it causes a bleeding effect. The wound debuff increases the target's physical damage taken by 10%. The bleed effect will cause the target to lose 300 health points every 3 seconds, for a total of 8 seconds. The abnormal damage and base damage may not seem high, but these two status effects can stack up to 10 layers. This means, if the debuff is fully stacked, the Awakener will not only take double damage, but also lose 3,000 health points every 3 seconds. It's extremely dangerous. At the same time, since the reservoir is very large, and Locrip roams beneath the water, therefore, to fight her, you must enter the water. But there are many piranhas in the water. Although their health is only 4,000 points, which isn't much, their numbers are overwhelming. Once they smell blood, they'll keep swarming in endlessly to attack the bleeding target. So this battle is destined to be a race against time. Locrip's second skill is called Tail Sweep. Every so often, she swings her sharp and powerful tail in a 180-degree arc. Any Awakener hit by it will be forcibly stunned for 3 seconds and take 1,000 points of damage. Fighting in water already greatly limits the combatant's mobility. But Locrip, as a crocodile-like creature, is extremely fast in water. She might not even fight you on the surface. Most of the time, Awakeners must face underwater combat. This brings the second major problem: insufficient breathing. Without special measures, most people can only hold their breath for 2 minutes underwater. If that time is exceeded, they'll lose 10% of their current health per second. This means, after fighting underwater for a while, everyone must surface to breathe. This further reduces the team's overall damage output. So even though Locrip only has 2 abilities, it still managed to become the second-to-last boss of Masla. That's because, thanks to the terrain, it holds a huge advantage. Exactly. Locrip is right beneath the water. Chung Qianma glanced into the distance, his expression a bit serious. This boss fight is no joke. It's really easy to. This is a bottled underwater breathing potion. It can extend your underwater breathing by 1.5 times, but it has a cooldown of 10 minutes. So, don't drink it right at the start. Make sure to save it for the crucial moment. At this point, Chung Qianma no longer expects everyone to carry all kinds of potions. Su Hanhai and the others didn't even have fire resistance potions. How could they possibly have underwater breathing potions? The underwater breathing potions she just handed out were only of excellent quality. But even so, they still last 0.5 times longer than standard ones. After all, Chung Qianma didn't know that today's randomly drawn dungeon would be Masla. Otherwise, she definitely would have prepared epic-level underwater breathing potions. In this boss battle, the trouble caused by the water environment is far worse than Locrip itself. Later, even if you see things that don't make sense, don't get too worked up. To save time, I won't have time to explain everything in detail. To kill this boss, we need extremely fast DPS output, so everyone must go all out. If Chung Qianma hadn't said that, things would have been fine. But once she said it, everyone felt uneasy. Could something terrifying be about to happen? But out of respect for Chung Qianma, no one dared to ask, but they had already mentally prepared themselves. Since Locrip's skills are quite simple, Chung Qianma quickly covered the key points. Right after that, their group dived into the water. It's way too dark. Visibility is probably less than 5 meters. Su Hanhai complained while swimming. Since the underground reservoir is beneath a massive cave, almost no sunlight gets in. As a result, underwater visibility is indeed extremely low. Humans naturally feel fear toward unknown realms. So now everyone was feeling a creeping sense of dread. Imagine this. You're exploring the deep sea, where you can't see your hand in front of your face, and strange sounds echo around you from time to time. Sometimes, in the distance, you catch glimpses of various fish eyes. It's enough to make your scalp tingle with fear. Time passed. Chung Qianma and the others stayed close together, fearing a sneak attack from Locrip. But after swimming for a while, they still hadn't seen any sign of Locrip. They did, however, encounter all sorts of fish. Su Hanhai even accidentally touched the back of a turtle just moments ago. That cold, rough texture made him think he'd touched the boss, which gave him quite a scare. Lin Ruashi had never experienced anything like this before. As she swam, she instinctively stayed close to Chung. The Divine Domain University team surfaced every minute to catch their breath proactively, avoiding pushing their limits. After all, they didn't know when they might encounter Locrip. If they ran into her while low on breath, there's about to be serious trouble. In just 5 short minutes, they've already resurfaced for air 4 times. Now it's time to go up again. Let's head up for now. This water area is massive, and Locrip is swimming underwater. Not so easy to find. P.S. Don't ask me how they can talk underwater. Just blame it on magic. We can't have the main characters staying mute, right? Chung Qianma tried to calm everyone down. After hearing this, the others felt somewhat reassured. This pitch-black underwater world really isn't a place for people to stay. But just as they were swimming upward, about 6 meters beneath them, a pair of dark green eyes suddenly appeared. At the same time, a huge shadow was slowly approaching. Chapter 436, Underwater Shockwave. The soaring camera drone. The view is really terrible, isn't it? Once they dive underwater, we can't see a thing. Judging by their expressions every time they resurface, I'm really curious about what's down there. Never been diving before. Without a flashlight. It's pitch dark, obviously. Fighting in this kind of environment really is a nightmare. You have to stay on high alert at all times. Now that Xinyu University is way ahead, more and more people are starting to focus on them in the live stream. This world worships the strong above all else. As long as you show enough strength, everyone will instinctively turn their attention to you. Even though Xinyu University right now is still much weaker than Cloud Overlord High, that hasn't stopped the audience from choosing to watch them. Just now, Chung Qianma and the others kept diving, which really stirred up a lot of curiosity. When they surfaced for the 4th time, only 4 bubbles appeared on the surface of the water. Someone didn't make it up. Help! Reup is biting my leg. Guan Shui might truly have a knack for attracting trouble. 5 people surfaced together, but only he was attacked by a shadow underwater. Seeing this, Chung Qianma immediately shouted, "You 3, go up and catch your breath. I'll help him." He pulled out a blue staff, then activated the haste effect of the Wanderer's acupoint. This blue staff was naturally the water vine he had obtained long ago, though the water vine staff is only item level 20 and lacks any set attributes. However, it's the most useful weapon right now. Chung Qianma only needs to equip it when his breath is about to run out, and his breath bar instantly refills. This means he can fight underwater indefinitely. After activating haste, his swimming speed surged instantly, and he quickly caught up to Guan Shui. At that moment, Guan Shui had been dragged by Reup to a depth of 20 meters underwater. In critical danger, Diamond Smash, Chung Qianma thrust out his right foot, fiercely kicking Reup's head. A massive shockwave erupted, creating a ripple of water. Reup, stunned by the heavy blow, released her jaws, but Guan Shui now had 1 stack of pierce on him, and his breath bar was nearly depleted, putting him in grave danger. "I'll get you to the surface. Come back down after the debuff wears off." Chung Qianma gave a hard kick to Guan Shui's back, then rapidly propelled him toward the surface. Only someone like him, only a monster with over 100 strength points, could kick that hard. Although Guan Shui was in excruciating pain, he fortunately resurfaced quickly. Lu Xiaoyu reacted fast and immediately healed him. The others still needed a few seconds to fully refill their breath bars. "How's Chung Qianma? Why are you the only one who came up?" Lin Roashi was deeply worried about Chung Qianma's safety, almost wanting to dive back down before her breath bar was full. Lu Xiaoyu noticed how anxious he was and spoke up. "It wasn't easy for us to surface this time. If we want to stay underwater longer next time, we have to fully refill our breath bars now. We need to trust our captain." Lin Roashi understood the logic, but he still felt anxious. A few seconds later, everyone except Guan Shui finally refilled their breath bars. Lin Roashi immediately dove back underwater, even faster than Su Hanhai. Before leaving, Lu Xiaoyu told Guan Shui, "Don't move around. You've got a bleeding debuff right now. You might attract piranhas. Make sure to wait until it's completely..." After saying that, Lu Xiaoyu dove into the water too. Guan Shui glanced around and immediately felt a chill down his spine. He silently prayed for himself. After all, in the water, getting noticed by piranhas is never a good thing. In fact, the reason Chung Qianma kicked Guan Shui back to the surface was to reduce the spread of the scent of blood. Compared to underwater, the scent of blood at the surface dissipates into the air much faster, thereby reducing the risk of being spotted by piranhas. Soon, Lin Roashi and the other 2 quickly reached the spot where the group had just split up, but the scene before them left them dumbfounded because they didn't see Chung Qianma. "Spread out quick." Su Hanhai reacted swiftly, immediately letting out a loud shout. The 3 of them promptly retreated several meters. At that moment, Reup's body shot through the spot they had just vacated, continuing to surge upward from her current posture. It was clear she wasn't swimming. She had been knocked upward. 3, 2, 1. "It's finally over. Looks like my luck's not too bad. I can't always have rotten luck, right?" Seeing the Pierce debuff finally vanish, Guan Shui let out a sigh of relief. Good thing he hadn't gotten hooked on bait. Just as he was about to dive back into the water, a massive surge of water rushed upward. The next second, he widened his eyes in disbelief. "You don't come any closer." It turned out Reup had appeared beneath him once again. Asterisk boom. After a loud crash, Reup collided with Guan Shui. Because Guan Shui acted as a human cushion, and since Reup had just surged upward repeatedly, the water's resistance greatly reduced the impact force. As a result, Reup didn't break the surface. Only her tail emerged, but Guan Shui wasn't. After being hit by Reup, he didn't lose any health, but his entire body was launched 3 or 4 meters out of the water. Seeing this scene, whether it was the live stream viewers or the big shots watching the match, they all looked stunned, because they couldn't see what was happening underwater at all. All they saw was Guan Shui suddenly flying up into the air. It was just too strange. Very quickly, the live stream exploded with excitement. The clueless viewers started making all kinds of guesses. What kind of trick is this now? Water jet man. As expected of note grip, the strength of the crocodile clan is truly overwhelming. He actually launched someone into the sky from underwater. Oh my god. With such monstrous strength, note grip is terrifyingly powerful. God's Domain University might just lose here. Even Chung Qianma hasn't shown up for a while. Could he have already drowned? That's actually quite possible. It's been over 2 minutes already. These viewers don't have the sharpest eyes. Since they couldn't see the actual situation, they all turned into keyboard warriors. All sorts of absurd and ridiculous guesses kept flooding the chat. But no matter how they guessed, most of them were not optimistic about God's Domain University. On one hand, because everyone assumed from the start that Guan Shui was struck out of the water by Note Grip's tail, and on the other hand, there were plenty of people gloating, thinking Chung Qianma had already drowned, because no one can stay underwater for that long. However, Gu Zizhen on the main platform had a completely different view, because he noticed a detail. This guy is terrifyingly strong. Judging by that impact force, his strength attribute is probably over 100. For a solo player to be this powerful, it's simply unimaginable. Chapter 437. Hidden Tactics. Operating from behind the scenes. An utterly bizarre battle. Lin Ruashi and the others, having witnessed that astonishing scene just moments ago, were still in a state of shock. At that moment, Chung Qianma's figure appeared. The reason Low Grip had shot upwards so rapidly was naturally due to his handiwork. After rescuing Guan Shui just earlier, Chung Qianma took advantage of the moment when no one was around, combined with the low visibility underwater, which perfectly concealed his astonishing technique. He directly unleashed the second-tier ultimate move of the striker class, Dragon's Tyrant. Dragon's Tyrant swiftly attacks enemies in front, causing them to enter a staggered state, then delivers a powerful uppercut forward, leaping into the air. At this point, it also inflicts multiple hits of damage, and sends the enemy airborne. If this were on land, Chung Qianma could follow up with an airborne combo, but underwater, the concept of being airborne doesn't apply. As a result, after taking Chung Qianma's uppercut, Low Grip was sent hurtling toward the surface, leading to the scene they just witnessed. Stop spacing out. Get ready to engage. Chung Qianma snapped everyone out of their shock, pulling them back to reality. Only now did Su Hanhai finally understand why Chung Qianma had said such strange things earlier. If that scene just now wasn't something beyond comprehension, then nothing in this world could be considered strange. Since Chung Qianma had warned them beforehand, Su Hanhai didn't dwell on it further. He quickly drew Low Grip's aggro. But soon, the expression on his face turned strange once again. It turned out that Low Grip's health, after taking Chung Qianma's attack just now, was now down to just 165,877 points. In just a few seconds, he took down Low Grip. Nearly 60,000 HP. What kind of monster is this? Su Hanhai felt his worldview was about to collapse. He didn't know what Chung Qianma had just done. But Low Grip's health bar was right there in front of him. The fact proved it was indeed Chung Qianma who dealt the damage alone. Lu Xiaoyu was now utterly shocked. He increasingly felt this young man in front of him was becoming even more terrifying. Not long after, Guan Shui finally returned underwater. When he saw Low Grip, he was stunned. Holy crap. Everyone's damage output is insane. In the blink of an eye, it's down to 160,000. However, no one responded to his exclamation. Only Chung Qianma said seriously, "Cut the chatter. Hurry up and deal damage. Everyone's oxygen is sufficient for now." The situation is temporarily stabilized, but not long after, Su Hanhai's health started to roller coaster, because on him, 4 layers of wounds had already stacked, along with a bleeding debuff. Now, every hit from Low Grip dealt to him would increase damage by 40%. At the same time, he would lose 1,200 HP every 3 seconds. To stabilize his health bar, Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare divert her attention. As Su Hanhai's bleeding stacks kept getting higher, piranhas started appearing around them. Switch. Su Hanhai, go pull the piranhas. I'll tank Low Grip. Ruashi, keep DPSing the boss. Guan Shui, clear the ads. Chung Qianma knew if Su Hanhai kept tanking, even if Lu Xiaoyu gave her all, couldn't hold up, and it would attract more and more piranhas. So he decisively suggested switching the tank role. Divine Light Impact. As Chung Qianma used a force taunt, he immediately drew Low Grip's aggro. The others reacted quickly as well, instantly switching their roles. After Su Hanhai stopped tanking the boss, Lu Xiaoyu finally got a brief moment to rest. His nerves just moments ago hadn't relaxed for a single second. To reduce Lu Xiaoyu's pressure, Chung Qianma decisively chose to use a spear as his main weapon. Dance of the Blood Rune. With his overwhelming attacks, he could minimize Lu Xiaoyu's healing burden to the greatest extent. Even so, they couldn't stay underwater for too long. When Low Grip's health dropped to around 140,000, everyone's breath bars were nearly depleted again. Lu Xiaoyu cast a few hot spells. "You guys, hurry up to the surface." After hearing Chung Qianma's words, Lu Xiaoyu's expression grew serious. Though he had cast 3 hot spells, he still said, "Aren't you going up? Your underwater breathing potion should be wearing off soon, right?" Lu Xiaoyu didn't know that Chung Qianma had the water vine staff, a divine artifact. So he assumed Chung Qianma had taken an underwater breathing potion beforehand. Little did he know, Chung Qianma replied, "Don't worry about me, just go." He didn't have time to explain further, so he simply waved him off. Though Lu Xiaoyu was puzzled, he still followed the main group to the surface. To be honest, Chung Qianma's situation wasn't looking great either. While he didn't have to worry about breathing, he currently had 3 stacks of wound and a bleed debuff. Even with Lu Xiaoyu's hot spells for healing, he wouldn't last much longer. Seeing everyone reach the surface, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Massive lifesteal is the way to go. Blood blossom. In an instant, Chung Qianma's body radiated a terrifying aura of blood. This blood aura was completely different from the stench of a bleed effect. It was formed by the condensation of sand wings. Soon, a black shadow appeared behind him. If you looked closely, you'd see it was a horned hellblood demon. At the same time, a pair of blood wings appeared behind him. It looked extremely cool. Bloodwing Bloom is the second-tier ultimate skill of a mage. It allows the awakened to, for 20 seconds, inherit the power of the Hellblood Demon. During this time, the awakened's attack power increases by 30%. It also comes with a 50% lifesteal attribute. This means, every strike from Chung Qianma could restore half of the total damage's health. Given Chung Qianma's overwhelming attack power, his 6,000 plus health was quickly fully restored, and even after that, his health loss couldn't keep up with his lifesteal. Absolutely insane. At this moment, the advantages of a second-tier reanimator were fully displayed. Chung Qianma, to keep his trump card hidden, had gone to great lengths. If it weren't for the fact that no one else was around, and they were in the dark underwater, where the outside world couldn't see what was happening, he wouldn't have used his class's ultimate skills so freely. For Chung Qianma, using his skills without restraint was undoubtedly a great joy. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds passed. When everyone's breathing bars were fully restored, and all the piranhas were cleared, they hurriedly swam forward. With anxious hearts, they feared Chung Qianma, unable to receive healing, would die under Lockgrip's tearing bites, so they moved faster than ever. But 10 seconds later, everyone was dumbfounded. Because Lockgrip's health was now just over 100,000, and even more absurdly, Chung Qianma was almost at full health. "I knew it. You're the best." Lin Ruoshi, seeing Chung Qianma like a god of war, all they could see were little stars, and the others felt like their brains were about to crash. This battle was just too bizarre. So bizarre that the boss's health had already been reduced to below half, yet everyone felt like they hadn't done much. If every boss fight could be like this, just casually setting up counterattacks, coming back to see a big chunk of health gone, then I could just lie back and be a salted fish. Guan Shui was in a great mood now. He teased in a very relaxed tone. The others burst into laughter upon hearing this. If your skills were half as good as your bragging, you'd probably have hit 3rd tier by now. Get to work. Lokrip's health was running low. Chung Qianma ordered everyone to drink their underwater breathing potions. We're going all out next. Chapter 438. Fight for first. Push hard. And we might even get second. Chilling. What rank do you think we'll get today? I'm starting to feel like we could even aim for first place. A man wearing the Yunlin University badge asked Chioling with a smile. His name was Zhang Shua, the captain of Yunlin University's dungeon team today. Being able to take on the role of captain, his level was naturally the highest. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be asking for Chioling's opinion, but the shock Chioling gave him today was simply too great. Chioling was a graduate of Yunlin University from the previous year. Back then, he had already shown great potential, but it hadn't fully translated into strength. Yunlin University included him in today's dungeon team, not to lead everyone to great results, but more to give him a chance to hone his skills. By the way, gain some experience. After all, the Yunlin University team has an average level above 48. This is a pretty strong thigh to ride. Zhang Shua initially meant well, wanting to give Chioling a boost. After all, he's from Yunlin University, the most promising tank. But as they fought side by side, Zhang Shua started to feel uneasy. This wasn't them carrying Chioling. Along the way, whether it was pulling mobs or dealing damage, Chioling performed exceptionally well. If they could now pull up a damage chart and compare the tank damage across 20 teams, they'd find Chioling alone dealt more damage than the other 19 tanks combined. This essentially gave Yunlin University an extra half of a DPS class. This advantage was massive. Moreover, Chioling's mob pulling techniques and positioning were absolutely flawless. Compared to a few months ago, he had made astonishing progress. Yunlin University's healers and DPS classes found it incredibly comfortable to work with him, especially the healers. They had never healed such an impressive tank, and because of this, Zhang Shua had asked that earlier question. With Chioling's addition, it gave him the illusion that they could compete with Yunba Academy for first place. At this moment, the other team members also showed excited expressions. They had just successfully reached the underground reservoir. The journey had been practically unstoppable. However, Chioling gave a wry smile and shook his head. Then he said, "Fighting for first place is probably impossible. If we push hard, We might have a shot at second. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned. Yunlin University was already the second-ranked school in the Xi'an nation. In terms of strength, only Yunba Academy surpasses them. If they're going to compete, it has to be for first place. They could win second with their eyes closed. So when Xiaoling said what he did just now, everyone was completely confused. You mean? There will be a powerful dark horse this year. Zhang Shuo, being the team captain, had more insight and experience than the others. He quickly understood what Xiaoling meant. Xiaoling gave a slight nod, but didn't elaborate. In that moment, Zhang Shuo and the others' curiosity was instantly piqued. Which school could possibly threaten the top 3? Could it be Blue Sky Academy? Zhang Shuo instinctively assumed the dark horse must be Blue Sky Academy. After all, they were ranked 4th and were very strong. They've been aiming for 3rd for years, but never succeeded. Besides, he'd heard that Blue Sky Academy's most talented sword soul in decades, Huang Tian, had joined the Secret Realm team this year. Maybe that's the biggest variable. They're still a bit lacking though. Hearing the name Blue Sky Academy, Xiaoling subconsciously recalled Huang Tian's face. Huang Tian was indeed strong, but the rest of Blue Sky Academy's team, whether compared to Yunlin or Yunba, were clearly a tier lower. The fact that they managed to defeat 3rd-ranked Halua Academy today was already a historic breakthrough. After hearing Xiaoling's assessment, everyone gave a slight nod. Their views were about the same, but Xiaoling's next words made everyone feel like they had misheard. The dark horse I'm talking about is Xinyu University. As soon as he said that, everyone was utterly shocked. Especially Zhang Shuo, who said in disbelief, "You're talking about that bottom-ranked Xinyu University? Did I hear that right?" Zhang Shuo even doubted his own ears, so he asked again to confirm. The others also stared at Xiaoling in shock, waiting for his response. "Yeah, that's right, it's them. Barring any surprises, they're likely to take 1st place today. So if we push hard, we might be able to surpass Yunba Academy." Xiaoling dared to make this claim, not out of reckless confidence. Cheng Qianma's terrifying strength was something he had deeply experienced. A mere warrior tier king difficulty dungeon couldn't possibly stop him. On top of that, his terrifying tactical awareness and exceptional leadership skills. Xiaoling believed, even if he led a group of level 40-ish players, he could still secure 1st place today. No way. Are you serious? Zhang Shuo clearly didn't bite Xiaoling's statement. The others nodded in agreement. Xiaoling didn't bother explaining further, just giving a slight smile. In reality, he was incredibly grateful now. If it weren't for Cheng Qianma's initiative to recruit him into Eternal Pinnacle, he'd probably be reacting the same way as his Yunlin University. After all, things like vision and perspective are hard to explain to others if you haven't experienced them firsthand. It's no exaggeration to say, the level he's at now is completely different from the 4 people in front of him, because by joining Eternal Pinnacle, he's already on the fast track to success. In the future, he'll only leave these people further and further behind. Perhaps in another 8 hours, you'll all understand. Xiaoling thought to himself with a sigh. Time ticked by second. Now, aside from Divine Realm University, the other 11 teams have also begun their battle against Lot Grip. The rankings have shifted once again. The top 3 remain unchanged, while Blue Sky Academy, led by Huang Tian, has been relentlessly pursuing and successfully overtaken Halua Academy, pulling ahead by 4 minutes. As for Mulin University, not only do they have Wei Sheng as but they also boast a level 49 super strong alumnus, closely trailing behind. This ranking is exactly the same as the one after defeating the first boss. Back then, everyone thought the 3-school alliance had deliberately rushed the opening to achieve such an astonishing result. Who would have thought that as time went on, they'd catch up again? They've caught up once more. Now, Divine Realm University, Blue Sky Academy, and Mulin University have firmly secured the top 5 spots. This achievement is nothing short of terrifying. Many school officials are now filled with countless thoughts, especially at Yunlin University. The mood among their leadership is the most complicated. They originally thought their main rival was only Yunba Academy. Who could have predicted that halfway through, a dark horse would emerge and snatch 1st place outright? And what's even more outrageous is that their lead is an absolute landslide. This leaves them with mixed emotions. For a fleeting moment, they even considered joining the 3-school alliance. Now, the Divine Realm University team has successfully defeated Lot Grip and ascended to the platform where Slays is located. With this pace of progress, as long as they don't fail in the final boss battle, they're almost certain to make history. Other teams won't even catch their dust. Divine Realm University. How did they suddenly become this strong? A senior from Yunlin University watched the big screen and said with a complicated expression, Chapter 439, Princess of Emperor Slays, ugly beyond words. Cheng Qianma and his group, after enduring countless hardships, have finally reached the platform where Slays is. At the center of this platform, there is a tomb where the princess's husband is buried. Zeta. Slays stayed in Masra just to be with her beloved and never be apart. The tragic love story of this ill-fated couple is simply heartbreaking. Brothers, we're just one step away From clearing Masra, everyone, keep pushing forward. I can tell you all, with full confidence, as long as this boss fight goes smoothly, we will be the ones. Chung Chinma looked at the pacing slays, feeling overwhelmed with emotion. There was a time when he too fought day and night in Masra. Now, as long as they defeat him, Divine Realm University will, after decades, once again claim the championship title of the Secret Realm Challenge. He firmly believed in this. As the team leader, Chung Chinma, truly impeccable, absolutely beyond criticism. Now everyone trusts him unconditionally. This is a complete contrast to his performance in the first half hour, since Chung Chinma has now declared that we have a shot at the championship. It must be true. Suhan Hai and the other two watched Princess Slice circling back and forth in the distance, their emotions running high. When they first learned that today's secret realm was Masura, they instantly felt like giving up. And then, seeing the two level 39 kids on the team, they got an even bigger headache. But you don't know until you fight, and once they did, they were stunned. Even setting aside Chung Chinma, this freak of nature, Lin Ruashi's performance alone was absolutely astonishing. As a level 39 low-level damage dealer, her total damage was second only to Chung Chinma, even surpassing Guan Shui by a whopping 34%. This statistic was utterly shocking, leaving Guan Shui questioning his existence. First, he tried to catch up, but gradually, he realized the damage gap wasn't shrinking. It was only growing wider. In the end, he just gave up and accepted it. Now he finally understood why Principal Lin had insisted on putting those two in the team. They were practically here to carry the team technically. Before we start the fight, let me go over the key points. Princess Slice, she, Chung Chinma, the humanoid guide, began his usual lecture. Don't be fooled by the title Princess of Emperor Slays. Just because it has princess in the name, doesn't mean she's a stunning beauty. Don't think that just because she and Zeta loved each other, she must be gentle and virtuous. In reality, Princess Slays is the daughter of one of the 4 elemental lords, Shmuzerace. At the same time, she is also the ugliest princess in the Apocalypse continent. Shmuzerace rules over earth, dust, stone, and the mountains. She is revered by all earth elements and the creatures dwelling underground, but as the lord of earth elements, her temper is naturally extremely fiery. Moreover, her entire body is made of countless rocks, so she's both massive and heavy. Simply put, she's a giant weighing over 1,000 gene. Just imagine, with a mother like that, how beautiful could her daughter possibly be? So, Slays perfectly inherited her mother's traits. She too is extremely fat, even having 4 arms and 3 faces. Because of such bizarre features, she's even uglier than her mother. The only consolation is, her body size is a bit smaller than Shmuzerace. Therefore, when Lin Ruashi and the others saw, they all showed shocked expressions. Damn. This thing can hardly even be called human, and yet she's... If that's the case, Zeta really has some wild tastes. With a wife like that, how did he even manage it? Gotta admit, she's truly a fierce one. I almost see her as a man. Guan Shui has always been outspoken, so he let out a string of exclamations. Even Lin Ruashi, who's usually quite shy, now couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. This princess looks a bit too, she thought for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable adjective. It was extremely awkward. Chung Chinma had already anticipated that everyone would react this way. Back then, when he first saw Slice, he was equally dumbfounded. This thing looks way too bizarre. A massive, hulking body, resembling an oversized boar-human hybrid, with an extra pair of arms sprouting from its and on either side of its main face, 2 additional faces. This appearance is simply earth-shattering and god-defying. Princess Slice may be a bit ugly, but her strength is undeniable. She's the strongest in Masura, without a doubt. As Chung Chinma spoke, he recalled Slice's terrifying nature. Princess Slice not only possesses 4 skills, each one a massive headache. The first skill is called Stone Toss. The effect of this skill is simple. Slice hurls a massive boulder at the second highest threat target. The boulder travels extremely fast, making it very hard to dodge. If it hits, the Awakener takes 1,500 points of damage and is stunned for 1 second. It's absolutely brutal. The second skill is called Painful Combo. As the name suggests, getting hit by it is extremely painful. Slice has a 20% chance to instantly deliver 2 slashes. With her immense physical attack power, even a tank getting hit by 2 slashes in a row, if the healers react slowly, it could easily die instantly. The third skill is called Dust Field. Slays will use herself as the center to unleash a terrifying sandstorm within a 30-meter radius. It triggers once every second and lasts for 10 seconds in total. Each hit from this attack deals 600 earth damage and slows the target by 30%. Due to its terrifying attack range, it demands extreme agility and focus from everyone. If you react even a bit slowly, even getting hit once could slow you down enough to take the full brunt of the attacks. And the final skill, when combined with Dust Field, becomes a team-wiping ultimate. It's called Hatred Glare. Hatred Glare causes Princess Slays to periodically inflict mass fear on targets within a 10-meter radius, lasting for a total of 6 seconds. This fear effect makes awakened ones run around uncontrollably at random. During this time, they are completely unable to control their bodies. If at that moment, slays it, all you can do is take the hits without any chance to fight back. Just imagine, if you get hit with fear, and then she casts Dust Field, won't your whole team explode instantly? So when Cheng Qianma says, Slays is extremely tough to deal with, he's absolutely right. Before the battle started, Cheng Qianma double-checked Slays' stats. Princess of Emperor Slays, level 50 Imperial Elemental Elite, 250,000 HP. You're truly formidable. But falling into my hands, you're out of luck. It's time to pull out that move. Next, Cheng Qianma turned to the group and uttered a shocking statement. After hearing it, everyone fell into confusion. Chapter 440, Cannon Barrage and Kiting Tactic. Absolute confidence. What's a cannon barrage and kiting tactic? Su Hanhai, as a veteran tank, had never heard of this term, so he asked in complete bewilderment. The others reacted the same way, utterly clueless about what Cheng Qianma was talking about. Cheng Qianma had just told everyone that for the upcoming battle with Slice, he planned to use a new strategy called the Cannon Barrage and Kiting Tactic. This tactic was his own creation, so naturally, the others didn't understand. Seeing everyone's baffled expressions, Cheng Qianma calmly explained. To put it simply, I'll act as the secondary tank, using taunts to manually control Slice's positioning. First, her stone toss only targets the second highest threat. As the off-tank, I can take that worry off your shoulders. Second, when she activates her dust field, her attack range is 30 meters. If I stand directly opposite you all and back away, I can kite her to create a safe zone. Once these two major issues are resolved, the main challenges of this boss fight will be more than half eliminated. Based on Slice's skill characteristics, Cheng Qianma devised a brand new strategy. Since this platform has a vast amount of space, there's plenty of room to kite. Taking advantage of this, Cheng Qianma planned to have Lin Ruoxi and the others deal damage from behind Su Hanhai the entire time, while he himself would position himself behind the boss. This would form a linear formation. Slice, Cheng Qianma, and the four-person group. As long as Cheng Qianma consistently holds second aggro, the stone toss skill won't affect anyone else. This not only increases their survivability, but also significantly boosts DPS. Then, before the dust field activates, Cheng Qianma will force taunt to pull Slice away, and at the same time, the four of them also retreated. This way, by moving in opposite directions, they could quickly create over 30 meters of distance. This strategy basically put all the pressure solely on Cheng Qianma, so that his teammates could focus on attacking without worry. He truly racked his brains. As for how he would survive, he had his own plans. Captain, isn't this too risky? Won't you be in danger? By now, Su Hanhai had become half a fan of Cheng Qianma, a stark contrast to his earlier attitude. He had even unconsciously started using a more intimate way of addressing him, without realizing it. The tactic Cheng Qianma just proposed did ease a lot of his burden, but he still didn't want Cheng Qianma to shoulder too much pressure. It felt unfair to him. Even if Cheng Qianma was the captain, he shouldn't have to bear this alone. Cheng Qianma smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry about it. If Divine Realm University team's average level were higher, he wouldn't have to work this hard. If they fought normally, they might not even be able to kill Slays. There was no other way. This was their only option. Are you really sure? Even Lin Ruoxi spoke up at this moment. Though he trusted Cheng Qianma deeply, he was still worried, because his feelings were different from the others. What kind of feelings, exactly, didn't need to be said aloud. It's fine, trust me. Cheng Qianma gently patted Lin Ruoxi's head with affection. Seeing his determined expression, everyone stopped arguing. Their gratitude and respect for Cheng Qianma reached its peak at this moment. Su Hanhai, at the start, pull the boss to the 6 o'clock position. Everyone else, stay behind him. And remember, Guan Shui and Lu Xiaoyu, you must attack and heal from the maximum range. If you get hit by fear, that'd be troublesome. After assigning positions, Cheng Qianma signaled Su Hanhai to pull the boss. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown, Su Hanhai, with a solemn expression, charged forward. He opened with a strike, pure white blade. Outsiders, stay and keep me company. Slice instantly entered combat mode. Her massive, sturdy body made the ground rumble with each step. Following Cheng Qianma's instructions, Su Hanhai pulled Slice to the 6 o'clock position. The others moved to stand behind him. At that moment, Cheng Qianma alone circled to Slice's rear. Deal damage freely. Don't worry about pulling second aggro. If you manage to, I'll give you credit. Cheng Qianma was extremely confident in his damage and aggro calculation skills, so he urged everyone to go all out. The fight started off smoothly. Slice didn't use any skills, and her health quickly dropped by about 10%. But then, her massive cleaver suddenly sped up. This was the telltale sign of an impending painful combo. Perhaps because the fight had gone too smoothly, no one realized danger was approaching. The next second, the blade flashed, slashing left and right twice. Su Hanhai's health plummeted from 90% to 50% instantly. For context, his health pool was around 9,000 points. This painful combo alone took out nearly 3,600 points of his health. Absolutely terrifying. Lu Xiaoyu saw Su Hanhai's health bar vanish in a chunk and jolted in panic. She immediately started casting heals, but Slay's assault wasn't over. The extra pair of arms on her back suddenly conjured a massive boulder out of thin air. Naturally, it was formed by harnessing the power of the earth. Taste the wrath of the earth, Slice roared. Then hurled the boulder toward Cheng Qianma with both hands. To avoid stacking with the fear effect from hatred glare, Cheng Qianma kept switching to ranged attacks throughout the fight. At this moment, seeing the giant boulder hurtling toward him, he decisively switched the form of his weapon. In an instant, the flowing light 1,000 blades transformed into a shield. Clang! A loud crash rang out from behind Slay's. Su Hanhai glanced over with the corner of his eye and saw that Cheng Qianma had perfectly blocked the attack. A perfect block also nullified special effects, so he wasn't even stunned for a second. What a monster! That weapon switching speed and reaction time were terrifying. No wonder he dared to take all the rock-throwing attacks alone. With such a skill in hand, rock-throwing was as good as useless as a tank himself. Su Hanhai fully understood how extreme Cheng Qianma's block was. The distance between him and Slay's was about 15 meters, and the boulder was flying at incredible speed. Under such extreme conditions, Cheng Qianma still switched weapons with ease and pulled off a perfect block. That level of reaction was probably among the best in Xia country. He had seen a few third advancement tanks in action before, but none of them could match this level. In fact, to pull off that maneuver, aside from Cheng Qianma's insane reflexes, the flowing light 1,000 blades form-changing ability also played a big role. Its switching speed was about 10 times faster than manual weapon switching, giving Cheng Qianma precious time to react. Seeing her rock-throwing skill completely ineffective, Slays grew furious, be consumed by the dust. In an instant, countless fine dust particles filled the air, and visibility around them dropped sharply. Following Cheng Qianma's previous instructions, everyone bolted. Cheng Qianma immediately unleashed Radiant/Combo to pull Slays' aggro back to himself, and this scene left everyone outside completely stunned. Chapter 441, Taking the Damage Head-On. Undercurrents of tension. What's he up to? Slice is about to unleash her ultimate. Not only is he not retreating, he's daring to taunt her. Holy crap, that's insanely bold. Is he a fearless master, or just arrogantly reckless? In that moment, the live stream audience went wild over Cheng Qianma's shocking move. They were in an uproar, though they already knew Cheng Qianma was incredible. They didn't expect him to have such insane guts. At the same time, the big shots in the observation room wore grim expressions. They couldn't fathom what Cheng Qianma was planning. This taunt was tantamount to suicide. On the main stage, Zhai Yuanhao and Gu Zizhen locked their eyes on the big screen. There was even a glimmer of anticipation in Gu Zizhen's eyes. Thud. 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 After being taunted, Slice immediately turned around. At that moment, Cheng Qianma showed no trace of panic. A smile even crept onto his lips. 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, 10 meters. That's enough distance. Before Slice uses her dust field, she needs to gather the Earth's power from the environment. The swirling dust around her is the clearest proof of that. This gathering process takes about 4 seconds. Once the dust field starts activating, Slice must continuously channel the Earth's power to keep the dust exploding. As a result, she's unable to move. Cheng Qianma saw this opportunity and timed it perfectly by taunting in advance. He manually controlled Slays' movement. At this point, the 4-man squad was already more than 30 meters away from Slays, completely safe. With this, Cheng Qianma had achieved his goal. Explode. Power of the Earth. Seeing that the dust energy around was sufficient, Slays immediately unleashed her ultimate. Terrifying waves of energy surged around her, and then these waves kept spreading outward. As long as the dust touched this earth force, it would violently explode. The first explosion only dealt 480 damage to Cheng Qianma, instead of 600, all thanks to the intermediate baptism, buff magic blessing effect, which granted Cheng Qianma 20% magic resistance, thus reducing the damage taken. At this moment, of course, Cheng Qianma wouldn't just sit and take it. Right now, Slays was nothing more than a target in his eyes. He immediately switched the flowing light 1,000 blades into its battle spear form. Losing just 480 HP per second was no big deal. Cheng Qianma smirked slightly and launched his attack. For most people, a 10-second dust field was an unavoidable, deadly wipeout skill, dealing 6,000 points of indiscriminate AoE damage. Hardly anyone but tanks could survive it. But for Cheng Qianma, with his magic blessing resistance buff, that 6,000 damage was reduced to 4,800. Moreover, while using his battle spear form, he could benefit from the passive lifesteal of Blood Rune Dance. This created the astonishing sight of him bathing in the dust field. Though every second, Cheng Qianma's HP would drop by about 7%, but it would quickly be drained back a bit by her attacks. Just like that, Cheng Qianma's health bar pulsed like a beating heart. constantly fluctuating up and down, piercing thrust, crushing dam, double hammer strike, meteor flash strike. These combos flowed relentlessly from his hands, while classes that can wield a war spear include Battle Mage, Decider, and Conqueror. In terms of attack range, Battle Mage may fall short of the other two classes. However, when it comes to single target damage, Battle Mage is undeniable. So he made the optimal choice. What others saw as the ultimate phase, in his eyes, was the perfect opportunity to deal damage. Cheng Qianma endured the damage from the dust field head-on, causing Slay's health to plummet rapidly. It had already been reduced to 82%. This scene left Su Hanhai and the others dumbfounded, and sent the outside world into an uproar. Everyone had initially thought Cheng Qianma was courting death, because his current position had a wall right behind him. There was no escape route. But who would have guessed? He had no intention of running at all. He chose to face her head-on. Such a thrilling playstyle instantly sparked a frenzy among the crowd. The chat in the live stream reached peak spam speed, though major media outlets and platforms from Xia country were all present at the event and had set up simultaneous live streams. Within the same streaming platform, there were 21 subchannels. The first 20 corresponded to the secret realm battles of the 20 universities, while the last one focused on the observation room. As a media outlet, they excel at hype and attracting traffic. Giving a perspective from the on-site experts could further boost popularity and discussion. At the same time, this was also a chance for the general public to catch a glimpse of the nation's elite. No one would miss it. As Divine Realm University surged ahead, their stream viewership rose from near the bottom to enter the top 10, and Cheng Qianma's recent, stunning, and bold maneuver instantly drew a huge crowd into the stream. This pushed Divine Realm University's stream into the top 5, and the number kept climbing. Because Divine Realm University was advancing so fast, Wu Shuiqin barely had the mind to pay attention to his own team, especially in the later stages. He focused more and more on because the secrets on him were just too many. This kid is definitely hiding something. I've been watching closely. Whether it's his damage or stats, something feels off, especially just now at the reservoir. He was clearly hiding something deliberately. The more Wu Shuiqin watched, the more shocked, and the more excited he became. He seemed to have found an angle he could exploit. As a fourth advancement powerhouse, Wu Shuiqin's perception was naturally extraordinary, even though Cheng Qianma was very careful to hide things. And even in the recent reservoir battle, where no one could see what happened underwater, he still keenly picked up on some clues. Cheng Qianma's damage output was clearly overflowing, to such an extent that no solo player should have it. And in this battle with Slays, he tanked the damage without dying, which further confirmed Wu Shuiqin's suspicion. All signs pointed to Cheng Qianma hiding an earth-shattering secret. Bring it on. Deal even more damage. Let me see where the problem lies. Having spotted an issue, Wu Shu immediately shifted his mindset. He had always been a refined egoist, with no interest whatsoever in patriotic ideals. His only concern was how to make Yunba Academy stronger and elevate his own status higher. Thus, upon discovering an issue with Cheng Qianma, his first thought wasn't that Xia country had hope, but how to hinder his growth. For a selfish person, talent that cannot be controlled is nothing but trouble, no matter how strong it is. Moreover, Yunba Academy and Divine Realm University had already forged an irreconcilable enmity, so there was no way he'd allow Cheng Qianma to keep growing. Otherwise, Yunba Academy's decades-long dominance could be at risk in the future. Such an outcome was absolutely unacceptable to Wu Shuiqin. A person lacking vision and magnanimity can only view others through a biased lens. Wu Shuiqin had already decided to take action. At this moment, Wu Shuiqin wasn't the only one who noticed an issue with Cheng Qianma. Everyone had their own thoughts, and an undercurrent was slowly gathering. Chapter 442. Where exactly are you? Lin Ruashi's strength. Everyone back in position. Su Hanhai pulls the boss. After the dust field ended, Cheng Qianma, while leading Slice back to the center of the arena, shouted loudly. The four-person team had just witnessed Cheng Qianma dealing damage heroically on his own, and they were already brimming with energy. They quickly returned to their original positions. Su Hanhai promptly pulled. The next moment, Slays unleashed two skills in a row. The pair of hands behind him once again hurled a massive boulder straight at Cheng Qianma. At the same time, he let out a low growl. Su Hanhai and Lin Ruashi, both melee fighters, were instantly hit by hatred glare and fell into fear status. Above their heads, black skull icons appeared, constantly grinning maliciously, losing control of their bodies. The two immediately ran off in random directions. Precast healing spell. Start topping off Su Hanhai's HP while switching weapon forms. Cheng Qianma shouted at Lu Xiaoyu. Since Su Hanhai was under fear, he was at extreme risk of sudden death. On one hand, a tank in fear status cannot use any defensive skills. On the other hand, Su Hanhai, running around randomly, was highly likely to expose his back. Exposing the back isn't some shady term. It's a specialized term in the Apocalypse continent. When a tank is hit by a boss from behind, they suffer additional damage, depending on their level difference. The damage bonus varies. So, Exposing your back is a highly unprofessional mistake. Usually only novice tanks make such a rookie error. Now that Su Hanhai was under fear, he couldn't control himself at all. So, to prevent him from getting killed, Cheng Qianma had to immediately remind Lu Xiaoyu. But Su Hanhai's luck wasn't great. The direction of his random running was with his back facing Lu Xiaoyu. As a result, the distance between the two had widened. Clang, clang. Slice landed 2 consecutive basic attacks, slashing heavily into Su Hanhai's back. This caused his full health bar to plummet to 20% instantly, leaving him at risk of being one-shot at any moment. After several seconds, Lu Xiaoyu finally entered the range of her healing skills. She hurriedly cast a healing spell. Soon, Su Hanhai's health climbed back to around 50%. Seeing Su Hanhai nearly get wiped out, Lu Xiaoyu's back was drenched in cold sweat. Though her skills and reaction time weren't bad, the sudden crisis had caught her a step too slow. Fortunately, she managed to recover in time, or the consequences would have been disastrous. Witnessing this, Cheng Qianma shook his head helplessly. Lu Xiaoyu's skill level, for an average healer, was already quite outstanding. But her ability to react in the moment was still lacking. She fell short of Cheng Qianma's expectations. If luck hadn't been on their side just now, and Slice had triggered painful combo, Su Hanhai would have been down for the count. Slice's hateful glare is completely unpredictable. When luck is on your side, it might not trigger for a long time, but when luck runs dry, it could go off once or twice in a row. You need to stay focused and anticipate the tank's possible movements in advance. Though Cheng Qianma didn't openly criticize Lu Xiaoyu, the meaning behind his words was clear. He was urging Lu Xiaoyu to be more attentive. If this weren't a critical boss fight, Cheng Qianma might have chewed her out directly. He was only holding back. Be considerate. Which is why he spoke more tactfully. After all, the tougher the secret realm challenge, the greater the pressure on the healer. He felt deeply guilty inside. Even though he said nothing, he secretly made up his mind to give it his all. Looking at Lu Xiaoyu, Cheng Qianma suddenly thought of someone, a healer, who was a bit comical but very strong. The final piece of their team's puzzle. Where are you now? Since the battle started, 3 minutes had already passed. Everyone had now experienced all of Slay's skills firsthand. The most troublesome of all, Hatred Glare and Dust Field, had all been tanked by Cheng Qianma alone. If they didn't step up now, it would be inexcusable. As soon as Lin Ruashi's fear status ended, he immediately launched an attack. For melee fighters, boss fights like Slay's, which require constant repositioning, are a huge disadvantage. So, he had to seize every opportunity to attack decisively. Huanglong performance. Lin Ruashi had already built up his rune energy, but had struggled to find a good opening until now. Now that Slay's had finished a full rotation of skills, the chance had finally come. A golden dragon, carrying 7 dragon runes, soared straight for Slay's head. This time, Lin Ruashi even deliberately aimed at a weak spot to maximize his output. Within the limited time, boom, boom, boom. 7 explosions in a row, bursting with dazzling brilliance. This ultimate move landed squarely on Slay's head, which was a critical spot. So, all 7 dragon runes, all of them dealt fatal damage. 2 of them even triggered critical hits. Celis's HP instantly dropped by 51,039 points. Lin Ruashi's outstanding performance reduced her opponent's HP to around 60%. Oh, not bad. This young girl has improved a lot. That yellow dragon eye moon move, whether in timing or precise control, has a touch of the top-tier war art of Apocalypse. Cheng Qianma looked at the scene before him with a feeling of admiration. Actually, Lin Ruashi was never weak. She just seemed less strong because she was under Cheng Qianma's protection. Now, she used this trial to prove her strength. Many of the viewers were secretly stunned by her performance. Only now did everyone realize something. The 2 level 39 awakeners sent by Xinyu University weren't freeloaders at all. They were actually saviors. Just Cheng Qianma alone was already terrifying enough. And now there's also a genius war mage. This left countless school officials both shocked and envious. Ruashi has made impressive progress. Pei Yingguang and Lin Xiao were old friends. So naturally, she also knew Lin Ruashi. She was truly stunned by Lin Ruashi's recent performance. At the same time, she was genuinely happy for Lin Xiao. After all, Lin Xiao had already lost her son and daughter-in-law, and now only had this precious granddaughter left. It truly hadn't been easy for her. Lin Xiao seemed not to hear Pei Yingguang's words. Her eyes were fixed tightly on the big screen. Not long after, her eyes actually started to well up. Good, so very good. The Lin family's prestige will continue to shine. Lin Xiao had always felt conflicted about Lin Ruashi. She wished for her granddaughter to live a safe and happy life without taking risks. She didn't want her to take any chances. Even more so, she didn't want her to repeat her own mistakes. But at the same time, she didn't want the glorious Lin family to decline. So, whenever Lin Ruashi went to train in the Apocalypse continent, she hoped her granddaughter would grow stronger, but also hoped she wouldn't get hurt. This internal conflict had lasted for many years, until Cheng Qianma appeared and brought a solution. Thank you, Lin Xiao suddenly said, not knowing to whom These two words carried years of bitterness and struggle. Chapter 443, Tactical Shift, in the spotlight. After enduring 3 rounds of skill challenges, as the Divine Realm University teams, coordination improved, their overall DPS soared. Now, Slaze's HP had dropped below 30%. However, they were now facing a new problem, which was, due to the length of the battle, and Slaze's high basic attack damage, Lu Xiaoyu's mana was running dangerously low. Keep in mind, every round of Su Hanhai's painful combo would shave off around 3,500 HP from him, which was nearly a third of his total health. To keep his health safely above 60%, Lu Xiaoyu had to precast big heals every time. This consumes a lot of mana. We need to find a way to speed up our damage output. My mana is down to about 20%. And my large mana potion is still on cooldown. Lu Xiaoyu just finished casting a major heal. Her mana is nearly depleted. At this moment, the downside of Xinyu University's lower-level team finally became apparent. Although Cheng Qianma had taken on most of the burden, acting almost like a full-time babysitter, due to the team's low average level, whether in terms of damage output or sustainability, they were now struggling. Cheng Qianma glanced at Lu Xiaoyu's mana bar and did a quick calculation. Based on the current team DPS efficiency, to kill Celis, they would need to go through at least one more full skill rotation, and if any mistakes happened, it would take even longer. Lu Xiaoyu's current mana was definitely not enough to last that long. Everyone had thought victory was within reach, but after Lu Xiaoyu's warning, they all became anxious. No one wanted to give up such a great opportunity. Cheng Qianma's brain was working at full speed, trying to find a way to break the deadlock. After more than 10 seconds, he finally came up with a crazy idea. Su Hanhai, stop attacking. I'll take over your role. Lu Xiaoyu, stop healing too. Just focus on casting Accelerated Blessing on cooldown for me. The other two, don't stop attacking. Keep up the DPS. After hearing Cheng Qianma's tactical orders, everyone nodded in agreement. Although Su Hanhai didn't know what Cheng Qianma had planned, he knew that if Cheng dared say it, there must be a reason behind it. After Cheng Qianma used Divine Light Impact to grab the boss's aggro, Su Hanhai retreated to the side. At the same time, Lu Xiaoyu cast Accelerated Blessing on Cheng Qianma. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi and Guan Shuai continued dealing damage from behind. Celis was just about to cast Pain Link. Who would have thought Cheng Qianma would suddenly speed up? He started kiting Slays in circles. Cheng Qianma already had insane agility stats, combined with the speed boost from basic amplification, and the extra boost from the acceleration blessing. Even without using rapid advance from travel sequence, he could escape Slays' attack range. But even so, while he could avoid damage for a short time, his aggro would soon be overtaken by Lin Ruoxi. Then Slays would turn and unleash painful, and Lin Ruoxi could be instantly killed. What's more, since he was second on the aggro list, he would also take the rock-throwing attacks. It was extremely dangerous. Ruoxi, when the rock throw comes, block it if you can. If not, just use a potion immediately. Cheng Qianma couldn't guarantee Lin Ruoxi could block the attack, so he gave her a safer option. Now, he just had to manage the aggro. Managing aggro wasn't hard. I've mastered all skills after all. Next, an incredible scene unfolded. Whenever Slays' aggro wavered, and he prepared to attack Lin Ruoxi, Cheng Qianma would use a taunt skill, and every time, it was a different one. In the Apocalypse continent, there are many classes. Among them, there are 5 different tank classes, which meant Cheng Qianma could cycle through 5 taunt skills, ensuring Slays didn't change targets. And during Dust Field's activation, it was his perfect window to go all out and stack aggro. After all, during those 10 seconds, he was the only one attacking, so his aggro skyrocketed. Previously, when Dust Field ended, Su Hanhai had to take over, using a force taunt skill to grab back aggro. But now they could skip that step entirely. So, by cycling through 5 taunt skills and stacking aggro during Dust Field phase, Cheng Qianma pulled off a seamless rotation, even building up a bit of surplus. Fighting like this, although it slows down the damage output during the Dust Field phase, Cheng Qianma could only keep running, leaving no time to deal damage. But with this strategy, there was no need for healing at all. So, Lu Xiaoyu only needed to keep casting Accelerated Blessing on him throughout. You know, Accelerated Blessing consumes far less mana compared to a big heal. For each big heal cast, you could release Accelerated Blessing 4 to 5 times. An Accelerated Blessing lasts a full 12 seconds. This further reduced Lu Xiaoyu's mana consumption rate. Anyway, the Xinyu University team still had plenty of time in the lead, so even if they played it slow, it wouldn't be a problem. After switching up the strategy, Su Hanhai seemed like a bystander. He stood off to the side, watching everything unfold, unable to help in any way. Are you dumb? Just because you're not tanking, doesn't mean you can't do damage. Seeing Su Hanhai spacing out, Cheng Qianma was instantly pissed off. Not every tank has a DPS mindset like Chioing. In fact, their muscle memory and thinking patterns are built entirely around damage absorption. Now Cheng Qianma suddenly told him not to tank anymore. He was thrown off. Only after hearing the reminder did Su Hanhai snap out of it. Even though he hadn't learned many DPS skills, and his gear was fully defense-oriented, he could at least do normal attacks, right? Even a mosquito is still meat. Any extra damage is worth a try. And so a bizarre scene unfolded. A solo player turned into a tank, leading the boss around in circles. The actual tank became a bystander, just following behind watching. Lu Xiaoyu's pressure dropped sharply at this moment. She only needed to make sure acceleration blessing remained active and constantly monitor Lin Ruashi's health. This was on a completely different level from the pressure she faced before, and Lin Ruashi was holding her own well. In the 2 minutes that followed, she was only hit by a rock throw once. The other 2 times, she successfully blocked them with normal blocks. Watching Slaze's HP slowly whittle down in such a bizarre way, everyone outside went wild. On the one hand, Cheng Qianma once again used an unexpected strategy to achieve an excellent result. On the other hand, Slaze's HP was already close to 0. Divine Realm University was getting closer to reclaiming the Secret Realm and championship title. At this moment, everyone's emotions were entirely caught up in Divine Realm University's battle. The story of an underdog rising is always the kind of story that the masses love most, and the tale of a fallen noble clawing their way back to the peak is even more thrilling. Now, Divine Realm University seemed on the verge of turning this story into reality. Chapter 444, Seizing the Championship. Wu Shuichen's backup plan. Is Yang Xiaoyan here yet? Wu Shuichen asked gravely to the assistant at his side. The assistant respectfully replied, she arrived 15 minutes ago. She's waiting outside. He's already back, currently resting in the lounge. Upon hearing this, Wu Shuichin finally looked a bit relieved. Now Xinyu University is just 1 step away from successfully defeating Celis. He has already given up on competing for the championship of the Secret Realm Challenge, because right now, the Yunba team has just defeated the second-to-last boss, Lock Grip. This speed, compared to Xinyu University, is way too slow. Unless a miracle happens now, like Cheng Qianma's team getting wiped, there's absolutely no chance for a comeback. So he has already shifted his focus toward the upcoming elimination stage. The Liang Xiaoyan he just mentioned is undoubtedly the top prodigy of Yunba High School in recent years. At just 27 years old, he's already reached level 50. Compared to the level 50 alumni within the Yunba team, he's not just slightly strong. Liang Xiaoyan is a full 6 years younger than him. Though both are level 50, their potential is on completely different levels. However, this person has always been unruly and defiant. Back in school, he often disobeyed teachers. He was known as a troublemaker. But the talent he possessed made it impossible for the teachers to bear letting him go. So Liang Xiaoyan became a student the teachers both loved and hated. For today's victory, Wu Shuichin had really prepared thoroughly. He not only inserted a level 50, quasi-third stage awakener into the Secret Realm Challenge team, but also went out of his way to call Liang Xiaoyan back. Him returning to campus at this time was naturally for the elimination tournament. For 2 major tournaments, they prepared 2 near third advancement powerhouses. Wu Shuichin's determination to win was absolute, because he had already seen Divine Realm University's momentum to rise again. And all of this had started with the sudden emergence of Cheng Qianma, so he had to spare no cost to pull Cheng Qianma over to Yunba High School and strangle this threat in the cradle. You won this round by a slight edge, but when the elimination matches come, you won't be so lucky. Surely, Zhou Sihui and the others have already stormed into the city by now. When you learn the result, I wonder what expression you'll have. Even though Wu Shuichin had given up on the Secret Realm Challenge, it didn't mean Yunba High School had admitted defeat. In fact, even if Yunba High didn't get first in the regular division, they still had a very high chance to top the overall rankings. After all, Yunba High in the advanced division was absolutely crushing it. The level range from 3rd to 4th advancement was Yunba High's main battlefield, so Wu Shuichin was in no panic. At most, he was just a bit annoyed. Also, refilter the elimination list. See if there are any strong players that were overlooked. Those 5 who participated in the Secret Realm Challenge might not have enough stamina left to compete in the next round. After hearing Wu Shuichin's words, the assistant quietly left. In fact, according to previous year's practices, not all powerhouses participated in both the Secret Realm Challenge and the elimination matches. On the one hand, because of class advantages, some classes were better suited for the Secret Realm, like tank and healer classes. Having them participate in one-on-one duels was definitely not a wise choice, by any means. Even among DPS classes, there are differences between those specialized in team combat and those in solo combat. The best choice, naturally, is to send out strong PT, party-type, classes. On the other hand, the Secret Realm Challenge consumes a lot of manpower. Not everyone can fight continuously. Therefore, for the elimination stage, participants are usually reassigned. Of course, that's assuming you have enough replacements. If not, you can only watch helplessly. And Liang Xiaoyan was the ace player Wu Shuichin brought in. At the same time, the other 2 candidates were also quite strong. Just as Wu Shuichin gave his orders, a sudden commotion broke out in the viewing room. They did it. Xinyu University actually won the Secret Realm Challenge Championship. That kid Qing Qianma, he's unbelievably strong. And not just him. That girl Lin Ruashi was also very impressive. It seems Xinyu University is really on the rise. At this moment, many high-ranking officials from various schools couldn't help but express their amazement. Before the competition started, no one would have thought that this year's Academy tournament would feature a dark horse. And not just any dark horse. This one was terrifying. Not only did they win the championship, they were at least 25 minutes ahead of Yunba High School in second place. Even more unbelievable, the average level of the Xinyu University team was among the lowest of the 20 teams. For them to take first place in the Secret Realm Challenge was absolutely incredible. For them to take first place in the Secret Realm Challenge is truly an unbelievable feat. No one here is blind. It's obvious to all that the biggest contributor to Divine Realm University's victory today was absolutely Qing Qianma. At this moment, Lin Xiao, Pei Yingguang, and Zhong Hongshan could not hide the joy on their faces. Perhaps only the three of them had firmly believed from the start that Divine Realm University could achieve great results. After all, they had the monstrous talent Qing Qianma on their team. What they didn't expect was that they had still underestimated Qing Qianma's leadership. Winning the championship now was truly an unexpected surprise. Aside from that, Blue Sky Academy and Moling University also had impressive results. Judging by the current situation, Blue Sky Academy was likely to secure fourth place. Bear in mind, if Qing Qianma hadn't emerged out of nowhere, they would have been third. This meant they had basically achieved their long-time goal of top 4, aiming for, since they had already overtaken He Luo Academy, ranked third. As for Qing Qianma, because of how ridiculously strong he was, Pei Yingguang had already stopped comparing him to anyone on the same level. It would just be pointless. Moling University, although currently 6th, and not quite in the top 5, was still a result that Zhong Hongshan was very satisfied with. Previously, Moling University had hovered around 8th or 9th place for years. Now, they had climbed 2 to 3 ranks at once. This level of progress even exceeded that of Blue Sky Academy. Given the scale of Xi'an Nation's universities, advancing in rank was incredibly difficult. Even a small step forward took an extremely long time. Moling University had made such strides in less than half a year. What more could Zhong Hongshan ask for? Now, the initial examination of the three-school alliance had undoubtedly yielded a perfect score. Many schools are already starting to have their own thoughts. The recent progress made by these 3 schools is clear for all to see. It's obviously due to the advanced teacher training program and the collaboration among the 3 schools that made all this possible. For schools that are lagging behind, this is an extremely tempting prospect. Now, many school principals are shifting their attention toward Ling Zhao's side. The eagerness in their expressions was practically overflowing. If the competition hadn't still been going on, some of them might have already gone over to strike up a conversation. At this moment, Gu Zizhen on the main stage had mixed emotions. While he was truly impressed by Qing Qianma's strength, at the same time, he also noticed some issues. Today's match is quite intriguing. Looks like I need to confirm something with Elder Qin. Gu Zizhen then took out his phone and left the viewing room. Meanwhile, a string of terrifying messages appeared in front of Qing Qianma. Chapter 445, Terrifying Rewards. According to Pangolin, congratulations on clearing Masra successfully. Clear time, 3 hours, 28 minutes, and 48 seconds. This result is a new all-time best. Congratulations to Xinyu University for winning the Secret Realm Challenge. Normal tier, received 5 million EXP, received 1 random SS grade skill book, triggered Soul Reawakener effect, team rating upgraded to SSS tier, total performance rating upgraded to SSS tier, EXP bonus increased to X800 major multiplier, reward chest upgraded to King tier chest. Congratulations on receiving the Masra Secret Realm Advanced Blessing. Buff, Advanced Penetration, All attack, including magic attacks, will, upon hitting the target, ignores 15% of defense and magic resistance. After seeing the rewards for this clear, a smile appeared on Qing Qianma's face. At the same time, 3 bursts of light flashed across his body. His level instantly jumped from 39 to 42. In truth, the rewards from this dungeon clear were absolutely over the top. The reason he was able to gain such absurd EXP rewards was partly because Xinyu University broke the record for clearing Masra in King tier difficulty. On the other hand, Qing Qianma's overall evaluation was boosted to SSS tier by the Soul Reawakener effect. With those 2 factors combined, he ended up earning a total boost of 13 million EXP. He glanced at the others and found that only Lin Ruashi, like him, leveled up 3 times in one go. Meanwhile, Su Hanhai, Guan Shuai, and Lu Xiaoyu each gained 2 levels, but they were already more than satisfied, their faces glowing with joy. To gain 2 levels from just 1 dungeon run, this kind of reward was something they had never even dared to imagine before. At their current level, if they didn't have some special means and just relied on grinding mobs or slowly completing quests to level up, it would have taken them several months to earn this much experience. The help that Qing Qianma brought them was simply beyond words. So deep down, They were overflowing with gratitude toward Chung Qianma. Seeing that everyone had gained significant progress, Chung Qianma was genuinely happy too. After all, they came from the same school. Their strength would naturally benefit him as well. Next up, the exciting chest opening segment. Let's go. Let me see. What kind of good stuff is it? Chung Qianma was the first to open the SS grade random skill book. Very quickly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have drawn SS grade skill. Rapid cooldown. Rapid cooldown. Upon use, all skills will instantly reset their cooldowns. This skill itself has a cooldown of 72 hours. At that moment, even the always calm Chung Qianma showed a look of surprise. The effect of this skill book could be described as terrifying, and for him in particular, the benefits he would gain were probably greater than anyone else's. Even if someone else were to get this skill, they could at least unleash their ultimate twice in a row. That effect alone is already frightening. You have to understand, every class's ultimate skill comes with an extremely long cooldown, but the damage is massive. With rapid cooling, not only does this damage double instantly, but it can also catch the enemy off guard, hitting them unexpectedly, leaving them no time to react. As a soul reviver, Chung Qianma has mastered all second-class skills, which makes it even scarier. Originally, he could already rotate through ultimate skills of all classes, as long as he had enough mana. That advantage alone was terrifying. But with rapid cooling, this advantage has soared to new heights. If you give rapid cooling to an average person, at most, they can turn one ultimate skill into two. But for him, it's like doubling all ultimate skills across every class. The benefits from this are simply immeasurable. Now I can say without exaggeration that with rapid cooling, Chung Qianma has become a nearly unbeatable opponent, even for newly awakened third-class fighters. Theoretically speaking, this skill, rapid cooling, has increased my damage output by dozens of times, but I still don't have enough mana for that. Overall though, it's at least a tenfold increase in power. Chung Qianma is indeed excited, but he's not reckless. His current mana pool is only mid to upper level among awakened fighters of his rank, nothing particularly extraordinary. Of course, this is compared to magic-based classes. Compared to physical classes, his mana pool is absolutely monstrous. After all, no physical class would ever invest over 100 points in spirit. Therefore, while the theory sounds wonderful, reality is far less so. It's impossible for him to have enough mana to cast all ultimate skills twice. If his spirit stat could reach 1,000 points, maybe it would be possible, but that's obviously out of reach. Still, no matter what, the boost from rapid cooling is undeniably incredible. It opens up the possibility of cross-class combat for him. While Chung Qianma was deep in thought, an excited voice beside him snapped him back to reality. Damn, we really hit the jackpot today. Not only did we level up twice, we also got amazing rewards. Everyone should have received it. An SS rank random skill scroll, right? I got Iron Will. It doubles my armor for 30 seconds and grants immunity to all control effects. Suhan Hai was visibly thrilled and immediately shared his joy with everyone. At the same time, he was curious about what the others had received. Soon after, Lu Xiaoyu and Guan Shuai shared their rewards too. The three of them grew more and more excited as they continued chatting. Afterward, they turned to ask Lin Ruoxi and Chung Qianma. Lin Ruoxi smiled brightly and said, I drew the SS rank skill Berserker's Might. It doubles all my skill damage for 20 seconds and reduces mana consumption by half. After hearing Lin Ruoxi's reward, everyone was instantly envious, especially Guan Shuai. She and Lin Ruoxi are both DPS roles, just one ranged, the other melee. Her reward was decent, but compared to Berserker's Might, it still fell a bit short. Damn it. I'm this good looking, and yet my luck is so bad. Heavens are so unfair. After this Masra expedition, Guan Shuai has truly come to terms with her cursed luck. Her exaggerated expression immediately made everyone burst into laughter. Then, Lin Ruoxi ran over to Chung Qianma's side. What skill did you get? Lin Ruoxi's glistening eyes locked onto Chung Qianma's handsome face. At the same time, the others also turned to look at him. They also wanted to see what kind of reward the captain, who contributed the most today, would get. Chung Qianma smiled, not planning to keep it secret, and had everyone gather around. She could share it with her own people, but wasn't planning to tell the audience outside the screen. Everyone immediately got what she meant, and quickly formed a circle. Chung Qianma, in a very soft voice, told them what skill she had obtained. Soon after, everyone's face was filled with shock. Meanwhile, the viewers were feeling incredibly frustrated. What exactly did Pangolin say to them? Chapter 446. Fully geared up, clinging to the strong. So annoying. Is Chung Qianma doing this on purpose? She's so petty. Purposely whispering, so we can't hear about the reward. Damn it. As the captain of the champion team, she must have received an incredible reward, but she refuses to tell us. Are you stupid? Why would she reveal her trump card? Have some self-awareness. Let's think about it. If you had gained something incredible, would you just announce it to everyone? At first, the chat was full of complaints. Everyone thought Chung Qianma was teasing them on purpose. But soon, someone pointed out that she had no reason to reveal her trump card, and many people calmed down. That's true. In this survival of the fittest world, the more trump cards you have, the greater your advantage. Chung Qianma's refusal to reveal it means the reward must be terrifyingly good, and the more secretive she was about it, everyone's curiosity just kept rising higher and higher. At this point, even some of the school's top players wanted to know what skill exactly he had received, but for now, all of it would remain a mystery. Of course, that's only if someone can force Chung Qianma to reveal his trump card. When the members of Xinyu University's team heard what skill Chung Qianma had received, they all gasped in astonishment, their faces instantly filled with envy. The terrifying rapid cooldown ability was on a completely different tier compared to what the other four had received, but even so, no one thought it was unfair. Chung Qianma's contributions during this expedition were obvious to all. No matter what reward he got, everyone could only sincerely be happy for him. There was still one king's chest left unopened. Let me take a look at that too. In front of everyone, Chung Qianma opened a delicate box. A burst of dazzling light immediately shone out. Congratulations. You've obtained the Ring of Crimson Eternity. Ring of Crimson Eternity. Quality, epic. +5 strength, +5 agility, +10 spirit, +8 constitution. Durability. Never wears out. Item level, 80. Required level, level 40. Equipped effect. Increases critical hit rate by 4% and restores 3% of mana every 4 seconds. Class requirement. Battlefield Commander. 3rd advancement. When Chung Qianma saw the attributes of the Ring of Crimson Eternity, the smile on her face grew even brighter. Not to mention, her bonus attributes were already impressive, but the equipment effects were even more terrifying. Chung Qianma's current crit rate had already reached 33.6%. If she wanted to keep boosting it with agility, the returns would keep diminishing, so she could only rely on gear that directly increased crit rate. To raise it even further, the 4% crit rate from the Eternal Crimson Ring was a perfect extra boost. Simple and effective. What's more, it also came with a mana regeneration effect. After acquiring rapid cooling, Chung Qianma was in desperate need of mana. Now, recovering 3% of total mana every 5 seconds was a very decent recovery rate. This meant that, with Chung Qianma's current 5,180 mana points, she could regain 155 points every 5 seconds, as long as she didn't use skills. Just a little over 2 minutes would fully restore her mana. While that still wasn't enough for unlimited casting, it was better than nothing. Moreover, as her level increases and her gear improves, this percentage-based mana recovery would become even more valuable. After all, skill mana costs remain fairly constant, and 3% of 10,000 mana is way more than 3% of 3,000 mana. In the future, Chung Qianma would be able to cast more skills without worrying about mana issues. The Eternal Crimson Ring, with its item level of 80, was undoubtedly a top-tier piece of gear, and moreover, it filled the last equipment slot for Chung Qianma. Now she was fully armed to the teeth. There were no longer any empty slots on her gear. For someone who hadn't even reached the 3rd class, to have dual rings and dual accessories was a truly terrifying feat. The luxury of Chung Qianma's equipment was beyond anyone's imagination. Damn, that ring. I want it so badly. It's practically tailor-made. For magic-based DPS classes like us, Guan Shui stared at the stats of the Ring of Crimson Eternity, drooling all over the place. In truth, the ring's stats weren't just attractive to magic DPS. They were universally tempting. Even Lu Xiaoyu was envious now, since healers are also major mana consumers. In dangerous moments, they need to keep the tank's HP safe, which often requires huge bursts of mana. That's why their demand for mana regen can even surpass that of magic DPS. Unfortunately, the others only got SS rank clear ratings, so their chest rewards were just Starshine grade. Naturally, they couldn't obtain an epic item of this level. Stop daydreaming already. This was the captain's rightful reward. What exactly did you contribute? Do you really not know your place? Su Hanhai bluntly gave Guan Shui a verbal smackdown. In reality, well, there were some objective factors too. He's always been the unluckiest one, constantly targeted by bosses or random accidents, leaving him unable to go all out. Master's baptism buff is insane. As everyone continued joking, Lin Ruashi suddenly mentioned the baptism buff. This brought smiles to everyone's faces again. Of course, there was one person who stayed expressionless, even looking rather pained. That was Lu Xiaoyu. Advanced penetration. It's a massive boost for both physical and magic classes. Ignoring 15% of defense or magic resistance is practically like dealing partial true damage. This means Lin Ruashi and the others would immediately jump to the next tier. Even a tank like Su Hanhai could rely on the damage boost. To be continued. To hold the monster's aggro more steadily, but advanced penetration was basically useless for a healer like Lu Xiaoyu. It did nothing for him at all. So, he couldn't help but look disappointed. Cheer up a bit. There are better blessing buffs waiting for you later. Chung Qianma noticed Lu Xiaoyu's frustration, so she patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. Lu Xiaoyu first nodded helplessly, then asked, "Really? In the future, will you still take us along?" Chung Qianma didn't think too much and subconsciously nodded. Her intention was simply to comfort Lu Xiaoyu, so she didn't overthink it. But the next second, Lu Xiaoyu actually smiled. "I heard you founded a guild in the Apocalypse continent. Is that right?" Are you still recruiting? Can I join? You nodded just now, you know? This sudden question completely caught Cheng Qianma off guard. Meanwhile, Su Hanhai and Guan Shuai both showed looks of sudden realization. So it turned out Lu Xiaoyu had been setting this up all along. His ultimate goal was to cling to Cheng Qianma's thigh and follow her. Now that the two of them had figured it out, they quickly voiced their desire to join too. This unexpected turn left Cheng Qianma a little stunned. She asked helplessly, "Don't you guys already have guilds?" For a moment, all three of them looked awkward. They had been so excited earlier that they'd completely forgotten about that. In fact, like most of their schoolmates, after reaching level 30, they had joined their alma mater's guild, which was the Divine Realm Guild. So it wasn't something they could just quit on a whim. As everyone was feeling frustrated, Lu Xiaoyu spoke up uncertainly. "We're all students from the same school. There should be a way to make it work, right? We'll ask Principal Lin about it later." Cheng Qianma gave it some thought. These three had been trained by him after all, and their strength wasn't bad either. Now that they had received such amazing rewards, both their level and power had gone up another notch. There were still open spots in Eternal Peak, so letting them join wouldn't be an issue. After all, working with people you know is the most reliable, so he agreed to it. However, Cheng Qianma didn't know this decision would later bring him a lot of trouble. Chapter 447. The Hesitant Yun Lin. Talents gather with Li Ming. Congratulations, Principal Lin. Xinyu University really stole the spotlight today. Let's definitely stay in touch more going forward. Absolutely. The results are honestly astonishing. Blue Sky Academy and Morin University also did great. Seems like your three-school alliance is working really well. Once the main competition ends today, let's sit down and chat more. It's been over half an hour since the Secret Realm Challenge ended. Many school leaders, upon seeing the three-school alliance's amazing results, could no longer sit still. They rushed over to offer congratulations and build connections before the competition began, while some had come over to greet them. The numbers were far fewer than those surrounding Yunba High, but now the influence of both sides was nearly 50-50. This shift was something no one had expected. Right now, Ling Xiao, Pei Yingguang, and Zhong Hongshan were surrounded by a large crowd, a scene that would have been unimaginable just months ago. Wu Shuiqin naturally noticed all of this. His face turned dark. He didn't hear a single word of the flattery from those around him. The real highlight is the elimination round later. I'd like to see if your so-called core players can even score points then. Wu Shuiqin was certain the three-school alliance lacked manpower, so he wasn't too concerned. And to be fair, his confidence wasn't completely unfounded. Among the alliance, only Blue Sky Academy had a relatively large pool of talent. They could basically form two different lineups. But for Magic Age University and Divine Realm University, it was a bit difficult. The top 5 in this dungeon challenge were Divine Realm University, Yunba High School, Yunlin University, Blue Sky Academy, and Magic Age University. Originally, Halua Academy ranked 3rd, but they were overtaken by Blue Sky Academy, and even pushed down to 6th place by Magic Age, so they decisively chose to stand beside Yunba High School. Meanwhile, the 3rd place Yunlin University seemed a bit hesitant. Their principal, Lin Tianxing, was very conflicted. If not for the sudden rise of Divine Realm University today, he definitely wouldn't have joined any faction. After all, they were the ones most likely to surpass Yunba High School, so there was no way they would ally with them. At the same time, Blue Sky Academy and Magic Age University weren't qualified to ally with Yunlin University either. But the situation had completely changed now, and all of this was because Lin Tianxing had just called for Qiuling. Originally, he wanted to commend Qiuling for his outstanding performance. Although Yunlin University still hadn't surpassed Yunba High School today, the time gap between them had narrowed significantly to less than 5 minutes. For Yunlin University, this was in past years, their gap with Yunba High School was at least 10 minutes or more. And this remarkable progress was all thanks to Qiuling's excellent performance. But as they were chatting, Qiuling unexpectedly brought up Divine Realm University, which surprised Lin Tianxing. Before joining, Qiuling had spent a long time in the Apocalypse continent, so he had no idea Divine Realm University had changed so dramatically. Now, learning that Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi were still students there left him even more astonished. So right after the competition ended, he immediately inquired about Divine Realm University's situation, and what he found out shocked him. He had no idea before asking, but once he did, it blew his mind. After all, as a member of Eternal Pinnacle, his perspective was very different from the outsiders. Cheng Qianma had not only formed a formidable three-school alliance in the outside world, but also founded the terrifying Eternal Pinnacle Guild in the Apocalypse continent. It was almost certain that Divine Realm University's rise would be unstoppable. Even though Qiuling couldn't reveal information about Eternal Pinnacle, nor betray Cheng Qianma, he could still offer Lin Tianxing a friendly reminder, getting him to proactively approach Xinyu University. If it weren't for Qiuling showing great potential today, Lin Tianxing definitely wouldn't have cared. But now, he had no choice but to take it seriously. Sharp-minded Lin Tianxing picked up on some key information from Qiuling's subtle hints, but he was still far from seeing the full picture. So, he still couldn't make up his mind to align with Xinyu University. After all, Yunlin University was still ranked 2nd in Xi'an Nation, They couldn't just swallow their pride. To be safe, he decided to keep observing. If in the upcoming elimination match, they still showed outstanding performance, then everything would be much easier. Cautious as always, Lin Tianqing decided to wait and see. After all, there was still over an hour before the elimination match began. Waiting for the final results to decide wouldn't be too late. Soon after, the venue entered intermission. The school officials in the observation room began leaving. They needed to prepare the elimination round rosters. Meanwhile, in Yunbahai's lounge, a man under 30 was listening to music through headphones. He was Liang Xiaoyun, whom Wu Shuiqin had personally called back. At the moment, he was alone in the lounge. The other two picks hadn't been finalized yet, because earlier, Wu Shuiqin had ordered his assistant to re-screen the candidates to see if they could find better options. But as a hidden trump card, Liang Xiaoyun wasn't part of the reassessment. Principal Wu, after my review, I found only one student. That seems rather odd. Wu Shuiqin's assistant was respectfully reporting in his office. He was also holding a file in his hands. When Wu Shuiqin heard the word odd, he furrowed his brow. Let me see the file. Then he took the file from his assistant. It contained the academic record of an assassin. Li Mingho, level 40 operator, 21 years old. So the target his assistant had found turned out to be the long-missing Li Mingho. If Cheng Qianma were here, she would definitely be surprised, because Li Mingho had somehow reached level 40 without receiving any dungeon rewards. That level was even higher than Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi before the tournament. However, because previously, he had always been a nobody at Yunba High School, and thanks to Cheng Qianma's advice, he had taken the assassin path, allowing him to hide his information. As a result, Yunba High School had no idea he was part of Eternal Pinnacle. Wu Shuiqin, seeing his age, was a bit surprised too. After all, reaching level 40 at just 21 was an impressive pace, but not long after, he rubbed his temples with his right hand. The talent is good. How did I overlook him before? But his level is still too low. Maybe next year he'll be useful. In Wu Shuiqin's view, what he needed now was immediate combat, not future potential. Li Mingho's talent was undoubtedly top tier, but he still needed time to grow. So, he abandoned the idea of temporarily putting Li Mingho into the lineup. Forget it. Since there's no better option, we'll stick to the original plan. Also, this student, Li Mingho, keep a closer eye on him in the future. Hopefully next year, he'll be able to contribute. After hearing Wu Shuiqin's orders, his assistant respectfully withdrew from the room. He then submitted Yunba Hai's original lineup to the committee. However, Wu Shuiqin had no idea the decision he had just made would cost him dearly. Chapter 448, Power Beyond Third Advancement. Bracket drawing. In the blink of an eye, the break was over. All the schools used the time to submit their elimination round rosters. Since Xinyu University had ranked at the bottom earlier, they were allowed to send 4 players. After discussing with Lin Xiao, Cheng Qianma finalized the lineup. He and Lin Ruoxi would continue to compete, along with 2 other PK-strong alumni. At this point, both Cheng Qianma and Lin Ruoxi had reached level 42, while the other 2 were Yingwe, LV 47, and Sword Saint, LV 46. This lineup was the best configuration Cheng Qianma could put together. After all, fewer than 10 alumni had returned to Xinyu University this time, so his options were limited. Yingwe and Sword Saint's classes might not be absolutely dominant in 1v1s, but they were still first tier. As for the second advancement Soul Weaver, its upper and lower skill ceilings varied wildly, but Lin Ruoxi was naturally one of the most gifted, nearing that upper limit. So Cheng Qianma wasn't worried at all. She could now hold her own completely. She was no longer that naive girl from before. Before the bracket draw began, Cheng Qianma opened up his status panel. It was time to allocate points. Name, race, human. Class, second advancement, Soul Reclaimer. Level, 42. 319-45746-52907. Strength, 110, plus 119 from equipment. Agility, 117, plus 93 from equipment. Spirit, 106, plus 61 from equipment. Constitution, 75, plus 81 from equipment. HP, 7,515. MP, 5,600. Armor, 690. Same level physical damage reduction, 29.3%. Attack bonus, 38.1%. Crit rate, 37.6%. Crit damage bonus, 32%. Magic resistance, 20%. Penetration, 15%. Ignore magic resistance, 20%. Mana recovery. Restores 3% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awakening talent. SSS grade conversion LV6. Combat power evaluation. 165,684. Unallocated points. 0. Personal gold. 7,000 coins. Guild gold. 490,000 coins. Blue star coins. 24 million. Synergy buff. Beginner amplification. Magic blessing. Advanced penetration. Status. Elder of the Life Professions Association. Dark Brotherhood Street Assassin. Member of the Blacksmith Guild. President of Eternal Pinnacle. After Cheng Qianma equipped the Eternal Crimson Ring, and allocated 18 free attribute points to Constitution. Her mental stats and crit rate improved significantly. Now, with equipment bonuses, both her strength and agility exceeded 200 points, and her spirit stat was only 33 points away from reaching 200 foot. In addition, her crit rate increased by another 4%, reaching an astonishing. At the same time, the true damage from advanced penetration gave Chung Qianma incredible power against units with high magic resistance. Rodrigo's ring bite could already reduce the target's magic resistance by 20%. Now, with advanced penetration, that's another 15% added. Simply brutal. The upgrade she gained in Masla this time boosted Chung Qianma's total combat power directly to 165,684 points, about 35,000 points higher than before. Keep in mind, a typical newly third-class awakener only has about 150,000 combat power. Chung Qianma is only level 42 now, but her actual combat power had already reached the level of 523,000 points. Absolutely terrifying. If she advances to third class, unless it's a top-tier third advancement powerhouse, it's already hard to be his match. Not bad. My current HP is almost on par with most tank classes. Besides, there's no need to worry about MP for now. Once I return to the I'll clear out the Lingyue City region first. Then I can focus on leveling up with ease. Right now, Eternal Peak Guild may only be level 4, but it already has 3 third advancement level powerhouses. If this news got out, it would definitely stir up a storm. Normally speaking, only guilds level 5 and above have the resources to recruit third advancement experts. But Chung Qianma has already pulled it off ahead of time. Moreover, he made a huge leap forward. And for him, such a big step won't cause him to stumble. It'll only accelerate his growth. Soon, under the supervision of Gu Zizhen, representatives from each school took turns on. This elimination round had a total of 64 participants. According to the rules, they would be divided into 2 brackets. 32 participants in the upper bracket, 32 in the lower. Both brackets would go through 5 rounds of one-on-one elimination matches. In the end, 1 winner from each bracket would remain, and the 2 would battle it out in the finals for the championship title. Since the top 16 schools only had 3 entries each, and in order to avoid early matchups between players from the same school, at least 2 of the 3 participants from each of these 16 schools would be placed in different brackets. As for the third person, it depended on luck. Meanwhile, the 4 lowest ranking schools had 4 participant slots each, so they were divided directly between the 2 brackets. 2 people were assigned to each group. Over 10 minutes later, the drawing and division of the 20 schools were completed. Chung Qianma drew number 58 for the knockout rounds. She was placed in the lower bracket, while Eternal Pinnacle's core members, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Xiao Ling, were placed in the upper bracket. Wei Shen ended up in the same bracket as Chung Qianma. As for Li Mingho, he didn't participate at all. Soon after, in the viewing rooms and the lounges of each school, the big screens displayed the knockout tournament brackets. As soon as the table appeared, some were delighted, others frustrated. When Wu Shuiqin saw Liang Xiaoyun placed in the upper bracket, she felt a bit regretful. In her view, it would have been best if Liang Xiaoyun was in the same bracket as Chung Qianma. That would have been the ideal outcome. Forget it. Let her enjoy her moment. If she's got the skills, let her make it to the finals. Wu Shuiqin looked at the bracket with a mocking expression on her face, but Liang Xiaoyun remained expressionless, showing no emotions at all. She just wanted to finish the task quickly and take the third-class advancement test. If not for Wu Shuiqin's special request, she would have already completed her third advancement. Meanwhile, in the Magic Age University lounge, Wei Xing let out a miserable scream. His exaggerated reaction left his teammates utterly confused. Damn it. I'm seriously out of luck. I ended up in the same bracket as that monster Chung Qianma. Wei Xing quickly did the math. If he won 3 consecutive matches, he'd face Chung Qianma in the semifinals of the lower bracket. Given what Wei Xing knew about Chung Qianma, he had no doubt at all that she'd make it to the finals, or even win the whole tournament, and take the championship. It's not a big deal either. So, as soon as the matchup list came out, it basically marked the end of her tournament run. Even if Wei Xing wins 3 rounds in a row, she'll only reach top 4 in her bracket, and top 8 overall. That's why she let out that wail earlier. The feeling of seeing your ceiling at a glance really doesn't feel good. After hearing her, Zhong Hongshan had a strange look on his face. Wei Sheng, do you know Chung Qianma? Zhong Hongshan asked with meaningful intent, to which Wei Sheng snapped back fiercely. Principal Zhong, I don't just know her. I've practically sold my soul to her. Chung Qianma is an absolute demon. The kind who doesn't even leave your bones behind. Chapter 449. Victory in 1 move. Fastest route to advancement. After the group drawing ended, all 64 participants entered their designated arenas. Chung Qianma's first opponent was an alum from Maple Leaf Academy. Maple Leaf currently ranks 11th among all Xia Nation schools. The participant they sent today was named Zhao Yuxing. His level was 46, and his class was a second advancement street brawler, Poison King. The street brawler class line focuses on honing punches, kicks, shoulders, knees, and other body parts, primarily fighting with hand-to-hand combat skills. They're also adept at using poison techniques. making them hard to defend against. Zhao Yuxing might be the unluckiest contestant today. Why? Because he just had to draw Qing Qianmo right off the bat. With his strength, he might have won 1 or 2 rounds. But looking at it now, there's not much hope left. Even with decent skills, this matchup looks bleak. At this moment, Qing Qianmo and Zhao Yuxing each stepped onto opposite ends of the arena. All the referees in charge of today's matches were from the Management Association. So, when the referee saw Qing Qianmo step onto the stage, his expression became a little unnatural. At the same time, he shot a look at Zhao Yuxing, as if to wish him good luck. The match will begin in 2 minutes. If either of you has something to say, now's the time. Though the knockout stage is brutal, it stops short of going too far. So, many people like to say a few words before the fight. Qing Qianmo shook her head upon hearing this. She didn't even know her opponent, so she had no idea what to say. She might as well stay silent. But Zhao Yuxing was different. He had a stomach full of complaints he wanted to vent, but couldn't say them openly. Student Chung, pleasure to meet you. Let's make things clear first. Let's keep this civil. Friendship first. Competition second. Please don't go too hard on me. After her series of stunning performances, Qing Qianmo's reputation had skyrocketed. Now, throughout the entire southern region, any young fighter with some skill knew her name. Zhao Yuxing also knew that Qing Qianmo had just led the underdog Divine Realm University to victory in the Dungeon Challenge tournament. Her strength was truly terrifying. Zhao Yuxing thought to himself, if their positions were swapped, there's no way he could have achieved that, so he immediately chose to back down, hoping Qing Qianmo wouldn't go all out. Not getting a good result was one thing, but if this match left him seriously injured and bedridden for months, it would be a total loss. Zhao Yuxing actually chickened out like that, feeling quite helpless. He still nodded in the end. In reality, he had no idea that his standing had already undergone a drastic shift, so much so that many people didn't even dare face him in a fight. Even the referee was seeing such a bizarre pre-match conversation for the first time. His expression was quite something. 2 minutes passed quickly. The first round of the elimination match officially began. Although Zhao Yuxing had just conceded verbally, that didn't mean he'd surrender without a fight. At the very least, he wanted to experience Qing Qianmo's terror firsthand, so he could die without regrets. Otherwise, it'd be too embarrassing. Before the match started, he charged straight at Qing Qianmo. The Poison King class specializes in close-range combat. Most of their poison skills can only be released in close proximity, so he decisively chose to strike first. Maybe he could catch Qing Qianmo off guard. Zhao Yuxing was incredibly fast. Within seconds, he had already reached Qing Qianmo. Immediately after, he unleashed a whirlwind kick. The startup speed of whirlwind kick was the fastest among all Poison King skills, so this was the perfect time to use it. Zhao Yuxing's body began spinning rapidly, creating fierce gusts around him. His lower legs glowed with a dazzling white light. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk whoosh, asterisk, asterisk whoosh, asterisk. Due to the high speed of the whirlwind kick, it caused the air to tremble. But the next second, a sharp pain shot through his calf. Turns out Qing Qianmo hadn't even moved, and still managed to grab Zhao Yuxing's leg with pinpoint accuracy, with over 200 strength behind him. Even a single-handed grip from Qing Qianmo was enough to completely overpower him. Even with just one hand, Qing Qianmo's grip, this left Zhao Yuxing in unbearable pain. Ouch! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! Zhao Yuxing's eyes filled with tears from the pain, and he cried out. Qing Qianmo smiled slightly, then flung him heavily to the side. In truth, she had the chance, just now, to directly crush Zhao Yuxing's leg bones, which would have basically ended the fight. But since she had promised Zhao Yuxing not to go too hard, she let him off. After Zhao Yuxing was thrown aside, he staggered back 7 or 8 meters before he could steady himself. Just from that initial exchange, he had already experienced Qing Qianmo's terrifying power. Whether it was her strength or speed, he was no match for Qing Qianmo. And at the same time, he understood why Qing Qianmo could lead Divine Realm University to such heights. It was simple. Her strength was overwhelming, so strong that it felt beyond the realm of second-class awakeners. Thank you. Referee, I concede. Zhao Yuxing was decisive. Since Qing Qianmo had spared him just now, there was no need to drain her energy any further. If she fought him without going all out, it would just be a waste of time and energy, so there was no point in continuing the fight. But the referee hadn't expected that less than 30 seconds into the first match, Zhao Yuxing would already concede. Such a fast victory was extremely rare in the history of the Xian nation, but he couldn't override the player's decision, so he could only announce Qing Qianmo's victory to the crowd and her successful advancement to the second round. Such a fast and effortless win stirred up a commotion in the livestream chat. The viewers had hoped to take this opportunity to see Qing Qianmo's solo combat skills, but before they knew it, the match was already over. Some viewers didn't even have time to get back from the bathroom. They came back just in time to watch Qing Qianmo's match, so they wouldn't miss the exciting part. But to their surprise, by the time they returned from the restroom, the match was already over. Hey, what's going on? I just went to the damn bathroom, and it's over? Was that a throw match or what? What the hell? I just finished digging in. Beer and snacks all ready to go, and it's already over? It wasn't a throw match. Cheng Qianma countered Zhao Yuxing's whirlwind kick in one move, and the guy instantly surrendered. No way. Just from breaking a few flashy moves, he gave up. Zhao Yuxing is such a coward. Totally disgraced Maple Leaf Academy. Even though Zhao Yuxing couldn't see the barrage of chat comments, he wasn't surrendering out of cowardice. Unless you've experienced Cheng Qianma's power firsthand, you can't possibly grasp how terrifying it is. His whirlwind kick was already incredibly fast, packed serious impact. Most people could only dodge it at best. No one could just block it with one hand. However, Cheng Qianma not only blocked it, he identified the move's weakness and countered it instantly. With strength like that, what's the point of continuing the fight? They weren't even on the same level. Zhao Yuxing wasn't an idiot. Of course he chose to surrender. If you know you're no match, and still push forward just to show off, then you're the real fool. Sure, surrendering during a match isn't anything rare, but even Zhao Yuxing himself didn't realize how much impact his decision would have later on. Chapter 450, Yunba's Trump Card, a shocking revelation. Since the elimination round was divided into 2 brackets, the matches were held in different rooms accordingly. The arena in Cheng Qianma's lower bracket was incredibly vast, large enough to hold 32 platforms simultaneously, so if you had time to glance around, you could see other matches happening nearby. Cheng Qianma had just advanced to the next round in less than 30 seconds. Now, she was sitting in the simple resting area at the side of the ring. Meanwhile, the fighters on the nearby platforms had all caught this scene from the corner of their eyes. Since they were still mid-battle, they didn't know exactly what had happened with Cheng Qianma, but her victory in such a short time was undeniably terrifying. Coincidentally, Wei Xing's platform was diagonally behind Cheng Qianma's. His first round opponent wasn't strong, so he had plenty of time to watch Cheng Qianma. Damn it. That old monster got even stronger. She's already level 42. How is anyone supposed to compete? I could cry seriously. Although Wei Xing had also received rewards from they were nowhere near what Divine Realm University got, so he had only gained about 1 level, just reaching about level 42.5. He had initially been several levels above Cheng Qianma, but now she had caught up. He had already struggled to beat that monster Cheng Qianma before, and now, it was even more hopeless. That's why he felt so frustrated. At this moment, Wei Xing grumbled to himself, while stacking a row of debuffs on his opponent. Little sister, it's not that you're not talented, it's just that Big Brother standards are too high. You'd better just surrender. Wei Xing's twisted sense of humor remained the same as ever. Even though his opponent was a young lady under 30, he didn't hold back at all. Lacking any real interest, all he wanted now was to breeze through the first 3 rounds, and then face Cheng Qianma. The young lady had already been humiliated enough by Wei Xing's antics. Now, not only was she stacked full of debuffs, but she'd also been mocked, leaving her absolutely furious. Shameless scoundrel. You shameless scoundrel. I'm going to kill you. Just as he raised his longsword and tried to take Wei Xing down with him, he suddenly couldn't move. Wei Xing shook his head helplessly, then raised his right hand. I told you to surrender. Why be so stubborn? Forget it. I'll just send you down myself. Turns out Wei Xing was just talking trash earlier. He never intended to give up the fight. He had deliberately provoked the girl's emotions, luring her into his trap. At that moment, a black skeletal hand, showing no mercy at all, swung forth with a shadow sword. Off you go. Enjoy your descent. 3 seconds later, the shadow sword struck the girl dead on. Wei Xing became the second contestant from the lower bracket to advance. When he shifted his gaze back to Cheng Qianma's side, he saw Cheng Qianma grinning at him cheekily. That annoyingly smug look on his face seemed to say, "You're gonna face me next." Surprised? Didn't see that coming, huh? Wei Xing wasn't about to back down. He immediately raised his fist staff and made a neck-slicing gesture. When it comes to fighting, Wei Xing might not be a match for Cheng Qianma, but when it comes to trash talk, he's a king-level contender. Naturally, he couldn't show weakness. On the side, Zhong Hongshan had been watching Wei Xing all along. The exchange just now between Wei Xing and Cheng Qianma, he had seen every bit of it. It seems their relationship is a lot closer than I imagined. Zhong Hongshan wasn't a fool. He already understood that there was a deep connection between Wei Xing and Cheng Qianma. He was now looking at Wei Xing with a big smile, thinking the kid was a real gem. If Morin University nurtured him well, they'd naturally be able to get closer to Cheng Qianma. So not only did he not oppose Wei Xing befriending Cheng Qianma, he actually supported it wholeheartedly. Looks like once the tournament is over, he'll need to find a way to bring him into the school's guild. That way, Morin University could form an alliance with Cheng Qianma both outside the game and within the Apocalypse continent. Zhong Hongshan had already planned out everything he needed to do next. In his opinion, as long as Morin University and Cheng Qianma maintained a close, their strength and reputation would undoubtedly continue to grow. The Secret Realm Challenge earlier had already proven that point. Without the 3-school alliance, Morin University's progress wouldn't have been nearly as fast. While intense battles raged on in the lower bracket, the upper bracket was just as fiery. As for those who advanced quickly, it wasn't just Cheng Qianma and Wei Xing. Liang Xiaoyan from the upper bracket also made it to round 2, taking only about 40 seconds, even faster than Wei Xing. However, Unlike Chung Qianma's measured style, he directly left his opponent severely injured. In the end, the medics had to carry him off the stage. The livestream once again exploded with heated discussion. Everyone was shocked by Liang Xiaoyan's power. Damn. Never expected this. Yunba High School actually brought him back. He's just like the rumors say, powerful and ruthless. The player from Haloa Academy was already level 47, yet he couldn't last even 40 seconds against him. That's brutal. His right hand is completely shattered, and 3 ribs are broken. Damn it. I heard he reached level 53 months ago. Why hasn't he changed classes yet? Maybe he's Principal Wu's secret weapon, a hidden ace left behind on purpose. This is bad. How can anyone fight against someone who's almost a third-class advancement? Today's knockout champion is probably going to be Yunba High. Now, it's not just the livestream audience. Even the big shots in the observation room had grim expressions on their faces. Although Chung Qianma advanced faster than Liang Xiaoyan, they only exchanged one move, and it was Zhao Yuxing who voluntarily surrendered. Because of that, no one really saw Chung Qianma's full strength in solo combat. At the same time, with the opponent surrendering so quickly, it wasn't all that convincing. But Liang Xiaoyan's battle was completely different. With overwhelming strength, he utterly crushed his level 47 opponent and left him seriously injured. Although Halua Academy's performance in today's Secret Realm Challenge was disappointing, you could even call it an epic disaster. Their players are still undeniably strong. That much, all the big shots here knew very well. And the terrifying dominance Liang Xiaoyan just displayed felt like an adult bullying a child. So it's no wonder they're all feeling uneasy right now. Anyone would feel troubled facing such a terrifying opponent. It would give anyone a headache. Wu Shuiqin glanced around at the crowd. He was very satisfied with Liang Xiaoyan's performance. This was the kind of result that made Yunba University happy. Very good. Keep crushing them just like this. In the Secret Realm Challenge, others might still rely on tactics to make up for lack of strength. But in single elimination duels, there are no shortcuts. I hope you make it to the finals. Wu Shuiqin looked at the big screen. His gaze landed on Chung Qianma, who was drinking water. He didn't deny Chung Qianma's strength, but he had full confidence in Liang Xiaoyan. With near third job transfer strength, participating in the regular bracket was pure dimensional suppression. Time ticked by. The first round of matches came to an end. All core members of Eternal Pinnacle advanced successfully, and none of them took much time. Very soon, many people noticed that the results from the Tri-School Alliance's eliminations had also improved dramatically. Chapter 451. The Overpowered Liang Xiaoyan. Internal battles begin. More than an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Now, all core members of Eternal Pinnacle had won 3 matches in a row. They smoothly advanced to the 4th round. No matter which bracket you're in, if you reach the 4th round, it means you've secured a top 8 spot. This outcome was completely within Chung Qianma's expectations. The brothers around him were all destined to stand at the peak of their respective professions. Fighting above one's level was practically a routine for them. Even Xiuling, a 10-class player, had achieved 3 consecutive wins. This was truly unprecedented. After all, tank classes were always seen as more suited for dungeon challenges, were considered unsuitable for duels. But the appearance of Xiuling broke that stereotype. Xiuling achieved such great results, partly because he was the only offensive tank. Not only did he have thick defenses, but his attack power wasn't bad either. On the other hand, he benefited greatly from Chung Qianma's guidance. His overall skills improved rapidly, so it's no surprise he made it to the top 8. It's only natural. However, in the upcoming battles, the Eternal Pinnacle team would not have it so easy. In the upper bracket, it was like the 3 Eagles battle division. Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Xiuling. These 3 Eagles, teaming up to hunt down Liang Xiaoyan's division. Among them, Huang Tian went head-to-head with Liang Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, Lin Ruoxi and Xiuling faced off in Eternal Pinnacle's first internal match. As for the lower bracket, Wei Sheng, the unlucky one, ended up against Chung Qianma. That was Eternal Pinnacle's second internal showdown. As for the remaining 2 contenders, they came from Yunba High School and Yunlin University. Overall, for the top 8 spots, currently, Divine Realm University, Yunba High School, and Yunlin University each held 2 positions. The remaining 2 slots were claimed by Lantian Academy and Moling University. Such a situation was beyond everyone's expectations, because among the top 8, the 3-school alliance took half the spots. With such impressive results, everyone became highly curious about the education quality of the 3-school alliance. Yunba High School and Yunlin University had consistently ranked among the top 2 schools in the lower nation in recent years. Them securing 2 spots each felt entirely reasonable to everyone. And Lantian Academy and Moling University making it into the top 8 wasn't too far-fetched either. After all, they're also among the top 8 schools in the lower nation. But then a problem arose. Not only did Xinyu University unexpectedly secure 2 spots as well, but they even matched Yunba High School and Yunlin University on paper. Even more surprising, the 4 members from the Tri-School Alliance had very low levels. The highest was only level 42. 2 of Xinyu University's players had even just participated in the Secret Realm Challenge. Logically speaking, they should have been quite drained. Yet they still achieved such impressive results. That was truly unexpected. Anyone with a sharp eye could tell that the students from the Tri-School Alliance had extremely strong cross-level combat ability. This was far beyond what any school leadership had anticipated. For ordinary people, fighting above your level is a very difficult feat, but the Tri-School Alliance students not only managed it, they even won fights against opponents 6 or 7 levels higher. These results were equivalent to playing a trump card. It's no exaggeration to say that just from today's inter-school tournament, the Tri-School Alliance achieved the strongest publicity. Now, more and more people want to join their schools. At this moment, Ling Xiao and the others couldn't hide their smiles. Even if Huang Tian and the rest were all eliminated now, the results were already impressive. However, this still wasn't the most terrifying part. If anyone knew that 5 of the top 8 players were actually from the same guild, they would definitely faint from shock, because that advancement rate was simply too terrifying. Unfortunately, that's just hypothetical. For now, Eternal Pinnacle's name is only well known in the Lingua City region. It hasn't spread widely yet, so none of the big shots here know anything about this. The 4th round will begin in 5 minutes. Although the best record so far belongs to Cheng Qianma, since his average time for the first 3 rounds was under 1 minute. He is still not considered the top favorite to win. The current fan favorite is still Liang Xiaoyan from Yunba High School. Although Cheng Qianma finished his matches fastest, his first 3 opponents, they all voluntarily surrendered. As for Liang Xiaoyan's first 3 matches, not only were they all very quick, they each lasted less than 2 minutes, and he consistently crushed his opponents. In comparison, the gap became obvious. The reason for such a situation was mainly because Zhao Yuxing set the tone. Cheng Qianma's second opponent also only fought 1 round. After realizing the gap was too big, he surrendered immediately. Even more dramatic, his third opponent was an alumnus from Lantian Academy. Upon seeing Cheng Qianma, he surrendered on the spot. They didn't even fight. After all, Lantian Academy and Divine Realm University were the best allies, and Cheng Qianma was immensely powerful. So this alumnus didn't want to waste Cheng Qianma's energy. He hoped Cheng Qianma could defeat Liang Xiaoyan later, because before this, Liang Xiaoyan had already become a sworn enemy of Lantian Academy. In his first 3 matches, he achieved overwhelming victories. All his opponents were severely injured, without exception. And among them, there was a player from Lantian Academy. Even though he had already surrendered, his legs were still broken by Liang Xiaoyan. He was sent straight to the hospital. This completely enraged Lantian. They wanted nothing more than to tear Liang Xiaoyan apart. And after winning, Liang Xiaoyan even provocatively mocked Lantian Academy. This instantly ignited a fury among many people. Yet even so, there was nothing they could do, because according to the tournament rules, as long as no one was killed, it wasn't a violation. So they could only suppress their anger and endure it. As for why Liang Xiaoyan acted this way, on one hand, it was due to his violent nature. He had no sense of restraint in combat. On the other hand, this time, they wanted to give the Tri-School Alliance a warning. Now Blue Sky Academy can only pin their hopes for revenge on Huang Tian and Cheng Qianma. If Huang Tian can't defeat Liang Xiaoyan, then they'll have to count on Cheng Qianma. So that alumnus surrendered without hesitation. This made Cheng Qianma the fastest person in the history of the Lower Nation College tournament to enter the top 8, without exception. Now the atmosphere of the arena felt like Mars crashing into Earth. And Earth, of course, was the flourishing Yunba High School, while the rapidly approaching Mars was the fast-rising Tri-School Alliance. 5 minutes passed quickly. All 8 contestants entered the field at once. The upper and lower brackets were still playing separately, so Cheng Qianma and Wei Sheng couldn't see the match with Huang Tian's group. After Wei Sheng stepped onto the stage, he immediately began his flamboyant chatter. Old Mo, before we start, let's set some ground rules. First, no hitting the face. You can't bruise my handsome looks. Otherwise, I won't be able to make a living. You'll have to feed me for life. Second, if someone surrenders, stop immediately. No using this as an excuse for personal revenge. As for the third, can you go easy on me? Let me win the championship just once. The viewers in the live stream originally thought this would be a fierce battle. After all, anyone who made the top 8 would have their own pride, and the championship was just within reach. In the world of Blue Star, no one doesn't dream of reaching the peak. Now that the opportunity is here, everyone would surely fight for it. But who would have thought? Wei Sheng, in the boldest tone, said the most cowardly words, even more outrageous. He didn't feel the slightest bit embarrassed about it. Wei Sheng's shamelessness was as thick as a castle wall. Everyone was completely stunned. At that moment, Cheng Qianma looked utterly frustrated. He didn't even seem surprised. Although you're shameless, I'll agree to the first 2. As for the last option, forget it. Just go dream about it. In dreams, anything is possible. Everyone thought Wei Sheng would be furious after being rejected and mocked, but to their surprise, he shamelessly grinned and said, "City outskirts." Everyone instantly fainted. Chapter 452. Wei Sheng's progress. Cheng Qianma's astonishing. Old Mo, have some martial ethics. Let's keep this friendly. Wei Sheng pretended to clasp his hands respectfully. Then he spoke. Cheng Qianma seemed used to his shameless antics, so he helplessly nodded. But just at that moment, Out of nowhere, Wei Xing suddenly attacked. Slow spell. In the next second, Cheng Qianma was hit with a debuff. Slow spell applied. It reduced the target's movement speed by 40% and lasted for 12 seconds. Shameless Wei Xing, who had just asked Cheng Qianma to be honorable, ended up being the first to break that promise. He launched a sneak attack without hesitation. Cheng Qianma looked at the greenish debuff on himself, almost laughing in frustration. When it comes to being dirty, you're the dirtiest, Wei Xing. Wei Xing didn't deny it. He simply smiled and said, "Fighting you, you crazy freak. Of course I need some tricks. Otherwise, who at the same level could ever beat you? As the saying goes, all's fair in war. You let your guard down. You didn't dodge." Wei Xing knew very well that Cheng Qianma was incredibly strong. During their personal training in the arena, he had already witnessed Cheng Qianma's terrifying speed. As a slow, long-range class, he had no choice but to slow Cheng Qianma down. Otherwise, he didn't stand a chance. Only then would he have a chance at victory. Although, he knew that in his current state, it would be very hard to defeat Cheng Qianma. He still wanted to give it a shot. After all, Cheng Qianma was the best touchstone in this world. Watch out. This old man is about to put on a show. Shadow impact. At the moment, the distance between Wei Xing and Cheng Qianma was at least 35 meters. Moreover, Cheng Qianma was currently under a slowing effect. At that range, it was enough for him to cast Shadow Impact in 3 seconds. But the very next second, he was shocked. A flash of blue light suddenly gleamed from Cheng Qianma. The slowing debuff magically disappeared. Damn. How could I forget about that? You really are a damn monster. In his previous 3 matches, Wei Xing had smooth victories. He used various abnormal effects to torment his opponents to the brink of despair. So, at the start of this battle, he instinctively thought that slowing Cheng Qianma's movement would allow him to cast safely. But at this moment, he finally remembered. Cheng Qianma had a mysterious skill that regularly cleanses debuffs. That's why he shouted so loudly. Meanwhile, the livestream viewers were completely confused. They had no idea what was going on, because Wei Xing didn't say clearly what exactly he had forgotten. All they saw now was Cheng Qianma's debuff vanish in an instant, as he charged rapidly toward Wei Xing. The audience didn't understand, because they lacked the knowledge. But the top experts watching on site all had serious expressions on their faces, especially Wu Shuiqin. He discovered that Cheng Qianma actually had a skill even he couldn't understand. This skill looked a lot like purification power, but I didn't see him raise his hand to cast the skill. How is that possible? Wu Shuiqin, with his rich experience, instantly recognized what that flash of blue light was. But he couldn't figure out how Cheng Qianma could use it without even lifting a hand. This kid really is full of secrets. I need to watch even more closely. A look of excitement appeared on Wu Shuiqin's face. At this moment, Gu Zizhen was watching Cheng Qianma on the screen with a strange expression. He had already spoken with Elder Qin over the phone earlier, so now he had some insider information about Cheng Qianma. Because of that, his gaze toward Cheng Qianma had changed. If Elder Qin's guess was correct, this kid really qualified to join that project. Gu Zizhen smiled to himself as he murmured. Just as Wei Xing had 1 second left before finishing his Shadow Impact spell, Cheng Qianma had already arrived, 20 meters in front of him. Don't come any closer. At least let me finish this spell, Wei Xing shamelessly shouted. But Cheng Qianma didn't give him the chance. His figure vanished in an instant. The next second, he appeared behind Wei Xing. Turns out, he had switched his Glimmer Blade to dagger form, then used the Assassin's Shadow Step. The dagger drew a gleaming arc, interrupting Wei Xing's Shadow Impact at the last moment. Because Cheng Qianma's second skill, Execution Slash, stunned him for a second. Time to go flying. Cheng Qianma smirked, and then began his combo assault. Soul Snatch, Pursue Life, Piercing Heart. A 3-skill combo executed flawlessly. Wei Xing's HP instantly dropped by half. As soon as he hit the ground, he reacted quickly and immediately used Fear Spell. A black skull suddenly appeared above Cheng Qianma's head. It was exactly the same as Princess Leisa's Enraged Stare effect from before, just without the group-wide effect. Wei Xing watched as Cheng Qianma darted erratically around the arena, and finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. That guy's speed is insane. No way. I'm going all in. If I go down, I'll go down standing. Wei Xing made a decisive move. While Cheng Qianma was still feared, he immediately began casting Hellfire Descent. If he hadn't reacted so quickly, casting Fear the moment he got up, he might have been hit by Cheng Qianma's second combo. Though Cheng Qianma was now feared, his body completely uncontrollable, he still felt quite pleased. Wei Xing's reaction speed. The fact that he managed to cast Fear under pressure proved it. 5 seconds later, 2 blazing fire meteors suddenly appeared in the air, then crashed down toward Cheng Qianma. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions followed. Both Hellfire meteors accurately struck the still-moving Cheng Qianma. Wei Xing's prediction skills were impressive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pulled off that move, since Hellfire meteors, upon landing, cause a group stun within a 5-meter radius for 3 seconds, and the stun lasts for 3 seconds. Cheng Qianma, already affected by fear, was now also stunned. he was in a rough spot. Feel the wrath of my hellfire. Weixing commanded the two hellfires to keep attacking, while continuing to stack debuffs. Soon, Cheng Qianma's health began to plummet rapidly. At the same time, lava spread all over the ground. But not long after, when Weixing saw Cheng Qianma's total HP, he immediately shouted, "What the hell are you? Are you even human? A non-tank class, level 42, and you have 7,500 HP? Damn it. What's the point of playing other classes now?" Weixing originally thought he was gradually gaining the upper hand, but Cheng Qianma's HP quickly poured cold water on him. 7,515 total HP. For a non-tank class, that was an insanely high. Weixing hadn't expected that after just a few days, Cheng Qianma had turned into a walking health bar. Of course, he had no idea that Cheng Qianma had been fully stacking Constitution. Plus, he had 50% more attribute points than everyone else, with an extra 5% HP boost. That's how he managed to push his health up so fast. And it wasn't just Weixing. Everyone watching also looked stunned. Especially Wu Shuiqin. When he saw Cheng Qianma's health, he actually started laughing. This kid's stats really are suspicious. Not only is his attack high, but he also has so much HP. Where did he get so many free attribute points? Let's see how I'll deal with you next. Wu Shuiqin felt like he was starting to figure out the truth, and he had found a breakthrough. So he was in a great mood. But what he didn't know was that this was just the beginning of his troubles. Chapter 453. What the hell? Public opinion shifts. What's wrong? Can't I write things however I want? What's wrong with passing? It seemed that Weixing's trash talk had affected Cheng Qianma. After the stun wore off, he also started mocking sarcastically. But just now, Weixing's combo, plus a few extra skills, had dealt about 3,800 damage. If it were an average level 42 awakened, taking that much damage would have been risky, since their HP was much lower than Cheng Qianma's. But even with 3,800 damage, Weixing still wasn't satisfied. That's not right. My combo should have dealt at least close to 4,800 damage. Old MO is way too tough. Weixing had unleashed his combo at lightning speed, because he knew this was the one perfect opportunity he got by using his ultimate, so he basically didn't hold anything back. Originally, he thought this combo should at least bring Cheng Qianma down to low HP, but unexpectedly, not only did Cheng Qianma have an absurd amount of HP, his defense was also incredible. With Weixing's ability, he could easily calculate that about 20% of the damage just mysteriously vanished. That's why he made that comment earlier. You're tough, huh? Your whole damn family is tough. No matter how Cheng Qianma heard it, he thought Weixing's words sounded weird, so he immediately shot back. Actually, the missing 20% of damage was thanks to Ultimate Baptism, a special effect from the Magic Blessing buff. It granted Cheng Qianma 20% magic resistance, so of course he could tank it. Wait, I'm done. I'm out. I just remembered something. What's the point of fighting this? I'm scared I might surrender. Weixing has always had a bad memory, and he didn't like paying attention to other people's info. Just now, he thought and thought, but couldn't figure out why his damage had suddenly dropped for no reason. But then, when he instinctively checked his own buffs, he understood immediately, because he had Magic Blessing active. During his duel with Huang Tian earlier, it was also this 20% magic resistance that caused him to lose by one move. Now Cheng Qianma was even stronger than Huang Tian. How was he supposed to win? Originally, he just wanted to test things out, see if he had a chance to land a sneak attack. Now that it clearly wasn't happening, he gave up immediately. Because he knew there was still a monster in the upper bracket. He couldn't let Cheng Qianma waste too much stamina. In fact, Weixing's decision to surrender was the right one, because Cheng Qianma still had a powerful weapon against magic classes he hadn't used yet. It was the special effect of the prototype Magic Disruptor. That thing granted magic immunity for 10 seconds, plus 100% reflection. If he used it, Weixing would have no choice but to run during those 10 seconds. There'd be nothing he could do. And if Cheng Qianma had 10 seconds of free attacks, Weixing would have been on the ground long ago. So, Weixing's surrender was a very wise choice. But at that moment, the referee and countless spectators were all in an uproar, because Weixing's HP at that point was still way higher than Cheng Qianma's, and yet he surrendered. It was simply incomprehensible. Soon, discordant voices filled the live stream chat. What the hell? Is this some fake match by the three-school alliance, who surrenders while having the upper hand? Looks like the alliance is trying to create a legend. They're trying to push Cheng Qianma as their poster boy. We don't need a poster boy like that. His victories are completely hollow. Exactly. Who else advances 4 rounds straight thanks to their opponents surrendering? He's way worse than Liang Xiaoyan from the other bracket. These clueless spectators had no idea how terrifying Cheng Qianma really was with all his hidden cards. They only saw the surface results and didn't understand the inside story. So all of them believed that the three-school alliance was deliberately fast-tracking Cheng Qianma and helping him build his fame. In reality, for an emerging organization, having a star or an idol figure is extremely important. They can quickly boost the morale of their members and also create external publicity effects. For an organization in urgent need of growth, this could be very effective. Such tactics were common in many fields. But the current audience wasn't buying it. Because the alliance's methods were way too obvious. They didn't even bother to hide it. Other people at least put on a show when creating a legend. That way, it's easier for everyone to accept. But the Tri-School Alliance? They just laid all their cards on the table, no acting at all. It made everyone feel like their intelligence was being insulted. At this moment, Ling Xiao and Pei Yingguang both turned their gazes to Zhong Hanshan, as if waiting to hear his opinion. Zhong Hanshan also looked extremely awkward now. He hadn't expected the match to end with such a result. Why are you all looking at me? This has absolutely nothing to do with me. I didn't tell Wei Xing to throw the match. That was his Afraid of being blamed for this mess, Zhong Hanshan quickly explained. Ling Xiao and Pei Yingguang, judging by Zhong Hanshan's reaction, could tell he wasn't lying. That just made things even more strange. Cheng Qianma may be strong, but advancing this easily would definitely raise suspicions. I don't even need to watch the stream to know what everyone is talking about. After all, no one has seen his true strength yet to turn public opinion around. It looks like his only option now is to win the championship. Pei Yingguang, being experienced, quickly analyzed the current situation and the solution. Right now, both Cheng Qianma and the Tri-School Alliance were getting bad publicity. Cheng Qianma had won 4 matches in a row, and each took very little time. In each case, the opponent surrendered shortly after the match started, letting him advance easily. For the people of Blue Star, who idolize strength, this wasn't a good thing. If you beat your opponent with raw power, people would go crazy with admiration, but using other means, that's a different story. So Pei Yingguang was right. Cheng Qianma now has no choice but to defeat Liang Xiaoyan and win the championship. In order to silence all criticism, just how many secrets are you still hiding? Ling Xiao didn't comment further. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Cheng Qianma, filled with emotion. Right now, the happiest person had to be Wu Shuiqin. He took a moment to glance at the livestream comments and couldn't stop himself from grinning. It was obvious. Public opinion had gradually shifted away from the three-school alliance. You reap what you sow. This little show of yours might just flop spectacularly. Feeling great, Wu Shuiqin shifted his focus back to Liang Xiaoyan's match. Because this match was Liang Xiaoyan's first real challenge, Huang Tian's strength was clearly on a different level from the previous 3 opponents. Even though he was 8 levels lower than Liang Xiaoyan, he showed no fear at all. In fact, his style was surprisingly confident. To an uninformed viewer, it might even seem like he had the level advantage. Chapter 454. The Altar Revealed. The Future of Lantian Academy. I admit I underestimated you, but you still can't win. The champion of today's knockout round will be mine. For the first time, Liang Xiaoyan felt pressure. His breathing gradually became heavier. He had assumed Huang Tian would be like everyone else, easy to crush. After all, the previous level 46 or 47 opponents had all been steamrolled by him, and Huang Tian's level was even lower. So naturally, he thought it would be an easy win. But reality proved him wrong. And not just a little wrong. Huang Tian had been fighting Liang Xiaoyan for nearly 3 minutes now. Even though Huang Tian's momentum hadn't faded at all, and the previously unstoppable Liang Xiaoyan had, for the first time, lost 35% of his HP. For Huang Tian, fighting while 8 levels behind, and still doing that much damage, was something Liang Xiaoyan had never imagined. Even the viewers in the live stream started cheering for Huang Tian. His unyielding spirit quickly won everyone's approval. What's more, Huang Tian's fighting style was incredibly smooth, highly entertaining to watch, a real fan magnet. No wonder he's the genius sword soul of Blue Sky Academy. That was some amazing combat, even with the level difference. He didn't back down at all. Respect. Turns out Liang Xiaoyan isn't as invincible as we thought. Huang Tian is like 100 times stronger than that Cheng Qianma. They're both from the Tri-School Alliance. So how can there be such a huge gap? Exactly. If I were the leader of the Tri-School Alliance, I'd definitely promote Huang Tian first. The atmosphere in the live stream chat was getting weird. Everyone was singing praises for Huang Tian on one hand, while mercilessly trashing Cheng Qianma on the other. This kind of behavior, even the school leaderships watching, couldn't quite understand it. The root of this bizarre situation was, to put it bluntly, a lack of perspective from keyboard warriors. They love to criticize without using their brains. They're easily swayed by others' opinions, and unwilling to think for themselves. Someone praises Huang Tian, they join in. Someone bashes Cheng Qianma, they join in too. At the end of the day, they just lack critical thinking skills, and can't see the bigger picture. That's why Huang Tian's performance is more easily recognized by them. Did I hear that right just now? You said you were going to win the championship? Liang, huh? You even underestimate? Better surrender early, or you're going to get humiliated later. Don't say I didn't warn you. There's a monster waiting for you in the next bracket. Although Huang Tian was currently at a disadvantage, he didn't back down at all. When he trash talks, every word hits where it hurts. Sure enough, Liang Xiaoyan was quickly affected. Ever since he returned to the outside world, the name he heard the most was Cheng Qianma. So naturally, he knew exactly who Huang Tian was talking about. But back then, he never gave Cheng Qianma a second thought. Hearing Huang Tian's words now, he clearly felt looked down upon. Naturally, he was annoyed. Liang Xiaoyan was currently a second-tier blood mage, an advanced class, blood jade count. As long as he advanced smoothly to 3rd tier, he would become the Blood Jade Duke. The Blood Mage class line was a rare hybrid of ranged and melee combat, and had incredibly strong recovery abilities. The Blood Rune Dance that Chung Qianma had used earlier was one of the core healing skills of the Blood Mage. However, Liang Xiaoyun's Blood Rune Dance could only be actively used. It didn't passively drain life. Angered by Huang Tian's provocation, he decided to teach him a harsh lesson. Very well. I hope your skills are as sharp as your tongue. Bloodwing Assault. Liang Xiaoyun's hands instantly transformed into a pair of massive black bat wings. Then, at an astonishing speed, he charged toward Huang Tian. In the next second, the tips of the bat wings suddenly extended into sharp blades. Because of the incredible speed, Huang Tian had no time to react. He could only instinctively raise his guard. Clang! Clang! Huang Tian staggered back 3 or 4 steps, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he looked unusually excited. Although he hadn't managed a perfect block, his normal block still reduced most of the Bloodwing Assault's damage. Is that all? Seems like you're not that tough after all. Now, take a look at my skill. Huang Tian snapped his fingers. Liang Xiaoyun's expression instantly changed. He had just tried to retreat quickly, but it was already too late. Right under his feet, a circular blood ring suddenly appeared. Then an extremely violent burst of blood energy erupted upward. Caught off guard, Liang Xiaoyun was directly launched into the air by a series of blood attacks. Damn. Rage burst. You're clearly a sword soul. How can you use berserker skills? No. Wait, did you activate an ancient altar? Even though Liang Xiaoyun had just been hit and lost 12% HP instantly and was knocked into a mid-air float state, he could still speak. Always confident and proud of being unbeatable, he was finally shaken by Huang Tian. If Huang Tian could use berserker skills, then he must have at least activated an ancient altar. But given how rare those altars are, and awakened around level 40, shouldn't even have access to them. That only leaves one possibility. Huang Tian must have discovered a previously unknown ancient altar. Huang Tian really had incredible patience. In fact, back when he was in his 20s, he'd already learned this skill during his first dungeon run with Chung Qianma, but he had never used it until now. He knew very well how extremely rare ancient altars were. Revealing it too early would definitely cause a massive stir. To avoid causing trouble for Chung Qianma, he had held back until now. Old Mo. Sorry bro, I just couldn't hold it in anymore. When it's time to shoot, don't try to hold back. I almost gave myself internal injuries holding it in. After a bit of self-deprecating humor, Huang Tian immediately felt refreshed. He even felt a shock of exhilaration. Now clear-headed and energized, he leapt into the air. This was his perfect opportunity to go all out. Even if he couldn't finish off Liang Xiaoyun, he would at least leave him with a painful memory. Aerial/combo, glowing blade fall, ghost sword technique. After fighting for so long, he finally seized an opportunity. Huang Tian went all out. And at the end of his combo, he unleashed his ultimate skill, Phantom Sword Dance. Break for me. As Liang Xiaoyun tried to rise, 12 sword auras appeared instantly. This sight fired up everyone watching. Huang Tian, as the underdog, was performing flawlessly. He even managed to unleash 12 sword auras with the Sword Saint's ultimate move. At this point, victory no longer mattered. Huang Tian had already won everyone's respect. Seeing the 12 sword auras before him, Liang Xiaoyun's expression changed dramatically. Huang Tian's strength kept exceeding his expectations. A typical second-tier Sword Saint could unleash 8 sword auras, which was already impressive. But Huang Tian managed to create 4 more. Demonic Minion, Summon Hellhound. No time to think. Liang Xiaoyun instantly summoned a massive 2-meter-tall Hellhound to block the damage. Normally, a Hellhound with 18,000 HP was plenty tough, but to his surprise, it was instantly shredded by the crisscrossing sword auras. Still, it greatly reduced the power of the Phantom Sword Dance. Clang! 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 After taking 5 sword auras head-on, the Phantom Sword Dance finally faded. Liang Xiaoyun, who originally had 65% HP, was brought down to just 19%. By Huang Tian's furious combo. If not for the 8-level gap between them, he might have been finished already. At that moment, the viewing gallery erupted in applause. Nearly all the teachers from every school were amazed by Huang Tian's performance. Pei Guang looked visibly emotional, even choking up several times. Because Huang Tian was a student of Blue Sky Academy. Chapter 455, Don't Slip, Mimic Combat. As time ticked away, the 4th round finally came to an end. Although Huang Tian was ultimately defeated, he still forced Liang Xiaoyun into an extremely difficult battle. He was already at a significant level disadvantage, so his performance was absolutely something to be proud of. After all, most people at the start never believed he could fight toe-to-toe with the powerful Liang Xiaoyun. Huang Tian may have lost, but he lost with honor and earned everyone's respect. Everyone believed if Huang Tian were just 3 or 4, he would definitely have a chance to win, so he could walk off the stage with his head held high. Compared to this intense showdown, The other match in the upper bracket had a completely different atmosphere. That match was an internal bout between Eternal Pinnacle members, So Lin Ruashi and Xiuling fought with considerable restraint, a stark contrast to the battle between Huang Tian and Liang Xiaoyan. After about 6 to 7 minutes of fighting, Xiuling voluntarily surrendered to end the match. At level 42, Lin Ruashi's combat strength had skyrocketed. Xiuling could endure in drawn-out battles against most people, but not Lin Ruashi, because Lin Ruashi not only had overwhelming strength, but also possessed an SS-rank talent, with attack speed that was absolutely terrifying. Under such intense pressure, even Xiuling was starting to buckle. Her mistakes became more and more frequent. Rather than continue draining her teammates' energy, it was better to surrender voluntarily. She didn't think she could beat Liang Xiaoyan anyway, and Huang Tian had just nearly taken him down. So why not let the fired-up Lin Ruashi go on to challenge Liang Xiaoyan? Maybe while he's weakened, she could finish him off. With that, all the finalists from both upper and lower brackets were decided. The final match of the upper bracket would be Liang Xiaoyan versus Lin Ruashi. In the lower bracket, it was Cheng Qianma against the representative from Yunlin University. The result left the entire arena in stunned silence. No one had expected that the university with the most players in the Final Four would be Divine Realm University. What's more, the two players were the lowest leveled out of all 64 competitors. They were only level 42, and even that was just achieved a few hours earlier. Such an incredible achievement instantly pushed Divine Realm University into the center of public attention. Now, while some people were rooting for them, even more were scoffing in disdain. On one hand, Cheng Qianma's advancement had been far too effortless. Her opponents barely put up a fight before surrendering outright. Because of that, no one had really seen her true dueling ability. And as for Lin Ruashi's final match, it hadn't cost her much stamina either. Their road to the semifinals left many eliminated schools feeling rather bitter. Lin Xiao was now beaming with pride, seeing her granddaughter and future grandson-in-law both in the semifinals. She was naturally overjoyed and pleasantly surprised, but the current public sentiment wasn't exactly favorable, and there wasn't much she could do to change it. Can you pass a message to Cheng Qianma for me? Tell her in the next match she should at least show off a little. Otherwise, the criticisms will only grow louder. Pei Guang was in high spirits too, because Huang Tian's progress had truly amazed her. There were still 20 minutes left before the lower bracket finals started, so she wanted to tell Cheng Qianma to stop holding back. All right. I'll send someone with the message. I'll have someone pass the message. Lin Xiao nodded helplessly. She also felt that Cheng Qianma was hiding too much. A few minutes later, an assistant showed up at Cheng Qianma's waiting room. When Cheng Qianma heard why she came, his face immediately turned odd. She told me to stop slacking off. When the hell did I ever slack off? It was the opponents who surrendered on their own. If they wanted to keep fighting, I would have gladly continued. Right now, Cheng Qianma felt more wrong than a scapegoat. They were the ones who forfeited. How was that his fault? But regardless, he still accepted Lin Xiao's suggestion. After all, there were only 2 matches left until the finals, and most likely, both opponents would be outsiders, so there was really no need to hold back anymore. Alright then, guess it's time to loosen up a bit. Cheng Qianma stretched his back. In a blink, 20 minutes quickly passed. Cheng Qianma and his opponent from Yunlin University stepped onto the stage together. This opponent's name was Zhan Yu. Zhan Yu was the genius Yunlin University placed high hopes on. His current level had reached 49. Second only to Liang Xiaoyan. His class was the second advancement of the Gunner class, Berserker. At this moment, Zhan Yu quietly stared at the lower level Cheng Qianma, feeling incredibly conflicted, because before the match, Principal Lin Tianxing had specifically told him to do everything he could to stop Cheng Qianma from advancing. Those words basically implied he was being used as a roadblock. Even though he was the one with the higher level, Principal Lin still used the phrase do everything you can. Even if he didn't say it outright, the meaning was obvious. He clearly had more faith in Cheng Qianma. That made Zhan Yu extremely upset. He felt like Principal Lin was boosting someone else's morale, while crushing his own. Let's see then, what exactly are you capable of to make Principal Lin value you so highly? The full-powered me is no joke. Zhan Yu wiped down the large gun in his hand, his expression extremely serious. Cheng Qianma seemed to sense that his opponent came with ill intent, but didn't show any anger. Then, to everyone's surprise, he transformed his Flowlight 1000 blades into a machine gun form. Then with a slight, this move immediately made Zhan Yu's blood boil. It was obvious that Cheng Qianma was deliberately provoking him. Do either of you have anything to say before the match begins? The referee seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, so he decisively stepped in to mediate. But neither side said a word, as if they'd both gone mute. They remained completely silent. The referee felt a bit awkward, so he had no choice but to announce the start of the match. Zhan Yu immediately ran forward while aiming his heavy gun at Cheng Qianma. But to his surprise, Cheng Qianma did the same. He also ran while aiming. Gatling gun barrage. Zhan Yu thought Cheng Qianma was relying on being a freelancer class to imitate his moves and mess with his mindset. In his eyes, he was the king of ranged damage. Even if the opponent imitated him, it was just superficial. When it came to dealing damage, he was definitely superior. No, it should be a complete... So he sneered with disdain. At that moment, Cheng Qianma smiled. He also raised his weapon at the same time. Since he wanted to establish his authority, there was no better way than to defeat the opponent using their own tactics. Gatling gun barrage. The two of them looked like twin brothers at this moment. Their timing was nearly identical. Even their skills were exactly the same. Although our skills share the same name, the effects and damage are worlds apart. Trying to copy. Keep dreaming. Zhan Yu's face was full of disdain. He thought Cheng Qianma was being far too arrogant, and this scene left the entire audience in shock. They couldn't understand Cheng Qianma's intentions at all. Few classes dared to go head-to-head in damage with a powerful ranged class like Berserker. This was clearly a reckless move. What's more, Cheng Qianma's level was significantly lower. How could he possibly win? How could he possibly win? Although the vast majority doubted Cheng Qianma, there were two people in the spectator room who were staring intently at him. They were Wu Shuiqin and Gu Zizhen. But their current feelings were completely different. Chapter 456. Exposing his strength, hidden motives. As Cheng Qianma and Zhan Yu fired simultaneously, countless bullets crossed paths in the air. At first, Zhan Yu didn't notice anything wrong, but a few seconds later, he widened his eyes in shock, because his 20 bullets had already been fired. Yet Cheng Qianma's gun was still firing. As an advanced profession of gunner, he naturally had upgraded base skills, although his skill was still called Gatling gun. Both its single-shot damage and bullet count had increased greatly. The Berserker's Gatling gun increased bullet count from 15 to 20 rounds, and single-shot damage also rose by 25%. Doing the math, the enhanced Gatling gun had its damage increased by as much as 66%. But Cheng Qianma was a freelancer, so he should only be using the most basic version. There was no way he could beat him. That's why he was so dismissive earlier, and thought Cheng Qianma had lost his mind. But only now did he realize something was wrong. Your Gatling gun is actually stronger than mine? How is this possible? Zhan Yu shouted in disbelief. Rat-tat-tat. Right after Zhan Yu exclaimed, his body was hit by a barrage of bullets. His HP instantly dropped by a chunk. Though Cheng Qianma was also shot, the impact wasn't too significant, because many of his, at this moment, whether in the live stream or among spectators, everyone had fallen into silence. No one could figure out what happened. A freelancer's Gatling gun was actually stronger than a berserker's? Then what's the point for others to play? Even though no one could count the exact number of bullets Cheng Qianma fired, or how many rounds there were exactly, it was clear he fired for a few seconds longer than Zhan Yu, and that difference was obvious. After a long pause, the live stream viewers finally reacted. Oh my god, what the heck is going on? Just a rough estimate. Cheng Qianma just fired at least 40 shots, right? Can any expert explain this? This skill has gone beyond my knowledge. Looks like Cheng Qianma is hiding plenty of secrets. We've all underestimated him. With just that barrage alone, Cheng Qianma instantly turned public opinion around. Even though people still don't understand what happened, it doesn't stop them from judging the situation. Clearly, in that shootout just now, Zhan Yu was utterly crushed. At this moment, both Wu Shuiqin and Gu Zizhen were smiling. But their thoughts were completely different. Wu Shuiqin had been annoyed earlier because of Huang Tian's astonishing performance, but now her face finally showed a smile again. In the end, she couldn't hold back. Seems like not only your stats are suspicious, even your skills are shady. It's time to report this and lock you up for research. When Wu Shuiqin said lock up, she wasn't exaggerating. The number of secrets on Cheng Qianma was alarming to her, and the Xia Nation always valued novel discoveries, so as long as she reported it, she could use various excuses to temporarily place Cheng Qianma under house arrest. Within the management association, there were several terrifying mad scientists. They loved researching all kinds of strange people and events, and because of their high status, they rarely showed respect to others. The secret realm projection, such a great invention, came from their hands. As a result, no one dared to offend them easily. After all, they were working for the development of the Xia Nation. Posing them, that would mean going against the entire Xia Nation. As long as Cheng Qianma is noticed by those above, he'll be required to stay in the association for research cooperation. If this plan succeeds, Cheng Qianma's growth speed will be greatly reduced. You have to know, once someone is labeled as a test subject, they must unconditionally cooperate with those crazy scientists on their experiments. So training will be out of the question. After losing Cheng Qianma, Wu Shuiqin believed the three-school alliance would quickly fall apart and return to a scattered state. Yet even in such a state, it still remained unshaken. In fact, today was indeed the first time Cheng Qianma actively showcased her skills in front of everyone. Previously, her passive skills had only been used inside secret realms. Those places had complex environments and chaotic battles. There were also no top experts observing carefully, so since she intentionally hid it, it didn't attract attention. But today, she and Zhan Yu used the same skill at the same time. This kind of head-to-head clash was extremely eye-catching. Plus, inside the observation room, there were several fourth-tier experts. With that contrast, the problem became immediately apparent. However, since she dared to reveal her cards, she clearly came prepared. On one hand, she believed the timing was right. It was time to declare her kingly return in this moment of public focus. On the other hand, she still had cards left to play. After all, her trump cards hadn't all been revealed yet. Even showing just a few casually would immediately shake things up. So there was nothing to worry about. Damn. So Elder Qin was telling the truth after all. Now this just got interesting. For that plan, she definitely deserves a spot. Gu Zizhen was now smiling, visibly excited, because she had discovered yet another terrifying genius. Right now, the lower nation was weak and desperately needed new strength. Every time she thought back to the tragedy a year ago, when the haunted nation humiliated them, Gu Zizhen couldn't help but seethe with anger. The lower nation was currently not strong and surrounded by powerful enemies. Their situation was dire, but strengthening a nation wasn't something. Therefore, the lower nation had no choice but to. In fact, the grand events held yearly in the lower nation were also one way for the Management Association to discover talented individuals. Gu Zizhen came today as the chief referee, naturally with the goal of scouting talent. She was in a great mood now, so she continued to watch Cheng Qianmao with keen interest. At this moment, Zhan Yu stood on the stage, pale as a ghost. She was on the verge of a mental breakdown. I don't believe it. This is absolutely impossible. How could a mere freelancer have skills more powerful than mine? Laser cannon. Laser cannon. She quickly fired a beam of light straight ahead. It dealt light attribute damage to the target. The range was 150 meters. Agitated, Zhan Yu immediately launched her second attack. But Cheng Qianmao, still copying her move, also used laser cannon. In this skill clash, although in terms of skill effect, there was no difference between the two. When it came to damage output, Cheng Qianmao won once again. At this moment, Cheng Qianmao had taken 2 skill hits in a row. His HP was still around 61%, which meant he had 4,584 HP remaining. Meanwhile, Zhan Yu's HP had dropped all the way down to 2,957 points. There were 2 reasons behind this overwhelming result. First, Cheng Qianmao's level 6 Gatling gun passive triggered 3 times in a row, so he dealt a massive burst of damage at once, completely overwhelming Zhan Yu. Second, even though he didn't have the laser cannon's passive, thanks to his high stats crushing the opponent, combined with both penetration and resistance ignoring true damage effects, he managed to elevate the laser cannon's power to a level above Zhan Yu's. These 2 advantages are unique to Cheng Qianmao, something others couldn't even envy. Zhan Yu looked at his dwindling HP bar and immediately fell into a frenzy. No, I won't accept this. If all this is real, then what's the meaning of my existence? If freelancers are this strong in mid to late game, what's the point of other classes even existing? This can't be real. X1 compressed quantum cannon, stimulated to the extreme, Zhan Yu unleashed the Berserker's second-tier ultimates. X1 compressed quantum cannon. In an instant, the temperature at his gun's muzzle spiked rapidly. A violent surge of energy began to spread outward. And what came next? Cheng Qianmao's response shocked the entire audience even more. Chapter 457. Advancing to the grand finals. Lin Ruoshi's fate. Just as the X1 compressed quantum cannon was about to be fired, it was suddenly interrupted. Turns out Cheng Qianmao used the soul impact of Chao Shi's cursed gear, and force soul shock can interrupt any charging skill, no matter what it is. The Berserker's second-tier ultimate skill was part of this category. It's time to end this. The corners of Cheng Qianmao's mouth curled up slightly. He aimed his machine gun at Zhan Yu. Then, a flurry of bullets burst out once again. The abilities he had just shown were already enough to catch the attention of the top brass. For now, there was no need to reveal the fact that he could use other class ultimates. Always keeping something in reserve had always been Cheng Qianmao's principle, so he used an ordinary Gatling gun to finish this battle. When the 27th bullet was fired, Zhan Yu's HP was down to just 3%. Cheng Qianmao forcibly raised the muzzle, spared her life. 3%. Zhan Yu lost the ability to fight. Cheng Qianmao advanced smoothly to the finals. At this moment, the referee, more than anyone, felt the impact the most. Only by observing Cheng Qianmao's battle up close could one grasp just how terrifying he was. From the side view, the referee could responsibly say that Zhan Yu, from start to finish, never had even the slightest chance. This battle was an undisputed one-sided crush. It was like an adult beating up a child. Everyone had thought the final match of the lower bracket would be an intense, thrilling showdown. But unexpectedly, Cheng Qianmao once again wrapped it up within 2 minutes. However, this time, there were basically no more doubts, because Cheng Qianmao had already displayed terrifying strength. Now, the comment section in the live stream was going absolutely wild. This match was terrifying and mind-blowing. Cheng Qianmao completely overwhelmed Zhan Yu. Now I really want to know, why are his Gatling gun and laser cannon even stronger than Zhan Yu's, who's a berserker? I reckon either he has some kind of special enhancement talent, or he's hiding an enormous secret. Once today's match is over, the higher-ups in the Management Association will probably summon him for a talk. At this point, even ordinary people could tell that Cheng Qianmao is no ordinary guy, and they listed several possible explanations. Unlike the excitement from most others, the atmosphere on Xinyu University's side was actually a bit heavy. Elder Lin, that kid has way too many secrets on him. Could he be taken away for research? In my opinion, Wu Shuiqin definitely won't pass up that chance. Dong Hongshan, who also knew some inside details, said this with deep concern. Meanwhile, Ling Zhao's gaze had been fixed on Cheng Qianma the whole time. With a complex expression, he said, I can't say for sure either. But no matter what happens, Xinyu University will fully support him to the end. A peerless genius like him must not be ruined by external interference. Ling Zhao had no confidence either, and was even prepared to live and die with Cheng Qianma. In fact, he thought the likelihood of this happening was quite high, because in the history of the Xia nation, there had been precedents. Whenever strange people or strange events appeared in Xia, they would always be invited for tea by the Management Association. After all, the descent of the Apocalypse continent onto Blue Star had only been a century ago. There were still far too many mysteries that humanity didn't yet understand. Many past technological breakthroughs were born out of unexpected discoveries. So, with Cheng Qianma displaying such uniqueness, he would definitely attract attention from those above. The best possible outcome now, if Cheng Qianma cooperates with Xia Nation's top scientists for research, it basically wouldn't hinder his growth. At most, it would just waste a bit of his time. But in the worst case, if even these mad scientists fail to understand Cheng Qianma's oddities, he would become a primary research subject, which is pretty much like being in prison. After all, Cheng Qianma's strength belongs to him alone. But if his secrets are unraveled and applied across Xia Nation, it could benefit tens of thousands of people. When it comes to national interests, individual interests are almost negligible. However, Cheng Qianma was unaware that at the top of Xia Nation, there exists a group of mad scientists. He had already returned to the lounge and opened the live stream of the upper bracket. It never hurts to check out the opponent for the final match in advance. It's always the right move. There were only a few minutes left before the match began. The upper bracket battle wasn't over yet. At the moment, Lin Ruoxi and Liang Xiaoyun were locked in a fierce fight. It seemed Huang Tian's earlier performance had affected Liang Xiaoyun, so he was taking this battle very seriously. His previous arrogance had gradually faded. Although he was ruthless and cruel, it didn't mean he was brainless. It's just that his previous opponents were far too weak, so there was no need to take them seriously. But with the appearance of Huang Tian, the situation changed immediately. So Liang Xiaoyun had been going all out from the very first second, but Liang Xiaoyun was still cautious. He wouldn't allow himself to fall in the same place twice, especially when his current opponent was still 8 levels below him. It seemed like he had a vendetta with the number 8 today. Blood Shadow Step. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyun still had 62% HP, while Lin Ruoxi had only 23% left. To avoid any unforeseen delays, Liang Xiaoyun took the initiative and activated a movement skill, Shadow Slice Step. Shadow Slice Step turns the user into a blood-red shadow and instantly teleports them a certain distance. The maximum distance is 20 meters. Its effect is basically similar to Shadow Chase Step, but with one key difference. It can be used without a target, whereas Shadow Chase Step requires an enemy target to teleport to. However, in exchange, Shadow Slice Step has 10 meters less range than Shadow Chase Step. As soon as Liang Xiaoyun appeared beside Lin Ruoxi, a blood-red spear suddenly formed in his hand. Blood Spear. It's over. Since the combo was executed in an instant, Lin Ruoxi had no time to dodge. The blood-red spear instantly pierced into his body. At the same time, a terrifying surge of blood energy flooded through him. Blood Spear uses blood energy to corrode the enemy's body, draining 500 HP per second, and restoring the same amount to the user, lasting for 5 seconds. This is considered one of the strongest skills for the Blood Mage class. Not only does it deal a total of 2,500 HP damage to the enemy, it also heals the user for the exact same amount, both offensive and defensive in one move. Lin Ruoxi immediately felt a searing pain, and his HP kept dropping continuously. It seemed his elimination round journey was about to end here. Liang Xiaoyun looked at Lin Ruoxi's pained expression and revealed a faint, bloody smile. Stop struggling. In less than 5 seconds, be drained dry. Based on Lin Ruoxi's current HP, he would die from blood loss in just 4 seconds, but he did not give up. Now that Liang Xiaoyun was right next to him, he was also given a golden chance to strike. That hadn't changed. Enduring the immense pain, Lin Ruoxi roared with all his might. At the same time, a resolute expression appeared on his face. This scene earned the silent respect of everyone watching. Chapter 458. Desperate Struggle, Stirring the Crowd. Huanglong Performance. As Lin Ruoxi's HP kept draining, his aura grew weaker, but he still endured the damage from the blood spear and unleashed his ultimate move. In an instant, the tip of the divine spear of radiance erupted with terrifying power. Immediately after, a ring of crimson runes appeared on his body. Then, 7 dazzle marks, all transformed into golden dragons' dazzle marks. Liang Xiaoyun seemed to have anticipated that Lin Ruoxi would go all out. At that moment, he continued attacking with the blood spear in his right hand, while his left hand conjured a crimson shield. Blood Shield. Let's see just how capable you are. Blood Shield. It consumes 20% of your own HP to create a blood shield that blocks 2,600 damage. Although the blood shield instantly costs Liang Xiaoyan 20% of his HP, which was around 1,300 HP, the blood shield could block 2,600 damage. It was a solid, profitable trade. Plus, he was recovering 500 HP per second, so he remained calm. But the very next second, his confident expression changed. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Ruashi's 7 dragons dazzle marks smashed into the blood shield one after another. The thunderous impact shook. When the first damage number flashed as 821, Liang Xiaoyan was utterly shocked. After losing 20% of his HP, he still had 3,224 HP left, including the shield value. That totaled around 5,824 HP. Originally, he thought, even if he took a full hit from the Huanglong performance, there didn't seem to be any major issues. But who would have thought Lin Ruashi's attack power would be this terrifying? You have to understand, he was 8 levels higher than Lin Ruashi. That came with a suppression penalty of 40%. Normally, a second-tier occupation mage would only lose around 350 HP each time a Dragon Dazzle rune explodes. But now, Lin Ruashi's damage had more than doubled that amount. How is this even possible? His damage output is insanely high. Although Liang Xiaoyan was still regenerating 500 HP per second, he was panicking. Yellow Dragon Eye Moon detonates all Dragon Dazzle runes. It takes only 2 seconds at most, which means, even counting the HP, Liang Xiaoyan only had 6,824 HP total. Yet the first Dragon Dazzle rune alone dealt 821 damage. If that's multiplied by 7, the total damage would approach 5,000. Although that figure wouldn't kill him just yet, don't forget, Dragon Dazzle runes can crit. If just 2 out of Lin Ruashi's 7 runes land critical hits, he could pull off a stunning reversal. That's why Liang Xiaoyan made a snap decision, instantly pulling out his blood spear. Then, after taking 4 dragon rune hits head-on, he forcibly escaped Lin Ruashi's attack range. Even though this cost him dearly, he still did it. Even if it ruined his reputation, he still chose to act. Because he didn't dare to gamble. People fear death, and Liang Xiaoyan was no exception. Backing off now was only a moment of disgrace. As long as he kept his distance later, as long as he kept his distance afterward, he could easily wear down Lin Ruashi. By then, all the humiliation could be redeemed by winning the championship. So Liang Xiaoyan held back. But he wasn't blindly retreating. As he backed away, he secretly tossed. Since the move was extremely subtle and quick, almost no one noticed it. When the audience saw Liang Xiaoyan voluntarily interrupt his attack and retreat at the cost of injury, they were instantly in an uproar. No one expected that Liang Xiaoyan, at the most critical moment, would chicken out first. He turned out to be less gutsy than this young lady in front of him. She had endured the damage from the blood spear and still unleashed her ultimate move. That was truly a desperate fight. But Liang Xiaoyan retreated first. Such behavior made the livestream chat explode instantly. Countless people started furiously bashing Liang Xiaoyan. They thought he was an absolute disgrace. Already at level 50, yet he didn't dare to face a girl 8 levels lower than himself. It was shameful to the extreme. Some extremists even started attacking Yunba Academy. How could the top academy of Xia Nation produce someone as cowardly as Liang Xiaoyan? Such criticism made Wu Shuiqin so angry she was practically trembling. She herself was furious over Liang Xiaoyan's retreat. Useless fool. So afraid of death. On top of that, since when did Ling Zhao's granddaughter become so terrifying? That sudden eruption of crimson runes on her body. What kind of skill was that? Why are all the students from Shun Domain University so full of mysteries? Wu Shuiqin was already on the verge of losing it. She never imagined that her specially recalled ace player had nearly been taken down by 2 lower-level awakened fighters before even catching a glimpse of Cheng Qianma. For Yunba Academy, this was an unprecedented and disgraceful humiliation. At the same time, her fear toward Xinyu University and the 3-school alliance had reached its peak, because whether it was Cheng Qianma, Huang Tianyu, or Lin Ruashi, they were all members of the alliance. There's no doubt, regardless of whether they win the championship, the 3-school alliance has made its mark, and with great impact. In the future, more and more schools will want to join this alliance. Once the alliance expands further, the structure of Xia Nation's universities will undergo massive changes. This is a result that Yunba Academy absolutely cannot accept. That's why Wu Shuiqin now harbored deep hatred toward Xinyu University. Those used to standing above the clouds find it painful when they fall. Thus, Wu Shuiqin specifically targeted Cheng Qianma and the alliance. There's still a chance. She believed Zhou Siwei would soon bring good news, and Cheng Qianma's secret was a huge opening for breakthrough. Wu Shuiqin wasn't going to give up her counterattack just because Liang Xiaoyan backed off, because she still had cards to play. Besides, Liang Xiaoyan had only retreated from a frontal fight. That didn't mean he had lost. After dodging Yellow Dragon covers the moon, he still held the upper hand. In fact, Lin Ruashi's HP was nearly depleted. his body was extremely weakened. The only reason he had been able to unleash such terrifying energy was because he had activated an S-rank skill he learned earlier, Berserk Power. Berserk Power temporarily doubles the damage of all skills. And Yellow Dragon covers the moon was his final opportunity. Now Lin Ruashi had used up his last light. Though Liang Xiaoyan's HP was also running low, he still had multiple healing abilities. If the battle dragged on, Lin Ruashi had no chance of winning. So in his weakened state, Lin Ruashi instinctively raised his right hand. Referee, I surrender. Her voluntary surrender didn't draw any resentment. On the contrary, everyone admired her for her desperate effort. For a girl around 20 years old, to fight against Liang Xiaoyan while being 8 levels lower was already an extraordinary achievement. Among the younger generation of battle mages in the lower nation, probably none could match her level. At this moment, the VIPs in the viewing room not only applauded, but also occasionally cast their gaze toward Lin Xiao. They all knew Lin Ruashi was Lin Xiao's precious granddaughter. The applause was both a gesture of goodwill toward Shun Domain University and a sign of envy for Lin Xiao having such an outstanding granddaughter. Lin Xiao's eyes were already red with emotion. He never expected his granddaughter to grow this much. At the same time, he felt heartache for her desperate fighting style, just as everyone thought the match was over. Lin Ruashi suddenly showed an expression of extreme pain. A blood-red flower suddenly bloomed behind her. Right after, Lin Ruashi's already low HP began to decrease even further. Everyone who saw this was shocked. Lin Xiao, who had just been feeling relieved, stood up in fury. You scoundrel, how... Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma, who had been watching Lin Ruashi's match, instantly erupted with murderous intent. Chapter 459. Within 3 moves, I will kill you. Liang Xiaoyan immediately stopped. Lin Ruashi had already surrendered. Are you trying to violate the tournament rules? The referee instantly recognized the blood-red flower behind Lin Ruashi. That was the Blood Mage's skill, Blood Blossom. Blood Blossom plants a seed on the enemy. 10 seconds later, it blooms, dealing 100 damage per second to the enemy, and tripling their pain sensation. It lasts for 10 seconds in total, but can be ended early. Although Blood Blossom doesn't deal high damage, it makes the enemy suffer unbearably. After all, the agony of tripled pain isn't something everyone can endure. The Blood Mage class seems inherently sinister. Not only does it have multiple life-draining skills, but also techniques meant to torture enemies. Blood Blossom was a textbook example of cruelty. Sorry. Blood Blossom was something I planted on Lin Ruashi earlier. I forgot about it just now. I'll remove it right away. While Liang Xiaoyan spoke, she slowly began to retrieve the blood bloom. After all, the blood bloom only dealt 100 damage per second. As long as it was withdrawn in time, Lin Ruashi wouldn't die. But the pain she endured was absolutely real. Very quickly, Lin Ruashi was crouching from the unbearable pain. Sweat kept dripping from her forehead. Yet despite all that, she didn't complain even once. Anyone with half a brain could tell from Liang Xiaoyan's indifferent face that she did it on purpose, that she forgot. Total nonsense. She was exploiting a loophole in the rules to torment Lin Ruashi, all to vent her grudge. And everyone guessed right. Liang Xiaoyan absolutely did it on purpose. Before retreating, she had already anticipated this outcome. Such disgraceful behavior. She had to find a way to make up for it. After all, she was a proud level 50 powerhouse, who had nearly lost to a level 42 weak girl. She simply couldn't accept that. So before she left, she secretly planted the seed of the blood bloom on Lin Ruashi. That way, she could torment her slowly. Not only could she regain some pride, but she could also vent her frustration. But what she didn't expect at all was that Lin Ruashi, who was fighting to the death a second ago, would suddenly concede. This outcome, Liang Xiaoyan absolutely could not accept. Even though she had technically won, her dignity was completely shattered. This kind of victory was not... With blood boiling and rage overwhelming her, Liang Xiaoyan found nowhere to vent her fury. In the end, blinded by hatred, even after Lin Ruashi had already surrendered, she still bloomed the blood flower. After all, she had already achieved her goal of tormenting Lin Ruashi. As long as Lin Ruashi didn't die, then she wouldn't be held accountable. So, even though everyone knew she was clearly lying just now, they couldn't do anything about it. A few seconds later, when Lin Ruashi's HP was down to just 150, Liang Xiaoyan finally, slowly retracted the blood bloom. At that moment, inside the observation room, Lin Xiao suddenly erupted with a shocking aura. The pressure of a 4th-tier powerhouse swept across the entire hall in an instant. This was the first time since her injury that she had revealed her strength in front of others. So, all the powerful figures present were utterly stunned, because they suddenly realized, not only was Lin Xiao exuding an overwhelming aura, but faintly, her strength had grown even further. Without a doubt, the power Lin Xiao had just displayed was a warning to certain people not to take things too far. Though she had stayed silent for years, she wasn't dead. Xinyu University really knows how to hide their aces. Now Lin Xiao not only had recovered fully, but had grown stronger than ever. The power structure of the Xi'an nation's universities, from today onward, was bound to shift. Even Gu Zizhen was deeply shocked by Lin Zhao's transformation, let alone everyone else. Those schools that had previously considered joining the three-school alliance were now even more determined to do so, and Lin Tiansheng, who had always wavered, remained completely silent. The shock she felt today was just too overwhelming. First, the Xinyu University team, after so many years, regained the championship in the Secret Realm Challenge. Then came Cheng Qianma, ruthlessly crushing her own school's Zhanyu. Now it was Lin Xiao who made further progress. It seemed all favorable factors were now in the hands of Xinyu University and the three-school alliance. Lin Tianxing had once believed that even if they couldn't surpass Yunbo Academy in the short term, their position as the second best in the Xian nation was secure. But after today's series of developments, everything seemed to have changed. If anyone was hit hardest by Lin Zhao's recovery, it was undoubtedly Yunbo Academy's Wu Shuiqin. Her face was dark as she looked toward Xinyu University's side. No one could guess what she was thinking. No one had expected that a simple elimination match would end up like this. In the end, Lin Ruoxi, supported by Xinyu University staff members, withdrew from the match. Liang Xiaoyun ultimately advanced into the finals. Her opponent, Cheng Qianma, was now disturbingly silent. The final match would begin in 20 minutes. So, Liang Xiaoyun returned to her lounge. During this break, the livestream room's popularity soared. After all, this year's Xian Nation University tournament was down to its final match, and the championship for the regular division was still uncertain. Although Xinyu University took first in the Secret Realm Challenge, they were only 1 point ahead of Yunbo Academy. Now that both Cheng Qianma and Liang Xiaoyun had entered the finals, the current scores were tied. Thanks to Lin Ruoxi's outstanding performance, Xinyu University gained another 3 points. All things considered, Xinyu University was now leading Yunbo Academy by 4 points. But that lead was far from secure, because if Liang Xiaoyun wins the knockout championship, she'll get an extra 5 points, which would allow her to make a comeback. And since the champion hasn't been decided yet, the viewers in the live stream have gradually split into 2 camps. About 60% of the audience believes that the final champion will still be Liang Xiaoyun. Although she is ruthless, they can't deny her strength is truly terrifying. Even though Huang Tian and Lin Ruoxi both almost turned the tables, in the end, they both still fell in defeat. Failing to reverse the game, in fact, means nothing, because they were at a disadvantage to begin with. Comebacks are always a rare occurrence. Victory still tends to favor the stronger contender, so these people rationally believe Liang Xiaoyun will win the knockout championship, while the rest firmly stand on Cheng Qianma's side. On one hand, they despise Liang Xiaoyun's disgraceful behavior, believing someone like her doesn't deserve to be champion. On the other hand, they think Cheng Qianma hasn't yet shown his full strength, so the outcome is still uncertain. 20 minutes passed quickly. The final match venue was set in the room next to the 2 sections. Very soon, Cheng Qianma and Liang Xiaoyun appeared together on the stage. At this moment of great anticipation, Cheng Qianma looked extremely grim. Then he suddenly raised his right hand, showing a gesture of 3 fingers. Within 3 moves, I will kill you. As soon as he said that, the entire arena was shocked. Chapter 460, Ling Zhao's reveal, Gu Zizhen's headache. At this moment, no one expected Cheng Qianma to be so audacious. He actually declared he'd win against Liang Xiaoyun in just 3 moves. That much was at least understandable. But saying he was going to kill someone, that was just absurd. Setting aside whether he could actually do it, just using the word kill was already a direct provocation of lower nation regulations. According to the rules of the National University Tournament, no casualties are allowed. After all, the lower nation is already quite weak, and those who can participate in the elimination matches, aren't they all elite students from top schools? Let's not forget, this isn't the apocalypse continent. If someone dies here, they're really dead. There's no do-over. The purpose of the National University Tournament is to motivate students to push themselves harder, not to slaughter one another. Therefore, anyone who kills during the university tournament, whether intentional or accidental, will face serious punishment. Over the past decade or so, there have been cases of killings. But those individuals have all mysteriously vanished. No one knows where they ended up. And now, Cheng Qianma dares to publicly declare a kill. That's arrogance at its peak. It's as if he completely disregarded the laws of the lower nation. Meanwhile, in the live stream chat, viewers were enjoying the drama. After all, if Cheng Qianma gets punished, it doesn't affect them. As a result, many began shouting in excitement. Some were even clapping maliciously, cheering for the chaos. Meanwhile, the top officials of each academy wore serious expressions. They knew Cheng Qianma was wild, but not to this extreme. Some conservative and traditional teachers looked visibly displeased. As for Wu Shuiqin, even though Cheng Qianma is strong, there's no way he can defeat Liang Xiaoyun in just 3 moves. That much is absolutely certain. So, he was now looking at Cheng Qianma on the screen, as if looking at an idiot. You reap what you sow. Words once spoken are like water that's been spilled. I'd love to see how you're going to clean up this mess. Wu Shuiqin couldn't wait for Cheng Qianma to make a bigger scene. He was just itching for an excuse to explode. As for the three members from the Tri-School Alliance, their feelings were all over the place. Pei Yingguang and Zhong Hongshan both felt that Cheng Qianma had gone too far. Although it was clear, he was provoked because of Lin Ruoxi. Everyone knew Liang Xiaoyan had just retaliated against Lin Ruoxi on purpose and made such a display. But the problem was, at least she stayed within the rules. It wasn't technical. Even if you wanted to go after her, there wasn't a solid reason. On this point, Liang Xiaoyan was very clever. She was testing the line, without crossing it, but always staying within bounds. Whereas Cheng Qianma's words just now were an entirely different matter. If there was anyone in the entire arena right now who thought Cheng Qianma was right, it was definitely Lin Xiao, because the one being bullied was his precious granddaughter. If it weren't for many considerations, he would have already Unfortunately, in the end, he still held himself back. Now that Cheng Qianma was stepping up for him, of course, he had every reason to support him. What a bold declaration. I will kill you in 3 moves. Such courage. Since this started because of Ruoxi, there's no way this old man could just stand by. As for this matter, I will take responsibility. If anyone dares to punish Cheng Qianma later, they'll have to get through me first. When Lin Xiao spoke these words, his presence surged to the heavens. Every word he said was filled with overwhelming pride. He was no longer the frail, sickly old man of the past. He was clearly a fierce, overprotective elder, with tremendous power. At this moment, the leaders of various universities in the viewing room all had the same illusion, that the former Demon King, who once slaughtered rivers of beast blood, had awakened once more. Pei Yingguang and Zhong Hongshan never expected. Cheng Qianma was already wild enough, but now even Lin Xiao had joined in. But on second thought, the old man had lived a tragic life too. His son and daughter-in-law were brutally killed by beasts. Now even his granddaughter had nearly died. If they were in his shoes, they might not hold back either. When your whole family's nearly gone, who gives a damn about rules? The atmosphere in the observation room instantly dropped to freezing point, especially after Lin Xiao made his statement. No one dared to respond. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to the main stage. After all, Gu Zizhen was the chief referee today. Gu Zizhen could feel countless eyes staring at him. Even he felt a bit uncomfortable. This kid really knows how to stir up trouble. If you want to kill someone, kill them. Why say it out loud? If you'd killed Liang Xiaoyan and then said, oops, my bad, slipped up, I'd have 1,000 ways to protect you. But now the damage is done. What do you want me to do? I can't publicly shield you, can I? In his heart, Gu Zizhen was cursing Cheng Qianma out, but he still leaned toward protecting him. Rules are made by people, and since they're man-made, they can naturally be changed. Everything Liang Xiaoyan Gu Zizhen saw with his own eyes. To be honest, he didn't like it either. And on top of that, Cheng Qianma not only showed terrifying talent, but also carried many secrets. Right now, Xia Nation needed someone like him. A powerful and hot-blooded young man. So from a personal standpoint, not only did he not resent Cheng Qianma's recent actions, he was actually pleased by the fact that he dared to stand up for his schoolmate. Despite public backlash, young people are passionate. A little impulsiveness is perfectly normal. Let's just focus on the match for now. Though Gu Zizhen didn't explicitly state his stance, his brief words clearly carried an intent to protect Cheng Qianma. His meaning was clear. Let them fight first. After all, whether Cheng Qianma can really do it is still up in the air. If he does succeed, they'll deal with it later. None of the big shots present were fools. They immediately understood the deeper meaning behind Gu Zizhen's words. So the shock in their hearts was like a raging storm. At the same time, they began to wildly speculate about Cheng Qianma's identity. Could it be that he has some deep connection with the headquarters of the Management Association? Otherwise, with Gu Zizhen's status, there's no way he'd say such biased words at such an important occasion. At this moment, Wu Shuichen's face was dark as water. A sense of foreboding in his heart kept growing. Since the chief judge had spoken, everyone naturally had no choice but to keep quiet for now. On the stage, after hearing Cheng Qianma's shocking declaration, Liang Xiaoyan felt as if there was something wrong with her ears. You? Kill me in 3 moves. Bragging that much? Aren't you afraid? I'm standing right here. Go ahead and try. Liang Xiaoyan's words were dripping with sarcasm. She would never in her life believe Cheng Qianma had that ability. The referee on the stage was dumbfounded. He had no idea what to do next. He had never seen such a terrifying showdown. But fortunately, Cheng Qianma made the decision for him, because his body had already moved, and in the next second, the entire arena was in shock. Chapter 461, Chronicle of 1,000 Souls, Song of the Count, Endless. Chronicle of 1,000 Souls. Cheng Qianma's eyes turned crimson. The flowing light 1,000 blades umbrella in his hand erupted with terrifying energy waves. In an instant, countless skeletal iron chains shot up from the ground. Liang Xiaoyan's mind trembled. She shouted in disbelief. You? Aren't you a freelancer? How do you know the necromancer's ultimate skill? But before she could finish, those skeletal iron chains came flying at an astonishing speed. The next second, she was tightly. Then, the skeletal iron chains grew longer and longer. hoisting Liang Xiaoyun into the air. At the same time, a massive scythe appeared out of thin air before her. No, that's absolutely impossible. Accompanied by Liang Xiaoyun's screams of agony, the scythe kept slicing through his body. Blood splattered everywhere. Soulbound Chronicle. A second-tier ultimate skill of the necromancer. It binds the target with unbreakable skeletal chains, rendering them immobile. Then the Reaper's scythe repeatedly attacks. The number of strikes scales with agility. It lasts for 4 seconds. Typically speaking, the default number of Reaper scythe attacks is 4, 1 strike per second. But once agility exceeds 50 points, for every additional 50 points, an extra strike is added. And the Soulbound Chronicle unleashed by Cheng Qianma added 3 more strikes thanks to his 200+ agility bonus. That's a 75% increase in total attack count. Liang Xiaoyun, who had full health at first, instantly lost 42% of his HP. It was absolutely terrifying. At that moment, over 100 million viewers in the live stream, along with the many elites in the observation room, were all stunned into silence. Their minds went completely blank. They couldn't understand how Cheng Qianma, a rogue player, could unleash a necromancer's ultimate skill with such overwhelming power. Ever since the Void Rift descended upon the Blue Star world over a century ago, nothing this outrageous had ever happened. Due to the unprecedented spike in livestream popularity and the excessively fast comment barrage, the system directly crashed. Until today, no one could have imagined that a level 42 rogue player could single-handedly crash every livestream channel. And in the observation room, all the top figures stood up at once. Their emotions were extremely complex. Some were confused, some were thrilled, some were resigned, and some were furious. Even those like Ling Xiao, who had always been close to Cheng Qianma, now found it hard to believe. Although they all knew that Cheng Qianma had never shown his true power, they never expected that he had been hiding such a terrifying trump card. Now, the people on the main stage were also feeling dazed. At this moment, Zhai Yuanhao nodded with great admiration, and there was even a trace of envy in his eyes. So this was your ultimate trump card. To discover an entirely new ancient altar at level 42. Such a contract is truly enviable. Moreover, the fact that you can unleash 3 follow-up attacks means your agility must exceed at least 200 points. How did you manage that? In his view, for Cheng Qianma, as a freelancer, to use the necromancer's ultimate skill, there was only one possibility. That is, Cheng Qianma had a great opportunity, a great fortune, and discovered an ancient altar that had never been activated, from which he learned more advanced techniques. Zhai Yuanhao's current achievements were already enough to surpass 95% of people. But even for him, when he activated his first ancient altar, he was already level 48. So it was natural for him to envy Cheng Qianma. After all, the earlier the ancient altar is activated, and the more you activate, the greater your future achievements will be. This truth is backed by countless examples. As for Cheng Qianma's attribute mystery, it would require a detailed investigation later. Just by looking, it's impossible to tell. However, unlike Zhai Yuanhao's reaction, Gu Zixin's eyes flashed with a golden light. Although it's still not enough to fill the hole you dug for yourself. Not yet. Gu Zixin's muttering to himself caught the attention of several nearby officials. Could it be that Commissioner Gu really intends to protect Cheng Qianma to the death? That would definitely cause a stir within the management association. Those mad scientists are not the kind to be reasoned with. Gu Zixin, naturally, paid no attention to the other's shock. He kept staring at the big screen, just as the 5th strike of Soulbound Chronicle was about to land. The Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter in Cheng Qianma's hand instantly shifted from a staff to a battle spear form. At that moment, Liang Xiaoyun was suspended mid-air, being sliced over and over. The pain was already unbearable. Veins bulged on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Cheng Qianma, today I, Liang Xiaoyun, will fight you to the death." Liang Xiaoyun was still thinking that once he hit the ground, he would immediately counterattack. Since Cheng Qianma said he wanted to kill him, then there was no need to show mercy. In the face of life and death, any so-called rules had long been thrown out the window. But in the next second, his enraged expression suddenly froze. What followed was an overwhelming fear. You? What are you trying to do? Don't tell me you even know Count's anthem? The reason Liang Xiaoyun's mood shifted so drastically was because he saw the weapon in Cheng Qianma's hand not only take on a battle spear form, but also emit an intense blood aura. As one of the rare hybrid range classes, blood mages use battle spears for close combat and staves for ranged attacks. Liang Xiaoyun instantly recognized the technique Cheng Qianma was about to use. His own class's second-tier ultimate skill, Count's Anthem. Count's Anthem. Blood mages can consume 80% of their current HP to summon 9 blood-piercing spears. Each time the target is struck, they become parasitized by the blood spear and suffer massive damage, while also taking massive damage. Moreover, it restores the blood mage's health by an equal amount. For awakeners parasitized by blood Qiangwei, their pain is amplified 5-fold, and they suffer 150 true damage per second for 5 seconds straight. It's no exaggeration to say that Song of the Count ultimate skill is a life-for-life attack technique. The blood mage hurts themselves to deal massive damage. It's truly an all-or-nothing move, since Song of the Count isn't guaranteed to hit. Controlling 9 blood Xiangwei spears at once is extremely difficult. Therefore, for an ordinary blood mage, hitting even 50% is considered good. After consuming 80% of their health at once, the blood mage undoubtedly pushes themselves to the brink of death. As for how much health they can recover in the end, it entirely depends on how many blood Xiangwei spears hit the target. As for the accuracy problem, for most people, it might be difficult, but for Cheng Qianmao, it's not much of an issue. For one thing, her operational skills were already at their peak, far beyond the reach of ordinary players. For another, Liang Xiaoyan was still bound by the skeletal iron chains. She was practically a sitting duck. This would significantly increase the hit rate of the blood Xiangwei spears. I heard you enjoy torturing people, and let me try it too. Cheng Qianma's face darkened, her tone icy cold. Then she raised her flowing light 1,000 blades umbrella in its combat form high above her. Immediately, 9 blood-red phantom spears appeared out of thin air, circling around her. And on the shafts of these spears, there bloomed a dazzling, vivid flower, continuously emitting a bloody scent. Feel the endless pain. Chapter 462. A public execution shocks the entire nation. Cheng Qianma suddenly swung the Liuguang 1,000-blade umbrella through the air. The 9 phantom spears behind him shot forward at once. In that instant, the air was filled with a strong scent of blood. Part of that scent naturally came from the bleeding Liang Xiaoyan, but most of it came from the phantom spears in the air. At this moment, Liang Xiaoyan was still bound, spread out in a large X shape, completely unable to dodge. Soulbound Chronicle and Count's Anthem, 2 ultimates from different classes, at this moment, formed a perfect synergy. Very soon, the first phantom spear pierced into Liang Xiaoyan's chest. Immediately after, the second followed, piercing her left palm. Then the remaining 7 phantoms stabbed into her left calf, right calf, abdomen. With his astounding control, Cheng Qianmao precisely directed each spear into different parts of Liang Xiaoyan. Once the final phantom spear hit, both Soulbound Chronicle and Count's Anthem ended. The timing was exact. At that moment, Liang Xiaoyan fell from her entire body covered in wounds, with some deep enough to expose bone. At the same time, from various places, sprouted 9 blood-drenched nodes. Her health, at that moment, was like a candle in the wind. In the next second, Cheng Qianmao snapped his fingers. The 9 blood-rooted tendrils simultaneously drained Liang Xiaoyan's blood, bursting forth in the most beautiful shade, a shade of blood, both in terms of size and true damage effect. It was far superior to the Snow Blossom Liang Xiaoyan had used earlier, so it could be considered an advanced version of the Snow Blossom. Liang Xiaoyan, reeking of blood all over, under the effect of 5-fold pain, felt an unbearable agony throughout her body. She even let out earth-shattering screams. The pain was so excruciating that her fingers clawed desperately at the ground, and her whole body withered at a speed visible to the naked eye, a clear sign of life slipping away. At this moment, Cheng Qianmao walked toward her with a cold expression. Every step she took was like a sharp blade, stabbing straight into Liang Xiaoyan's heart, like a death sentence delivered to her. A few seconds later, Cheng Qianmao kicked Liang Xiaoyan's calf, causing a bone-cracking sound to echo. Already in extreme pain, Liang Xiaoyan now had her face twisted in agony. Because of the broken leg, she couldn't maintain her balance at all, and fell to her knees with a thud. Immediately after, Cheng Qianmao stepped on her shoulder with her right foot, then leaned in close to her ear. Does it feel good? That single word good shook Liang Xiaoyan to her core. After taking 2 devastating ultimates, she was already scared out of her wits. She no longer dared to be arrogant. Her overwhelming desire to survive forced her to beg for mercy. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have intentionally ignored the rules and hurt people. Please, have mercy. Since it's my first offense, please spare me. I'm willing to pay any price. Liang Xiaoyan felt this was her last chance, so she struggled desperately. But after saying just a few, she let out several more miserable screams. Because the blood Xiangwei was still continuously draining her life force, it wouldn't be long now. She would die for real. What was happening on the arena right now left everyone in utter silence. The sight of Cheng Qianmao stepping on Liang Xiaoyan was simply too shocking for everyone to process. Even the referee standing nearby was completely stunned. She had never seen any awakened one capable of dominating an opponent at level 8 like this. Even more, she had never witnessed a level 40 awakened, using 2 ultimate skills from entirely different classes. What's even more absurd was Cheng Qianma's terrifying level of control, utterly godlike. However, no matter how much Liang Xiaoyan pleaded, Cheng Qianmao remained unmoved. She even stomped on Liang Xiaoyan's head and showed a cruel smile. If you knew this would happen, why do it in the first place? It's too late now. Upon hearing those 2 words, too late, Liang Xiaoyan completely fell into despair. A mouthful of blood sprayed from her mouth. And at that moment, Wu Shuiqin finally couldn't sit still. She suddenly stood up and activated the public broadcast channel. Cheng Qianmao, stop immediately. Are you planning to openly defy the organization's rules? Liang Xiaoyan is a student of Yunba Academy. If you dare take another step, you'll face the consequences yourself. After all, Liang Xiaoyan was still one of Yunba Academy's rare geniuses in recent years, even though she suffered a crushing defeat to Qianma today. Still, if she were truly killed in front of such a large audience, then Yunba Academy would become the laughingstock of all Xiaogua. That's why she stepped in now. Saving a life is secondary. Preserving the Academy's reputation was the top priority. Although Qianma had never met Wu Shuiqin in person, she could infer plenty just from her tone of voice. She smiled and shook her head. Then, with a palm strike to Liang Xiaoyun's crown, she ended her life. That strike, though not overwhelmingly powerful, carried immense intimidation. Now, all the big shots from major universities found the scene before them almost unreal. Qianma had actually dared to kill in public. Was she not afraid of the harsh punishment from the Management Association? What's more, there were so many witnesses present. For the sake of public perception, the Management Association would definitely deal with this strictly. Without a doubt, Qianma had become the most brazen contestant in nearly a century in Xia Nation. Now, all the major livestream platforms, after emergency repairs, had just barely resumed operation. But upon witnessing Qianma's insane actions, they once again crashed under the flood of comments. At this moment, all of Xia Nation's top media outlets were going absolutely crazy. Such explosive footage, such a terrifying topic, at such a critical moment, their live stream rooms couldn't function. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Without a doubt, Qianma's name was destined to go down in history. After Liang Xiaoyun's desperate death, Qianma suddenly looked up and turned her gaze to the camera. She knew that on the other side of the camera were all the bigwigs of Xia Nation's universities. So what if I killed her? What can you do about it? After speaking, Qianma kicked Liang Xiaoyun's corpse straight at the camera, and the live stream feed instantly cut out. Her actions immediately stirred an uproar in the viewing room. No one expected that after openly committing murder, Qianma wouldn't panic at all, and still acted as brazenly as ever. Not only did she show no sign of panic, she continued acting as boldly as ever. This is terrifying. Does he have some kind of backing that exempts him from the association's consequences? For a moment, countless thoughts flooded the minds of the upper-level officials. As for Wu Shuiqin, who had just been slapped in the face, his face was now. He then walked over to Gu Zizhen and cupped his fists respectfully. Commissioner Gu, this individual has openly violated our national ban. He must be punished severely. I, Wu Shuiqin, representing Yunba Academy, request his execution to serve as a warning to others. At this point, Wu Shuiqin was no longer interested in making up excuses. Since Qianma dared to kill, then he deserved death. But before Gu Zizhen could reply, Lin Xiao suddenly stood up. I said earlier, whoever dares touch a single hair on Qianma, I will personally kill them. Everyone had thought Lin Xiao was merely putting on an act. After all, no one dared to offend both Yunba Academy and the Management Association. But unexpectedly, Lin Xiao was dead serious this time. That incredibly stern expression on his face was no joke. Well, Lin Xiao, huh? Are you really going to defend a murderer in public? The one Qianma killed was a top talent of Yunba Academy. Wu Shuiqin was now completely furious. Whether or not Qianma dies today, he must die. Humph. You mean the one who couldn't even fight back just now was your so-called genius from Yunba Academy? Then that's all she was. Dead is dead. And since you want to settle scores, then I'll settle one with you. You tell me, Lin Xiaoyan deliberately broke the rules earlier and tortured my granddaughter. How should we settle that debt? Lin Zhao's attitude at this moment was extremely firm, leaving himself virtually no way out. His confrontation with Wu Shuiqin instantly plunged the viewing room into silence. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze to Gu Zizhen. After all, his attitude was the most crucial. After a long while, almost everyone wore an incredulous expression, because Gu Zizhen actually smiled. Chapter 463. The Confrontation. You've underestimated me. No rush. Let's wait until Student Chung arrives before we discuss this matter. Principals of the universities, please stay. The others may leave. Also, someone go and invite Student Chung over. I have some questions to ask. Gu Zizhen waved his hand very casually, signaling the unrelated people to. Given his position, he absolutely had the authority to say this. When people heard Gu Zizhen's polite tone, they instantly showed looks of disbelief. In their hearts, countless thoughts swirled. At the same time, their curiosity about Qianma's identity grew immensely. Now, since Gu Zizhen had given the order, even though many people wanted to know the final outcome, they had no choice but to leave. After all, Gu Zizhen, as a senior of the Management Association, his words now were the highest order. More than 10 minutes later, Qianma, led by an escort, arrived at the main hall of the viewing room. At this moment, in the vast hall, only fewer than 30 people remained. Among them, 20 were university principals, and the rest were officials from the Management Association. As for the media from Xia Nation, they had all been asked to leave. Since this meeting involved Xia Nation's secrets, live streaming was not allowed. When the live stream was suddenly shut down, it sparked outrage among countless viewers, just as the most exciting part was happening. They couldn't watch it anymore. It left them deeply frustrated. As Qianma entered the observation room, Ling Xiao, Pei Guang, and Zhong Hongshan were the first to approach him. You've worked hard. Ling Xiao didn't say much, just 4 simple words, to express his gratitude. Meanwhile, Pei Yingguang and Zhong Hongshan both smiled warmly at him. They had also come to a realization. Without Qing Qianma, the existence of the Three Academy Alliance would lose much of its meaning. Since Ling Xiao had already gone all in today, the two of them, as allies, naturally had no reason to stand aside, so they stepped forward at this moment, signaling they were standing with Qing Qianma, as I should. Qing Qianma replied calmly, as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Gu Zizhen couldn't help but stiffen a little. Soon after, under the guidance of Ling Xiao and the others, Qing Qianma approached the main platform. After a brief round of introductions, Qing Qianma finally learned a bit about the situation. Gu Zizhen gave Qing Qianma a once-over, his heart filled with emotion. It had been many years since Xiaogua had seen such a dazzling talent. He was genuinely gratified. However, all of this, he kept to himself. Instead, he deliberately put on a stern face. Do you admit your guilt? That serious question instantly made the atmosphere tense. Wu Shuiqin raised his eyebrows slightly. Clearly, things weren't going badly for him. Yet, Qing Qianma, in the face of Gu Zizhen's questioning, showed no fear at all. Instead, he stood tall and declared, Commissioner Gu, Liang Xiaoyan broke the rules first. I merely cleansed the ranks for Xiaogua. What guilt is there in that? Qing Qianma spoke these words with calm confidence, carrying considerable presence. Everyone who heard her was deeply shocked. A mere level 42 awakener, daring to speak like that to a 4th transcendence powerhouse. It was simply unimaginable. Wu Shuiqin even let out a cold laugh. He felt that Qing Qianma was utterly overestimating herself. Even if Liang Xiaoyan had been in the wrong, she still had Yunba Gaoxiao backing her. What's more, when she admitted her crime earlier, she had endured immense pain. There was a possibility of forced confession. He thought Gu Zizhen would surely give some face to Yunba Gaoxiao, so most likely, they wouldn't let it go so easily. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Let's set this matter aside for now. We'll discuss it later. Gu Zizhen nodded slightly, half smiling. In an instant, everyone present was taken aback. Qing Qianma's unconvincing defense had actually gotten her off the hook. What was happening to this world? Since when had the Management Association bigwigs become so easy to talk to? Wu Shuiqin was shaken to the core. He could hardly believe his ears. Commissioner Gu, isn't this inappropriate? From my observation, this person not only killed in public, causing an extremely negative impact, but also carries an astonishing secret. I earnestly request the Management Association to conduct a thorough investigation on her and give us a fair answer. As soon as Wu Shuiqin finished his impassioned speech, several schools immediately voiced their support. They had close ties with Yunba Gaoxiao, so of course, they had to take sides. After hearing this, Gu Zizhen had a faint, nearly imperceptible glint of coldness in his eyes, but he quickly composed himself again. Then he feigned ignorance and said, Oh, is that so? Principal Wu, why don't you explain in detail? Wu Shuiqin had no idea about Gu Zizhen's subtle expression earlier. He thought he was being given an opportunity, so he began speaking confidently. First of all, there is clearly an issue with Qing Qianma's stat points. Based on my observations, his attributes are at least 30% higher than others at the same level. I request the Management Association to inspect his personal stats. Once he said that, the entire hall was in shock. After all, unlike Wu Shuiqin, none of them had studied Qing Qianma closely, so it sounded almost unbelievable now. As for Lin Xiao and the others, their expressions turned grim. They were close to Qing Qianma and had spent a lot of time with him. They had noticed something odd long ago, but since Qing Qianma was their ace, they naturally chose not to bring it up. Now that this secret had been exposed by Wu Shuiqin, it was definitely bad news. But Wu Shuiqin wasn't done with his analysis yet. He glanced around the room, clearly pleased with everyone's reaction. Secondly, he has discovered at least 2 to 3 brand new ancient altars. Wu Shuiqin's reasoning was similar to that of Zhai Yuanhao earlier, because there was no way they could imagine that Qing Qianma was the only soul reawakener in all of the Apocalypse continent, capable of using second-tier skills from all classes. Such a terrifying power. But Wu Shuiqin's logic had already exceeded their understanding, so they could only explain the skills Qing Qianma had used, Soulbound Chronicle and Count's Anthem, as rewards from activating ancient altars. In fact, just to push his agenda, Wu Shuiqin even dragged in Huang Tian's skill, Rage Burst, and it all pointed back to Qing Qianma. In his view, since Huang Tian was so close to Qing Qianma, if he could learn new skills, then there was a high chance Qing Qianma had learned them too. But not even Wu Shuiqin himself realized that his malicious speculation had, by pure chance, hit upon the truth. When Wu Shuiqin presented his second argument, I felt like my mind was about to explode. Currently, Xia Nation has fewer than 20 known ancient altars, and most are tightly controlled by the major super guilds. For Qing Qianma, at his level, to discover all at once so many ancient altars was absolutely unbelievable. Qing Qianma, am I right? Wu Shuiqin looked at Qing Qianma with a mocking smile, as if he had victory in his grasp. If this were confirmed, the Management Association would surely demand he surrender the altar coordinates. Because for Xia Nation, this was an incredibly valuable resource. It couldn't be monopolized by one person. Now, everyone turned their eyes to Qing Qianma, awaiting his answer. Wu Shuiqin fully expected to see him panic. But to his surprise, Cheng Qianma calmly replied, "Sorry to disappoint you. You're underestimating me. In fact, I've discovered 5 ancient altars." In an instant, the crowd was petrified. Even the always composed Gu Zizhen showed an expression of disbelief. Chapter 464. My attribute points are indeed higher than others. What did you say? Are you serious? Gu Zizhen's tone grew excited upon hearing Cheng Qianma's answer. If what he said was true, then for Xia Nation, it would be an enormous blessing. Countless people would benefit from it. You have to understand. For nearly a century now, for nearly the past 100 years, even with all of Xiaoguo's efforts, only 19 altars have been found, and now Cheng Qianma claims that in one go, he discovered 5 brand new altars. That's an unbelievably good piece of news. Wu Shuiqin had imagined countless scenarios before, but he never expected that Cheng Qianma would not to having control over new ancient altars, but also that there would be so many. That declaration rendered all of his prior plans useless. Although Cheng Qianma was now showing incredible potential, his foundation was still considered unstable. If he had only discovered 1 or 2 new altars, Wu Shuiqin could still apply pressure, but 5 at once. That changed everything. Because now, he had enough leverage to negotiate with the management association. You can eat recklessly, but you can't speak recklessly. Do you realize what your words just now actually mean? Without proof, why should we believe you? At this point, Wu Shuiqin could only try to suppress Cheng Qianma by forcing him to prove his claims. If he failed to prove the existence of the 5 altars, then it would be seen as him mocking Xiaoguo's leadership, a joke that had gone too far. Cheng Qianma just smiled. Then he looked at Wu Shuiqin, as if looking at an idiot. Then you'd better watch closely. He then proceeded to unleash 3 new skills in a row, all of which were second-tier ultimate skills from other classes. Cheng Qianma had long anticipated that Yunbo Academy would target him after the fact, since he dared reveal his necromancer and blood mage second-tier ultimates. He had already prepared an explanation. The secret of the soul reawakener was something even the management association would never be able to uncover, which meant that the right to explain everything was entirely in his hands. He could justify anything, as long as it sounded reasonable. Now, he attributed the source of his second-tier skills to, and invested them all in the ancient altars. Then everything makes perfect sense. After all, in his mind, he carries the coordinates of every altar on the Apocalypse continent. If he wanted to, he could recite them at will. By the time his skills exceed the number of altars, he would already have reached 3rd or even 4th transcendence. At that point, with his strength, who would dare to hold him accountable? So now, he only wanted to buy himself time. Time was his only enemy. Excellent. So you truly discovered 5 brand new ancient altars. This is a blessing for our Xian nation. Gu Zizhen was genuinely overjoyed. Cheng Qianma had brought him far too many surprises today. But Wu Shuiqin, from Gu Zizhen's reaction just now, realized the situation was turning against him. So he changed his angle. Even if you've discovered 5 new altars, how do you explain your attributes? You just unleashed 7 strikes with your 1,000 soul technique, which means your agility must exceed 200 points, and your health reached an astonishing 7,500 points or more. At the same time, your ability to continuously cast multiple skills means your spirit attribute is absolutely high as well, and coupled with your terrifying attack power, your strength attribute must be incredible too. For a mere level 42 awakener, where did you get so many free attribute points? Wu Shuiqin spoke faster and faster, his momentum growing with every word. These conclusions were drawn from his careful observation. Cheng Qianma's every move had been caught by his eyes. With his vision and experience, his analysis just now was almost entirely correct. After hearing Wu Shuiqin's analysis, everyone suddenly saw the light. They had felt similarly before. After all, now, when calculated like this, his attribute points indeed seemed highly suspicious. No one should be able to maximize all 4 attributes at once. No one should be able to max out all 4 attributes at once. Such high stat boosts. It's clear Cheng Qianma is hiding an enormous secret. Seeing Cheng Qianma remain silent, Wu Shuiqin immediately smiled. Cheng Qianma, since you possess such abilities, why not share them openly and work closely with Xiaoguo's top scientists? See if there's a way to benefit all of humanity. We are all citizens of Xiaoguo. Naturally, we should each contribute to our country. Wouldn't you agree? The cunning old fox Wu Shuiqin immediately elevated the issue of stat points to a matter of national duty. By standing from the country's perspective, he instantly seized the moral high ground. There was nothing technically wrong with his statement, and in fact, many academy heads even agreed with him. After all, it was Cheng Qianma who would be revealing the secret, not them. So of course, they were happy to accept the outcome. If the plan succeeded, countless people would benefit. Even if Cheng Qianma cooperated with scientists for research, there was no guarantee anything useful would come of it. But still, as long as there was a sliver of hope, everyone was willing to try. Whose time got wasted in the process wasn't their concern. In this moment, Human greed completely took over. As long as they weren't the ones suffering losses, why should they care about someone else's fate? Besides, Xiao's top scientists had made several major discoveries before. Every one of their innovations had contributed to Xiao's development. Take secret realm projection, for example. Its emergence instantly elevated the nation's power. That's why many still held high expectations. And so, quite a few people were still hopeful about the matter. Lin Xiao realized something was wrong. He immediately shouted, "Wu Shuiqin, you're shameless. For a genius like Cheng Qianma, you actually want her to cooperate in research? Do you think innovation is as simple as drinking water? Whether it succeeds is still uncertain. Aren't you deliberately holding back her development? Our Xia nation is already weak enough, and now you want to destroy a peerless genius? What exactly are your intentions?" As Lin Xiao said this, his emotions grew agitated. If Cheng Qianma were really taken to the research department of the Management Association headquarters, it would be a big problem. He had heard rumors about the mad scientists there. If they discovered the mysteries of Cheng Qianma, not even the emperor himself could make them let go. Lin Xiao, is that the extent of your Xinyu University's vision? If the experiment succeeds, Xia Nation won't just have Cheng Qianma as a genius, but countless others. As citizens of Xia Nation, a little sacrifice is of course necessary. If it were a student from my Yamba High School with such an astonishing secret, I, Wu Shuiqin, would be the first to send them to the lab. When it comes to personal interest versus national interest, which is more important? Do I really need to explain it to you? Wu Shuiqin now stood on the moral high ground of national righteousness, making himself unbeatable. Moral coercion like this was something he wielded with ease. So, no matter how Lin Xiao struggled, he couldn't resolve this matter. In reality, this was indeed Cheng Qianma's only current weakness. She truly had no way to explain the attribute points issue. After all, she was the only sole reclaimer in this world. This secret, right now, this absolutely cannot be made public. It's far too shocking. The reason Cheng Qianma stayed silent just now was because he was desperately thinking of a solution. After his brain worked at lightning speed, he decided to take a gamble. Sorry, but you're overthinking it. My main attributes are indeed a bit higher than average, but that's due to my talent, not anything else. After hearing his explanation, everyone's minds went blank. What level of talent could possibly grant extra stat points? Chapter 465, New Scanner to Detect Talent Publicly. Oh, then tell us. What kind of talent level grants such astonishing attribute bonuses? If I'm not mistaken, the talent registered in your records is called Conversion, and it's rated Tier 1. Wu Shuiqin clearly didn't buy Cheng Qianma's story. According to Xiao's talent registry, there were over 10,000 recorded talents. None of them, however, could passively increase attribute points. While new talents occasionally appeared, none had ever demonstrated this kind of power. Wu Shuiqin had already investigated Cheng Qianma thoroughly. In preparation for today's confrontation, a Tier 1 talent definitely couldn't explain what was happening. However, when she said the words, Tier 1 talent, almost everyone revealed expressions of shock. They had never privately investigated Cheng Qianma, so they were completely unaware. Only a few who knew his background were aware of this information. Ling Xiao now had a major headache. Even she found Cheng Qianma's talent strange at first, but later, due to his incredible performance, that issue had gradually been forgotten. But later, Cheng Qianma's performance was simply too astonishing, so the issue was gradually. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it catches mice, it's a good cat. Cheng Qianma's strength made people forget about her awakening talent. Now, Wu Shuiqin bringing it up again had placed this long-forgotten issue back onto the table. Although I don't know why the system defined my talent as level 1, its specific effect does allow me, with each level up, to convert experience into extra attribute points. Though Cheng Qianma was completely making this up, on the surface, there wasn't a flaw to be seen. The secret of the soul reclaimer must never be revealed, so she could only blame it on her talent. After all, even the Management Association's detectors could only detect the level of talent. If it's a new talent, its specific effects still have to be described by the Awakener before being recorded. Cheng Qianma, that in the entire Blue Star world, no one could have a talent like hers. So she could make things up without worry. Even if the Management Association checked her again, they wouldn't find any issues. That's why she wasn't flustered and didn't reveal any flaws. What a joke. Are you saying this so-called conversion talent is not only a brand new, unknown talent, but also superior to the over 100,000 known talents in Xia Nation? Does that sound reasonable? Why are you being so stingy and refusing to tell the truth? Is contributing to our country such a burden to you? Even though Wu Shuiqin thought Cheng Qianma's explanation had a tiny bit of plausibility, since awakening unknown talents had happened in Xia Nation before, whether by probability or given her current position, he still couldn't choose to believe her story. Only by sending Cheng Qianma to the Management Association's research lab could he hope to crush her and the Tri-School Alliance's rise. To accomplish this, so they had to create an impression that Cheng Qianma was hiding a massive secret and refusing to cooperate. This allowed them to once again seize the moral high ground and use patriotism to pressure Cheng Qianma. Gu Zizhen had been watching the whole show without saying much. He was simply waiting to see how Cheng Qianma would handle the situation. And now, he finally felt the time was right. He slowly spoke up. Bring me the latest version of the detector developed by Director Liu. Gu Zizhen said this to his assistant beside him. The Director Liu he referred to was one of the well-known mad scientists within the Management Association. Among these scientists, some were awakened, some were not, but without exception, they represented the highest intellect in Xiagua. As long as it helped the nation's development, they were willing to do any experiment. Every machine or device related to awakened individuals in Xiagua was produced by the labs of the Management Association's headquarters. For example, the massive screens used in all high school awakening exams nationwide, which monitor student progress and detect awakening talents. That was one of the lab's greatest inventions. Likewise, the detectors used in branch associations across major cities also originated from the same lab. But the older detectors were bulky in size, slow to respond, and tightly controlled by the association. Any school in Xiagua that wanted to test student data had to send them to a city branch of the association for measurement. Back when Cheng Qianma passed his awakening test, he was sent to Jiangxing's Management Association for data testing. That process was extremely cumbersome. So after years of the lab finally transformed the old, clunky detector into a portable handheld version. With this breakthrough, the association's personnel could now scan anyone's data, allowing Xiagua's leadership to more quickly grasp and analyze the current state of national development. This new type of detector had just been developed and hadn't yet been rolled out nationwide, so none of the people present were aware of it. A minute later, an assistant took something out of a black case. It looked like a pistol. Then, Gu Zizhen aimed it at Cheng Qianma's body. To be honest, I'm quite curious myself about your attribute points and combat power. Next, let's show everyone, shall we? Gu Zizhen smiled and pressed the trigger of the handheld detector. A beam of red light shot out immediately and scanned Cheng Qianma's body thoroughly, while emitting mechanical beeping sounds. About 10 seconds later, the handheld detector spoke. Scan complete, projecting Cheng Qianma's personal data. As soon as the words fell, the probe at the top of the handheld detector immediately projected detailed textual data. Everyone's eyes were instantly drawn to it. But soon after, all their expressions turned extremely strange. At this moment, it was as if they had witnessed the most unbelievable thing in the world. Chapter 466, Level 1 Talent. No, it's EX rank. Name, Cheng Qianma. Race, human. Age, 20. Level 42, 319-45746-52907. Strength, 110, plus 119 from equipment. Agility, 117, plus 93 from equipment. Spirit, 106, plus 61 from equipment. Constitution, 75 foot, plus 81 from equipment. At first, when Wu Shuiqin saw Cheng Qianma's four-dimensional stats, his emotions were complex. He was both shocked by Cheng Qianma's attributes, and simultaneously, the data confirmed that his suspicions were correct. Cheng Qianma's attribute values indeed far exceeded anyone else at the same level. Everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air and couldn't say a word for a long time, because these stat values were simply too exaggerated. Not only did Cheng Qianma have incredibly high base stats, even the equipment bonuses are astonishing. Now everyone can finally understand why Cheng Qianma is so powerful. With attributes like these, it's only natural for him to crush Liang Xiaoyan. What's so-called near third transition expert? That's all nonsense. Before Cheng Qianma, it's nothing at all. Everyone curiously kept watching. Combat Power Assessment, 165,684. Awakening Talent, X-Level Conversion, Baptism Buff, Basic Amplification, Magic Blessing, Advanced Penetration. When everyone saw Cheng Qianma's combat assessment actually exceeded 160,000, their expressions changed. What kind of monster is this? His combat power is so insane even before the third transition. If Liang Xiaoyan had known his combat power earlier, he would have surrendered long ago. Wow. This combat power surpasses even our teachers, who just hit third transition at level 50+. Divine Realm University has struck gold. Quite a few school principals couldn't help but exclaim when they saw Cheng Qianma's combat power. Cheng Qianma's level 42 combat power was simply unbelievable. Then everyone's gaze continued downward. When they saw the X level 3 notation, they all looked puzzled. Isn't the current evaluation system in Xia Nation capped at SSS level? When did this X level suddenly appear? Besides, Wu Shuiqin just said earlier that Cheng Qianma's talent was level 1. Why is it showing as X level here? Level 1 and X level seem to differ by only one letter. What's going on? Right now, Wu Shuiqin's expression was full of astonishment. She never expected Cheng Qianma's talent rating to have changed. What the heck is X level? What exactly happened? Wu Shuiqin's inner thoughts. It felt like 10,000 alpacas were stampeding through her mind. She had prepared a belly full of words, but now, they were all forcefully shoved back down. Even Chung Qianma was quite surprised now. X rank. Why does that feel so familiar? No matter how Chung Qianma racked his brain, he couldn't figure it out, so he simply gave up. Originally, she had planned to. Since no one could see the detailed info of her transformed talent, she was going to just make something up. But now, things took a turn. An unexpected surprise. This X-rank evaluation could actually serve as a cover. When everyone turned to look at Gu Zizhen again, she wore a rather odd expression. Damn it. Why are you all looking at me? I don't know what the hell X-rank is either. Forget it. Better ask old Lu. After grumbling in her heart, Gu Zizhen pulled out her phone. Then she dialed a number. The call connected quickly. A rough voice came from the receiver. Who is it? What do you want? I'm busy. Spit it out if it's urgent. Old Lu's full name is Lu Yinxi. She's a total workaholic. If you interrupt her research, she gets extremely impatient. Gu Zizhen already anticipated Lu Yinxi's attitude, so she didn't get angry. She just smiled slightly and casually asked, Hey old Lu, what does X-rank mean? Lu Yinxin was holding the phone between her shoulder and ear, still scribbling furiously with her right hand. When she heard X-rank, she impatiently replied, Do you even know English? X is short for extra. It basically means incomparable. X-rank cases usually fall into two categories. X is the abbreviation for extra. Its meaning implies something that can't be compared. There are usually two situations where an X-rank appears. Either it's too powerful, so powerful that it can't be compared, or there is currently no data to evaluate it. Workaholic Lu Yinxin immediately started rambling. As soon as the topic of work came up, it was her occupational habit kicking in. But after a few minutes of talking, she suddenly realized something. Even her voice raised several times louder. Wait a minute. This brand new detector was just recently upgraded. I haven't even publicly announced the new X-level rating. How do you know about it? Don't tell me you encountered an X-level monster. Hey, why aren't you saying anything? Damn it. You're driving me crazy. Gu Zizhen. You dare hang up on me? Hearing the beeping sound, Lu Yinxin was fuming. From Gu Zizhen's strange behavior just now, she could pretty much guess he had encountered and awakened with X-level talent. This made Lu Yinxin both shocked and thrilled. What shocked her was, X-level was just a theoretical level she had speculated. So far, there had been no concrete evidence to support it. Whether it truly existed was still unknown. But unexpectedly, her prediction turned out to be real. What thrilled her was, her new invention, which had only been given to a few top management for testing, had already made a huge discovery. Such incredible luck was out of this world. After Gu Zizhen took the initiative to hang up, she immediately shared the news with several colleagues. This astonishing news instantly caused a sensation within the... At the same time, Gu Zizhen's expression was priceless. She never expected Chung Qianma's talent to be so extraordinary. Whether it was either of Lu Yinxin's explanations, it indicated that Now everyone stared eagerly at Gu Zizhen, although they hadn't heard the contents of the previous call. But the changes in Gu Zizhen's expression were all clearly seen by everyone. Just as she was about to speak, the door to the observation room opened. Two figures suddenly appeared at the entrance. Chapter 467. Gu Qian's Dojo. The Sinner Zhou Siwei. As the door opened, everyone turned to look. At that moment, Wu Shuiqin and Chung Qianma both had different expressions. Wu Shuiqin saw Zhou Siwei bringing a stranger into the observation room and was overjoyed. He thought Zhou Siwei's presence here likely meant that the Eternal Peak stronghold had been wiped out, so his face lit up with joy. But Chung Qianma looked surprised, because the man behind Zhou Siwei was none other than Gu Qian. Gu Qian spotted Chung Qianma right away and winked at her with a faint smile on his lips. With Chung Qianma's sharp instincts, she instantly understood what had happened. Although Wu Shuiqin didn't dare ask about the results in front of everyone, he still walked toward them. But just as he Gu Qian kicked Zhou Siwei. Zhou Siwei staggered forward a few steps, almost falling over. Everyone who saw this was full of confusion. Zhou Siwei was, after all, the Dean of Academic Affairs at Yunbar Academy, yet she got kicked in public and didn't even react? That was just too strange. At that moment, Wu Shuiqin suddenly stopped, then locked his gaze tightly on Zhou Siwei. From that kick, he had sensed something was wrong. A strong sense of crisis swept over him. At that moment, a school principal suddenly spoke. Gu Qian, is that you? This man was the principal of Qiufeng Academy. His name is Zhang Siji. Autumn Wind Academy is currently ranked 10th in Xi'an Nation. Its overall strength is quite decent. After Gu Qian recognized Zhang Siji, she gave a slight nod in greeting. Then she slowly spoke. Let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Gu Qian. I'm currently level 65, graduated from Autumn Wind Academy. As soon as everyone heard the first sentence, they immediately felt something was off. Since when could people from Autumn Wind step on Yunba High School and act like that? Even if Gu Qian was a few levels higher than Zhou Siwei, this was still too much. However, Gu Qian's introduction wasn't over yet. Her next words instantly shocked everyone present. In addition, I'm currently the vice president of the Eternal Peak Guild, and Chung Qianma is our official guild master. As soon as those two sentences were spoken, everyone was completely dumbfounded. Having a level 42 person as guild master is fine, but a level 65 person acting as her assistant, that's just absurd. Just how many secrets does Chung Qianma still have that haven't been revealed? Everyone was starting to go numb. Today's flood of information was just overwhelming. The reason Gu Qian introduced herself like this was to help boost Chung Qianma's reputation. But Chung Qianma was covered in black lines now. She really wasn't used to this kind of situation. Gu Qian seemed very pleased by everyone's reaction. She then gave Zhou Siwei a kick. Speak up. Confess everything you've done. Don't waste everyone's time. Everyone was suddenly shocked. Could it be that Zhou Siwei committed some unforgivable crime, and that's why she's so obedient to Gu Qian? From her earlier, dazed expression, it was likely Gu Qian had something on her. Even Gu Zizhen hadn't expected that just as she was about to speak, another dramatic scene would unfold. She glanced meaningfully at Chung Qianma and saw her looking perfectly calm. There was even a faint hint of a smile. That brat's methods are truly impressive. Not only did he get a level 65 powerhouse to willingly serve under him, but now he's also got leverage on Yunba Academy. Looks like things are about to get a lot easier. Gu Zizhen didn't rush to speak. She chose to quietly observe. Zhou Siwei could already feel countless eyes staring at her. Especially one of them had a murderous expression on his face. That person was, of course, Wu Shuiqin. His emotions were extremely mixed at the moment, because judging by Zhou Siwei's demeanor, the ambush had clearly failed. Right now in this room were top figures from all major southern academies. Even Commissioner Gu was here. Zhou Siwei, you'd better explain. Speak clearly. Anyone with eyes could tell. Wu Shuiqin was already shifting the blame. His meaning was obvious. You Zhou Siwei messed up. You take the fall. Don't drag me. Wu Shuiqin, down with you. Hearing that, Zhou Siwei's face turned ashen. She had thought Wu Shuiqin would cover for her, but now all hope was lost. After much deliberation, she confessed to working with Nian Yongsheng to launch a surprise attack on the Eternal Guild. She recounted the entire thing. However, because of Wu Shuiqin's influence, and not wanting her family dragged into it, she still chose to shoulder the blame alone. Half a day ago, the Yunba Guild Alliance suffered a complete defeat. Everyone except her was slaughtered. She was supposed to die by Qingdai's claws too, but was stopped by Gu Qian. Experienced as he was, Gu Qian knew that a living Zhou Siwei was far more useful than a corpse. He had already figured out that this ambush had been long planned by Yunba Academy, so all he had to do now, while all the southern academies were gathered today, was expose everything. That way, he could reap the biggest reward. So he brought Zhou Siwei to the scene. When everyone heard Zhou Siwei's confession, the crowd erupted. On such a critical day, the top brass of Yunba High School, out of personal spite, actually used the school's power to ambush a rising star of Xia Nation. Such an act clearly violated Xia Nation's regulations, so they all showed looks of anger. Some of the more traditional principals even started cursing outright. However, there was another thought lingering in their minds. That was Wu Shuiqin really unaware of all this? His reaction earlier did seem rather threatening. Just as some people were secretly glancing at Wu Shuiqin, he suddenly spoke with a grim expression. For Yunba High School, to have a teacher like you is a disgrace beyond words. Commissioner Gu, please extend this candid performance. His words sent countless thoughts racing through the crowd. Gu Zizhen, meanwhile, couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 468. Exile. The king returns. Since the situation was clear, and Zhou Siwei had indeed committed a serious crime, from now on, you'll spend your days in the dark dungeon. As Gu Zizhen spoke, he shook his clothes, as if it were just a trivial matter. But when the crowd heard the words dark dungeon, they all shivered instinctively. The Dark Dungeon, in Xia Nation, had always been an extremely secretive place. Only top-level criminals who committed unforgivable crimes would be sent there. No one knew exactly where the Dark Dungeon was, but how terrifying it was, everyone knew very well, because not a single person had ever come back alive from the Dark Dungeon. What Gu Zizhen just said was no different from sentencing Zhou Siwei to death. Zhou Siwei still had a sliver of hope, thinking Gu Zizhen would spare her for being from Yunba Academy. At the very least, she'd be allowed to live. But he didn't hesitate at all when announcing the verdict. This caused her emotions to collapse instantly. She immediately began shouting. But in the next second, a guard from the Management Association knocked her out with one blow, then dragged her away. Everyone present immediately fell silent. A place like the Dark Dungeon is worse than death. No one dared violate the laws of the Xia Nation. In truth, if today's central figure hadn't been Chung Qianma, Gu Zizhen wouldn't have acted so harshly. After all, Yunba Academy still holds a significant status in Xia, but the problem lies with Chung Qianma's sudden rise. In just one day, his importance surpassed that of Yunba Academy in Gu Zizhen's eyes, though he couldn't say this outright. His actions had clearly revealed his stance. Wu Shuiqin's eyes had narrowed into slits. Just now he had righteously demanded Zhou Siwei be punished, but he never expected such a result. It could be said bluntly, Gu Zizhen didn't give him any face at all. It was practically a public warning to others. The others weren't fools either. They already understood. Chung Qianma had won today's invisible battle, and it was a complete and glorious victory. The alliance behind him, the Three Teachings Union, would soon rise to power. As for Yunba Academy, which had dominated for years, it would likely begin to decline. Wu Shuiqin, if I remember correctly, you're 69 this year, right? It's time you took better care of your health. Let the younger generation take over. I've arranged a nice spot for you at the Management Association's retirement home. Go and enjoy your twilight years there. Everyone originally thought that with Zhou Siwei disgraced, the matter would end there. But Gu Zizhen wasn't done. He was even being sent to the Management Association's retirement home. That is no good place. This world is different from Cheng Qianma's previous life. There are no regulations requiring retirement at a certain age, as long as you're strong and healthy. You can keep working indefinitely. Although Wu Shuiqin is getting old, he is still a fourth transition expert, so his body is still in great shape. Gu Zizhen telling him to rest more was effectively forcing him into retirement. As for the Management Association's retirement home, it is basically a place to exile fourth transition experts of Xian Nation. Once you're in, your freedom is restricted, and if any dangerous mission arises, people inside will be the first to be sent out. Simply put, when there are no wars, the retirement home is like a very comfortable prison, and when war breaks out, such as an enemy invasion or a beast horde attack, the people inside will take the lead in battle. After all, fourth transition experts are still incredibly powerful. The Management Association can't just let them retire peacefully. They must squeeze out every last bit of value. Wu Shuiqin was in shock at that moment. He could hardly believe his ears. No matter how he calculated, he never expected to fall into the hands of a man barely in his 20s. Even though he was utterly unwilling in his heart, he dared not disobey Gu Zizhen's order. If he kept resisting, he might end up worse off than Zhou Siwei. At that moment, he seemed to age dramatically. Understood. I will go back and prepare for the handover right away. Wu Shuiqin cupped his fists and turned to leave. As he passed by Cheng Qianma, he gave him a complicated look, then let out a long sigh. No one knew what he was thinking. Nor did anyone know if he regretted going against Cheng Qianma. Gu Zizhen clearly knew that Zhou Siwei wouldn't have dared to launch an ambush on such a sensitive day without Wu Shuiqin's approval. But since this whole scheme was sparked by Zhou Siwei's personal grudge, Wu Shuiqin could only be considered an accomplice. Besides, Wu Shuiqin had indeed cultivated many talents at Yunba High School over the years. Even if not great merits, at least hard work, and he was still among those at the top of Xian Nation's power pyramid. So Gu Zizhen decided to grant Wu Shuiqin a final shred of dignity. Let him spend the rest of his life in the retirement home. No matter how you look at it, a suspended sentence is still 100 times better than a death sentence. At the retirement home, Wu Shuiqin continue contributing to the nation. This can be considered atonement for his disgraceful crimes. Everyone looked at Wu Shuiqin's departing figure with mixed feelings. Now that the principal had been removed, the once glorious future of Yunba. Meanwhile, Xinyu University, which had Cheng Qianma, would no doubt restore its former glory. So almost everyone made up their minds. They would connect with Ling Xiao afterward, especially Lin Tiansheng, who had always been indecisive, now firmly decided to join the Three Academy Alliance. Alright, today's matches have officially ended. Let us congratulate Xinyu University on winning the championship. Gu Zizhen's demeanor didn't change at all due to Wu Shuiqin's departure. Instead, he enthusiastically took the lead in applauding. As for further investigation into Cheng Qianma, he didn't mention it at all. No one here was a fool. Naturally, they kept silent too, so everyone clapped along. Ling Xiao felt the wave of enthusiastic applause. He was overcome with a sense of unreality. Even his eyes were slightly red. After years of obscurity, Xinyu University finally announced its return to glory today. After a while, Gu Zizhen turned to Cheng Qianma with a smile. Congratulations on winning first place in both categories. I have a reward to give you. But before that, you have to agree to one condition. Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing those words. Chapter 469. 2 rewards. Yanlong Seoul Organization. Since when did the elimination champions also get rewarded? How come no one told us? The reason everyone looked confused was mainly because Gu Zizhen pulled this reward out of nowhere. But thinking about it again, Cheng Qianma held in his hands the coordinates of 5 brand new ancient altars. Getting closer to him doesn't seem strange at all. Cheng Qianma looked at Gu Zizhen, slightly puzzled. Of course, he knew there were no prizes in the elimination rounds. But since Gu Zizhen had brought it up, there was no harm in listening. What's the condition? Gu Zizhen smiled and said, come with me to the Management Association headquarters. But don't worry, we won't force you into research. I just hope you can have a chat with those mad scientists. It won't take much of your time. In fact, Gu Zizhen had protected Cheng Qianma just now. Although she was the top authority, there were still people above her. So, even if they didn't force Cheng Qianma into research, he still needed to explain the situation. Otherwise, it would be hard for her to report back. After thinking it over, Cheng Qianma figured this was a good opportunity to thank Elder Qin in person. So he nodded and agreed. Excellent. Then follow me. As for the others, you're dismissed. Gu Zizhen waved her hand, signaling the meeting was over. Then she led Cheng Qianma toward the parking area. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. So much had happened today, one thing more shocking than the last. As the reports concluded, many people began moving toward Ling Zhao's position. Everyone understood well that as long as Cheng Qianma stayed strong, Divine Realm University, would surely reclaim the top spot in Xia Nation. It was a sure thing. Without a doubt. So everyone was eager to build connections, hoping to latch on to success. This time, Ling Xiao and his two companions were surrounded by the crowd. There was simply no way to leave. Everyone had long forgotten the former overlord, Yunba Academy. Starting today, Xinyu University's rise would no longer face any obstacles. Over 10 minutes later, Cheng Qianma got into Gu Zizhen's private car. There was still at least half an hour before they would arrive at the Xia Nation Management Association headquarters, so the two began chatting casually in the car. Let's start with the good news. I have two kinds of rewards for you. The first is an advanced experience book. The second is a high-tier piece of gear with triple advancement. However, you don't need to pick just yet. There's something else I want to say first. At this point, Gu Zizhen glanced at Cheng Qianma. He found his emotions with no sign of excitement. That made him feel a bit puzzled. Goodness. If these two rewards were given to anyone else, they'd be over the moon. But you? Nothing. Unable to figure it out, Gu Zizhen simply continued. Our Xia Nation has a very secretive organization called the Soul of Yanlong. Everyone in this organization is one of the nation's top-tier geniuses. To join this group, you must possess extraordinary talent and be under the age of 45. The purpose of Soul of Yanlong is to confront Foreign Awakened in direct combat. I wonder if you're interested in joining. Gu Zizhen originally thought that after explaining the group's purpose, Cheng Qianma would be excited, but he was disappointed. Cheng Qianma remained completely calm. Interested? Depends on how tempting the offer is. Cheng Qianma gave Gu Zizhen a meaningful look. To be honest, as a transmigrator arriving in the world of Blue Star, he didn't exactly feel a strong sense of belonging. So if Gu Zizhen was trying to play the patriotism card, she clearly chose the wrong person. In Cheng Qianma's eyes, joining this Yanlong Soul organization wasn't out of the question, but there had to be benefits. If it was just empty promises, he had no interest. No matter how much Gu Zizhen calculated, she never expected Cheng Qianma to be so mature and pragmatic. If it were someone else in their early 20s, they'd probably be too excited to speak. Who wouldn't want to bring glory to the nation, to fight against enemy countries? But this guy's calmness was downright terrifying. His maturity was nothing like someone just in their early 20s. Although Gu Zizhen grumbled in her heart, she didn't show it. She was only testing Cheng Qianma's intentions for now. Everything would be discussed again at the Management Association headquarters. Very well, let's set this matter aside for now. The reward I promised you will still be honored. Go on. Which reward do you want? She turned her gaze to Cheng Qianma. She originally thought he would hesitate a bit. But to her surprise, he answered instantly. I want the Advanced Experience Book 8. High-level equipment doesn't mean much to me. Cheng Qianma said in a very casual tone, voicing his choice. Gu Zizhen was momentarily stunned when she heard this. The high-level equipment I offered is 3rd transition level, and you're saying it's not significant? Aren't you a bit too confident? Although Gu Zizhen had already learned from Zhou Siwei that Cheng Qianma had his own guild, and it was at a decent level, she didn't know just how terrifying Eternal City had become. That's why she was so surprised. Seeing Cheng Qianma's firm attitude, Gu Zizhen still took out the Advanced Experience Book. The Advanced Experience Book grants a one-time boost of 6 million experience points. Its effect is 3 times that of an Ultimate Experience Book. Take it and absorb it. Advancing to your 3rd class sooner isn't a bad thing. Cheng Qianma smiled and nodded, then took a slightly worn ancient book with a tattered cover. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind entirely on the book. In an instant, a warm energy surged into his body. At the same time, a golden light flashed. Cheng Qianma's level rose to 43, and his experience bar was more than halfway full. Chapter 470. Arriving at headquarters, the 5 elders. Half an hour later, Gu Zizhen's car stopped in front of a massive building. Cheng Qianma looked at the grand gray-red structure in awe. You had to know, the Management Association's headquarters was located in the heart of the capital. Property prices here were astronomical. Being able to build such a massive structure here meant the money and resources spent were beyond imagination. Just by rough estimation, Cheng Qianma could tell that the headquarters footprint was nearly half that of Xinyu University. It was astonishing. Gu Zizhen noticed Cheng Qianma's surprised expression and laughed. If you join the Soul of Yanlong, you'll be coming here often. Cheng Qianma couldn't help but chuckle. Gu Zizhen was still trying to recruit him. Seeing Cheng Qianma remain non-committal, Gu Zizhen helplessly shook his head, then led him through the main entrance. Along the way, they encountered many people. Without exception, they were all dressed in suits, and all exuded a commanding presence. Cheng Qianma had officially entered the core social circle of Xia Nation. To work at the Management Association headquarters meant you were the best of the best. They even ran into 2 elderly men along the way, both radiating terrifying energy fluctuations from their brief exchange with Gu Zizhen. Cheng Qianma could easily tell. Both of them were 4th-class powerhouses. So this is the top power of Xia Nation. Looks like I'll have to work even harder. As Cheng Qianma looked at them, a surge of fighting spirit rose within him. In the future, he will surely stand at the pinnacle of Xia Nation, and even the entire Blue Star. Over 10 minutes later, Cheng Qianma was brought to a modestly sized, but luxuriously decorated room. Wait here for a moment. Director Liu should arrive shortly. After speaking, Gu Zizhen left the room. Too much had happened today. She needed to report to her superiors. Cheng Qianma looked around the room. Noticing it was filled with all kinds of books, it felt like a reading room. He strolled casually, picking up a book. To his surprise, it was an advanced skill book, such a rare item. Just lying around like that. It seemed the wealth of the Management Association headquarters was beyond imagination. Cheng Qianma chuckled, not intending to steal the skill, and put the book back casually. However, he didn't know that a hidden camera was aimed at him. His every action was recorded in full. Not bad. This young man knows his place. He knows what should be read, and what should not. An elderly man in his 60s spoke with a smile. He was currently in the conference room of the Management Association headquarters. Besides him, there were 4 others seated in the room. If Cheng Qianma were here, he would have been shocked. Because everyone in this room was not only a top-tier 4th transition expert, but also included an old acquaintance, Elder Qin. Soon, there was a knock on the conference room door. Then, Gu Zizhen walked in. Although she was a committee member of headquarters, she still had superiors above her, and the 5 people in this room were not only her direct superiors, but also the top authorities here. They stood at the absolute peak of as Gu Zizhen's car approached the outer perimeter of headquarters. These people had already received the news. They were also partially aware of what had happened today, so they had gathered here in advance. An elder with graying hair saw Gu Zizhen and quickly invited him to sit. Well, how did the kid respond? Naturally, the elder was asking whether Cheng Qianma was willing to join the soul of Yanlong. But Gu Zizhen shook his head helplessly and replied, "The current situation isn't ideal. That kid is practically immune to persuasion. I tried everything along the way, but couldn't stir the slightest interest." Everyone hearing this was stunned and amazed. In Xia Nation, there was actually someone who could resist the lure of joining soul of Yanlong. That was the ultimate goal for countless people. Humph. This kid was wrong before. His reaction makes sense. The Yunba Academy matter. Has it been dealt with? We can't let a prodigy from Xia feel disheartened. The elder with gray hair was named Lang. He was currently level 76. He was also one of the 5 great elders of the Management Association, a person of extremely high status. These 5 great elders were considered the top combat force in Xia. The 5 of them all had an average level above 75. Among them, the strongest was Qin Feiyu. Years ago, rumors said he was over level 75, but in fact, he had already reached an astonishing level 80. In truth, he was second only to the president of the Management Association, yet within the 5 great elders. Even so, among them, Lang Hongyi was the most talkative one, so today he naturally took on the role of liaison. After he shared his opinion, the other 4 elders all nodded in agreement, especially Qin Feiyu, who was now smiling at Gu Zizhen. This kid's talent is truly astonishing. Back when I met, I knew he wasn't someone ordinary. I never expected that in less than a year, he would achieve such incredible success. Wu Shuoqin failed to recognize his worth and deserved a harsh lesson. Everyone present had heard of the amusing story when Qin Feiyu first met Cheng Qianma. Now they all laughed about it. For Xia Nation to produce such a genius was truly a blessing. After witnessing Cheng Qianma's terrifying strength, Gu Zizhen also nodded slightly. Elder Qin is right. Without having interacted with Cheng Qianma, it's hard to imagine such a monstrous talent could exist. The issue with Yunba High School has been dealt with. In the future, they won't be able to threaten Cheng Qianma or Divine Realm University. However, up next, convincing him to join Yanlong Soul will be an enormous challenge. After repeated attempts at persuasion, Gu Zizhen had already given up on this task, because Cheng Qianma was just too difficult to handle. This moment, Qin Feiyu smiled. "No worries, leave this matter to me. It's been a while since we last met." After speaking, he left the conference room. Chapter 471. Genius Scientist with Top-Level Talent. "So you're Cheng Qianma, huh?" Cheng Qianma was resting in the room when he suddenly noticed the door open. At the same time, a rather rough voice came from outside. The next second, a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, wearing black-rimmed glasses, walked in. It was obvious that this was the director Liu Yinqing Gu Zizhen had mentioned. Cheng Qianma frowned slightly. He found this man rather rude, so he didn't bother to respond. Liu Yinqing didn't hesitate at all. He immediately pulled out a portable detector and swept it toward Cheng Qianma. But Cheng Qianma reacted swiftly, sidestepping several steps, causing Liu Yinqing's scanning beam to miss completely. Whoa, impressive. That speed is amazing. Liu Yinqing's eyes were now sparkling, like he had discovered a treasure. Next, he attempted several more scans, but Cheng Qianma was too fast, never letting him succeed. "Please cooperate with my work. I just want to run a quick scan." Liu Yinqing was getting frustrated trying to keep up. He became a little anxious. "Get this straight. I'm not your lab rat. If you don't know how to speak properly, then send someone else to talk," Cheng Qianma said coldly. It was obvious. He had no good impression of Liu Yinqing's eager look. None at all. Only then did Liu Yinqing realize he had been too reckless. Sorry about that. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lu Yinxing. I'm the director of the Management Association's Research Institute. I got a bit too excited just now, so I was a little rude. My apologies. After saying that, Lu Yinxing even bowed sincerely in apology. The sudden shift in attitude left Cheng Qianma momentarily stunned. In truth, Lu Yinxing didn't mean any harm. That's just how his personality is. Whenever he encounters a major discovery, he becomes obsessively fascinated. So the moment he walked in, he tried to scan Cheng Qianma. After all, Gu Zizhen had told him, Cheng Qianma was the first person in Xia to awaken with an X-rank talent. This made him extremely excited. He could hardly wait, even half a second. Now, seeing Cheng Qianma's gloomy expression, even though Lu Yinxing was anxious, he could only quickly apologize. He definitely didn't want to offend Cheng Qianma and leave empty-handed. Seeing Lu Yinxing's reaction, Cheng Qianma couldn't help but laugh wryly. This middle-aged uncle's personality was indeed different from others. He was a total workaholic. If you just want to run some tests, I can agree to that. As for any other requests, they're out of the question, Cheng Qianma stated firmly. Lu Yinxing nodded slightly. He already knew beforehand what Cheng Qianma meant to the Management Association. Of course, he couldn't force him. Thank you. Then, he once again took out the trait detector and scanned Cheng Qianma. With a beep, Cheng Qianma's information immediately appeared. When Lu Yinxing saw the large X level 3 under awakening talent, he suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. I really am a genius. There really is an X-level talent in this world. Our Xia nation has finally taken the lead. Lu Yinxing was so excited, he danced with joy, muttering non-stop. In fact, he really was a genius. Just from theoretical data alone, he had predicted the existence of X-level talent. His intelligence was definitely among the best in Xia nation. Suddenly, Cheng Qianma thought of something, so he asked, Director Lu, why was it that when I first awakened my talent, it clearly showed as level 1, but now it's showing as X level? This question had puzzled Cheng Qianma for a long time. It had been bothering him ever since. It was clearly an SSS rank, but what showed publicly was just level 1. Now with one of Xia nation's top scientists right in front of him, of course he wanted to understand why. Seeing that Cheng Qianma actually asked him a question on his own, Lu Yinxing immediately explained enthusiastically. This was a perfect chance to get closer to him. All the secret realm monitoring screens in Xia's high schools were developed by our research institute. When your talent showed as level 1 back then, it was most likely because it didn't match any existing type in the database, and the detection level was too high. It exceeded the upper limit of our original settings. So in the case of such abnormal data, the machine could only display a default value, which was the lowest, level 1. Today's portable detector, I've personally upgraded it, so now it can accurately display results that couldn't be detected before. After hearing this, Cheng Qianma nodded slightly. He originally thought it was because the transformation system was too mystical and had directly hidden the information. Turns out it was a data overflow issue, so the system couldn't display it. In reality, his talent was still within the SSS tier range, just that it far exceeded the normal limits of SSS, so Lu Yinxing classified it as X rank. The mystery that had troubled Cheng Qianma for nearly a year was finally solved today. Seeing that the atmosphere was going well, Lu Yinxing asked tentatively, Student Cheng, could you tell me, what exactly does your transformation talent do? Lu Yinxing stared at Cheng Qianma with fervent eyes, hoping to receive an answer. Without even thinking about it, Cheng Qianma repeated the explanation he had prepared earlier. A few minutes later, Lu Yinxing looked confused. Converting experience points into attribute points. If it's as you said, then the attribute gain wouldn't just be 30%. It should be closer to 50%, right? What Lu Yinxing knew at this point was still based on Wu Shuichen's estimation of 30%, but Cheng Qianma had just improvised a different number. There were no precise calculations at all, so it didn't match up in the slightest. After hearing Lu Yinxing's conclusion, Cheng Qianma was amazed. This guy's calculation skills were truly terrifying. He could actually calculate the correct result in his head, just as she was at a loss for words. Someone else walked into the room. When Cheng Qianma looked up, his face immediately lit up with a smile. Chapter 472, War of Plunder. The Origin of Yamlong Soul. Long time no see, young friend. Long time no see, Elder Qin. The person who came in was naturally Qin Feiyu, who had been silently supporting him all along. The two of them spoke the same words in perfect sync. At that moment, both of them felt the weight of time. Since they parted at the beginner's beach, who would have thought so much time had passed? And Cheng Qianma had already reached level 43 point something. That's pretty fast. You haven't let me down. Have a seat. Qin Feiyu casually entered the room and sat down wherever he liked. Then he said to Lu Yinxing, Director Lu, I need to have a word with Qin. If there's nothing urgent, please step out for now. If it were anyone else giving Lu Yinxing such a blunt dismissal, he might have immediately shown displeasure. But Qin Feiyu was not only Xia Nation's second-in-command, he had also made outstanding contributions to the nation. His status was extremely high, so Lu Yinxing dared not act out. He had no choice but to suppress his curiosity and left the room in low spirits. This was a great relief for Cheng Qianma. He still didn't know how to answer Lu Yinxing's next questions. A few minutes later, the room fell into brief silence. Then Qin Feiyu was the first to speak. I heard you're unwilling to join Yanlong's soul. Such a straightforward opening. This surprised Qin Qianma a little. With others, he might still be able to bluff or deflect, but not with Qin Feiyu. After all, he had helped. So, Qin Feiyu was the greatest benefactor he'd had since arriving in the blue. Honestly, I haven't decided yet. Qin Qianma answered truthfully. He truly couldn't make a decision right now. After all, as Gu Zizhen said, the soul of Yanlong was an organization dedicated to fighting foreign enemies. But he knew absolutely nothing about the situation outside of Xia. Qin Feiyu seemed to sense Qin Qianma's hesitation, so he patiently explained. In the Blue Star world, there are currently over 100 countries, and Xia's overall strength right now is ranked somewhere between 30th to 40th. At best, we're slightly above average. After the arrival of the Apocalypse continent, all countries needed to stabilize their internal affairs first, so they reached a common agreement. The initial division of the Apocalypse continent would be based on each country's current territory and military strength on Blue Star. After a general assessment, they divided up the Apocalypse continent accordingly. Back then, Awakeners were still extremely rare worldwide, so essentially, everyone was starting from scratch. That's why territory size became an important factor. Although Xia's power was average, its land area was still very large, so it still claimed a fairly large portion of the Apocalypse continent. However, this crude way of dividing land was only suitable when everyone was still undeveloped. Everyone was on the same starting line at that time, so there were no complaints. Most people just focused on growing their country and their territory on the Apocalypse continent. No one had time to attack others. But as time passed, different countries naturally developed at different. Some countries gradually became much stronger and began expanding their ambitions. The territories initially assigned became fully occupied. You should know, whether it's the items and equipment produced on the Apocalypse continent, or the boosts they provide to the awakened, both are extremely significant. So, every nation came to realize the importance of territorial size on the Apocalypse continent. After some powerful nations hit bottlenecks, they naturally started to have ulterior motives. Human nature can never escape greed. And once greed takes hold, it ultimately leads to war. As a result, more and more countries grew dissatisfied. Why is it that you, being weaker, still get to occupy more land? Just because Blue Star's territory is vast. Gradually, the agreements made to stabilize the situation started to be questioned by more and more powerful nations, because if they wanted to grow stronger, they could only plunder the resources and land of other countries. 50 years ago, after tensions peaked, another global summit was convened. At this summit, under collective pressure from the powerful nations, another agreement was passed. Starting 50 years ago, the sphere of influence on the Apocalypse continent would be redrawn every 10 years. At that time, if any country showed interest in another's territory, they could seize the other's land. To prevent powerful nations from swallowing others whole, the agreement stipulated a country could only wage a war of conquest against one other nation, and the time limit was set to 1 month. This way, it satisfied the ambitions of the strong nations, but sacrificed the fundamental interests of smaller countries. Gradually, the atmosphere of the Blue Star world grew increasingly brutal. People began to worship power, placing strength above all else, and the old values of the mundane world was gradually abandoned until it disappeared entirely. But such blatant warfare also brings a new problem. That is, internal human conflict could severely weaken our combat power. Who knows when the monsters from the void rifts will return once more? If we keep fighting endlessly, we may destroy ourselves before the monsters even attack. Therefore, to prevent this from happening, all nations have decreed that anyone participating in plunder wars must not have reached the 4th awakening and must not be older than 45 years old. After all, awakeners' physical abilities are far stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, the older they are, the stronger their power and experience. 4th awakened warriors represent humanity's peak power. Internal conflict is absolutely forbidden. If they must die, let it be by monsters. And awakeners over 45 years old represent refined. They've reached a high level in both. And in this age group, as long as they're gifted, even if not at 4th awakening, their average level is still above 65. Therefore, they are considered the core force of humanity. They can't be allowed to die recklessly either. So with that in mind, the reason for the founding of Yanlong Soul in Xiagua became clear. Because its recruitment criteria fully aligned with the limitations of plunder wars. Why was Zhai Yuanhao able to gain such prestige at 41? It was because he too was a member of Yanlong Soul. Chapter 473. The Japanese nation changes its stance and promises to join. After listening to Qin Feiyu's explanation, Qin Qianma felt waves crashing in his heart. He hadn't expected, even at the very top of the Blue Star world, there is such brutal competition. From this point on, the Apocalypse continent had already diverged significantly from the Apocalypse game he had known in his past life. It wasn't until this moment that he truly understood why Xia country was so determined to cultivate awakened ones. As long as it could raise the average level of the awakened, it would greenlight anything. Simply put, it was because Xia country was too. If they didn't accelerate development, they would slowly be devoured by stronger nations. Seeing Qin Qianma's grave expression, Qin Feiyu couldn't help but sigh. The current situation of Xia country is truly far from optimistic. Since plunder wars were allowed, Xia country has already gone through 4 battles, and in these 4 battles, they only managed 1 win and suffered 3 losses. This caused Xia country's territory on the Apocalypse continent to shrink from its original size by as much as 35%. If this situation doesn't change, Xia country's territory will continue to shrink, and soon, there will be no turning back. Now, there's less than a year left until the 5th plunder war. In the past 2 wars, we've lost to the Wan nation twice in a row, and in recent years, they've repeatedly found all sorts of excuses to provoke our country. They've long seen Xia country as their prey on the plate, so, most likely next year, they will continue to plunder us. You have exceptional talent, something I've rarely seen in my life, so, I hope you will join Yanlong's soul and contribute to Xia country. When Qin Feiyu said this, his expression was very serious. At the same time, there was a trace of sorrow in his eyes. The actions of the Wan nation in recent years have been a national humiliation for Xia country, but the weak Xia country is powerless to retaliate. All of this, until 1 year ago at the seaside, he discovered Cheng Qianma. Finally, there was a turning point. From the start, he noticed Cheng Qianma was different. This young man possessed a terrifying level of perseverance, and his character was also top-notch. With Qin Feiyu's seasoned judgment, there was no way he didn't realize that even as a rookie, Cheng Qianma was hiding some serious secrets. So ever since then, he kept a close watch on Cheng Qianma in secret, and using the Management Association's formidable resources, he gathered detailed information on Cheng Qianma. After erasing that information, he distributed it to the association's labs, and had them begin full-scale research. In fact, Liu Yanqin was able to deduce the existence of X-level talent, only because he had access to Cheng Qianma's data model. That's how it succeeded. But this fact, not even he knew about it himself. Now Qin Feiyu not only knows that Cheng Qianma leads a level 4 guild, but also that under him are several outstanding core members, and the profiles of those members were also added to his observation list. And after checking them out, he was stunned by what he found. Qin Feiyu was shocked to see that every teammate Cheng Qianma found had freakishly high talent. Such sharp talent selection made him inwardly amazed. From that moment on, Qin Feiyu decided he must personally nurture Cheng Qianma. His future might surpass anyone in the history of Xiagua. Only he could reclaim the lands Xiagua once lost, and maybe even go further. Cheng Qianma was feeling a bit conflicted now. To be honest, he didn't have a strong sense of the reason he came to this world was more to fulfill an old dream he had never completed. But now, the situation has deviated drastically. If Xia country continues to weaken, they will lose a large amount of territory on the Apocalypse continent. By then, not only will Xia country's people be looked down upon by foreigners, but it will also seriously hinder their own development. You should know, in order to maintain their advantages, most countries strictly prohibit foreigners from freely entering their territories. So as Xia country continues to decline, their training grounds and controlled secret realms will grow fewer and fewer. By then, people might end up fighting to the death just over a single training spot. Such a scenario was something Cheng Qianma absolutely did not want to see. So, after much thought, he still decided to join Yanlong's soul. I can join, but I have one condition. Seeing Cheng Qianma finally give in, Qin Feiyu let out a sigh of relief. Right after, he chuckled and said half-jokingly, "Kid, are you trying to squeeze some benefits out of this old man again?" Hearing this, Cheng Qianma couldn't help but laugh. "Elder Qin, you jest. Am I really so untrustworthy in your eyes?" Though Qin Feiyu didn't answer, his expression said it all. He clearly had that thought. After all, Cheng Qianma had never come out of a negotiation at a loss. Cheng Qianma knew Qin Feiyu had misunderstood him, and felt a bit helpless. "If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. My condition is, I will only join Yanlong's soul after my 3rd class advancement. I still have a lot to prepare right now, so I can't spare the time just yet." If it had been anyone else saying this, Qin Feiyu would have definitely scoffed. A mere 2nd class advancement fighter. What could they possibly have to be so busy with? What could be more important than joining Yanlong's soul? Unfortunately, that's what Cheng Qianma said. He currently has a powerful guild to manage, which takes up a lot of effort. At the same time, his skill even if he joins after his 3rd awakening, Qin Feiyu believes it won't take long at all. So he agreed to Cheng Qianma's request. The two continued chatting casually for another half hour. Before leaving, Cheng Qianma took out a card on his own. It recorded the coordinates of 5 ancient altars. This was his way of repaying Qin Feiyu for his ongoing help. Qin Feiyu accepted the card with a smile, then suddenly asked Cheng Qianma to show the ring he once gave him. Qin Feiyu held the ring in his hand and played with it a bit, then returned it to Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma felt confused, but didn't ask about it. He was never one to speak unnecessarily. After Cheng Qianma left the room, a slight smile appeared on Qin Feiyu's lips. "I've never been a stingy man," he said. "Let's hope that next time we meet, you'll surprise me even more." Chapter 474. The Great Unification of Xiagua College Development Alliance. In the final results of this year's Xiagua College tournament, Yumba Academy still took the overall championship, but everyone knows it's just their last glory before decline. Even the principal was dismissed by the Management Association, and they offended Cheng Qianma and Shinyu University. The future of Yunba Academy looks grim in everyone's eyes. This time, they only retained the championship because they were still living off their past assets. In previous years, they routinely won both the general and advanced divisions. Who would have thought this year they'd crash badly in the general division, allowing Shinyu University to crush them and take the lead in this year's tournament. Shinyu University not only achieved amazing results in the general division, but even in the advanced division, thanks to the excellent performance of their teachers. They ranked 12th overall. Such astonishing progress was naturally the result of the teacher training program led by Chung Qianma. The teachers of Shinyu University, after receiving advanced educational concepts, not only saw a sharp rise in teaching quality, but also greatly improved themselves. So in this year's overall ranking of Xia Country's high school tournament, Shinyu University surged 11 places at once, and after decades, it finally returned to the top 10 in Xia Country. Moreover, everyone knew that as long as Chung Qianma was there, it wouldn't take long for Shinyu University to reclaim the #1 spot in Xia Country. Besides that, Blue Sky Academy and Moling University were also beneficiaries of the advanced teacher training program. The teachers at their schools also made significant progress in the advanced zones. As a result, they ended up ranking 3rd and 5th, respectively. Blue Sky Academy finally achieved its goal of aiming for 4th and fighting for 3rd place. And for the first time, Moling University broke into Xia Country's top ranks. The results of the three-school alliance left countless people speechless. It had already been a week since Chung Qianma returned from the Management Association headquarters. In just this 1 week, Xia Country's high school landscape underwent a complete transformation. The day after the high school tournament ended, a piece of news instantly exploded in the capital. The principal of Yunlin University, Lin Tiancheng, personally went to Shinyu University and proactively requested to join the three-school alliance. This news spread like wildfire, sweeping through Xia Country's entire academic circle in an instant. No one expected that Yunlin University, second only to Yunba High School, would be the first to pledge allegiance. Lin Tiancheng's decisiveness exceeded everyone's expectations. Very soon, more and more schools arrived at Shinyu University, also hoping to join the three-school alliance. According to incomplete statistics, in just 3 short days, 11 of the top 20 schools in Xia Country expressed their desire to join the three-school alliance. These numbers were simply beyond everyone's belief. At the same time, all major media outlets in Xia Country rushed to cover this event. Shinyu University's name instantly reached the pinnacle of Xia Country. It basked in unparalleled glory. Chung Qianma had originally planned to return to the Apocalypse continent right away to carry out his next move. But because the number of schools applying to join the alliance far exceeded the expectations of Lin Xiao and the others, they kept Chung Qianma back to see what he thought. The name Chung Qianma had become the brightest name in all of Xia Country. Everyone of significance. Who doesn't know him? The fact that he could return unharmed from the Management Association headquarters in such a short time already proves he has an astonishing background. Someone carrying so many secrets was actually able to keep those mad scientists at bay. That's truly shocking. Add to that the deliberate hype from Lin Xiao, Pei Yingguang, and Zhong Hongshan. Chung Qianma's status has skyrocketed like a rocket. Although he holds no formal post at any school, his words carry the same weight as principals from Xiaogua's top-tier schools. At this point, no one sees him as just a guy in his early 20s anymore. He's treated as an equal to Fourth Awakening experts like Lin Xiao. However, due to how secretive Yanlong Soul is, and since Chung Qianma hasn't officially joined yet, the Management Association headquarters hasn't announced this explosive news, so the public still doesn't know. During this past week, Chung Qianma had multiple discussions with Lin Xiao and the others. They ultimately decided to first bring in 3 schools led by Yunlin University. Without exception, all of them ranked among the top 10 in Xiagua. Thus, the original 3-school alliance expanded to 6 schools and was officially renamed the Xiagua College Development Alliance. Its member count now represents over half of Xiagua's top 10 institutions. It's no exaggeration to say that while Yunba Academy is still ranked first, its era of absolute dominance is over. Now, the Xiagua College Development Alliance not only holds massive strength, but also has very close internal relationships. If Chung Qianma weren't so strict about quality over quantity, the alliance could have easily expanded to 14 member schools. The schools not yet in the alliance are currently under observation as candidates. If the time is right, they may still be admitted. So they continue to maintain good communication with schools like Shinyu University. This is a stark contrast to Yunba Academy's former lone wolf attitude. After a week of effort, the Xiagua College Development Alliance is now fully operational. Chung Qianma also created more advanced teaching plans based on the needs of each individual school. Now, activities like secret realm sharing, exchange students, and academic exchanges have expanded to all 6 schools. The alliance's resources make even unaffiliated schools drool with envy. Through his own efforts alone, Chung Qianma has gradually reversed the centuries-old divisions among Xiaohua schools. It's easy to foresee a new structure for Xiaohua's academic world. It would be an era of unification centered around Xinyu University, with resources highly centralized and reasonably allocated. The progress of Xia country's students would enter an entirely new phase. By this point, Chung Qianma had largely completed the reshaping of Xia country's reserve forces. Now, all that was left was time would give everyone the answer. Xia country was about to achieve an unprecedented rise. Chapter 475. All parties gather. I want 600 people. Chung Qianma spent a week sorting out everything, and then prepared to return to the However, before leaving, there was still one important matter. He needed to settle with Lin Xiao and the others. That was recruiting people. After all, they had guaranteed earlier that as long as Chung Qianma could persuade the graduates to join willingly, they wouldn't stand in his way. Now that the three-school alliance had become a six-school alliance, Chung Qianma naturally wouldn't miss such a golden opportunity. So, the day before his departure, he sent invitations to the principals of all 6 schools. He wanted to hold a recruitment assembly. The newly formed Xia Country High School Development Alliance had created a strategic think tank. This think tank had a total of 7 seats. The principals of the 6 schools, plus Chung Qianma himself, for any major decision to pass. More than half of the members had to agree. The 7-member think tank ensured that most of the time, the minority obeyed the majority. So, it was quite a reasonable setup. Given Chung Qianma's transcendent status, even though he wasn't a principal, he was as influential as one. Everyone not only recognized his strength and potential, but also envied his relationship with the Management Association headquarters. So when it came to adding him to the think tank, no one objected. In fact, they strongly pushed for it. After all, only he could serve as the bridge connecting all the schools. Without him, the entire alliance could collapse at any moment. And as long as he was there, the 6 schools would maintain close ties with the Management Association headquarters. This was something all the principals were more than happy to see. Yesterday, after receiving Chung Qianma's invitation, all 6 principals, including Ling Xiao, had gathered today in Xinyu University's conference room. There were still more than 10 minutes left before the meeting began. Chung Qianma had yet to arrive, but everyone else was already present. They were all curious as to why Chung Qianma had gathered them here. New members like Lin Tianxing naturally didn't know Chung Qianma's intention, so they took the opportunity while he was away to directly ask Ling Xiao. Now that Ling Xiao had advanced to the hidden rank, and his strength had further improved, he also had the closest relationship with Chung Qianma, so everyone held him in high regard. Elder Ling, could you give us a little hint about the topic of today's meeting? Lin Tianxing asked with a smile. The 2 newly joined principals behind him also looked on with curiosity. Of course Ling Xiao knew what Chung Qianma had planned today. He smiled helplessly. This matter, I can't say if it's good or bad. Chung Qianma is probably here to recruit people. The 3 of us old guys have already fallen into his trap anyway. You all should decide for yourselves. After Ling Xiao finished, Pei Yingguang and Zhong Hongshan instantly looked frustrated. Back when Zhou Siwei revealed that Chung Qianma's guild had already reached level 4, they felt like they'd been completely duped. Turns out Chung Qianma had deliberately laid a trap for them before. If they had known that Chung Qianma could upgrade his guild to level 4 in such a short time, and had the strength to directly repel Yunba Guild's ambush, they would never have agreed to let him recruit their people. What's more, Chung Qianma is now idolized by the younger generation in the alliance. If he raises his voice to rally, he might really attract a large number of talents. That would leave them with no way to explain themselves to their guild leaders in the Tianqi continent, especially Ling Xiao, who had just received a request from Lu Xiaoyu and others a few days ago. They wanted to quit the Xinyu Guild and join the Eternal Pinnacle Guild instead. He already had a misunderstanding with Vice Principal Fan Hanyu of Xinyu University, and now it was getting even more complicated. After thinking it over, he eventually decided to approve the request. In his view, the guild that Lu Xiaoyu and the others had joined also shared origins with Xinyu University. Even if Fan Hanyu was angry, he likely wouldn't go as far. Besides, Chung Qianma, that monster, was more abnormal than anyone. Let him face Fan Hanyu's wrath, then. Ling Xiao thought that with Chung Qianma's abilities, he might even be able to resolve the long-standing conflict between Xinyu University and the Xinyu Guild. So, this could very well be an opportunity. When Ling Tianxing and the others heard Ling Zhao's words, countless thoughts crossed their minds. From the perspective of their own schools, rejecting Chung Qianma's request would naturally be the safest choice, but they had just arrived and had yet to find firm footing. Moreover, their relationship with Chung Qianma was not as close as that of Ling Xiao and the others, so every decision they made had to be considered with utmost caution. Chung Qianma's importance in everyone's eyes was growing by the day. Even a prestigious 4th-class expert, a principal of Xia Country's top school, had to tread carefully around him. It was truly terrifying. Just as Ling Tianxing and the others were deep in thought, Chung Qianma walked into the conference room with a smile. When he saw that all 6 principals were already present, he was a bit surprised. Wasn't there still several minutes before the meeting started? Why had everyone arrived early? Clearly, he had underestimated his current influence within Xia country's academic circles. Cheng Qianma glanced around the room, nodded to everyone in greeting, and then slowly spoke. Thank you all for coming. This meeting can now begin. After everyone had taken their seats, Cheng Qianma continued. I believe some principles here. You probably already know my purpose today, but I'll say it again anyway. After all, we have some new members. Currently, on the Tianqi continent, I lead a level 4 guild. Everyone should be aware of that by now. So I'm here today to request some people to expand our manpower. The initial plan, if possible, I'd like 100 slots from each school. Although everyone had mentally prepared themselves in advance, when they heard Cheng Qianma wanted as many as 600 people, they were still visibly shocked. They all thought, even if, hypothetically, everyone agreed to Cheng Qianma's request, that's 600 graduates. How could a mere level 4 guild handle that? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Chapter 476. An agreement reached. Everyone stunned by the proposal. After hearing Cheng Qianma's request, everyone gasped in shock. They found Cheng Qianma's appetite both astonishing and terrifying. Everyone knew Cheng Qianma never said things carelessly. If he dared to ask for 600 people, then he must have something in mind. They just didn't understand how a mere level 4 guild could accommodate so many people. Little Cheng, it's not that we don't want to give, but you at least need to give us a plan. Everyone was confused now. Since Ling Xiao had the closest ties with Cheng Qianma, he was the first to speak up. After hearing him, everyone else nodded in agreement. Even if their stance had softened a bit, they couldn't just blindly agree. At the very least, they needed to know what Cheng Qianma's plan was next. Before they could make a decision, Cheng Qianma saw everyone's questioning expressions, so he slowly began to speak. I won't keep it from all of you. When I return this time, I'll sweep through Linghua City District. Very soon my Eternal Peak Guild will level up several times in succession. Once a guild in the Apocalypse continent reaches level 5G or higher, its member capacity will see a huge leap. I'm sure you're all aware of this. A mere 600 people is not a problem at all. Besides, I'm not accepting just anyone. Any graduate wishing to join must pass the relevant assessments. So, I won't need that many people at the start. Cheng Qianma laid out his development plan in detail. In his view, this was entirely normal. But after hearing him out, everyone was utterly shocked, especially the newly joined Ling Tiansheng, whose voice trembled slightly. When you say Linghua City, do you mean that mid-tier main city? Even though no main city in the Apocalypse continent shares the same name, Ling Tiansheng still had to double-check, because by common standards, a mid-tier main city's would have at least a dozen guilds. To say you'll sweep the entire district, that's no small feat. Cheng Qianma smiled and nodded, and finally said, that's right, it is Linghua City, the mid-tier main city. Currently, in the Linghua City district, there are a total of 11 guilds, and as of now, I've already made one of them my vassal. Based on within 3 months at most, I will reach my goal. Ling Tiansheng and the others only knew that Cheng Qianma's guild had, in an incredibly short time, already reached level 4, and he's incredibly powerful. But what they didn't know was that he had already annihilated a guild. When that news came out, everyone's expression changed. Clearly, Cheng Qianma's trump card had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. Very well. Since you're so confident, I won't say anything more. I already agreed to your request earlier, so from here on, you can handle things as you see fit. Naturally, Ling Xiao fully supported Cheng Qianma in expanding his own forces. After all, his relationship with Fan Hanyu had always been awkward. Offending him again didn't really matter anymore. After Ling Xiao made his stance clear, Pei Yingguang and Zhong Hongshan also stayed silent. That immediately shifted the pressure onto Lin Tiansheng and the other two principals. A few minutes later, Lin Tiansheng steeled his heart and finally made his decision. Now that Yunlin University has also joined the Xiaoguo College Development Alliance, naturally we'll support you fully. After hearing Lin Tiansheng's words, Ling Xiao showed a trace of surprise. He didn't expect Lin Tiansheng to be so decisive. Old Lin really does have guts. No wonder he holds firm at number 2 in Xiaoguo. Ling Xiao seemed to understand Lin Tiansheng's intentions and revealed a smile. As for the other two principals, after seeing that the strongest, Yunlin University, had already agreed, they felt they had no choice but to follow. Otherwise, they'd look too distant and aloof. There was no way around it. The power backing Cheng Qianma now was simply too terrifying. Since they were already on this ship, they had to stay united. Cheng Qianma watched as everyone gave their agreement, immediately revealed a smile. Everyone rest assured, I, Cheng Qianma, am not a petty person. This batch of students, consider it an investment from your ex-wife. 6 months from now, I'll show you their growth. At that time, you can send more students for training. I'll return a group of outstanding awakened ones. Based on everyone's understanding of Cheng Qianma, they knew he wouldn't make empty promises. Since he made this commitment, he must be absolutely confident. Originally, everyone was ready to let go, not expecting any returns. Now, Cheng Qianma has given an unexpected surprise. Everyone was immediately overjoyed. In the following time, Cheng Qianma also detailed his assessment standards. He requested the principals present, after the meeting ends, to release the recruitment information and set a 1-month deadline. Any graduate from the 6 major schools without a guild can participate in the assessment. To provide enough temptation, Chung Qianma also revealed some of Eternal City's organizational structure and its benefits. After Lin Xiao and the others heard this, they were utterly dumbfounded. They never imagined a mere fourth-tier guild would have over 100 life profession members, and even 2 senior masters. Not to mention, in the guild warehouse of Eternal Peak, all kinds of epic-level items were piled up like mountains. Once such temptation is thrown out, the graduates under their command would probably go crazy. Only now did they understand why Chung Qianma was so confident before. With so many trump cards in hand, anyone would be. Chung Qianma wanted to keep a low profile, but with a starting hand of double kings and 4 twos, his strength wouldn't allow it. Chapter 477. Heading to Linghua City to upgrade to a level 5 guild. Have you all heard? Cheng's guild has issued a recruitment notice to students from our 6 universities? Yeah, I heard already. His guild is insanely strong. They even have piles of epic-grade items and 2 high-level life skill grandmasters. As long as you join the guild, you can purchase those items at half the market price or with contribution points. That's crazy awesome. Right now the official announcement says each of the 6 schools will only have 100 recruitment spots. We'd better hurry. Damn, this won't do. I've got to get back to the Tianqi continent. Head for Linghua City. Yes, if we're late, we might miss the quota. As soon as Chung Qianma's recruitment plan was made public, it caused a huge stir across Xiaogua. The terms Eternal Pinnacle offered were just too tempting. Now almost every free graduate was moved by the offer. In the few days after Chung Qianma returned to the Tianqi continent, graduates from all 6 schools began rushing to Linghua City regardless of distance. Meanwhile, due to Chung Qianma's stunning performance in the Xiaogua College competition, even students from schools not part of the alliance were heading toward Linghua City. They all wanted to see for themselves just how powerful the base was that defeated Yunba Guild head-on. They also wanted to buy epic-grade items that couldn't be found elsewhere. All these reasons combined led to Linghua City's traffic increasing daily. This made the local shop owners so happy they couldn't stop smiling. They had cooperation agreements with Eternal Pinnacle, so they could profit from it as well. This sudden surge in foot traffic made them all feel just how terrifying Chung Qianma's influence had become. When Chung Qianma returned to Eternal City, not only Huang Tian, but Lin Ruoxi and others had already returned earlier. Even Lu Xiaoyu, Guan Shui, and Su Hanhai had withdrawn from the Divine Domain Guild and joined Eternal Peak. This trip to the outside world took about half a month. Now, Eternal Peak had reached its peak in both raw materials and finished goods, almost overflowing with stock. Now, Xiao Taizhan and Du Shui were registering the assessment list. It was time to quickly upgrade the guild to level 5. Chung Qianma glanced at the guild information. A smile appeared on his face. Today, graduates had already started arriving at Eternal City. He needed to hurry and expand the guild. To reach a level 5 guild, not only were 15,000 units of building materials required, but other materials were also in high demand, especially 600,000 gold coins. That was no small amount. Such an exorbitant amount of upgrade materials for a guild that had only recently reached level 4 might take months to gather. But Eternal Peak's productivity was clearly beyond that of an ordinary level 4 guild. No other guild could boast a life profession team of over 100 members, so there was no way to compare. After Chung Qianma opened the guild page, a familiar text popped up immediately. Congratulations, Eternal Peak has met the guild. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Chung Qianma chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, a massive noise erupted around Eternal City. At the same time, the birds and beasts in the surrounding forest, startled by the commotion, let out various roars. The veteran members inside the city were already used to such disturbances, so they didn't react much. But the people registering outside the city turned pale with shock. They thought some cosmic anomaly had occurred. A disaster is approaching. Fortunately, Xiao Taizhan and Du Shui, with their rich experience, managed to calm everyone down with some patient explanation. When the crowd learned that Eternal Pinnacle had upgraded again, they all showed expressions of disbelief. None of them had ever seen a guild level up this fast. Their desire to join became even more intense. A few minutes later, Chung Qianma climbed the watchtower. He noticed that Eternal City's territory had changed dramatically. He opened the guild interface again, and the information confirmed his thoughts. Guild name: Eternal Pinnacle. Guild level: 5. Territory name: Eternal City. Guild leader: Chung Qianma. Guild members: 194,400. Influence radius: 3,000 meters. Special buildings: Jade Dragon Fawn. World Tree. Growth stage viewable. Special products: produces 15 units of life essence every 2 days. Hatches 1 Jade Dragon Egg every 7 days. Standard buildings: Ultimate Ironworks, Ultimate Herb Lab, Ultimate Leather Workshop, Ultimate Engineering Shed, Beginner Training Hall, Ultimate Residence, Guild Warehouse, Ultimate Quest Board. Upgrade requirements: wood, 25,000 units. Stone, 25,000 units. Food, 15,000 units. Metal, 12,000 units. Leather, 15,000 units. Herbs, 9,000 units. Gold coins, 1 million. Guild members: must exceed 350. After reading the updated guild info, Cheng Qianma was a bit surprised, because after the upgrade, not only did the guild's member cap double, reaching as many as 400 people, but its territory also doubled, from a 1,500 meter radius to 3,000 meters. Indeed, a level 5 guild is a turning point. Now, the scale of Eternal City has directly doubled. Now that's more like it. If Cheng Qianma's recruitment plan can be successfully executed, he'll need to upgrade the guild to at least level 6 or 7 to accommodate 600 new members. However, once he fully upgrades the new base, he can start conquering the Linghua City area. It won't take long for Eternal Peak to once again reach an explosive peak, and this time, it will be stronger than ever before. While Cheng Qianma was reflecting, a long familiar mechanical voice sounded in his ears, and a joyful smile appeared on his face. Chapter 478. Conversion System LV7 boldly activates. Congratulations to the host for successfully upgrading the guild to level 5 and raising the world tree to growth 7. Conversion system upgraded to LV7, adding 3 new passive slots and 1 replacement opportunity. All passive skills upgraded to LV7. Gatling gun passive LV7. When attacking with any firearm, there's a 45% chance to fire 18 Gatling bullets at the target with 100% accuracy. Increases chance by 2%. 3 additional attack cap. Sweeping strike passive LV7. When attacking, there's a 38% chance to deal a knockback effect to a fan-shaped area within 8 meters, causing a group knockdown. Increases chance by 3%. 2-meter attack range increase. Rending slash passive LV7. When attacking, there's a 40% chance to unleash Rending Slash. Upon triggering, Rending Slash transforms into 11 sword energy waves to attack enemies. Damage receives a 2.3x strength attribute bonus and grants 0.5 seconds of invincibility to the user. Increases sword energy cap by 1. 0.2 damage multiplier increase. Weapon swap, passive LV7. Permanently reduces cooldown for all weapon swaps by 90%. Also reduces overall cooldown by 10%. Void Sphere, passive LV7. When casting any spell, there's a 40% chance to fire a black sphere formed from void toward enemies in front. Enemies take continuous dark type damage. Attack interval, 0.3 seconds. Duration, 5 seconds. Void Sphere has high attack and piercing power, but average flight speed. Moves at 1.5 meters per second, plus 5% activation chance, plus 1 second duration. Radiant Rune, dark attribute, passive LV7. Max duration of Radiant Runes, 1 minute. Up to 13 elemental Radiant Runes can exist simultaneously, plus 1 maximum slot. Power of Purification, passive LV7. The host gains a periodic buff that cleanses all ultimate abnormal statuses. Duration, 20 seconds. Trigger cycle, every 1 minute 30 seconds, plus 5 seconds duration. Cleansing category upgraded to Ultimate. Killing Intense Surge, passive LV7. When using any gap skill, 35% chance to deal true damage, ignores defense, to all enemies within 7 meters. Also increases self and nearby allies. Duration, 90 seconds. Consumes 50 MP per activation, plus 5% activation chance, plus 1 meter AoE, plus 30 seconds duration. Dance of Blood Float, passive LV7. When attacking with a War Spear, 20% chance to summon a swarm of bats that deal multi-hit AoE damage and absorb the enemy's vitality. Current life steal rate, 20% of attack power, plus 5% activation chance, plus 5% life steal rate. Critical rate, passive LV7. Increases base critical rate by 30%. Increases critical hit rate by 2%. Basic attack, speed passive LV7. Increases base attack speed by 24%. Increases attack speed by 2%. Critical burst passive LV7. Increases critical hit damage by 32%. Increases critical hit damage by 2%. Metal regeneration guild passive LV7. The host base can automatically generate 3,500 units of metal daily. Increases by 3,000 units of metal daily. For everyone's clarity, I've listed the improvements relative to LV6 separately. It's been 126 chapters since the last summary. Not padding the word count, right? Hehe. After seeing the upgrade information, Cheng Qianma showed a surprised expression. Although, as per usual, all his passives, regardless of their current level, would be upgraded to match the system level upon system upgrade. But Cheng Qianma didn't expect that even a guild resource passive like metal regeneration could be upgraded. The metal regeneration passive, from level 1 to level 7, directly increased its output from 500 units daily to 3,500 units. That's a full 6-fold increase. Once the system levels up a few more times, Eternal City will basically achieve metal self-sufficiency. You see, metal resources, for a guild, are undoubtedly the most valuable material type. As long as there's enough metal and high-level life profession masters in the guild can generate a steady stream of income. The reason Eternal Peak developed so quickly was by trading vast amounts of epic items and equipment for large quantities of gold coins and resources. So, the upgrade to the metal regeneration passive is tantamount to boosting Eternal Peak's development speed once again. Moreover, after the conversion system reached LV7, it not only granted 3 new conversion slots, but also included a reset function. That was an unexpected bonus. Chung Qianma had long considered resetting his stat build. Unfortunately, he hadn't had the chance until now. With the transformation system upgrade, it came as a pleasant surprise to him. This system update truly brought him great joy. Now that the Liuguang Thousand Edge Scatter had reached Phase 2, it could basically fulfill the vast majority of weapon needs. The weapon swap passive had become a bit of a waste of a transformation slot. It was time to let it retire in glory. The weapon swap passive was a compromise he made early on, when he didn't have a reliable weapon. But once Qing Qianma obtained the Liuguang Thousand Edge Scatter, its usefulness gradually diminished, although there were still a few forms that the weapon couldn't yet shift into. With Chung Qianma's overwhelming strength now, he could basically ignore that. So for this reset, he made his choice without hesitation. Chung Qianma smiled faintly and began the reset process. Speaking to the system, I want to cancel the weapon switch passive. Dear. The system quickly completed the reset, successfully removed the weapon switch passive. Current remaining conversion slots, 4. Chung Qianma looked at the 4 conversion slots, feeling extremely excited. This was the most abundant opportunity, since he activated the conversion system. After some thought, a trace of anticipation appeared on his face, and he voiced a bold idea he'd been mulling over for a while. Chapter 479, Verifying Theories, New Pathways. System, can I convert special skills? Like other classes' ultimate moves, or skills from equipment, or even boss skills. In fact, after successfully completing his second-class advancement, Chung Qianma had already had this idea. After all, the conversion system's upgrades were spaced far apart, so each conversion slot was extremely valuable. If he only used ordinary class skills for conversion, it would be a bit of a waste. As the only soul reviver, he was not only proficient in all classes' second advancement ultimates, but also possessed various special skills. If these skills could be converted into passives, the benefits would clearly be much higher. That's why he tentatively asked the system. After a long silence, the system responded, or boss skills, but it requires consuming 2 slots at once. Hearing this, Chung Qianma immediately showed an excited expression. Even if it took double the slots to convert, it would still be a massive boost for him. You see, the average cooldown for second advancement ultimates was generally over 15 minutes. Class ultimates always had high damage and long cooldowns, so ultimate skills were always treated as trump cards saved for critical moments, not to be used lightly until the final moment. If Chung Qianma could really convert ultimates into passives, even if the trigger rate wasn't high, it would still be a massive win. As for boss skills, their characteristics were largely similar, so there was no need to worry about the payoff. At first, the system only mentioned that transforming ultimate skills and boss abilities would cost double slots. It never said that equipment-attached skills couldn't be transformed, nor that they required 2 slots. So doesn't that mean equipment-attached skills can be transformed and still only cost 1 slot? Chung Qianma hadn't expected his theory might actually be correct. The more he thought about it, the more excited he got. To verify his theory, he cautiously asked the system again. I want to transform the skill attached to the experimental arcane deflector, the magic reflection ability. With a ding, the system voice rang out again. Congratulations, you have successfully transformed the magic reflection skill into a passive. *** magic reflection, passive, LV1 ***, activates a protective barrier that reflects all magic. Lasts 10 seconds. Ineffective against targets 20 levels higher. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Though the cooldown for magic reflection is a bit long, that didn't stop Chung Qianma from becoming ecstatic, because this was only LV1. Once the system is upgraded to LV8, he could level up magic reflection to LV8 in one go. And at that point, the cooldown would definitely drop significantly. With this, *** magic reflection, passive, *** became Chung Qianma's second periodic buff skill, and its effect was absolutely broken. Now equipped with both purification power and magic reflection, Chung Qianma had become every magic class awakener's worst nightmare. Just imagine, what caster wouldn't be terrified by these 2 passives? Add to that, Chung Qianma's innate 20% magic resistance, and not just peers, even higher level, they'd struggle to deal any damage at all. Yet after seeing magic reflection appear in his passive skill list, Chung Qianma wasn't overly excited. Instead, a serious look appeared on his face, because there was one more question that needed testing. Very soon, he carefully removed the experimental arcane deflector. Chung Qianma immediately checked his skill bar again. When he saw that the magic reflection passive hadn't disappeared, he finally broke into a smile. As expected, my guess was right. It really is possible to increase my skills by converting equipment skills. In the future, as long as I get suitable equipment, it's like obtaining a high-level skill book, and these are skills independent of the academy, so they're completely unaffected by the Soul Reviver's learning restrictions. The reason Chung Qianma prioritized converting equipment skills was to test this crazy idea. He had been thinking about it for a long time. If he could convert skills from equipment, 115, 03:30, 280, 00:03:32, 719. Wouldn't that create a brand new way to learn skills? And just now, after taking off the equipment, the newly converted passive didn't disappear, proving his idea was completely correct. This way, as long as the equipment has skills, even if its stats are average, as long as the skill is good enough, for him, it's worth a fortune. Because Chung Qianma can permanently retain the skill, through conversion, and then switch to equipment with better stat bonuses, getting the best of both worlds. Chung Qianma's wild conjecture opened a brand new door for him. Excellent. Today's surprises just keep getting bigger. The second conversion slot will go to rapid cooldown. The corners of Chung Qianma's mouth curled upward, and he voiced his request to the system. Congratulations. Successfully converted rapid cooldown into a passive. Rapid cooldown. Passive. LV7. When using any skill, there's a 5% chance to reset all skill cooldowns. This passive has a 24-hour trigger cooldown. Seeing the attributes of the rapid cooldown passive, Chung Qianma was overjoyed. First, setting aside all attributes, converting this skill into a passive was like giving Chung Qianma an extra chance to refresh his skills. In future battles, it can be manually activated once, and then triggered passively again. This upgrade is simply unimaginable. The passive version of rapid cooldown had its cooldown reduced dramatically from 72 hours to 24 hours. This means, what used to be one burst every 3 days for Chung Qianma is now one minor burst per day, and one major burst every 3 days. Of course, his minor burst is only minor compared to himself, compared to others. Even his minor burst is stronger than most people. Just imagine, Chung Qianma, in peak condition, if lucky enough, could even fire off 3 ultimate. What kind of concept is that? No one can even comprehend it. Just these 2 passive conversions today have already boosted Chung Qianma's strength tremendously. And next, his sights were set on a certain class ultimate skill. Spending 2 conversion slots at once felt painful, but he hoped the result wouldn't disappoint. Chung Qianma's lips curled up slightly. Then he voiced his selection. Chapter 480 an ultimate skill that breaks 200,000 battle power. System. I want to convert Gathering Mind Barrier from 100 Flower Chaos. After careful consideration, Chung Qianma decided to use this precious transformation chance to convert the second-class ultimate skill of the Chi Master. Gathering Mind Barrier generates a massive psychic shield around the user, rendering all teammates inside invincible. The barrier does not move with the caster. It disappears after a period of time or after taking a certain amount of damage. Default duration, 5 seconds. For every 100 spirit stat, add 1 second to the duration. Though Gathering Mind Barrier has no offensive capability, its group protection ability is extremely powerful, since Chung Qianma already had terrifying offensive strength. Instead of continuing to boost damage, it was better to increase survivability. Moreover, Gathering Mind Barrier grants group invincibility. Whether for future dungeon challenges or large-scale PvP battles in the wild, Mind Energy Shield could hardly be called a divine skill. After a brief silence, a ding sounded in Chung Qianma's ears. Congratulations. Successfully converted the second advancement Ultimate Mind Energy Shield into a passive. Current remaining conversion slots, 0. Mind Energy Shield, passive, LV1. When using fighter class skills, there's a 5% chance to generate a massive Mind Energy Shield centered on yourself, granting invincibility to all team members within the shield. Default duration, 5 seconds. For every 80 points of spirit attribute, add 1 second to the duration. After seeing the new Mind Energy Shield passive, Chung Qianma's face showed unbridled excitement, because this upgraded version was far stronger than the original skill. First, the trigger condition for Mind Energy Shield wasn't limited to just the Qigong Master class, but extended to the entire fighter class system. You see, the fighter class has 4 branches, namely Street Fighter, Judoka, Striker, and Qigong Master. Triggering only with Qigong Master skills versus triggering with any fighter class skills are completely different effects. This massively expands Chung Qianma's skill pool, giving him more flexible and varied tactical options. Next, after being converted into a passive, Mind Energy Shield underwent a qualitative leap. That is, it removed the restriction that the shield couldn't move with the caster. Removing this limitation brought an improvement, even greater than the expanded trigger conditions. Imagine this. If the Mind Energy Shield couldn't move, you might not be able to hit the boss or enemies while defending. But now, those issues are instantly resolved. Wherever Chung Qianma goes, the shield follows. Finally, there's the specific attribute improvements. The original skill description said it disappears after taking a certain amount of damage, but the new passive says it disappears after a certain number of hits. Don't underestimate the addition of number of hits. The effect is worlds apart. The new passive shield duration depends only on the number of attacks, meaning even if a boss's single attack has infinite damage, as long as the usage limit isn't exceeded, Chung Qianma and his teammates can still remain invincible, whereas the original skill might instantly shatter after taking just one powerful boss move. So, although the two skills seem similar, they're actually vastly different. As for the final boost in mental power, compared to the previous improvements, it has become the least significant enhancement. Now it can be said bluntly, with the emergence of the ultimate Aura Shield passive, Chung Qianma's survivability has entered an entirely new realm. At the same time, his teammates will also benefit. This attribute, it's worth sacrificing 2 conversion slots, even 3, I'd still be willing. Chung Qianma immediately saw how terrifying the new passive was, so he was in a very good mood. After using up all 4 conversion slots, Chung Qianma opened his character panel. He then allocated the 6 attribute points gained from leveling up, all to Constitution. Name, Chung Qianma. Race, human. Class, second tier soul reclaimer. Level 43, 25194574865786. Strength, 110, plus 119 from equipment. Agility, 117, plus 93 from equipment. Spirit, 106, plus 61 from equipment. Constitution, 81 foot, plus 81 from equipment. Health points, 7,735. Mana points, 5,660. Armor, 690. Same level physical. Damage reduction, 29.3%. Attack bonus, 40.1%. Critical hit rate, 39.6%. Critical damage bonus, 34%. Magic resistance, 20% penetration, 15%. Ignore resistance, 20%. Mana recovery, recovers 3% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awakening talent, X. Conversion LV7. Combat power assessment, 206,587. Unallocated points, 0. Guild gold, 230,000 gold. Synergy buffs, basic amplification, magic blessing, advanced penetration. Titles, Elder of the Life Profession Association, Dark Brotherhood Street Slayer, Blacksmith Guild Council member, President of Eternal Peak, member of the Xia Country University Development Alliance. With the conversion system upgraded to LV7, Chung Qianma's attack speed and critical hit rate bonuses have reached a 40% threshold. His current attack speed finally caught up to Lin Ruashi's innate SS grade talent effect. This shows how terrifying Lin Ruashi's talent is. At the same time, Chung Qianma's combat power surged by 40,000 points, breaking 200,000 combat power at level 43. Such an outrageous achievement is simply unheard of, absolutely shocking. His strength is now almost equivalent to that of a level 57 or 58 third tier awakened. Chung Qianma's only goal now is to quickly advance to the 3rd tier, because for a soul reclaimer, nothing brings a greater boost than a class advancement. If Chung Qianma is right, once a soul reclaimer reaches 3rd tier, he might gain access to all 3rd tier class skills. Honestly, in this world, what could be stronger than such an effect? The answer is obviously nothing. That's why when Gu Zizhen offered 2 rewards, Chung Qianma didn't hesitate to choose the high-grade experience book. If he could, he would have asked for more. Unfortunately, items like high-grade experience books are just too precious. Even 4th tier experts don't have many of them. Therefore, Chung Qianma's next top priority is to train as much as possible before stirring up any action. Let me take a look at what new buildings the 5G Guild has. Chung Qianma opened the building page with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 481. The entire base gets an upgrade and a complete makeover. After all, the guild is about to expand again, so things like food, housing, and entertainment must be handled quickly. After the guild upgraded to 5G, new facilities appeared. Advanced residential houses, a medium-sized entertainment room, and a large cafeteria. The advanced residences require 500 units of wood and 500 units of stone. They contain 20 private rooms with independent washing areas, can accelerate fatigue recovery. Medium recreation room requires 1,200 units of wood, 1,000 units of stone, can accommodate up to 80 people for rest, can improve mental state. Large cafeteria requires 1,200 units of wood, 1,200 units of stone, can accommodate up to 200 people dining at once, and increases the duration of cooked foods buff effects by 30%. Although these buildings are quite expensive, with Eternal Peak's current wealth, it's not a big issue. Just go all in. Build to a standard for 800 people. Chung Qianma thought for a moment. With plenty of money and resources on hand, no need to pinch pennies, so he decided to do it all at once. He first demolished the existing intermediate residences, recreation rooms, medium cafeterias, all of them. Then spent heavily to build 40 advanced residences in one go, 10 medium recreation rooms, 4 large cafeterias. In an instant, the base's scenery underwent a dramatic transformation. The upgraded living facilities not only took up more space, but also looked far more impressive. At this moment, the guild members in the city were overjoyed. Having a generous president was undoubtedly a great blessing. The better the base's infrastructure, the greater the boost to everyone's future development. Whether it's improving mental state or accelerating fatigue recovery, it all enhances everyone's growth efficiency. After addressing daily needs, Chung Chinma switched the building menu to production. Although no advanced production buildings have appeared yet. However, there are intermediate-level lumber mills and quarries. The intermediate quarry requires 1,500 units of stone and can automatically produce 300 units of stone per day. Guild members can actively participate in work to further increase quarrying efficiency. Each person provides an additional 2% efficiency bonus. Maximum of 20 members allowed. The intermediate lumber mill requires 1,500 units of wood and can automatically produce 300 units of wood per day. Guild members can actively participate in work to increase lumber production efficiency. Each person provides an additional 2% efficiency bonus. Maximum of 20 members allowed. Although the upgrade cost for both intermediate buildings has doubled, the daily production efficiency has tripled. Meanwhile, each person can still provide an additional 2% efficiency bonus. This means with full manpower, efficiency can increase by another 40%, raising the daily output of 300 units to 420 units. So, this upgrade is a guaranteed profitable investment. Thus, Chung Chinma quickly pressed the upgrade button. Lastly, let's take a look at the defensive buildings. For any guild base, defensive power is always the most important. So, Chung Chinma has always been willing to spend money in this area. After some thought, he initiated another round of upgrades. Steel walls, 1 unit of metal per meter. Wall height, 5 meters. Durability, 1,000 points. Ultimate watchtower requires 600 units of wood and 600 units of stone. No manual operation needed. Can automatically detect threats. Surveillance range, 3,000 meters. Thunder trebuchet requires 500 units of wood, 600 units of stone. Upon hitting a target, deals chain lightning damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius. Range, 1,000 meters. Split fire ballista requires 400 units of wood, 500 units of stone. Deals piercing damage to the primary target and splits into 2 additional arrows. Range, 500 meters. High attack speed. After upgrading these structures, their attributes were greatly enhanced. First, the steel wall not only gained 2 meters in height, but also doubled its durability. This raised Eternal City's defenses to a new level. Chung Chinma, if he didn't have massive reserves and the metal regeneration passive, he wouldn't dare be so extravagant. As far as he knew, even level 6 guilds rarely upgraded all their walls to steel. After all, metal resources, for any guild, were the most critical for generating income, so they wouldn't be so wasteful. Stronger level 6 guilds, at most, would encircle core buildings, like the treasury or armory with steel, while still using stone for outer walls, as that was the most cost-effective approach. Chung Chinma's immense wealth far exceeded outsiders' imagination. Then, the ultimate watchtower, thunder catapult, and split fire ballista's attributes all saw significant improvements over their originals, especially the upgraded ballista, which gained area of effect attack capabilities. A remarkable leap, though Chung Chinma lacked the means to further expand the defense scale. Upgrading them all was no issue. Not bad, not bad. It's starting to feel more and more like a main city. Looking at the renewed stronghold, Chung Chinma felt a surge of heroic pride rising within. His ultimate goal is to make Eternal City surpass the main city itself. Currently, within the stronghold, everything from daily necessities to defense buildings is fully equipped. It's indeed getting closer to the goal. It's said that once a guild reaches level 6, new functional buildings will become available. I'm really looking forward to it. After upgrading all the buildings, Chung Chinma headed near the Emerald Dragon Cliff. He looked up at the distant mountain ridges, where several young emerald dragons were resting. Now that the guild has reached level 5, it will take some time to fill up the member quota. So before launching a full sweep of the Lingwei City region, there's still some time to make use of. It's time to head to that place. A secret realm that can only be reached with a flying mount. Chung Chinma raised an eyebrow, with a look of anticipation on his face. Assigning flying mounts, the mysterious ship guide. After Chung Chinma returned to Eternal City, in just 3 days, over 300 graduates from the 6 School Alliance arrived here one after another. Besides that, a large number of outsiders also followed. This brought Eternal to an all-time high. Currently, Xiao Taizhan and Du Shui are in charge of handling the assessments, so Chung Chinma has nothing to worry about. His recruitment standard hasn't changed, a minimum level requirement of 45. He even considered raising the requirement, but after thinking it over, since most of the recruits this time are graduates who haven't joined a guild yet, their levels probably aren't that high, so he temporarily gave up on that idea. Then he assigned Huang Tian and the others, called everyone to his side. Everyone's rested for a while. It's time to stretch your legs. Now, I have some good news for you all. Chung Chinma looked at everyone with a half smile. As soon as Huang Tian heard the words good news, he excitedly said. What good news? Spill it quick. Didn't expect to hear good news coming from your mouth. Everyone seemed to enjoy seeing Huang Tianti's Cheng Qianma, so they all broke into smiles. Cheng Qianma wasn't annoyed and continued, I'm planning to assign each of you an emerald wormling. As soon as he spoke, everyone showed extremely excited expressions. They'd seen how cool Gu Qian's wormling was, absolutely striking. So, everyone had long wanted to try one themselves, but Cheng Qianma hadn't mentioned it before, so no one felt comfortable asking. Now that their long-awaited wish was coming true, everyone was naturally overjoyed. Cheng Qianma saw their eager looks, then let out a whistle. Immediately, 5 emerald wormlings. Each of you pick one. Cheng Qianma stepped aside, letting everyone choose for themselves. The next second, everyone rushed forward to pick their favorite. After 2 weeks of incubation, the emerald dragon Fong had hatched 2 more wormlings, adding to the previous 7. Eternal City now had a total of 9 emerald wormlings. Cheng Qianma had a stronger mount, the Azure Belt, so he didn't need to compete with everyone. As for Gu Qian, as vice president, they had already received one, but there were still extras. So, after everyone finished choosing, Eternal City still had 2 unassigned emerald wormlings. Truly extravagant. To boost guild member enthusiasm, Cheng Qianma decided to drop a bombshell of an announcement. Guild broadcast. To reward members who make outstanding contributions, the guild will distribute 1 emerald hatchling every 2 weeks. As long as your current contribution points rank first, you can receive a flying mount regardless of level. Cheng Qianma's new policy was officially released. The guild channel exploded instantly. Long live the guild leader. All hail the guild leader. It's a dragon-type flying mount. I've dreamed of having one. To earn this reward, I'm going to double up on my quest starting tomorrow. Yes. The guild leader didn't even set a level restriction. This is incredible news. I've got to give it my all too. Oh my god. I just joined the guild, and it's already this exciting. Why didn't I come here earlier? At that moment, both veteran and new members were filled with excitement. A guild leader as generous as Cheng Qianma is a once-in-a-lifetime find. So from this moment on, everyone resolved to work twice as hard on guild missions. Only then would they have a chance to earn the Emerald Dragon mount. Meanwhile, people waiting in line outside the city also sensed something was up, because Qiao Taizhan and Du Shui, who were in charge of registration, both had extremely shocked expressions on their faces. At that moment, a man in a white robe, holding a staff, stepped forward to register. When he noticed their silence, he asked instinctively, "Excuse me, did something happen?" Du Shui quickly snapped back to her senses, and said with a bit of smugness, "Our guild leader just announced an incredible benefit. Any member of Eternal Pinnacle, regardless of level, as long as they rank first in contribution, can win an Emerald Dragon mount. Today's your lucky day. Our city's guild leader is so generous. You won't believe it until you see it. The news that Eternal Pinnacle possesses Emerald Dragons is no longer anything new. Anyone who stays long in the Lingua City region knows it. Basically everyone knew. So Du Shui didn't hide anything. Instead, he spoke openly, because this way, it could further boost Eternal Peak's influence, while also helping Cheng Qianma. This year, Du Shui hadn't expected to establish in the city a reputation for being bold and generous. Sure enough, everyone outside the city, upon hearing this reward, was utterly shocked, and their eyes brimmed with endless envy. And the white-robed man from earlier also sighed in admiration. Good grief. This guild president is truly as extraordinary as the rumors say. It seems I came to the right place today. The white-robed man's lips curved slightly upward. Then he clasped his fists and said, "I'm Wang Fuguwei, level 48 preacher. I wish to join Eternal Peak." Du Shui didn't overthink it. After completing the registration, he allowed Wang Fuguwei to enter the city for assessment. Eternal City now had ample troops and resources, no longer needing to control the flow of people in batches. So, as long as registration was complete, one could enter the city freely. Right after, Wang Fuguwei passed multiple assessments, at an astonishing speed, and decisively signed the guild membership agreement. At that moment, Cheng Qianma was considering whether to call Lu Xiaoyu as well, to join this secret realm mission. After all, the place he was heading to was an epic level secret realm. For levels 50 to 60, the player cap for epic secret realms had increased from 5 to 7. So his core team, they were still short one person. Lu Xiaoyu happened to be a healer class, so she became Cheng Qianma's backup candidate. But just then, a guild notification popped up in his info panel. Wang Fu, level 48 preacher, has joined Eternal Pinnacle. When Cheng Qianma saw the name Wang Fuguwei, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Chapter 483, Forcibly Recruiting. Welcome to Black Giant. It's truly search high and low only to find it effortlessly. The final piece of the champion puzzle has come knocking on his door. Looking at Wang Fuguwei's name, Cheng Qianma showed a faint smile. Although the name Wang Fuguwei sounds funny, in his past life, he was one of the top healers in Apocalypse. His nickname was Violent Healing God. Even though his personality was a bit comical, his strength was no joke. His favorite trick was to keep the tank's HP at the absolute limit, while using spare time to deal damage. Wang Fuguwei's damage prediction and HP control skills had reached an incredible level. On Cheng Qianma's shortlist of potential healers, Wang Fugui's name had always been there. He was actually the top choice. Brothers, you all go ahead first. I'll catch up shortly. Cheng Qianma had just shared the coordinates of their destination, and now let everyone take off in advance. With Qing Dai's strength, catching up wouldn't be an issue. How mo? Are you up to something shady again? Why are you being so secretive? Huang Tian, who understood Cheng Qianma very well, couldn't help but sigh. You'll find out soon enough. You'll know soon enough. Let's head out. No time to waste. Cheng Qianma just gave a slight smile. Without explaining much, everyone knew his style, so they didn't ask further. After everyone left, Cheng Qianma mounted his azure belt and flew toward the assessment site. Since Wang Fugui had just joined the guild, he'd likely be near the assessment area. Sure enough, Cheng Qianma quickly spotted a man in a white robe. It's definitely him. Hasn't changed a bit. As the massive form of the azure belt appeared in the sky, everyone at the assessment site instinctively looked up. Greetings, President. Upon seeing Cheng Qianma, everyone immediately stood in neat unison and saluted. Wang Fugui also looked up, his face full of confusion, because Cheng Qianma's gaze was fixed directly on him, without any pretense. Does this president have some weird fetish? This should be our first meeting, right? Wang Fugui didn't have time to think, and prepared to greet the figure in the sky. After all, he was a new recruit, and the name of Eternal Peak's president was now renowned across the Linghua City region, so he had to show proper respect. President. But he only got as far as president, before being abruptly interrupted, followed by a scream. Holy crap, President, no. It turned out that Cheng Qianma, in the sky, had suddenly switched his radiant 1000 to grappling hook mode, and yanked Wang Fugui up with it. Wang Fugui never imagined his first meeting with the president would play out like this, so he was utterly shocked. No time to explain. Hold on to the rope. Come with me. Cheng Qianma seemed to be deliberately tormenting Wang Fugui, so he just flew off with him hanging below. As Qing Dai kept speeding up, Wang Fugui was in complete distress. High in the sky, thousands of miles up, the cold wind was sharp like blades. To stay alive, he clung tightly to the rope with both hands, not daring to relax even for a second. Guild leader, we've got no bad blood between us. Why are you torturing me like this? Put me down. I want to go home. Wang Fugui kept complaining the whole way. He didn't stop for a second. Though he wanted to respect Cheng Qianma, anyone being suddenly hoisted into the air like this would be upset. But Cheng Qianma completely ignored him, continuing to command Qing Dai to speed up. Over 10 minutes later, he finally caught up with the main team. At first, no one noticed anything unusual, but when they saw someone hanging below Qing Dai, they were all shocked. What the hell? It really is you. What kind of unforgivable crime did this guy commit? Want me to help out? Wei Xing always liked causing trouble, so he spoke up right away. He's our new teammate. Let's all get acquainted. No one expected it. The person being dragged by Qing Dai was actually Cheng Qianma's final designated teammate. Such a bizarre way of introduction made everyone feel incredibly awkward. Who introduces someone by hanging them in the air? Screw you, man. Who's your teammate? Who tortures their teammate like this? Wang Fugui still hadn't figured out what was going on. He was seriously annoyed now, and immediately snapped back. Seeing Wang Fugui's agitated state, Cheng Qianma gave a slight smile, then ordered the azure belt to speed up, prompting another scream from Wang Fugui. The others instantly felt a chill, and hurriedly caught up. In truth, the reason Cheng Qianma acted this way, though somewhat brutal, was justified. Because Wang Fugui was great in every way, except he was a bit of a hassle, and always responded better to tough love than gentle persuasion. If Cheng Qianma had politely extended an invitation, Wang Fugui might have asked a million questions, and listed a ton of concerns. With the team about to depart, time was precious. So instead of wasting time explaining, it was better to be direct and forceful. The current Eternal Peak team each had a flying mount, making their travel speed incredibly fast. 3 hours after setting out, they saw a towering structure piercing the clouds. Finally here, Cheng Qianma looked at the familiar scene before him, his heart filled with emotion. The secret realm he aimed to conquer this time was called the Black Tower. The Black Tower was one of the few secret realms in the Tianqi continent, requiring a flying mount to reach, because the entrance to this realm was at the top of the Black Tower, and that was hundreds of meters above the ground, with no pathways connecting it to the surface. As an advanced secret realm, the Black Tower had 2 difficulty levels. King level for levels 40 to 50, and Epic level for levels 50 to 60, although the Eternal Peak team's average level hadn't yet reached 50. However, with their ability to fight enemies 7 or 8 levels above, challenging the Epic difficulty wasn't too far-fetched. Not to mention, they had Cheng Qianma, this monstrous prodigy, on their side, so it wasn't a big deal. In the world of Apocalypse, once a secret realm reaches Epic difficulty, the party size expands from 5 to 7 members. Now, with Wang Fugui included, Eternal Pinnacle's core team is finally complete. A few minutes later, Qing Dai was the first to land. The others followed close behind. Wang Fuguei had been dangling for 3 hours. His insides were completely jumbled. So the moment he touched the ground, he immediately started throwing up. Welcome, everyone, to the Black Spire. Cheng Qianma smiled wickedly at the group. Chapter 484. Officially setting epic difficulty as the goal. The Black Spire is located in the lava mountains. Because of its abundance of rare natural ores, it was taken over by the dwarves. The Black Spire is their meticulously crafted masterpiece, a fortress said to be impenetrable. For hundreds of years, the dwarves have sought to claim the ores here for themselves, so they built a towering spire that reaches the clouds. Anyone who enters the Black Spire will face their frenzied attacks. At the same time, inside the spire, there are many vicious creatures, green-skinned orcs and ogres, who've been battling the dwarves for years, locked in a dead heat. The Black Spire is divided into upper and lower regions. The upper region is relatively easier, and it's Cheng Qianma's destination today. The highest difficulty of the upper level is epic, with a recommended level of 50 to 60. The lower level rises to nightmare difficulty, recommended for levels 60 to 70. To fully clear the Black Spire, the entire Eternal Pinnacle squad will need to reach 3rd tier class. Therefore, Cheng Qianma only planned for today to clear the upper region completely. Done throwing up? Ready now? Cheng Qianma looked at Wang Fuguei with a grin. It was time to confirm his resolve. Wang Fuguei had just experienced what felt like life and death. He was now extremely obedient. He still didn't quite understand Cheng Qianma. I'd only heard this president had a weird temper. Who knew weird meant? Randomly stringing people up for a thrill ride. Now, even if I had a million complaints, I wouldn't dare show them. Because I'm terrified of another free flight. Decided yet? The president says go, and I, Wang Fuguei, will go. Any orders? Just name it. I, Wang Fuguei, will brave fire and flood. Without hesitation. 1 second ago, Wang Fuguei was full of complaints. Now he's flipped like lightning. His righteous tone made everyone burst out laughing. Damn, I thought my skin was thick enough. But after seeing your stellar performance today, even I have to step back in awe. Huang Tian now deeply admired Wang Fuguei, feeling a bit of kindred spirit. Meanwhile, she had personally witnessed Cheng Qianma's team grow bit by bit. The Eternal Peak team, from its early days of being shorthanded, had expanded to a 7-member squad. She didn't yet know Wang Fuguei's skills, but she trusted Cheng Qianma's judgment. Anyone he picked was no ordinary person. The Eternal Peak team now could truly be called a proper team, with tanks for tanking, healers for healing, and DPS for damage. No longer the broke mess it used to be. And these people were all handpicked by Cheng Qianma, elite warriors, each with unique talents. So, Lin Roashi now felt a sense of triumph after hardship. Don't worry, joining us. This is definitely the wisest decision of your life. Huang Tian was the sociable type. He wrapped his arm around Wang Fuguei's shoulder and said with a cheerful grin, as a melee DPS, he had dreamed of having a healer backing him up. Now, seeing Wang Fuguei, his eyes lit up. Of course, he had to say something nice. Otherwise, with Cheng Qianma's insane standards, if they scared the guy off, there would be no time for regrets. So he quickly reassured Wang Fuguei. Cheng Qianma, by observing Wang Fuguei's micro-expressions, knew he had completely given in. He smiled slightly. With this violent healing god on board, Eternal Pinnacle strength would enter a whole new realm. But there was one person who might soon suffer a lot. Cheng Qianma instinctively turned his gaze. After a brief exchange of greetings, everyone headed toward the Black Spire's portal. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the secret realm. Since the realm had a high-level requirement and could only be reached by flying mounts, its foot traffic was far lower than other areas. When Cheng Qianma's group showed up, the few people around were instantly stunned. First, their average level was completely out of place compared to the other awakened present. Normally, even if someone wanted to clear a level 40 to 50 dungeon on King difficulty, they'd need to be at least close to level 50 to dare enter. After all, not everyone can fight above their level. The higher the level of the secret realm, the more likely things go wrong. So mid to late game players tend to be more cautious in dungeons. Otherwise, dying once and losing 4 levels is a huge setback. Second, while everyone here had flying mounts, most of their mounts were birds or other creatures with basic flight ability. But Cheng Qianma's team, every single one of them, rode dragon-type mounts, all the same species. Such a luxurious setup was simply outrageous. Naturally, the onlookers began to whisper, "Holy crap, where did this bunch of freaks come from? Everyone's got an emerald wormling mount, and even crazier, there's actually an adolescent emerald dragon over there. The name Cheng Qianma. Why does it sound familiar? Isn't he the legendary president of Eternal Peak? Yeah, that's him. I remember now. Damn, they're way too strong now, aren't they? Average level under 50, and they're tackling a king-level secret realm? Man, comparing yourself to them is just asking for pain." Though some recognized Cheng Qianma's identity, everyone naturally assumed they were challenging the level 40 to 50 king difficulty. After all, Eternal Peaks, they'd never in a million years guess. Cheng Qianma's goal today was actually the epic difficulty. Huang Tian seeing everyone's shocked expressions, was about to show off a bit. But then, the next second, Chung Qianma kicked him twice into the secret realm entrance. Time to Chapter 485, Team Secret Realm, Hill's Shock, an epic-level secret realm, the second watershed in the Apocalypse continent. The initial Razor Highlands transitioned from solo to team play, with a sharp increase in difficulty, while the epic-level Upper Black Giant Tower shifts from a 5-person squad to a 7-person team, so the difficulty spikes again. However, as the difficulty rises, the rewards of epic-level secret realms become richer. 11. 22 seconds, Onslaught, 00:00:24, 719. Not only are the experience rewards incredibly generous, but the equipment drop mechanics have also changed. In secret realms below epic difficulty, no bosses drop equipment. So the main rewards come entirely from final clear bonuses. But after entering epic difficulty, not only does each boss drop one piece of equipment independently, but the clear rewards still remain. So from here on, the gear upgrade speed for Awakeners will greatly increase. The reason Chung Qianma brought everyone here today is partly to speed up leveling, and partly to help everyone upgrade their equipment. After all, some great gear can't be obtained through crafting. It can only be farmed from secret realms. As far as he knows, the equipment drops in the Black Giant Tower are quite generous. A flash of white light. 7 members of Eternal Peak all arrived in an unfamiliar environment. A small room appeared before everyone. On the left and right sides of the room were 2 groups of Beastman Clan Shieldbreaker Legion warriors. Shieldbreaker Legion warriors not only have extremely high attack power, but also come with a shield breaking effect. They can instantly shatter a tank's shield, dealing even greater damage. Hill, as the tank, is very sensitive to the health bars of monsters. At this moment, after seeing the health of the Shieldbreaker Legion warriors, he immediately felt a chill down his spine. Good grief, no wonder it's epic difficulty. The health of these regular mobs is actually 40,000 points. Now, except for Chung Qianma, everyone's reaction was similar to Hill's. Clearly, they had no idea before this what an epic-level secret realm truly meant. Only now, after seeing the monster's HP clearly, did they finally feel immense pressure. What? Getting scared? We've upgraded from pea shooters to cannons now. Don't panic. Wang Fugui's got your back. Right, old Wang? After finishing, Chung Qianma turned to Wang Fugui with a faint smile, even though Wang Fugui was still a bit stunned, this being his first time in an epic-level dungeon. When he saw Chung Qianma queuing him, he still puffed up his chest and responded, "Don't worry, guild leader. As long as I'm here, you won't die." Wait, no. Qiu Ling won't die. Trying to kiss up. Wang Fugui nearly healed the wrong person. He quickly corrected himself. Everyone who heard it froze with a blank look. They all felt that Wang Fugui seemed a bit unreliable. The most nervous one now was obviously Qiu Ling. After all, as a tank class, we're born to work closely with healers. If both parties are strong and in sync, they can produce a synergy greater than the sum of their parts. But if not, it could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chung Qianma seemed to have anticipated the impending chaos in advance, but he wasn't worried at all. There were 4 groups of mobs here, 12 in total. Even though against the Shield Hunter Legion, you can't use your shield, I still believe in your strength and Wang Fugui's. So, just go ahead and pull them all at once. Let's be efficient. Chung Qianma gave the most terrifying command, in the most casual tone. Almost simultaneously, Qiu Ling and Wang Fugui's faces suddenly froze. Qiu Ling fell. This is his first time teaming up with Wang Pukui. Obviously, they should take it slow. Give each other enough time to adjust. After all, both tank and healer have their own unique combat habits. They can't sync up that quickly. So he found Trin Thien Max command a bit unreasonable. Right now, Wang Pukui also had a splitting headache. A tank without a shield is as fragile as paper. He wasn't too sure about Cao Lang's strength. If Cao Lang turned out to be too weak and got killed instantly, he wouldn't even have time to heal him. Now, he couldn't help but doubt again whether Trin Thien Mac was deliberately trying to torture him. At this moment, in Wang Pukui's mind, it felt like 10,000 alpacas were running wild. He even started to regret joining Eternal Peak. Actually, it was because neither side knew each other's strength that they felt so nervous, even though they didn't know each other. Trin Thien Mac did. So he wasn't just blindly giving orders. Have a little confidence in yourselves, will you? Stop looking at me with those hopeless faces. Go. Hearing Trin Thien Mac's order again, even though they were reluctant, they had no choice but to charge in. Cao Lang took a deep breath, and then, moving clockwise, gathered the 12 Shield Hunter Legionnaires together. Just as Trin Thien Mac had said. In the next second, Cao Lang's shield was temporarily broken. Without the shield's protection, Cao Lang really was extremely vulnerable. On top of that, he had to face attacks from all 12 shield hunters at once. His health started dropping rapidly. Cao Lang watched his health bar, about to hit 0 in just a few seconds. A strong survival instinct made him prepare to use his ultimate defense skill to stay alive. But right at that moment, his health suddenly shot back up. Turns out, it was Wang Pukui's precise judgment. He had already precast the healing spell in advance. Even more surprising, Xiao Ling's total HP at the moment was only 9,482. After receiving the heal, his HP jumped from 5,983, instantly back up to 9,341. Such precise healing left him completely shocked. To precast a healing spell, without even overheating. Is this the true strength of Wang Fugui? Chapter 486. Wang Fugui's skill impressed everyone. Compared to Xiao Ling, who faced the risk of dying at any moment, Wang Fugui had slightly less pressure. Messing around is one thing, but he never treated Xiao Ling's life as a joke. Before the battle even began, Wang Fugui had already started calculating risks in advance. That's why he could save Xiao Ling so precisely. At first, everyone just thought Wang Fugui probably had some real skills. After all, his level was the highest among them, and he was personally invited by Cheng Qianma. But after seeing that incredible prediction, they were truly shocked. Nice one, Horse King. That precise anti-poison healing. Pretty impressive. As the only ranged DPS in the team, Wei Xing had a natural advantage, so he could keep attacking, while chatting with Wang Fugui. Meanwhile, the others, seeing Xiao Ling hold the aggro, focused on damage output. They didn't have time to talk big. After all, Xiao Ling was tanking 12 monsters. Even though the Shield Hunter warriors had high HP, Xiao Ling's aggro management was extremely strong, so everyone could go all out. In no time at all, 4 Shield Hunter warriors were taken down. This instantly reduced the pressure on Xiao Ling's defense. But just a few seconds later, Xiao Ling was nearly scared stiff. Wang Fugui, heal me now. I'm about to die. Turns out Wang Fugui's healing suddenly stopped for 3 seconds. Without receiving any heals, Xiao Ling's HP began to plummet again. But right after Cao Lang sent out a distress signal, he suddenly saw a golden spear flying toward him from behind. The next second, the spear pierced into the body of a Shield Hunter Legionnaire. Victory! The Spear of Victory. He still has time to deal damage. Are you kidding me? I'm still tanking these monsters. As a tank. Cao Lang had worked with many healers before, so he immediately recognized the golden spear as the signature skill of a preacher. The Spear of Victory. Why panic? You can still hold on for 2 more seconds. There's plenty of time. Wang Puqui's old habits started showing again at this moment. He loved keeping the tank's health at the bare minimum, so he could free up time to deal damage. Who says healers don't have a DPS heart? He definitely did. As expected, Cao Lang's health dropped to 572 points after 2 seconds, just a step away from death. But right at that moment, a white light enveloped his body. Courage Anthem. Wang Puqui called out calmly. Courage Anthem. Preachers can chant an anthem, restoring 4,000 HP to the target, boosted by spirit stats. At the same time, it deals light element damage to enemies within 3 meters of the target. Bathed in the Courage Anthem, Cao Lang's health instantly rose to over 5,000 points. Clearly, Wang Puqui's spirit attribute wasn't low. Otherwise, there's no way he could heal that much at once. At the same time, all the Shield Hunter Legionnaires around Cao Lang were hit by the Courage Anthem. They lost quite a bit of health too. Did he calculate all this? Cao Lang's face was full of disbelief. It was the first time he had met such a risky yet skilled healer. Someone who played so close to the edge. How are you feeling now, little Qiao? Old Wang may be lacking in personality, but he definitely has skills. While fiercely dealing damage, Cheng Qianma still found time to tease Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling gave a slight nod. Wang Fugui's skills were indeed very impressive. My apologies. I underestimated you earlier. Looking forward to working together. Xiao Ling wasn't petty. He directly apologized to Wang Fugui. He had definitely looked down on him earlier. In fact, despite Wang Fugui's calm appearance, the shock in his heart was no less than the others. Damn. These guys are all monsters. 12 mobs with 40,000 HP each, and in under 3 minutes, they were almost completely wiped out. Their damage output, way too insane. If someone didn't know better, they'd think everyone here was level 50 or higher. Also, Xiao Ling is a tank. Even though he's a bit reckless, his aggro control ability is really something else. To be able to hold all the mobs in front of these monsters of teammates, that takes real skill. Though Wang Fugui judged everyone in his heart one by one, he didn't show it on his face. He had finally found a chance to show off. No way he was letting it go. So he struck a pose immediately. Humph. Glad you know now. Don't let it happen again. However, his smugness didn't last long. Right after the mobs were wiped out, Cheng Qianma kicked him. I just gave you a little praise, and you're already acting cocky? Playing with danger is fine, but if you delay things, I don't mind stringing you up again. Flying in the air for a few hours straight. Although Trin Thien Mac seemed to be warning Wang Puqui, in reality, he was just joking around. Wang Puqui, though a bit cheeky, was still someone he had great faith in. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced him into the team. Right now, Wang Puqui saw Trin Thien Mac as his worst nightmare. He immediately begged for mercy. He really didn't want to be strung up again. Just like that, after one round of adjustment, Eternal Peak's teamwork began to improve rapidly. Now that they had a healer, Cao Lang's confidence also grew stronger and stronger. He even felt like crying, because having a healer felt absolutely amazing. Before this, he had always fought without a healer. He was used to such miserable battles in every powerful team. It's always the tank who suffers the most. Only now could he truly unleash his potential. The more he fought, he didn't even need Trin Thien Mac to give orders. He started pulling more and more monsters. 20 minutes later, the Eternal Peak squad swept through everything and reached the upper levels of the Black Tower. Before the first boss. Chapter 487. King Auric. Chain Lightning. Right in front of everyone stood one boss and two level 52 elites. From their appearance, all three of them were clearly part of a 10-player module. The largest of them was definitely a 10-player boss, standing at 3 meters tall and clad in heavy armor. Wang Fugui. Level 53, 10-man instance boss. HP, 280,000 points. Hold off on attacking for now. There's something important to explain. Hearing that, everyone knew Qing Qianmo was about to start another lecture. They all assumed listening poses. But since this was Wang Fugui's first time running a dungeon with him, he was a little confused. Are you some kind of dungeon encyclopedia? You're even doing pre-battle knowledge sharing? That's some VIP treatment right there. Wang Fugui was currently level 48, so he had cleared dungeons with many teams before, but he had never seen a leader like Qing Qianmo. Because he was sure that based on Qing Qianmo's level, this was his first time in the Black Giant Tower, so how could he possibly know so many details? Could he have a powerful senior who passed down techniques beforehand? Epic difficulty dungeons are usually only attempted by third-class transfer elites, so related combat data is extremely valuable. If you had a decent strategy guide, you could easily sell it outside for a lot of money. Although Wang Fugui didn't know how refined Qing Qianmo's strategy really was, just the fact that he was willing to share it was already incredibly rare. From this small gesture alone, Wang Fugui's opinion of Qing Qianmo was raised several notches. Of course, Qing Qianmo had no idea what Wang Fugui was thinking. He began speaking steadily. As a warrior-type boss, King Auric has very high attack power. He doesn't have many skills, just 3 in total. The first thing to watch out for is King Auric's first skill, Rebound Slash. He can deal a powerful spinning slash to all nearby targets. This skill, while extremely powerful, can be avoided by melee fighters, as long as they dodge in advance. Basically, it's manageable. The second skill is called Rampage. King Auric will periodically charge at his current target. If the target gets hit, they'll take massive damage and be knocked away. Even though a tank won't die from the hit, their aggro will be completely reset. In that case, King Auric might just turn around and instantly kill the melee fighters. It's really hard to defend against. As for the third skill, it's a standard ability for powerful melee bosses, Berserk. King Auric's Berserk isn't triggered by health percentage, but activates every 30 seconds. While Berserk, his attack power doubles instantly. It's absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, this insane skill only lasts for 5 seconds each time. It's a small mercy, really. If it lasted any longer, Trin Thien Mac might. Overall, King Auric is a textbook example of a powerful melee boss. He has all the typical abilities, but the real challenge of this boss fight lies with the two 10-player mages beside him. Even though they only have one skill, it's a notorious party wipe move, Chain Lightning. After hitting the first target, Chain Lightning will automatically bounce to targets within 8 meters. As long as there's a target, the chain will continue, repeating endlessly. Even though each bounce reduces the damage by 30%, no one can withstand Chain Lightning and keep attacking the boss. It's an absolute headache. After Qing Qianmo finished explaining all the boss mechanics, everyone's expression turned serious, especially Wang Fugui. He was completely stunned. He had now fallen into self-doubt, because Qing Qianmo's battle data was far too detailed. So detailed, it was as if he had fought this boss countless times. He pointed his right. Qiu Ling, when the battle begins, pull King Auric to the wall on the right side immediately. Also, you must stay against the wall at all times, and don't randomly use your taunt skill. Li Mingho, you and I each take one of the 10-man mages. Even if we lose some DPS, we must interrupt them the entire time. As for everyone else, focus all your damage on the one I'm tanking. It must be taken down quickly. After Qing Qianmo assigned roles, Qiu Ling quickly engaged the boss. Foolish humans, taste the power of my giant axe. As soon as King Auric entered combat, he raised his giant axe high. Qiu Ling reacted quickly, established aggro and retreated step by step, slowly edging toward the wall. Meanwhile, Li Mingho and Qing Qianmo rushed in from both sides, each heading toward one of the 10-man mages. The opening tempo of the boss fight was perfect. 1 large, 2 small. Aggro for all 3 enemies was stabilized quickly. At this moment, Huang Tian and the others also began attacking the mage Qing Qianmo was handling. A few seconds later, as if they had planned it together, the 2 10-man mages began casting Chain Lightning at once. Although the cast time was Qing Qianmo and Li Mingho reacted swiftly. They interrupted the casts instantly. Just then, King Auric charged directly at Qiu Ling with a brutal rush. Cao Lang's body slammed hard into the wall. A wave of sharp pain followed immediately. He felt as if his bones had been shattered. That one hit instantly took 43% of his health. It was terrifying. Luckily, Vong Po Kui's healing skills were exceptional, instantly pulling Cao Lang's health back up. But because of that heal, after Cao Lang's aggro was cleared, Vong Po Kui instantly became the enemy's target. Mamma mia! Don't come over here. Cao Lang, you handsome man. Save me. Vong Po Kui watched as the burly King Auric charged straight toward him and instantly cried for help. Chapter 488. Accidents everywhere. First gear drop. Since it was Cao Lang's first time facing Rampage, he lacked experience, so his reaction was still a bit slow. By the time he tried to taunt King Auric had already moved out of his attack range. Seeing that Cao Lang still hadn't grabbed aggro, Vong Po Kui fell into despair. As a healer, he was extremely fragile. He couldn't withstand many hits at all. Just at this critical moment, a grappling hook flew toward him. The next second, he was yanked away by a powerful force. It turned out that Trin Thien Mac had caught sight of the situation out of the corner of his eye, so he used the grappling hook to pull Vong Po Kui out of King Auric's attack range. But as luck would have it, right at the moment he switched weapons, the 10-player mage began casting Chain Lightning solo. Crackle crackle. Chain Lightning instantly struck Trin Thien Mac and started bouncing around. After all, Trin Thien Mac wasn't superhuman. If he wanted to save Vong Po Kui, he had to give up interrupting the spell. Faced with either team-wide damage or saving the healer, he could only choose the latter. Kite it in the opposite direction from me. Everyone else spread out, even though Trin Thien Mac reacted fast. But even so, it couldn't match the speed of Chain Lightning. In just 3 seconds, everyone except Xiao Ling and Wei Xing in the distance was struck by the attack. In an instant, Cheng Qianma and the others' HP dropped by half. Fortunately, as King Auric chased after Wang Fuguei, Xiao Ling managed to land his taunt, preventing the boss from charging into the group. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This sudden mishap instantly disrupted the team's attack rhythm. The situation became chaotic for a moment. At that moment, Xiao Ling felt deeply responsible. He knew the direct cause of the mess was that he had reacted 1 second too late. This time, he pulled King Auric to the farthest corner and focused his attention completely. The same mistake he absolutely wouldn't allow himself to make twice. After about 30 seconds of recovery, Wang Fuguei managed to bring the team's HP back up. Damn. If we keep running dungeons like this every day, I'm gonna drop dead. As the team's healer, Wang Fuguei clearly had the most pressure during that moment. But complaint aside, he was still impressed by everyone's reaction speed and execution. If it were another team facing the same mishap, they probably would have wiped already. 1 minute later, thanks to the team's full damage output, the first 10-man mage was finally defeated. Everyone's pressure dropped significantly. They immediately switched targets, rushing to take down Li Mingho's mage. Cheng Qianma didn't dare to slack off. After all, that last Chain Lightning nearly wiped them. So long as a 10-man mage was alive, he couldn't let his guard down. After a second round of target switching, the second mage quickly fell as well. Now, only King Auric remained. The difficulty Cheng Qianma and the other DPS finally breathed a sigh of relief. But Xiao Ling and Wang Fuguei weren't so lucky. From the beginning of the fight to the death of both 10-man mages, only about 2 minutes had passed. But Xiao Ling had been solo tanking King Auric the entire time. His health was like a roller coaster. It would suddenly drop to the bottom at any moment. It was extremely dangerous. During this time, King Auric went berserk 3 times in a row and kept using / multiple times. It left Vong Po Kui miserable. He didn't dare to relax for even a second, afraid that Cao Lang would get instantly killed. Now they had just reached the timing for King Auric's 4th berserk. His body suddenly turned red. Everyone full power. Cao Lang can't hold on much longer. Trin Thien Mac knew this battle had to end quickly, so he immediately ordered everyone to go all out. In an instant, Phantom Sword Dance, Yellow Dragon Covers the Moon, and other ultimates all flew toward King Auric. Originally, King Auric had only lost about 14% of his health to Cao Lang. Now his health dropped drastically. When these people went full force, they were truly fierce. A few ultimates later, they slashed away 47% of King Auric's health. If they all advanced to Tier 3, who could stop them? It was the first time Vong Po Kui had seen the power of everyone's ultimates. He was utterly shocked. Although Trin Thien Mac hadn't used his ultimate yet, he had inflicted multiple abnormal status effects, maximizing the team's damage output. After all, he could use his ultimate anytime, but the others could only use theirs once per boss fight, so he temporarily held back his output to support the rest of the team. Now it's my turn. Yellow Dragon Covers the Moon. After everyone unleashed their ultimates, Trin Thien Mac finally made his move. A golden dragon soared straight toward King Auric. Even more astonishing, this golden dragon was actually larger than the one Lin Ruashi had summoned earlier. What the heck? How could a solo player have the ultimate of a battle mage? Its power was even a tier above Lin Ruashi's. This makes no sense. Wang Fuguei already knew Cheng Qianma was strong, but he didn't expect this level of power. His strength had completely shattered Wang Fuguei's understanding. Putting aside the fact that Cheng Qianma is a freelancer class, How could he even use someone else's ultimate skill? And even with the same skill, his version was at least 50% more powerful than Lin Ruashi's. That was simply incomprehensible. After the second golden dragon hit King Oruk, his HP instantly dropped from 39% to 6%. Such terrifying damage. Mint Cheng Qianma alone had dealt 70% of the total damage that Huang Tian's group did combine. This is absurd beyond absurd. Utterly ridiculous. Now, only Wang Fuguei was in a petrified state. Everyone else remained perfectly calm, because they were used to Cheng Qianma pulling off god-tier feats. A few seconds later, King Oruk finally collapsed. Even at the moment of death, he couldn't believe what had just happened was real. Cheng Qianma's attack power was simply beyond comprehension. After he fell, a small, exquisite treasure chest appeared on his corpse. This was the first time the team saw loot drop from a boss, so they were extremely excited. Then, Cheng Qianma opened the chest, right in front of everyone. In that moment, a dazzling light lit up the entire room. Chapter 489. The Paper Doll of 10,000 Holes. Don't ask. If you ask, congratulations. King Oruk dropped epic great equipment. 10-man Demon Spirit Commander Armor. 10-man Demon Spirit Commander Armor. Rarity. Epic. Armor type. Plate Armor. 500 armor points. Plus 12 agility. Plus 15 strength. Plus 25 constitution. Durability. 150 out of 150. Item level. 65. Required level. Level 45. Class restriction. Dawnbringer. Second tier. When everyone saw the loot drop, they all got excited. Lucky you, little Qiuling. Isn't this your class-specific gear? With that extra 25 constitution, you'll get even tougher. Man, I'm so handsome. Why isn't this gear for sword saints? Huang Tian spotted the word Dawnbringer and immediately got salty. Just as he said, this 10-player Demon Spirit Master Armor had some great stats. Even without its high attribute boosts, just the 500 armor alone could make Cao Lang way tougher. Cao Lang was still blaming himself for his earlier mistake, so when he saw the gear drop for him, he didn't feel the slightest excitement. But at that moment, Vong Pukui grabbed the 10-player Demon Spirit Master Armor and shoved it into his hands. Quit messing around. You're as fragile as paper. You need to toughen up. I've been healing you, and I'm almost having a heart attack. If you don't want to live, I still want to live a few more years. Cao Lang felt embarrassed about taking the gear, so he quickly tried to smooth things over. In his mind, he did make a mistake earlier, but it wasn't exactly fatal. Of course, that judgment was only possible because Cheng Qianma was a teammate. After all, not every team has such an OP pillar like him, capable of handling any unexpected situation. After Wang Fuguei spoke, the others also began to comfort Qiuling. It's normal to make mistakes in a dungeon. It's something that can't be avoided. Even Cheng Qianma is no exception. Besides, Qiuling's performance after the mistake was practically perfect. If it weren't for him, go ahead and take it. You earned this reward. Cheng Qianma said with a warm smile. He hadn't blamed Qiuling at all earlier, seeing everyone still trust him completely. Qiuling was touched. He promised to become even stronger in the future, to repay everyone's unconditional support. Soon after, he put on the new equipment, and instantly felt different. Damn. The little paper doll's HP just broke 10,000. Wei Sheng, ever sarcastic, immediately used the new nickname Wang Fuguei had given Qiuling. In fact, any tank class that could reach 10,000 HP before level 50 would gladly accept being called the 10,000 whole paper doll. Now Qiuling had no issues tanking in this area of the dungeon. After successfully killing King Oruk, the group continued moving down the path. Before reaching the second boss room, they encountered a large number of magic-type mobs. Following the normal strategy, they would have to clear them slowly one by one. These caster mobs were called Scorching Shadow Priests. Not only could they heal, they also had a really annoying mana burn skill. Mana burn means they can reduce the mana of all classes. And if too many of these mobs appear at once, everyone basically couldn't use their skills, so it was hard to pull them all at once. All these burnout shadow priests up ahead would drain your mana. Everyone, stick close to me later. Don't spread out. Old Wong, give Cao Lang a speed buff. Pull them all in one go. At that moment, Trin Thien Max spoke very calmly, but to everyone else, his words sounded outrageous. It was like he was saying something unbelievable, in the most matter-of-fact tone, especially Vong Pukui, who couldn't sit still anymore. In fact, after witnessing Trin Thien Max's terrifying skills, he already had a ton of questions. Now, hearing Trin Thien Max's plan, he couldn't hold back anymore. Let me say this first. Captain, it's not that I don't trust you. You're definitely crazy strong, but you can't defy the laws of nature, right? You have to know, there are at least 25 mobs in this corridor. Since they all drain mana, if we pull them all at once, isn't that just asking to die? Sure, I'm pretty strong, but with no mana, I can't heal anyone. Could you maybe consider my feelings too? Vong Pukui knew Trin Thien Mac had many secrets, but he wasn't blind. So he didn't directly ask why Trin Thien Mac could use someone else's ultimate just now, but as a healer, His responsibility was heavy, so despite the pressure, he voiced his concerns. Even a skilled woman cannot cook without rice, without mana. No matter how strong we are, we can't just swing our weapons at them all. Wouldn't that be suicide? Actually, the others were thinking the same thing. They just trusted Cheng Qianma unconditionally, so they didn't speak up. Now that Wang Fuguei had voiced it, everyone turned their gaze to Cheng Qianma. There are some things that are just too hard for me to explain to you. Don't ask. If you ask, the answer is invincible. Cheng Qianma's passive secret naturally couldn't be shared so openly. It wasn't due to distrust, but simply because it was too complicated. For people from Blue Star, it would be completely incomprehensible, something this unbelievable. Rather than waste time explaining, it's better to let them see it with their own eyes. However, everyone misunderstood at this moment. They thought Cheng Qianma was just using exaggerated metaphors to describe his strength. They had no idea what he meant by the word invincible. After receiving a speed blessing, Xiaoling clenched his teeth and charged forward. At that moment, Cheng Qianma held his breath and focused, bringing his hands together. The next second, everyone's faces filled with astonishment. Chapter 490, Gathering Thought Barrier, an invincible mobile fortress. As Xiaoling charged ahead, Cheng Qianma used a grappling hook to pull over the nearest scorching shadow priest. Then, he unleashed a flurry of lightning-fast punches. The lightning speed punch skill, though not high in base damage, was incredibly fast and had many attack hits. The reason Cheng Qianma used it was to quickly trigger the passive effect of the Spirit Gathering Shield. He was lucky enough to trigger it. Vong Po Kui's second-tier ultimate, Spirit Gathering Shield. Right now, Vong Po Kui didn't realize that Trin Thien Max Spirit Gathering Shield was triggered by a passive effect. He had no way of knowing. Since the activation motion for the Spirit Gathering Shield is so fast, if you're not watching closely, it's hard to notice. So he thought Trin Thien Mac had actively cast Spirit Gathering Shield, which meant this was the second time he'd seen Trin Thien Mac cast another class's ultimate skill. At this moment, Vong Po Kui's shock was beyond words. Don't tell me the ancient altars belong to this old monster? How could he activate so many altars without even reaching level 50? It's ridiculous. Vong Po Kui's understanding was basically the same as most people's. In their minds, they had no way of knowing that in this world, there was a mysterious and unique hidden class called Soul Reclaimer, let alone know that this class, upon reaching second tier, could master the second tier skills of every class. So they could only assume that Trin Thien Mac's ability to use other classes' ultimates was because he had secretly activated multiple ancient altars. Wait a minute. Why is his Spirit Gathering Shield moving? Vong Po Kui had thought he'd figured it out. But soon, he was once again confused. A Spirit Gathering Shield that could move with the caster was completely unheard of. As it turned out, after triggering the passive effect, Trin Thien Mac immediately rushed toward Cao Lang with the shield. At the same time, he casually signaled everyone to follow. Seeing this, Vong Po Kui felt like he didn't even recognize the world anymore. Today, every bizarre thing was happening to Trin Thien Mac. Just then, Lin Ruoshi smiled at Wang Fuguei as she ran and said, "Stop overthinking it. His strength is far greater than you can imagine." Lin Ruoshi originally wanted to take this opportunity to praise the person she liked. But of course, Wei Xing had to butt in again. "Oh, strong in what way exactly? Ruoshi, care to elaborate? We're all adults here." Everyone naturally understood what Wei Xing was implying. In the next second, Lin Ruoshi's delicate face turned bright red to hide her embarrassment. She suddenly stomped hard on Wei Xing's foot. Wei Xing didn't react in time and instantly let out a miserable scream. "Ha! Serves you right, LSP, lecherous talker. You got what you deserved." Huang Tian was laughing so hard on the side, he couldn't stand straight. But while the others joked around, Cheng Qianma didn't pay attention. All of his focus was on maintaining the gathering thought barrier. After all, he had to constantly monitor the number of times it could absorb damage. Cut the crap. Keep up. Don't fall behind. Although everyone joked around, they knew when to get serious. Seeing Cheng Qianma following closely behind Xiaoling, they all sped up as well. And so, the seven-man team advanced under the barrier's protection, steadily pushing forward. Along the way, Scorching Shadow Priests immediately began casting mana burn as they entered combat. Once mana burn hits its target, it instantly burns 800 mana points. Currently, everyone's average mana pool, except for Cheng Qianma's, a rare class with nearly 200 spirit points. Besides having a massive 5,660 mana pool, only Vong Po Kui and Wei Sheng had slightly higher mana as magic-based classes. Their average mana was about 4,500 points. For everyone else, it was less than 3,500. This meant they wouldn't survive more than a few mana burns before becoming completely useless. Even if they used mana potions, it would only be a temporary fix. After all, potion cooldowns were much longer than the mana burn cooldown. That's exactly why Vong Po Kui had been so worried earlier. Any magic-based class, facing over 20 mobs, spamming mana burn, would feel their scalp go numb. Fortunately, everyone was currently in an invincible state, so they were temporarily safe from mana drain. Trin Thien Mac told Cao Lang to quickly hide at the corner up ahead to the right. Only by reaching that spot could they use line of sight tricks to block the ranged magic attacks. Just 3 seconds after they set off, all 25 burnout shadow priests entered combat. At this moment, everyone thought the ultimate spirit gathering shield would shatter instantly. After all, everyone knew that while the ultimate spirit gathering shield provided brief, team-wide invincibility, it still had a damage cap. The moment it took damage, it would break instantly. And right now, they were facing attacks from 25 magic mobs. Even a second-tier ultimate like the ultimate spirit gathering shield wouldn't last long. Everyone move faster. We have to reach that corner. At this moment, Trin Thien Mac had no idea what everyone was thinking. Right now he had to make full use of the invincibility window to get everyone to the ideal kiting spot. In the blink of an eye, another 2 seconds had passed. Under normal circumstances, if a Chi Master's spirit stat doesn't exceed 100 points, the ultimate thought barrier should have disappeared by now. But everyone was still under invincibility, continuing to move forward. They were now just 7 or 8 meters away from their destination. It was only now that everyone realized something terrifying. The ultimate thought barrier released by Cheng Qianma had lasted for 5 seconds and still hadn't broken. This made everyone feel incredibly shocked. What they were witnessing clearly went beyond their understanding. Under Cheng Qianma's protection, it felt like they were inside an invincible mobile fortress. Chapter 491. One more round. Eliminate them all. From what everyone knew, even if the ultimate thought barrier had a trait where every 100 points of spirit grants 1 extra second of duration, even with Cheng Qianma's absurd main stats, they all knew very well that a high spirit stat does not increase the damage absorption limit of the ultimate thought barrier. So, even if Cheng Qianma had 1000 spirit, the barrier's break time wouldn't change. Especially since the enemy's firepower hadn't decreased at all. This bizarre situation left everyone completely puzzled. During this pulling phase, Cheng Qianma's passive ultimate thought barrier demonstrated terrifying effectiveness. From his perspective, 25 caster mobs attacking simultaneously might seem scary, but in reality, the threat wasn't that big. After all, caster-type enemies typically focus on high attack power, but the casting time is long. Against this kind of attack, the original ultimate spirit, after all, its duration is determined by both the damage limit and its duration timer. The stronger the enemy's attack, the faster the shield disappears. But for the passive version of the ultimate spirit gathering shield, it actually works in their favor. The attack frequency of ranged magic mobs is much lower than melee physical mobs, and the passive version of the ultimate spirit gathering shield only depends on the number of hits and duration. An all-magic mob lineup gave Trin Thien Mac much more leeway. That's why he could pull off such a terrifying result. In a blink, it was already the 7th second. At this moment, everyone finally made it to the corner. Only then did the abnormally durable ultimate spirit gathering shield shatter on its own. From start to finish, the number of hits from the mobs never exceeded the hit limit of the passive ultimate spirit gathering shield. It was almost unbelievable. No one stick your head out. Wait for them to come to us. Trin Thien Mac pressed against the wall, taking the lead at the very front of the group. Everyone knew that gathering ranged magic mobs was extremely difficult. So, even though they were shocked, they stayed highly focused. 4 seconds later, 25 burnout shadow priests finally appeared before them. Trin Thien Mac reacted quickly, and right in front of him, he unleashed a striker AoE skill, Shadow Step Chain Kick. Shadow Step Chain Kick, delivering a rapid series of kicks at the enemy, dealing a 3.5-second stun effect, can attack all enemies within 1 meter directly in front. When he kicked out with incredible speed, an astonishing scene unfolded. The ultimate chi shield that had disappeared actually appeared again. Good grief. He can actually do it again. Everyone was shocked at this moment, like an endless surging tide. The reason the ultimate chi shield appeared again was naturally because Cheng Qianma triggered it once more. Shadow Burst Kick not only fulfills the requirement of casting fighter skills, but also attacks enemies in front without distinction, and even carries a brief control effect. So Cheng Qianma's choice was undoubtedly perfect. Even though the trigger rate is only 5%, the Shadow Burst Kick he just used targeted 25 mobs in rapid succession. So to trigger the ultimate chi shield again, as long as his luck isn't terrible, it shouldn't be too hard. Whoa. Old MO is amazing. This consecutive ultimate chi shield feels so good, and your stamina is pretty impressive too, clearly stronger than other chi masters. Huang Tian is now deeply impressed by Cheng Qianma. After all, he was the first to witness Cheng Qianma's terrifying strength, so his focus was only on how powerful the skills were, without overthinking why. After all, studying a monster like Cheng Qianma in depth would probably take years with no real result. Straightforward as always, Huang Tian was too lazy to think about such complicated things. As long as there's benefit in following Cheng Qianma, nothing else matters more. In fact, everyone else shared the same thought by now. Even Wang Fugui's mindset began to shift. The president holds such an astonishing secret and is willing to show it in front of me. Is he not afraid I might leak it? Wang Fuguwei felt conflicted at this moment. He didn't know if Cheng Qianma trusted him too much, or simply didn't care if he leaked it. Emotionally, he preferred to believe it was the former. After all, being able to unleash 2 ultimates in a row, no one could remain indifferent to something this outrageous. Just thinking about it brought a warm feeling to Wang Fuguwei's heart. He felt that Cheng Qianma genuinely treated him as one of his own. Even though this was their first meeting today. Everyone, give it your all. My aura shield only lasts for 7 seconds. If we can't finish them quickly, we'll have to rely on endurance to add pressure on everyone. Cheng Qianma didn't mention that, if he wanted to, he could infinitely refresh the ultimate aura shield. On one hand, if he said that, it would be too shocking. He feared people might not be able to handle it. Some might even mentally collapse. That would obviously be dangerous. On the other hand, he could subtly imply that due to some restriction, he could only use it twice in a row. That would be easier for everyone to accept. Cheng Qianma was not only considering everyone's feelings, but also trying to conceal his strength. Truly a meticulous effort. Under Cheng Qianma's grave warning, everyone indeed moved much faster. Finally, 5 seconds after the second ultimate aura shield faded, the annoying, high-damage low-health mobs were all wiped out. Next, they would face the second Elemental Walker Abel. Chapter 492. Elemental Walker Abel, Master of Fire, Water, and Lightning. Elemental Walker Abel, Level 54 Elite Elemental Creature, 300,000 HP. As an elemental being, Abel can cast fire, lightning, and ice magic simultaneously. A real headache to deal with. When Cheng Qianma saw Abel, he slightly frowned. This boss is a high-tier elemental creature, so it'll have strong magic resistance. Wei Sheng, if you notice that your damage is low, and your spells are getting resisted, don't be surprised. Currently, in the Eternal Peak squad, you're our only true magic DPS. Only Wei Sheng is affected. Cheng Qianma himself is a versatile all-rounder, capable of both physical and magic attacks, at close or long range, though he wasn't much affected. Therefore, he chose to give Wei Sheng a heads up in advance, to prevent him from freaking out later. Whoa. Won't that be painful for me? Since this boss has high magic resistance, could it have lower physical resistance? Wei Sheng was just saying casually, but Cheng Qianma, upon hearing it, immediately nodded. In fact, this boss's physical resistance is indeed about 30% lower than other bosses, so a full melee team will have an easier time, of course, provided that melee classes avoid using skills with additional elemental damage. Abel is a boss with weak physical resistance, so later, everyone should go all out. Besides, he's also a magic-type boss, so Qiu Ling and Wang Fuguwei will have an easier time this round. Hearing magic-type boss, Qiu Ling and Wang Fuguwei's eyes lit up simultaneously, because magic boss's physical attacks are usually low and rarely kill players. This way, their pressure will be greatly reduced, so they were quite happy now. After all, no one wants to endure back-to-back intense battles. The last fight, they still haven't fully recovered from it. Elemental Walker Abel has a total of 3 skills, corresponding to the water, fire, and lightning elements. Cheng Qianma's pre-battle briefing arrived as expected. Elemental Walker Abel's first skill corresponds to the water element and is called Torrential Blade Surge. It's an area of effect skill. Abel will summon a wall of water at any location within a 50-meter range. After being summoned, the water wall will rapidly move in a random direction. If any target is hit, it will not only lose 3,000 HP, but also be slowed by 50% for 12 seconds. So in the upcoming battle, everyone must stay highly focused. If you get hit with the slow effect, the consequences could be disastrous. The second skill is a fire element attack called Meteor Fall. Meteor Fall is a high-damage, one-shot skill. It falls randomly from the sky, dealing 5,000 to all targets within 5 meters of the impact zone. To be blunt, other than Cheng Qianma and Xiuling, anyone hit by Meteor Fall without full HP is very likely to be one-shot. At the same time, the slow effect from the first skill greatly increases the difficulty of dodging Meteor Fall, so the first 2 skills are somewhat synergistic. As for the final skill, it's a lightning element attack, called Ground Field Thunderstorm. This is a famously devastating party wipe skill. Abel will begin channeling Ground Field Thunderstorm for a duration of 4 seconds. Once charging is complete, lightning will be released within an 80-meter radius centered on him for a total of 6 seconds. If anyone is struck by the lightning, each hit will deal 1,000 HP of damage and apply a lightning burn debuff. The lightning burn debuff increases lightning damage taken by 20%, can stack infinitely, and lasts for 10 seconds. So if someone gets caught in Ground Field Thunderstorm and cannot escape quickly, they will likely be killed instantly. The room where Elemental Walker Abel resides is generally square in shape, with a side length of only 60 meters. Once the battle begins, the doors inside the room will automatically lock. Therefore, facing an 80-meter attack range, there was basically no room for everyone to dodge, but there's always a way out. In each of the 4 corners of the room, There is a platform made of special material, called an insulation platform. Due to its excellent insulation properties, it can block all lightning damage. To completely dodge the thunderstorm field attack, you must get on the insulation platform in advance. Judging from these 3 skill effects, the battle against Elemental Walker Abel is destined to be a highly mobile fight. Thus, it requires quick reactions and high effective DPS. What is effective DPS? It refers to total damage dealt within limited time. Everyone will definitely need to move around frequently, so there won't be too many chances to deal damage. Therefore, how high your effective DPS is will directly determine the difficulty of this boss fight. The team's DPS is high. This boss won't be too hard. After all, its weakness is quite obvious. It's that it's very fragile. Wei Sheng and Wang Fugui, you two stay on the insulation platform the whole time. That way, you'll save a lot of movement time. Just make sure not to get hit by Torrential Surge or Meteor Strike. As for the other DPS roles, stay by my side the whole time. Just follow my movements, and you'll be safe. Chilling. When you're tanking the boss, try to dodge skills, other than the thunderstorm field. If you can dodge them, do it. If not, it's fine. After all, Lao Wang won't have much healing pressure later. He'll definitely be able to keep you alive. After hearing Chang Qin, everyone nodded in agreement. With his reaction speed and mobility, Li Mingho and the others following him would have no problem. Let's go, Chilling. After Wei Sheng and Wang Fugui got on the insulation platform, Cheng Qianma immediately gave the attack command. The Black Tower is not for outsiders to touch. Face my wrath. Feel my wrath. After entering the battle, Elemental Walker Abel let out a furious roar. Chapter 493, showing off invites lightning strikes. Turns out it's true. Chilling built up aggro very quickly. In just 4 seconds, he firmly secured the top threat position. Once everyone saw it was safe to attack, they all began their assault. In that moment, sword flashes crisscrossed. When Abel's HP dropped by 10%, he finally used his first skill, Raging Torrent. He raised both hands high, and suddenly, from one side of the field, a mass of steam began to rise. A second later, the steam condensed into a 2-meter-tall water wall. The water wall began moving rapidly, from left to right. Captain, careful. Water wall at your 3 o'clock. Since Wang Fugui was under relatively low pressure, and his position was behind Cheng Qianmao and the other melee fighters, he could clearly see the water wall's movement path. Don't rush in just yet. All melee DPS, stop attacking, and take 3 steps back. Chilling, pull the boss forward 1 step. Although no one knew what Cheng Qianmao was planning, they followed his instructions anyway. 2 seconds later, Raging Torrent hit right on cue. At that moment, the positioning of all melee classes lined up with Chilling, Cheng Qianmao, and Huang Tian, in that exact order, like a bonus sandwich. And Cheng Qianmao was the bonus right in the middle, as Raging Torrent was about to strike him. Cheng Qianmao calmly activated a skill he had never used before, Magic Reflection, Blood. As soon as Cheng Qianmao shouted loudly, he actively activated the bonus skill of his magic deflector. On his body, a faint blue protective shield instantly appeared, with a loud bang. The torrential surge seemed to crash into an invisible wall, then started to move in the Old MO is amazing. This must be an equipment skill, right? Even the water wall can be reflected by magic reflection. That's insane. Huang Tian immediately recognized that this skill didn't, so he voiced his guess. Wang Fugui was completely dumbfounded. Cheng Qianma's strength kept surpassing his expectations again and again. Oh my god, this monster not only has insane attack, but also masters ultimate skills of other classes. And now even his equipment is so luxurious. I'm so jealous I could cry. It's not like Wang Fugui hadn't seen. On the contrary, he had even encountered before an incredibly powerful level 59 awakened. But no matter their resources or their terrifying power, they couldn't compare to Cheng Qianma in front of him. Clearly, Cheng Qianma's trump cards had already left many higher level players far behind in the dust. Everyone quickly output damage. Next time we'll have to run. Since Elemental Walker Abel is a boss weak to physical attacks, Cheng Qianma decided to go full melee DPS. However, his magic reflection passive only triggers once every 5 minutes, and couldn't be counted on to perfectly match the boss's skills. Therefore, after actively using it once, he gave up any wishful thinking, which is why he said, next time the torrential surge appears, everyone will have to run together, because Cheng Qianma's earlier command only asked everyone to move slightly. So, everyone quickly returned to their attack positions. This unknowingly saved a lot of time. 20 seconds later, Abel's HP dropped to 74%. At that moment, he began casting Meteor Fall. In an instant, a rift opened in the sky, and the temperature across the battlefield soared rapidly. Oh crap. Guess it's my turn to run now. Even though Wei Xing's damage output was low this fight, he'd been enjoying a peaceful DPS environment. He had been attacking happily, until he suddenly felt a wave of heat overhead. That's when he knew disaster was incoming. At that moment, he was standing next to Wang Fugui. So, they both needed to run together. Old Wang, you go left, I'll go right. The left is a bit closer to Chilling, so I'll let you have it. I'm fast anyway, so it's no big deal. Wei Xing generously gave up the better route, and ran alone toward the right. However, not long after, Wang Fuguei called out in confusion, "Are you dumb? Can't you just run left with me?" After hearing this, Wei Sheng suddenly shouted, "Crap. That actually makes sense. I was too focused on being polite and flashy, and my brain totally froze up. Damn it." The truth was, Wei Sheng had been feeling stifled in this boss fight. Everyone else was dishing out crazy damage, while he looked like dead weight, totally invisible. So when he finally saw a chance, he wanted to show off a bit. But all it got him was Wang Fuguei's roast, leaving him utterly humiliated. Asterisk, thud, asterisk. A massive meteor came crashing down, landing right on the insulation platform in the northwest of the boss room. But no one expected. Though the players were fine, the insulation platform was destroyed. Wei Sheng must be cursed by bad luck. Right after casting Meteor Strike, Elemental Walker Abel immediately began channeling Thunderstorm Field. If the insulation platform hadn't been destroyed, Wei Sheng would have been safe. But now, things were very different. Is this boss deliberately targeting me? Out to get this old man. Damn it. The platform's gone. Where am I supposed to run? Wei Sheng had been running toward the outer edge of the boss room, while Wang Fuguei's route headed inward. That way, even if the northwest platform was destroyed, he could still head to the northeast platform without losing much time. But Wei Sheng was in danger. He now stood alone on the far outer side, basically isolated and helpless. If no one came to save him, he'd likely be killed by Thunderstorm Field. Crap, someone save me. I swear I'll never act cool again. Damn it. Showing off really does get you struck by lightning. Turns out it's true. Wei Sheng now just wanted to slap himself. Why did I have to act tough for no reason? Chapter 494. Going along with the mistake. Huang Tian opens the chest. Cheng Qianma looked at the scene before him, knowing that if he didn't act now, Wei Sheng would most likely die here. So he told everyone to dodge first, and immediately activated his sprint skill from the Pathfinder area, rushing toward Wei Sheng's current position. Old Wei, run toward me. Move at full speed. Don't hesitate. There's no time. Cheng Qianma had no time to explain. He could only command Wei Sheng to run in the opposite direction from him. 4 seconds flew by in an instant. Elemental Walker Abel's ground field Thunderstorm finally finished charging. Her body at this moment was like a lightning rod, constantly attracting lightning elements from the air, and the absorption rate was only accelerating. Asterisk ZET, asterisk, asterisk ZET, asterisk. Arcs of electricity of all sizes crackled around her body. The air was gradually filling with the smell of burning hair. The next second, countless lightning elements gathered into shimmering arcs of current. Then, following Abel's body, spread outward at an incredible speed. Elemental Walker Abel's ground field Thunderstorm had officially begun. At this moment, even though Wang Fuguei, Qiuling, and others had reached the insulated platforms, there was still over 10 meters between Cheng Qianma and Wei Sheng, and there were no insulated platforms near either of them. Seeing the wave of lightning currents racing toward them from behind, Cheng Qianma gritted his teeth and shouted, "Old pal, sorry about this. It might hurt a little." No sooner had he spoken than the first wave of lightning struck Cheng Qianma. He instantly felt a full body numbness, accompanied by searing pain. In that split second, Cheng Qianma endured the intense pain and quickly transformed his flowing light blade umbrella into a grappling hook. Then he aimed it straight at Wei Sheng's waist. "Get over here." Asterisk snap. Asterisk. Cheng Qianma flung it with force, and the hook instantly wrapped around Wei Sheng's waist, several times over. Because Cheng Qianma had to ensure the grappling hook's rope was secure, he used a great deal of force when throwing it. The hook elbow deeply pierced into Wei Sheng's flesh. Ouch. Oh my god, old Mo. Are you holding a personal grudge against me? What beef do I even have with you? Before Wei Sheng could finish complaining, he was yanked away by a great force. As Cheng Qianma reeled in the rope, he also swiftly activated his ultimate barrier. Though the active version of the barrier can't move, it was more than enough to block the lightning waves. Cheng Qianma's rescue maneuver was smooth and fluid. He only got hit twice before pulling Wei Sheng into the ultimate barrier. At last, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Their lives were saved. Old Mo. You're so good to me. Moi. I wronged you earlier. Seeing himself survive, Wei Sheng no longer cared. Looking at Cheng Qianma now was like looking at his own father. He even shamelessly expressed his gratitude. Get lost. You brat. Cheng Qianma couldn't stand Wei Sheng's shamelessness, so as soon as the thunderstorm field ended, he kicked him away. Actually, this whole crisis was partly his fault. He hadn't fought Elemental Walker Abel in a long time, so he only thought about letting Wei Sheng and Wang Fuguei stay on the insulation platform in advance, so they wouldn't need to dodge Thunderstorm Field, saving a lot of time. But he forgot. That meteor strike has an environment-destroying effect, which almost got Wei Sheng killed. Of course, that's not something he would admit out loud. As the team leader, making mistakes is inevitable, but there's no need to broadcast them. As the captain, mistakes are bound to happen. Cheng Qianma wasn't a robot. capable of zero mistakes. Instead of actively apologizing and damaging his authority, shaking the team's confidence in him, it was better to just go with it. Expose the mistake head-on. A strong and mature team requires its members to execute every command from the leader without question. Sometimes, even if they know it's wrong, there can be no hesitation. It's just like how soldiers are trained to obey orders from their superiors unconditionally. Even if the order is flawed, corrections and improvements come later. Team members should never act on their own just because they question a command. That would severely affect team cohesion. And with even more brutal bosses ahead, constant second-guessing of the leader would only lead to bigger problems. Therefore, Cheng Qianma decisively chose to become a steel-blooded dictator. But by doing so, the entire weight of the team was now on his shoulders. If Eternal Peak Squad wanted to go further, he would need exceptional reflexes and decision-making skills. Leading this bunch of rookies was truly no easy task. Cheng Qianma was beginning to feel the pressure. Now that he had a second chance at life, he wanted to bring his old brothers to an even greater stage. That made the burden on his shoulders extremely heavy. But to achieve that goal, he had no regrets. After going through a full skill rotation, everyone's battle strategy suddenly became clearer. Previously, they had only a vague idea of what to expect, based on Cheng Qianma's descriptions. Now they finally matched each skill to its effect, and with that, the pressure lessened. For any first clear team, the greatest challenge is how to handle unknown skills they've never seen before. Now, they had overcome the toughest hurdle. The next stage of the battle. The Eternal Peak Squad's DPS pace suddenly ramped up. Elemental Walker Abel was already one of the weaker type bosses, and in Eternal Peak Squad, aside from Weisheng the range caster, everyone else was a melee expert, so their damage quickly became overwhelming. Everyone began activating their ultimates, bombarding Elemental Walker Abel with everything they had. In just 3 minutes, they completed 2 more skill rotations, and successfully brought Elemental Walker Abel down, just like with Lord Auric. A new equipment chest appeared on Abel's. Momo, can I open the chest this time? My hands are pretty lucky, Huang Tian said. I definitely won't pull something useless again. He had practically drooled when he saw the Ogre Warlord armor earlier, so he really wanted to try his luck himself. Fine, Cheng Qianma said, but if it's trash gear, you'll have to off yourself in shame. Cheng Qianma wasn't very interested in looting, so if Huang Tian wanted to try, he let him. Alrighty then. Everyone watch this. Huang Tian eagerly ran up to Abel's corpse. Then he opened the equipment chest. A dazzling light once again swept across the entire boss room. Crap. No way on this Don't tell me I really have to off myself now. Upon seeing the item's stats, Huang Tian's vision went dark, and his blood pressure skyrocketed. Chapter 495. New equipment ***. You eat well, drink well, and pull crap. Looking at the gear's stats, Huang Tian felt like crying, because what he pulled was a piece of equipment exclusively for gunslingers. Gunslinger was the second advancement of the roaming gunner class. Clearly, this chest pull was a total flop. Hold on, let me take a look first. Cheng Qianma then started examining it. Gunslinger leather leggards. Quality, fine. Armor type, leather. Plus 120 armor, plus 15 agility, plus 10 strength, plus 6 constitution. Durability, 120/120. Item level, 55 foot. Required level, 40. Class requirement, Gunslinger, second class advancement. After reading the gear's stats, Cheng Qianma had to admit, Huang Tian really had terrible luck. This item was not only meant for Gunslinger's second advancement, its item level was also a full 10 levels lower than the Ogre's Spirit Master armor, dropped by the previous boss, so its stats weren't particularly impressive. Normally speaking, Elemental Walker Abel's level was supposed to be higher than Lord Auric's, so logically, the loot should have been better too. That would have been more reasonable. Of course, nothing is absolute. Each boss drop is completely random, so there are always varying qualities. If there's anyone to blame, it's Huang Tian for not taking a ritual bath or lighting incense before opening the loot box. What bad luck. It's just a fluke. Don't blame me, okay? You guys aren't seriously going to stone me, right? You wouldn't be that cruel, would you? No way. No way. Huang Tian was extremely embarrassed now. He felt like his face had been completely swollen from the slap. With his pride hurt, he could only use a shameless tone to cover up his awkwardness. After all, he had bragged beforehand. It was truly embarrassing. Thankfully, the understanding Cheng Qianma soon gave him a way out. Although the stats on these pants aren't great, I can still make do with them. I'll spare your little life this time. Next time you open a chest, stay at least 20 meters away. Don't contaminate the loot. Blackhand Huang Tian, please mind your position. Cheng Qianma said to Huang Tian. In a serious tone, everyone burst out laughing. Humph. Dare to give me another chance to prove myself. If I pull trash again next time, Huang Tian, will do a handstand and poop. Just tell me, do you dare? Huang Tian was clearly unconvinced, and fought back immediately. However, Weisheng, looking for a chance to avenge being called dad, had been waiting for this opportunity. He seized the moment and cut into the battle instantly. Truly flawless. Are you really saying this kind of nonsense? With how unlucky you are. Have some self-awareness, will you? From what I know, loot in the secret realm adjusts, based on the team's class setup. We have 7 classes here. We should at least get something useful, right? But you still managed to pull a piece of junk. I truly admire you. You really are something else. Wei Sheng's counterattack was razor sharp. His words were like a machine gun, each shot hitting Huang Tian right in the chest. Since Huang Tian knew he was at fault, he lost all his confidence. Though he really wanted to argue back, he couldn't come up with a decent excuse. Utterly miserable. In this war of words, Wei Sheng was the clear victor. After hearing Wei Sheng's impassioned speech, everyone burst into laughter. Huang Tian could only turn beet red, unable to utter a single word. That's what he got for not washing his hands before opening the chest. He had no one else to blame. In the end, the gunslinger leather legguards were reluctantly taken by Cheng Qianma. His previous leg armor was called Troll Slayer leg guards, a fine-grade piece he'd crafted himself early on. The item level was only 25, though the new equipment wasn't especially strong. It was still a slight upgrade. After equipping the gunslinger leather leg guards, Cheng Qianma checked his updated stats. First was his armor value, up by 60 points. This boosted his physical damage reduction by about 1.8%, breaking the 30% mark for the first time, reaching 31.1%. Next was his base attribute changes. Strength, agility, and constitution increased by 6, 5, and 6 points respectively. His spirit stat dropped by 4. Due to the increase in constitution, Cheng Qianma's HP rose to 7,855. That's an extremely high HP pool for a non-tank class at level 43. Most melee classes, at that level, only had about 5,000 HP. Cheng Qianma had pushed through heavy investment in attributes, rising from a glass cannon to a full-on HP tank. So even if the gear didn't offer much attack boost, it still made him much tankier. Even if it didn't boost his attack much, at the very least, it made him a lot tougher. After upgrading his leg equipment, Cheng Qianma's combat power increased from 2,106,587 to 2,108,136. Even though the numbers compared to before seem quite small, strength is built up bit by bit in daily life. What's more, this equipment drop came from the boss and wouldn't count against the final clear reward. So of course, it's better to take it. After successfully defeating the elemental Walker Abel, everyone set out once again. The path from the second boss to the third was a narrow road. On the far right side of this path were many sleeping Firemark soldiers. The Firemark clan is a well-known orc tribe. They have a flaw. They love to sleep. To get through this corridor, you could either fight your way through, or hug the left wall and jump past the mobs. As long as you move quietly, the success rate of jumping past them is pretty high. Now the only thing to watch out for is one thing: how to avoid waking the mobs while dealing with the patrolling guards. Chapter 496. Splitting into 3 teams to jump past the mobs. Li Mingho, you and I will go ahead to scout the situation. Everyone else, wait patiently for our signal. Given Cheng Qianma's character, he would never miss a chance to skip fighting mobs. So to confirm the patrol's positions, he decided to scout ahead with Li Mingho. Li Mingho nodded seriously, then entered stealth mode. The two of them carefully advanced. After passing 5 small mob camps, they finally spotted a Firemark patrol unit. Get close to them carefully and try to cast Distract. Cheng Qianma pointed toward the distant patrol and instructed the skill Distract. It was a skill unique to assassins. Although it had no offensive power, it could create a sound manually to briefly draw enemy attention. Normally speaking, assassins would only use it in emergencies to briefly disrupt attacks through distraction. But Cheng Qianma didn't plan to use it that way. Although Li Mingho didn't understand, he still nodded obediently. He quietly approached the Firebrand patrol, then tossed a small stone toward the front right. Asterisk thunk. Asterisk. The 5-member Firebrand patrol unit suddenly stopped moving. They all turned simultaneously, focusing on where the stone had landed. But after staring for a while, they found nothing. It wasn't until 5 seconds later that they resumed patrolling. Seeing this, Li Mingho was thrilled. He finally understood Cheng Qianma's intention. When they later force jump past monsters, if they were about to run into a Firebrand patrol, he could use the distraction skill to disrupt their line of sight in advance and temporarily reduce their alert radius. That would give everyone a chance to sneak past safely. Now that it all made sense, Li Mingho's admiration for Cheng Qianma grew even deeper. As an assassin himself, he had never thought to use disruption to assist teammates with positioning, but Cheng Qianma had already anticipated it. He had to admit, Cheng Qianma's experience was terrifyingly thorough. However, just when Li Mingho thought the problem, another Firebrand patrol showed up in the distance, and this time, his disruption skill was still on cooldown. He instinctively looked toward Cheng Qianma, only to see him waving calmly, signaling him to keep scouting ahead. A few minutes later, Li Mingho circled back. Captain, based on my observations, there are a total of 4 Firemark patrol units in this corridor, and their patrol routes are very predictable. It takes about 5 minutes for them to complete a patrol cycle. If Li Mingho used distract alone, he probably wouldn't manage the cooldowns in time. After returning, Li Mingho proactively reported his thoughts to Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma nodded slightly. Li Mingho's analysis was correct. If he relied on just himself, there was no way he could chain distract seamlessly. But he had overlooked one thing. Silly kid. You still have me. There are 4 firemark patrol units in total. We'll each handle 2 groups. The timing will be just right. You'll handle the first and third groups. I'll take care of the second and fourth. After everyone passes the first patrol, head straight to the third group's location. That way, we'll make it through this corridor smoothly. Cheng Qianma finished with a smile, and Li Mingho immediately realized. His face even turned a little red. Captain, I'm really sorry. I forgot you're a solo class. Distract is just a basic skill for assassins. Of course you'd know it. Li Mingho scratched the back of his head, a bit shy. He had jumped to conclusions earlier. Cheng Qianma shook his head with a wry smile, then led Li Mingho back to the main group. After he explained the situation, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. This is so thrilling. I love it. Wang Tian, always eager for a challenge, got fired up when he heard they would skip all the firemark mobs. He instantly lit up with excitement. Wei Sheng and Wang Fugue both looked worried, especially Wang Fugue. He nervously asked how confident the two of them were. As soon as he spoke, Cheng Qianma and Li Mingho answered at the same time. 10 out of 10. 6 out of 10. Their totally uncoordinated answers left everyone speechless. Hey, can't you two at least rehearse beforehand? Even a little white lie. One says 10 out of 10, the other says 6. How are we supposed to feel safe? You realize, if we fail, we might trigger a chain reaction. It could wake up every firebrand orc on this street. And then who knows what'll happen. Wei Sheng's verbal machine gun was true to his nickname. Once he started, he couldn't stop. Li Mingho apologized awkwardly. Sorry. I lacked confidence. I dragged everyone down. Wei Sheng had only meant to tease. He didn't really blame Li Mingho, but hearing the guy sincerely own up actually threw him off. That's not what I meant. Mingho, you're strong. I wasn't looking down on you at all. It's okay. Even if it's only a 60% chance, this bro will go with you. Right, guys? To make up for his earlier comment, Wei Sheng patted his chest, like he was ready to risk it all for his friend. The tense mood from earlier was instantly broken by his dramatic switch. Everyone relaxed a lot. If even scaredy cat Wei Sheng was all in, no one else had any reason to hesitate. In truth, having a 60% chance of success in a monster jump, naturally, no one else had any reason to back out. In reality, they had about a 60% chance of successfully bypassing the monsters. The odds weren't bad either. After all, high risk comes with high reward. If they could really skip this corridor, they would save at least 20 minutes of clearing mobs. So everyone was willing to give it a try. Soon, the group split into 3 teams. Since Cheng Qianma had to follow the second firemark patrol, he set off first. Li Mingho, meanwhile, targeted the first patrol's position. As for the others, they carefully moved along the wall. The tense and thrilling mob-skipping operation officially began. Chapter 497. Walking the tightrope, the terrifying spider swarm. With experience under his belt, Li Mingho moved much more smoothly this time. When he saw Cheng Qianma disappear ahead, he quietly approached the first firemark patrol. At the same time, the others tiptoed forward. This tightrope walking feeling was incredibly exhilarating. 30 seconds later, the first firemark patrol neared Huang Tian and the others. Quick thinking, Li Mingho tossed a stone to his right. In the next second, all the firemark orcs turned away. This exposed their backs to the group. Seeing the opportunity, Huang Tian and the others quickly sped through. 5 seconds later, just as the patrol resumed position, everyone had already made it across. Oh my, that was too intense. My heart rate just now must have hit 100 Huang Tian whispered. Wei Sheng quietly replied. With a heart rate of 180. How are you still alive? Lin Ruashi and the others almost laughed, but held it in. After all, just to their right were some green-skinned orcs lying nearby. Huang Tian knew this wasn't the time to argue, and simply glared at Wei Sheng. The group continued moving forward. Soon, Cheng Qianma also followed. Cheng Qianma raised his eyebrows at everyone, signaling them to be careful. Then, timing it perfectly, he also used distract. Just like before, everyone seized the moment and pushed forward. Since Li Mingho was in stealth, he moved much faster than the others. He had already surged ahead toward the third. The Eternal Pinnacle Squad's teamwork had reached a high level through repeated cooperation. As long as their goals were clear, they rarely made mistakes. Soon, they followed the same strategy and crossed the third and fourth patrols. The whole process was thrilling yet smooth. Oldemo, I doubt other teams could pull this off. Not every team has 2 classes that can lead the way. Huang Tian, who had been holding back his words, finally spoke up after crossing the corridor. He now felt proud to be a part of the Eternal Pinnacle Squad. As he just said, this mob-skipping operation seemed smooth on the surface, but in truth, it would be very hard to replicate. Cheng Qianma nodded slightly after hearing it. That kind of tactic really was hard for normal teams to pull off. You guys are starting to really stand on your own now. To boost everyone's confidence, Chung Qianma didn't reveal everything. In truth, in his previous life, there was a special kind of team known as a forward squad. These teams relied on group movement to bypass the majority of mobs and dungeons, focusing only on bosses. Because of that, a mature forward squad had incredible gear farming capabilities, but the requirements on their power were very high. Without a tank class to soak up aggro, they needed extremely high DPS to survive. Seeing how excited Huang Tian finally looked, Chung Qianma didn't have the heart to dampen the mood, so he chose to leave some things unsaid. After hearing Chung Qianma's encouragement, everyone's spirits were lifted. They really did feel like they'd grown a lot. Especially Li Mingho, normally timid by nature. He felt genuinely happy to have helped the team. But just as they were chatting, a rustling sound came from the surroundings. So many little spiders. Lin Ruashi, the only girl in the party, had a deep fear of multi-legged creatures, especially these spiders, which suddenly hatched from both sides, scaring her half to death. Instinctively, the frightened Lin Ruashi moved closer to Chung Qianma. Everyone, get ready for battle. Looks like our luck is bad. The spiderlings hatched early. Chung Qianma said that because the third boss of the Black Tower wouldn't appear directly, it would only hatch once all the spiders here were defeated. Normally, entering this zone triggered a small chance for the spiderlings to hatch. Sometimes it took minutes, other times only seconds. Clearly, Eternal Peak Squad was just unlucky. Before Chung Qianma could even finish explaining the strategy, they were already in combat. As soon as he finished speaking, spider eggs on both sides began to crack open one after another. In an instant, the group was swarmed by spiderlings. A conservative estimate put the number at around 120. Everyone, focus on the spiders to the left first. Once they're cleared, regroup close together. Old Wang and Old Wei stand at the very back. The rest surround them. Chung Qianma reacted swiftly, giving orders immediately, since there were plenty of little spiders on both sides. If they stood in the middle, they would have to face attacks from all directions. Obviously, that would be an unwise choice. If they really fought like that, melee classes might still manage, since they had higher defense and HP. But for Wang Fuguei and Wei Sheng, both fragile ranged fighters, it would be a nightmare. So Chung Qianma ordered them to clear a safe zone to the left first. That way, they could fight with their backs against the wall, while protecting Wei Sheng and Wang Fuguei. As long as they managed a semi-enclosed formation, their incoming attacks would be cut in half. Everyone immediately followed Chung Qianma's command. As the tank, Qiuling positioned himself right next to Wang Fuguei and Wei Sheng, blocking any spider attacks. Meanwhile, Huang Tian. Chung Qianma wasn't idle either. He quickly scanned the battlefield. Then, he locked his gaze straight ahead. Faced with so many little spiders, it was time to unleash a heavy weapon. Chapter 498, Frost Impact Crisis, an unexpected incident. Seeing the swarm of little spiders, Chung Qianma grinned cruelly. He snapped his fingers, and instantly, a dark green missile appeared in the sky. The next second, the missile plummeted down. With a loud boom, 17 spiders were wiped out instantly. This was the Berserker's quantum missile. By now, Wang Fuguei had grown numb to Chung Qianma repeatedly using skills from other classes. Anyway, this was their captain. The stronger he was, the better for them all. So he stopped overthinking it and focused entirely on healing. After 1 minute of fierce battle, they finally cleared a safe zone on the left. Then, following Chung Qianma's orders, they fought with their back. This immediately reduced Wang Fuguei's healing pressure. Qiuling, use your Holy Shield Judgment to block for us. Also, Huang Tian, move in front of me. Chung Qianma stepped back as he spoke. Though Huang Tian and Qiuling didn't know what he planned, they followed his command. Qiuling immediately activated the exclusive skill of the Radiant Warrior, Holy Shield Judgment. He channeled the power of light into his shield, doubling its defensive range. If any monsters attacked in melee, they would also suffer 20% reflected damage for 5 seconds. A huge shield projection appeared, noticeably increasing the shield's coverage. With a clang, Qiuling planted the shield firmly into the ground. All the little spiders trying to get close were blocked outside. They kept losing health over time as well. Huang Tian, standing in front of Chung Qianma, unleashed his ultimate move, Phantom Sword Dance. Facing the dense swarm of little spiders, only the sword energy from Phantom Sword could deliver significant damage. Sword energy filled the air, slashing countless spiders into pieces. Old Mo, hurry up. I can't hold much longer. Huang Tian kept fighting fiercely, while reminding Chung Qianma. Time ticked by, and when Qiuling's Holy Shield Judgment and Huang Tian's Phantom Sword Dance ended, the pressure on their defense spiked. Without Chung Qianma's heavy firepower, the situation took a sharp downturn. Meanwhile, Lin Ruashi and Li Mingho were struggling as well, unable to spare strength to help defend Huang Tian. Old Mo, I can't hold on much longer. Don't let me down. Huang Tian felt a chill down his spine as more and more small spiders swarmed in. He had no time to look back at what Chung Qianma was doing, so he could only call for help again. Although he wouldn't die immediately, seeing his HP constantly fluctuating was unsettling. If they dragged on too long and Wang Fugue's mana ran out, they would all die. Another 2 seconds passed, and the long silent Cheng Qianma finally made his move. Turns out he had asked Xiuling and Huang Tian to buy him time, so he could cast the boss skill Frost Impact, which he learned from Aminal. Everyone move. Cheng Qianma shouted as a terrifying chill spread outward from his body. In an instant, the swarming spiders were all frozen into ice sculptures, and their HP dropped significantly. The shockingly strong control and damage stunned everyone, especially those who had fought in razor-gouged ground. They were wide-eyed. This is Frost Impact. Damn, the random skill you got before was actually a boss skill. Huang Tian, standing right in front of Cheng Qian. Even though Frost Impact didn't harm him, he could still feel the bone-piercing cold. Back at razor-gouged ground, Cheng Qianma hadn't revealed the skill he obtained, which explained everyone's shock. Now, Xiuling and Wang Fugue were confused. We fought in razor-gouged ground too. What's this boss skill thing? Clearly, Cheng Qianma's methods had once again surpassed their understanding. As the wave of spiders was frozen, the pressure vanished instantly. Don't ask. Output now. We've only got 3 seconds. Cheng Qianma didn't explain, immediately pulling out the glimmering thousand-blade umbrella to attack, while the others quickly recovered from the shock and joined in. Since the spiders were now sitting ducks, they managed to deal more damage in 3 seconds than in the previous few minutes. 3 seconds later, the spider sculptures shattered, reducing their number from 120 to 39. Now, even without special tricks, they could handle the rest. Huang Tian exhaled and sighed. Old Mo, you sneaky guy. You really kept this hidden. Aminal's ultimate move tortured me back then. Can't believe you learned it. Damn it, comparing people only brings pain. Why couldn't I get that skill? Huang Tian groaned, remembering that miserable day. He even said, farewell, brothers. Such an embarrassing thing. No wonder he was so emotional seeing Cheng Qianma using Frost Impact. After Huang Tian's vivid description, Xiuling and Wang Fugue finally understood, both lamenting how many secrets Cheng Qianma still hid. Soon, the remaining spiders were about to be cleared. But just then, something unexpected happened. A spider egg on a distant platform began to grow visibly. Even more shocking, it split into 2 just seconds later. Page 499, Twin Spiders. Disgusting skills. Get ready, the boss is about to hatch. Cheng Qianma warned. Soon after his warning, the massive egg hatched into 2 spiders, one black and one white, similar in size but vastly different in color. Boar King, level 55 Elite Twin Spider. HP, 160,000. Boar Queen, level 55 Elite Twin Spider. HP, 160,000. The male Boar King was jet black and ominous, while the female Boar Queen appeared noble and pure in white. As soon as they hatched, they began spewing silk all over the ground. Gross. What are they doing? Lin Ruashi asked, feeling a deep disgust. Cheng Qianma glanced ahead and responded grimly. They're altering the terrain. If we give them time, the whole floor will be covered in webs that severely restrict movement. While explaining, Cheng Qianma quickly recalled the fight's key points. These twin spiders might not have huge HP, but their disgusting skills were plenty. First, they share 3 common skills. The first is the terrain modification. If uninterrupted, they'll keep spitting silk until the entire area is covered. That makes this a semi-passive skill. At their current pace, they only need around 3 minutes to completely web the floor. Once that happens, everyone will move 50% slower on the webs, permanently. That alone can ruin the entire rhythm of the battle. The second skill, Summon Spider Swarm. Every so often, they call over 30 mini spiders. While weak, their attack frequency is high. If a caster is surrounded, forget casting anything. The third skill is a passive one, Corrosive Venom. Each basic attack has a 15% chance to inflict corrosive venom, which reduces 500 HP every 3 seconds and lowers armor by 10%, lasting 9 seconds, and stacking up to 5 times. 15% chance and 9-second duration might not sound scary, until you realize tanks have to take both bosses' hits, and both can apply this effect. This essentially doubles the chance to 30%. With the right attack rhythm, they can keep refreshing and stacking the venom. It's terrifying. Armor is key for tanks to absorb damage, but 5 stacks of venom means 2,500 damage every 3 seconds and a 50% armor reduction. That means all incoming physical damage from the bosses increases by half. Xiaoling's durability and Wang Fugui's healing will be severely tested. And that's not all. Besides shared skills, each boss has a unique one. The Boar King has Crystalline Gaze, a 3-meter cone petrification that lasts 3 seconds. Anyone petrified can't act, they're sitting ducks. As for the Boar Queen, her Boar Queen's milk is even more troublesome. She targets a random player with green venom. The poison causes paralysis once every 10 seconds, each time for 1 second, lasting 30 seconds total. 1 second doesn't seem like much, but it can ruin combo timing. Imagine sprinting full speed and someone keeps yelling, "Hold up, slow down," over and over. It's incredibly frustrating. Boar Queen's milk is just that disgusting. Overall, the twin spiders don't have massive HP and can be nuked down, but let even one of them roam free. Their disgusting skills will drive you mad. To save time, Chung Qianma gave only a brief rundown. But even that gave everyone a headache. Especially Xiaoling and Wang Fugui, their faces turned dark. Oh god, another nightmare boss. Everyone, please just end it quickly. I don't want to die suddenly here, Wang Fugui muttered, hoping the others could finish it fast. Chung Qianma nodded and added, "Don't hold back. End the fight within 3 minutes, or we'll all die once the map is covered in webs." He wasn't exaggerating. In his past life, many teams wiped simply from lack of DPS. Everyone grew serious, ready to go all out. Xiaoling pull. At Chung Qianma's command, the third boss battle of the Black Spire officially began.